I'm going out, the man said softly as he looked at the empty room. Then he went out. As he walked on the road, a breeze blew by, blowing up his white hanfu. The wind blew up the sleeve of the long robe, and on the white wrist, a white jade bracelet was slightly visible. The bracelet vibrated gently, and the hanfu that was blown up gradually calmed down, as if it was smoothed by the bracelet. Normally men would not wear jade bracelets, unless they are a beastmaster. Yes, this is a world of beastmasters, where humans and beastmasters live in harmony and form partnerships. The man is our protagonist, Jiu Nanhua, a beast tamer currently attending school. Soon, the man boarded the school bus. Sitting there, Jiu Nanhua watched the scenery passing by outside the window, lost in thought. Jiu Nanhua is not just a simple beast-taming high school student. In fact, he has been a human for 2 lifetimes. Due to a coincidence, Jiu Nanhua was reincarnated. In her previous life, Jiu Nanhua had just become a king-level beastmaster, but she became arrogant and tried to seduce the newly born young beasts of the sea concubine palace. After being discovered by members of her family, she was hunted down. The young beast had saint-level blood, which meant that this beast could reach the imperial level without any obstacles. As a beastmaster, he happened to have one beast-tamer spot that he hadn't used yet. But after being discovered, the High Fate Palace family chased him for trillions of kilometers. Until he fled to the Forbidden Land in the far east of the Shuefei Palace, he encountered a holy object. The sacred object, Reincarnation Altar, allows beastmasters to retain their memories and reincarnate. Beastmasters can also reincarnate as companion beasts, provided both the beastmaster and the beastmaster have reached the king rank. At the time, Jiu Nanhua owned 3 beasts, 2 king level and 1 high level. She had no choice but to reluctantly terminate the contract with the high level beast. She still remembers the remorse that trembled in the high level beast's voice. Jiu Nanhua watched the high level beastmaster leave the forbidden area. Fortunately, the pursuers ignored her. After all, she had now become a wild beastmaster. The reason why the Reincarnation Altar restricts the king rank is actually traceable. After all, once a beastmaster and beastmaster reach the king rank, their soul and body will be forever solidified. In other words, as long as you are not harmed by it, you can live forever. It's been over 9,000 years since this happened, and I wonder if Bai Bai has advanced to the king-level beastmaster. The lifespan of a high-level beastmaster is only about 10,000 years. Based on the time it took to advance to a higher level, it should still have about 100 years. Because the passage to the other world was controlled by the Seven Seas Palace, he had no way of passing through it alone. Therefore, Jiu Nanhua could only pin his hopes on the high school graduation competition. After the competition, 100 candidates from each state will join the Seven Seas Palace and travel to the Eternal Winter Realm. The Far East is located in the Eternal Winter Realm, and he hopes to inquire about his beastmaster who voluntarily terminated his contract nearby. After a long moment of nostalgia, I arrived at school unknowingly. Jiu Nanhua boarded the beast tamer to the teaching building. It wasn't long before they arrived at the teaching building. Teaching building Ziyuan building, gender, female, beast tamer rank, intermediate low. The teaching building doesn't look very big, but it contains 2,000 classrooms and an arena. The arena is used for exams, and training is usually done in the stadium. That's right, the stadium is also a beast taming place. My life is now closely related to beast taming, and I'm not just talking about it. I don't know how many beast tamers I've seen along the way. Before she knew it, Jiu Nanhua had arrived at the classroom door. She glanced at the time and it was 8:50, 10 minutes early. It didn't matter as long as she wasn't late. When she pushed open the door, she saw 7 or 8 students already in the classroom, gathered in groups of 3 or 4, chatting with each other. Jiu Nanhua walked to the podium and looked at the seat numbers displayed. The first row of seats was on the right. Sitting so close to the front, Jiu Nanhua was desperately hoping the teacher wouldn't let anything slip. If anything, he could only rely on his first beast, Shenling Zhuiyu. Blue-white jade bracelet, Shenling pendant jade, gender, female, beastmaster rank, formerly low-level king, currently high-level intermediate downgraded to summon due to influence of beastmaster type, accessory/space. Beast taming skills, spatial storage, expands with increasing rank. Spatial isolation, generates a spatial wall. Spatial shuttle, opens a spatial passage. Spatial destruction, destroys the space containing this area, causing spatial turbulence. Shenling Zhuyu was Qiu Nanyue's first imperial beast, acquired after the cataclysm. At the time, he lived in a small city, where the first imperial beast to evolve was a tiger from a zoo. It wreaked havoc on the city and killed humans. At that time, the Shenling pendant jade had already broken into 2 pieces, probably because some noble lady had broken it in a hurry. After being picked up by Qiu Nanwei, she originally thought that she could sell it for a price no matter what, but she didn't expect that after being broken, it could evolve into a beast. It was not until Qiu Nanwei awakened the beast-taming space that Shenling Zhuyu took the initiative to sign a contract with him. It was not until the signing of the contract that Qiu Nanwei learned that the broken jade bracelet had successfully evolved and repaired itself. During the process of Shenling Zhuyu absorbing soul power and evolving, Qiu Nanwei always brought her with her. When Shenling Zhuyu successfully evolved and gained spiritual intelligence, the first person she saw was Qiu Nanwei. This reminded Qiu Nanwei of a phenomenon known as maternal attachment. Many animals often identify the first creature they see as their mother. Qiu Nanwei calls this first impression explosion. Shenling Zhuyu was the only one of Qiu Nanyu's 3 beasts that hadn't been coaxed into a contract. To make the contract with Shenling Zhuyu look more compatible, Qiu Nanyu bought almost exclusively Chinese clothing. After all, a guy wearing a short-sleeved shirt and a jade bracelet looked strange no matter how you looked at him, like a pervert. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Qingyu?" Qiu Nanwei had just sat down when a question like a lark's song rang in his ears. Qiu Nanwei turned around and saw a girl with a round face, large eyes, a slightly sturdy figure, and prominent muscles. Qiu Nanwei was not surprised by this. It was common for beastmasters to experience this. Each contract with a beast will have certain feedback. Whether it is appearance or personality, it will be affected to a certain extent. Judging from her appearance, she probably contracted a beast like a gorilla. The strange name, Young Master Qingyu, was indeed used to address Qiu Nanwei. For a long time, many classmates liked to call him that, even though Qiu Nanwei never agreed. In situations like today, Qiu Nanwei still wouldn't respond to her, but instead turned her head and stared at the tablet on the desk. It was the school's teaching device, completely replacing textbooks. Green Jade Prince is Qiu Nanyue's nickname, originally given by fans during a school forum during a contest to select the school idol. It's said to be because Qiu Nanwei regularly wears various styles of Hanfu. However, Qiu Nanwei never cared about his ranking on the school's most popular list. He didn't see the point in earning all that money, as the currencies on Blue Star and the other worlds were not standardized, and there was no unified standard between countries. However, the currency used by beastmasters was standardized. For Qiu Nanwei, anything truly useful was essentially barter. Earning more money here was pointless. It would be better to spend more time absorbing soul power and striving for a quick advancement. He wouldn't even read love letters and would just throw them in the trash. He would also decisively refuse when asked out in person. There was no such thing as love between beastmasters. Regardless of gender, every beastmaster had a natural harem. Once a beast tamer reaches the king rank, they can transform. A beast tamer who reaches the king rank can also contract 4 beast tamers. 4. Just thinking about it is exciting. Well, beast tamers with less talent can still find love. No way. No way, there's no way a beastmaster would actually contract a same-sex beastmaster. You have to know that the beastmaster needs to have a very high affinity with the beastmaster before a contract can be signed. What if the same-sex beastmaster you contracted turns out to be gay? And the probability is not low, although it is not absolute. Of course, the beastmaster is the same as him. Qiu Nanwei didn't say it. Thinking of this, Qiu Nanwei trembled with fear. After all, gender was not considered when making a contract with Yu. It really is Mr. Qingyu. Look at his eyes, his looks, I love him. And his cool attitude, he's simply the hardest guy to chase after among the school idols, Mr. Qingyu. Qiu Nanwei didn't respond, and the muscular girl didn't continue to pester him. She turned back to her small group and continued chatting. Soon, the classroom bell rang. Before I knew it, it was already 9 o'clock. The teacher hadn't arrived yet, but that wasn't surprising. After all, it was common for teachers to be late in this school. Generally, they would arrive in a few minutes. Although the teacher hadn't arrived yet, the classroom had already fallen silent. After all, The teachers who could teach here were usually better than the students, and some were even sent by the military. If you encounter a teacher with a bad temper, you can only endure it silently, because most of the students here are children from ordinary families, and children from beastmaster families generally do not come to school. So, if you get beaten, you can only consider yourself unlucky. 2 or 3 minutes later, a middle-aged bald uncle walked in from outside. Most of the teachers in the school are middle-aged. Because the young high-level beastmasters simply didn't have the time to teach, most of them joined the Seven Seas Palace and traveled to other worlds. Those who stayed behind were basically middle-aged people who had no hope of advancing and whose beastmaster careers were at a low point. This middle-aged man is wearing glasses and a suit, holding a tablet in his arms, and an owl is standing on his left shoulder. Owl, Xiaohei, gender, female, beastmaster rank, high level, beastmaster species, biology/power. Beast taming skills, strength enhancement, health increase, flight speed enhancement, increases air speed tenfold. Giant maximum size reaches 100 meters. Claw enhancement, claws are sharper and less susceptible to damage. Hello students. I'm your homeroom teacher. My last name is Liu. From now on, just call me Teacher Liu. I'm a high-level intermediate beastmaster. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Otherwise, come and see me after school or after get off work. As Teacher Liu spoke, he opened the tablet in his arms and tapped it a few times. The tablet screens on every desk in the classroom lit up instantly. The basic course information has been sent to you, including course schedule and information about teachers of each subject. You can take a closer look after class. I won't send it out again. The course schedule in high school is relatively easy now, with only half a day of classes every day. There are 2 classes in the morning and free training time in the afternoon. Students can go to the training room to absorb spirit, go to the gym to practice skills, or go to the video studio to observe the habits of various beasts. You can even go to the breeding ground to cultivate relationships with wild beasts. As long as you can form a contract with a wild beast, the school will not charge any fees. There are many wild beasts in the mountains behind the school, and as long as you can form a contract, they will not charge a penny. However, it is not easy to improve the favorability of the school's wild beasts. After all, those that are easy to contract have already been taken away. Despite this, many students still enjoy it. As a result, the space in the back mountain was almost completely occupied by young couples. After all, the wild beasts in the school were not too dangerous. But the real wild was different, and life could be threatened at any time. The difference between living in the wild and living in the city is huge. The school's teaching team also occasionally brings in rare wild animals from the wild, which is a rare opportunity for students. Teacher Liu continued to operate the tablet, and then the tablet in the classroom automatically opened an e-book. History of Taming Beasts. Students, the stable life we enjoy today is all earned through the blood and sweat of our ancestors. Studying history is not only about commemorating our ancestors, but more importantly, learning their fighting spirit. Only in this way can everyone's beast tamer career go more smoothly and go further. Okay, next, let's look at the Beast Tamer calendar 1787. Before I knew it, the morning had slipped away. The more interesting the class, the faster it flew by. In class, the tablet not only contained written notes, but also actual videos shot by various beastmasters. It is worth mentioning that there was once a satellite that was used as a beast tamer. However, its skills were too powerful and it actually peeped into the privacy of a king-level beast tamer and was killed. In reality, this type of beast taming isn't uncommon. Beast taming abilities are incredibly varied, and Xiao Nanhua has even seen some even more incredible ones. By watching these videos, one can not only learn about their various abilities, but also learn how to defend against them. The 2 classes in the morning were history classes, which brought 2 good news and 1 bad news. The bad news was that when Teacher Liu spoke, his mouth leaked air, and saliva flew all over the place, which was a bit embarrassing. The good news is that Teacher Liu likes to walk around the classroom, teaching as he goes, and treating every student equally. Xiao Nanhua was so moved by such a teacher that she almost cried. Another good news is that Xiao Nanhua's first beast, Shenling Jueyu, has learned to use the skill to generate a space wall, successfully blocking these saliva attacks. It is truly worthy of being his treasure. As soon as the 2 classes ended and Teacher Liu left, Xiao Nanhua followed her out of the classroom. After all, He had also experienced that period of high school when everyone was a king of the exam. So the desire to leave the classroom as soon as possible was understandable to him. As for Chiu Nanhua, he had barely interacted with the other students in the half-day he attended class. Even when a classmate approached him, he rarely responded, only replying when necessary. Socializing is a complex subject, and not everyone enjoys it. Chiu Nanhua's social code is, never initiate socializing. What if he has no friends? He doesn't care. After all, the Beast Tamer's circle originally focused on taming beasts. Although a death communication is not possible before the Beast Tamers reach a high level, this does not hinder the connection between them. Besides, Chiu Nanhua was someone who would eventually leave, so why add to her unnecessary worries? However, if there was a suitable beastmaster, he would still find a way to contract it. He was already a mid-level senior beastmaster, and would soon be promoted to a high-level one. He still had 2 beastmaster quotas, and once he reached the high level, he would have 3 quotas to use. In his previous life, Chiu Nanhua had only tricked one beastmaster into giving up its contract, and that beastmaster had been forced to break its contract. He and Xinling Zhuiyu had teamed up to trick Liuli Qingyu into giving him the jade. Blue-white jade hairpin, glazed jade, gender, female, beast tamer rank, formerly low-level king, currently high-level intermediate, downgraded due to the influence of the beast tamer type, accessories/auxiliary. Beast taming skills, charm enhancement, accelerated healing, accelerated training, skill enhancement, strengthen any one skill for 30 seconds, with a 3-minute cooldown. Shield, when the wearer wears this jade hairpin, they will gain a shield that can resist 10 strong attacks of the same level. Shield, actively generates a shield for the target that can resist 3 attacks of the current level. Glass Guardian. Liuli Qingyu is a perfect auxiliary beast that can not only speed up training but also strengthen skills. It has all the recovery and defense functions, and is equipped with a life-saving skill with a 7-day cooldown. Compared to other skills, the effect of increasing charm does not seem that important. After all, Chiu Nanhua is not bad-looking. He still has 2 contract quotas, one of which is temporarily reserved for the beast that was forced to terminate the contract. For the other spot, he hoped to find a speed, strength, or elemental beast tamer. He had been searching for a year and still hadn't found a suitable target. He wanted a beast for transportation and also hoped to contract an elemental beast, as elemental beasts had very powerful attack capabilities. However, what Chiu Nanhua lacked most was a means of attack. Although Xinling Zhuiyu's space-shattering skill is very powerful, its attack methods are still limited. We can't let the Beastmaster go into battle himself. Chapter 8 Tyrannosaurus. Chiu Nanhua gently stroked the jade bracelet on his wrist and asked softly, Yu, where do you think our next partner is? The jade bracelet vibrated slightly, as if responding to him. Yu! Chiu Nanhua showed a touched expression. I know, you must be comforting me, afraid that I'm anxious and worried. Yu, you are really my baby, I love you! Xinling Zhuiyu did not respond, but remained silent. After dinner, Chiu Nanhua came to the commercial street, picked a restaurant at random, ordered a special spicy braised chicken, and found a seat. At this time, he heard the people at the next table talking in low voices. Have you heard this year's Beast Tamer fledgling competition will be held in Jingzhou? There's news so soon. But isn't Jingzhou the permanent location for the Beast Tamer competition? Aren't they always holding international competitions? When did they start paying attention to our young beastmasters? But don't believe in rumors, don't spread them. TSK, you still don't understand. A few days ago, the 4 benevolent organizations of the Blue Star Beastmaster Alliance sent king-level beastmasters to China for a meeting. You should have noticed this king-level fluctuation. Chiu Nanhua paused briefly, quietly listening to the surrounding discussions. The 5 major benevolent organizations of the Blue Star Beastmaster Alliance were China, Ancient Rome, Ancient Babylon, Ancient Egypt, and Atlantis. As for why Ancient Rome replaced Ancient India, it was because Ancient India was destroyed in a battle. Speaking of the brutal acts of beastmasters, are they all the work of China? A voice rang out, clearly slandering China's reputation. Don't talk nonsense! Those are the actions of wild beastmasters. What does this have to do with China? Someone hurriedly argued. The conversation turned to the Beastmaster competition. Apparently, some young Beastmasters wanted to join in the fun and organized a small gathering. Young people want to participate. Are they representing me? A voice asked disapprovingly. What are you worried about? There aren't many people from Shuzhou who can go this time. They must have gone through a strict screening process. Do you think you can go? Another person replied. Oh, it seems so. The other person seemed a little helpless. At that moment, a loud bang suddenly erupted from the nearby table. It was a 2.5-meter tall, burly man, his red skin and muscular build creating a powerful sense of oppression. He abruptly stood up, smashing the table to pieces. He glared at the two men who had just spread the rumor, hot air pouring from his nostrils and mouth, veins bulging. Don't let me hear you continue spreading rumors. Next time, I won't just throw a table, he said, his voice low and threatening. The two men paled with fear, and repeatedly said, Yes, yes. Qiu Nanhua looked at the two men and couldn't help but sigh. As fellow beast tamers, they were actually frightened to the point of wetting their pants by such simple physical force. How shameful! In terms of power, the scene just now was no match for a low-level strength-type beastmaster. Obviously, a beastmaster's primary goal in battle is to protect the beastmaster, not rely solely on violence. This burly man is so irritable, he must have contracted a beastmaster with a hot temper like the Fire Rock man, right? TSK, I have to pay again. The red-haired man complained with dissatisfaction, smacking his lips. It was obvious that he was not afraid of paying, but he could not tolerate being forced to the point of smashing the table. While the red-haired man and the store owner went to the front desk to discuss compensation, the guests at another table continued to whisper. That's a Tyrannosaurus. Yes, it must be a Tyrannosaurus. There are a lot of red-haired kids in school, but he is the only one who is as strong and has such a hot temper. Tyrannosaurus. This nickname is quite special and it makes people laugh. Qiu Nanhua thought to herself, her nickname was still Green Jade Prince. But this guy's nickname didn't even have the human part. What did he say his name was? It's Tyrannosaurus. Who has the last name Bao? Tyrannosaurus is obviously his nickname. Are you stupid? Maybe Tyrannosaurus has a last name in front of it, like Wang Tyrannosaurus. Chapter 9 Meeting. There's something exciting going on just to have a meal. Life is so boring. Those who can open a store in a high school are not ordinary people. Although the waiter is quite ordinary, serving in a high school store full of beastmasters, he is not surprised by such incidents. They all thought it was no big deal. Aren't they going to discuss compensation? It's a shame they didn't fight, but that's true. Private fights are forbidden on campus, they should go to the gym. But as a Chinese, who wants to watch the fun, go to a proper competition venue? See anyway, Qiu Nanhua isn't watching. Is that what you call lively? People are fighting every day, so what's lively about that? We enjoy watching the excitement of unexpected events. A moment later, the spicy braised chicken with rice was served. This red broth, this crystal clear rice. A spoonful of red broth mixed with tender, smooth chicken is poured over the rice, and a potato is added. Holy shit, such a big piece of ginger, I thought it was a potato. The Shuzhou State Affairs Office is currently discussing young people in the conference room. The participants are from all parties in Shuzhou. This is a meeting about young people, but there are no young people attending. Sitting at the round table facing the door was Zhang Guodong, the deputy commander of the Shuzhou military. He looked like a tough middle-aged man, and the most eye-catching thing about him was his military uniform. This was a mass-produced beast tamer of the military, an auxiliary beast tamer that would actively help the beast tamer without the need for a contract. Sitting face to face with the deputy commander, and with his back to the door, was the director of the Education Bureau, Liu Baogua, an old man. He was thin and haggard, with deep wrinkles on his neck and brown spots on his cheeks. He had few teeth left, and his voice was trembling. If he didn't advance, he wouldn't have many years to live. Seated at the main seat on the left is Chen Yangzi, the leader of Qianjin Dao, the most prominent branch of Taoism. A kindly-looking elder dressed in a gray Taoist robe, Chen Yangzi gently strokes his beard, as if sensing the traces of time. Memories and emotions flow through his bright eyes. Chen Yangzi, a king-level beast tamer, represents the king-level mountain and river beast, Qingqing Mountain. Sitting on the right is Li Jishui, director of the Dashuzi Water Conservancy Bureau, who is said to be a descendant of Li Bing. His representative beast is the king-level architecture beast, Dujianjian. Li Jishui is handsome and friendly, giving people a very friendly feeling. He is also dressed very simply. He wears a simple shirt and jeans. This approachable image makes him seem down to earth, not like a powerful figure but more like a casual chatterbox at a roadside barbecue stall. It's said he has a young, talented, and wealthy daughter who's still unmarried. Aside from the Director of Education and the Deputy Commander of the Army, the other two of the four-seated officials held honorary military ranks. Zhang Guodong was originally from the military. Lu Baogua, Director of Education. What do you mean? You don't even want to play with him, right? You think he's too old? Aside from the Director of Education, the other three were all king-level beastmasters. 4 of them were also representatives of Congress. The other factions were represented by representatives of other factions, but none of them had reached the king level, so I won't introduce them here. A group of people sat in a circle for half an hour, and no one had spoken. Others. Why hasn't Zhang Guodong, the military's top leader, started yet? How can anyone else start without you? Zhang Guodong. Why hasn't Lu Baogua, the senior official from the Education Bureau, spoken yet? This time, the topic revolves around young beastmasters. He's the most appropriate person to start. Besides, respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue in China, and Lu Baogua is his teacher, so we should also respect teachers. Lu Baogua, my granddaughter is almost out of school. Why hasn't your plan started yet, Zhang Guodong? Another tooth fell out. Chapter 10 Ranking List. Li Jishui looked at his watch and finally couldn't help but said, Everyone has been here for half an hour. When will it start? Zhang Guodong glanced at everyone and saw Chang Yangzi still pinching his beard, as if he didn't intend to speak. Li Jishui shook his legs, looking a little impatient. He didn't really care about the meeting, but now that everyone was here, why wasn't the meeting started? So he muttered softly, We've been waiting for so long, what a waste of time. Nearby, Education Bureau Director Lu Baogua furtively wiped his eyes, as if he had just lost a tooth. The others were also somewhat disengaged. Some picked at their fingers, some twitched their legs, and still others rolled their eyes in boredom, even drooling. The atmosphere in the meeting room seemed somewhat relaxed, with no one being too particular about small matters. Zhang Guodong sighed and finally spoke. Teacher Lu, and representatives of various forces, the main content of this meeting is about the issue of young beastmasters aged 15 to 20, especially the situation of young beastmasters from various forces. It turns out that the previous king-level beastmaster fluctuations were for this meeting, someone whispered. Zhang Guodong nodded. That's right. The leaders of several powerful nations believe that we've been in the top spots in the beastmaster competition for many years in a row. They've lost too many times in this once-a-century competition and are unwilling to accept the result. They hope to regain their lead in the young people's competition. Therefore, they have re-established the Blue Star Beastmaster fledgling competition, targeting young beastmasters between the ages of 15 and 20. The first Blue Star Beast Taming Hatchling competition will be held at the Jingzhou Bird's Nest. Each state will send 1,000 contestants. This meeting is to discuss how to allocate the places. After hearing this, the conference room immediately fell into a heated discussion. I think our military should take the lead in organizing this competition, and the first 1,000 contestants should go directly. How many games will it take? How many young people are there in total? Will there be enough time? Another voice interrupted. What if some students advance later? That's fine, we can open multiple venues. What about the referees? How will fairness be guaranteed? Someone asked. The military will send one referee, one for each competing faction. Do the military have the time? Aren't they busy stabilizing the border? A voice questioned. So what do you say? Zhang Guodong responded. The meeting fell into a brief silence until the director of the Education Bureau suddenly spoke up. I heard the top few will have the opportunity to establish an emotional connection with a king-level beastmaster. This statement instantly turned the already heated discussion into a heated argument. I think our nature association should get 100 spots. 100? How could you possibly take up 100 spots with so few young beastmasters in your nature association? Another person exclaimed. Old Zhu, don't say that, a representative retorted. We in Fingyu Pavilion have a large number of outstanding young beastmasters, and they deserve more places. We focus on beastmasters, not beast tamers. How can a beastmaster competition be related to wild beasts? Old man Zhu, you are so hypocritical. Another representative responded angrily. The entire conference hall erupted again. We Buddhists want 100 spots too. Where have all the young people in your Buddhism gone? Life is so good these days, who would want to become a monk? Besides, you Buddhists already have more than one king-level beastmaster. Find a way to contract them first. Amitabha, the donor is right. We do want 100 places in order to fulfill the law of karma. Haha, Buddhism is really hypocritical. Another representative laughed. The atmosphere was heated for a while, until Li Jishui slammed the table impatiently. Enough, everyone, stop arguing. What nonsense! You are all representatives of different factions, and you are actually scolding like shrews in the street. How disgraceful! I propose that each faction reserve 10 spots, and the remaining spots will be determined through a ranking list. Everyone can challenge those with higher rankings. If you feel you are stronger than others, then challenge them. Once the ranking list is finalized, no more challenges will be allowed. What if there's a round-robin battle? Someone asked. Then give the people guarding the leaderboards some rest time. What if the beastmaster gets injured or dies? Another question was raised. When a high-level beastmaster dies, it returns to the beastmaster space and takes a week to revive. If there is death, we will spend money to find a healing beastmaster to heal. You want opportunities but don't want to spend money, is that okay? Okay. The meeting fell into a brief silence, and Li Jishui stood up and continued. Okay, since everyone has no objection, it's settled. You can discuss the specific details with the military. I'm going to pick up my daughter. Goodbye. After saying that, he nodded to the other 3 representatives, stood up and left the meeting room. Lu Baogua, the director of the Education Bureau, followed closely behind. He smiled and said through his leaky mouth, Our high school students are only 18 years old at most, 2 years younger than the highest age. The main force competing for the list will definitely be those young beastmasters. I won't get involved in the details, old man. My granddaughter is waiting for me to pick her up, so I'll go first. With that, he left the meeting room with a smile, leaning on his cane. Chapter 11. Yu is a jealous little girl. Zhang Guodong coughed lightly and looked around at the representatives present. Everyone, does anyone have any suggestions? Everyone was silent for a moment, and in the end no new opinions were put forward. Since everyone agrees, let's proceed according to Li Jishui's proposal. Zhang Guodong continued. This ranking list will be published on the official website of the Beast Taming Alliance's Huaxia Shuzhou branch, and will also be displayed on the large screen in the Shuzhou branch's lobby. Also, we need to give this ranking a name and offer some rewards, otherwise other states will see it and think our state doesn't take it seriously enough. Yes, the first Blue Star Beast Taming Competition Hatchling competition will begin in 6 months. What if I'm already 21 years old when I sign up? The time between registration and the competition isn't that long, so it doesn't matter. The major forces should also control their young people. Those who are over 21 years old when registering cannot participate. However, if you are over 21 during the competition, you can still continue to compete. After Zhang Guodong finished speaking, everyone nodded. As for the issue of fairness, everyone tacitly understood that it was the State Council's concern anyway. In a world of beast control where strength reigns supreme, talk of fairness is practically empty talk. After lunch, Jiao Nanhua returned to school, ready to continue training in the training room to improve her soul power. Wow, it's young Master Qingyu. So handsome, and has a great body, I love him so much. It really is young Master Qingyu. I said I wouldn't run into him on the way to the stadium. I checked, and young Master Qingyu only goes to his home, the teaching building, and the training room. He never goes anywhere else. If he doesn't go to the gym, then where does he train his beast taming? My young master is a natural. He doesn't need any training, and his coordination with the beast tamers is perfect. TSK, your young master's beast taming skills aren't up to par. I heard he's never participated in a competition. He's already a senior this year, how come I haven't heard of him participating in a competition? You're talking nonsense. My young master is pursuing the great truth and disdains to fight with these little brats. Jiao Nanhua looked at the passers-by helplessly, thinking, how could a slightly better-looking person become the focus of their dispute? Watching these people arguing over her endlessly, Jiao Nanhua was speechless. In fact, it is not uncommon for girls to want to make a move in front of him, but these people are isolated by Shenling Jueyu. After all, Yu is a jealous girl. Unlike those celebrities, Jiao Nanhua didn't need bodyguards around him, nor did he need to notify Shenling Zhuyu at any time. His beast, Shenling Zhuyu, would have already used his skills to isolate himself from these unnecessary troubles. The school forbids private fighting, so no matter how many people are around, he can still walk his own path with peace of mind. Arriving at the door of the training room, the robot scanned Xiaonanhua, and a light screen appeared in front of him, displaying his basic information. Xiaonanhua, a student in Class 1013 of Senior 3, Beast Tamer rank, Intermediate Senior Beast Tamer, Beast Taming, not logged in school records, battle record, no competition record, remaining training time, 100 hours. Every high school student has 100 hours of free training time every year. After that, it needs to be purchased with soul coins. Because the training room's resources are limited and there are many beastmasters, everyone can only use it as needed. With each promotion, students will receive soul coins from the government to purchase beasts. These soul coins are generally used to purchase young beasts, as newborn beasts are the easiest to contract. Beast tamer eggs were even more valuable, and the government subsidy wasn't enough to buy one. Many students supplemented their living expenses with part-time jobs. But I don't need a part-time job, Xiaonanhua thought. She had no need to buy beast tamers, and the most soul coins she spent were in the training room. His life was simple and routine. Besides going to school, he practiced cultivation and tamed beasts. His routine was trouble-free. Although somewhat lonely, Xiaonanhua wasn't afraid of it. He feared more the endless worry he felt. Make close friends with classmates? Forget it. Xiaonanhua smiled lightly. She knew in her heart that she preferred to be alone, and a nod to each other was enough. Chapter 12, Crouching Dragon Rankings. Time always flies by so fast, and a busy day will pass by inadvertently. When Xiaonanhua feels tired, she knows it's time to rest. Although the physical fitness of a beastmaster will gradually improve with practice, it still needs rest. Maintaining a positive attitude can actually help you advance more smoothly. Xiaonanhua has already advanced to the king rank and is now entering the stage of repairing his cultivation. There are no bottlenecks on the road to the king rank, and he lives a leisurely life. The world situation is now stable, and everyone seems to be under no pressure. Life was blissful now, with plenty to eat and plenty to wear. While only king rank beastmasters could enjoy eternal life, not every beastmaster pursued that goal. Rather than pursuing an uncertain king rank, it was better to enjoy everything that was before him. Living in the present moment is a life attitude worth promoting. No one can know whether another person is happy or not, so why bother trying to persuade them with the tone of an elder? Xiaonanhua's original intention was to create a world that would not disturb his peaceful sleep. As time went by, his thoughts gradually changed, but he always liked the life of being able to rest well after working hard. After a hard day today, Xiaonanhua planned to go home and have a good rest to welcome a better tomorrow. The next day, the time and place remained the same, and the teacher was still the same. The only difference was that this time it wasn't the teacher's voice, but the school announcement. Whoosh, microphone test. Today I have an important announcement, especially for those graduating soon. Our school will be launching a competition called the Wulong Ranking for young beastmasters between the ages of 15 and 20. Each student on the list will receive a prize. The top place winner will receive a pet egg with a king-level bloodline, while the second and third place winners will receive a king-level bloodline cub. The list will be finalized on June 29th. Come on, fight for the honor of the school! After the announcement, there was a moment of silence. Then, the announcement sounded again. Please welcome students Li Yingying from Class 8 of Senior 4, Wang Xiaobao from Class 108 of Senior 4, Lu Jiajia from Class 1272 of Senior 4, Class 2607, Grade 4, Xiaonanhua, Class 1013, Grade 3. Please invite these 10 students to the Hongyuan Building Conference Room for a short meeting. Upon hearing the class names, Xiaonanhua realized he was on the list, too, which surprised him. The others were all seniors in their 4th year of high school, but he was the only one in his 3rd year. They were all having a meeting together, so what could be going on? Did you know that young Master Qingyu is Xiaonanhua? He's our class representative, a classmate whispered. He's a junior, and he's actually having a meeting with seniors? What's going on? Another classmate asked. Do you know Li Yingying? She's known as the Witch of Shocking Waves. Wang Xiaobao is even more of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and Lu Jiajia is no ordinary person either. Is Lu Jiajia anything special? Tell me about it. She has a baby face and isn't very tall, but she has a very prominent pair of breasts. Last year, she was ranked number 1 on the school forum's campus beauty pageant. Hiss, what a ruthless person. How come you don't know all this? Are you a caveman? I just transferred here, how could I possibly know all this? Transfer students, that's rare, why did you transfer? I've been through a social breakdown, so I can't reveal the specifics. Tisk, stingy. At this moment, Teacher Lu walked up to the podium, slammed the tablet on the table, and said with a frown, Silence! Your animal control teacher will be here soon. Today we'll discuss running 20 laps in the gym without using soul power. The classroom instantly fell silent. Teacher Lu continued, Chio Nanhua, please go. I'll ask for leave for you. Chio Nanhua stood up and nodded to Teacher Lu. Thank you for your help, Teacher Lu. I'll go right away. Chapter 13. Li Yingying and Lu Jiejia. Hangyuan Building is the school's faculty building, located in a very central location, where all teachers and school staff have their offices. Chio Nanhua had never been here before, and today was her first time there, for a meeting. It took about 20 minutes to walk from Ziyuan Building to Hongyuan Building. There were few people on the road. During the morning cultural class period, the campus was particularly quiet, with the occasional sight of janitors cleaning. Chio Nanhua understood that he had been called to the meeting mainly because he was in the first echelon. Although he was only in his 3rd year of high school, with Liu Qingyu, a support-type beastmaster, the gap between him and a beastmaster who had trained for 3 years was not that big after 2 years of training. Catching up with the top echelon of seniors was no problem at all. More importantly, Chio Nanhua did not encounter any bottlenecks in his advancement to the king rank. As long as he continued to practice for another month or 2, he would be able to become the best in the school. Among the senior high school graduates, several had already reached the lower levels of the high rank and were highly sought after by all the major forces. A prestigious school like Shuzhou 13th High School had 5 high-level junior high school graduates last year. However, since the school had just started, the high-level students had not yet appeared. Therefore, Chio Nanhua, as a mid-level high-level beastmaster, was clearly in the first echelon. Combined with the news about the rankings, this meeting should be encouraging intermediate and advanced students to compete for spots and offering some rewards. Not long after, Chio Nanhua arrived at Hongyuan Building. In front of the building, he encountered 2 girls. One was Li Yingying, with her long light blue hair, and the other was Lu Jiejia, a petite girl with a baby face. Chio Nanhua couldn't help but stop and thought, isn't this the combination of the 1st and 4th on the campus beauty list? Li Yingying and Lu Jiejia saw Chio Nanhua and immediately ran towards him excitedly. Young Master Qingyu! Lu Jiejia shouted first, then ran towards Chio Nanhua with Li Yingying. Chio Nanhua suddenly felt her aloof image break down. She quickly turned around, quickened her pace, and pretended not to hear. In her heart, she kept complaining, this Yu is such a jealous little girl. I'm almost getting Parkinson's. When Lu Jiejia caught up, her eyes sparkled on her face, and she asked shyly, Mr. Qingyu, I'm your fan. Can you sign an autograph for me? Chio Nanhua couldn't help but hold her forehead, thinking to herself, her action really makes people laugh. Seeing her seriousness, Chio Nanhua and Li Yingying exchanged a glance, their minds connected, as if they could both guess what was going to happen next. My name isn't Young Master Qingyu, it's Chio Nanhua. He waved his hand. Sorry, I don't have paper or pen with me, and I don't usually sign things like this. Lu Jiejia was stunned for a moment, and Li Yingying gently reminded her. Jiejia, just call him by his name, don't call him Young Master Qingyu anymore. Lu Jiejia nodded and shyly walked up to Chio Nanhua, whispering, Chio Nanhua, I want to be friends with you. Can you add my contact information? Chio Nanhua felt helpless, thinking to herself, from the outside, she looks older than me, why is she so shy? Then she thought again, Lu Jiejia's personality is really unpredictable. Don't call me brother. You're older than me. Just call me by my name. Chio Nanhua took out her phone, quickly processed it, and sent her contact information to Lu Jiejia. Add it yourself? With that, he turned and entered Hongyuan Building, where several members of the student union were waiting for him. Some students had already arrived in the conference room. Most of them were top students in the school, and they were familiar with each other. Chio Nanhua looked around, feeling a little uncomfortable because he was the only senior student. Outside, Li Yingying and Lu Jiejie were still chatting. I added him, Yingying. I added my idol, Lu Jiejie said excitedly. Congratulations, Jiejie, Li Yingying replied with a smile. I can't believe it was so easy to add him. Lu Jiejie smiled, her eyes twinkling. Li Yingying sighed, looking at Lu Jiejie's excited expression, and couldn't help shaking her head. Jiejie, pay attention to your image. After all, you are a senior in the school. Don't let people laugh at you. How can I be worthy of brother Qiu? Lu Jiejie said in a low voice. Jiejie, you are only 17 years old and still young, don't worry. He was number 1 on the list of the last school handsome boy, and you were number 1 on the list of the last school beautiful girl. You are a perfect match, Li Yingying encouraged. At this moment, Qiu Nanhua walked into the conference room and sat down without saying much. He didn't really care about these things, only lamenting that he was being hailed as a male god. In reality, Qiu Nanhua had no idea how many fans were behind the title of Green Jade Prince. Chapter 14. Another meeting. Cough, cough, cough. Just when the two of them were discussing intensely, a cough was heard from behind them. The two turned around. Why are you here, Wan Yangming? Why are you listening to what others are saying? Wan Yangming and the two of them knew each other. His parents worked in the same unit as Lu Jiejie's parents, so they would occasionally see each other and often played together when they were young, but they later became estranged when they entered high school. Wan Yangming, dressed in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses, looked like a typical intellectual. But at this moment, his veins were bulging and he looked furious. Lu Jiejie, I'm kindly reminding you to stop getting horny. This is in front of the faculty building. Aren't you afraid the Dean of Studies will hear you? Your kindness is being taken for granted. Hearing this, Lu Jiejie's cheeks flushed immediately, and she quickly said, I'm sorry, Wan Yangming. Humph. The meeting has started, go in quickly, your hello brother is waiting for you inside. Li Yingying sighed, she has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. In the conference room, there was only one third-year student, Qiu Nanhua, but there was no drama of seniors suppressing their juniors. It seems that the quality of students in their school is still very high. After a while, an unfamiliar classmate came in. He glared at Qiu Nanhua and then sat aside. Behind him were two school beauties. As soon as they came in, all the boys' eyes were focused on them. Lu Jiejie locked her sights on Qiu Nanhua the moment she entered, then pulled her best friend Li Yingying to sit next to her. The moment they sat next to Qiu Nanhua, the surrounding gazes suddenly became hostile. They had been so friendly just a moment ago, but it turned out that beauty was the root of trouble. Brother Nanhua, what did you eat yesterday? It was an awkward conversation, wasn't it? Luckily, there was no need to reply. School leaders started to arrive, and the hostile gazes vanished. A middle-aged man sat at the head of the group, with a charming young woman to his left and a poker-faced, Mediterranean-looking man to his right. Hello, students. I believe you all recognize me. I am your principal, Wan Yugui. The person on the left is Vice Principal Li Yun, and the person on the right is Director of the Academic Affairs Office, Yi Yu. The middle-aged uncle at the head spoke first, and the two people around him also spoke up. Hello, students. Hello? Times 9. Hello, students. Hello? Times 9. The principal continued. Because one of our students has gone on a field mission, we won't be waiting for him. I've asked Director Yi to notify the teacher and pass on the message. The reason I called you all here this time is none other than the Wulong ranking. Do you know why we are launching this ranking? To reward talented students and increase their enthusiasm for cultivation? Wan Yangming said, pushing his glasses with his fingers. What Wan Yangming said is correct, but he didn't mention the main reason. The main reason is that the first Blue Star Beast Taming Hatchling competition is about to begin in Jingzhou. This hatchling competition is not just a competition within the state, but an international competition. Therefore, the purpose of the ranking list is not only to increase everyone's enthusiasm, but also to select the strongest fledgling in Shuzhou to enhance our national prestige. And the seniors of the Seven Seas Palace will come to watch this competition. But we are only mid-level beastmasters, and we feel like we are completely cannon fodder, said another conspicuous bag. Don't worry, everyone. High-level beastmasters are still a minority. According to incomplete statistics, there are only about 200 high-level beastmasters under the age of 20 in Shu province, and each province has 1,000 places for the competition, so there will always be opportunities for everyone to show their talents. Even if you can't win, going to Jing province to see the talents of various countries is also a good way to go. What if we don't make the list? After all, the upper age limit is 20, and we're 2 years younger. It won't be easy to catch up. This time, Wan Yangming, the conspicuous figure, asked again. Who cares? Just rush in. Wan Xiaobao is very confident. This spirit of perseverance is truly commendable, and Wan Yangming's attitude of doing things within one's capabilities is also worth learning from. But don't worry too much, the school has 10 places for recommended admission. Even if we don't make the list, we can still go to Jingzhou. However, I still hope that everyone can rely on their own efforts and abilities to go to Jingzhou, and our school can also send a few more people. Detailed ranking rules can be found on the official website of the Blue Star Beast Taming Alliance Huaxia Shuzhou branch. Do you have any questions? After a while, seeing no one responded, Principal Wang continued. This concludes this brief meeting. Everyone keep practicing. I look forward to your performance. Qiu Nanhua, please come with me to my office. No way. Looking for him again, Qiu Nanhua had no choice but to follow Principal Wang to his office. He was shocked when he entered the office. It was not because the principal's office was so luxurious, but because a beast that could not appear in the school had appeared in the school. Ahem, I'm asking if you can reach the level of a high-level beastmaster in 6 months. Principal Wang sat in his chair, took a sip of tea, and choked. Nothing is absolute in this world. I can only promise you, Principal. I'll try my best, Qiu Nan replied. Qiu Nanhua thought to himself, the old man looks down on me. But he still answered the principal modestly. After all, the principal was only a high-level beastmaster, just a high-level one. He didn't have much experience. Chapter 15 Lu Jiejia is a flower maniac. Classmate Qiu Nanhua, I have been the principal for so many years, but this is the first time I have met a young person with such high talent like you studying in our school. In fact, I should have met you a long time ago. After 2 years of practice, you can catch up with the third-year students. I recognize your talent very much and originally planned to kill your enthusiasm. But it seems you also understand how difficult it is to advance, and how difficult it is to break through bottlenecks. There are many students who have reached the intermediate or advanced level at the age of 20, but ultimately fail to break through to the advanced level in the rest of their lives. It seems the principal took Qiu Nanhua's words to mean he thought breaking through the bottleneck was difficult. He was really just being modest. How could Qiu Nanhua not know how difficult it was to break through? How many friends had died before him, without even being able to see them for the last time? A student as outstanding as you should be able to receive many awards, but you never participate in competitions, so there's no way for me to give you any. Even I, the principal, can't find a way for you to receive any awards. So if you have any requests, please tell me privately. As long as I can meet them, I will do my best to satisfy you. It will be considered as my personal support for you. Hey, Principal, what are these antiques? Qiu Nanhua glanced around the office. There was a display stand at the back of the office, on which were placed some ceramic flower pots for treasures of the study, poems, calligraphy and paintings, and other ancient cultural relics. Ah, some antiques. Before I became a school leader, I was a history teacher. I still keep my old habits and like to collect ancient artifacts. Is that so? Then can I choose one as a reward? They are just some ordinary antiques, not worth much. Are you sure? Yes. It seems that you wear Hanfu and jade hairpins and bracelets not to look cool, but because you really like antiques. Haha. It seems that the principal really doesn't know that there is a beastmaster mixed in with this group of antiques. Take any of your picks, even 2. Qiu Nanhua pretended to walk around several times, pretending to choose, and finally held up a broken jade flute and said to the principal, I'll take it. It's already damaged and worth very little. At most, it's just for collection. I know someone who specializes in restoring cultural relics. How about I take it to him and have it fixed and give it to you? No, I think it's fine. Thank you, Principal. I'll go practice for a while. Go ahead. What a good kid. He practices hard, has great talent, and isn't greedy for money. If only our child had this, he'd probably ask for the broken flute as a favor, and he wouldn't embarrass me. No, I have to teach my grandson more about beast taming when I go back. Although he still has 2 years to awaken the beast taming space, if he is exposed to beast taming knowledge earlier, he can devote the whole day to practice, and there is no need for him to learn cultural knowledge in the morning. Grandson, have you never considered the possibility of a failed awakening? Qiu Nanhua tucked the jade flute under her sleeve and walked out of Hongyuan Tower, onto the sidewalk. Puff! What are you laughing at? A pleasant voice suddenly rang out from behind. Qiu Nanhua was so frightened that she used 2 flashes in a row to distance herself. Seeing that it was the 2 school beauties behind her, she felt relieved. She glared at them and said, "Why are you following me?" Li Yingying looked at the infatuated Lu Jiejia, sighed helplessly, and said to me, "It's like this. Jiejia wanted to treat you to a meal, so she was waiting for you by Hangyuan Tower. Who knew you'd just leave in a hurry? I called you several times from behind, but you didn't hear me." "That's not right." Lu Jiejia's voice is so loud, even if Qiu Nanhua was engrossed, he should be able to hear her. He looked at Lu Jiejia. From the beginning, Li Yingying was the only one talking. Lu Jiejia didn't say a word, but she kept mumbling something. After looking at her pupils that seemed to contain hearts, I understood. This is a fangirl. "You haven't told me yet, what are you happy about? I heard from Jiejia that fans have never seen you smile. I'm quite curious." I remembered something happy. "Oh." Li Yingying's cheeks bulged slightly, with a slightly dissatisfied expression, but Qiu Nanhua ignored her. Their relationship was not yet to the point where he could comfort her. "Instead of comforting her, I should think about how to comfort you. This jealous little girl, someone he didn't notice, approached me, and you didn't even remind him this time. It seems she looked at other girls too much, and wanted to give him a hard time. It seems I'll have to hug and comfort him when I get home tonight." "Let's go." "What? Aren't we going to have dinner together?" "Oh. Jiejia, wake up quickly, your male god is about to run away." Li Yingying grabbed Lu Jiejia's shoulders and shook her head. Chapter 16 Jinsi Zaiyuri. "Let's go." "What? Aren't we having dinner together?" Qiu Nanhua was really happy. Although he couldn't sign a contract now, he was the first to get Yaya because he was close to her. As long as he kept her by his side, he believed that sooner or later she would discover his shining points. Jade Flute, Jinsi Purple Jade Flute. Gender, Female Beastmaster. Rank, King Rank. Low-level Beastmaster. Species, Instrument/Auxiliary Beastmaster. Skills, Effect Enhancement, adds special effects to music played. Sonic Penetration, music played with the Jinsi Purple Jade Flute affects the soul and cannot be blocked by physical means. Repertoire Storage, automatically stores songs played by the player, with a total of 100 songs stored and 100 remaining. Autoplay, plays stored songs without the need for a player, but the effect is reduced by half. Disguise, disguises as any object to deceive beastmasters or beastmasters up to 1 level above the player. This ability can also be used on others. Power is bound to the soul. In her previous life, Qiu Nanhua had reached the highest level, reaching the intermediate king rank, allowing her to see through the panels of all beastmasters below the intermediate king rank. This was another auxiliary beastmaster, completely different from Liu Liqingyu. All of this beastmaster's abilities were reflected in the music. The specific effects are unknown, but it seems he'll need to sign up for a music class. Set a small goal, learn 100 songs. Before I knew it, I was already at the restaurant. I decided to have seafood today. After all, someone's treating, and I'd be a fool not to take advantage of a good deal. Eating doesn't cost much these days, unless the dishes are made from the meat of imperial beasts. But Qiu Nanhua doesn't like that because every imperial beast is highly intelligent. They also have various emotions and desires, and they have loved ones and friends. Therefore, Qiu Nanhua basically won't eat dishes made from beast meat, unless it is beneficial to his cultivation. Otherwise, if it is just to satisfy his appetite, ordinary unevolved animals and plants will taste good too. The school's seafood restaurant is a place that makes people linger, filled with a variety of delicious seafood dishes. When he stepped into the door of the seafood restaurant, a strong smell of seafood would hit his nose, instantly arousing his appetite. The restaurant's bright colors and fresh decor create a cozy and comfortable atmosphere. The walls are covered with pictures and posters of various seafood, allowing customers to easily see the different types of seafood and how they are prepared. The restaurant's comfortable wooden tables and chairs create a warm and cozy atmosphere. A variety of condiments, and side dishes are laid out on the tables for customers to choose from. There's also a large seafood display case filled with fresh seafood, making it truly mouth-watering. After Chiu Nanhua and the two women sat down, Li Yingying couldn't wait to open the tablet on the table and skillfully order dishes. It seemed that she was still a foodie. As for the other one, tears were shining at the corners of her mouth. Chiu Nanhua could tell from her eyes that she wasn't crying for the delicious dishes. After ordering, the chef at the seafood restaurant quickly prepared delicious seafood dishes for you. In addition to seafood, Chiu Nanhua also ordered various side dishes and drinks on the tablet, including fruit wine and rice wine. What would you two like to drink? I ordered it myself. Brother Nanhua, call me Jia. Chiu Nanhua. Li Yingying. Chiu Nanhua ignored her and continued to order the meal. Although it was her treat, she didn't need to pay attention to her. After ordering, Li Yingying felt a little awkward while waiting for the food to be served and decided to start a conversation. You really reached the advanced intermediate level in your third year of high school. That's amazing. I had just entered the intermediate level back then. Of course, Brother Nanhua is the best. Being ahead for a while doesn't mean being ahead forever. It's the same for beastmasters and beast tamers. The class bottleneck is always the mountain that is difficult to cross. Chiu Nanhua responded with a hint of deep meaning. Li Yingying looked at him for a long moment, perhaps not understanding what he meant. After all, what was written in the books was based on the experiences of previous generations. How could one understand without experiencing it? Furthermore, the self-proclaimed genius was, after all, just a teenage girl. Add 2 adjectives at most. She was just a talented girl with a bit of beauty. At that moment, Chiu Nanhua's desire to make friends completely disappeared without a trace. He didn't want to encounter it again, a hero returning home without anyone to recognize him, and his relatives and friends all turned into bones. Chapter 17. Why does Lu Jiajia want close protection? Li Yingying saw that the conversation on the previous topic was not going on, so she planned to start another one. Chiu Nanhua, what do you think of the Wulong rankings opened in our state this time? What can you do? Just lie down and watch. There are admission quotas anyway. Do you want a young beast with king bloodline? Forget it. A mid-level beastmaster can't beat a high-level one, unless he bullies a healing beastmaster. But it's impossible for a high-level beastmaster to have 3 healing beasts. Chiu Nanhua said casually. There are 800 places, can't we take up one? The school can also leave 1 place vacant for recommended admission. Li Yingying retorted. There's no need for that. If he really has the ability, he would go and rob it himself. If he doesn't have the ability, he won't go to Jingzhou to broaden his horizons. You have to know that competing with geniuses may not necessarily inspire fighting spirit. Chiu Nanhua replied. I'm actually worried about you. You know, there are more than 9 of us in the senior class. There are at least 30 of us. If they knew about your admission, we'd be fine. We often compete, so we're well known enough that we wouldn't be too worried. The problem is you never participate in any competitions, not even the final exams. No one at school even knows you have those beasts. They'd definitely encourage you to compete. Li Yingying replied, slapping the table in dissatisfaction. Whoever dares to fight with Brother Chiu Nanhua must beat me first. Lu Jiajia slammed the table and shouted loudly after wiping the sparkles from the corner of her mouth. Chiu Nanhua and Li Yingying were both shocked, and after they realized what was happening, they felt speechless. Jia, you can't always be with Chiu Nanhua. He has to go home eventually, and you can't go with him. If you are not with Chiu Nanhua, they will always find a chance to stir up trouble. Li Yingying held her forehead, shook her head gently, and said softly. What should I do? Yingying, help me! Lu Jiajia was suddenly panicked. Li Yingying is right. There's no need for that, and I won't be provoked by him. Chiu Nanhua said casually while eating the dish that the chef had just served. Can't you just get on stage and measure your wrists so they don't dare challenge you again? That's not necessary. The match process will take at least an hour no matter how fast we play, not to mention the commuting time. If you have that much time, you might as well absorb more soul power and improve your rank. Competitions without benefits are just something that Xianyan Bao likes to do. Chiu Nanhua said to Li Yingying with a frivolous and nonchalant look. Li Yingying frowned and retorted. Competitions can consolidate knowledge learned and train the coordination between beastmasters. How can they be useless? Xiao Nanhua glanced at Li Yingying and said, "You are right. The prerequisite is that the target is a beastmaster who has never experienced real fighting." If you say this to a beastmaster who has experienced the chaotic era, Xiao Nanhua will just find it funny. How could playing house work on him? If he has contracted a new beastmaster, he might fight once or twice to familiarize himself with the beastmaster's skills. Yes, what you said makes sense, Xiao Nanhua said perfunctorily. But he couldn't possibly tell Li Yingying about this. Even if he did, she wouldn't believe him. So there was no need. Just a few perfunctory words would do. But I don't listen. After saying that, Xiao Nanhua grinned at Li Yingying. Li Yingying was interrupted by Xiao Nanhua just when she was about to respond. Now she had a frown on her face, and her eyes revealed deep dissatisfaction and anger. Her lips were tightly pursed, as if she was trying to control her emotions. Her fingers were clenched into fists, and she made a straight hook at Xiao Nanhua, letting Xiao Nanhua feel her inner anger and dissatisfaction. Humph! A clear chuckle expressed her current mood. Her kindness was taken for granted. Pa! If Lu Jiajia hadn't been there, she would have dragged you to the gymnasium to compete. Chapter 18 My Mom's Best Friend Li Yingying. The three of them had passed the meal unnoticed. While Lu Jiajia was paying the bill, Li Yingying called Xiao Nanhua alone. This surprised him. What did she want to say when Lu Jiajia was not around? Well, I really don't know you very well, but it's hard to change Jiajia's mind. I hope you don't make Jiajia sad. Xiao Nanhua turned to look at Li Yingying. Li Yingying's cheeks were slightly red, not sure if it was because of the wine or the embarrassment in her words. If you feel embarrassed, don't say it. At such a young age, you have become a mother's best friend. I'm sorry, I can't promise you. If Lu Jiajia really behaves like she did today. Alas! Xiao Nanhua said halfway, feeling that the rest of the words could not be expressed openly. You should persuade her more. Don't let her start a relationship that is destined to be sad, Xiao Nanhua said to Li Yingying in a different way. Thank her for treating us today. After saying that, Xiao Nanhua left without looking back. Li Yingying did not call him, but watched Xiao Nanhua leave silently. Her brows were slightly frowned, and she fell into deep thought. Her lips were tightly closed, thinking about how to tell Lu Jiajia without hurting her. At this time, Lu Jiajia came out from the corner. She forced a smile, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, but her eyes revealed helplessness and bitterness. She said in a trembling voice, Has Brother Xiao Nanhua left? Li Yingying came back to her senses and turned to look at Lu Jiajia. Her expression was shocked, her pupils shrank slightly, and she said in a trembling voice, Jiajia, when did you come? Hey Yingying, what are you talking about? I just got here. Lu Jiajia forced a smile, but the sadness that could not be concealed gradually overflowed from her eyes. Li Yingying ran over, hugged Lu Jiajia, gently stroked her head, and said softly, I'm sorry. Woo, wow. Lu Jiajia leaned in Li Yingying's arms, tears sliding down her cheeks. She felt her heart crying. Lu Jiajia raised her arms, hugged Li Yingying's waist, buried her head in her arms, and cried freely. Li Yingying gently stroked her hair, not knowing how to comfort her. This relationship ended before it even began. Were childhood memories so hard to forget? Lu Jiajia cried for a long time. After she calmed down, she looked at Li Yingying with red eyes and said, Yingying, I really don't want to give up. Li Yingying watched her silently, then reached out and gently stroked her hair. Her hand was soft and warm, as if conveying love and comfort to her. Lu Jiajia sat quietly in her arms, enjoying the care from her mother-like best friend. This kind of friendship is rare in the world. She is worthy of being my mother's best friend. Since Jiajia has made up her mind, I will always be behind you and support you. Yingying. Jiajia. I have to find an opportunity to beat Xiao Nanhua up. Although he is not wrong, I still feel unhappy. Xiao Nanhua, who was sitting in the car, felt a chill. Achio. He sneezed twice in a row. This shouldn't be possible. I'm already a mid-level advanced beastmaster, but I still feel cold in the car. Dear passenger, would you like to turn up the temperature? It's troublesome, 2 or 3 times will do. Receive. Looking at the scenery outside the window, I felt a surge of emotion. Tall buildings are rising from the ground, and this is no longer the chaotic era of the past. Chiu Nanhua took out the broken jade flute from her sleeve that she had received from the principal's office, the Jinsei purple jade flute. She has a skill called disguise. He was very curious why she disguised herself as a broken half of a complete jade flute. However, if she wants to keep pretending to be a damaged antique, then treat her as a broken jade flute and cooperate with her performance. There was no other way. If he exposed her, she would get angry and embarrassed, making it twice as difficult to increase his favorability. He would have no place to cry. Chapter 19 is blocked. The next morning, the sunlight filtered through the curtains and softly fell onto the bed, gently waking Chiu Nanhua's sleeping body. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling the fresh air and warm sunshine, and felt happy. The birds outside the window are singing happily, as if welcoming the arrival of a new day. Good morning, Yu Ching Ching! The first thing he does every morning is to say hello to the things he loves, and of course, the things that love him. A joyful mood came to him. Chiu Nanhua stretched and slowly sat up, feeling the stretch and comfort of his body. Then he slowly put on his clothes and started a new day. A wonderful day starts with steamed buns and soy milk. Xiao, go to school! The bun shop owner casually took a sip of the buns and soy milk as he handed them to Chiu Nanhua. This is Uncle Wang, who lives downstairs in his community. He has run a breakfast shop in the community for decades. It has been open since he came to the community. Uncle Wang's talent in taming beasts was not very good, and he contracted a cooking beast-like steamer. He worked as a cook in the military for a long time. After retiring, he opened a breakfast shop in Chiu Nanhua's community. And you don't have to pay for breakfast at his place. This is not just breakfast, but also meals at all the restaurants in the community. High school students don't have to pay for meals. This is a national system and a preferential treatment for young beastmasters. The neighborhood is full of high school students who have awakened their beast taming spaces. With all sorts of state subsidies, they don't even have to worry about utility bills. It's incredibly convenient. As a Chinese in both lives, Chiu Nanhua feels incredibly proud. Of course, these benefits are only valid during high school. After graduating from high school, you will have to move out of this community. Chiu Nanhua had lived here for 2 years, and honestly, this peaceful life really made him feel comfortable. In his previous life, he had been away from home for a long time, and rarely had such a peaceful and quiet time. Occasionally, such a life was not bad. Well, let's go to school. It's so obvious. Who in this neighborhood doesn't go to school? This is the complexity of interpersonal communication. Everyone knows it, but they still mention it, and you have to cooperate. Then you have to study hard. Thinking back to the past. Uncle Wang, I'm leaving first. Chiu Nanhua ignored Uncle Wang's babble. She had heard these words at least dozens of times in the past 2 years. Uncle Wang was obviously an uncle, but he spoke like an old lady in the neighborhood. Oh, okay. Uncle Wang looked a little embarrassed, his eyes revealing a hint of loneliness. People in middle age are always sentimental. He has his story, Chiu Nanhua has her own story, but it is not him, Chiu Nanhua, who can listen to his story and tolerate his weakness. On the way, Chiu Nanhua was communicating with the first beast, Chenling Zhuiyu. There was a vibration in her hand, and Chiu Nanhua turned her gaze from the surrounding scenery to the front. There was a group of people gathered at the school gate, both men and women. That's not what you're doing. This is the school gate. What are you trying to do? The school won't care? But then again, in a world where force is paramount, they wouldn't intervene in a fight at a normal stadium. TSK, I always feel unhappy. What if it causes congestion? Chiu Nanhua thought that someone would come to provoke him, but he didn't expect so many people to come. I didn't expect so many people would receive the message today, even though I only announced it yesterday. Do you have so much time? I despise you all. You don't practice well, and you spend all day thinking about school bullying. Bah, you idiots, who will play with you? Jade! After each, Chiu Nanhua murmured softly, a black hole appeared half a meter in front of him, large enough for one person to pass through. The space around the black hole becomes completely dark. Since light cannot be reflected, it will penetrate the space and reach the other end. This is Chenling Zhuiyu's skill, Space Shuttle. Chiu Nanhua walked through the passage and came into the school, and wanted to stop him. Damn it! No, you are over 10,000 years old, and you are still arguing with a teenager. But there's a certain feeling of satisfaction in not leaving after school and standing them up after agreeing to do so. Who could resist that? It seems his mentality is still immature, but what does that matter? Being an old naughty boy is better. This way, you won't be bound by a long life and can find your own fun anytime and anywhere. This is the most important thing for a highly intelligent immortal. Live happily. Chapter 20 School Beauty for Ongwang. Chiu Nanhua came to the classroom. Wow, it's already past 8:50 and there are still no classmates in the classroom. How much do they like to be on time? On the other side, at the school gate, a group of men and women gathered together, chatting excitedly. Students who weren't in the classroom were watching the fun. Among them was Class 1013 of senior year, Chiu Nanhua's class. While the other classes hadn't arrived yet, only Class 1013, having received the news, had gathered to watch the fun. After all, it was Chinese nature, it was unavoidable. What's going on? Master Qingyu, are you taking a day off today? I'm not sure. Are we still going to class? It's only a few minutes away. Go to hell. How many minutes can you get from the school gate to the classroom? Hiss, it seems like it's possible. I have a speed-type beast. As long as the teacher doesn't arrive early, we should be able to get to the classroom before the bell. What? You actually have a speed-type beastmaster? Brother, take me one, and I'll take all your meals for this week. Brother, take me with you, and I'll give you free meals and milk tea this week. Godfather, take me with you and I'll treat you to a beast-controlling feast. This is a bit difficult. The main reason is that my beast isn't able to carry the required load. It's taking all its strength just to carry me. It's difficult. Forget it. Brothers, lock him up quickly. Don't let him get away alone, or we'll suffer together. A group of people hugged the classmate who said he could arrive in the classroom on time. No, Brother Wuji. Damn, who touched my butt? Hiss. Stop pulling, there's no place you can't pull. The group of people laughed and played, as if flowing with the vitality of youth. This scene was refreshing and evoking people's beautiful reverie of youth. The person who was pulled? You are real dogs. Just as Chiu Nanhua was playing around, a boy with clear facial features, especially his deep eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, and shiny black hair that was slightly curly, gave people a natural handsomeness. He was tall and strong, with broad shoulders and back, as if he was born to be handsome, and gradually walked towards them. He walked with confidence and grace, as if every step carried a charm, and his smile was warm and sunny, giving people a gentle and elegant feeling. The only drawback is that he is surrounded by a group of beautiful female fans. He came to Chiu Nanhua's classmates, called out to one of them, and said in his magnetic, bubbly voice, "Hello, classmate. Are you Chiu Nanhua's classmate?" The students who were called were very nervous and looked around in panic. The classmate on the side hurriedly replied, "We are all classmates of Master Qingyu." "Okay, could you please tell him that I'll be waiting for him at the east gate of the school at noon?" he said softly and slowly with a smile on his face. "Oh, okay. Thank you for your help." "No trouble, no trouble." He left with a group of beautiful fans. After a while, the students in Class 1013 of Senior 3 finally reacted and started communicating with each other. "This is troublesome. Do we really want to give him a message?" "You're kidding. How could I not bring him? That's Wang Furong, the third-place student on the last school idol list." "Wang Furong!" He was clearly smiling as he spoke to us, but his eyes showed that he couldn't be questioned. "Do you dare not bring him a message? Did you see the fans surrounding him? They were staring at you. Would you dare to refuse?" "Trouble is here. I just saw the post that King Furong posted on the forum and wanted to come and see what the excitement was like. I didn't want to get involved. What should we do? Who will tell him?" "I won't take it. Anyway, I didn't agree to it." "I won't take it either. Whoever agrees can take it." Time's N. Ding 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 ding. Classmates, it's time for class. Please return to the classroom and get ready for class. Shit, it's over, class has already started. I'm late. A group of people hurriedly ran from the school gate to the teaching building. "Where's Zhang Shan?" "Just now, While all your attention was on King Hibiscus, I summoned a speed-type beast and ran away. What the hell? What a bullshit! Just let him tell King Hibiscus to tell him. Agree. In another corner stood two school beauties. Looks like we can't wait any longer today, let's go too, Jejia. Why don't you send him a message and ask him? I'm so embarrassed. Jia, why did you add Chionanwe? Li Yingying couldn't help but touched her forehead and said speechlessly. Holding her forehead has almost become her signature move. Class 1013 of senior year. The teacher stared at the only student in the class, and for a moment he didn't know whether he was there to attend class or to learn. Teacher. Chionanwe. Chapter 21, Breakout. Teacher. The teacher's brows were furrowed, his eyes revealed anger, his face was gloomy, and his lips were tightly pursed, as if he would explode at any second. His fingers were clenched into fists, his nails digging deep into his flesh, revealing his inner anger. His breathing was rapid, and his chest was heaving violently, as if he was suppressing great anger. He slammed the table so hard that the entire classroom erupted in a piercing sound. However, when he realized Chionanwe was alone, he realized it was irrational to vent his anger on a good child for someone else's mistakes. He calmed down, took several deep breaths, and then whispered to Chionanwe. Classmate, do you know where the other students in the class have gone? Before Chionanwe could answer, a boy with a sweaty face and a weak face rushed in from the front door. The boy quickly apologized to the teacher. I'm sorry, teacher. I have a stomachache. The veins on the teacher's hands bulged, but seeing the man's face, which looked like he was suffering from kidney deficiency, and his sweaty figure, he felt that what he said seemed to be true, so he said to Zhang Shan. Go down. Remember to contact me in advance next time. How could Zhang Shan not be sweating? It hurts, my brothers were pulled, how could it not hurt? By the way, do you know where the other students went? This, I don't know either. Zhang Shan returned to his seat and kept looking at Chionanwe. Now it became Chionanwe staring at the teacher staring at Zhang Shan, and Zhang Shan staring at Chionanwe. A short-term triangle relationship was formed. After a long time, the teacher didn't start teaching, probably because he was organizing his words. Zhang Shan probably had a lot of questions to ask. After a while, the classmates came to the window one after another. Seeing the teacher standing at the podium with an angry expression, they all stood outside the window, hesitating and not daring to go in. Bang! At this moment, a roar came from the classroom. Get in here! 18 students came to the classroom in a crowd, stood on the podium and looked at the 3 people in the classroom, their little faces full of sadness and disbelief. This is such a sad thing, the teacher will definitely be furious later. It was unbelievable that young Master Qingyu was actually sitting peacefully in the classroom. Didn't he go through the East Gate? According to fan research, their brothers all entered the school through the East Gate. And didn't that kid Zhang Shan get caught? Tell me, what's wrong with you? You speak first. The teacher pointed at one of the boys at random. Teacher, I feel uncomfortable in my stomach and have diarrhea. The boy lied shyly. The teacher turned his gaze to another student and shouted. What about you? Why are you late? Well, I have a stomachache too, the boy replied shyly with a slightly red cheek. You're squatting in the same toilet. Yes. Times 2. What about you guys? Are you all suffering from stomach upset too? Yes. Times 18. No, it's my beast that has a stomachache. The teacher's brows gradually furrowed, his eyes revealed anger, his face was gloomy, his fingers were clenched into fists, his nails were deeply embedded in the flesh, showing his inner anger. His breathing was rapid, and with each breath, bursts of white smoke overflowed from the corners of his nostrils and mouth. He roared angrily. You're still lying to me! Damn it! Get out of the gym! If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll turn you upside down! A group of people left the classroom with sad faces. Zhang Shan and Chionanwe also stood up and prepared to follow them. After all, that's what the teacher said. Wait a minute, classmate! The teacher called Chionanwe. Chionanwe turned and looked at him. What's your name? Asked the teacher. Chionanwe. Student Chionanwe, you don't have to come along. Both classes this morning are mine, so you can train freely. Yes, teacher. It seems that he is a good teacher who clearly distinguishes rewards and punishments, and does not force the group to be bound. Xiao Nanhua looked towards the other classmates with a hint of pity in her eyes. I wish you happiness. Looks like I can go to the practice room and practice all day today. I don't know why they're all late, but thank you for giving me a free morning. You're all good people. Xiao Nanhua silently expressed her gratitude to the other students in the class. Chapter 22, Qingyu Gongzi Fan Club. In a group chat on a certain social software, a major event concerning all members is being discussed. Qingyu Gongzi Fan Club. My brother is the best, Ferong Wang posted on the school forum again. I'm so cute, why don't you praise me? What the hell is that son of a bitch mocking my brother in the forum again? If I hadn't gone to bed early last night, I would have gone after him. Jenny Masto, I just went to see it, and it pissed me off. He actually called my brother a rat, and said he would hide when he heard any noise. A noble leg hair, bah, what a piece of trash, what a piece of shit, what right does he have, relying on his contracted low-level poison-type beast tamer, cigarette? Damn, I'm going to blast him right now. Wanwaiziko at one noble leg hair, don't go there, sister, he has over 10 million fans. If he posts you on his personal social media platform later, you will be in trouble. A noble leg hair at, what should we do? Should we let him continue to be so rampant? It must be that our brother doesn't care about these false reputations and never operates personal accounts. Otherwise, how could he let such a little scoundrel be so rampant? Huanwei Sakeo, it's okay, we can't beat him online, let's fight him offline. With his useless low-level poison beast tamer, we can crush him in a second. Isn't he supposed to wait for our brother at the east gate of the school at noon? Let's get together and fight him. A noble leg hair, add me, I will go to cheer you on. The fairy uses a pink hammer to hit people, queue up, the real hibiscus king +1. I can't eat spicy food, real hibiscus king +2. I hung my best friend up and beat her for 3 days and 3 nights, but she still refused to admit that she was the demon state socialite, real hibiscus king +3. My chicken can sing and dance, real hibiscus king +4. One look at the truth, real hibiscus king +99. Drink yogurt without licking the bottle cap at all members, stop scrolling, we are going to the real Ferong King at the east gate of the school at noon today, and gather downstairs in the comprehensive building after class. Receive times N. The group leader spoke, and everyone silently received it. The group leader also issued an announcement for those who didn't see it. The school gate at noon is usually a bustling place, with people coming and going in an endless stream. Cars are shuttling back and forth, and the noise is endless. The vendors at the school gate displayed a variety of delicious food, the aroma of which attracted many students and teachers to come and taste it. The trees are lush with branches and leaves, and the sunlight shines through the leaves, creating mottled light and shadows, and the bushes are filled with colorful spots. The school's security guards gathered at the school gate and summoned various beasts to patrol back and forth to maintain the safety of the students. Wang Ferong, the Prince of Ferong in her senior year, wants to challenge Xiao Nanhua, the Prince of Qingyu in her junior year. This matter has been known by the security department. So the security department specially sent a few people to the east gate of the school to maintain order. It is rare for seniors in school to take the initiative to challenge juniors, and they are even looked down upon by others. Just like when King Ferong challenged Master Qingyu, ordinary viewers who didn't know about the admission quota would think that King Ferong was jealous that Master Qingyu was ranked higher than him as the school idol, and that's why he launched the challenge. It's really despicable. Many people have complaints about him, but he has too many brainless fans, so they dare not speak out. Outside the school gate, in a milk tea shop, Ferong Wang was sitting in the shop drinking milk tea, followed by 3 lackeys and 2 prettier female fans. Xiaoliuzi, is there any news about young Master Qingyu? King Ferong took the handkerchief handed over by Xiaoliuzi, wiped his hands, and asked casually. Those who knew would think he was drinking milk tea, while those who didn't would think he had just killed something and the blood splattered on his hands, and he was wiping it. Your Highness, apart from a fan who saw young Master Qingyu this morning, there has been no news since then. Xiaoliuzi bent his waist, with a flattering look on his face. He had a few freckles on his face and a shifty look. He spoke while smoking his 20-year-old cigarette. What about their classmates? There's news that all the students in class 1013 of Senior 3 have been given extra training by their teacher in Gymnasium number 3. Xiao Liuzi took the handkerchief back from Frong Wan and continued to answer. All the students? Yes, all the students except Master Qingyu. Special treatment, but really, how could he have snatched my spot without some connection? Humph, I must make him spit it out. That's right, how can a mere third-grade punk compare with His Highness? I, Xiao Liuzi, can pin him to the ground. Xiao Liuzi immediately stepped forward and pinched King Furong's shoulder, flattering him. Passers-by in the milk tea shop, damn, this is so fucking second year, I can't stand it. Can someone teach him a lesson? Also, His Royal Highness, don't think that just because there's a Wang in both the nickname and the name, it means His Royal Highness. My name has the word God in it, but I never let anyone call me Kamisa. At this time, bursts of short songs came from outside the milk tea shop. You son of a bitch, you son of a bitch, you Furong King, you smoke, drink, and you're still a middle school student. If you want to challenge our brother, then you'll have to beat me first. You son of a bitch, you son of a bitch, you Furong King, you smoke, drink, and you're still a middle school student. If you want to challenge our brother, then you'll have to beat me first, beat me. Chapter 23 Bastard King Furong. 10 minutes ago. A group of women gathered downstairs in the complex building. Some of them have their hair gently flowing, some combed into smooth long hair, some tied into elegant buns, and some braided into unique hair accessories, embellishing their beautiful faces. Some of them have soft and delicate faces, some are elegant and refined, some are bright and charming, some are charming and lovely, and some are noble and elegant, all of them exuding unique charm. Some of them have graceful figures with exquisite curves, some have slender waists, some have plump buttocks, some have soft shoulders, and some have long legs, all of which show their charm. Some of their eyes are bright and clear, some are gentle as water, some are bright as stars, and some are deep as the sea, all of which reveal their wisdom and spirituality. They are so beautiful and charming, as if they are a gift from nature. People can't help but indulge in their beauty and feel the beauty and true meaning of life. Of course, there are some who are average-looking and not very smart. At this time, we can only praise her for her gentle and peaceful character. The woman in front has long, smooth black hair, a golden bracelet in her hand, and a golden hairpin on her head. Her red Hanfu outlines her curvaceous figure. She walks gracefully and gently to the front. With every step she takes, the bells on her ankles make a jingling sound. I have to say that Chiu Nanyue's fans are generally good-looking, and of course they are also very talented. Unfortunately, the woman in the front spoke. Leg hair, count the number of people and also count their strength. She yelled at the girls below in a tomboyish voice. After a while, a helpless reply came from the crowd of beautiful women. They all call me noble leg hair and breast cap. A girl with long lavender hair, wearing a miniskirt and a baseball cap, emerged from the crowd. Strangely, although her online name was Leg Hair, her long, slender thighs were as smooth as jade, like the finest mutton fat jade. Humph, stinky sister, don't call me Nai Guy, call me the group leader. Bah, stinky sister, go play by yourself. You were the last one to arrive, and you arranged for people to work as soon as you arrived. A noble leg hair stared at her for a long time and continued. I was wondering why you came so late. Turns out you went home and dressed up. Ugh, you scheming girl. Brother Nanhua won't be there today, so just forget it. You've been a fan for so many years, and you still don't understand, brother? Yes, that's right, drinking yogurt without licking the bottle cap and a noble leg hair are a pair of sisters who are not related by blood. They were best friends in elementary school. When my elder sister was in high school, she was watching videos and saw that her best friend could be registered in the same household registration book. So she dragged a noble leg hair who was 2 years younger than her to register together. After all, they were both bred by the breeding-type beast tamers, so it was understandable that they longed for family affection. The little face of the boy who drank yogurt without licking the bottle cap puffed up slightly, he clenched his fists, and stomped his feet lightly. Humph, you naughty sister, you actually embarrassed me in public. Just wait and see how I'm going to deal with you tonight. Humph, you've been here for so long, Have you finished counting, you stinky little sister? I've already counted them, stinky sister. By the time you get here, the flowers will be cold. Then report it. There are a total of 6,493 fans here, 403 of whom are mid-level beastmasters. Including you, there are only 3 mid-level or high-level beastmasters. The real Hibiscus King depends on the 3 of you. We are all here to cheer you on. Drinking yogurt without licking the milk cap frowned slightly and asked in disbelief. Why are there so many people? Isn't the total number of people in the group only 5,000? How can there be more than the number of people in the group? That's just a group you created. There are more than just your fan groups. Your group was already full, so the administrators had no choice but to create another one. You don't take charge. Ha ha, ha ha. Nagai smiled awkwardly. By the way, we also composed a song to cheer you up. You son of a bitch, you son of a bitch, you Farong King, you smoke, drink, and you're still a middle school student. If you want to challenge our brother, then you'll have to beat me first. You son of a bitch, you son of a bitch, you Farong King, you smoke, drink, and you're still a middle school student. If you want to challenge our brother, then you'll have to beat me first, beat me. It's embarrassing, isn't it? It's okay. Playing alone is awkward, but playing with a group is awkward, and the awkward ones are the ones who are awkward. Chapter 24 Fight. Farong Wang, who had just finished showing off in the milk tea shop, had a big question mark on his little head after hearing this magical music. Hanfu, who actually exposed the shortcomings of my Farong King in public? Who gave her the courage, Liang Jichao? King Farong slammed the table and stood up, storming out of the milk tea shop with his little brothers. Seeing thousands of beautiful and charming girls. What's going on? Do I have so many fans at school? No, how could I not remember such a beautiful fan? Besides, how could my fans scold me? At this time, Xiaoliuzi came to the side of King Farong, leaned over, and whispered a compliment. Your Highness, these are all fans of Master Qingyu. The one leading them was ranked on the last school beauty list. What? They are all fans of Master Qingyu. That one is Huan Yuling. She is also a fan of that so-called Master Pai. I am so envious and jealous that I am torn apart. Before Xiaoliuzi could finish, Farong Wang rushed to answer. I know, Huan Yuling is ranked 11th. She's only about 200 votes away from making the top 10. Xiaoliuzi looked at Farong Wang with strange eyes. I didn't expect that you knew so much about it. What bad idea are you planning? Didn't this kid carefully look through the entire campus beauty list? There are 100 beautiful women of all kinds listed there. Otherwise, how could he tell the ranking and the difference in votes just by looking at them? I seriously suspect you secretly investigated the measurements of everyone on the list. If you have one, please send it to me. If not, please definitely have one. It will be worth my compliments for so long. Little Six. Leave it to me, Your Highness. Xiaoliuzi stood up and walked forward, summoning a special beast. Loudspeaker. Luo Lu's loudspeaker. Gender male. Beast taming rank, low intermediate. Beast type, mechanical/support. Beast taming skills. Amplify, amplifies the user's voice, causing confusion to the enemy. Recording, record sound and save it. Only one segment can be saved. Beast taming contract, Luo Lu. Xiaoliuzi held the megaphone to his mouth and shouted loudly. Who are you? How dare you be so arrogant in front of our Hibiscus King? It's not too late to apologize now, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Anyone would get angry after hearing such stupid remarks. Yes, that group of girls were also angry. The noisy and chaotic curses were endless. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xiaoliuzi quietly retreated behind King Farong and said, It's none of my business. King Farong told me to stop staring at me. I'm just a low-level beastmaster. I can't stand being stared at by thousands of girls of all kinds. It's not pleasant at all. Seeing that the noise wouldn't stop any time soon, the leading women came up to King Farong and shouted, King Farong, we've received the news that you're challenging our brother. Defeat us, and you can challenge our brother. King Farong stared at several girls, including the beautiful Huan Yuling who ranked 11th on the school beauty list, and Long Xing, a girl who was in the top 20 in last year's senior year final exam. Oh my god, Longxing. She's actually also a fan of Jade Prince. Why not? Is it because he's a bit more handsome than me? No, he's not as handsome as me. It's just that the girls in school don't have a good taste. I have over 10 million fans. How many do you have, Jade Prince? King Furong's face turned pale and his heart beat faster. He didn't dare to fight with Longxing. He had fought with him last year and couldn't last more than 3 moves. But he couldn't let people feel that he was afraid. After all, he was a public figure with tens of millions of fans. He couldn't give in so easily. Humph, I didn't expect that the famous Master Qingyu would actually be a loser hiding behind a woman. Don't be so chauvinistic and sarcastic. That just makes me laugh. 10,000 years ago, there was no gender advantage or disadvantage. Just relying on your low-level poison-type beast tamer, I'm telling you, what right do you have to challenge my brother? Don't say I didn't give you a chance. You could have asked your fans to join you. Huan Yuling spoke nonchalantly with a sarcastic smile on her face. After all, we are different from him. We have dignity and don't want to fight in a group, but he has no shame and likes to challenge his juniors to satisfy his humble self-esteem. You conceited girl, I can tell you've never seen a truly powerful person. King Hibiscus responded dismissively. Do you think you can threaten us with just a few of you? I'm a man with millions of fans. My true strength isn't just superficial bravado. My cigarette has already advanced to a mid-level beast tamer. You short-sighted woman! After Huan Yuling heard what King Furong said, the sarcasm on her face suddenly became more obvious. But he didn't care, because he knew that his fans were capable of something that shouldn't be underestimated. It was a foolish decision to actually let fans participate. Just as King Furong was grinning crookedly, fantasizing about how powerful his own power was, Huan Yuling spoke up. By the way, King Furong, let me remind you that outsiders are prohibited from entering the school. The date is set for Friday, giving you 1 day to prepare. Gah, King Furong's smile gradually froze. He knew that he definitely didn't have as many fans as young Master Qingyu in school. If I really had more than him, I wouldn't have lost to him in the Xiao Qiao selection. These 3 intermediate and advanced ones are a bit difficult to deal with. What is the strength of my fans? It's over. I only pay attention to the fans' appearance, and never understand their strength. Sisters, let's go! After saying that, Milk Cap, no, Huan Yuling took the lead and left. Only Furong Wang and his little brothers were left in the wind. Chapter 25. A brief meeting on the baking tray. Your Highness, this... Xiao Liuzi hesitated to speak. He had been following King Furong for a year and had seen many of his fans at school, but he had never seen a top-notch fan. To be honest, when he cannot seek help from the millions of fans outside the school, Xiao Liuzi is not optimistic about Furong Wang based on his fans within the school, either in terms of appearance or strength. Xiao Liuzi, don't panic. As long as we spread the news, there will be people looking for trouble with that young master. But he is often nowhere to be seen, so we can only rely on a duel the day after tomorrow. Even if no one comes, I can just spend a little more money to find a temporary fan, isn't that enough? I've made so much money, and this is its purpose. There's nothing I can't beat. King Hibiscus smiled crookedly and said, How can a mere young master compare with me? On the other side, after the sisters left, the administrators and group owner of the group decided to have a separate dinner at a barbecue restaurant on campus. The restaurant has a pleasant atmosphere. The spacious and bright hall is filled with neatly arranged tables and chairs. The walls are covered with pictures and posters of various delicious foods, making people salivate. The restaurant also places flowers and green plants on the tables, adding a lively feeling. As Huan Yuling and her companions entered the restaurant, they were greeted by a burst of aroma, the air thick with the smoky aroma of charcoal. The staff warmly greeted each guest and guided them to their seats. The seats were set with exquisite tableware and stylish ceramic bowls and plates, creating a sense of dignity and enjoyment. Led by the waiter, Huan Yuling and her friends found a seat by the window and sat down to enjoy the view outside. At this moment, everyone in the room was thinking of ordering first and chatting while grilling. Soon the waiter brought out the fresh ingredients, and everyone prepared their favorite sauces. Stinky sister, help me bake! Get away from me, roast it yourself, and eat it yourself! Sizzle. The sizzling sound of oil kept coming from the baking tray. A noble leg-hair looked at the man who drank yogurt without licking the milk cap and asked in confusion. What are you thinking? Isn't it enough to beat that idiot up today? Why do you have to delay it for 2 days? Aren't you afraid of something unexpected happening? Huan Yuling looked at Huan Yuro, shook her head, and replied with a look of disgust. TSK, my little sister is still too stupid. The Hibiscus King is shameless, but can we be shameless too? Isn't it shameful to bully the weak with the majority? It's okay for us to be embarrassed, but what if it affects our brother's image? Ha ha, that's easy for you to say. You gave him a day and he knew he couldn't win. Wouldn't he seek help from outside? Huan Yuro blew on the freshly roasted pork belly, dipped it in the prepared sauce, and drank it in one gulp, responding while eating. This? No way, he can be so shameless. Wouldn't it be more embarrassing to lose the game? That's it, what should we do, Yuro? What to do? Just let it sit. Long Xing, who was quietly eating meat on the side, joined the discussion. He's looking for foreign aid, so let's do the same. It's just that those top 10 players are hard for me to beat. Oh, it's not easy. Without something that can attract him, why would others help you? Huan Yuro sighed silently. Hey, isn't the Hibiscus King hard to find too? Stinky sister, I told you you're stupid, and you really are. That Furong King made a lot of money with his personal account with millions of fans. Do we have that? Relying on crowdfunding? This is not impossible. Huan Yuro stood up, slapped Huan Yuling with her hand, and scolded her. You already know that bullying the weak with the majority is shameful, so isn't crowdfunding for external help shameful? What if a traitor in the group saves the evidence and Furong Wang posts it to his personal account? I dare not even think about the consequences. What else can I do? Woo XX. Snap. The little head was slapped again. Eat well, and you made it yourself. I can only contact some good friends for help. I'll do my best. The banquet ended quickly, and all the ladies tasted a lot and became more and more plump. The lovely ladies rushed to leave, bidding farewell to the hustle and bustle of the restaurant. Before leaving, Long Xing suddenly asked, By the way, group leader, if we lose, can you contact the male god? After all, we said that if we win, we can challenge him. This should be possible, it should be. Huan Yuling's cheeks flushed slightly, and sweat from nervousness gradually appeared on her forehead. What? You actually made an agreement on something you are not sure about? Long Xing asked loudly in surprise. Watching the two people arguing on the side, Huan Yuro was speechless. She inadvertently supported her forehead with a smile on her cheek. There was no way she could have such a messy sister. Thinking back to how messy it was to register a household in the first place. But she couldn't hate her like this. Sister Cho, no matter how outrageous things you do, Huan Yuro will always support you. Chapter 26 Training Room. Chiu Nanhua has been staying in the training room for a whole day. In the center of the room was a large desk, scattered with a few books and some tools for cultivating common beastman relationships. What tools do you want to ask? Adult beastmanship is for children, don't worry about it. The room also has a comfortable sofa and a coffee table with a water dispenser next to it for students to drink water. There is also a trash can in the corner of the room. In the center of the room is a black stone bed that can only accommodate one person. Soul stone bed. Stone bed in training room number 10134. Gender male. Beast taming rank, low level to high level. Beast tamer type, item type / assist type. Beast taming skills. Absorption and gathering, absorbs a large amount of soul power hidden in the air and underground and gathers it around the stone bed. Accelerated absorption, can be bound to one individual, temporarily increasing the individual's cultivation speed. Strong, increases the strength of the beast's body, doubling its defense. Soul stones are solid objects that have absorbed a large amount of soul power, but have not successfully evolved. They are reconstructed into stone beds by certain special beasts. After Shichuang evolved into a beastmaster, he stayed in the school, the army, and various forces. Those that have not evolved have flowed into the market, and become high-end luxury goods for ordinary people. Ordinary people can rest on the stone beds that have gathered a lot of soul power. Even if it doesn't prolong their life, at least it can relieve fatigue. Chiu Nanhua sat on the sofa and looked at her phone. She had been practicing all day and ate only the fast food she brought in the morning. Chion Nanhwa covered her waist. It was really painful. It was so uncomfortable to lie on the hard stone slab. She still wasn't used to it. Yes, cultivation is done while lying down, not meditating. Lying down allows for a larger contact area and allows for faster absorption of soul power. Chion Nanhwa seriously suspects that those who meditate while cultivating immortality are afraid of falling asleep while practicing. After all, those practitioners use their mental strength to absorb spiritual energy and coordinate with the movement of their tendons and meridians, which has nothing to do with whether they meditate or not. But sleeping on that stone bed hurts my back. It's really hard to fall asleep unless you're extremely tired. When he was practicing in the afternoon, the cell phone on the coffee table vibrated. No need to guess who it was, that busted girl. Apart from that busted girl, there were only text message advertisements. Because he practices the principle of non-active social interaction, no one dares to take the initiative to add him as a friend, and he basically ignores those who try to chat him up. That Lu Jiajia seems to be a hitchhiker too. It seems he is still not immune to the common practice, adding the pretty ones as friends and ignoring the ugly ones. No wonder you reacted so strongly. Never mind, this is not double standards, this is just what I feel. When I clicked on the message notification, I saw a cartoon avatar of a cute girl. It was indeed Lu Jiajia. Fu Xingimeng, oh no, your fans are fighting with Furong Wang, and there are a lot of people involved. It is said that if Furong Wang wins, he can fight you, is it true? My little princess, you jump too fast, I can't understand you. First of all, who is King Furong? A dream in life, oh my god, caveman, my male idol, don't you go online? Old things in the South City, aren't I just chatting with you? Fu Xingimeng, I mean male god, doesn't he visit the school forum? Old things in the South City, take a stroll occasionally. Chion Nanhwa sat on the sofa and thought to herself, I'll see after the school beauty list selection is completed, and I don't care about the rest of the time. A dream in life, it's like this. Old things in the South City, So that's how it is. How about this, if my fan loses, you can schedule a date with him at 9 a.m. on Saturday at any gymnasium, and then send me a message. Thank you? A dream in life, leave it to me, my idol. Just solve it simply, otherwise it would be annoying to have to block him at the school gate every day. After solving it, you can go to the training room to practice more. I should go to the training room to practice more and solve the Hibiscus King. Chion Nanhwa left the training room and had a meal. Eating was the most important thing in the world. After eating, she went home. Chapter 27 The ring match begins. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it is already Friday morning. Chion Nanhwa has already arrived in the classroom for class. The head teacher, Teacher Lu, came to the classroom early. Today, all students in the school will not have classes as they are notified to watch the competition organized by the students themselves. It is a match between Chion Nanhwa and his fans and Furong Wang and his fans. Special 6, it is said that when the report was submitted, the teacher above heard that there were several mid-level and senior beastmasters, so it was a good opportunity to hold a viewing event. You should know that there is no student in the school who is a high-level beastmaster so far, so the intermediate and advanced levels are the strongest group of people. Chion Nanhwa asked the teacher for leave directly. Before he could come up with an excuse, Teacher Lu asked him to go directly to the stadium to watch the live performance. He thought Teacher Lu was probably wrong. He was going to the practice room. Who would go to see the house game? Even if he was a fan, it wouldn't work. How could he become a fan after watching it? Besides, he wasn't into that. The beast tames were enough for him to handle. Chion Nanhwa felt dry in the mouth when he thought of the transformed forms of his 2 king-level beast tames in his previous life. It's a pity that Chion Nanhwa's 2 beasts are both ancient artifacts in human form. They are very rigid and shy. They could touch them all over when they were still jewelry, but they became timid after they transformed. When they arrived at the reincarnation altar, they were still unable to let go and accept all of him. Even in Chion Nanhwa's previous life, he thought that the first beastmaster to accept his full support would be a high-ranking and advanced Xiao Bai. After all, he was a biological beastmaster, and was more open-minded than those old antiques. Now, he found another old antique. Chion Nanhwa touched the Jinsei purple jade flute in his sleeve and sighed, although he had not yet succeeded in the conquest. When Chiu Nanhua arrived at the training room, preparations had already begun. Stadium. Gymnasium number 7, Shuzhou number 13 High School. Gender male. Beast taming rank, intermediate advanced. Beast type, architecture/function. Beast taming skills. High speed arena regeneration. After the arena is damaged, it can be regenerated at a high speed by consuming soul power. Shield consumes soul power to generate a shield to absorb damage in the field so that it does not affect the audience. Physique increase, vitality and defense are doubled. Beast taming contract, none. Beast taming experience. The stadium was packed with people, and the atmosphere was lively. As the cheerful music played, the main players of both teams entered the stadium, and the audience held flowers and flags, each of which expressed their love for their respective male idols. Both sides' faces were filled with disgust towards each other, and they stared at each other firmly, as if communicating with their eyes. The next to enter were the host, referees and security guards, and the last to enter was the school doctor from the infirmary. Immediately afterwards, both sides went on the ring. Huan Yuling sent out another mid-level senior beastmaster besides her and Long Xing. She was the girl with the online name Huanwei Sakeo. King Furong sent out a big and fat girl, who was the most powerful among King Furong's fans in the school. Although she was ugly and weighed about half a ton, she was a real mid-level senior beastmaster, nicknamed Fatty. The host announced the official start of the competition, and the audience burst into heated curses. Fei Tua summoned 2 beast tamers, a biological beast tamer, Pig, and a poisonous insect beast tamer, Toad. Taihu Pig. Dumplings. Gender male. Beast taming rank, low intermediate. Beast type, biological/defense. Beast taming skills. High speed regeneration, consumes soul power to quickly regenerate the injured part. Fierce Pig charge consumes stamina to accelerate forward, and can directly hit enemies with less power than you, causing them to be knocked back. Physique increase, vitality and defense increase 5-fold. Beast tamer contract, Fatty. Beast taming experience. Toad. Tuanzai. Gender female. Beast taming rank, intermediate. Beast type, biological/poison. Beast taming skills. Predation consumes physical strength and sticks out tongue to attack the opponent. If the target is hit and the power is less than Tuanzai, it will be swallowed. If the target is hit and the power is greater than Tuanzai but not more than twice, it will be restrained for 1.5 seconds. Jump enhancement, jumping ability is increased 5-fold. Toxin enhancement, the toxins on the body surface and inside the body increase 5-fold. Beast tamer contract, Fatty. Beast taming experience. It's amazing that she was able to contract such an ugly-looking beast tamer. She must have not studied seriously in school and slept too much, which is why she didn't even hear such an important point that beast taming will affect the appearance of the beast tamer. After the first contract, I gave up and the second contract was also ugly. It seems that both his half-ton weight and the bumps on his body are affected by the beast taming. However, these 2 beasts are not only a little ugly, but they are also very strong. Huanwei Sakeo also summoned 2 beasts, Tang Dao and Wild Goose. Tang Sword. Qin Ming. Gender male. Beast taming rank, intermediate. Beast tamer type, item type/attack type. Beast taming skills. Knife scar, those injured by Qin Ming will have knife scars left on the wound, which cannot be restored or regenerated unless the scars are eliminated. Sharp, increase sharpness. Strong, increases defense and toughness. Beast taming contract, changing stomach and thinking of roasting. Beast taming experience. Wild geese. Yaya. Gender female. Beast taming rank, intermediate. Beast type, biology/speed. Beast taming skills. Size control, consumes soul power to control your own size. Accelerated flight, consumes physical energy to fly, with a maximum speed of 4,000 km per hour. Super accelerated flight, draw upon soul power to accelerate flight, with a maximum speed of 9,000 km per hour. Life enhancement, vitality is enhanced 5-fold. Strength enhancement. Strength is enhanced 5-fold. Beast taming contract. Changing stomach and thinking of roasting. Beast taming experience. Taming beasts with weapon-type weapons like the Tang Dao requires a lot of strength, and it is difficult to bring out its advantages before a strength-type beast is transformed. The power of the beastmaster is dispensable. But there is a speed-type beast tamer that can deal with it. That pig was only at the lower intermediate level during the senior year competition, so the chances of winning are very high. Chapter 28 Separate Actions. Are both sides ready? The referee shouted loudly with the microphone in his hand. Wait! Feituo spoke. This was the rhythm of the opening CG. After a detailed study of each other, you have examined my strength from all aspects, and I have also conducted in-depth research on you. I might as well tell you a bad news. My dumpling has successfully been promoted to the intermediate level. I hope you understand that your Tang sword alone cannot defeat me without the support of strength. Fatty said this with disdain, his tone full of mockery and ridicule. Whether you can do it or not, you won't know until you fight. Don't waste your breath. Let's fight. Don't waste each other's time. Huanwei Sakeo ignored Fatty's ridicule. She had grown up like this, so it wouldn't be a problem to give her some care. She then quietly discussed tactics with her beast. Later, Qingming will have to find a way to bypass that pig and attack the beastmaster directly. Yaya will take me up to the sky to fight that Laikabao. The Tang sword vibrated slightly, emitting bursts of clashing sounds in response, and the wild geese also made cawing sounds. Seeing that neither side was interested in communicating, the referee tightened his grip on the microphone and placed it to his lips, reminding them again. Are both parties ready? Ready! X2. Then let's begin. In an instant, a transparent shield appeared above the field. This shield protected the audience, and also represented the start of the game. Host Teacher A. The competition has begun. First, the geese used their size control and accelerated flight. Teacher B. Carrying the beastmaster and flying into the sky, this is a very common tactic. The opponent's beastmasters don't have airborne units, so this can effectively protect the beastmaster's safety. Dian Yaya instantly increased in size. After Huanwei Sakeo sat on it, she connected with the beastmaster using her soul power. This meant that she would not be affected by factors such as air resistance and inertia. Yaya flew into the sky and looked down at the woman hiding behind the pig. Laikabao was still spraying venom, but Yaya dodged it. The venom drew arcs in the sky and sprinkled on the ring, making a sizzling corrosive sound. Tang Dao Qiming looked for an opportunity to kill the beastmaster with one blow, but the fat pig, the fat king, dodged every time. As a result, each attack could only land on the pig's body, leaving a trail of blood, but it would recover quickly. Host Teacher B. We see a stalemate between the two sides. Laikabao is trying to take down the opponent's airborne units, and Tang Dao is trying to take down the enemy's heads, but both are evaded by the opponent. Host Teacher A. Ahem, remember to speak Mandarin, otherwise students from other provinces won't understand. When. The sound of pigs being slaughtered was endless. Being able to recover and not feeling pain were two different things. I had to find an opportunity to directly attack the beastmaster. Host Teacher A. TSK, it hurts just looking at it. I'm afraid the amount of blood flowing is enough to fill a swimming pool. Yaya couldn't attack the Laikabao directly, as it was covered in poison. It seemed that the target had always been the beastmaster. Yaya, move closer to the battlefield over there. Wait until Tang Dao forces the fat woman to face her and then attack. Right now, whoosh, she was in front of Feituo in an instant. She saw the sly smile on Feituo's face and realized she had been fooled. Yaya. The moment the wild goose forgot about changing its stomach and wanted to roast it, the pig hit the wild goose and knocked the fat lump away. Laikabao seized the opportunity and rolled up the wild goose with his tongue. Wild goose died. The Tang sword saw the right moment and flew back into Huanwei Sikeo's hands. Huanwei Sikeo looked at the fat ball that was sent flying by his beast and decisively gave her a split action. Then he landed on the ground, rolled around, stood up, and shook off the blood on the Tang sword. The school doctor brought a healing beast tamer and resurrected Fatty, but if he had been any longer he would have been beyond saving. At this time, the referee came on stage and announced loudly, "The winner is decided, the winner is the Qingyu Young Master Fan Club. Young Master Qingyu, Young Master Qingyu. There were bursts of uniformed shouts from the audience to celebrate their victory. The host teacher A's voice became louder and louder. Oh, oh, oh. Host teacher B. That's wonderful, wonderful, Mr. A. Did you see it clearly? Host A. Of course. Tang Dao forced the opponent to face Dian. Dian took the opportunity to launch a super-accelerated flight to catch the opponent's beast tamer. Unexpectedly, the opponent also took this opportunity, and even harmed his own beast tamer. He took the opportunity to launch a fierce pig charge, which was bound to knock away the opponent's beast tamer and beast tamer. Teacher B. Then, the toad took advantage of the situation and launched a predatory attack, severely inflicting a heavy blow to its opponent. Host B. I didn't expect that. Dian reacted so quickly, throwing the beastmaster into the air. He took 2 skills on his own and was killed instantly. Fortunately, his efforts were not in vain, and he took the opponent's head. Host teacher A. Unfortunately, Dian died and returned to the beast-taming space. Without the help of a healing beast-tamer, he can't be summoned again for a week. Looks like both teams will have to change players. Chapter 29 Sisters. As soon as Huanwei Sikeo finished his game and walked into the lounge, Huan Yuro handed him a bottle of water and said happily, "Thank you for your hard work, senior. Yuro is still the best. What about your sister?" Huanwei Sikao took a sip of water. "Here, let's go celebrate over there." Pff, cough, 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 cough. What did you say? You just won one game, and the next one is about to start. When we should be discussing who will play next, you're already celebrating? Yes. Huanwei Sikeo held his forehead. No matter what, we should pick up the hero first, he said as he looked at Huan Yuro. Stare. Yuro, why don't you become the president and impeach her? Your sister is too unreliable. Abandon your sister and become my sister. He put himself in Huan Yuro's shoes and patted her shoulder with a sly smile. Ahem, I just came back and heard you were going to steal my sister and impeach me. Huan Yuling hugged Huan Yuro, pressed her face close to hers, and shouted fiercely. Bad guy. You can impeach me, but you are not allowed to steal my sister. Our sister is mine and mine only. Huan Yuro pushed Huan Yuling away and said, Get out of the way. Senior is joking with me. Am I rejected? So sad. Huanwei Sikeo wiped away the non-existent tears and said in a crying voice. Senior sister, stop messing around. You never stop smiling. Business is more important. Huan Yuro glanced at Huan Yuling. Pa. He patted her head. Same to you. Huan Yuling covered her head and looked at Huan Yuro with her big, watery eyes and said aggrievedly. Stop patting my head. I'm going to be stupid if you do that. It's okay. You've been silly to the extreme. It's okay to be a little more silly. Although she said so, Huan Yuro still gently rubbed her head with her hand. Huanwei Sikao, who was watching from the side, widened his eyes and thought to himself. Can't you two just be together? Why do you have to be a fan of Qingyu Gongzi? I think you two are quite happy just playing around. I'm so jealous. Well, you've been making such a fuss, who's going to play next? Long Xing couldn't quite understand their behavior. They had something important to do. Aren't we here to win this game? They actually abandoned the game to chat about family matters. Sorry, Ferong Wang's strongest fan has been defeated. The only ones left are the foreign players he hired. Do you know who they are? Huan Yuro put down her hand that was rubbing Yuling's head, turned to look at everyone and asked. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads. Huan Yuro sighed and continued. Senior sister can't go on anymore. Looks like Sister Cho will go on next. Senior sister Long Xing is the strongest among us. It's most appropriate for her to stay and be the finale. Okay. ×2. Huan Yuling patted her plump figure and said, Don't worry, leave it to me. Let me kill them all without leaving a single one alive. Be careful, sister. They all know that we have Long Xing on our side. The foreign aid we invited will definitely not be weaker than Long Xing. Huan Yuro looked at Huan Yuling with eyes full of worry. Huan Yuling grinned. Don't worry, if I can't win, I will surrender. After all, I am afraid of pain. On the other side, Ferong Wang was sitting on the sofa, eating the fruit handed to him by a female fan. Don't get me wrong, there are no sofas in the gym's lounge, only stools. Farong Wang asked fans to carry them in for comfort. The sofa where 2 people were sitting was also brought in by fans. One of them came here on his own initiative, and the other was invited by Farong Wang at a huge price. As for the fat girl who just competed, she has been sent to the infirmary for recuperation. Why should you visit her if you are the loser? Hey, classmate Wang Xiaobao, why are you here? Did young Master Qingyu offend you? The boy in black clothes asked the red-haired strong man. Boom! The fluff on the sofa flew everywhere, and the loud noise scared everyone in the lounge except the boy sitting next to the Tyrannosaurus. Zhao Jiayu already said, don't call me Wang Xiaobao. I just want to see what that so-and-so young man has in his power to sit with me. Tisk, would I be afraid of you? The feeling you give me now is that you are incompetent and furious. You don't like this name but you don't want to change it. Who are you angry at? You should blame your dead dad. I won't serve you. Zhao Jiayu had an indifferent expression on his face and patted the scattered fluff on his body. How could Zhao Jiayu not know that Wang Xiaobao's personality was influenced by the beast man? How could he not know? They went to the same elementary school and were even very good friends. They had parted ways since he contracted a volcanic rock man. Alas, what a cute kid he was back then. Now he has become a red-haired muscular uncle. I don't know how many Shota lovers have been pissed off and cried. Volcanoes are extremely aggressive beastmen who love to chase after the strongest. This personality trait leads Wang Xiaobao to challenge his peers year after year. Only if someone among the students can defeat him, otherwise I doubt he would challenge the teacher. Xiao Jiayu! Wang Xiaobao's brows were instantly furrowed, his eyes revealed anger, his face was gloomy, his fingers were clenched into fists, his nails were deeply embedded in the flesh, showing his inner anger. His breathing was rapid, white smoke overflowed from the corners of his nostrils and mouth with each breath. He roared word by word. Come on stage and fight me now! Lolyalu, I'm angry, ha ha ha. I won't fight with you. I'm so angry. Zhao Jiayu stuck out his tongue and said shamelessly. This TM. This was the only thought in the entire lounge. How shameless. Let's go. I'll be in the next game, Wang Farong? Ah yes. Tyrannosaurus boss finale. Tisk, I'm not as good as him at that. It's so troublesome. I'm not happy. Give me more money, or I won't fight. No problem, another 50%. Ola! Watching Zhao Jiayu leave, Farong Wang's beating heart gradually calmed down. She was afraid that the 2 of them would fight in the lounge. A private fight would result in criticism and education from the security department. It had nothing to do with me if they were put in solitary confinement, but what if they couldn't play in the game? Fortunately, they walked quickly, and King Furong's tense body gradually relaxed. He slumped down on the sofa and signaled his younger brother with his eyes to compliment Tyrannosaurus. His red cheeks from anger were so scary. Tyrannosaurus loves to hear compliments. No matter how outrageous, he thinks they're meant for him. This beastmaster has a real influence. It didn't take long for Tyrannosaurus to calm down. He even praised my good judgment. So easy to fool. If he'd lived before the cataclysm, the fraud center would have been his grave. Chapter 30 Peach Blossom Fragrance. Host Teacher A. Okay, after a short break, the competition moves on to the next round. Host B. Now please invite our contestants to enter. The field was suddenly filled with fierce verbal battles, which seemed particularly lively but also showed low quality. Both sides entered the ring. Why is it you, Zhao Jiayu? Huan Yuling asked loudly in disbelief. I'm not afraid that you'll get hurt. King Furong will hire people to beat you anyway, so I'll fight you and earn some money at the same time. Zhao Jiayu blushed and scratched his head embarrassedly. You're out of your mind, aren't you? If you want revenge, just say so. I just rejected your confession. You're so pretentious that it's disgusting to watch. And UNZ, do you need it? Of course. Even if we can't be together, aren't we still friends? Don't be so pretentious. Don't I understand you? We've known each other for years, and you just enjoy disgusting people for your own pleasure. You're a pervert. Tisk, that's boring. Don't you know it's rude to take off someone's disguise? Just start fighting. TSK, my defense is broken, After all these years, you're still like this. Go ahead and tease your good brother, I won't fall for it. Huan Yuling summons peach tree and golden-spotted swallowtail butterfly. The peach trees were full of pink flowers, the petals were as delicate as silk, emitting a faint fragrance, and suddenly the whole gymnasium was filled with the fragrance of peach blossoms. Zhao Jiayu took deep breaths of the aroma and sighed in ecstasy. Sure enough, I still like this smell. It's exactly the same as the smell on you. TSK. You're such a pervert. Huan Yuling felt the chill and got goosebumps all over her body. Peach. Tao Yao Yao. Gender, hermaphrodite. Beast taming rank, intermediate. Beast type, plant/control. Beast taming skills. 100 flowers bloom, passive, hundreds of flowers bloom, releasing fragrance. When the enemy inhales the fragrance, their physical and soul power consumption is greatly increased. When the friendly party inhales it, the power of their skills is enhanced, and their mental strength is improved. Peach blossom tears. The peach tree distributes all of its peach resin around the tree and hides it, creating a 360-degree, all-encompassing trap. The duration of this trap is limited by the power of the subject, with greater power shortening the duration. Abundant fruits consume soul power to condense into fruit. Absorption can improve various basic qualities, up to 3 times the increase or restore soul power. The effect lasts for 1 hour. Merciless whip softens the peach branches and can attack like a whip. Earth vein absorption. Absorb the soul power of the earth veins to replenish soul power and recover from injuries. During this period, you cannot move. Beast taming contract. Huan Yuling. Beast taming experience. Golden spotted swallowtail butterfly. Tsai. Gender female. Beast taming rank, intermediate. Beast type, biological/elemental. Beast taming skills. Wind pressure consumes soul power to form a powerful airflow, causing pressure on enemy units. Wind blade consumes soul power to condense a wind blade to attack enemy units. Wind barrier, passive, a wind barrier forms around each Tsai. Units with less power than the individual Tsai cannot break the barrier. Wind barrier consumes soul power to cast a wind barrier for allied units, which continuously consumes soul power during its existence. Wind tornado consumes soul power to generate a tornado that continuously pulls in enemy units. Beast taming contract. Huan Yuling. Beast taming experience. I thought you were going to give up. You know you can't beat me. So is this man you've never had a good chat with really that important? Zhao Jiayu sighed and summoned his 2 beasts while speaking to Huan Yuling. Queen bee. Dai. Gender female. Beast taming rank, intermediate advanced. Beast type, biological/poison. Beast taming skills. Beehive creates a dedicated space that expands as worker bees build it. The maximum space available increases with each level. Used to store honey and for worker bees, the hive constantly surrounds the queen bee. Damage cannot be inflicted unless the hive is broken. Once destroyed, the space begins to build again. Production. Produce a large number of worker bees to work for them. The honey produced by the worker bees can restore a small amount of injured soul power. Launch poison needles. Launch poison needles to attack enemy units, which will die within 1 hour after launching the poison needles. Sacrifice. Sacrifice worker bees to restore vitality. Beast tamer contract. Zhao Jiayu. Beast taming experience. Mountain peak. Jiayu peak. Beast taming rank, intermediate advanced. Beast tamer type, mountain and river system/defense system. Beast taming skills. Mountain guardian. Within the range of Jiayu peak, all control effects are reduced. Defense power increased significantly. Defense power increases 10-fold. Life increase. Vitality increases 5-fold. Protect with 1 heart. Damage dealt to the beastmaster is transferred to Jiayufeng. When this skill is activated, Jiayufeng cannot move or be moved, and cannot be recalled to the beastmaster space. Beast tamer contract. Zhao Jiayu. Beast taming experience. Are both sides ready? The referee shouted loudly with the microphone in his hand. Ready. ×2. The peach tree Tao Yaoyao stretched out a peach branch, picked up Huan Yuling and slowly placed it on the branch of the tree. Zhao Jiayu had already sat on Jiayu Peak and released thousands of worker bees. Then let's begin. In an instant, A transparent shield appeared above the venue, which was a shield protecting the audience. Teacher A. The golden swallowtail butterfly swung directly onto the mountain in a tornado, directly killing the worker bees that the queen bee had just summoned. What do you think, Mr. B? Host Teacher B. Of course, I just sat down and watched. This sentence silenced the entire audience. No, tornado can only clean up the worker bees. Look, either Jiayafeng nor the queen bee are hurt at all. Host Teacher A. That's right, we all know Zhao Jiayu's beast control. We must use brute force to destroy the hive, otherwise we will be killed by the large number of worker bees. Host Teacher B. What a shame! Huan Yuling's strongest attack, the wind blade, couldn't even break the wind nest. Give up, Huan Yuling, you can't win. On the ring, Zhao Jiayu lay on a piece of marble, speaking nonchalantly with the dogtail grass in his mouth. Zhao Jiayu, do you still remember how you defeated me last year? Of course, I died babies, they just broke through your wind barrier. Do you remember what level of beast might Sai was at that time? Needless to say, Zhao Jiayu was silent for a while. Could it be that he has already advanced to the intermediate or advanced level? Yes. Huan Yuling smiled. I was wondering why novels always like to show off suddenly. It really feels good. Damn, are you guys hiding this deep? No, that tornado just now didn't get any stronger. It felt like it got weaker. Hee, I deliberately reduced the release of my soul power. It's enough to destroy those worker bees of yours. Let's see whether your tortoise shell wins or my recovery is higher. Great Harvest. Chapter 31. Win another game. Host Teacher A. Huan Yuling actually gave us a surprise. She actually advanced to the intermediate advanced level. Host Teacher B. What big moth? That's a butterfly, the golden spotted swallowtail. We are teachers, and teachers of the beast taming research class. Please be more rigorous. There are hundreds of thousands of students watching in the live broadcast room. Host Teacher A. Okay, let's get back to the competition. What do you think, Mr. B? Host Teacher B. It's a tough match. Today's match is 2 hours long. Both teams have shields and regeneration. This is a protracted battle. It's a shame. If it lasted a little longer, I think Huan Yuling would win. Host A. I think so too. Zhao Jiayu's recovery mainly relies on honey. Although I don't know how much he has in stock, it will eventually run out. However, the peach tree's earth vein absorption can be used unlimitedly and bear fruit. Zhao Jiayu is different. Without recovery, Jiayu phone can be worn down by grinding. Host Teacher B. Yes, both sides have very limited offensive means. Once you become a high-level beast tamer and then contract a strong attack type, there will be fewer shortcomings. On the stage, peach trees took root in the earth, rapidly bearing delicious, sweet peaches. A butterfly flitted back and forth among the trees, repeatedly touching peaches twice its size, like a forest elf. The peaches transformed into tiny specks of starlight and merged into the butterfly's body. This was strengthening various qualities. The arena was filled with hurricanes all around. This was the full force of the golden-spotted swallowtail's wind pressure. Although it could not directly annihilate the worker bees, it could press all the summoned worker bees to the ground and prevent them from harassing Kai Yidi's gain. Suddenly, the wind pressure around the arena dissipated. Zhao Jiayu took the opportunity to release tens of thousands of worker bees, as long as they could reach the area around the peach tree, to see if they could break through the wind barrier. Before the worker bees could fly near the peach tree, a tornado arose and killed all the worker bees that wanted to approach the peach tree. I surrender! Looking at the death of all the worker bees, Zhao Jiayu shouted loudly with a humiliated expression. The referee in the audience took control of the scene and announced the victory. The winner is the Qinyu Gongzi fan club. I say, you're really good at hiding. Your peach tree has also advanced to the intermediate and advanced level. Zhao Jiayu retracted Jiayufeng, and the queen bee lay on his shoulder and kept touching his face with the antennae on her head. Oh, I'm exposed. I was hiding very well. Huan Yuling also took back the peach tree. Before leaving, she picked a peach and ate it. The butterfly landed on her head, slightly flapping its wings. It was so beautiful. What the hell are you hiding? If only your butterfly has been upgraded, how could the power of its skill be increased so much? It must be that your peach tree has also been upgraded. Zhao Jiayu cursed. Hey, it seems you're not as stupid as I thought. Host Teacher A. B, do you understand? Host Teacher B. That's not difficult. I didn't expect both of Huan Yuling's beasts to advance to the intermediate or advanced level. At the same level, their area of effect skills are a natural counter to Zhao Jiayu's worker bees. The worker bees were first affected by blooming flowers, then abundant fruits, which strengthened the golden-spotted swallowtail. At the intermediate level, the damage is up to 3 times greater, and the intermediate or advanced level should be even stronger. That's why one skill cleared out the minions. It would be great if you could show the panel. Teacher A. Actually, it's not completely impossible. While the worker bees can't get close, the queen bee is protected by the spatial hive and can get close. The queen bee's stinger is very damaging and can basically replace a beast of the same level. Host Teacher B. Can you break the wind barrier? Host A. I don't know. What if it's broken? Once the queen bee launches its poison stinger, it will die within an hour. Without the queen bee, the beastmaster can't command the worker bees. The resurrection time is so long, which is a huge loss for such a cumulative skill. It's just a small competition, there's not much benefit, so there's no need to do this. Didn't you see Zhao Jiayu surrender immediately? If we fight for a while longer, how many worker bees will be consumed? On the ring, Huan Yuling, who had just been preparing, was stopped by Zhao Jiayu. Huan Yuling, I advise you not to go in next round. The next round is against that bastard Wang Xiaobao. You know he won't stop until he's dead. Besides, his 2 offensive-type beasts are a natural counter to someone like you with high recovery. That's all I have to say. Be careful. Without giving Huan Yuling a chance to speak, he walked off the stage and went to Furong Wang to get the Yuanzi. He only invited me to the match, but he didn't let me win. Hurry up and pay me! He really didn't want to see her in such a mess. What she said just now was the truth, but she didn't believe it. I really don't want to see her get hurt. The queen bee beside him expressed her concern and gently stroked his cheek with her insignificant antennae. Okay, I get it. I'm fine. It's so itchy. Zhao Jiayu walked away and disappeared with these cheerful words. It seemed that he had calmed down. Chapter 32 Not spicy enough, not spicy enough. In the lounge, Huan Yuling rushed back and shouted, Not spicy, not spicy. Several administrators were sitting on benches in the lounge, holding popcorn and milk tea in their hands, talking and laughing. When they saw Huan Yuling coming back, they suddenly became agitated and nervous, wanting to hide the milk tea, but it seemed too late. This uneasy atmosphere filled the lounge. Great! I'm working hard outside fighting, and not only do you not worry about me, you're even eating popcorn, thinking you're watching a movie. Huan Yuling's cheeks were puffed up, and she said in a slightly angry tone. How could that be? We are the president, and we dare not give him face. Look, Yuan. Let's order some snacks to celebrate. Huanwei Sikao wiped the oil from the corner of his mouth and smiled. What about mine? Huan Yuling asked with a smile on her face. The face changes so quickly. Let me look for it. Don't look for it, you only ordered 6, we're all in our mouths. Huan Yuro took a sip of milk tea and continued. I thought she didn't like you and did it on purpose, ha 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 ha, but I didn't expect she forgot to order your portion. Huan Yuling ran over, quickly locked onto Huan Yuro's neck, pressed her chin on the top of her head, and loudly blamed her. Stinky sister, you knew she bought 1 less for me, but you didn't even think to order 1 for me. You're so pissed, and you're still laughing. Let me go. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. Huan Yuro grabbed her hand and pulled it out, but he was just a low-level beastmaster, physically weaker than her sister, and it was useless. I'm sorry about that. How about I order another 1 for you? Huanwei Sikeo took out his cell phone and scratched his head embarrassedly. It's okay, it's okay. How can you be the president's sister, you little sister? I'm a hero, how can you let me treat you? As he said that, he took the snacks and milk tea that Huan Yuro hadn't finished and said to Huanwei Sikao. Stinky's sister eats little, so 1 portion is enough for her and me. Huanwei Sikeo tilted his head and rolled his eyes. Your sister eats quite little, do you eat less too? We had dinner together last time, did you forget? By the way, why were you so startled just now? What happened? At this time, Long Xing on the side spoke up and brought the subject back. By the way, I have good news and bad news here. Which one do you want to hear first? Huan Yuling said at this time, keeping the audience in suspense. You have a new love! Don't keep me in suspense, just say it directly. Huan Yuro, who had just taken a breath, said to her. Huan Yuling glanced around the lounge and found that everyone was waiting for her next words, so she didn't keep them in suspense and said, Well, since you want to know so much, then I'll tell you. In the next match, King Hibiscus actually invited the Tyrannosaurus King, Little Storm, to compete in the ring. Stinky sister, isn't this bad news? Where's the good news? The good news is that we know who the other side is going to send out. Everyone in the lounge unconsciously touched their foreheads, as if several crows were flying over their heads, defecating as they passed by. Sister, we grew up together, and have always been inseparable. Sometimes I really think you were kicked in the head by a donkey. Why don't we go to the hospital and make an appointment with a specialist to take a good look at you? Okay, you naughty sister actually dared to say I'm stupid. Watch out, tickle, tickle, diaphragm. Huan Yuling ran to Huan Yuro and kept tickling her. Hee hee. Stop scratching, it's itchy. Huan Yuling laughed so hard that her cheeks turned red. It seems that she is really ticklish. Their revealing movements, their belly without any fat, and their exposed fair and smooth skin, directly make the lesbians ecstatic. Chapter 33 Wang Xiaobao. Senior Longxing, can you fight? A female administrator who seemed to be a stranger, and had no presence, asked Longxing. You're a second-year student, only in school for a year. You don't understand. While you can fight, you can. The top 20 beast tamers in the school are basically the same. Contracted beast tamers are generally mutually exclusive. It's possible that the top 3 can't beat the 20th, or it's possible that the top 20th can't beat anyone, yet somehow manage to beat the top. This has to do with the two subjects of beast-tamer relationships and beast-tamer combat. But almost no one in school wants to play against that Tyrannosaurus. Every time they play against him, it's like the opponent has dug up his ancestors' graves. If you lose, you'll just get hurt or suffer a psychological trauma, but if you win, you're in trouble. He'll keep bothering you and make you play with him again. Longxing felt a chill on her neck. Her lineup couldn't beat Wang Xiaobao, and she didn't want to fight him. I say, stop making trouble and discuss what to do. Longxing's roar immediately stunned everyone present, especially the president who was still fighting. Huan Yuling quickly got off Huan Yuro and said to Long Xingshan with a smile. Ahem, what else can we do? There are only 2 or 3 people who can beat Wang Xiaobao. We will lose if we go up and fight. Do you want to go, Longxing? No, I can't win. Looks like I have no choice but to surrender. Huan Yuling continued unwillingly. Yeah. There's nothing I can do. I've already won 2 games in a row, but in the end, it was all in vain. Huan Yuro came to Huan Yuling, hugged her, touched her little head and said softly, It's okay, this is how beast taming competitions are. No one will blame you. No, I'm not worried about that. I'm thinking about how to contact my idol, Yuro. Huan Yuling stared at Huan Yuro with her big watery eyes, as if saying, Stay with me. Bang, rubbing my head turned into patting my head, it's all my fault. Even if it weren't for this, I would still go with you. Host teacher A. Okay, after a short break, the competition moves on to the next round. Host B. Now please invite our contestants to enter. The arena was once again filled with heated verbal battles, making it seem particularly lively and of extremely low quality. Of course, From Wang's side seemed a little less confident, and the curse words were even more muted. After all, they had already lost 2 games in a row. It's over, the next round has already begun. Longxing, why don't you just go up and surrender? You're crazy. You let Wang Xiaobao take the stage but you didn't fight him. He has no place to vent his accumulated anger, and will hold a grudge against me. A look of panic suddenly appeared on Longxing's face. What should we do? Wang Xiaobao might have already entered the ring. How about you, Xingxing, go up and let him vent? You're kidding me. I don't have any defense-type beasts, recovery-type beasts, or control-type beasts. What am I supposed to use to fight? My head? TSK, what do you want, and you don't have anything? You have it, go ahead. My Yao can't control him. No, just give it a try. Didn't your peach tree get promoted? Are you kidding me? Others beasts have fire-type power, and you want me to fight them with a plant-type beast that controls? While the quarrel was still going on in the lounge, a blue-haired girl walked onto the ring. When the game started, two beautiful girls were sitting on the bench outside the stadium. They were leaning against each other. The big-breasted beauty rested her head on the shoulder of the blue-haired beauty. The blue-haired beauty was holding a tablet in her hand, on which the game footage was playing. Ying, this Tang sword is so handsome. This knife collection is so cool. Ying, do you think Brother Nanhwa would like such a handsome girl? It's hard to say about others, but it seems like your brother Chion Nanhwa doesn't like women, and of course he doesn't like men either. Or maybe he simply has no interest in humans. That's good. What's good about it? You are also a human girl. Li Yingying put down the tablet in her hand, turned sideways, grabbed Lu Jiejia's shoulders with both hands and shook her continuously. Alas, Li Yingying didn't know what to say. Lu Jiejia was so naive. It might never work out. The beastmaster would choose whether to find a partner based on the beast's mood, just like my father's master. By the way, I haven't heard my dad talk about his master for a long time. I'll go ask him when I have time. Lu Jiejia stared into Li Yingying's eyes and said in what she thought was a calm voice. Maybe if I lost to someone else, it would be even harder for me to accept it. Li Yingying couldn't help but hug the innocent and vulnerable girl in front of her tightly. She hoped that this would comfort her a little. There was no deepening of emotions, yet there was such a deep feeling. What a silly girl. After hugging for a while, Li Yingying let go of her hand, picked up the tablet again and said softly to Lu Jiejia. Okay, don't think too much. Besides, I'm just feeling it, just guessing. What if she likes big-breasted cute girls like you? Yingying, Lu Jiejia patted Li Yingying's shoulder shyly. Alright, enough of that. Let's watch the game first. Look, it's the next round. I remember this person. Her name is Huang Ling. Her peach tree is really powerful, a control-type beast tamer that also has healing and endurance abilities. Yes, I know her. She was ranked 11th on the last school beauty list and is also the president of the Qingyu Young Master Fan Club. Jia is quite knowledgeable. Well, she's the biggest competitor. It turns out that love is selfish. Even people like Jia have started to learn bad things. We actually won again. That's amazing. It's only been a short time. Both of our beasts have advanced. Jia, it seems your competitors are really strong. I don't know what's so good about Chion Nanhwa. All the pretty and talented girls are his fans. In comparison, the fans of Furong Wang are ugly and not that talented. Is the difference between the number 1 and number 3 school idols so huge? Li Yingying turned her gaze to Lu Jiejia and thought, I'm only number 4 on the school idol list, so my fans are not a bunch of uglier people. Oh, just thinking about it makes me sick. Well, there shouldn't be any, right? That Zhao Jiayu must have been hired by the Hibiscus King at a huge price. Zhao Jiayu's beastmaster is indeed capable of dealing with Long Xing. He even posted such a disgusting post on the school forum, not considering that the students in our school are all decent. How dare he challenge a junior? This kid is so shameless. Yeah, they should be gone, but why haven't they left yet? Lu Jiejia asked in confusion, tilting her head. Host teacher A. Okay, after a short break, the competition moves on to the next round. Host B. Now please invite our contestants to enter. King Hibiscus actually invited someone? After a while, a strong red-haired man walked onto the stage. That's Wang Xiaobao. I just said that the quality of our school is not bad, and it is indeed not bad, but I forgot about this guy with low IQ. He simply doesn't understand what shamelessness is. Chapter 34. The shocking witch Li Yingying. Yingying, Lu Jiejia shouted in panic. Li Yingying touched Lu Jiejia's little head, stood up and walked towards the gymnasium. Lu Jiejia followed Li Yingying into the gymnasium. Thank you so much all the time, Yingying. On the ring, the red-haired burly man and the blue-haired beauty confronted each other. The red-haired King Xiaobao roared angrily. Why is it you? Where is that young master? Li Yingying brushed the blue hair on her shoulder and said slowly. I don't know where you heard that Chion Nanhwa was coming to fight you, but that guy didn't even know about it at the beginning. Tisk, so annoying. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. After all, your brain is all muscle. So annoying. Chion Nanhwa must be resting well over there. Why do I have to come and do such a troublesome thing? Li Yingying summoned 2 beasts as she spoke. Yangtze River Porpoise. Jiang Yuan Yuan. Gender female. Beast taming rank, intermediate advanced. Beast type, biological/elemental. Beast taming skills. Water arrow, fire water arrows to accurately strike enemy units. Water knife, consumes soul power to condense a scimitar to cut towards the enemy unit. Water gun, consumes soul power to continuously spray high-pressure water guns to repel enemy units. Heavy rain is coming. Soul power creates localized rainfall, and all the rain will be transformed into water arrows. Like a fish in water, double your basic abilities and skill power in water combat. Continuously restores your soul power and stamina. Life increase, vitality increases 5-fold. Beast taming contract, Li Yingying. Beast taming experience. Qingyi River. Xingyi. Gender female. Beast tamer rank, intermediate high. Originally high intermediate was downgraded due to the influence of the beast tamer. Beast tamer type, mountain and river systems/control system. Beast taming skills. Water escape, the core beastmaster and other friendly units can move quickly within the Qingyi River. Water shield consumes soul power to cast a water shield for friendly units. The shield is thin, but it can be continuously stacked by consuming soul power. Flood burst consumes soul power, triggering a torrent to repel enemy units. Water Kingdom consumes soul power to change the environment within a certain range, weakening local units within this environment. Water Dragon Bind consumes soul power, forms a water tornado, and controls enemy units. Pure Water Transformation records all the imperial beasts born in the Qingyi River. Consumes soul power to transform water into the recorded imperial beasts and inherits some of their abilities. Beast taming contract, Li Yingying. Beast taming experience. Li Yingying! Wang Xiaobao's brows were instantly frowned, his eyes revealed anger, his face was gloomy, his fingers were clenched into fists, his breathing was rapid, and with each breath, bursts of white smoke overflowed from the corners of his nostrils and mouth. He roared word by word. Wang Xiaobao angrily summoned his 2 beasts. Volcanic Rock Man. Hot. Gender male. Beast taming rank, intermediate advanced. Beast tamer type, silicon/power. Beast taming skills. Mania, strength is affected by mood. The higher the anger, the higher the quality. The maximum improvement can be doubled, but the increase will be extinguished by elemental water. Strength boost, strength attribute increases 5-fold. Flame forging, the body forged by ultra-high temperature will become stronger and greatly improve defense. At present, the maximum increase is 10 times, but it can be broken by elemental water and elemental ice. Molten Fist consumes soul power to inflict super high temperatures on both fists. Each punch deals double damage to enemy units with both strength and elemental fire. Countered by elemental water and ice. Beast taming contract, Wang Xiaobao. Beast taming experience. Flame Dog. Shao Qi. Gender female. Beast taming rank, intermediate advanced. Beast type, biological/elemental. Beast taming skills. Flame breath consumes soul power to cause a period of high temperature breath. Flame extreme, textbook flame, accelerated extreme. Flame claws, forged at high temperatures, these claws become stronger. Consuming soul power grants a temporary flame enchantment. Resistant to water and ice. Increase physical strength 5-fold. Jump enhancement, jumping ability is increased 5-fold. Life link improves all beastmaster abilities, bringing them to parity with Shaoqi. However, if one dies, the other also dies. Lasts 1 hour, with a 12-hour cooldown. Beast taming contract, Wang Xiaobao. Beast taming experience. Are both sides ready? The referee shouted loudly with the microphone in his hand. Ready. ×2. Li Yingying was already impatient. This guy's beast tamer was completely restrained by her 2 beast tamers. But his little head was influenced by the beast tamer, and was not very smart. That's why he thought that those of the same level could fight, and those who couldn't fight were not trying hard enough. I don't know what his family thinks. Just spend some money to find a beast tamer to treat and eliminate the impact. However, eliminating the influence will indeed reduce the intimacy between the beast tamer, and his beast tamer does have a bad mentality, and is easily angered. The guy in front of me had a ferocious look on his face, and his beasts also had fierce looks on their faces. This was already very restrained. When this guy was playing in a game before the referee called out, "Start," he started fighting. He was controlled by the referee and disqualified. Later, when the same thing happened again, the school dragged him to a secret place for criticism and education, and he later restrained himself. "Let the game begin!" The referee clapped his hands and walked off the stage. In the lounge, while the women were still arguing, Huan Yuro noticed that in addition to the red-haired girl on the ring on the screen, there was a blue-haired girl, and she exclaimed loudly, "Stop messing around, look, someone's going up there!" Several people turned their eyes to the screen. "It's the Witch of Jingtao. Why is she here? Did you invite her, President?" Huanwei Sakeo asked doubtfully. "How is that possible? If I had the ability to invite her, why would I be afraid of Wang Xiaobao?" Huan Yuling answered in disbelief. "That's right. If we talk about the person in school who is least afraid of Wang Xiaobao, it is the shocking wave witch Li Yingying. Her beast control can perfectly restrain Wang Xiaobao's beast control," Longxing said with a little envy. "The Qinjijiang of the Jingtao witch is a high-level beast. Even if it is downgraded and summoned, it is not something that an ordinary mid-level or high-level beast can deal with, let alone a high-level beast that is perfectly restrained." "Why is the Witch of Shocking Waves coming to the competition?" asked an unknown young female administrator. All the girls in the lounge shook their heads, expressing their confusion. No one knew why the Witch of Shocking Waves had come. "Well, maybe he just can't stand Tyrannosaurus bullying people everywhere. Could he be a fan of the young master?" "Ha!" Huan Yuling joked with a smile. "Stare." All the girls in the lounge stared at her. Huan Yuro stared at her and said, "Maybe he was hired by the young master to help us. Last time, a fan said he saw the young master, Jingtao Witch, and Dabo Nizi walking together, but we didn't believe it." Chapter 35. The dust has settled. "It happened so long ago, how come I didn't know about it?" Huan Yuling asked puzzledly. Huan Yuro beside her slapped her on the head and said, "You know nothing. You don't usually take care of things." "Ugh, you slapped my head again, little sister." "You mean they know each other?" Huanwei Sakeo was shocked. They only knew that Jingtao Witch and Dabanese were a pair of very good girlfriends. They even gave people the feeling that they were having an affair. They probably had more CP fans than Ferong Wang had at school. If it's true, then they definitely know each other, but the relationship is not to that extent and no one knows. Huan Yuro rubbed Huan Yuling's head and answered everyone. "How do fans of this generation do things? They only discovered something as big as this now." Bang. He, don't interrupt me when your head is in Yuro's hands." Huanwei Sikao laughed. Leaving aside the unscrupulous president, everyone in the lounge continued to communicate. "Speaking of which, after we win the game, shall we go and thank her?" "Why thank her? We didn't invite her." "But she really helped us." "Then leave it to the president." "Agree." Huan Yuling? On the stage. "Are both sides ready?" The referee shouted loudly with the microphone in his hand. "Ready. ×2. The match begins," the referee said, then left the ring, leading the field to the two teams. Host Teacher A. B, what do you think of this game? Host Teacher B. Haha, Wang Xiaobao is going to be at a disadvantage in this match. His two beastmasters are incredibly powerful, but their weaknesses are too obvious. They're both particularly vulnerable to water or glacial environments. Both of Li Yingying's beastmasters are also susceptible to these conditions. They're a natural nemesis. Host Teacher A water kingdom, a heavy rain is about to fall, and it's over. That's how their last match went. Look, the water kingdom has already started. The arena was already filled with running water, which directly submerged Flamehound and the Volcano Man up to his knees. Wang Xiaobao's two beasts were half-wasted, and all their skills were weakened beyond recognition, but their anger value was not weakened. The man and the two beasts roared and roared madly, trying to get close to the Witch of Jingtao, but their slow speed made people feel a little pitiful. Suddenly it started to drizzle in the sky, and a beautiful rainbow appeared through the sunlight. It meant that heavy rain was about to fall, and what fell were not raindrops, but rain arrows that could cause considerable damage. Those rain arrows fell directly from the sky, piercing into the bodies of Wang Xiaobao and his two beasts one by one. Blood splattered everywhere, dyeing the water under their feet red. The heavy rain continued for half a minute, and Wang Xiaobao was the first to give up and fell into the water in a mess. He was still a long way away from the Witch of Tide. He had only walked a quarter of the distance from the beginning to the time he fell. The referee immediately came up and announced, "The winner is the Qingyu Young Master Fan Club." Suddenly the venue was filled with all kinds of voices, including insults, questions and cheers. The beastmaster from the infirmary came quickly to Wang Xiaobao with a healing beastmaster. The beastmaster could be resurrected in the beastmaster space, but the beastmaster went down to see marks without treatment. Farong Wang quietly left the gymnasium and the lounge. He no longer had the face to stay there. Anyone could see that Tyrannosaurus was the foreign aide he hired, and yet they still lost. Most of the rational fans on both sides also left the stadium, and the farcical game ended. Li Yingying walked down the stage, and a pair of papayas appeared in front of her. While Li Yingying was going through the process on the ring, Lu Jiejia was waiting for her downstairs and did not go to the lounge or the audience seats. Li Yingying squeezed her head out from between the two huge papayas and looked at Lu Jiejia affectionately. "Ahem, I almost can't breathe." Lu Jiejia's cheeks blushed, and she immediately let go of Li Yingying. Li Yingying, who had reacted, laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, why are you shy? It's not like we haven't seen it before when we were taking a bath together." I could only say this silently in my heart, otherwise Lu Jiejia would get upset. Besides, it's not appropriate to make dirty jokes in public. Just as the two top beauties in the school were about to leave the stadium arm in arm, three girls came towards them. They are sisters Huan Yuling and Huan Yuro and Ms. Huanwei Sakeo. The others gathered and left after the competition. "By the way, what's your name, senior? It's not nice to keep calling you by your online name." "Ah, this? My last name is Si and my given name is Cao." "Si Cao? What a weird name, the same as your online name." "It's Koala's Koala." "Sorry, senior, I'd better call you by your online name." The two sides were about to come into contact, and Huan Yuro took the initiative to step forward and talk. "Hello, Senior Sister Lu, Senior Sister Li. I'm a member of the Qingyu Master Fan Club." Sisters Lu Jiejia and Li Yingying turned to her and responded, "Hello, what can I do for you?" "Thank you for your help, Senior." "No need, it's not for you." The three people in front are Lu Jiejia's invisible rivals in love, so Li Yingying does not want to have too much contact with them, so as not to fall into a dilemma in the future. "From the results, you really did help us. You may not care, but we can't forget to be grateful. Isn't that what we learned in elementary school?" The way Li Yingying looked at her seemed like she was really just expressing gratitude, without any weird jealousy in her eyes. "Ah, I want to have lunch, so I'll just give them a quick heads up and send them away." "Well, you're right. You're welcome then." After saying these words calmly, Li Yingying prepared to pull the shy girl who was hiding behind her and sticking her little head out to look around away. "Wait, senior sister, it's almost noon, let me treat you to lunch." Li Yingying communicated with Lu Jiejia through eye contact. "Are you going or not?" "I'll listen to Yingying." He glanced at the flirting sisters and, well, I thought for a while, remembering what Huan Yuling and Huan Yuro usually did. Should I leave early? Isn't this a double date? What's the point of being a single person? Bah! I look down on you. Okay. You decide the location. The five of them went to a hot pot restaurant at the school gate. Hot pot restaurants are places filled with appetites and a lively atmosphere. When you walk into a hot pot restaurant, you'll see large stoves stacked with a variety of ingredients, such as fresh vegetables, meat, seafood, and tofu. The entire restaurant is filled with steam and spicy aromas. The store is decorated with various Chinese elements, such as festive red and auspicious lanterns, and paper cuts pasted on the glass windows. The waiters, wearing uniform work clothes, warmly and friendly led the five of us beautiful girls into a separate private room. Chapter 36. Thanks. There was a square table in the box, which could accommodate 2 people on each side. Li Yingying and Lu Jiejia sat on one side, Huan Yuling and Huan Yuro sat on the other side, Hanfu sat alone on one side, and the remaining side was empty. What kind of hot pot do you like? Hanfu opened the ordering tablet and asked. Me. I want to eat spicy hot pot. Bang. Hanfu stared at Hanfu with her big watery eyes. There are outsiders here. Please give me some face. Hanfu glared at her in return. Then you should stop talking and be a mute bride. Hanfu, I don't understand what you're saying at all. Can you take me with you? Never mind, I'll just order some food. Eat more, I'll bankrupt you. Humph. Li Yingying watched the two of them interacting, and she felt like they were close friends. Everyone has an unreliable person around them, but that person happened to be her best and most beloved girlfriend. Order the shabu shabu hot pot. Those who like spicy clear soup can have what they want, Li Yingying replied. After ordering the remaining dishes for the hot pot, they each opened their tablets and ordered their favorite dishes. The food for Hanfu has already been ordered, and now everyone is running to get snacks and mixed oil dishes. Senior Yingying, can I call you that? After hearing the affirmative answer, Hanfu smiled brightly and continued to ask. Senior Yingying, I have a question that I'm not sure whether I should ask or not. Li Yingying looked at her in surprise. She guessed that she was going to ask about her relationship with Xiao. Ask. Senior Yingying, what is your relationship with young Master Qingyu? Hanfu scratched her head embarrassedly and said. We were students from the same school, and after meeting a few times, we had no more than a relationship, not even friends. At most, she is the target of her best friend, Li Yingying thought silently in her heart. Then why did you come to participate in this competition? Girl, asking questions is a good habit in academic matters, but it is a bad habit when it comes to other people's privacy. However, this matter is just a request from someone. I must make Lu Jiejia compensate me. In order to prevent her from asking me more questions, I actually acted scheming for the first time in a long time. Sorry, Senior Yingying. It's okay. The short dinner was over in a flash. It was too long for Hanfu. Li Yingying added more food to Lu Jiejia's bowl and wiped her mouth. Hanfu grabbed the food that had already been put into Hanfu's bowl and was slapped on the head again. I'm really screwed. I'm clearly having dinner with two pairs of girlfriends, but it feels like there are two couples sitting next to me. If I come to eat with you again, I'm a dog. I won't come even if you invite me in a big sedan chair. Several people added their contact information and then parted ways. On the way, Li Yingying saw Lu Jiejia taking out her phone and grinning, and couldn't help but ask. Xiao? Let me see what you are talking about. Li Yingying leaned over to take a look. Lu Jiejia immediately covered her phone shyly, but Li Yingying still saw it. A dream in life. Is Brother Nanhua here? Brother Nanhua, yes. A dream in life. The results of the competition are out, and Brother Nanhua's fans won. Brother Nanhua, I always thought I was going to lose. A dream in floating life. Doesn't Brother Nanhua understand his own fans? Brother Nanhua, you are also number 1 on the school beauty list. Do you know your own fans? A dream in life. I have never understood. Brother Nanhua, that's right. Thank you for letting me know. I'm going to practice now. I'll treat you to dinner when I have time. Bye. Fu Xing Yimeng, you're welcome. Bye. Jia, is this really okay? That's enough. I should apologize to Yingying. It was you who helped her win the fight. Li Yingying hugged Lu Jiejia's face, rubbed it, and said, I have always been doing this for my Jiejia. Who doesn't I know Xiao? In the training room, Xiao, who had just finished lunch, opened her phone to check the messages. He didn't expect that his fans actually won. He had been planning to go on stage to measure his wrist tomorrow morning, although he didn't like showing off that much, and it wouldn't be fun to show off in front of a bunch of little brats. But it always feels weird, like the water was being released halfway but was suddenly interrupted, or the Dragon King's mouth was about to be twisted but was suddenly torn apart. In fact, it is also good to be the 6th one quietly, but it is difficult. If you are handsome, you will be the focus wherever you go. You can't be the 6th one. Chapter 37 Accepting the Mission. The ordinary time of cultivation always passes quickly, and 2 months went by in a flash. During this period, fans found her in class and added her contact information. After Qiu Nanhua learned that it was Li Yingying who came on stage to help win the fight, she found a time to invite some fans and Li Yingying, Lu Jiajia and others to have a meal. What? I'm actually at the top of the school idol list. This shouldn't be possible. I know I'm handsome, but I've never run anything. How could I have so many people supporting me? At the dinner, Qiu Nanhua's face showed a slightly surprised look. This was the first time he knew about this. Hey you! At least be humble. I'm actually curious why so many girls like you, who doesn't even care about your own affairs. I even suspect you've contracted a beastmaster with a skill like charm. Li Yingying also found it strange. Just because he's handsome? Are all the girls in school so vulgar? Oh, is this Qingqing's fault? The charm-boosting skill is so obvious. Junior sister Yuro, how did you fall in love with this guy? Li Yingying asked the junior sister with whom she had been chatting well in the past few days. At first, it was because my sister liked me that I got to know him a little bit, and I found him to be really handsome. But as time went on, I realized that he almost never quarreled with other students. He felt a little out of reach. I see. You only want idols when you can't have them, right? So now that we're having dinner together, do you dislike them anymore? From what you've said, Qiu Nanhua sounds like a socially anxious kid. My idol is surprisingly so kind and approachable. I like him even more. Li Yingying. Qiu Nanhua. Can you please turn your back on him when you talk about this topic? Wouldn't it be embarrassing? Ahem, I'm just afraid of trouble. I'm not as good as you think. Okay, everyone, let's eat and stop talking about me. After the meal, fans all came to ask for his contact information. To be honest, he didn't want to give it to them, but since he already had one, it wouldn't matter if he added a few more. He could just not reply anyway. Before leaving, Qiu Nanhua reminded them not to send me messages unless necessary, as she found it troublesome to reply. In the past 2 months, apart from having a meal with them, nothing major happened. No senior high school students came to challenge him. They probably thought he was powerful, had many fans and was related to Li Yingying, so it would be easier to think about how to get on the list than to challenge him. Finally, Yu is a little difficult to coax. Today was awesome too. I woke up feeling completely different. Qingqing's skills are really amazing. She can advance even when she is sleeping or passively absorbing the energy. The main thing is that there is no bottleneck. Otherwise, a beastmaster with low talent would not be able to advance for dozens or hundreds of years without some insights. Today Qiu Nanhua is going to come to school to take on a mission that will require him to stay outside for a long time. He is currently at a high level and cannot be promoted in a short time. It would be better for him to go out for a walk and find an opportunity to sign up for a music training class. The Beast Taming Alliance Hall of Shuzhou No. 13 High School is different from the Adventurers Association in the other world. It is full of machines. Whether it is a guidance robot or a self-service machine, they are all beasts. If you need to do any business, just contact them directly. They are all very smart. Qiu Nanhua came to the mission hall and found a self-service machine. Please help me find out what missions are available in the wild. The service machine scanned Qiu Nanhua with a scanner. Okay, classmate Qiu Nanhua from class 1013 of Senior 3 thought you found a field mission. The service robot beastmaster cast a light curtain, on which several pages of tasks were displayed. Investigate the Ligia village murder case. This name sounds troublesome. No. Investigate and purify the water source of Zhangjia village. TSK, this won't work. Not only do we need to investigate, but we also need to purify it. This is even more troublesome than the last one. Deliver. It took me a while to find one that was particularly suitable. Hunt down the fugitive Wang Peng. Wang Peng is an intermediate beastmaster of the Wang group. He clashed with ordinary people in Shuzhou and accidentally killed one of them. Fearing exposure, he killed all the onlookers and fled. He was caught by a camera beastmaster and has now fled China and fled to the Jiabenji ruins. He hadn't been to the Foot Basin Chicken ruins in a long time. The last time he went was because of a certain reckless beastmaster. Although it was very reckless, it was well done. Getting rid of a scourge of Blue Star made those devils stronger, and who knows what kind of trouble they will do. Just like before the catastrophe, they were able to do things like destroy the ocean. Please help me take over the pursuit of the fugitive Wang Ping, Qiu Nanhua said to him. Received. Qiu Nanhua, a student from class 1013 of Senior 3, has accepted the mission to hunt down the fugitive Wang Ping. The mission will take 2 months. Please confirm. A confirmation button was projected on the screen, and Qiu Nanhua clicked it. 2 months was the longest mission assigned to students by the Beast Taming Alliance. The main purpose of this mission is to find Wang Ping. He can go to the Beast Taming Alliance to borrow a detection-type beast, but there is no need, as he has a better way. Is there anything else I can help you with? No, thank you. Qiu Nanhua left the school. When he took on this task, his task had already been sent to the class teacher and the teaching department. The beastmaster of the teaching department would help him ask for leave. First, I will go to Jinling Prefecture to find a beast tamer. I wonder if he still recognizes my friend. After all, the Foot Basin Chicken Ruins are his territory. Chapter 38 Jinling Memorial Hall. At the school gate, Qiu Nanhua opened her mobile phone, skillfully opened the app, and placed an order from the school gate to Jinling. After a while, a huge egret flew in the sky, with a male beastmaster standing on it. Egret. Ling Bai. Gender male. Beast taming rank, low intermediate. Beast type, biology/speed. Beast taming skills. Body shape change, consumes soul power to control the change of body shape, and the controllable range is within 10 times. High-speed flight, consumes physical energy to fly, the maximum speed can reach 3,000 km per hour. Super accelerated flight, draw upon soul power to accelerate flight, with a maximum speed of 6,000 km per hour. Life enhancement, vitality is enhanced fourfold. Strength enhancement, strength is tripled. The egrets gradually landed, bringing gusts of wind that blew up the dust around in the greenery on the roadside, but did not blow up Qiu Nanhua's clothes. Is it the story of the old days in the south of the city? The male beastmaster standing on the egret spoke. Well, yes. What's the last digit of your mobile phone number? 5436. Classmates, get on the bus. We're going to Jinling's house, right? Qiu Nanhua sat on the egret's back, which was soft and comfortable. It will be delivered to you within an hour. The egret spread its wings and flew high. Qiu Nanhua fell down and lay on the egret's back. It was so comfortable. What are you doing in Jinling's house? Meet an old friend. Ha ha ha, my classmate is only in his teens, how old can our friend be? I'm over 10,000 years old. Tell me if I'm old or not. Master, is the mid-level beastmaster also here to recruit people? Ha ha ha, I just advanced not long ago. It was through chatting with guests like you that I gained insights and made the breakthrough. It's really nice to listen to the stories of young people like you every day. Congratulations, your intermediate lifespan will be much longer. I can't compare to you guys. I became a mid-level beastmaster when I was still in school. I'm much better than people like us who become mid-level beastmasters in old age. Life expectancy has increased, and time is still long. You can no longer be considered an elderly person. That's right, that's right. There was silence for a while. Qiu Nanhua rested for a while on the furry bird's back. As for falling, how could it be possible? Shenling Zhuiyu and Lu Liqingyu were both there. There was also the king-level beast tamer Jin Shiziyudi, pretending to be a broken flute in his sleeves, but Qiu Nanhua doubted that Jin Shiziyudi would help him. Classmate, we're here. Where do you want to get off? Qiu Nanhua opened her eyes drowsily, pointed in the general direction and muttered, Just get closer to that side. After getting off the plane, getting off the Feilu, Qiu Nanhua opened her cell phone. Wow, there were quite a lot of deductions, worthy of being a mid-level beastmaster. I opened the map and it was quite close, about 10 minutes away. I don't know how he was doing. I heard that he hasn't left Hanfu for thousands of years since he came back. I haven't seen him for thousands of years either. I don't know if he still recognizes him as a friend. Qiu Nanhua stood at the door of the Jinling Memorial Hall. No matter how time changed, it was still so majestic and solemn. Without going in, the sculpture at the door would make people mourn involuntarily. Jade. Qiu Nanhua let Shenling Zhuiyu release its aura. If anyone still remembered his friend, they would definitely come out to see him. After a while, a pale white figure appeared in front of Chiu Nanwei, and he spoke. You're back? How come you're only at the high level? And you're only at the low-high level? I remember when we last met, you were already at the high-mid level. Are you regressing the more you cultivate? That's not right. At your age, you'd have been buried long ago at the high level. Just think of it as a temporary setback in your cultivation. No, I also want to know about your experiences and what the other world is like. Do I need to take precautions? I don't want this tragedy to happen again. I don't believe what's written in the books or what they told me. How about you go there and tell me about it? That's a long conversation. Do you want to listen? Listen, of course you wouldn't listen. You know, we don't have much time now. The other world is very dangerous. I need to become stronger quickly to protect everything I want to protect. I don't know how long we chatted, I just know that it was dark when we finished. By the way, what do you want to see me about today? I need you to do me a favor. Yes, as long as it doesn't endanger the safety of the country and the people, it's fine. Don't worry. Chiu Nanwei took out the wanted poster and showed it to him. What? He actually endangers his own people. This man deserves to die. The pale white figure roared angrily. Well, it's damn true. I remember that you send heroes to station in the ruins of Hanfu Island every year, so I came to you first. Chiu Nanwei nodded and responded. They went there voluntarily, looking for something to do. But this is a simple matter. I will ask Yingling to capture him and send him to the scene of the incident to be beheaded in public. You don't have to go. Just stay and chat with me, said the pale white figure. Okay, no problem. Anyway, I'm not taking this mission for Yuanzi, but just to have more free time. I'll leave first and find a hotel to rest. I'll come to see you tomorrow. Chiu Nanwei agreed. Well, bye, and welcome home. Well, I'm back, Chiu Nanwei said, waved at him, and strode away. Jinling Memorial Hall. Jinling Memorial Hall. Beast Taming Rank, Intermediate King. Beast Type, Construction/Summoning. Beast Taming Skills. Summon heroic spirits. All the lives that sacrifice their lives for the country and the people within the site of the Jinling Memorial Hall will be transformed into heroic spirits. The heroic spirits will be immortal as long as the Jinling Memorial Hall lasts. The record is limited by the total amount of soul power, and summoning will continue to consume soul power. Heroic spirit inherits 1/10 of the basic qualities of the beast tamer. A long, long time ago. What did you say? There are Japanese devils behind this. A loud shout came from a conference room. Yes, we captured a Japanese troop on the front line. Where are they? I want to interrogate them myself. He has committed suicide. They can't save themselves, yet they still want to drag us down with them. They shouldn't have considered the international impact and given up on taking action against them. The soldiers in the conference room were filled with righteous indignation and clamored about sending troops to Hanfu Island. No one knew that a beastmaster had already led his heroic spirits in an extermination operation against this country. There is such a majestic and grand building in the middle of a barren land. Looking around, one can only see the empty fields and desolate landscape. There is no human habitation for dozens of miles around. The ground is covered with withered and yellow weeds, swaying wildly in the strong wind, and the overgrown thorns and wild vines are entangled with each other. The road was difficult, and the vast rubble formed a desolate ruin, stripped of its former splendor, leaving only a blank space. Lives were devastated, property was destroyed, and infinite sorrow grew madly here, like the countless rubble, filling the entire city that had been stripped of its luxurious outer garments, filling the despairing hearts of the people who had walked on. Beneath a magnificent building that didn't fit in with the surroundings, a handsome beastmaster spoke towards the structure. I hope this incident won't significantly impact our country's international image. International image is determined by strength. If you are strong, no one will dare to say anything. This is their obsession, and it is also my obsession. Voices came from the magnificent building. That's right, I decided to advance right away when I came here. You should come here for your rank as well. At this time, a group of heroes came running from a distance. They were soldiers who died in a war. Reporting that all lost items from China have been collected. Okay. A voice came from the building. Please help me put it away. Okay, you. After collecting them, Chiu Nanhua continued to say to him, "Are we going home now? Well, let's pack up." All the heroic spirits turned into points of light and returned to the memorial hall, leaving behind a troop. "What is this?" Chiu Nanhua asked him. "How can we allow others to sleep soundly beside our bed? They feel that someone must be stationed here to prevent those with bad intentions from continuing to occupy this unowned land and harbor ill intentions towards our country. Heroes swear to defend the country to the death, and their souls still guard the mountains and rivers." After listening to them, Chiu Nanhua saluted them solemnly. They also responded to my salute. All the words are contained in this military salute. Chapter 39, Jinling Tianyin Pavilion. Early in the morning, Chiu Nanhua strolled along the nearby path, watching the sun rising in the east, casting rays of rosy light over the earth. Under the shade of the trees, in the grass, birds are singing, and the crystal dewdrops are sparkling. Breathing in the fragrance of the earth, you will meet various beasts along the way. They live together with humans, taking care of each other and living together. Under the banyan tree, a gentle morning sun shines on the road, casting mottled cool shadows on the green leaves, and then slowly dissipating on the stone slabs. After finishing breakfast, Chiu Nanhua came to a music-related force called Tianyin Pavilion. The name sounded very grand, but it was a small force. The size of the force did not matter, the main thing was to learn how to play the flute. These forces will make use of his expertise and start music training. These forces recruit beastmasters, and the most basic requirement is at least that they cannot be tone-deaf. The training fees charged by these forces are not low. Tianyin Pavilion stands tall in this tranquil city, a towering skyscraper. Its glass curtain walls, both tall and exquisite, shimmer and translucent, like gems gifted by nature, emanate a mysterious and magnificent radiance. From the rooftop, colorful flags flutter endlessly, highlighting the building's majesty and solemnity. It's exactly the same as opening a company building in the past. There was a hall after entering the door. Chiu Nanhua went straight to the receptionist. "Hello, do you have any teachers who teach musical instruments here?" "Hello, we have several training classes here. Which instrument do you want to learn?" The receptionist was stunned for a moment when she saw that Chiu Nanhua was really looking for her. Then she reacted and responded to Chiu Nanhua immediately. "I guess it's because Chiu Nanhua is quite handsome and rare." "Flute? Classical instruments, huh? Then please come over here. This is the hall of our Tianyin Pavilion, which specializes in teaching music. Over there is the teaching area for classical instruments." The lady at the front desk sent Chiu Nanhua a location, and Chiu Nanhua looked and saw that it was not far away. Thank you for your trouble," Chiu Nanhua said gratefully. After saying that, just as she was about to leave the lobby, the receptionist called out to Chiu Nanhua. What's your name? Can you add me as a friend?" "Love at first sight, right?" "Bah, no, you were just attracted by her beauty." Chiu Nanhua ignored her and even quickened her pace as she left the hall. Being handsome is also a mistake. Walking on the sidewalk of the main road, Chiu Nanhua took out the flute that had been hidden in her sleeve and said softly, You've heard my story, and I want to hear yours too." Yesterday, when he was chatting with the Jinling Memorial Hall, he did not drop the Jinsei purple jade flute. She must have heard everything. So she stopped pretending and had to come clean. "I admit that I really want to make a contract with you. When I saw you in the principal's office, I was very surprised. Of course, we don't know each other yet. Are you willing to give me this opportunity?" Chiu Nanhua said seriously. After hearing Chiu Nanhua's words, Jinsei Zayuti remained unmoved and pretended to be a broken flute. "Since you have it left, I'll take it as your consent." Chiu Nanhua put her back into her sleeve and continued to rush towards the location. We arrived at the place, which was also a building. After entering, we went straight to the front desk. There was a handsome guy at the front desk, although he looked a little different from Chiu Nanhua. "Hello, I want to learn to play the flute." The guy at the front desk looked at Chiu Nanhua and said softly, "How long will you be studying here? We have 2-month, 6-month, 1-year, and 3-year programs." "About 2 months," Chiu Nanhua responded. 2 months is not enough time to learn a musical instrument well. We suggest you learn for a while longer." The guy at the front desk still smiled and spoke in gentle words. "I'll only be in Jinling for 2 months. Chiu Nanhua responded repeatedly without any change in her tone. It doesn't matter. The beast taming speed is very fast now. If it doesn't work, we still have online classes. You are the receptionist, not the salesperson, so you can't get commission. No need, just sign up for 2 months. Chiu Nanhua responded helplessly. Okay, scan me. Seeing that Chiu Nanhua couldn't be persuaded, the receptionist took out the payment code and said. After Chiu Nanhua paid, he continued. Take this receipt and go to the 2nd floor to find Teacher Shin. She teaches ancient musical instruments. Okay. Chiu Nanhua took the receipt and went upstairs. After Chiu Nanhua went upstairs, the guy at the front desk suddenly picked up the phone and dialed the number of a man named Shinji Adata. Beep 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 beep. Hello, a cold female voice came from it. Sister, let me tell you, there's a student coming up soon. You must trick this student into staying at our Tianjin pavilion. He's such a handsome guy, even I'm embarrassed. There aren't many boys studying music, let alone handsome guys. You said the same thing last time, but a 3-meter-tall burly man came. A dissatisfied complaint came from the phone. I'm not lying to you, he is indeed a handsome guy in the eyes of us boys. The guy at the front desk still retorted. You're representing the other boys again. Last time I saw them, they were eager to stay away from that burly guy. Being afraid of him and thinking he's handsome don't conflict with each other. But don't worry about it. This time it's really different. It can even meet your perverted mate selection requirements. You are already over 900 years old, it's time to find a partner. Remember to teach him one-on-one, hee. The guy at the front desk immediately changed his expression and said with a gradually obscene smile. Shut up! You dare to tease your sister? You want to die, don't you? Besides, I'm only 18. If you say that again, I'll beat you up. Okay, you're only 18, remember to teach me personally. Beep beep beep. TSK, she actually hung up on me. But it's okay, she'll understand after seeing that person. At this time, a woman came running from a distance and shouted to him respectfully. Hello, hall master! Well, hello, it's not time to go to work yet, don't be nervous, I'm not here to check on you. The woman breathed a sigh of relief and felt a lot more relaxed. I didn't expect that I would suddenly have the idea of trying out what it's like to work at the front desk, and I would actually hire a naturally handsome guy. They all planned to trick him into Tianjin Pavilion and then make him an internet celebrity with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of fans, making him the face of our Tianjin Pavilion. This way, it would be easier to snatch high-quality talents after the college entrance examination. Chapter 40 Shinyushi. On the 2nd floor, I searched for a long time before I found Teacher Shin's private office, but the door was closed. Knock knock knock, Chiu Nanhua knocked on the door. Come in, the door is not locked. A cold female voice came from the room. After opening the door, you will be greeted by rows of classical musical instruments including pipa, eru, flute, dizi, chin, sun, shing and drums, etc. Turning left, there is a window with a large pink sofa and a coffee table next to it. Standing by the window is a beautiful woman in Hanfu. The beauty in Hanfu is wearing gorgeous Hanfu, and the breeze blowing from the window makes her long skirt flutter gently in the breeze. Her eyebrows are picturesque, her skin is fair, her features are delicate, and her eyes are clear and bright, which makes people fall in love with her at first sight. Her hair was tied up high, with a few strands of hair falling in front of her forehead, making her look even more charming. A pair of delicate earrings hung from her earlobes, swaying slightly and making a crisp sound. She wore several exquisite jade bracelets on her hands and a delicate silk handkerchief tied around her wrist, which made her slender hands look even more delicate. She exudes a unique aura that makes people feel as if they have returned to ancient time and space, and everything becomes so beautiful and mysterious. She is so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off her, as if the hanfu she wears has become more dazzling because of her presence. There was a liar on the sofa. Liar. Yushi. Gender female. Beast taming rank high-low. Beast tamer type, item type / assist type. Beast taming skills. Requiem, the performer plays a requiem, and the units that have listened to the music will feel soothed. Sleep, the performer plays a lullaby to help the listener fall asleep quickly. Sound blade consumes soul power and makes the sound waves lethal. Broken strings, when threatened with a fatal blow, all strings will break, binding the enemy and making it easier for the main body and the beastmaster to escape. Conditioning the strings continuously consumes soul power to recondense the strings, 1 string per day, up to a maximum of 7 strings. Such a young high-level beastmaster is also teaching? She turned her head and looked at Xiao Nanhua, and they stared at each other. Both of them were wearing hanfu, which looked like a meeting between a young man and a young lady from ancient times. Xiao Nanhua walked up to her, handed her the receipt, and said, "Hello, Teacher Shin. I'm here to learn to play a musical instrument. I want to learn the flute." She opened the receipt, examined it carefully for a moment, and replied, "Hello, classmate. My name is Shinyushi. You can just call me Teacher Shin. What's your name, please?" Xiao Nanhua. "Okay, classmate Xiao Nanhua, I'll register you and schedule your classes for tomorrow. Would it be convenient for you to add your contact information?" "Okay." After the young master and the young lady exchanged contact information, Xiao Nanhua left because there was nothing else to do. Teacher Shin asked him to see if he was interested in other musical instruments and learn them, but he didn't look and left directly. He thought that learning the flute was enough. The main thing was that he wanted to make a contract with the Jinsei purple jade flute. How could she like you if you couldn't even use it? After Xiao Nanhua left, Shinyushi blushed in the office alone. He was the type she liked. "That's the type you like?" A voice came from the sofa. It was Kixiankin who spoke. "Nonsense, that's not the case. Don't I understand you? How many years do you think we've been together? Over 900 years. You're such a tsundere. Tsundere is out of fashion now. If you like someone, you should pursue them bravely. But I don't even know where he lives, who his relatives are, or what his moral character is like," Shinyushi said with a blushing face. "Then let's investigate first and call your brother." The liar on the sofa floated to Shinyushi and said, Good idea." Shinyushi picked up the mobile phone on the coffee table. Beep 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 beep. "Hey brother, where did you find that young man just now?" He came to me on his own." "What's wrong?" I knew you would like it this time. I deliberately let him come to you." Obscene laughter came from the other end of the phone. "He came to my house on his own? Then go investigate him. His name is Xiao Nanhua. And remember to wash your neck when you get home. How dare you tease your sister?" Beep beep beep. "Damn it, you hung up on me again. This is your attitude when asking for help. TSK, there's nothing I can do. My bloodline is suppressing me. Once I'm in this family, I have to endure the sorrow." In the office, Shinyushi opened Baidu Jidao and searched for Xiao Nanhua. Shockingly, the internet celebrity Furong Wang, a senior in her senior year, publicly mocked senior students from the same school on her social media account. Is this a distortion of human nature or a decline in morality? Everyone is welcome to watch the unspeakable secrets of the school. Shocking, what makes the senior high school internet celebrity Furong Wang obsessed with a senior high school student, even posting 3 updates on his social account? Is it about the postpartum care of sows, or the need for number 32 steel bars to mix concrete? Shocking, thousands of girls are fighting for 2 men at the same time. The senior from Shuzhou number 13 high school actually challenged the younger student in the school. It is said that he couldn't stand the fact that the younger student was ranked higher than him. I can't help but ask. Crazy, this is a fucking title party, what a garbled title, will anyone click on it? Shinyushi silently looked at the post that had been viewed by tens of millions of people. After complaining in his heart, he silently clicked on the post. After leaving the building, Xiao Nanhua took out the piccolo again and said, "Can I see what your true form looks like?" Xiao Nanhua's power can only see through the panel, but not through the disguise. Jinsei Ziyu has been disguising herself as a broken flute. This is not difficult to understand, as antique beast tamers are very loyal. Once they have found and recognized a beast tamer, they will not change. Only when the intimacy level is high can you touch them, not to mention playing the flute with your mouth. From the perspective of old-fashioned people like them, this can only be done after marrying her. In the cognition of beast tamers, this means that it can only be done after a contract is signed. So she disguised herself as a broken flute to prevent others from trying to play her. Yu Ching Ching, she ignores me, so cold!" Xiao Nanhua cried to his 2 little cuties. "Hug yeah, don't worry, you still have us. Yu responded with a trembling voice. Once a beast tamer reaches a high level, he will be able to speak the truth. Qingqing also responded. Hug! Qiu Nanyue's daughters Yu and Qingqing are both very cute and will respond to everything he says, which makes him feel happy and no longer lonely. They also don't like communicating with strangers. We talked with the Jinling Memorial Hall for such a long time yesterday, but they didn't come out and say a word to the Memorial Hall. Alas, even Wang Jie can transform into a human form. The Jinling Memorial Hall was built because someone came to commemorate the people who died in disasters and man-made tragedies, so they used their soul power to create a prosthesis to chat with me. But Jinsi Zayudi didn't respond to him at all, and Qiu Nanhua didn't know what to do to increase Jinsi Zayudi's favorability towards him. There was no other way. Qiu Nanhua could only ask his two little cuties to comfort him. Forget about her and eat first. Yu Qingqing, do you think I should go for the salted duck or the Jinling braised spare ribs first? Eat whatever you want. If you're full, you can buy some more to take away and put it in my space. You can take it out and eat it when you want. Yu love you! Red Heart. Chapter 41 Memorial. Shuzhou No. 13 High School, inside a milk tea shop. Two girls were chatting. Jia, nothing has happened between you and Qiu Nanhua in the past 2 months. Do you have any motivation at all? Li Yingying took the milk tea handed to her by the waiter and raised her eyebrows. Everyone is busy practicing, and I feel embarrassed to disturb him. Bullshit, we're all at the intermediate or advanced level, and we all know that you can't break through to this stage just by practicing. You're just a coward. Now that everyone is gone, everyone else is in school. Ah? How did you know? I sent a message asking. What do you think? He's just saying it, he won't really not reply. It should be fine to ask occasionally. Then where did he go? I went to Jinling to see an old friend. Didn't he say he never left Shuzhou? How could he have friends in Jinling? Who knows? She's never left Shuzhou, it's all just fantasies. Besides, people from Jinling can't come here for tourism. Maybe she's a beauty. Seeing Lu Jiajia's distressed expression, he immediately felt a little guilty and touched her head to comfort her. Okay, I was just joking with you to motivate you to take action, but you took it seriously. Let's go to Jinling and go play with him. Will it disturb him? Why not? He's meeting a friend anyway, so we can't disturb him. Let's go quietly and give him a surprise. Lu Jiajia was hesitant, wanting to go but not daring to act. Li Yingying saw that he was very close, so she made the decision directly. Let's go today, right away. As he said this, he took the milk tea and pulled Lu Jiajia out of the door. When they arrived at the school gate, he opened the mobile phone app. After a while, a huge egret flew in the sky, and a male beastmaster stood on it. Li Yingying waved to the sky and shouted, Here. Classmate, what's the last digit of your cell phone number? The male beastmaster standing on by Lu spoke. 2468. Are you going to Jinling Prefecture too? Uncle, did you pick up a handsome guy in Hanfu yesterday? Li Yingying said as if she had thought of something. Why are you guys? He paused after glancing at 13th High School behind him and continued. We're from the same school. Are you going to look for him? Yes, uncle, he is our friend. Haha, I'm so envious that I can be friends with such a beautiful girl. I remember when I was in school, my goddess never even looked at me. As if talking about something sad, the uncle secretly wiped away his tears. Don't worry, uncle will definitely get you there within an hour. Qiu Nanhua had just finished her meal and was walking on the road, looking at her phone and planning to visit the Jinling Memorial Hall when her phone vibrated. It was a message from Li Yingying. Li Yingying, I'm in Jinling Prefecture. Where are you? Qiu Nanhua? Li Yingying, come to play with you. Qiu Nanhua? Li Yingying, who told you to stay in school every day? This is your first time out, and we are curious about what you are doing here. Qiu Nanhua, I shouldn't have replied to your message. Li Yingying, okay, come over right away and take us to have fun. After a while, he saw two girls. They ran to Qiu Nanhua. Li Yingying said loudly, Hey, isn't this our Qiu Nanhua? Why didn't you study hard and come to Jinling's house to show off? Sometimes I'm speechless. I was thinking about your previous motherly persona, But now that you're familiar with her, you've turned into a gossipy woman. I thought we weren't that familiar with each other, so you're so open now. Xiao Nanhua couldn't help but complain. You're the gossip, your whole family is gossipy. Isn't this setting an example for Lu Jiejia? Li Yingying complained in her heart, who made me have such a best friend. Okay, have you eaten yet? If not, eat first. Have eaten? Okay, then you can go back. Xiao Nanhua said immediately. Li Yingying said in shock. You're letting me go back just like that? How can you be a friend like that? Why don't you invite us out to play, to the cinema, amusement park, or even the mall? I have something to do, and I don't have time. Also, what are you doing here? Xiao Nanhua questioned the two women. I came to see what you are doing in Jinling. If you have something to do, okay, I'll go with you. Li Yingying responded immediately. Xiao Nanhua was speechless when she saw her excited expression. She always felt that she looked like someone, but she couldn't remember who it was. Oh, you can go, but the place I want to go is where frivolous behavior is prohibited and requires solemnity. If you can promise me, I will take you there. Xiao Nanhua thought for a while and sighed. Snap. No problem, I can definitely do it. Li Yingying patted Lu Jiejia's proud chest beside her and agreed. Yingying! Lu Jiejia stopped her immediately. Okay, then come with me. Xiao Nanhua looked at Li Yingying speechlessly and said. Really 6? Xiao Nanhua walked in front and led them to the Jinling Memorial Hall. He took the two girls to receive 3 white chrysanthemums at the entrance. We entered the solemn and dignified building together and walked into the Jinling Memorial Hall, where we saw exhibition rooms filled with precious cultural relics and historical materials such as photos, documents, and real objects from the Jinling massacre period. Every cultural relic silently tells the story of the cruelty and helplessness of that era, allowing people to feel more deeply the heaviness and preciousness of history. In the last exhibition room of the Memorial Hall, there is a huge wall densely engraved with the names of 300,000 compatriots who died in the Nanjing massacre. Each name represents a once vibrant life. Their departure makes people cherish the present peace and happiness even more. After leaving the Memorial Hall, the two of them were already crying uncontrollably. Xiao Nanhua took out a pack of tissues from her space and handed them to them, saying, This memorial was built to commemorate the Nanjing massacre. It bears witness to that dark and cruel history and remembers the innocent lives lost in that brutal massacre. Go back, calm down, and become stronger so that something like this won't happen again. They both took the tissues, wiped their tears and replied to me. What about you? I have something else to do, so it's not convenient for me to take you with me. Xiao Nanhua responded. Okay. After saying that, the two of them snuggled together and left supporting each other. After the two tearful people left, a pale white figure appeared beside Xiao Nanhua. He said, They are 2 good children. Why did you bring them here? 10,000 years can cause dynasties to change, can make the seas dry up and rocks crumble, can turn vast oceans into mulberry fields, and can even cause species to evolve. Nowadays, most people don't particularly care about this matter, or even forget about it at all. There's only a brief paragraph about it in history books, so the number of people who come to pay their respects to them is pitifully small. But they still have to have someone come to pay their respects. At the same time, it can also improve the character of these children. Besides, I didn't bring them here. They came here on their own. Xiao Nanhua sighed and responded. 10,000 years! Many high-level beastmasters are no longer able to live. High-level beastmasters can live for 10,000 years. I can still see some of the first batch of high-level beastmasters coming to visit when their lifespan is nearing the end. The pale white figure said lightly, seeming a little sad. Yes, I have forgotten everything after sleeping for thousands of years. I am already an old man over 10,000 years old. Xiao Nanhua sighed. Do you know how many of the first batch of beastmasters became kings? Xiao Nanhua asked. I don't know, I haven't communicated with them much. By the way, your little follower at that time became a king-level beastmaster 1,000 years ago and came to see me at that time. The pale white figure responded. After hearing this, Xiao Nanhua slapped her head and said, I was wondering why that girl Li Yingying looked so familiar. Turns out she's the descendant of that kid Li Jishui. You are over 10,000 years old. You can pretend to be young, but don't really attack young people. The pale white figure seemed to remember something and reminded Xiao Nanhua. Who do you take me for? Is it similar? No, just a reminder. Chapter 42. Each one has his own opinion. The next morning, Xiao Nanhua, who was about to sleep in, was woken up by Shenling's Wuyu beside her, who said that there was a message on her cell phone. Xiao Nanhua opened her phone and thought it was a message from one of the two girls in the school, but it turned out to be a message from Teacher Shen. Teacher Shen sent him the class schedule, which was from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m., 3 hours, from Monday to Friday last week. Teacher Shen provided one-on-one teaching. Wouldn't one-on-one teaching really be awkward? Never mind, there are still high-level beastmasters here. High-level beasts can speak now, whether it is Liuli Qingyu, Chenling Zhuyu, or Teacher Shen's zither. Ding ding. There is more news, this time it is from Li Yingying. Li Yingying, come out for breakfast. Xiao Nanhua, you didn't go back? Li Yingying, no, I'm staying at a hotel. It's my first time in Jinling, so I have to have fun. I almost fell for your trick yesterday. Come out now. You didn't even go back. You want to send us back? Dream on. Xiao Nanhua, okay, I'm staying in the hotel for him. Come over here, I'll get dressed and come together. Li Yingying, we also stayed in that hotel for him. Xiao Nanhua, what a coincidence. I now suspect that you are following me, but I have no evidence. Li Yingying, bullshit, which room are you in? Xiao Nanhua, 324. Xiao Nanhua put down her phone, and the morning sun fell on her face. Okay. He sat up and smoothed his long hair that was scattered on his shoulders. Without Qingqing's help, his hair would have reached his waist. But it doesn't matter. When you reach the king level, you can control the length yourself. If I cut my hair, Qingqing will probably make a fuss. That is Qingqing's exclusive position. Qingqing you, I'm so annoyed. I can't sleep in. I wanted to leave school and get rid of the troubles, but the troubles came after me. Xiao Nanhua got out of bed, took off her pajamas, took the Qingyi Hanfu that Yu released from the space, and complained. To be honest, Hanfu is quite difficult to wear. Xiao Nanhua shook the Hanfu in her hand and said, When can you become a spirit? After she becomes a spirit, let her move on her own. Boom boom boom. Here I come. Xiao Nanhua walked to the door and opened it. Seeing the two girls' graceful figures and slightly red and swollen eyes, it arouses the desire to protect them even more. Hey! It's not bad to wake up early in the morning and see a beautiful woman. Morning. Good morning. Li Yingying's greeting seemed familiar. She walked up to Xiao Nanhua, patted her shoulder and spoke. But Lu Jiejia was different. She greeted shyly with a blushing face. Good morning, I'm talking to you guys. I just got dressed and you come to knock on the door of a boy living alone so early in the morning. Even though it's a hotel, it's not good if it gets out. Xiao Nanhua said helplessly, touching the long hair still draped over her shoulders. Hey, it's still early in the morning and the sun is already shining on your butt. But I didn't notice it because I usually see you with your hair tied up, but your hair has grown so long. Longer than both of mine. Li Yingying lifted Xiao Nanhua's hair and talked freely. Pa! Xiao Nanhua slapped the dirty hands that were trying to rub her away and scolded her. Female hooligan, you are a hooligan by nature. How did that kid Li Jishui teach his descendants? TSK, who cares? It's just that I rarely see boys with such long hair, so I'm curious. Li Yingying said dissatisfiedly. Okay, be careful next time. Yu Qing Qing. Xiao Nanhua responded. Two streams of light flew over. They were the glazed green jade and the Shenling pendant jade. The Shenling pendant jade first flew to Xiao Nanhua's hand, and he put it on his wrist. Then the glazed green jade flew over, and she circled above Xiao Nanhua's head. Wait, right away. Xiao Nanhua tied her hair up, and Qingqing took the opportunity to fix it. The two women looked on in shock. Are these your two beasts? Li Yingying asked. Well, yes. Xiao Nanhua affirmed. I always thought they were accessories. Why don't you recycle the beast taming space? Li Yingying asked curiously. No beast tamer would like that empty and white beast tamer space. If possible, let them out to play more often. Xiao Nanhua touched Yu's wrist and reminded them softly. No one in the school knows about your beast taming, And the beast taming Wanduchienka doesn't have any information about your beast taming. Are you going to show it to us like this? Li Yingying asked. Xiao Nanhua felt a little helpless. He said silently, I just don't like trouble. I haven't played in the school game. I don't want to be the sixth child. What's the big deal about hiding them? That's right, we are very happy. It's different from the beast that you kept in the little white house every day. Shenling Zhuyu interrupted at this time. It depends on the animal. Li Yingying was about to refute me, but suddenly turned her head and cast her gaze at Xiao Nanua's wrist, her eyes unable to hide the shock. She, you. Li Yingying was so shocked that she couldn't utter a complete sentence. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. After taking a few deep breaths, he calmed down. Girl, calm down. Shenling Zhuyu's voice was so beautiful, as if it were a beautiful piece of music. The soft tone and smooth intonation were like the breeze blowing through the petals, like a stream flowing over the stones, making people feel happy and happy. Li Yingying said in a trembling voice, You have reached the advanced level of beastmaster. And your beastmastering has also advanced. Yeah. Xiao Nanhua responded softly. When did it happen? A few days ago. I give up. From now on you are my big brother. Li Yingying gradually accepted the reality and said in a low voice with her head down. Don't try to play tricks on me. Aren't you going to advance too? You can't even control the fluctuation of your soul power. Maybe it was because of what happened yesterday that my state of mind was improved. When I saw this girl today, I realized that Li Jishui is really lucky. This girl is really talented. It's exposed. Hee, you are worthy of being the big brother. You can even find out this. Li Yingying touched her head and said proudly with her chest puffed out. Forget it, whatever you want. This girl is really stubborn. Forget it, let her scream if she wants. Xiao Nanhua turned around, picked up the broken flute on the bedside and put it into his sleeve. There was nothing he could do about it because this flute player was so aloof. Not to mention coming whenever he was called, he wouldn't even respond to him when he was called. Then after going out to have breakfast with the two of them, Xiao Nanhua asked them. Where do you want to go today? I'm only free in the morning. I have something to do in the afternoon. Something's going on. What's going on? It's not something that can't be told, is it? Li Yingying asked with a puzzled look on her face. There's nothing to hide. Let's go to Tianyin Pavilion and learn to play a musical instrument. You want to please a musical instrument, Beastmaster? How do you know? Xiao Nanhua looked puzzled. She had never chatted with her online. Brother, you are so afraid of trouble. It's impossible that you are learning music just to cultivate your sentiments. Li Yingying analyzed. 6. Yeah, ha. I didn't expect that a girl who hasn't been with you for long can see through your temperament. A burst of laughter came from the wrist. It was Shenling Zhuyu laughing at him, an old man over 10,000 years old, who didn't know how to hide his personality, glance, and had no martial ethics. Xiao Nanhua glanced at the two girls' expressions as they tried to suppress their laughter and couldn't help but ask curiously. Li Yingying, excuse me, what is your relationship with Li Jishui? Li Yingying replied with a puzzled look on her face. Why would I be so presumptuous? He's my dad! Li Jishui is a famous person in Shuzhou. His beasts are all related to water. Li Yingying's two beasts are also related to water. Several good friends in high school asked me this question, so I didn't find it strange. Xiao Nanhua looked stunned and disdainful after hearing this. Li Jishui is really something. He is over 9,000 years old, and still has a son in his old age. He really wanted to ask about her mother's age to find out whether she had a child in her old age or had an affair in her later years. He hoped that she was not an old cow settling for young grass. Xiao Nanhua glanced at Li Yingying, who didn't know what was going on, and thought to herself, from now on, you and your father will go your separate ways. You call him Dad, and he calls you Auntie. Chapter 43 Worship. So, have you thought about it? Where do you want to go in the morning? Xiao Nanhua and the two girls were walking on the spacious road. Under the banyan tree on the side of the road, a gentle morning sun shone on the road, casting mottled cool shadows on the green leaves, and then slowly dissipating on the stone slabs. Xiao Nanhua walked in front, looking at the passers-by and beastmasters ahead and said, Passers-by, both men and women, all looked at the two women and one man. He and the two women were about the same distance as a truck. "Brother, why are you so far away?" Li Yingying asked with dissatisfaction on her face. "If handsome men and beautiful women walk together, it will cause chaos," Qiu Nanwei responded. "I'm telling you, you're just thinking too much. You're my eldest brother, how could you possibly cause such a commotion? If anyone objects, I'll slap him." Li Yingying crossed her arms over her chest, angrily expressing her dissatisfaction. Yes. There was no way to persuade her. Just like her father, Qiu Nanwei slowed down and walked side by side with them. "So where are we going?" Qiu Nanwei asked again. "Well, I still want to go back to the place where I was yesterday. I didn't pay my respects properly yesterday, so I want to make up for it today," Li Yingying responded after thinking for a while. Qiu Nanwei glanced at the two of them. Lu Jiajia also had a determined expression, and she felt as relieved as if her own child had grown up. "Since you want to go, let's go again," Qiu Nanwei agreed. After he brought the two women to the door again, Qiu Nanwei said to them, "You can go in by yourselves today. I'll wait for you outside." They looked at Qiu Nanwei in surprise, and without saying anything, they took the white chrysanthemums and went in. Qiu Nanwei silently watched their departing backs. Then a voice came from behind her. "Why did you bring them here again? Don't talk nonsense. They came here on their own to pay tribute to the deceased. They are two good children." Qiu Nanwei didn't look back. He knew who was behind him. "They are indeed two good kids." The pale white figure nodded in agreement. "Well, there is a daughter of Li Jishui in it. Can you believe it? I always thought it was a great-great-granddaughter or something like that, with several generations of descendants between them. I didn't expect it," Qiu Nanwei exclaimed. "Is this true?" The pale white figure had a look of shock on his face. Although he had no facial features, he gave people a feeling of special surprise. "Really, she said so herself? Great! I never thought that Li Jishui would have a son in his old age. Is there a possibility that he has fallen in love with his wife in old age? We all care too much about age. Li Jishui has not lived in ordinary times and has no concept of life expectancy in the past. What's more, after becoming a king-level beast tamer, I have no concept of lifespan. You say, why don't we change our mindset and just not attack minors?" Qiu Nanwei began to analyze. "You wouldn't fall for someone else's daughter, would you? She's your apprentice's daughter. It's too much for an old man like you, over 10,000 years old, to be with a 20-year-old girl. She's not even a fraction of your age, so even if you're starving, you can't eat anything. It's not right." The pale white figure was even more shocked, and looked at Qiu Nanwei with strange eyes, even though his shadow had no eyes. Bah, what nonsense are you talking about? You know, my beastmasters have a strong possessiveness. I will not do anything to let them down," Qiu Nanwei explained with a dissatisfied look on her face. "That's true. Why should I worry about you, a beast tamer? I remember I advised you before that people of different races cannot reproduce. Do you remember what you said at that time?" "Well, I can't remember it." Jinling Memorial Hall patted his head and thought for a long time, but he couldn't remember it. "It is better to leave a good name for eternity than to have thousands of descendants. But I am not even mentioned in history books. I am so angry!" Qiu Nanwei slapped her thigh and muttered angrily. "That's not right. You've done so many things. You were there in the Demon State Defense War, you participated in the first Blue Star Alliance conference, and you've been involved in almost every major event on Blue Star. How could there be no record of you?" The pale white figure had a puzzled look on his face. Although he had no facial features, he gave people a feeling of doubt. "I don't know, but there is no record. I have flipped through several versions of history books, both domestic and foreign, and there is no record of it. It would be fine if the achievement was stolen, but neither the achievement nor I was recorded. It makes me so angry." Qiu Nanyue's cheeks puffed up slightly, and she looked like she couldn't be coaxed for half a year. "Have you ever mentioned to that person that it is better to leave a lasting reputation than to have thousands of descendants?" The pale white figure seemed to remember something and reminded me. "Are you talking about that person?" Qiu Nanwei looked at him in shock. The pale white figure nodded and continued. "No one else can do this except her." Qiu Nanwei fell into a period of memories. More than 9,000 years ago, the balance of power among the countries on Blue Star had just stabilized. In a small bamboo forest beside the Ming Great Wall of China, there are 3 men and 2 women. They are Qiu Nanhua from the previous life, Qiu Nanyue's little follower Li Jishui, and the soul body of Ming Chongqing which had not yet merged with Qin Chongqing's will. The other 2 women are Nangong Yuhua, the president of the Blue Star Beast Taming Alliance, and her best friend Li Jiai, who is also Li Jishui's sister. At that time, he and Nangong Yuhua were still only at the high level, and only the Great Wall of China was at the king level. The soul power body of the Chinese Ming Great Wall is pitch black, which is different from the Jinling Memorial Hall. This is related to the shape of the soul power. Li Jishui at that time was also quite handsome, but there was still a hint of childishness on his face. After all, he was only in his teens. He and his sister were picked up by Qiu Nanwei and Nangong Yuhua when they formed a temporary team. Nangong Yuhua is a perfect woman. Her white hair is also the favorite of the Chinese people. A white crescent moon hangs on her forehead. Her figure is graceful, with exquisite curves, a slender waist, plump buttocks, soft shoulders and slender legs. All these show her charm. For example, Qiu Nanwei was also amazed by her appearance when she first saw her. Even the slightly pretty face of Li Jiai next to her looked extremely dull. The 4 of them sat together, watching Qiu Nanwei set up the barbecue grill with relish. Nangong Yuhua hooked her fingers through the white hair on her shoulders and murmured in a voice as soft as jade. "Ayu, are you okay?" Qiu Nanyue's name in his previous life also contained the word "you," so his friends in his previous life liked to call him Ayu. Wait a minute. Qiu Nanwei turned to look at her, and then saw that Li Jishui was sitting respectfully with them. She was furious, and quickly walked up to him and slapped him on the back of the head and said, "Still looking? Why don't you come over and help?" Li Jishui's eyes were slightly red, and he said aggrievedly, "It's just that I don't know how to do it. I'm afraid of making things worse for the master." Bang! Still talking back. "If you don't know how to do it, come over and watch carefully. Once you learn it, you will take the lead next time." He patted Li Jishui's head again and said. Nangong Yuhua covered her face with her delicate hands and laughed sweetly. "Haha, you, please stop bullying Shui, he's still young." Bang! "Go help Tianchun dig some bamboo shoots." Tuan Tuan is a wild low-level beast in the bamboo forest. He is a very cute panda beast, so everyone likes him very much. Okay. Li Jishui lowered his head and walked forward absent-mindedly. Suddenly he turned around and said respectfully, "Thank you, master's wife." Snap. This time he hit her harder, and yelled at her, "You are a worthless mistress, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth." For some unknown reason, he turned around and looked at Nangong Yuhua. Their eyes met, and both of them had a slight blush on their cheeks, and they turned their gazes away at the same time. Chapter 44 Music Lesson 1. This outing was suggested by Nangong Yuhua. When you have time, come and see our old friend, the Ming Great Wall. He stays at the border all year round to guard every inch of the country. Qiu Nanwei brought a barbecue grill and ingredients, planning to have a picnic here, so the situation just now happened. After a while, the 4 of them sat together in a beam of light, chatting and laughing. It was a pity that Mr. Chongqing was just a soul and could not eat the delicious food. It was a happy and wonderful time. "Come back to your senses." The pale white figure waved his hand in front of Qiu Nanyue's eyes to remind her. Yeah? Do you remember what happened in the past?" The pale white figure asked softly. "Yeah, the old days." Qiu Nanwei nodded in response. "Do you miss it?" "Of course, but life always has to move forward." "So did you tell her?" the pale white figure asked again. "I can't remember, but it doesn't matter anymore. Whether she heard it from me or heard from others that I thought so, she would do it." Qiu Nanwei looked forward and said affirmatively. After a while, the 2 girls came out of the memorial hall. Their eyes were slightly red and tears were welling up in their eye sockets, but they did not cry. It seemed that they had really grown up. The 2 women came to Qiu Nanwei. Lu Jiejie looked at the pale white figure beside him with curiosity, while Li Yingying exclaimed in shock, "King! King-level beastmaster! Hello, senior!" Qiu Nanwei glanced at the figure beside her and said, "Why don't you leave? I want to talk to them." "No, just saying thank you." The pale white figure shook his head. A pale white figure walked up to them and said, "Hello, an old friend inside asked me to pass on a message. Thank you for visiting us." After saying this, the pale white figure disappeared. Li Yingying and Lu Jiejie hurried over to Qiu Nanwei and asked, "Who was that senior just now?" "You're quite capable. You recognized that it was a king-level beast," Qiu Nanwei praised. "My father's beastman often appears in that form. My father said that it is the soul body condensed by the king-level beastman when it is inconvenient to transform." Li Yingying talked about it. As expected of a child of a king-level beastmaster, he knows more than the average person. You can tell by looking at Lu Jiejie's confused expression. "So who is it?" Li Yingying asked again. Qiu Nanwei turned her gaze forward, and Li Yingying and Lu Jiejie also followed Qiu Nanyue's gaze. Li Yingying and Lu Jiejie pondered for a while, and gradually a light appeared before their eyes. Could it be? Don't think too much. The tragedy that has ended cannot be undone. The ones who thank you are those who sacrificed after the chaotic era and now exist as heroic spirits, Qiu Nanwei said as she led the way out of the memorial hall. After lunch, Qiu Nanwei found an excuse to get rid of Lu Jiejie and Li Yingying, then came to Teacher Shin's office and knocked on the door. "Come in." Qiu Nanwei walked into the office. Teacher Shin was sitting on the sofa with her piano on the coffee table. "Hello, classmate Qiu Nanwei, please take a seat," Shinyushi said, pointing to the chair opposite her. After he sat on the chair opposite, Teacher Shin continued to explain. "Music is a complex discipline that combines emotion, technique, and artistry. Every melody has its own story, and every piece has its own unique rhythm. Student Qiu Nanwei, learning music should be for the purpose of improving your beast tamer's favorability, right? Are you going to use ancient musical instruments or modern instruments?" Teacher Shin asked. "An ancient musical instrument," Qiu Nanwei replied. "As for ancient musical instruments, it's a bit difficult. They are all quite aloof. If you want to impress them, you can't just learn one. You have to persevere in learning all kinds of music. 2 months is definitely not enough." Teacher Shin touched the Yushi Chin on the table and continued to mutter. "My Yushi is like this. They have a great love for music, and they won't sign a contract with a beastmaster who doesn't have the same interests." Teacher Shin explained. "I'm here to study. I'll leave everything to Teacher Shin." Qiu Nanwei had a look of confidence that she was leaving everything to the teacher. Teacher Shin smiled and said, "I need to explain it to you first. First of all, you should cultivate your deep understanding and appreciation of music. This can be achieved by constantly appreciating famous music and learning music theory and professional techniques. Secondly, you can learn and master different kinds of instruments, which gives you a variety of options and allows you to better connect with different types of historical instruments." He nodded after hearing this. It was like this for all beast taming. The requirements were very high, especially for king-level beast taming. The requirements were even higher. Teacher Shin nodded encouragingly and continued. "Only with sufficient effort and passion can you navigate the ocean of music with ease and establish a true resonance with your instrumental beasts." Although Qiu Nanwei was in contact with music-type beast taming for the first time and was not quite sure how to conquer these beast tamings, but judging from his 2 antique beast tamings, it was really difficult to increase the intimacy unless they were kept by his side when they were born. Qiu Nanwei agreed and said to Teacher Shin, "Indeed, antique beast taming does require a lot of time and effort to make them feel your sincerity." Teacher Shin complained to Qiu Nanwei, feeling aggrieved. "That's true. Although I didn't study music so hard just to sign a contract with Yushi, when I met her, I had already studied music for 70 or 80 years, and she still looked down on me. Isn't that pathetic?" "That's true." Hey, how could I look down on you? You said there was a beastmaster who came up and said I'm awesome, and asked to sign a contract with me." After hearing what Shinyushi said, Yuxikin became dissatisfied and complained to Shinyushi. Qiu Nanwei did not respond. That was Teacher Shin's family affair and had nothing to do with him. "Wu Yushi!" Shinyushi muttered in dissatisfaction. Sorry." Yuxikin paused slightly, and it was obvious who had a higher family status. "Ahem, teacher, when do you think our class will start today?" Qiu Nanwei didn't want to get involved in the family affairs between the beast tamers and the beastmasters, so he suggested starting the class immediately. Teacher Shin took out a book and handed it to Qiu Nanwei. Then he sat on the sofa and took out his tablet. After a pause, a screen appeared behind Teacher Shin and a PPT was projected. Class will start soon. First lesson in music. 1. Basic music knowledge. Learn the basics of music, such as musical notation, rhythm, pitch, and chords, and understand the basic elements and composition of music. 2. Ear training. By listening to music, you can train your hearing ability and learn to distinguish different pitches, timbres, and rhythms. 3. Music theory. Learn music theory, including modes, melody, harmony, etc., to gain a deeper understanding of the nature and laws of music. And so on knowledge. After one class, Chiu Nanwei gained a lot. He became interested in learning music, not just to please Jinsei Zayuri. He felt that this should be the beginning of the Jinsei Purple Jade Flute Exchange, a real interest in the complex subject of music. Chapter 45 Commander Mu. While Chiu Nanwei was studying music peacefully, the beastmaster Wang Ping, who had fled thousands of miles to Hanfu Island in the Foot Basin ruins, felt particularly uncomfortable. He had been hunted for several days. If the other party had not wanted his life, he would not have been able to escape for so long. Thousands of years have passed, and the ruins of the Foot Basin have been covered with various tall and dense vegetation. From the surface, there is no trace of the city, as if there has never been any inferior race living here, and this place has been a primeval forest since the beginning. When Wang Ping first fled here, he thought it was a good place. There were resources and wild beasts everywhere. At least there were abundant living resources. His beasts were wild species. He entered the forest like a fish taking to water. Although Wang Ping had just arrived in this primeval forest, he did not realize that a huge danger was approaching. It was not until he was surrounded by a team of mid-level heroes that he realized that this place was not safe. Fortunately, his beast control had a bonus in the forest, otherwise he would not be able to escape. Wang Ping clung tightly to a thick branch, hiding in the dense leaves with rapid breathing. He felt that the atmosphere around him was extremely tense, as if an invisible magic power was spreading in the forest. He understood that this was no longer just a primeval forest, it was a trap full of enemies. Wang Ping gritted his teeth silently. He realized that he had to find a way to deal with it, otherwise this primeval forest full of traps would become his final destination. He looked around, hoping to find a glimmer of hope and a chance of survival. Between this unknown enemy and ambush, he had to remain calm and vigilant. Wang Ping closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He decided to use his keen observation and quick reaction ability to deal with this primeval forest full of traps and find a chance to escape. He understood that only by remaining calm and vigilant could he find hope of survival between unknown enemies and ambushes, and then escape to a farther, safer place. This was his only choice, to escape further, to ancient Egypt, ancient Rome, and even Atlantis. In the camp established by the heroes, there was a long table, and a hero in military uniform was sitting at the center seat. The heroic spirits gathered around the long table, their gazes firm and resolute. The heroic spirit seated at the center was their leader and mentor. He exuded a majestic aura that seemed to convince anyone. He asked, "Have you caught the people the boss ordered to be arrested?" "No, the brothers are all excited and want to tease him, but don't worry, he is always within our encirclement." One of the people under the long table responded. "Don't overdo it, that's the person the commander wants." The leading officer shook his head and said helplessly, "Everyone was too boring. Heroic spirits cannot cultivate, but they have a time limit for activity. The amount of lifespan they have before death is equal to the amount of activity time they have left after death. As long as they are summoned, their activity time will be consumed, and they will dissipate when the time is up." "Commander? We have been dead for thousands of years. What right does the current commander have to order us around?" A young man at the square table said dissatisfiedly. He was the youngest of all the heroes present here. Of course, he was the youngest when he died, had high talent, and had a short active time. In short, he was a troublemaker. If he dared to contradict his boss like this when he was alive, he would have been severely punished, but now that we are all dead, we don't care about so many rules and regulations. "Xiao Lu, don't get excited. The commander is the same commander who led us thousands of years ago," the leading officer explained patiently. Xiao Lu became even more excited after hearing his words. He stood up suddenly, trembling all over, and said excitedly, "You mean Commander Mu is back?" The others at the table were also very excited and were talking about it. I knew it, the commander will be fine. Ha ha ha, it's been more than 8,000 years, Commander. Ha ha ha, I knew how a mere alien world could take Commander Mu's life. He's got a tough life. When the Chief General realized that the situation could not be calmed down in the short term, he slammed the table without hesitation, making a loud noise and forcing everyone to pay full attention to him again. He looked around at everyone and patiently explained. The respected Commander Mu has returned, but he encountered some troubles and his current situation has declined. However, we don't need to worry. Commander Mu is a very capable person and will quickly recover to his peak condition. Therefore, we must go all out and quickly complete the tasks assigned by Commander Mu. Okay. Let's start preparing immediately. Everyone was full of passion, recalling the past when Commander Mu had been their guide. He was a man of extraordinary personal ability, skilled in commanding battles, and amiable to his troops. He was deeply respected and loved by all, and it was an honor to serve under Commander Mu again. Everyone hurriedly left the camp. Before leaving, Xiao Lu suddenly turned around and asked, After completing this mission, can we see Commander Mu? The leading officer smiled back at him and said, Do you think Commander Mu will come to see us? He will, because he has always been such a commander. Xiao Lu and the officer both smiled at the same time. At this time, Wang Ping did not know that the biggest crisis since his birth was about to come. Wang Ping had just eaten some wild fruits. Beside him were a big snake and a monkey, his two beasts. Coral snake. Era. Gender male. Beast taming rank, low intermediate. Beast type, biological/poison. Beast taming skills. Increase snake venom, the snake venom increases 5-fold. Physique increase, defense and physical strength increase 5-fold. Body size control, you can control your own size, up to 5 times. Thermal sensing, sense surrounding objects with a higher body temperature than your own. Entanglement, those with a lower physique than Era will be unable to break free once entangled. Venom spray, consumes soul power and sprays venom in the form of breath. Wilderness, increases movement speed in forest, grassland, and swamp environments. Note, this skill can be shared with beastmasters. Beast taming contract, Wangpin. The content of Yusho Wanduchienka is edited by netizens. If you find that the content of your entry is inaccurate or incomplete, you are welcome to use the entry editing service of this site to participate in the correction. Beast taming experience. Tibetan macaques. Sanha. Gender male. Beast taming rank, low intermediate. Beast type, biology/power. Beast taming skills. Strength enhancement, strength is enhanced 5-fold. Arm strength enhancement, arm strength is enhanced 3 times and can be superimposed with strength enhancement. Bounce enhancement, jumping power is enhanced 5-fold. Throw, consumes soul power to condense an energy ball and throw it at enemy units. It will explode if blocked. Beast taming contract, Wangpin. Beast taming experience. The content of Yusho Wanduchienka is edited by netizens. If you find that the content of your entry is inaccurate or incomplete, you are welcome to use the entry editing service of this site to participate in the correction. Wang Teng was nervously eating wild fruits. He didn't dare to light a fire. He felt like someone was watching him from all directions, but Era's thermal sensor didn't react. He guessed it was the same group he had encountered before. Maybe it was that group. I don't know what method was used to block the husky's thermal perception. After eating the wild fruit, Wang Ting crawled slowly and carefully in the grass, constantly looking around. He didn't know how long he had been walking. He was almost approaching the seaside. The beach was relatively empty. It was a dangerous place, but it also provided him with an opportunity for a breakthrough. The coral snake Era is a good swimmer, so let him carry him and Sanha. Sanha's long-range attack can delay the enemy. As long as the enemy does not have a beastmaster who is good at water, I can escape. On the other hand, if there was only one opponent, there was no escape. Staying in the forest all night wasn't an option, but giving up the forest bonuses for beast control was also a difficult decision, so I decided to just take a look at the beach. When he reached the edge of the forest and wanted to look out onto the beach, he saw that the beach was full of soldiers. Their faces were pale and their eyes were fixed on the place where he was lying. Wang Ping was so frightened that he lost control of his bladder. He stood up and ran back frantically, looking back as he ran. He didn't know how long he had been running when he saw another group of soldiers coming towards him. They were also staring at him with pale faces. Suddenly, Wang Ting couldn't stand such stimulation, twitched, and fell to the ground and fainted. This caused all the heroes to be speechless. How could someone be so cowardly as to dare to kill someone? "What should we do, boss? He fainted," the team members asked the captain. The captain stroked his chin and thought for a moment before saying, "Kill the beastmaster first and take him back. Let the higher-ups worry about it. Oh, and medic, ensure his vital signs. This is a criminal the commander specifically requested, and we can't let him die." At the command, bursts of light suddenly appeared all around and rushed towards Wang Ping's beasts. Control skills, elemental skills, and strong attack skills were all directed at Wang Ping's beasts. In an instant, the two beasts were blown into mincemeat. Poor Wang Ping was so frightened after committing the crime that he fainted and lost all his ability to tame the beast. He was then dragged to a public trial. Chapter 46: The Fallen Soldiers. These days, Qiu Nanhua has been spending the mornings with the heroic spirits. Yes, all the staff in the memorial hall are heroic spirits, but he doesn't know any of them. After chatting with the heroic spirits, he found out that they all died after he left Blue Star. "I come to teach Ushin's music class in the afternoon, and my life is quite fulfilling." The two girls left after just 2 days, mainly because Li Yingying was about to advance, and it would be more stable for her to advance at home. "This is fine, he feels happy when I play with him occasionally, but if we do this every day, isn't it the same as going to work?" Today, he came to the memorial hall as usual to accompany the heroic spirits. As soon as he arrived, he was told by the memorial hall that Wang Ping had been arrested and sent to Jiling prison. Qiu Nanhua looked at the pale white figure beside her and said in surprise, "So fast, worthy of being a veteran of the battlefield." The pale white figure also nodded in agreement. "He's one of your old subordinates. I heard it was you who arranged it, and he put all his efforts into catching the wanted criminal." After hearing his words, Qiu Nanhua's expression was shocked. She stared at the towering mountains in the distance, her eyes revealing a hint of sadness. In the silence, thousands of thoughts in her heart were surging like waves. After a war thousands of years ago, the land was deserted and filled with the corpses of various beast tamers and beastmasters. It was the most brutal war China had fought since the chaotic era. The complete annihilation of the 7th Army dealt a heavy blow to everyone in China. On the battlefield where the smoke had cleared, a man in Hanfu came to the sacrificed people, wiped the blood off their faces, and looked quietly at the wounds on the ground. The beast-taming war was so brutal that the victims were left without a complete body. After an unknown amount of time, a man in military uniform came over and said sadly, "Master Jinling Memorial Hall has recovered the souls of the soldiers, and Master Great Wall has expanded the border to here. There are too many hostile forces declaring war on China. The military has already done its utmost to protect the country and has no extra troops left to fight external wars." He laughed at himself, stood up and said with a wry smile, I know. He took out paper and pen from the space, wrote a letter of retirement, and handed it to him. "Please ask the Martyrs' Cemetery to bury the deceased soldiers and deliver this letter to the military." The man took the letter and saw the 3 big words on it, and shouted nervously, "Commander! I'm no longer the commander!" He patted the man on the shoulder and turned away. The man watched his leaving figure with tears in his eyes and prayed silently in his heart, "Commander must come back alive." The pale white figure looked at Qiu Nanhua's sad expression without saying a word. She had to get over this mental illness by herself. After a while, Qiu Nanhua retracted the sadness in her eyes, turned back to look at the memorial hall and said, "Where are they? Let's go back to the foot basin and continue our camp." The pale white figure responded, "What a troublesome bunch of guys. There's really nothing we can do about them," Qiu Nanhua said helplessly. "Do you want to go? Well, let's look at them again. Maybe there is no chance anymore." Qiu Nanhua nodded in response. "I knew you would go." The pale white figure summoned a white crane spirit and looked at Qiu Nanhua and continued, "Take it. You are familiar with it. Chiu Nanhua nodded, sat on Baihe's back, touched his soft but cold back and said lightly, "Thank you, Abai. It's our honor to work for the commander." Baihe responded, shaking his head. "I'm no longer the commander." Chiu Nanhua sighed and touched Baihe's back and responded, "There is only one commander in our hearts. He has always been you and can only be you," Abai affirmed. Abai was a member of the 7th Army. He was a high-level beast tamer who stayed in the 7th Army, but had no beast tamer. He also died in that battle. Chiu Nanhua kept stroking Abai's hair, and her heart could not calm down for a long time. Abai flew into the sky, flying towards the foot basin ruins. He did not use his soul power to protect himself during the flight. The cold wind at high altitude blew up Chiu Nanhua's clothes. He needed the cold to wake him up. The pale white figure looked at Chiu Nanhua's departing back and wished in his heart, "I hope you can get out of your trapped state of mind." "Abai, speed up." "But the commander." Chiu Nanhua activated her soul power to block the biting cold wind from high altitude, so as not to let her old subordinates worry too much. After Abai accelerated, he soon arrived above the Hanfu island where the foot basin chicken ruins were located. Looking down from a high altitude, the surrounding trees have been cleared to form a square. In the square, a group of soldiers and beastmasters stand in formation to welcome my arrival in the most dazzling manner. "Salute!" the leading officer shouted. The sun shone on the open grassland, and a group of soldiers in military uniforms stood in a neat row. Their faces were solemn and dignified, their eyes were firm and solemn, and at the command, all the soldiers saluted quickly, raising their right hands and then quickly raising them, looking straight ahead, with a very standard salute posture. Chiu Nanhua got off Abai's body. His eyes were slightly red. He said nothing, raised his right hand silently, and solemnly saluted the deceased soldiers with a standard military salute. "I'm sorry to the soldiers," he said in a trembling voice. The hearts of the soldiers in the formation were also uneasy, their chests rose and fell slightly, showing their restlessness. "You know, heroic spirits cannot breathe." Chiu Nanhua came in front of them. The leading officer was a head taller than him. Chiu Nanhua walked up to the leading officer, took the initiative to pull down his right hand, and hugged him for a long time. The soldiers behind him also lowered their right hands. "Commander, thank you for your hard work. I'm sorry I couldn't make it in time. It is our duty as soldiers to protect our country. We have never blamed you." The leading officer grinned at Chiu Nanhua. Besides, the life of a heroic spirit isn't bad either. I quite like it." Chiu Nanhua remained silent. The officer took the initiative to step forward, pulled the corner of his mouth, and said, "Smile more. It's rare for you to be so handsome. I think all the female soldiers in the army wanted to see the commander more often." Chiu Nanhua blushed slightly and said, "Stop making fun of me." The officer laughed heartily and jokingly said, No, my daughter mentioned it to me more than once." "Ah, sorry." "Hey, that's nothing. I often use you to teach her a lesson." The officer touched his chin and joked, "If you want to pursue Commander Mu, you must first surpass Lord Nangong." You are so cruel to your daughter." Chiu Nanhua couldn't help but gasp, and broke out in a cold sweat and fell back down. The officer laughed heartily. Ha, of course, my daughter definitely wants to become better. Commander, tell us the truth, have you ever been attracted to Lord Nangong? We have discussed this matter for a long time, but we still haven't come to a concrete conclusion. I want to hear your personal answer. Under the officer's onslaught, Chiu Nanhua found herself calming down considerably. I really can't defeat you. Since they wanted to know, she'd better tell them the truth. I was indeed moved. Oh, I told you, Commander Mu must be interested in Lord Nangong, he's just timid. The soldiers behind him discussed with each other. Lord Nangong is the same. He knows it's a piece of wood, but he doesn't take the initiative. Lord Nangong also has her pride. Are we just going to watch the two adults miss each other? There's nothing we can do about it. We are all dead and can't go too far away from the memorial hall. Besides, will the two adults listen to you? Lord Nangong hasn't been back for thousands of years. The soldiers behind him laughed and talked. No way. After experiencing death, everyone has become more open and dares to discuss the boss's private life in front of the boss. Chiu Nanhua turned to look at them and asked, You said Nangong also went to the other world? After hearing Chiu Nanue's question, everyone stopped talking and answered me. Well, it is said that after receiving the news that the commander had gone to another world, he resigned from the position of president of the Beast Taming Alliance and went to another world. Never come back? I don't know. Anyway, I haven't heard from her. Really? Chiu Nanwei murmured to herself. At this time, the leading officer patted Chiu Nanwei on the shoulder and said, Lord Nangong is a very capable man. She will be fine. Remember to take the initiative next time you see her, IU. This is just a little advice from me as a friend. Chapter 47 Prison. Chiu Nanwei stepped forward and slapped him on the shoulder, then with a hint of a smile on her face, she joked. You're quite good, kid. You dared to make fun of me. I saw a bright smile on his face and he responded to me. Commander, you finally smiled. Chiu Nanue's expression froze, and she looked at them with a helpless expression and said, Really? Sorry to have made you worry. Hee, there's really nothing we can do about it, Commander. I've always forgotten to tell you, thank you for your hard work, Commander. A smile appeared on everyone's face unconsciously. It was more than 10 days after he left the Foot Basin ruins, and it was Abai who drove him back. Back in Jinling, he had missed more than 10 days of music class, feeling rather rude to Teacher Shin. He had no choice but to extend his time to 6 months to show that he really wanted to learn music. He had already thought of a solution. He could only tell the school that he had broken through to a higher level and wanted to train outdoors for a long time. The school generally did not restrict high-level students. First, Wang Ping was taken back for public trial. Chiu Nanwei came to the Jinling Memorial Hall and talked about this matter with him. He summoned the heroic spirits who had relatively high status in Jinling and also worked in Jinling. Yingling brought Chiu Nanwei to Jinling Prison, a large building surrounded by high walls, which has become a high-level beast tamer. It is a place used to hold criminals, detainees and people awaiting trial. The interior of a prison is usually divided into several areas, including the reception area, prison lobby, cells, infirmary, education room, canteen, etc. The reception area is usually the prison's entrance hall, where security personnel conduct identity verification and check-in. The prison lobby is a large space usually used for daily activities such as sports and gatherings. The cell is the prisoner's living quarters, usually a small room with only a bed and a simple locker. Infirmaries typically contain beds, medicine cabinets, and medical equipment to treat inmates' illnesses and injuries. Education rooms are usually used to provide education and training courses, such as reading, writing, and mathematics. Canteens usually provide 3 meals a day, and prisoners need to line up at designated times to eat. There are usually strict rules and disciplines inside prisons, and inmates are required to abide by these rules. Prisons are usually managed by a warden, guards, and other staff who ensure order and security within the prison. Prisoners may be allowed to receive visitors, but this usually requires prior permission. The Jinling Memorial Hall asked Chiu Nanwei to bring this heroic spirit here, mainly because they were worried that Chiu Nanwei couldn't get in alone. After all, the prison management is very strict. Prison. Jinling No. 1 Prison. Gender male. Beast taming rank high-low. Beast tamer type, construction/suppression. Beast taming skills. Detain. All units whose ranks do not reach the level of Jinling No. 1 Prison are suppressed, unable to use soul power, and unable to summon beasts. Officials, civil servants working in prisons will not be suppressed. On the contrary, they will receive soul power replenishment from Jinling No. 1 Prison. Education and punishment. The effect of education on the oppressed will be doubled, and the pain of punishment will be doubled. Beast taming contract. None. Chiu Nanwei looked at the prison panel. At this moment, the heroic spirit beside her said respectfully and loudly to the prison. Sir No. 1, more than 10 days ago, the prison temporarily detained a criminal from Shuzhou. Now we are transferring him to Shuzhou. After a while, a jailer ran out from the front door, came to Yingling and flattered him. Master Zhao, why are you here? I am accompanying an adult to escort a prisoner. This is the notice. Yingling handed over a document. The jailer was of low rank and did not dare to open the official documents without permission. He had no choice but to welcome Chiu Nanwei and Yingling into the reception area, and then hurriedly left to deliver the documents. After a while, a middle-aged man entered the reception area. His face was slightly wrinkled, caused by factors such as age and sun exposure. He has short, thinning gray hair with a distinct hairline, and dark circles under his eyes, perhaps from lack of sleep, work stress, or the effects of beast taming. He is 2 meters and 2 meters tall, wearing a formal suit and a gold watch to show his status. "Hello, I'm Deputy Warden Chen of Jinling No. 1 Prison," he spoke, exuding the aura of a superior. "Hello?" Yingling also responded. "I'm sorry, Deputy Director Zhao, it's against the rules for you from the Education Bureau to come to our prison to transfer prisoners," Deputy Warden Chen said apologetically. "Deputy Warden Chen, let me remind you, first of all, this person is not the one I want, but the one next to me who wants him. He also has the documents and everything. Secondly, even the king-level beast tamer Jinling Memorial Hall is paying attention to this matter. If you're just following the rules, there's no problem. But if you've accepted benefits from that faction, then I suggest you turn yourself in. You might even get a lighter punishment." Yingling did not give Deputy Warden Chen any face, and said bluntly that he had died once, and was not afraid of these official collusions. "Haha, how could that be possible? I, Chen, am an honest official, how could I accept bribes from others? So you guys go back first, I'll report this to the director. Once I get the news, I'll notify Mr. Zhao immediately." Deputy Warden Chen smiled, as if the words of the hero had no effect on him. Such people usually make people feel terrified, unless they are naturally calm and not easily angered. But most people are easily swayed by their emotions. Qiu Nanhua believes that he is a person who likes to hide his emotions. This type of people will not show their emotions in public, but will quietly warn you, but you are unaware and think that he is someone who is easy to bully. "Okay," Yingling responded to him casually, stood up and left the prison. Qiu Nanhua also stood up, looked at Deputy Warden Chen meaningfully, and left with Yingling. After they left, Deputy Warden Chen said to a nearby guard, "Find out who this guy is with him. He's trying to scare me. I, Chen, wasn't raised to be scared. How could a mere mid-level beastmaster possibly alarm a king-level beastmaster?" After hearing this, the jailer nodded quickly and left quickly. A few hours later, the jailer who had just left came to Deputy Warden Chen and whispered, "Deputy Warden, we've checked everything." "Oh, tell me which adult it is," Deputy Warden Chen responded nonchalantly. "He's not an adult, just a talented student from a high school in Shuzhou. It seems he just received a wanted warrant," the jailer whispered. "So what's his background?" "No, just a simple orphan." Deputy Warden Chen was furious after hearing this. "That Zhao guy, just to scare me, he even called a student an adult. He has completely disgraced Yingling." "Mr. Deputy Warden, calm down. It's not worth getting angry over a dead person." The jailer pinched his shoulder and complimented him. You're right, it's just a dead person," Deputy Warden Chen said with a disdainful expression. "Then, Mr. Deputy Warden, should we still report to the warden?" the jailer asked cautiously. "Report? Bullshit report. Ask Wang Ping's relatives to send some resources over so that Wang Ping can live a better life. Otherwise, whatever happens will happen." The deputy warden and the jailer both showed greedy expressions. After leaving the prison, the heroic spirit beside him quickly apologized to Qiu Nanhua. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing." Qiu Nanhua patted his cold shoulder and softly consoled him. "Don't worry. We're not part of the same system, so it's not surprising to encounter this kind of incident occasionally. You don't have to blame yourself. On the contrary, this incident might even lead to the arrest of a corrupt official." Chapter 48 Procuratorate. After Qiu Nanhua separated from Yingling, she had lunch and then went directly to Tianyin Pavilion. She apologized to Teacher Shen in person and extended the 2-month sentence to 6 months. Yingling did not go to work at the Education Bureau. Instead, he returned to the Jinling Memorial Hall and told it everything that happened in prison without exaggeration. The pale white figure sighed sadly. "Alas! It's true that a lush tree will inevitably have termites, and a large population will inevitably have scum. It seems that after thousands of years of not caring about the internal affairs of Jinling Province, everyone has forgotten me, and forgotten that the heroic spirits within me are still alive." The pale white figure summoned 2 old men. One was Mr. Zhang from the Jinling Prefecture Military Department, and the other was Mr. Zhou from the Jinling Prefecture Procuratorate. Both of them were nearing the end of their lives, and were sleeping in the memorial hall without any major events. This is a serious matter. For such a scumbag to be able to sit in the position of Deputy Warden, and Deputy Warden of Prison No. 1, the interest chain behind it must be huge. Many officials will definitely lose their heads, and many officials will face imprisonment. At the very least, they will lose their official hats. It can be said that there will definitely be a struggle in the officialdom of Jinling Prefecture, and by then Du Yingling, who has been retired for a long time, may take over the official position for a while. The white figure gradually faded, and before disappearing, he said to them, "Xiao Zhao, explain this to the two of you." Deputy Director Zhao carefully explained what happened this morning and analyzed the probability of the incident in detail. The two old men decided to first send an investigation team to the Procuratorate, and then find the military to send troops to detain the suspects if there was any trace of corruption. Inside the office. "Teacher Shen, I'm sorry, I was wrong." Xiao Nanhua apologized to the girl in Hanfu, who turned her face away with puffy cheeks. "Humph, treat me to a meal and I'll forgive you." Damn it, she actually made her stinky brother nag her again, thinking that she did something to Xiao Nanhua and scared her away. But her relationship with Xiao Nanhua is not that close, otherwise she would not be forgiven if she didn't kiss, hug and lift him up. "Okay, let's go eat tonight. It's a big meal and we can eat as much as we want," Xiao Nanhua replied immediately. Seeing that Teacher Shen no longer had a tantrum, he gradually felt relieved. "Humph, go to class first. Let's see if you've forgotten all the knowledge you learned in the past 10 days. The afternoon passed quickly. Because I missed classes for more than 10 days, Teacher Shen gave me extra practice. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when Xiao Nanhua and Teacher Shen arrived at the restaurant. This is a modern restaurant in the city center with a stylish decor and contemporary design. The restaurant's interior features a generous amount of glass and stainless steel, creating a simple and bright atmosphere. In the center of the hall is an open kitchen where chefs meticulously prepare a variety of delicious dishes for guests to watch closely. There are some contemporary artworks hanging on the walls of the restaurant, adding an artistic atmosphere to the whole space. Guests can dine on comfortable sofas and chairs, or choose to enjoy a variety of specialty cocktails and snacks at the bar next to the open kitchen. The restaurant's menu features modern European cuisine, including a variety of fresh seafood, selected meats and vegetables, and carefully crafted desserts. The chefs use the freshest ingredients and combine traditional cooking techniques with modern cooking methods to create amazing cuisine. "What would you like to eat?" asked Teacher Shen. "This meal is to apologize to Teacher Shen. It's up to Teacher Shen to decide." Xiao Nanhua handed the tablet to her respectfully and said. Teacher Shen took the tablet without hesitation and responded, "Okay, then I've decided." Teacher Shen tapped away on his tablet, put it down, and turned his gaze to Xiao Nanhua, asking, "So, where have you been for the past 10 days since you skipped my classes?" Xiao Nanhua rubbed her head and replied with an embarrassed look on her face. Can you please not tell me?" Stare. Teacher Shen stared at Xiao Nanhua for a long time and then said, "Okay." Xiao Nanhua looked at Xinyushi in surprise, and Xinyushi noticed his little action. Then he casually explained, "Why, do you feel weird? Since you don't want to tell me, then don't ask. I'd rather not tell you than lie to you." Haha. Xiao Nanhua laughed awkwardly twice. "Oh, were you just trying to find an excuse to fool me?" Teacher Shen pouted and said in a cute and dissatisfied manner. Xiao Nanhua suddenly felt like going out to eat with her girlfriend who liked to act coquettishly. If this is the case, should he put his hand on Xinyushi's head, caress her and comfort her? Bah, what are you thinking about? That's your teacher." That's not possible. Xiao Nanhua responded quickly. Seeing the waiter bring out the dishes, he quickly said, Eat first. I'm hungry after studying music for so long. Teacher Shen, please go first." Teacher Shen stared at Xiao Nanhua for a long time, thinking that he would let her go this time, but taking too big a step would easily pull her hips, so he must make Xiao Nanhua reveal more next time. After more than an hour, the dinner finally ended. Old women are different. They are so cunning. An old man came to the gate of Jinling Prefecture Procuratorate. His face was usually peaceful and his expression was natural, without obvious wrinkles and fine lines, but his skin and cheeks were pale. His eyes were usually bright and lively, and his hair was gray but neat and orderly. His hairstyle was simple and generous, without any mess. The Procuratorate is a large building with spacious halls, offices and conference rooms to accommodate the staff and related personnel of the Procuratorate. Prosecutor's Office. Jinling Procuratorate. Gender female. Beast taming rank, high intermediate. Beast type, construction/auxiliary. Beast taming skills. Efficiency improvement, working in the Procuratorate, work efficiency is doubled. Relieve fatigue, the effect of work-induced fatigue is weakened. Remote monitoring, public officials registered with the Procuratorate, not exceeding the rank of the Procuratorate, can be remotely monitored by consuming soul power. Haurenjingchi, the staff of the Procuratorate will gain a shield when leaving the Procuratorate. The shield amount is 3 attacks of the same level strong attack type beast. Beast taming contract, none. Beast taming experience. The news that Mr. Zhou had returned to the Procuratorate had reached the ears of the staff early in the morning, and several people were standing in front of the door to greet Mr. Zhou, because Mr. Zhou was the only chief prosecutor of the Jinling Procuratorate. Mr. Zhou followed them into the Procuratorate. He sat at his desk and said to the deputy chief prosecutor beside him, "Xiao Lu, please help me check all the officials in the first prison, including the warden and deputy warden." "Got it." Xiao Lu immediately ran to the control room to retrieve the data. Old Zhou watched his back as he left, and thought to himself, "Number 1 prison, huh? The people who know the law and enforce it are actually doing illegal things. You'd better pray that this is just a misunderstanding. Otherwise, several heads would be lost. With such a big commotion, who knows how crazy the news media would be? By then, it would be reported nationwide or even globally, which would be a disgrace to the people of Jinling." Soon, the deputy chief prosecutor printed out a pile of information and brought it to Mr. Zhou, saying, "This is the information of all the officials in the first prison." Mr. Zhou flipped through the documents carefully, took one out, handed it to Deputy Chief Prosecutor Xiao Lu, and ordered, "Use remote monitoring on him." "But Mr. Zhou, this is against the rules. Remote monitoring must be approved by higher-level procuratorates," Deputy Prosecutor General Xiao Lu retorted. "If you blame me from above, I'll take the blame myself. I won't make things difficult for you. This is under the witness of the Procuratorate." Looking at Mr. Zhou's determined eyes and hearing his affirmative answer, he knew that he could not persuade Mr. Zhou. He had no choice but to go to the control room to remotely monitor Deputy Warden Chen. Chapter 49 Doubts. Xu Zhou Li Jishui just got home from get-off work at the Water Conservancy Bureau. His home is a villa built a long time ago. Later, he evolved into a beast. Usually, he can take care of the hygiene of the house by himself, which is very convenient. Li Jishui's villa is a grand residence situated on a spacious plot of land, surrounded by lush greenery and a flourishing garden. The villa's architectural style varies, with a modern minimalist style. Seeing Lu Jiajia and Li Yingying sitting in the living room, she happily shouted, "Yingying, my dear daughter, you've been back for a long time." Then he welcomed Lu Jiajia. "Jiajia, welcome, welcome." Lu Jiajia politely stood up and responded, "Hello, Uncle Li." Li Jishui's face lit up with joy as he laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, you're so polite and a good kid. What a pity! If I had a son, I'd definitely let him pursue you. I wonder if old Lu is doing well." Lu Jiajia's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded, "Grandpa is in good health recently." At this time, Li Yingying couldn't stand it anymore and said coquettishly, "Dad, please stop bullying Jiajia." That's good, that's good. I've bullied you, but why are you in the living room? Shouldn't you be in the bedroom?" Li Jishui asked with a puzzled look. Li Yingying said to him seriously, "Didn't I say before that Jiajia and I went to Jinling to play?" "Well, I also asked you how many days you want to play," Li Jishui responded after taking a glass of water and sitting on the sofa. "We met a king-level beast tamer in Jinling, at the Jinling Memorial Hall. I even had a few words with him. Dad, are you familiar with him?" After Li Yingying knew that it was a king-level beastmaster and was so familiar with Xiao Nanwei, she felt strange. From their 2 sentences of conversation, she read a hint of unusualness, as if they were communicating with each other at the same level. Xiao Nanwei did not regard Jinling Memorial Hall as a king-level beastmaster senior, but just a conversation between friends. This is different from the king-level beasts he has come into contact with. His father's king-level beast Dijianjian is completely different. After checking online, she found that the historical records of the Jinling Memorial Hall devoted several pages to it. What shocked her the most was that the country of Jiaoban was destroyed. After thinking about it, she decided to come back and ask her father, who was also a king, if he was familiar with the Jinling Memorial Hall. Poof! Li Jishui suddenly stood up from the sofa and spat out the water he had just drunk. His surprise was as great as the water he spat out. Hey, it's so dirty. Dad, calm down, Li Yingying said with a disgusted expression. Li Jishui ran to Li Yingying, grabbed her shoulders and asked, What? You've been to the Jinling Memorial Hall. What did you say? Looking at her father's excited and shocked expression and words, she knew that her father must be familiar with the Jinling Memorial Hall. Dad, wait, I can't explain myself clearly like this, Li Yingying said immediately because she felt a little pain from being pinched. Li Jishui reacted, let go of Li Yingying's shoulders and sat back on the sofa. Li Yingying rubbed her shoulders, and after she felt better, she slowly began to explain everything that happened in Jinling. Here's what happened. Jia and I have a friend who went to Jinling, so we wanted to go visit him. Wait, friend, male or female? Why didn't you tell me before that you were going to Jinling to visit friends? Li Jishui interrupted. Dad! Li Yingying interrupted her question loudly and continued. Do you want to hear it or not? Li Jishui said with an embarrassed look on his face. Sorry, Yingying, please continue. Li Yingying turned around and continued to explain. What happened is this. Jia and I had a friend who went to Jinling, so we wanted to go visit him. After we got to Jinling, he said he had something else to do. I was reluctant to leave, so I followed him and ended up at the Jinling Memorial Hall. There was no problem the first time we went. He went in with us, and after we came out, he sent us away. As they spoke, Li Yingying and Lu Jiajia couldn't help but recall the scenes in the memorial hall, and their eyes became red. The next day, Jiajia and I planned to go pay our respects, but my friend didn't go with us. When we came out, we found him chatting with the spirit of the Jinling Memorial Hall like friends. I found it strange. Are the spirits of the Jinling Memorial Hall the kind of beastmasters who are approachable? So I thought I'd ask you. After Li Yingying said a long string of words, she took a tissue from the coffee table and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, waiting for her father's response. After hearing this, Li Jishui looked incredulous, as if he had heard something unbelievable. He rubbed his head and thought for a long time before looking up at the two women and answering. I don't know how your friend became familiar with the Jinling Memorial Hall in Jinling. The most likely scenario is that he established a good relationship with one of the heroic spirits in the Memorial Hall, so that he can talk to the spirits of the Jinling Memorial Hall. Li Jishui couldn't help but think in his heart that the probability was too small. Although he didn't know the character of Jinling Memorial Hall, he would chat with me when he went to see him last time, but that was a chat with his juniors. Although he was also a junior of Jinling Memorial Hall, he was a friend of Yingying and Jiajia. How old could he be? Unless his friend was originally a heroic spirit in the Memorial Hall, which seemed unlikely. How many heroic spirits could communicate with the Jinling Memorial Hall as friends? How could they lower themselves to make friends with Yingying and Jiajia? Your dad is not very familiar with the Jinling Memorial Hall, but my master is his friend. I haven't heard from my master for over 8,000 years. The last time I went to find him after breaking through the king level, I also wanted to ask about my master. Your dad hasn't seen him for about 1,000 years either. Li Jishui touched his chin and replied. After he finished speaking, he took a sip of the water on the coffee table. His mouth was dry after talking for so long, so he drank some water to moisten his throat. Chapter 50 Photo Album. Li Yingying glanced at Li Jishui with disdain and muttered softly. Hey, Dad is so useless. Poof! The water that had just been taken into the mouth sprayed onto the ground again. Although his daughter spoke very quietly, the hearing of the king-level beastmaster was very good. Dad, what are you doing? You're so dirty, Huan. Li Yingying was even more disgusted when she saw her dad vomiting again, so she called the family's sweeping robot Yusho. Robot vacuum cleaner. Huan. Gender female. Beast taming rank, low level. Beast type, mechanical/space. Beast taming skills. Space storage. Expand storage space. Enhance suction. Double the suction force. Beast taming contract. None. Beast taming experience. The content of Yusho Wanduchienka is edited by netizens. If you find that the content of your entry is inaccurate or incomplete, you are welcome to use the entry editing service of this site to participate in the correction. Although the villa has a self-cleaning function, it takes time, so the general garbage is usually collected by the sweeping robot. The sweeping robot cleaned up the water stains on the floor in a short while. At this time, Li Yingying looked at her father's dull eyes and sad face. She sighed and continued to ask. Then Dad, tell us about your master. What kind of person is he? I haven't heard you talk about him in a long time. I heard about him when I was a child, but I have almost forgotten him. Li Jishui's eyes gradually lit up after hearing this, and he became excited when talking about his master. Your master's grandfather was the commander of the Shuzhou 7th Army, the strongest army in Shuzhou. He was kind and friendly to everyone. He saved the lives of your father, me, and your aunt. He is the person I, your father, respect the most, bar none. Li Jishui's words outlined a kind and benevolent wise man in Li Yingying's mind, as if a loving and kind old man was smiling at him. I'll tell you a secret, don't tell anyone else. Li Jishui came to the two women quietly and said softly. The two girls nodded involuntarily in response. Do you still remember your uncle's Nangong family? Li Jishui looked at the ceiling, as if recalling the good old days. Li Yingying nodded. In the past, her aunt would bring her uncle to celebrate her birthday every year. You can search the internet now, the Shuzhou's 7th Army. A trace of sadness appeared on Li Jishui's face, but it was quickly hidden. Li Yingying took out her mobile phone and opened Wanduchienka, searching for the Shuzhou's 7th Army. The Shuzhou's 7th Army was established on August 1, 2035. On July 12, 1172 in the beast taming calendar, the main force of the Shuzhou's 7th Army was killed in the Battle of the Yellow Sea. Their main enemy was the U.S. Pacific Alliance, an anti-China force in Europe and the United States. On January 7, 1173, the Shuzhou's 7th Army was disbanded. Note: the 7th Army never had a commander from its founding to its disbandment. Without the commander, this is impossible. How could the military do such a sloppy thing? Li Yingying thought in disbelief. Don't you think it's strange? How can an army be without a leader? Li Jishui saw her disbelief. Li Yingying nodded. Li Jishui continued. This is actually his own fault. He single-handedly wiped out nearly all the major combatants of the U.S. Pacific Alliance, approximately 400,000 people. He always says that the Jinling Memorial Hall wiped out the Japanese devils and caused trouble, but I think he is the one who caused the most trouble. At the time, global public opinion was not very favorable to him. Because of the immense pressure, your master-grandfather believed in taking personal responsibility for his own actions, so he traveled alone to another world to quell the negative public opinion against China. But he thinks too simply. How can a war of public opinion end just by disappearing? To resolve all this, Master's wife, Nandong Yuhua, found the king-level beastmaster, divine power of Taihu Light, deleted everything online about Master, launched the Beastmaster Alliance, and destroyed most of the books that recorded your master. Li Yingying and Lu Jiajia listened carefully, feeling the hardships of their predecessors, the helplessness of their master leaving his hometown, and thinking of, wait. Dad, are you saying that the first president of the Blue Star Beast Taming Alliance was Master Shi's wife? Li Jishui's face twitched as he said. No, but it's almost like that. My master's wife resigned from the position of president of the Beast Taming Alliance and went to another world to search for your master's master, while your aunt and I stayed on Blue Star to continue to inquire about your master's master. Unexpectedly, my sister and I both found the other half of our lives. Li Yingying sighed in her heart. This is a story from more than 8,000 years ago. No matter how thick the history book is, it cannot contain their magnificent life. What does the master look like, and what kind of beast does he use? Li Yingying asked. Wait a minute. Li Jishui hurried upstairs, returned to his bedroom, opened a long dusty box, and took out a photo album from it. He returned downstairs and opened the photo album, and the two girls came over. Li Jishui opened the photo album, turned to the first page, and saw a little boy of 7 or 8 years old playing in the mud. Could this be Li Yingying was surprised, because the little boy was indeed cute. Ahem, this is me, your dad. Li Jishui looked shy. He felt really embarrassed when his daughter saw his childhood photos, especially when he was playing in the mud. These are all photos of your aunt and I growing up that were taken by my master's wife using a camera. The photos can be preserved for about 100,000 years. Only one photo of your master's grandfather is left. Li Jishui quickly turned to the middle page of the album. The album was not full, only about half full. It was a group photo, taken in a small bamboo forest. There were 5 people sitting at a simple table. On the left sat a dark soul, and on the right sat a white-haired girl holding a panda cub. The white-haired girl looked with a slight smile at the handsome man who was sprinkling seasonings on the barbecue facing the camera with a white fox lying on his shoulder, and at a man and a woman who were staring at the barbecue with their backs to the camera. Li Jishui pointed at the dark soul and said, "This is Master Ming Changqing. I'm sure you are all familiar with him. He and your master were comrades in arms and friends." Li Jishui pointed his finger at the 2 people facing the camera and said, "This is your father and your aunt. The white-haired girl holding the panda is my master's wife." Li Jishui pointed his finger at the white-haired girl and said. Finally, he touched the handsome man who was barbecuing in the photo, and with a look of nostalgia in his eyes he said, "This is your master-grandfather. What do you think? Handsome, right? He usually likes to wear Chinese traditional clothing, but because he was barbecuing, he changed into short sleeves." The 2 women looked at the man above without saying a word, with a look of disdain on their faces, as if they didn't hear what Li Jishui said. Li Jishui patted their shoulders, bringing them back to their senses. Li Jishui laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, what's the matter? I'm amazed by your master's handsomeness. Your master is indeed the most handsome man I have ever seen, bar none." Chapter 51 Master Mu Qingwei. "Dad, what's my master's name?" Li Yingying asked with a slightly trembling voice. "My surname is Mu, and my given name is Qingwei. Mu Qingwei is the name of your master's father. The one lying on his shoulder is your master's 3rd beast, Bai Shui, a cute little fox. Guess what your master's other 2 beasts are? They are also in the photo." Li Jishui responded. Li Yingying pointed at the handsome man in the photo and said, "It must be the jade bracelet on his hand and the jade hairpin on his head." Li Jishui looked at her in disbelief and asked in surprise, "How did you guess that?" Li Yingying was lost in thought as she stared at the photo. Li Jishui, who was standing beside her, put his hand in front of her eyes and shook it. Only then did she react and said, "Ah well, maybe the jade bracelets and hairpins don't match those short sleeves. There must be a reason why he changed into Hanfu but didn't accept the jade bracelets and hairpins." Li Jishui patted Li Yingying on the shoulder and laughed heartily. "As expected of my daughter, she is so smart." Li Yingying and Lu Jiejie looked at each other, and both of them saw from each other's eyes that they wanted to send Li Jishui away for a private conversation. Li Yingying retracted her gaze and looked at Li Jishui and said, "Dad, it's getting late. I have to take Lu Jiejie home." Jia, why don't you stay for dinner? Why don't you sleep at our house?" Li Jishui said enthusiastically. No, I've been playing in Jinling for several days. Grandpa will be worried if I don't go back." Li Jishui stroked his chin and thought for a moment. "Mr. Lu, you really should spend more time with him. Okay, Yingying should come back soon too." "Okay, Dad." Li Yingying responded to Li Jishui with a smile, then took Lu Jiejie's hand and walked out the door together. When I went out, I happened to meet Li Yingying's mother Lin Yu, who had just got off work. "Mom." She stepped forward, touched Li Yingying's head, nodded to Lu Jiejie and asked, "Yingying, when did you come back?" "This morning, Mom. I'm not a kid anymore." Okay, I won't touch you anymore." Lin Yu took back his hand from Li Yingying's head. Seeing that they were in a hurry, he asked, "What's wrong? You're in such a hurry that you're running around the villa. What's the big deal?" "I'm just sending Lu Jiejie back home." "Okay, Mom, Jiejie's grandfather will be worried later." Li Yingying dodged her gaze. Lin Yu looked at Li Yingying, whose eyes dodged for a moment. Although it was only for a moment, the high-level beastmaster's facial features were so sensitive that she noticed it immediately. However, she did not say it out loud. Instead, her eyes revealed full of tenderness as she said, "Yingying is grown up now. Go and come back soon." Li Yingying gave her mother a strange look and said, "Okay, mommy." After saying that, she pulled Lu Jiajia away. After watching them walk away, she shouted towards the villa. "Old dang, I'll count to 3. 2, 3. Here I come." Li Jishui suddenly appeared in front of the villa. He thought to himself, this is not right. He doesn't count to 1. If I knew who taught him this, I would definitely force him to write 1,000,000 ones and read them while writing. Lin Yu went up to him and grabbed his ear, asking loudly, "What did you do to your daughter and her friends to make them run away from our house like they were escaping from our home?" "Sister, it hurts. Please talk to me nicely. What can I do? I just showed them the photo of Master," Li Jishui said with a flattering look on his face. Lin Yu put down Li Jishui's ear, slapped him on the shoulder and said, "It's better if you say so, otherwise Who are you calling sister? You, a 1,000-year-old old man, call me a decent girl of just a few dozen years old sister? Besides, don't think I don't know, how could your king-level body be hurt by my ear pulling?" No, honey, I was wrong." "What's wrong?" Pa, he slapped Li Jishui on the buttocks and asked, "Tell me, why didn't you wait for me after get off work?" I forgot." Li Jishui took a half step back with a frightened look and said in a trembling voice, Ha, okay, Li Jishui, you even forgot your wife. It seems that I can't get through today without teaching you a lesson." Lin Yu grabbed Li Jishui's ear and forcibly pulled him into the private room of the villa. Watching the couple quarrel, Villa Sauce shuddered unconsciously. It was too scary. Marrying a Shuzhou woman is not just talk. As the evening wore on, the sky gradually darkened, but a hint of orange-red sunset glow still lingered in the sky. A gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness, making people feel comfortable and relaxed. The streets began to thin out, shop lights gradually came on, and the streets were filled with the aroma of food. Some people hurried home, while others walked, jogged, or sat on benches in the park to chat. In the distance, the afterglow of the setting sun can be seen on the mountains, giving them a golden glow. Birds also begin to return to their nests, chirping, putting a perfect end to this beautiful night. 2 girls who had just left the villa were walking on the bustling street. "Lady Nangong is so beautiful," Lu Jiejia said with emotion. Li Yingying suddenly turned her head and looked at Lu Jiejia, and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that there was nothing abnormal about her. After Lu Jiejia found out, she smiled brightly at her, took her hand and said, "Yingying, don't worry, I've let it go. He's a man of my dreams, not someone you can date. I've come to terms with it since I saw him chatting with someone at the Jinling Memorial Hall. He and I are not from the same social class, and I'm lucky to be his friend." Li Yingying showed a complicated expression on her face. She was Lu Jiejia's best friend and should have supported her relationship, but her target was so close yet so far away, which was regrettable and sad. Lu Jiejia saw her helplessness, took her hand and comforted her. "Okay, let's talk about it. Why did Xiao Nanhua hide his identity and come to high school? And what about that fox of his? It seems that you have also figured out that Master Mu Qinghua is Xiao Nanhua. Yingying, do you think I'm a fool? We look exactly the same and have contracts with identical beastmasters. How could they not be the same person?" Lu Jiejia grumbled in dissatisfaction. No, our Jiejia is very smart," Li Yingying said while gently rubbing Lu Jiejia's head. "I think Xiao Nanhua has her own difficulties. Since she knew I was Li Jishui's daughter but didn't take any action, it means she didn't want to reveal her identity. That's why I didn't tell Dad about it, so as not to disrupt his plans. As for the fox, you'll have to ask him. Judging from his habits so far, he won't put the beast into the beast control space." Li Yingying continued to answer. Chapter 52 Blockade. "I was wondering why I didn't feel Xiao Nanhua looked like a teenager. He didn't have that kind of youthful energy. He doesn't like showing off in competitions, and he doesn't like socializing. I've never seen him actively making friends or posting on WeChat moments, which I found very strange. Now I know he's not a teenager at all." Li Yingying sighed. "Speaking of age, Yingying, do you know how old he is?" Lu Jiejia asked curiously. "I'm not sure about this. I guess Dad doesn't know either. Maybe he himself doesn't remember it. But I heard from Dad. He was one of the first beastmasters on Blue Star, so he must be at least 10,000 years old. Over 10,000 years old, That makes him even older than my father. Li Yingying looked incredulous. She didn't expect that Lao Deng, who was over 10,000 years old, was still pretending to be young and studying with teenagers. I was wondering why he never goes on stage. If he lets a king-level beastmaster bully a mid-level beastmaster, wouldn't that make people laugh? Li Yingying felt that his father was already at the king level, and his father's master Qiu Nanhua must be stronger than his father, and must also be at the king level, otherwise he would not have been able to live so long. The high-level masters only had a lifespan of 10,000 years. At this moment, Lu Jiajia seemed to remember something and said to Yingying, Yingying, do you think Qiu Nanhua will participate in the fledgling competition held in Jingzhou? That shouldn't be the case. This is an international competition. There should be many king-level beastmasters or king-level beastmasters coming to watch. I guess many of them know him. Wouldn't he self-destruct if he goes up? Li Yingying replied after thinking for a while. But he took up a place in the recommended admission quota. Maybe he has his considerations. Let's not talk about him. Why should we worry about this old man who is over 10,000 years old? Li Yingying waved her hands and said, Let's go, Jiajia. I'll take you home. Speaking of which, when we meet, what should we call him? Qiu Nanhua, Mu Qinghua, or Senior? Just do it the same as before, just pretend you don't know anything about it. A week later. Jinling Procuratorate. Mr. Zhou sat in his office, watching the remote surveillance video on his computer. He sighed and angrily said to the deputy prosecutor standing beside him, Notify the military headquarters to seal off Jinling Prefecture. Not a single corrupt official can escape. Just as Xiao Lu was about to take out his phone and dial, old Zhou warned him. The phone isn't secure. Someone in the communications department might have taken advantage of it. You should go directly to the military headquarters. Okay, Mr. Zhou. The deputy chief prosecutor put down his phone and left the Jinling Procuratorate directly and ran towards the military headquarters. He wanted to reach the military headquarters as soon as possible. Maybe those corrupt officials had their spies near the Jinling Procuratorate. This is a big case. This kind of thing happened in Jinling Prefecture. The Procuratorate failed to eradicate this phenomenon in its early stages, but instead allowed it to thrive. If this is not resolved completely and is reported to the higher Procuratorate, demotion would be considered the least severe punishment. So this time he was very serious and put in 100% effort to complete the task. He even couldn't sleep well at night, thinking about how to make it perfect. Thinking of the remote monitoring content in the video, he shuddered unconsciously. TSK, it seems that he can't avoid watching the blood-stained scene this time. Sitting in the office of the Procuratorate, Mr. Zhou played the video over and over again, his expression gradually becoming gloomy and angry. Well, what a deputy warden, what a warden! After a while, the deputy prosecutor came to the military headquarters. After checking a series of documents, he was allowed to pass. He quickly came to the military office building. After the sentry on duty at the military headquarters learned that he was the deputy prosecutor of the Procuratorate, he immediately took him to the chief of staff's office. The military's office building is also a beast control building, but there is no information on the beast control Wandachienka because no one dares to post confidential information. That is what spies do. Inside the office, Mr. Zhang was standing by the window, watching the soldiers patrolling downstairs, and nodded. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. Old Zhang spoke. Two people came in from the front door, one of them a sentry on duty. He saluted the elderly hero with a standard military salute. Report, the Deputy Attorney General of the Procuratorate has been brought here. Mr. Zhang nodded and said, Go down. After the sentry on duty closed the door, Zhang Laokai looked at the deputy prosecutor and said, I know you, Xiao Lu, Lao Zhou's former student. Is there any news about him? Deputy Chief Prosecutor Xiao Lu responded with a standard military salute. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I have news from Mr. Zhou. He says he's found solid evidence, but the conflicting interests haven't been fully clarified. We can't arrest or interrogate them publicly, fearing the perpetrators will get the news and escape. So please seal off Jiling Prefecture as quickly as possible and completely eliminate these corrupt officials. After hearing this, Mr. Zhang called all the armies, but the Communications Bureau did not have the ability to monitor the military headquarters calls. Soon, all the troops in Jinling Prefecture, whether on duty or in training, were dispatched and quickly blocked the entire Jinling Prefecture. Mr. Zhang said to the deputy chief prosecutor, "Xiao Lu, follow us to capture the suspect." As he spoke, he left the military office building. A special operations force had already assembled outside the office building, and the deputy prosecutor followed them as they rushed towards Jinling No. 1 prison. Soon they arrived at Jinling No. 1 prison, and Elder Zhang ordered, "Seal off the entire No. 1 prison." The two jailers on duty outside the prison were so frightened that they dared not move. "Yes." The troops took action. Elder Zhang came up to the two and shouted, "Have your warden and deputy warden come out immediately for investigation." "Oh, okay, Officer Master." The two jailers crawled into the prison. As the deputy warden was packing up his finances and preparing to flee, a cry of alarm came from the doorway. "Oh no! Oh no! The military has sealed off prison No. 1 and ordered the deputy warden to leave and cooperate with the investigation." Deputy Warden Chen stopped what he was doing when he heard it, stumbled and fell to the ground, muttering to himself, "It's over, it's all over, how could it happen so quickly? I just received the news." At that moment, officers from the action unit and Zhang Lao burst in. Seeing Deputy Warden Chen sitting on the ground with a look of disdain on his face, they said, "Put him in handcuffs. This is aggravated by knowingly breaking the law. When you get to the procuratorate, you'd better explain your other accomplices and try to get leniency. Don't let another death sentence be repeated." After torturing the deputy warden, the Special Operations Force collected all the criminal information in the prison and then left Jinling No. 1 prison. "One team will seal up the deputy warden's property, another team will follow me to escort the criminals to the procuratorate, and the rest of you will continue to seal off the first prison to prevent the criminals from becoming desperate and releasing them," Old Shizhou said to the officers of the Special Operations Team. Chapter 53 Arrest. As the action team escorted the deputy warden, they kept crying out in tears, "It's unfair! It's unfair! Why are you arresting me? This is against the rules." At this time, Deputy Chief Prosecutor Xiao Lu, who was following the team behind, spoke. "Hello, Deputy Warden Chen, I am the Deputy Chief Prosecutor of the Procuratorate. According to the law, I have the authority to summon you for an investigation by the Procuratorate. If you have any grievances, please come to the Chief Prosecutor and explain yourself in person." "Is this what you call a summons? You are enforcing the law violently. I will sue you," Deputy Warden Chen shouted. "You should save your own life first." Deputy Warden Chen shouting attracted a group of ordinary people to watch. They pointed at him and whispered about him. "Who is this person? Why are there so many soldiers arresting him? You don't even know this guy. I last saw him in a law-abiding promotional video. He seemed to be the warden of a prison. How could a prison warden who advocates for law-abidingness be arrested? I don't know. Maybe he broke the law knowingly. People's hearts have changed. He looks like a decent person, but I didn't expect him to be a criminal. Don't talk nonsense. What if it's all a misunderstanding? Look, besides the soldiers, there's also a prosecutor wearing a prosecutor's uniform in that group. It's best not to spread rumors before the investigation results come out." Soon, the Special Operations Team sent Deputy Warden Chen to the interrogation room of the Procuratorate. The interrogation room was a small room with white walls and ceiling and no decoration. There was a table in the center of the room, on which sat an old-fashioned lamp and a laptop. To one side of the table was an iron chair with a metal armrest nailed to the back. On the other side of the room, there were two black leather chairs that looked very old, and between them was a small coffee table with some papers and a laptop on it. There was a large mirror in the corner of the room, which was covered with dust. The entire room exuded a cold and solemn atmosphere. The lights on the wall made the room even darker, creating a feeling of oppression and unease. This room was used for interrogations, and one could not help but imagine the cruel and ruthless scenes that once took place here. Mr. Zhou was sitting in the interrogation seat waiting. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. "Come in," Zhou Laodong's voice came out. Mr. Zhang came in with the deputy prosecutor and two members of the action team who were escorting Deputy Warden Chen. The members of the special action team handcuffed him to an iron chair and then left the room, leaving only Mr. Zhang and the deputy prosecutor. Mr. Zhang sat on another leather chair, and the deputy prosecutor stood beside him. At this time, Deputy Warden Chen, who was sitting on an iron chair, shouted, "It's unfair! Mr. Attorney General!" At this time, Mr. Zhou raised his right hand to signal him to stop talking. "Please remain silent. You will have a chance to speak later," Deputy Prosecutor Xiao Lu said immediately when he saw Mr. Zhou's actions. "Deputy Warden Chen Ming, please watch this video before you answer. Think carefully before you answer. You only have this one chance to reduce your punishment." Mr. Zhou started talking, then opened the video prepared on his laptop and turned the screen towards him. The video is in a luxurious villa. The luxury of the villa is that there is a man sitting on the sofa. It is Deputy Warden Chen who is sitting on an iron chair. He was surrounded by a pair of scantily clad beauties, who were touching his naked body all over. A man was kneeling beside the sofa, with his head down, listening to Yin Yanyan's earnest voice with a dry mouth, but he didn't dare to look at the erotic movements on the sofa. "Tell me, what's the matter?" "Sir, my son has just been admitted to the first prison. Please give him some advice. This is a gift for you." After saying that, he took out a card from the Beast Taming Alliance Bank. The man on the sofa glanced up and said, "How much?" The man made a 5 sign with his hand. "Well, it's not bad. I will take care of your son. Put him down and go back." Yes, thank you, sir, thank you, sir." After saying this, the man bowed several times and quickly left the villa. The first video ends and the scene changes to Jinling No. 1 prison. Deputy Warden Chen sits on a chair in his office, savoring a bottle of red wine. At this time, a jailer came running from outside the door and whispered to him, "Boss, there is another beautiful girl in the prison. Does he have any backing?" Deputy Warden Chen asked after taking a sip of red wine. "No, boss. I read her verdict carefully and tried every possible way to investigate all her information, but I didn't find any connections with her," the jailer explained carefully. "Yes, same old-fashioned." Deputy Warden Chen drank the wine in his glass. The lackey beside him brought him a glass of red wine and filled it up, saying, "Boss, can you do it? She only sentenced me to 1 month in prison. What if—" He didn't finish his words when Deputy Warden Chen scolded him. "Accident? What accident? What I said in this prison is everything. What I said when the warden was transferred to another world is everything." The video scene changed, and Deputy Warden Chen came to a cell. There was a short-haired woman in the room with a curvy figure, and she was indeed very appetizing. "Please think carefully about my conditions. Don't force me to use force. It is true that it feels better to conquer a strong-willed woman, but I still hope you can agree to it yourself," Deputy Warden Chen said to the woman with a sly grin. The woman glared at him angrily, gritting her teeth and saying, "You bastard, you're going to die a miserable death." Deputy Warden Chen looked at her gnashing teeth and said with a look of enjoyment, "Haha, I just love the way you guys hate me but have to rely on me." At this time, the lackeys around him shouted respectfully, "Long live the Lord is awesome." Deputy Warden Chen patted his head with a look of disdain and said, "I told you to study harder, but you insisted on raising pigs. You don't even know how to praise someone. But since you respect me so much, I'll let you play with Xiao Wang." The lackey was overjoyed after hearing this and kept thanking Deputy Warden Chen. "Thank you, sir. It is my honor to serve you like a slave." After the video ended, Elder Zhou shouted at Deputy Warden Chen Ming, "Chen Ming, you are corrupt, you are using coercion and bribery. Chen Ming, do you have anything else to say?" Chen Ming remained silent after watching the video. He knew the evidence was before his eyes, and now that he had been caught, the outcome was already determined. After a moment of silence, he asked, "I want to know who turned off the remote monitoring." Mr. Zhou replied, "It's me." "You are not qualified to start remote monitoring without permission. You are violating the privacy law," Deputy Warden Chen roared. "Oh, so if I apply to the Jingzhou Higher Procuratorate, you will receive the news. It seems that someone above you has been bribed by you. But you don't have to worry about me breaking the law. Remote monitoring can be authorized by a public official, king-level beastmaster. I advise you to give a good account and strive for a dignified death." Elder Zhou glanced at him and said calmly. Chapter 54 Interrogation. Deputy Warden Chen lowered his head as if accepting his fate and whispered, Ask. How did you make Jinling #1 prison turn a blind eye to your actions? Old Joe asked as he opened a file on the coffee table and looked at it. Deputy Warden Chen scoffed. You can't have never investigated my beast control before. You're asking these knowing questions because you think I won't tell the truth. The Deputy Attorney General standing nearby shouted. Answer the question. TSK, I contracted a sloth. Any spiritual creature it comes into contact with will slowly fall into a deep sleep. Jinling First Prison has been sleeping for about 100 years. I said, can you please not ask questions that everyone knows for sure? We're all in the interrogation business, and we all know all the different methods. Let's get straight to the point. Deputy Warden Chen responded sarcastically. Elder Zhou examined him and said, It seems that you think the death penalty is 100% certain. It seems that you have done a lot of beastly things. You are in this line of work, so you must know a lot about lie-detecting beasts, so you want to delay a little longer. Although you may not know that Jinling Prefecture has been sealed off, there is no need for you to delay for the corrupt officials in the prefecture, because there was such a big commotion when they arrested you, and those who should have escaped have already escaped without you delaying. So you're stalling for time to get the inspector from the higher-level procuratorate who's far away in Kyoto to tip you off, right? Mr. Zhou analyzed carefully, tapping his fingers on the coffee table. After listening to Mr. Zhou's analysis, a hint of unnaturalness flashed in Deputy Warden Chen's eyes, which was caught by Mr. Zhou. It seems that my analysis is correct. Lao Zhang, send a message to the Jingzhou military headquarters saying that spies from anti-China forces have infiltrated the Jingzhou procuratorate. Old Zhou said to Old Zhang beside him. After hearing his words, Mr. Zhang nodded, but shocked the deputy prosecutor standing beside him. Old man, are you crazy? How dare you report a lie? Deputy Warden Chen kept struggling to break free from the restraints of the iron chair, but it was in vain. Elder Zhou looked at Deputy Warden Chen calmly and said, I'm not afraid to tell you, I don't have much time left. Honor and official position are no longer important to me. It's much easier to blockade a procuratorate than the entire Jinling prefecture. You are crazy! You heroes won't let me rest in peace even after my death. Deputy Warden Chen said angrily. We who are dead can still judge scum like you for the country and the people. It's worth coming here. Old Zhang suddenly shouted, nodded to Old Zhou, left the interrogation room, and went to contact the Jingzhou military headquarters. Stop him, Deputy Prosecutor General. What are you doing? Letting these dead men do whatever they want. Deputy Warden Chen yelled at the Deputy Prosecutor General who was standing beside him. I'm sorry, Deputy Warden Chen, the procuratorate is now under the full charge of Mr. Zhou. Besides, the person who contacted the Jingzhou military headquarters was from the Jinlingshao military headquarters, so I have no right to interfere. The Deputy Prosecutor General said to him. Elder Zhou silently watched him in frustration and rage and said, Since you want to waste our time, we can't do as you wish. Xiao Lu, you stay here and guard him while we go catch the other suspects. Mr. Zhou stood up and walked out of the interrogation room to arrest other suspects. Only Deputy Warden Chen and Deputy Prosecutor General were left in the interrogation room. The Deputy Chief Prosecutor sat down on the leather chair where Mr. Zhang had been sitting, and said helplessly to Deputy Warden Chen, Why are you doing this? Confess and get leniency. Maybe you'll get a normal death sentence. Is that person from the Jingzhou procuratorate so important? Humph, a favor must be repaid. Deputy Warden Chen snorted coldly. Pfft, you've done him a disservice. You clearly told me to tell you the truth and not to ask any nonsense questions, but Mr. Zhou still didn't expect that there were accomplices of yours in the Jingzhou procuratorate. If it weren't for you, no one would come to check the prison. I thought we were all officials who cooperated with each other, and rarely came to inspect the prison. I never expected that you, as the deputy warden of the prison, would knowingly break the law. The deputy prosecutor first mocked the deputy warden, and then mocked himself, lamenting that he was too naive. Haha, Deputy Attorney General, you still worry about me? After this incident, you will at least be demoted. You are still young, and you want power, connections, and wealth, don't you? How much do you have left after this incident, and how many people will mock you in private? Deputy Warden Chen said with a sneer on his face. The deputy prosecutor quietly clenched his fist, and his clenched fist trembled slightly under the coffee table, showing his uneasiness. After arguing for a while with their faces red, the two of them calmed down and stared at each other with wide eyes. They all knew that there was no winning in this argument, only losing. Over the next few days, the Jinling Prefecture Military Headquarters and the Procuratorate jointly launched a vigorous operation to eliminate corrupt officials. A total of 32 corrupt officials were arrested and about 500 officials were demoted. Coincidentally, the Jinzhou Military Headquarters actually caught 2 spies from the hostile forces in the Procuratorate. News media and internet celebrities from all sides rushed to report the incident, expressing their doubts and shock. Netizens also kept arguing about it, but it had nothing to do with Xiao Nanhua. In the early morning, the air is filled with a fresh scent, and the air around seems fresher and more pleasant than at night. It was still dark at this time, but as time went by, the sky gradually brightened, revealing a breath of hope and vitality. The birds chirped outside the window, and the roar of vehicles was heard in the distance. These sounds seemed to remind Xiao Nanhua that a new day had begun. Xiao Nanhua slowly got up, stretched her muscles, and did some simple stretching exercises to allow her body to gradually adapt to the new rhythm. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, and her delicate face was stunning in every way. One could not help but sigh, wouldn't men be even more beautiful? Chapter 55, Beast Taming and Humanity Are Inseparable. Good morning, Yu Qingqing, Jinsi Zayudi, and you too, good morning. Xiao Nanhua greeted softly to the 3 beastmasters placed beside the pillow. Good morning, Yaya too. Times 2 the 2 little ones kept flying around Xiao Nanhua and responded. The other Jinsi Zayudi remained the same, and continued to ignore Xiao Nanhua. Wait, it will be here soon. After Xiao Nanhua put on the Hanfu handed to her by Chenling Zhuyu, the 2 little ones couldn't wait to return to their exclusive seats. So cute. After Xiao Nanhua went out to have breakfast, his cell phone vibrated. Who was it that disturbed him while he was reading a novel? When he opened the social software, it turned out to be the heroic spirit who took him to prison last time. Yingling told Xiao Nanhua that the matter was over and that Wang Ping had been taken to the Jinling Memorial Hall. He asked him if he had time. Xiao Nanhua's answer was of course yes. Although he didn't visit the heroic spirits every day these days, he went there frequently, and he had nothing to do in the morning. Xiao Nanhua arrived at the Jinling Memorial Hall. The heroic spirit from before was already waiting for him at the door. When the heroic spirit saw him, he quickly ran up to Xiao Nanhua and said respectfully, "Sir, you are here. Just call me by my name, there's no need to do this. You are all heroes who sacrifice for the country and the people." Xiao Nanhua patted his cold shoulder and said, "No, you are my lord and the master of the Memorial Hall are friends. We dare not cross the line." Yingling waved his hand and said. Seeing his stubborn look, Xiao Nanhua stopped trying to persuade him and asked directly, "Where's Wang Ping?" "Your Excellency, he doesn't deserve to be around here. He is being held by the Yingling on the opposite street," Yingling responded. "Will it affect the surrounding residents?" Xiao Nanhua asked. "No, sir. The heroic spirits have the ability to block sight." "Well, that's good, take me there." Xiao Nanhua nodded in response. The heroic spirit walked in front, Xiao Nanhua followed him to the side of several heroic spirits, and there was a white crane standing on a tree in the green belt nearby. They were escorting a middle-aged man with thick hair and a pair of snake-like eyes. He looked like a wanted criminal. His name was Wang Ping. "Sir, do you need everyone to accompany and escort you?" Yingling asked. Xiao Nanhua glanced at everyone and thanked them. "No need. Thank you all for your help. Bai will just accompany me for a while. Thank you all." "Sir, I'm so sorry. It's our honor to be able to help you." Xiao Nanhua sat on Bai's back and asked Chenling Zhuyu to isolate Wang Ping with space isolation. It would consume more soul power to create a space wall when carrying the person flying. If it was just to control the movement of the space wall, the consumption would be relatively less. The white crane spread its wings and flew high. Xiao Nanhua waved to the heroic spirits standing below and shouted loudly, "Thank you." The heroic spirits below seemed to be responding to something, but Xiao Nanhua had already gone far away and could no longer hear it. From the sky, the city's streets and buildings looked like toys. He saw towering skyscrapers, winding rivers and lakes, and patches of green trees and gardens. During the flight, Xiao Nanhua saw large clouds of various shapes, some like sheep, some like tornadoes. The colors of these clouds were also very diverse, from white to gray to orange, each one was amazing. When he looked down at the mountains, he felt as if he were standing in a vast natural gallery. The mountains were undulating and peaked, each peak a work of art. At the foot of the mountains, there were forests and rivers, making the whole scenery even more spectacular. Such scenery reminded Xiao Nanhua of the past days. Thousands of years ago, it was Abai who carried him to various places. Xiao Nanhua's eyes unconsciously revealed a little bit of nostalgia and full of sadness. He kept stroking Abai's fur and gently said to Baihe, "I'm going to trouble you again, Abai. It's my honor to help the commander. No matter where you are, I will rush to your side as long as you need me." Abai responded to Xiao Nanhua in a sonorous and powerful voice. "I hope that in the remaining time you have, you can pursue your own happiness more calmly and freely, instead of being obsessed with being around him." But Xiao Nanhua didn't say it, because he knew that he was equally important in their hearts. As for Wang Ping, he was frightened to death by the feeling of being suspended in the air. After all, he was just an intermediate beastmaster. When there were no flying beastmasters, most beastmasters were still very afraid of heights, not to mention this kind of transparent space wall that they could step on. After a while, Abai flew Xiao Nanhua to Shuzhou and found a branch of the Beast Taming Alliance outside the school. This branch was much larger than the one in the school. It was simply a small technology city. This is a fully intelligent city. All buildings, transportation, communications and manned airships are controlled by beastmasters, or it is a beastmaster. When you enter the Beast Tamer Alliance branch disguised as a city, you will see towering skyscrapers, each with unique design and technological elements. Basically, each of these buildings is a beast tamer. In the center of the city, you will find a huge intelligent control center, which controls all the beast tamers in the entire city. Most of the staff of the Beast Tamer Alliance branch gather there. On the city streets, you'll see all sorts of beasts traveling around, from self-driving car beasts to hover bus beasts and flying airship beasts. There are also various functional beasts on the streets, such as coffee machine beasts, self-service washing machine beasts, and smart trash can beasts. These beasts are completely integrated with humans, living together and performing their duties. There are no residential areas here, only shops run by the Alliance itself. Among these shops, there is a bounty hall every few shops, which is the place to post and submit tasks. Xiao Nanhua walked in with Wang Ping, followed by Abai. There were also various beast tamers and beast tamers inside. They all came to accept or submit tasks. When Xiao Nanhua brought Wang Ping, who had fainted due to urinary incontinence, here, they still attracted a lot of attention. They were all experienced beastmasters. Although the space was invisible, everyone understood that Wang Ping must have been captured by him. The criminal would definitely not dare to appear here. The conclusion was that the middle-aged man who was frightened to the point of urinary incontinence and fainted was a wanted criminal. Xiao Nanhua came to the front desk self-service machine and said, "Submit the mission Wanted Criminal 1607. That is Wanted Criminal 1607, the mission number for Wanted Wang Ping. Ding scanning, the probability that it is Wanted Criminal 1607 is 99%. We have contacted the nearest police station for you. An officer will come to take you in half an hour at most. Would you like to go to the lounge and wait?" A voice came from the self-service machine. "There's no way. He's just a low-level beastmaster and can't make any sound without the help of software like AL and hardware like speakers." "Okay. Got it. I've shown you the way." A dragonfly-like machine flew out from behind the self-service machine and led Xiao Nanhua into a small room with a sofa, a coffee table, and a water dispenser. Xiao Nanhua sat on the sofa and asked Shenling's Wuyu to throw Wang Ping in the corner and temporarily control him, although he did not wake up. Xiao Nanhua took out a cup of milk tea in the space, took out her mobile phone, and started reading a novel to kill time while waiting for the police. Chapter 56, Sea Soul Realm Dragon Clan. After a while, 2 police officers knocked on the door and came in. They came to Xiao Nanhua and asked, "Excuse me, are you Xiao Nanhua?" "Yes." Xiao Nanhua put down her phone and nodded in response. The 2 police officers glanced at the lounge and saw the wanted criminal Wang Ping, who had been unconscious for a while in a corner of the lounge, and Baihe Abai, who was staring at him closely. "Can you allow me to carefully check the wanted criminal?" a police officer said to Wang Ping. Xiao Nanhua nodded and responded, "Yeah." At the same time, Shenling Zhuiyu also cancelled the skill. 2 police officers came to Wang Peng and took out the beast detection device they had been carrying for a long time. The inspection was completed in a short while. After handcuffing Wang Peng, the 2 men said to Qiu Nanwei, "Hello, Qiu Nanwei, it is indeed the wanted criminal Wang Peng. We have taken him away. The reward will be transferred to your school account. Do you have any questions?" "No more," Qiu Nanwei answered him. The 2 police officers looked at Qiu Nanwei and nodded, then carried Wang Peng and left the lounge. Bye. After a call, the white crane shrank in size and flew onto Qiu Nanwei's shoulders, combing his hair. Qiu Nanwei followed the 2 police officers out of the lounge. "Bye, let me take you to visit the current Shuzhou. The current Shuzhou has really changed a lot. I couldn't recognize it when I just came back. I thought I was reborn in Jinzhou," Qiu Nanwei murmured as she touched the white crane on her shoulder with her right hand. Abai has been sleeping in the memorial for a long time, and has not spent much time on activities. Many heroic spirits do this. They want to see whether the world will be as beautiful as they expected after many years. However, he felt that Abai should not be like that. He should want to help the late Shuzhou's 7th Army, especially his incompetent commander. "Wherever the commander goes, I'll follow." "Then let's go see the school I'm studying at now." Seesaw World. This is a big world that is almost entirely ocean, with only a few scattered small islands. Of course, the small islands in the big world are not small either. The islands that can be named are basically larger than the blue planet. The ocean is a vast expanse of blue. From afar, the boundless sea seems to merge with the sky, presenting a majestic and magnificent scene. When people first see such a magnificent ocean landscape, they can't help but be fascinated by it. The ocean is so vast and mysterious. The waves gallop like a white horse, hitting the island and even directly submerging it. The waves surge like a tidal wave, casting a torrent of water across the boundless sky and earth. The waters were a brilliant blue, glittering and translucent, as if concealing boundless energy. Huge waves occasionally surged across the vast ocean, a constant reminder to the passing beastmasters of the ocean's immensity. The ocean floor nurtures a variety of unique and beautiful beasts. In the transparent waters, colorful schools of fish swim and dart, and vibrant corals abound. The vast underwater world is filled with mysteries and unknowns, with a variety of sharks, turtles, whales, and more to marvel at. At sunrise, the golden sunlight shines on the sea, creating layers of golden ripples on the water, like a piece of paradise. At sunset, the afterglow of the setting sun shines on the ocean, reflecting the spectacular red clouds and orange-yellow sea surface, like a magnificent oil painting. At the same time, the ocean also possesses the power of storms. The raging waves crash against the shore, the waves hit the rocks, and stir up magnificent splashes of water, as if showing the majesty and infinite wildness of nature. The seabed of the Seesaw realm is filled with various forces, and each force is like a country in the sea, and they are prosperous. Among them is one of the 10 major forces in the Seesaw realm, the Sea Princess Palace. Wars usually break out at the junction of the 2 realms, but the 2 major forces in the Seesaw realm and the Eternal Winter realm, the Sea Concubine Palace and the Snow Concubine Palace, took the lead and signed a treaty of friendly coexistence between the forces in the bustling areas of the Seesaw realm and the Eternal Winter realm, referred to as the IC Alliance Treaty. The IC Alliance, which is the alliance that the Blue Star Beastmaster Alliance joined after the Seven Seas Palace was established in another world, was originally not qualified, but the space black hole appeared within the sphere of influence of the Snow Concubine Palace, and the Blue Star Alliance had some relatively corrupt diplomats who were able to eat the free food of the Snow Concubine Palace. The IC Palace is built on the seabed and is an underwater kingdom. In the center of this magnificent kingdom lies an underwater castle, which is decorated with gems and corals of countless colors and shapes, and all kinds of wonderful creatures swim in the clear sea water. In the center of the castle is a huge crystal palace where the Dragon Clan, the main clan of the Seesaw Palace, lives. The walls of the crystal palace were inlaid with gems of various colors, reflecting a dazzling light. In the center of the palace was the reception hall. At the top of the hall stood a huge dragon throne, on which sat the Dragon King and his wife. Surrounding it were some gorgeous chairs and tables, on which were placed various treasures, and the chairs were filled with guests. Surrounding the hall were many dragon servants and maids, dressed in gorgeous clothes, serving the Dragon King and his guests. On the walls of the hall hung many golden dragon flags, symbolizing the Dragon King's authority and glory. Welcome all guests to attend my daughter's king-level advancement ceremony. The Dragon King sitting at the top spoke. He is the elder of the Sea Princess Palace and a saint-level beastmaster. He has an arrogant face, a slender body, a pair of ice blue horns on his head, 2 light blue lines on his forehead, and light blue hair that ripples slightly with the water. He looks quite evil and majestic. Eldering, you are too polite. Your princess is one of the newly promoted saints of our Hanfu palace. We should come and congratulate her. The old man sitting in the first row spoke. He is the elder of the Turtle Clan, with a young face and extra long beard. He has served the Dragon Clan since ancient times. He is not the old man in the myth who carries a turtle shell and holds a cane. What Mr. Turtle said makes sense. Seeing that the guests had given him so much respect, he couldn't help but laugh heartily and said, "Ha ha ha, you're all so polite. Come on, serve us some good wine and delicious food. How can we not give you face? You are one of the few saint-level beastmasters in the Sea Princess Palace. Most of the guests coming and going are of royal rank, with a few of them being of imperial rank. Who would dare not agree with you?" The guests and the Dragon King watched various dance, music and opera performances, and everyone drank and chatted, making it a lively scene. Chapter 57 Dragon Girl and Fox Girl. Compared to the bustle of the hall, there is a boudoir in the castle's master bedroom. This is a beautiful place full of girlish hearts. When you walk into this room, the first thing that catches your eye is a huge glass door, inlaid with corals and shells of various colors sparkling. Behind the door is a spacious room with walls and ceilings covered with corals and shells of various colors, forming a unique underwater world. In the center of the room is a spacious bed, covered with a layer of soft seaweed and coral, which makes people feel warm and comfortable. On the bedside table are various beautiful shells and pearls sparkling. On the other side of the room is a floor-to-ceiling window, through which you can see the underwater scene outside, with colorful fish swimming in the water, making people feel extremely peaceful and calm. The whole room is filled with the breath of the ocean, making people feel peaceful, beautiful, and mysterious. Whether lying on the bed or admiring the sea view from the window, it can make people feel relaxed and happy, as if they are in a dreamlike underwater world. This is the room of the little dragon princess in Hanfu Palace. There are 2 girls in the room. A fox-haired girl with a pair of soft, furry ears. She has long, smooth white hair, with 2 white, fluffy fox ears standing upright above her hair. A long, fluffy white foxtail grows from her soft back. She has a slim and graceful figure, charming curves, and smooth body lines, full of feminine softness and charm. Her face is delicate, with big, bright light blue eyes, long eyelashes and slightly upturned eyebrows, a small and delicate nose, and rosy and seductive lips. Her ears and tail are also an important part of her charming appearance, and her various appearances make her a unique, white-haired fox-haired girl. In addition, she was lying lazily on the large bed, reading a book intently in her hands, her ears trembling slightly, and her big furry white tail swaying constantly, showing that she was in a good mood all the time. The other one stood by the bed, staring at the tail that kept shaking. She has a delicate face, regular features, fair and delicate skin, big and bright eyes, light blue vertical pupils, and the blue dragon scales at the corners of her eyes echo each other, and her long light blue hair flows elegantly. She has a pair of blue gradient dragon horns with lighter tips, giving people a particularly cute feeling. She also has a long dark blue dragon tail, which is very gorgeous and gives people a sense of nobility. She is tall and slender with a graceful figure, giving people a sense of elegance. She looked at the foxy woman lying on the bed very gently and asked softly, "Sister Shue, can you fulfill your promise to me?" "Ah? What's the matter?" Foxy glanced at her and asked in confusion. "You promised me that as long as I reached the King Roar level, you would let me touch your tail." The dragon girl pouted dissatisfiedly. "Ah, is that so? No way, you must have remembered it wrongly." The fox girl's wagging tail stiffened slightly, and the furry ears that kept shaking also stopped shaking. Although her tone was calm, no details on her body expressed her unrest. 3,721 years ago, on November 18th at 12:35, Sister Bai Shui was curious about what my tail and dragon horns felt like and wanted to touch them. I suggested we exchange touches, but Sister Bai Shui said I was still young. I countered that you're not even a few hundred years older than me. Sister Bai Shui then rejected my proposal, saying I hadn't reached the king rank yet. She promised that if I agreed, she would let me make up for it once I did. The dragon girl took out a white diary, turned to one of the pages, and read it to the fox girl in a stick-like manner. Okay, I get it. You can only touch it for a while. Who would write a diary when they are seriously taming a beast? The fox girl complained dissatisfiedly. When Long Yang heard this, she was delighted and a bright smile appeared on her face as she kept moving closer to the bed. Let me tell you first, you are not allowed to put your face close to me, the fox-haired girl said shyly with blushing cheeks. After hearing this, Long Yang felt a surge of blood and wanted to hold the girl in her arms and take good care of her, but she couldn't beat her. The dragon girl carefully and gently stroked the fox-haired girl's big tail. She knew that her sister's tail was particularly sensitive, and if the movement was too big, she might turn against her. Seeing Sister Shui's eyes constantly dodging and not daring to look at me, coupled with her shy expression, she really made people feel that she was a feast for the eyes. The fox girl Bai Shui unconsciously let out a low moan. Long Yang froze, and Bai Shui gradually reacted. Her cheeks gradually turned red as she faltered and explained. Yunxian, no, it's not what you think. Looking at Sister Shui, who is so shy, one can't help but recall the time when they met in the Snow Concubine Palace thousands of years ago. Beneath the boundless Milky Way, a vast expanse of pure white snow came into view. She nestled against a drift of snow, a lifelike snowman beside her becoming her companion. She gazed up at the sky, tears streaming down her face. This scene was so magnificent and moving that it made the dragon girl feel a deep pity. It was as if there was a feeling that made me unable to extricate myself, and I longed to comfort her. She did just that, even though she was turned away. Not only was she turned away, but she was also given the cold shoulder. Later, she learned that this was Bai Shui, the candidate for saint of the Snow Concubine Palace. It was the beast tamer of the older beast tamer who played with her when she was a child. Because of her, Bai Shui and her other beast tamers had to separate, which made the dragon girl very sad. It turned out that the reason why Bai Shui was looking at the sky alone and crying silently that night was because of her. This made the dragon girl want to compensate her very much, so she often went to the Snow Concubine Palace to find Bai Shui. She recognized the dragon girl at first sight, so she treated her coldly, but under the dragon girl's passionate offensive, she gradually opened her heart to her. It took hundreds of years for Bai Shui to slowly accept her, which was too difficult. Until now, we have become best friends who can talk about anything. So many stories really happened. No touching it, Snow White said while holding her tail and looking at her smiling face with an unhappy look. What a pity, only for a moment. Boom, boom, boom. A knock on the door broke the deadlock in the room. Princess, the Dragon King asked you to show up. A greeting came from outside the door. Don't go. Let him solve it himself. Why hold a banquet? I think he just wants to be flattered and even drags me into it. Long Yang and Yunxian scolded loudly. But Princess. A hesitant voice came from outside the door, but before it was finished, it was interrupted by Yunxian inside. Get lost! There was no sound outside the door, so Yunxian turned to Bai Shui again and said, Sister Shui, let's go to the Xuefei Palace to play. We're tired of staying at home. Hey, but I haven't finished reading all the books in the Dragon Palace. Bai Shui looked hesitant. Don't look. What if Brother Yu comes back to the Eternal Winter Realm to find you? She knew that Brother Yu would definitely be useful to Bai Shui. Okay, Bai Shui responded with a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Looking at the hope flashing in Bai Shui's eyes, Yunxian sighed in her heart. I'm sorry, Sister Shui. I've been looking for her for so many years, but there's still no news. Sister Shui often goes back to her hometown to look for her, but there's still no news. Where exactly did Brother Yu reincarnate to, or is he still in reincarnation? She checked many books but couldn't find any record of the sacred reincarnation altar. Chapter 58 Far East. Thousands of years ago, in the far east of the forbidden area of the Eternal Winter Realm. According to legend, the Eternal Winter Realm was not called the Eternal Winter Realm before, and few beast tamers or beastmasters know its specific name. According to unreliable sources, the Forbidden Land in the Far East is the embodiment of a powerful beast tamer's power. This has changed the climate conditions of the entire world, making the Yongdong realm covered in ice and snow all year round. All of this has affected a male beastmaster and his 2 beasts in the Far East. The Far East was a land covered in ice and snow. The entire region was blanketed in thick layers of snow, which gradually formed into icebergs. Heavy snow drifted from the sky, and the icy wind blew through it, piercing the bone. Any high-ranking beastmaster who entered would die, and only those at the king level could barely stay within. Not to mention the beastmasters with poor physical fitness. Bai Shui was only a high-level beast tamer, so Qiu Nanhua summoned her back to the beast-taming space. Yeah, I told you not to provoke that long worm. The jade bracelet on the man's hand made a dissatisfied sound. Sorry, you. Qiu Nanhua felt a little guilty. If he hadn't fallen for the beast tamer with saint-level blood, things wouldn't have turned out like this. He knew clearly that the power behind her was not something a king-level beast tamer like him could provoke. The contract was based on voluntary consent, and Qiu Nanhua hadn't forced her, but she still managed to provoke them. Besides, she couldn't deceive them. Stop talking about it. Things have come to this. There is not much point in blaming others. It is better to think about how to get out. Legend has it that the land of the Far East is full of dangers. Most beastmasters who come in never get out, or they disappear within a few years after going out. This place is too weird and full of dangers. The longer you stay here, the more dangerous it becomes, said the jade hairpin on her head. Ching, how long can the shield last? The man asked the jade hairpin on his head. The cold wind doesn't have the power of a king-level attack. What's strange is that this bitingly cold wind can actually cling to the shield and won't be offset by it. Its power will continue to increase until it directly breaks through the shield. Based on its power, a single shield attack can last about 2 hours, and a passive shield can last up to 20 hours. 2 hours have already been used. Liu Qingyu analyzed. How long can it last if it consumes soul power to replenish it? Qiu Nanhua asked. Yeah, let me remind you that the soul power here is thin. No matter how long the soul power in your body can last, don't think about staying here and waiting for the pursuers to retreat. Since it is a forbidden area, it is very dangerous. It's not just the cold wind and thin soul power. Haven't you seen a few ice sculptures along the way? Many of them are more than king level. Yuji Liu Qingyu reminded. What should I do now? I don't dare to go deeper, but if I retreat, there will be pursuers. I'm in a dilemma. Qiu Nanhua held her head, looking embarrassed. Yeah, we can't keep wasting time like this. Let's go deeper and look. Maybe there is another exit. Liu Qingyu reminded Qiu Nanhua. I think it's okay. Maybe there's an opportunity in it. Your human novels are all written like this. Big crises are often accompanied by big opportunities. Shenling Zuiyu encouraged. I'm telling you, do you have a sense of crisis? Liu Qingyu couldn't help but complain. Qiu Nanhua thought, maybe Shenling Zuiyu did it on purpose, wanting to ease the tense atmosphere among everyone. No one could bear the high tension for a long time. You're right. Qiu Nanhua stood up and looked at the endless snowfield. She felt a chill in her heart. What's the difference between this and trying to cross the desert without a bottle of water? But we have to move forward, because there is an abyss behind us. Qiu Nanhua touched the jade bracelet on her left wrist with her right hand. Although she felt a little timid in her heart, she acted as if nothing had happened and walked forward. I'm really going backwards. I used to be so fearless when I charged into overseas anti-China forces alone. Maybe I was blinded by anger at the time. Having seen too many tragedies, I don't want to become a tragedy myself. The people who care about you will be sad, upset, and angry. I don't know how long I walked, several days and nights in total. It was very strange. Although there was no sun, the land in the Far East was always bright. Apart from the cold wind and snow, there were only the frozen corpses of the beasts. He didn't know why these beastmasters came here. Were they seeking excitement? Or were they looking for opportunities to advance? Or were they, like him, being hunted and desperate, and finally died here? I don't know how long I walked until even the corpses of the beasts disappeared. The road ahead was all white, without any ups and downs, as if this place was an endless plain of ice and snow. Qiu Nanhua walked aimlessly forward, feeling extremely depressed on this boundless plain of ice and snow. Occasionally, she could hear the bickering of two beastmasters. Just as her suppressed emotions were about to explode, a small bump appeared in her sight. Chion Nanhwa ran towards it quickly, and the bump gradually enlarged, like an ice sculpture. She hadn't seen an ice sculpture in ages. No, the one in front is a human-shaped ice sculpture. Is it a beastmaster? Chion Nanhwa said in surprise as she looked at the ice sculpture in front. After walking for so long, all the ice sculptures I saw were the corpses of beastmasters. After the death of a beastmaster, it will return to its original form, and the body of a king-level beastmaster will not decay after death, unless the soul power contained in the body is also sucked away. Otherwise, after death, it will only emit a weak pressure like these ice sculptures to show the strength of the beastmaster when it was alive. The closer he got, the more he looked like a middle-aged man. His body was covered in ice and snow, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. Chion Nanhwa did not dare to get close. It was very strange, no matter whether it was a beast tamer or a beastmaster, as long as the soul power in the body was not sucked dry after death, they would emit a faint level of pressure. But the ice sculpture in front of him didn't have any breath at all. There were two possibilities. The first possibility is that he is still alive, and when he is alive he can control his pressure so that not a single breath is leaked, and a king-level beastmaster can be exactly the same as the ante at the vegetable market. The second possibility is that it was squeezed dry, the lard was burned into charcoal, and not only the oil and water were gone, but even the slightest bit of soul power was gone. Bang! Chion Nanhwa rolled up a snowball and threw it at him, making a low sound. Seeing that he had no reaction, Chion Nanhwa rolled up several more snowballs and threw them at him. Suddenly, a strong pressure rushed towards Chion Nanhwa and his two beasts. Yeah, run quickly, it's a saint-level beast! Shinling's Wii opened a space shuttle directly in front of Chion Nanhwa. Before Chion Nanhwa could even step inside, she heard a weak voice coming from the ice sculpture. Wait, Beastmaster, don't leave. Please save me. Chion Nanhwa paused and stared at him intently while sticking to the black hole in space. What should he do? He met a saint-level beast that was not yet dead in the depths of the Far East. He was now the only breakthrough point in the Far East. Having made up his mind, he planned to go forward and test the waters. It would be great if he could get some information about the Far East. He had to do a good job of prevention and let Yu keep the space shuttle running so that she could escape immediately if anything went wrong. Chapter 59 Death of the Holy Beast. Chion Nanhwa approached the frozen ice sculpture cautiously with a nervous look on his face. This was his first time to come into close contact with a saint-level beast. The last time was during the Sea Soul Realm competition, and they were very far away. Now, observing the saint-level beast tamer from a few steps away, I realized how powerful it was. Although he looked endangered, who knew if that was true? Even if a saint-level beast tamer was truly endangered, it would be easy for him to drag a king-level beast tamer into the water. Please save me, save me! The ice sculpture continued to cry for help. What hurt you like this? Chion Nanhwa asked cautiously while leaning against the black hole in space. Please save me. I'm really dying. Stop joking, you're kidding. How could I not know the truth if I could come to the depths of the Far East? The ice sculpture spoke incoherently, and it seemed like it would die in the next second. Answer my question if you still want to be saved. Chion Nanhwa came here to gather some information. Staying in the endless snowfield for a long time with nothing but white made Chion Nanhwa's emotions fluctuate greatly. In addition, Bing Diao's nonsense made him very depressed. The man in front of him looked like he was about to die, which made him forget that the person in front of him was a saint-level beastmaster. How dare he speak to a saint-level beastmaster like that? He was so bold. I said, it is the ultimate power. The Far East is full of this power. The Far East is a certain adult who fought. The ice sculpture was getting weaker and weaker, so much so that he had to pause after saying 2 words. Power? Why didn't Chion Nanhwa feel anything at all? How could Qingqing's ordinary skills resist the power that could torture a saint-level beast like this? Yu and Qingqing didn't feel anything special, strange. How can I save you? Chion Nanhwa asked. Contract, unless there is considerable, ultimate power, otherwise, we can only rely on the world's rules. Bing Diao's emotions suddenly became a little excited, and his words became stronger. Do you want to be resurrected in the beast-taming space after death? Aren't you afraid that I might be infected by the power as well? Afraid, but will you give up your last chance? Yes, a drowning person will hold on tightly to a straw even if he knows it will break. One last question, how do you know I'm a beastmaster? Chiyo Nanwe had a feeling that the beastmaster in front of her was definitely lacking in all 5 senses, and he might not be able to feel the situation in the outside world. I sensed the aura of the beast-taming space. The ice sculpture paused after each word and continued speaking word by word, like an old man about to die on a hospital bed. Soul perception? That's right. If there is no hidden skill to hide the beast-taming space, the beast-tamer's beast-taming space will be as dazzling as an oasis in the desert in front of the king-level beast-tamer. Chiyo Nanwe didn't expect that he could still use soul perception even after being frozen like this. He is worthy of being a saint-level beast-tamer with such strong soul. Chiyo Nanwe and the 3 beasts had a quiet conversation. Chiyo Nanwe made a decision that went against her ancestors and tried to contract a same-sex beast. Although the risk was great, the benefits were also high. Otherwise, after he is resurrected, he will look down on me, a king-level beastmaster, and cancel the contract. Contracts in this world are very fair. As long as both parties have a certain degree of goodwill, they can sign a contract, and the contract can be cancelled anytime and anywhere. Cancelling it does not mean that it has no impact at all. After cancellation, the contract quota will have the unique aura of that beast. Generally, few beasts will want this kind of second marriage quota. The same is true for beasts. The contract is a manifestation of the rules. Once the contract formation appears, no matter how it is hidden, as long as the contract is signed, it will be revealed before the contract is successfully signed. When the lie is exposed, the situation will become even more serious, and they will turn against you and attack you directly. Think about it, the one who is getting married for the first time will be willing to find someone who is getting married for the second time. So who wouldn't want a saint-level beastmaster? Even if summoning you would be downgraded, even an imperial-level beastmaster wouldn't dare mess with you. If you were pushed too far, they'd just cancel the contract and yell, "Help me, Mr. Saint-level beastmaster!" The guy who messed with you would be frightened into incontinence. Chiyo Nanwe came to the ice sculpture and touched its head. Suddenly, a colorful halo appeared on the white snow, covered with patterns. This was the contract formation. Chiyo Nanwe looked at the ice sculpture and said softly, "I'm ready to sign the contract. Please bring up the beast control panel." Okay, thank you. Bingyao said this word by word and shared the panel with Chiyo Nanwe. Chiyo Nanwe glanced at the panel, but before she could look at it carefully, her eyes gradually dimmed, and a feeling of sadness rushed into Chiyo Nanwe's heart. What happened? The ice sculpture asked anxiously because he couldn't get my contract for a long time. I'm sorry, the contract can't be concluded, Chiyo Nanwe said in a sad tone. Why? The ice sculpture was very excited, as if it was abandoned by the only ray of light shining into the darkness. It's not that I changed my mind at the last minute and didn't want to contract you, it's you are already dead. Chiyo Nanwe paused for a moment, not knowing whether she should tell him this cruel fact. Polar Ice Bear, deceased. Marant John. Beast Tamer rank, Saint rank advanced. Beast type, biology/power. Beast taming skills. Basic value enhancement. All basic values are enhanced 100-fold. Frenzy, the base value will continue to increase during the battle, with an upper limit of 100 times. The side effect is irritability. Iron Skin, the skin becomes stronger and the defense is increased 100-fold. Charge consumes a large amount of stamina, accelerates the charge, and hits units will cause 10 times the damage and a knockback effect. Roar consumes soul power and roars, causing dizziness and confusion to all units. Sharp claws become sharper. Ice wounds, the damage left by the claws will inflict a frost wound effect, which cannot be recovered without clearing the effect. Super speed regeneration, consumes soul power to recover from injuries at super speed. Dreamland, consume all records to construct an illusion, generate the spirit of the illusion, and tell later generations everything that happened. Power Earth control. Beast taming contract, none. It's worthy of being a saint-level beast tamer, its skills are so luxurious, just 200-fold improvements are already astounding. The basic values of Saint-level high-level beast tamers are already very high, and 2 more hundredfold improvements are still not enough to withstand the ultimate power of the Far East. It's unbelievable. What kind of beast tamer is responsible for the ultimate power here? This is impossible, said the ice sculpture in disbelief. Chiu Nanhua stepped forward and patted the ice sculpture, and instantly the ice sculpture scattered like sand and merged into the snow, leaving no trace. Chapter 60 The End of the Emperor. You did what? A roar came from the space. Although the voice was weak, it could be heard that he was very angry. Don't be impatient. Chiu Nanhua took out many items with high soul power from the space and placed them where the ice sculpture was just now. Suddenly, the soul power in the vicinity increased sharply, and the soul power in the soul-containing items disappeared instantly. After a while, the scene changed and they arrived at a place where there was still snow but some vegetation to protect animals. Have we arrived in the fantasy world? At this time, a middle-aged man appeared beside Chiu Nanhua. He was translucent and flickering, and it seemed that his soul power was still slightly insufficient. When Chiu Nanhua was about to take out some high soul power items, the uncle beside him stopped him and said, Beastmaster, that's not necessary. I have remembered everything, enough to tell you what happened. He came to Chiu Nanhua. Do you want to know? I won't force you. Chiu Nanhua nodded. Seeing Chiu Nanhua nodded, he walked up to Chiu Nanhua and took the lead forward. Chiu Nanhua followed him and walked slowly forward. Along the way, she saw many plant-based beasts. The trees were full of sweet and tiring fruits. Occasionally, she saw 1 or 2 polar bears picking the sweet and delicious fruits. As they went deeper, a city made entirely of ice and snow appeared in Chiu Nanhua's sight. In the city, the little bears who have not yet transformed into human form are playing and fighting happily, while their relatives who have transformed into human form have serious expressions on their faces. The spirit of the illusion continued to lead Chiu Nanhua forward until they arrived at the center of a city. It was an ice and snow castle. 2 guards stood outside the castle. Judging from their aura, they were at least royal-level beastmen. The spirit of illusion brought Chiu Nanhua into the ice and snow castle and into a conference room. There was a long table in the conference room, and at the top of the table sat a middle-aged man who looked exactly like the spirit of illusion. He must be the holy beast that died in the Far East. The area was filled with men and women, about 30 of them, all with serious expressions on their faces. At this time, the spirit of illusion beside them looked at them with a hint of nostalgia and apology and spoke. This is a country founded by polar ice bears, the Bear King Nation. It's a country that prioritizes force, but never bullies the weak. Everyone lives together happily until... Damn it! The last person on the right side of the square table suddenly slammed the table and roared. Shut up, Lent! Don't be so rude in front of the Lord! The woman beside him scolded. At this time, the Lord Marant John stood up and all the people in the conference room looked at him. Everyone here is the pillar of the Bear King nations. There are some things that cannot be hidden from you. That is not a rumor. The ruler of the Mad Wolf Empire has indeed advanced to the Emperor level. I didn't escape or win the fight, I was released, Marant John said with reluctance. After Marant John's words, the conference room suddenly became chaotic. Disbelief, unwillingness, fear, and a feeling of despair filled the conference room. The scene changed and showed them at a battlefield. Marant John was kneeling on the ground with another man. His veins were bulging and he wanted to stand up, but he was suppressed by the Emperor's might and could not move. Marant John gives you 2 choices. The first choice is to become a vassal state of our country and provide 10,000 polar ice bears and 1 million holy spirit ice fruits every year. The second option is for me to lead my troops and directly attack your kingdom. A dark figure standing in front of Marant John taunted him. Marant John knelt on the ground, veins bulging. He tried to stand up, but the man in black stepped on his head. He crawled on the ground helplessly, gritting his teeth and saying in hatred, I will not betray my people. The black shadow did not respond to him, but turned one hand into a blade and cut off Marant John's hands. Blood immediately spilled all over the snow, dyeing the white snow blood red. Marant John's severed hands instantly turned into 2 huge bear paws. The shadowy figure grabbed the bear paw and began to devour it. While eating, he looked at Marant John's rapidly recovering hands and said in amazement, I really don't want to kill you. Saint-level ingredients with super-fast regeneration are rare. I've decided. If you become my meat bank and fully activate hyperspeed regeneration, I'll reduce your number of polar bears by 5,000 per year. I know it's a difficult decision, right? I'll give you 2 months to think it over. After he finished speaking, the shadow gradually vanished. At this point, the illusionary spirit explained, "It's impossible to conjure up the appearance of an emperor-level beast, and even its name can't be revealed." Xiao Nanhua looked at the spirit of the illusion and found that he was staring at Marant John with an unwilling look on his face. Could a spirit created by a skill have so many emotions? Perhaps if he were born in a place with no shortage of soul power, he could also become a beastmaster. The scene changed and returned to the castle, where only Marant John and another beast tamer were there. "Dimaga, I leave the clan to you. If I don't come back within a month, go to the Ice Emperor Palace and the elders will assist you. Please." Marant John patted the young man in front of him and asked, "Dad, is there really no other way? At worst, our entire clan can fight them to the death." The young man asked in a sobbing voice with tears streaming down his face. Snap. Marant John shook his head, slapped his head and scolded him. "You are such a big beast, and you are still crying. You are such a disgrace. Don't say you are my son when you go out. Dimaga, you've never fought an Emperor-class beast, or even seen one. Even a large number of Saint-class beasts can't hurt an Emperor-class beast. Think of those children, you must be strong." Marant John had a bitter look on his face. Was that really a fight? The scene changed again, and Marant John came to the far east. He walked forward slowly against the cold wind, and his body was gradually covered with frost. He hugged his hands to his chest, and his lips, which were frozen blue, were covered with frost. He wanted to use the power of the Far East to suppress himself and break through to the Emperor level. Unfortunately, he failed. The Emperor level cannot be broken through just by wanting to. The spirit of illusion said with a hint of regret in his eyes. I don't know how long I walked, but Marant John was still walking, but compared to before, he was walking very slowly, like an old man who was about to die. At this time, a white wave of light gradually came from the distance, becoming bigger and bigger, more and more majestic, rushing towards Marant John like a huge wave. Xiao Nanhua stood at the back and felt the boundless vastness. He would definitely die if he faced this wave head-on. This was Xiao Nanhua's only feeling. This is a cold wave, a unique landscape of the Far East. It is also a disaster for the areas around the Far East. At that time, the power of the Far East will spread to a radius of 10 million kilometers around it. The spirit of illusion explained. Xiao Nanhua nodded and said, No wonder there aren't any beasts around the Far East. Is there no way to resist this power? Yes, but after leaving the Far East, you won't have the power to replenish it. You can spend more time using weaker powers to dissipate it. I don't know how you can resist the ultimate power. Reaching the depths of the Far East with just the king rank is possible, but there are only two ways: either you possess ultimate power, or someone has blessed you with ultimate power. After hearing his words, Xiao Nanhua fell into deep thought. The only person he knew well was the Great Wall of China, the Ming Great Wall, which was only a king-level high-level beast tamer. It was impossible for him to know a beast tamer with ultimate power. Forget it, I can't figure it out, so don't worry. At least it's harmless to me now. Besides, what if I know it's harmful to you? Can you defeat a guy with ultimate power? While Xiao Nanhua was thinking, the cold wave had already submerged Marant John. After the wave passed, only a lonely ice sculpture and a gleaming beast-controlling core remained. He made me with everything, and this is the core and the most important part. The illusion is not a living thing and is not affected by the ultimate power. It only needs to resist the invasion of the cold wave. In order to resist the invasion of the cold wave, a lot of soul power is consumed. The soul power in the Far East is thin and cannot be replenished, which leads to the confusion of the illusion. Beastmaster, if you had come any later, this piece of history would never have seen the light of day again. The spirit of illusion spoke with a hint of desolation. No, your people will remember everything. The spirit of the illusion was shocked, and then showed a look of relief and thanked Xiao Nanhua. Thank you, Beastmaster. Finally, I ask you, if you meet my people, please tell them, I'm sorry, it's my fault. After the spirit of illusion finished speaking, it flashed a few times and disappeared. The illusion was shattered and Xiao Nanhua returned to reality. Chapter 61 Difficult to Decide. No, you have not let your people down. On the contrary, you have fulfilled your duties perfectly. It is time to rest, Mind John. Why doesn't he take his people with him to seek refuge at the Ice Emperor Palace? Shenling Zhuyu asked doubtfully. Alas, the Emperor's pride makes it difficult for him to serve under others for long, or perhaps his value is too high, and the ruler of the Mad Wolf Empire may not spare his life for the sake of the Ice Emperor Palace, or perhaps it's both. Xiao Nanhua sighed and lamented. Keep moving forward. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Xiao Nanhua and the others finally arrived in front of a palace. The strange thing was that there was no snow at all within 5 kilometers around the palace. The snow around it seemed to be blocked by something, forming a height difference with the black land on which the palace was located. It is a black palace, which is in ruins, as if it has experienced a war. It is very strange. If it was a war between beastmasters, then this palace would not be located here in such a dilapidated state. It is impossible for a simple building to stay here for so long. It would have collapsed long ago. There are only 2 possibilities. It is the creation of the beastmaster's skills or power, or it is possible that this castle was originally a beastmaster. Xiao Nanhua walked cautiously to the front of the castle. Do you want to go in? Xiao Nanhua and the 3 beastmasters discussed in their minds. Yeah, let's walk around the castle first and observe carefully. Although I don't know why, there is no cold wave invading here for the time being. Liu Qingyu gave a safer suggestion. What are you observing for? Just go in. You have to go in anyway. I don't believe you can resist not going in. Shenling Zhuyu gave a radical suggestion. The 2 antiques were locked in an argument, and Bai Shui, who was in the beast-taming space, couldn't get a word in. After a period of silence, Xiao Nanhua's retribution arrived. Yeah, who do you think is right? ×2. Well, when it comes to judging justice, it's hard to be a beastmaster. What you said makes sense. We have to go in anyway, but what Qingqing said also makes sense. We're going to walk around the area mainly to look for information about this place. It's written in novels that there are stone tablets at the entrances of secret buildings and forbidden areas. The main purpose is to look for information that can help us. Xiao Nanhua breathed a sigh of relief. It was a close call. Fortunately, he was smart and avoided a fire in the harem. Humph. ×2. It looks like these 2 are going to be at odds again. They always have this period after a fight, and I'm used to it. Bai Shui is the best. She's never had any conflicts with either of them. Xiao Nanhua walked around the castle gate and didn't find anything suspicious, not even a house number. Whose castle is this? At least it has to have a name. Forget it. Let's go in and take a look. Maybe the brand name is written inside. Xiao Nanhua carefully pushed open the broken stone door and carefully observed the area outside. The hole in the ceiling allowed light to shine into the castle. The relatively weak light allowed Xiao Nanhua to see the situation inside the castle clearly. An empty hall, surrounded by stones that fell from the ceiling. At the innermost part was a black staircase with a black object placed on it. It was too far away to see clearly, so the only way to see it was to get closer. Xiao Nanhua walked in cautiously, and Shenling Zhuyu considerately opened a space behind him that was large enough for one person to pass through. Xiao Nanhua looked around, always feeling that someone was staring at him, but he still approached the stairs cautiously. At this moment, a panel popped up in Xiao Nanhua's sight. Reincarnation Altar. Holy Relics. Function: Beastmasters can use this altar to preserve their memories and reincarnate. Beastmasters can reincarnate as companion beasts, and the companion beasts will no longer occupy contract quotas. Condition: both the beastmaster and the beastmaster must have reached the king rank. Looking at the panel, Xiao Nanhua, who should have been happy, fell silent. It was a very good holy object with great effects, and it could help Xiao Nanhua get out of his current predicament, but he was not happy at all. The 2 little beastmasters outside also saw the panel, but they did not say a word. They knew that their unreliable beastmaster cared most about his own beasts. He could obviously be resurrected in the beast-taming space, but he wouldn't allow it. What a fool! Just when Xiao Nanhua was at a loss, the 2 little beastmasters started a private chat. Liu Qingyu, go and inform Bai Shui. Shenling Zhuyu, why should I be the bad guy? Isn't this forcing her to terminate the contract? Liuli Qingyu, haven't you always been playing this role? Shinling Zhuyu, you're talking nonsense. I'm a lady unlike you. Aren't you known as the most rational beastmaster among us? Don't you know what to do in this situation? This time Liuli Qingyu did not refute, but said, Liuli Qingyu, it's because of you that I don't dare to do anything. I'm afraid that you'll do something bad behind my back. Shinling Zhuyu, bullshit, would I do such a thing? You are slandering me. Liuli Qingyu, that's something you have to ask yourself. Shinling Zhuyu, since no one wants to be the bad guy, and you are so awesome, then you should think of a way. Don't tell me you want to wait for Yaya to figure it out herself. Liuli Qingyu was silent, she didn't know what to do. Just when people were at a loss and the two beasts were hesitant, Bai Shui suddenly used her mind to contact the three of them. Yaya, Yu, Qingqing, what's wrong with you? Usually, one of you will chat with me when I'm traveling. What's wrong today? Shinling Zhuyu, did you forget to talk to her? Liuli Qingyu, no, it's Yaya's turn today. Shinling Zhuyu, it's okay. I was just thinking about bye-bye. Qiu Nanyue's pupils shrank slightly, and she responded with a slightly unnatural look. Yeah, the three of us are the ones who know you best, and I can tell when you're lying the moment I hear it. Why is that? Yu and Qingqing are both outside, hiding it from me. It must be because of me. Please, yeah, I don't want to hear you lie to me. Bai Shui's voice was a little tearful. Qiu Nanwei looked up at the slightly shabby ceiling, and the light shone on his face. Now he didn't know what to do. Chapter 62. This separation is for a better meeting next time. Yeah. One of the most painful things in life is separation from the most important soul. After being silent for a long time, and hearing Bai Shui's crying voice, Qiu Nanwen knew that this could not go on any longer. Yeah, please, let me out! Bai Shui pleaded with Qiu Nanwei in a distracted state of mind. Yeah, summon Bai out. Let's discuss this matter together. Hiding it from her will not be good for you, her or us. Liuli Qingyu said. Yes, yeah, no one wants things to turn out like this. Every minute you stay here is a minute more dangerous. Shinling Zhuyu also spoke up to remind. Qiu Nanyue's eyes gradually became firm. That's right, he couldn't be sad and hesitant about the separation anymore, because there were more important things. Everyone's life was still tied to him, he couldn't let everyone down. The most important thing was that everyone must stay alive. Qingqing, give Bai a shield later. Qiu Nanwei said to Liuli Qingyu. Although there is no cold wave on this black land, we still need to provide a shield for the white snow just in case. I understand. Liuli Qingyu breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Qiu Nanwei couldn't figure it out, and that he had reached a dead end. Qiu Nanwei summoned Bai Shui and held her tightly in his arms, as if he wanted to merge her into his body. Yeah, I can't breathe anymore. Bai Shui reminded Qiu Nanwei in her arms. Bai Shui was taking care of Qiu Nanyue's emotions. Although Qiu Nanwei was now a king-level intermediate beastmaster, the upgrade point for a beastmaster was not physical fitness. A high-level beastmaster could definitely break free from his restraints easily. She knew that something serious must have happened, something that must have been related to her, and that it might not be a good thing, which made Yeye so upset. Bai Shui squeezed her head out from Qiu Nanyue's chest, glanced around the ruined castle, and saw the holy object on the stairs. She was shocked, then showed an expression of, as expected, and then revealed a rumbling feeling of reluctance to leave. She stretched out her wet tongue, wiped the tears from the corners of Qiu Nanyue's eyes, and whispered to comfort her. Yeah, don't cry, you will come to find me, right? Yes, I will, I definitely will. Qiu Nanwei responded with a hint of tears in her voice. Bai Shui silently pleaded with the other two beasts in her mind. Sister Qingqing, Sister Yu, please take good care of him. Bye. The two beastmasters were very sad and didn't know how to start. Don't be sad. It's a blessing to be alive. Bai Shui whispered to comfort them. Even though she was the one who was hurt the most, she still had to be strong to comfort Qiu Nanwei and his other two beasts. Yeah, smile. It's rare for you to look so pretty. You look ugly when you cry. Bai Shui carefully touched the corner of Qiu Nanyue's mouth with her claws and comforted her. Qiu Nanwei forced an ugly smile. Pfft, that's ugly. With Bai Shui's comfort, everyone calmed down temporarily and prepared to discuss what to do. Can the sacred object be stored in the space? Chiu Nanwei asked softly. Yes. Yu answered affirmatively. This was not the first time they had seen a holy object. During the Sea Soul Realm competition, the rules had awarded holy objects. It's strange why the relic is located deep in the Far East, inside a dilapidated castle. It's strange, but the rules state that no one else can use the relic, so the fact that it was stored away suggests there's nothing wrong. Could it be that the rules also reward adventurers who conquer forbidden areas? This world is so vast and wondrous that even an emperor-level beastmaster can't claim to know everything. Well, let's put it into the space first. Chiu Nanwei nodded to Qinling Jueyu. After Qinling Jueyu put away the altar of about 4 square meters, Chiu Nanwei continued. Let's go see if there are any pursuers blocking the door before making a decision. Yeah. ×3. After Chiu Nanwei took Bai Shui back to the beast-taming space and spent some time, Chiu Nanwei came to the outskirts of the Far East. Looking at the countless small black dots in the distance, she couldn't help but frown. Why are there more and more people coming? If someone doesn't know, they would think you are going to attack the Far East. Yeah, there's no other way. Yu's words were like a heavy hammer hitting Chiu Nanue's chest, and a feeling of suffocation immediately permeated Chiu Nanue's whole body. Yeah. Bai Shui's call calmed him down. Yeah, let me out. After Bai Shui was summoned, she was held in Chiu Nanue's arms. At the same time, Liu Qingyu also added a shield for Bai Shui. Yeah, you should know what is best to do. I don't want to kill everyone, especially you, yeah. Don't be emotional. Bai Shui's words pierced Chiu Nanue's heart like a sharp blade. Yeah, let's cancel the contract. This is the best way. Bai Shui jumped to the ground and said to Chiu Nanwei. A beam of light appeared under Chiu Nanwei and Bai Shui's panel popped up and appeared in front of Chiu Nanwei. Arctic Fox. Snow White. Beast Tamer rank, High Advanced. When summoned by a King-level intermediate Beast Tamer, all attributes are increased by 30%, and skill effects and power are increased by 30%. Beast Type, Biological/Elemental. Beast Taming Skills. Fox Fire. All skills will have a burning effect, which can be stacked. Fox smiles charmingly. Active consumes soul power to control enemy units. The control effect varies with soul power. If your soul power is stronger than Snow White's, the control effect is reduced. If your soul power is weaker than Snow White's, the control effect is increased. Note, the effect is doubled for units of the opposite sex. Passive. Each level up will increase a large amount of charm. All attributes enhanced. All attributes are enhanced 20 times. Ice Claws. Claw attacks have a slowing effect. Running enhancement. Running speed increases tenfold and physical strength consumption increases twice as much. Thousands of miles of ice and snow consumes a large amount of soul power to change the environment, causing control effects on all units except the Beastmaster and Beastmaster. Ice Element Control consumes soul power to condense ice blades, ice spears, ice guns, etc. Beast Taming Contract, Mu Qingwei. Chiu Nanwei pointed at the beast taming contract with trembling fingers, and immediately a button to cancel the contract popped up, and Chiu Nanwei clicked it. A new pop-up window appeared in front of both parties. Are you sure you want to terminate the contract with Beast Tamer Bai Shui? Confirm cancel. Are you sure you want to terminate the contract with Beast Tamer Chiu Nanwei? Confirm cancel. After a fierce ideological struggle, Chiu Nanwei and Bai Shui clicked confirm at the same time. The light array under her feet shattered, and Chiu Nanwei felt empty in her heart. A feeling of sadness surged in her heart, and tears unconsciously flowed from her eyes. Bai Shui jumped back into Chiu Nanwei's arms, gently licked the tears from his eyes, and said in a trembling voice, I'm sorry, yeah, I'm holding you back. After she finished speaking, without waiting for Chiu Nanwei's response, she left the Far East alone, looking back as she walked, but her speed was getting faster and faster, because she knew that if she didn't get out of Yaya's sight quickly, Yaya would not start. It was not until she arrived outside the Far East and Yaya and the others could no longer see her that she squatted on the ground and burst into tears, venting her emotions. Wow. She had been suppressing her emotions for a long time and couldn't let them see her weakness, especially Yaya, Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make this decision. Chapter 63 Power, Control of 7 Emotions. A group of pursuers surrounding the Far East were talking incessantly while watching the high-level beastmaster by Shui from the Far East. How dare a high-level beastmaster enter the Far East? That's the Snow Fox clan, you think? But she has no one with her. Why do you care so much? Maybe he's just being rebellious. He's having some trouble with his family. I wonder if that perverted beastmaster is dead or not. If they just stay on the periphery, a king-level beastmaster can only last 2 months. That guy was ranked 9th in the high-level competition of the last Sea Soul competition and was awarded power. Although he is the weakest, he can still hold on for another month or 2. If they were only on the periphery, why didn't the third brother and the others find any trace of him after searching for so long? Why are you talking so much? It's not normal for that pervert to lose track of this space beast. I'm saying, is there a possibility that he has entered the depths of the Far East? The man's eyes suddenly widened, as if you were joking with him. Deep within, haven't you read the Forbidden Lands Chronicle? It describes the deep within the Far East as a place where anyone below the saint level will die. Just as the pursuers were chatting animatedly, a team came from a distance. The team was composed entirely of handsome men and beautiful women with extremely high looks, about 2,000 in number, which was slightly less than the pursuers from the Sea Soul realm. They are members of the Snow Princess Palace. When they heard that a large number of members of the Sea Soul realm were heading to the Far East, they came to watch the fun. After all, who doesn't like to have fun? The requirements for recruiting in Shuefei Palace are quite strange. Regardless of gender, they do not look at ability, only appearance. It can be said that all the staff are obsessed with looks. Leading them was a beautiful woman who was wearing a bright white cheongsam and a veil. She crossed her legs, revealing her fair thighs. Her white hair fell to her waist, and she sat in the sedan chair with a lazy look. Little demon, go ask them why they are gathering together? The woman in the sedan chair said to the maid-like woman beside her. Okay, elder. The woman responded and then appeared next to the pursuer. I am the steward of Shuefei Palace. Who are you? Tell me your names quickly. The steward of Shuefei Palace asked loudly with his hands on his hips and his head held high. Respected deacon, we are from the Shrimp Clan of the Sea Princess Palace. We are here mainly to capture the perverted beastmaster who teased our princess. He has now fled to the Far East. A man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks stepped forward and responded. TSK, a trace of disgust flashed in the eyes of the steward of Shuefei Palace. They in Shuefei Palace hate ugly people the most. The marginal tribe of Haifei Palace, a small tribe that likes to follow the dragon tribe, why do they look so ugly? Has the person been caught? Although the deacon of Shuefei Palace did not want to pay attention to him, he had to complete the task assigned by the elder, so he asked reluctantly. No, the beastmaster has been in there for about 2 months. Imperial beast tamer? Not just the king level. He must be dead in there. That's right, a cricket king level beastmaster is like an idiot. He actually took the initiative to enter the Far East. He is seeking his death. The beastmaster with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks responded with sarcasm. Buzz. At this time, a wave of soul power came, which was the wave of advancing to the king level. Suddenly, a feeling of unwillingness, helplessness and anger spread throughout the surroundings, causing some of the weaker pursuers to burst into tears, become a little irritable, and some even started to hurt themselves. The rest of the people looked over there at the same time. It was the Snow Fox clan that had just come out from the Far East. She was enveloped in a glow that slowly dispersed, revealing a fox-haired girl with long, smooth white hair, topped by 2 fluffy white fox ears. A long, fluffy white foxtail sprouted from her back. She had a slender and graceful figure, charming curves, and flowing lines, brimming with feminine beauty and allure. A delicate face, like a fox-haired girl, appeared before everyone. There were still traces of tears on her face, which was so pitiful. At the same time, in addition to race, gender, species, and skill contract, a column was added to Bai Shui's panel. Power. Control of 7 emotions. Chapter 64, Snow Princess Palace Elder Chinchioya. Power, control of 7 emotions. Consuming soul power can guide other units' 7 emotions: joy, anger, worry, thought, sadness, fear, and shock. The effect is affected by the amount of soul power consumed and the strength of the soul of the locked unit. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the Snow Princess Palace steward. This beauty was actually comparable to that of the Qingqiu elder. As expected, the Snow Fox clan, which was rich in beautiful women and handsome men, was from the same clan as the elder. The sad face made her feel a strong sense of pity, and she wanted to hug her. After suppressing this impulse, she teleported back to the sedan chair and said respectfully, "Elder, they are from the shrimp tribe of the Sea Soul Palace. They said they came to the Far East to hunt down the perverted king-level beastmaster who molested their princess." "Caught?" "No, it is said that they have been in the Far East for about 2 months. Humph, the elegant woman in the sedan chair snorted in dissatisfaction. The steward of the Snow Concubine Palace was shocked. As a fellow entertainer, she knew that the elders had already found this matter a bit boring. So many king-level and even emperor-level beast tamers were sent just to capture a king-level beast tamer, and yet they still hadn't caught one. They were really a bunch of good-for-nothings. If she had known this would happen, she would have continued to stay in the Snow Concubine Palace to watch the beast tamer selection. Most of the forces in the Eternal Winter Realm are formed by various beast-taming tribes. Basically, each force will select beast tamers. Especially in the Eternal Winter Realm and the Sea Soul Realm, there are very few environments for human survival, so most of the beast tamers in these two realms have never had a contract, especially the Snow Princess Palace, a group of people who are obsessed with looks and have very high requirements. I was enjoying the beast tamer selection at the Snow Princess Palace, when I suddenly received news that a group of people from the Sea Soul Realm had collectively entered the realm and headed to the Far East. I thought there would be something fun to watch, but this is what happened. As a member of the Snow Fox clan, it is better to tell the elder about this matter. Elder, there's a snow fox from the Snow Fox clan crying over there. After hearing this, the elder lowered his crossed legs, stepped out of the sedan chair, and asked, "You saw it right. White fox ears and a white tail. It has just advanced to the king level. It is definitely a little fellow from the Snow Fox clan." Okay, you little bastards from the Sea Soul Realm actually dare to bully our Snow Fox clan in the Eternal Winter Realm. She was so angry that she laughed. A strong breath suddenly gushed out, knocking the Snow Concubine Palace deacon next to her dozens of meters away. The surrounding members of the Snow Concubine Palace were also forced to kneel down by this momentum. "Elder!" the deacon of Xuefei Palace exclaimed. Humph. The elder of Xuefei Palace restrained her aura, and the deacon of Xuefei Palace quickly came to her side. The elder stretched out his right hand and whispered to the steward of the Snow Concubine Palace. "Little demon, take me there." She was not good at speed. Little demon was a space-type beastman, and could reach the outskirts of the Far East in an instant. "Okay, elder." The steward of the Snow Concubine Palace respectfully took the delicate hand that looked very sweet and delicious. In an instant, an invisible wave arrived at the outskirts of the Far East. A beautiful woman in Cheongsam appeared on the outskirts of the Far East, and immediately attracted the attention of most of the shrimp soldiers. While the 7 emotions control had not yet dissipated, a beautiful woman appeared in front of a group of male beastmasters who could not control their emotions. It is conceivable how chaotic the scene was. "Oh, beautiful lady, marry me! Get out of my way, that's mine! Goddess, let me!" The most powerful beastmasters of the shrimp clan were stunned by this scene. This person had come with the Snow Concubine Palace's steward, and judging by the Snow Concubine Palace's respectful deacon's appearance, it was obvious that he held a higher status than her. Elder? Saint? Or even one of the 10 concubines of the Snow Concubine Palace? The thought of this made them tremble with fear. After he came to his senses, he immediately knocked out those people who were making dirty jokes, courting, and even, etc., and then looked at the Cheongsam woman who still had a smile on her face but was releasing murderous intent all the time. "It's over." The steward of the Snow Concubine Palace standing next to the elder also looked helpless. If these guys really wanted to play, there would be no hope. The elder of Xuefei Palace ignored the group of shrimps and went straight to Bai Shui. Looking at Bai Shui's alert expression and the tears that had not yet dried on her face, he couldn't help but feel pity in his heart. She transformed into a pair of white fox ears and a furry tail, stepped forward, touched Bai Shui's head, and whispered, "Child, which lineage are you from?" Bai Shui looked at her, who had white ears and a tail similar to hers, and put away her guard a little, revealing a puzzled look. Alas, the elder of the Snow Princess Palace sighed and comforted him. It seems that you are a child who has been stranded outside. It's okay, child. I am the elder of the Snow Fox clan. You will follow me from now on. Child, what is your name? Bai Shui. Bai Shui looked at the fox girl in front of her and felt a sense of intimacy, and suddenly a feeling of grievance burst out. The elder of the Snow Concubine Palace frowned. This was a spiritual influence, this was power. She looked at the child in front of her with a look of surprise. She had just broken through to the king rank and possessed power. Her bone age looked very young. A genius! She must be brought into the Snow Concubine Palace. Snow White, would you like to come with me? She asked tentatively. Where are you going? Shui Feigong, you are very talented and will definitely achieve something. Bai Shui thought for a while. Shui Fei Palace. It seems that the space channel of Blue Star is within the scope of Shui Fei Palace. If she had achieved something in the Eternal Winter Realm, it would have been much easier for Ye to find her, and joining a larger faction would have provided greater security. This king level came too late. Okay, I'll go with you. The elder of the Snow Concubine Palace smiled brightly, stepped forward, touched Bai Shui's head, and said, Little girl Bai, my name is Qingqiu Ye, you can call me Sister Ye. Wait a minute, I'll go deal with those tactless little scoundrels over there, and then we'll go back to the Snow Concubine Palace together. Qingqiu Ye returned to the group of pursuers. Seeing them kneeling on the ground, trembling, she smiled and said softly, Tell me, how do we solve this? An Imperial Beastmaster trembled and said, Sir, this is a misunderstanding. We are members of the Sea Princess Palace and allies. Please forgive our rudeness. As he spoke, he kept knocking his head. The sound of dong 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 could be heard continuously, and blood was flowing all over the floor. Misunderstanding? A holy level pressure suddenly filled the entire venue. Misunderstanding? All right, follow me to the Snow Concubine Palace first. Little demon, did you record it? Replying to the elder, I have recorded it. People who like to have fun usually carry video recording equipment when they go out so that they can watch it repeatedly. Go to the Queen Sea Palace and show them the crystal. Okay. The steward of Shui Fei Palace disappeared in an instant. Will you all follow me to the Snow Concubine Palace, or will I kill you right here? Qingqiu Ye had a smile on her face, but there was no trace of smile in her words. If we refuse here, we will really miss the chance to live. I hope that Shui Fei Palace will spare our lives for the sake of our allies. Chapter 65, Beauty is the Mountain of Justice. The headquarters of Shui Fei Palace is located in a group of mountains. The surrounding hills are allocated to various ethnic groups, and the connection points between the peaks are the communication areas for all parties. They open shops, various entertainment facilities, blind dates, and dating stores. It is very lively. Kinkia led everyone out of the mountains. Shui girl, this is the headquarters of our Shui Fei Palace. Its beauty is the mountains of justice. Qingqiu Ye pulled Bai Shui and pointed at the mountains and talked freely. The group of captives behind him couldn't help but roll their eyes when they heard it. Regardless of whether they knew it or not, hearing Kinkia proudly say the name of the mountain range was speechless. The beast tamers who knew about it were fine, but those who didn't were so shocked that their jaws were dislocated. Bai Shui was really speechless. She had just separated from Ye and was very sad. Although she cried for a long time and vented a lot, she still felt very uncomfortable. Even funny jokes could not make her happy. Now she was being teased by Kinkia again. Qingqiu Ye, Sister Ye, stop making fun of me, Bai Shui said to Qingqiu Ye with a slightly hesitant look. Shui girl, this is really called beauty is justice, Qingqiu Ye seriously affirmed to the girl beside her. Seeing that she didn't want to lie, Bai Shui turned around to look at the members of the Shui Fei Palace who were escorting the captive Xiami. Seeing that they all nodded at her at the same time, she was speechless. Alas, it should be easy for Brother Yu to join this kind of force that only cares about appearance. Okay, the name of the mountain doesn't matter, let's go first. Take them to Elder Qing. They are honored guests of the Sea Princess Palace. Treat them well. Qingqiu Ye pulled Bai Shui and walked in front. She seemed to remember something. These captives had not been arranged yet, so she turned around and gave instructions, especially emphasizing the 4 words. Treat them well, believing that they could understand the meaning. And who is Elder Qing? He is the elder of the punishment hall of Xuefei Palace. None of the beasts sent there could come out intact. Even if they did, their souls would not be complete. Sister Ya, will they die? Bai Shui looked at the captives with a hint of hatred and asked Qingqiu with gritted teeth. What's wrong, girl Shui, do you want to kill them? I told you they were the ones who bullied you. Don't worry, girl, tell your sister if anyone bullies you, and I will help you kill him even at the risk of being blamed. Qingqiu pointed at the captives angrily. Yes, Qingqiu did not intend to kill them. After all, they were allies, and the same went for the marginal tribes. Taking the video recordings was just an excuse to torture them, but the crime was not punishable by death. After all, everyone in the Haifei Palace was not a fool, and it was easy for them to see that the beast was affected by the skill power. Bai Shui glanced at the captives, and they all lowered their heads involuntarily and trembled uneasily. No need. Bai Shui shook her head and responded. It would only make sense to avenge yourself. Qingqiu watched her go from hatred to calmness in just a moment. She didn't know what had happened to Bai Shui, and what the beasts of the Sea Soul Palace had done to her to make her so hateful. But if she didn't say it, Qingqiu wouldn't ask, because their relationship hadn't developed to that extent. Well, don't worry, Shaoqing is very ruthless and will make them feel comfortable. Let's go, I'll take you to Snow Fox Peak to report first. Qingqiu pulled Bai Shui and rushed to the Beauty is Justice Mountains. Chapter 66 Saint Candidate. Hundreds of years later. Shui girl, Shui girl! A hurried voice came from a distance. The voice arrived before the figure. It was Qingqiu. After Bai Shui came to the Xuefei Palace, she settled down at the Xuehu Peak. Xuehu Peak is not just one peak, but a collective name for hundreds of peaks connected together. The Snow Fox clan is one of the big clans in the Xuefei Palace, so they occupy a large area in the Beauty is Justice Mountains. The place where Bai Shui lives is the largest and most magnificent among these hundreds of mountains. It is where the elders, deacons, saints, saint sons and candidates for saints and saint sons live. The highest leader of the Xuefei Palace is the Palace Master, followed by the elders. On an equal footing with the elders are the saintess and sons of saints. After the saintess and sons of saints are the saint candidates, and sons of saints of saints of saints of saints, and finally the deacons who do all the dirty work. The minimum requirement for a deacon is to reach the imperial rank, and the lowest rank for a saint is also the imperial rank. The Snow Concubine Palace is different from the Sea Concubine Palace. In the Sea Concubine Palace, each clan nominates a clan member to serve as a saint or saint, so there are many saints and saints in the Sea Concubine Palace. There are more than 3,000 clans in the Sea Concubine Palace, so there are more than 3,000 saints and saints. The Xuefei Palace is different. They select candidates for the Son of Saint and the Holy Daughter based entirely on appearance and age. Those who are good-looking and younger will take the position of the Son of Saint and the Holy Daughter, while those who are good-looking and older will step down from the position of the Son of Saint and the Holy Daughter. Those who reach the saint rank will become elders, and those who reach the imperial rank will become deacons. The king-level beastmaster who had been a candidate for the saint from the beginning to the end became an ordinary member. Just 1 year after Bai Shui came to the Xuefei Palace, she was chosen as a candidate for the saint because of her extraordinary beauty and super high talent, and lived in a small courtyard next to Qingqiu. Bai Shui's residence consisted of a bamboo house with a stone table, a pond, and a fruit tree laden with tempting red fruit. Despite the bitter cold, the pond remained frozen. Several low-level beasts, sent from the Sea Soul realm, kept the water alive. Bai Shui sat on the stone table, reading a book borrowed from the library. Power and Sacred Objects 47. This is already the 47th book she has read, just to find the records of the reincarnation altar. Perhaps she can find Ye's trace based on the records of this holy object. Qingqiu appeared in front of Bai Shui in an instant, holding her hand and complaining. Bai girl, stop looking, let's go! There's something fun to watch today. The allies from the Sea Soul Palace are coming to compete. Bai Shui closed the book in her hand, placed it on the stone table, and replied. Sister Yaya, I can accompany you to see it, but I won't participate. No, I want to see you bewitching them. Qingqiu pouted dissatisfiedly. I have someone I love. Who asked you that? I want you to go up and compete. No, I don't want to entertain you. Okay, Bai Shui has grown up and has her own ideas. She doesn't love her sister anymore. Qin Qiuya covered her face with one hand and glanced at Bai Shui from time to time through the gaps between her fingers. I have never loved you. From the beginning to the end, I have only loved one person. He refused as a matter of course. Damn girl Shui, I'm really sad. Kinkia made an expression as if she was about to cry to express her sadness. Okay, I still like you as a friend, Bai Shui said comfortingly. Isn't she my sister? Under Bai Shui's disdainful gaze, she changed her words and said, We're friends. Shui girl, don't look at me like that. I feel like I've become someone else's joke. It's very uncomfortable. Bai Shui kept staring at her, as if to say, Do you have any say in this matter? You just love doing this the most. Qin Qiuya's cheeks turned red when she was stared at, and she unconsciously shifted her gaze, but she still said stubbornly, Don't keep staring at me like this. I always feel like you want to confess to me. Alas. Bai Shui sighed and stopped looking at Kinkia. She knew that Kinkia was just that kind of beastmaster, either watching fun or on her way to have fun. It was also thanks to Kinkia often dragging her along to watch fun that everyone in the Xuefei Palace was privately discussing that she was Kinkia's illegitimate daughter. She seriously suspected that this was a rumor spread by Kinkia herself, with the purpose of seeing her reaction after receiving the news. But it's better this way. At least I'm less famous in the Xuefei Palace. If Yeya comes to see me, it will be easier for her to find out about me, although my reputation is not a good one. Chapter 67 Qingqiu Ling. Bai Shui turned to look at the butler standing aside and said, Thank you for your help, Sister Yao Yao. At this time, Xiao Yao had changed into the butler's uniform specially made for the Xuefei Palace and was standing quietly aside. After hearing Bai Shui's call, he walked between the two of them, put one hand behind his back, bent over and stretched out his hand, looking like a handsome butler. Wow, little demon, you are showing off again. Kinkia put her hand on her hand and complained dissatisfiedly. There's no other way. My beauty cannot compare to those of the elders and saints, so I have to find another way. The little demon responded respectfully. Sister Yao Yao's name is Li Yao, an imperial-level space beast. Bai Shui doesn't know what race or species she is, as these are her privacy. Although she often meets Sister Yao Yao, after all, she has always been following Qingqiu. They don't reach the point where they can talk about everything. Compared to them, I still like Xiao Yao more. Qingqiu responded with a mumble. Elder. Little demon. The two looked at each other affectionately. Ahem. Bai Shui coughed lightly twice and put her hand on him, interrupting their eye contact. Both of them blushed involuntarily. Ahem, little demon, let's go, Qingqiu said. Li Yao nodded, and in an instant he arrived at the main peak of the Justice Mountain range. The guards at the mountain gate did not dare to stop them. The three women went straight up the mountain and came to a palace. The palace was not very grand, but rather very reserved, and did not look like the main hall of a big power at all. The three women walked straight in and came to a hall where many people were already there. There are about 1,000 people sitting on the left. They are the talented people of the Sea Soul Palace. They are all good-looking and know that everyone in the Snow Concubine Palace is obsessed with looks, so ugly people are not allowed to come. On the right are the talented people from various clans in the Snow Concubine Palace, about 1,000 of them. Come on, girls Shui, the Snow Fox clan is over there. Qingqiu pulled Bai Shui to the main seat in the hall, not far to the lower left of the palace master's seat. Many men and women have already taken up these positions. The women are beautiful and the men are handsome. Some of them show the unique features of the Snow Fox clan, a pair of pure white furry ears and a pure white fluffy tail. This is the innate talent of the Snow Fox clan. No, this is the innate talent of the Fox clan. Tibetan Fox, I heard someone said I'm good-looking? Are you from the Fox tribe? Come and get involved. Hey, isn't this Sister Ya? The one next to you is the rumored illegitimate daughter. A beautiful woman dressed sexy, holding a bottle of wine in her hand and drinking it in big gulps. A pair of pure white fox ears kept shaking, and a furry tail kept swinging. She lay on the table with her big white rabbits about to show out, and the blush on her face after drinking, which showed her charm all the time. Hey, you drunkard, why are you back? Kinkia's expression suddenly changed when he saw this beautiful woman, and his originally smiling face suddenly fell. You're so unlovable! When you were a child, Before the beautiful woman could finish her words, Kinkia immediately rushed over and covered her mouth. Ha ha ha, it's okay, it's okay. Everyone sit down. Xiao Yao Shui girl, sit down. Let's ignore this ugly drunkard. Qingqiuya greeted Bai Xue and Li Yao. Bang! The beautiful fox girl slapped Kinkia's hand and scolded her. You damned stinky little sister, now you don't even call me sister. Shut up, I'm the older sister, okay. Nonsense, Mom already told me I'll be out before you. They're all twins. It was clearly agreed that whoever has a higher social status will be the older sister. Is that so? The beautiful fox girl looked confused. Hee hee. Kinkia smiled wickedly and shouted loudly. Little demon! Li Yao came to Qingqiuya, took out a recording crystal from the space and handed it to her respectfully. Elder. After Qingqiuya took it, she injected some soul power into it, and suddenly a 3D video screen appeared on the scene. 3 beautiful women were sitting in a pavilion. Outside the pavilion stood 2 women and 1 man in butler uniforms. 2 of the people sitting in the hall were the 2 in front of them. Snap! The beautiful fox girl shattered the screen with a slap. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she pulled Kinkia over and whispered in her ear. Let's put this aside for now. Let's introduce who's over there first. Qingqiuya rolled her eyes at her and said, You're coming to the Snow Concubine Palace. Is everything okay with your family? Are your mother and father okay? Everything is stable in the clan, but my parents are still the same, always quarreling. That's good. Kinkia looked at Bai Xue and the other girl and said briefly. This is my sister, Qingqiu, and she's also an elder of the Snow Concubine Palace. This is Bai Xue, my friend. Under Bai Xue's gaze, Qingqiuya paused for a moment and then spoke seriously. If I didn't keep an eye on her, she would probably have accepted the title of illegitimate daughter. Among the many factions in the Eternal Winter Realm, only the Snow Concubine Palace allows ordinary king rank and saint rank masters to interact with each other on an equal footing, unless the king rank of other factions has backers. The system of the Snow Concubine Palace is closely related to appearance. As long as you have good looks, you are on the same level as the saint rank. Hello, Elder Ling! Bai Xue stood up and greeted. Although she and Qingqiuya were of the same generation, a beastmaster had to judge the situation. She was only a king-level beastmaster and a candidate for the saint in the Xuefei Palace. Her status was lower than that of an elder, which was equivalent to that of a deacon. Forget about Qingqiuya, she is just a beast tamer like that. If she really treats herself as a peer in front of other elders, she will make enemies without even realizing it. Hello? Qingqiu nervously stood up and responded. Then she pulled Qingqiuya over and whispered in her ear. Where did you kidnap this child from? What do you mean by kidnapped? She came to the Xuefei Palace with me on her own. Kinkia complained dissatisfiedly. She came along by herself? Could she really be an illegitimate daughter? Qingqiu observed Bai Xue carefully again, then shook her head and said. Impossible. I know what genes we have. How could you give birth to a child who is so well behaved even at the king level? After hearing this, Qingqiuya rolled her eyes and said helplessly. If your mother hears you, I'll see if she will punish you. Hee hee. Qingqiu responded with a chuckle. Isn't that inaudible? Chapter 68 The King of Banquet launches. The palace master is here. At this time, a male deacon came in from outside the door and shouted after entering the hall. The sound made everyone who were enjoying wine, food, chatting and joking stop and turn their eyes to the door. Some of their gazes were filled with awe, some with admiration, and some with curiosity. Everyone knew that the palace master of Xuefei Palace might not be the strongest in Xuefei Palace, but she must be one of the most beautiful beastmasters in Xuefei Palace. After a while, a smooth and warm jade-like leg first came into the sight of the beastmasters, and then the whole figure walked in. She had the same white hair as the Snow Fox tribe, and a pair of furry rabbit ears on her head, showing her race all the time. She walked up to the platform step by step with graceful steps. She picked up the wine glass on the table and scanned the hall with her red eyes. Everyone in the hall also picked up their glasses and stood up. Welcome all guests from the Sea Concubine Palace to the Snow Concubine Palace for exchanges. Everyone, eat and drink well, have fun, and treat it as your own home. After saying this, the Lord of the Harem picked up the wine glass and performed a water dragon on the stage. The members of the Snow Concubine Palace below the stage were speechless. Their palace master was good in every way except that she didn't have the airs of a palace master. This could be considered an advantage, but it became a disadvantage when outsiders were present. However, the Sea Concubine Palace was fine. They often interacted with the Snow Concubine Palace, and everyone knew what the palace master was like. They didn't find it strange. After drinking the wine in their glasses, they all said in unison, "Palace master, you are too polite! Sit down, everyone sit down!" Everyone in the hall sat down and started chatting again. The elders who led the Haifei Palace came forward to toast the palace master. All the beastmasters below the stage took action. This was one of the few opportunities to become familiar to the king-level and emperor-level beastmasters. As for the saint-level, forget it. After living for so many years, if they wanted to make a contract, they should have done it when they were young. Whether in the beastmaster circles of the Sea Soul Realm or the Eternal Winter Realm, there are very few beastmasters who directly contract a saint-level beastmaster. Even the saint-level beastmasters have to train their beastmasters from a young age. Others have been taming beasts for so many years, how could they be easily kidnapped? Bai Shui was lucky. Because she was sitting next to a saint-level beast tamer, she was not approached by the beast tamer. Otherwise, the situation would have been very difficult. But those beastmasters were incredibly naive. How could they not know what you were thinking? If you focused on just one beast, you might have a chance of success. Casting a wide net like that would only disgust them. The total number of beastmasters from both sides who came to participate was less than 50. After hitting a wall one after another, they sat back in their original seats. Then came the elders who came back after paying their respects to the palace master. It was their turn to take the younger generations of the tribe to talk with other friendly races. "Sister Yaya, I'm leaving first," Bai Shui said as she looked at Qingqiuya who was playing with Qingqiu Ling. "Ah, so early? The banquet has just begun, and it's still early for the exchange competition. You..." Qingqiu turned around and looked at Bai Shui. After seeing Bai Shui's expression, the words that had not yet been finished were stopped. She had seen this expression before, but outside of the Far East, she hadn't seen it for a long, long time. She had occasionally felt it before, but she had always concealed it well. This was the first time she had shown such strong emotions since the Far East, making it difficult for her to say the words she wanted to keep him. "Okay, girl Shui, if you have anything on your mind, just tell me boldly. Although I may not be able to help you, it's better to speak it out than to keep it in your heart." Qingqiu touched Bai Shui's head and comforted her gently. "Yeah." Bai Shui nodded, then left the hall alone. Qingqiuya felt incredibly sad as she left silently. She really treated Bai Shui as her sister, and seeing Bai Shui sad made her feel bad too. "Little demon, go and follow her and see for yourself. Stop those beast masters with bad intentions from approaching her. It's best not to let her find out," Qingqiuya said to Li Yao worriedly. Li Yao nodded and disappeared into the hall. "Xia, although she is not your child, you are becoming more and more like a mother," Qingqiu Ling said with emotion. "Alas, I can't be happy at all when you say that." Qingqiu sighed helplessly. "So what happened?" "I wish I knew, but this matter is probably related to the Sea Princess Palace. Have you ever had such a big reaction when you met the members of Haifei Palace before?" Qingqiuya shook her head. Combining Bai Shui's reaction with what happened in the Far East, she deduced that it was related to the little dragon princess and the beastmaster who was hunted that day. However, Bai Shui was unwilling to say, and the deduction was just a deduction, and no conclusion could be drawn. Chapter 69 Banquet Part 2. "It would be great if the relationship could be better." Qingqiu stared at the entrance to the hall in a daze. At this moment, a group of handsome men and women with dragon horns on their heads came from a distance. They were the dragon clan of the Sea Princess Palace. Ahem. Qingqiu Ling coughed twice to remind Qingqiuya. Qingqiuya came back to her senses and looked ahead. A group of dragons were walking together in front of them. She glanced around and saw the high-level dragon lying on the head of the leading man, and frowned. I thought to myself, is it really because of the little dragon princess from the Haifei Palace? Hello, Elder Chinchio. The leading dragon greeted him, and the younger dragons behind him also said hello. Chinchio Ye and Chinchio Ling stood up, nodded, and responded. Eldering, hello? The younger generations of the Snow Fox clan also stood up and greeted them. I came here mainly to apologize to the Shrimp clan for their recklessness. Although there are reasons for what happened, it is still wrong. I also thank Elder Chinchio for his magnanimity. After saying this, Eldering drank the wine in his hand in one gulp. Ha ha ha, Eldering, you're too polite. We are all allies. I won't care about such a small matter. Kinkia covered her mouth and laughed secretly. Haha, bullshit. Although those shrimps are not dead, they have been tortured into pieces. Don't you have any idea? Is this your daughter? Chinchio Ling said, looking at the little dragon on his head. He took the little dragon off his head and held it in his arms. Jian Xiao said, This is my little daughter, Yin Xian. This is her first time in the Eternal Winter Realm. She's not used to the climate here yet, and is a little sleepy. Ah! Yin Xian yawned in his arms, which was very cute. Burp, what a cute child, Lao Ying! You are more capable than any of us. You have married several girls. We are all old women and no one wants us. Chinchio Ling murmured after taking a big sip of the wine in her hand. Chinchio Ye inadvertently touched her forehead and rolled her eyes. It was about to start again. Chinchio Ling always becomes like this after drinking. Logically speaking, the wine in this banquet can be drunk by high-level beastmasters, so it shouldn't make a saint-level beastmaster drunk. Simply put, this is like bringing your own wine to drink. Eldering of the Haifei Palace did not find it strange. They were all old acquaintances. They often visited each other when they were young, traveled between the two realms together, and had adventures in the forbidden area together. But now they are no longer young, each of them holds a high position, and behind them are the younger generations of the Sea Princess Palace watching over them. They are no longer as open and talkative as before, and even the way they address each other has become unfamiliar. Only when Chinchio Ling is drunk, she is so open. Eldering of the Sea Princess Palace put down the little dragon in his hand and instructed a young man with dragon horns following behind him. Take good care of your sister. I'm going to talk to some acquaintances. The young man nodded, hugged the little dragon, and took the other descendants of the Dragon Clan back to the position of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan is a big clan in the Sea Concubine Palace, and has a noble status. They will not leave their position unless they come to apologize to the elders of the Snow Fox Clan. It is other small clans who come to say hello. Shaoling, you are still as beautiful as a flower and still young. You can take your time. Eldering praised. When she was young, Chinchio Ling often smelled of alcohol, so people called her a slutty fox. But this scene was obviously inappropriate. He was thousands of years older than Chinchio Ling, so he had to call her Shaoling reluctantly. It was said that when he was young, he pursued all the sisters who had adventured with him. Now he thought that if he had persisted in pursuing only one of them, he might have succeeded. Hee hee, hiccup olding, it's still the same as before, it's not easy to find a partner. Mom has been urging me for millions of years, and she's set me up on several occasions. Hiccup, I finally found an excuse to go out and have fun. Hiccup, I'm scolded by Mom every day when I stay in the tribe, it's so annoying. Hiccup, Chinchio Ling stood up and put her arm around Elder Ying's shoulders, shaking her wine glass and said drunkenly. Chinchio was watching from the side, her face almost humiliated. She gave Eldering of the Haifei Palace a look that said, May the best come to you, and walked out of the hall. This fun had something to do with her, and it wasn't pretty at all. It's hard to find a partner, what's the problem? This has been going on for years. Don't just say things without thinking. The dating market is tough. Sometimes you should look for the reasons yourself. Have you lowered your standards over the years? Have you been seriously searching? Ahem, Shaoling, there are so many people watching, please pay attention to your image and keep a safe distance. Eldering reminded him by removing the hand that was around his shoulder. Chapter 70 Banquet Part 3. The younger generations of the Snow Fox clan looked at their two elders. One was drunk and talking nonsense, and the other ran away without hesitation. They were left looking at each other in bewilderment, not knowing whether to leave or stay, and could only pretend not to see anything. Shaoling, you are drunk! Eldering straightened his messy hair helplessly. You're the drunk one, I'm not! Hiccup, Chinchio Ling staggered back to her seat and looked at the juniors sitting there and shouted. Drink! Drink! TNN, why don't you drink? It's always you who drinks, TNN, now the juniors are not listening at all. There was no other way. Eldering from Haifei Palace could only sit next to her and drink with her. Fourth brother, it's so noisy here. I don't want to stay here. At the dragon clan's position, the little dragon in the arms of the young man with dragon horns said in a baby voice. Okay, Yinxian, brother will take you out to play right away. The young man with dragon horns rubbed Xiaolong's cheek lovingly and said, Brother, I'll take Xianxian out for some fresh air. The young man with dragon horns said to a muscular man sitting next to him. The big man did not have any dragon horns visible, but from the words of the young man with dragon horns, it could be concluded that he was also a dragon. Don't spoil her too much. She's hundreds of years old. It's time for her to grow up. The big man frowned and scolded. Brother, we only have one sister. You'll spoil her if you pamper her like this. Of course not. Our Xianxian is so smart. Right, Xianxian? The young man with dragon horns rubbed the head of the little dragon in his arms and said lovingly. That's right, it's Big Brother who is too serious. The little dragon in the arms of the young man with dragon horns nodded in agreement. Looking at their figures, the eldest brother's frown gradually relaxed. Never mind, no one in the Xuefei Palace should dare to attack the dragon clan. The big man waved his hand and said, Go ahead, come back soon. Hee, thank you, big brother. Let's go. The young man with dragon horns put the little dragon on his head and walked out of the hall in a swagger. After Bai Shui walked out of the palace, she looked at the mountains and found a barren snowy field. At this time, most of the members of the Snow Concubine Palace gathered on the mountain, and the foot of the mountain lacked some of the worldly atmosphere. In the hall of the main hall, after seeing the long worm, she had been suppressing her emotions. Although the little dragon princess had advanced from the intermediate level to the high level, and her aura had changed slightly, she still recognized it at a glance. It was the culprit who caused her and Yeye to separate. In the quiet environment, her suppressed emotions gradually released. A little mist gradually gathered in her eyes, and her vision gradually blurred. It was as if she saw the figure of someone she had been thinking about day and night. A familiar voice seemed to appear in her ears. In a desolate ruin, a little fox was pinned under a huge boulder. She was just a low-level elemental beast, and did not have enough strength and power to break free. She could only howl continuously to attract other people's attention. Her intermittent voice gradually spread to the distance, but the surroundings were filled with dead silence. There was no one and no beast. But her strong desire to survive made her howl with all her might for help. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. She didn't know how much time had passed until her life was almost exhausted, and she was close to despair. A handsome man in Hanfu came to the ruins, holding a machine in his hand. He looked at the image displayed on the machine and shook his head. This is a life detector beastmaster. Although it can only detect humans and biological beastmasters, it is enough. This time we are mainly here to rescue ordinary people who have suffered unexpected disasters. The other members of the army have dispersed to search. This is the least affected area. The country has already issued a warning notice and organized evacuation, so the rescue here is the last one to be rescued. Fortunately, he asked the team members several times and was basically told that no disaster victims were found. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people were buried under the rubble because they wanted to evacuate with their property. After their death, they were still holding the property tightly in their arms. Alas, everyone has his own destiny. Ding ding ding. The detector in his hand made a ticking sound, and a red dot appeared on the detector. After a while, it turned out to be a little fox. A murmur made the dying little fox open one eye with difficulty. A figure, not very tall, appeared particularly tall and majestic in the eyes of the little fox under the sunlight, like the dawn in the ruins. Come on, open your mouth and drink something. This is what I specifically asked the medical beastmaster for before I came here. It can heal injuries and replenish blood. Wait a minute, I will rescue you right away. The young man in Hanfu took out a test tube from the space and carefully fed it to the little fox in front of him. The little fox was already unconscious. She didn't know what the handsome man in front of her was saying. She just drank the liquid in the man's hand based on her instinct, and then fainted. Seeing the little fox's vital signs gradually improving, the man in Hanfu breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Shui recalled the first time she met Yaya. Tear marks appeared on her cheeks unconsciously. A snowman had appeared beside her. Her facial features could not be seen clearly, but she had a jade hairpin on her head and jade bracelets on her hands. Chapter 71 Conflict. Brother Pippi, let's go! Xiaolong said excitedly, pointing in a random direction. This was her first time in the snowy Everwinter realm, and she felt a bit excited. The palace hall was boring, making her sleepy. A group of beastmasters were complimenting each other, a scene she was already tired of seeing in the Dragon Palace. It was better outside. How could she see such thick snow in the Sea Soul realm? Go, go, go! The man with dragon horns was also slightly excited. He also didn't like the scene of people complimenting each other in the palace hall, but he didn't dare to say it, otherwise he would be beaten again. She is not a little sister, she is spoiled by the whole family. He took his younger sister to visit the night market shops of various ethnic groups in Xuefei Palace, and also went to see the arena of Xuefei Palace. They bought a lot of things. Xiaolong still had food in his mouth, and the young man with long horns was carrying large and small bags of things in his hands. These were local specialties brought for the eldest, second, and third aunts. Now only the fourth aunt came with him. He was probably here to monitor their father. It was recognized by the whole clan that their father was a playboy and liked to flirt with other women. However, there was nothing they could do about it. The dragon bloodline had its own characteristics, and its sexual desire was extremely strong and difficult to control, regardless of whether it was a man or a woman. Among us brothers, only the eldest and second brothers have activated their bloodlines. The eldest brother was afraid of conflicts in the future, so he simply didn't get married. He hangs out with several maids in the palace every day. The second brother is fooling around outside and hasn't come back yet. Both the third brother and he are pure love warriors. They dare not activate their bloodlines before they have a partner. It would be disastrous if they could not control themselves and turned into a beast tamer like their father. Brother, let's go over there! Xiaolong stood on the head of the young man with dragon horns and looked into the distance. He saw an open space in the distance, which was just enough for the dragon clan to display its huge body. She has been holding it in for a long time. She is only at a high level and cannot transform. She can only rely on her skills to stretch and retract her body. Maintaining the skills consumes a lot of soul power. Okay. The young man with dragon horns nodded in response, and quickened his pace to rush towards the large snowfield. Just as the young man with dragon horns was about to approach the vast snowy area, he suddenly stopped. He took the little dragon off his head, protected her behind him, and shouted towards the front. Who, come out! After the young man's words, the space ahead fluctuated, and a figure stepped out of thin air. The figure gradually solidified, and she was wearing the butler's uniform of the Xuefei Palace. Li Yao frowned. The elder only asked her not to let the beastmaster get close. Then, what should she do with the dragon clan in Haifei Palace? To be fair, she liked Bai Shui very much. Now Bai Shui wanted to be alone, and she wanted to help her. The young man with dragon horns looked at the woman who appeared in front of him, and became alert. Why would the steward of Xuefei Palace hide in his own territory? I am Li Yao, the deacon created by Elder Qingqiuya of the Xuefei Palace. I am currently carrying out a special mission assigned by the elder. Please do not disturb me and leave as soon as possible, Li Yao said indifferently. The young man from the dragon clan frowned. He was the son of the dragon king of Yuhai, and was used to being flattered. How could a mere deacon dare to order him to expel him? Besides, his sister is watching. He can't afford to lose face. Excuse me, is the Snow Concubine Palace's forbidden area ahead? Asked the young man with dragon horns. Li Yao shook his head. Then the area ahead is restricted to members of the Snow Princess Palace only? Li Yao shook his head again. So this is how you entertain guests in the Xuefei Palace? The young man with long horns shouted angrily. Li Yao was silent for a while. He really couldn't stop the visitors from Haifei Palace. This was just an ordinary open space. There was not even a shop built there, and there was not even a plant-type beast living here. Let her in! A voice came from a distance. It was Qingqiuya who came. She was worried about Bai Shui. As soon as she arrived, she saw one of the culprits, who was probably causing Bai Shui's sadness, and an insignificant Xiaolong. This might be an opportunity for Bai Shui to let go of her worries or open her heart. After a while, a sexy woman appeared in front of the three beasts. She was Elder Qingqiu. Elder. Qingqiu Elder. ×2. Qingqiu nodded towards the two little dragons and continued to repeat what she had just said. Let this little dragon in, young man, but you have to stay. No, we can't let Xian act alone. Xian, let's not go anymore. Let's go back to the hall. The young man with dragon horns said loudly. No, brother, I'm going. After experiencing various obstacles, the little dragon princess Yingyunshuan's vigilance was not aroused, but her curiosity was aroused instead. However, Elder Qingqiu's words made the young and impulsive fourth son of Elder Ying of Haifei Palace alert. Where is this? This is Xuefei Palace, a powerful force with the same status as Haifei Palace. The Snow Concubine Palace and the Sea Concubine Palace are allies, so they wouldn't bother dealing with him, an Imperial Beastmaster. However, it's possible that the hostile forces of the Snow Concubine Palace would do so. To be fair, his father's status in the Sea Concubine Palace is quite high. If they were killed while visiting the Xuefei Palace, it would definitely affect the friendly relationship between the Haifei Palace and the Xuefei Palace. What? Do you suspect that I want to harm you? Qingqiu asked back with a sharp look in her eyes. Elder Ying's fourth son was so frightened that he dared not say a word. Don't worry. Your father and I are friends. I won't do anything bad to you. Besides, even if I want to do something bad to you, you can't stop me. There is only a shy girl in there. It would be impolite for a grown man like you to go in. Qingqiu stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile. Elder Ying's fourth son looked at the smiling face of the beautiful old woman in front of him, and knew that he had no choice but to agree. His biological mother is like this. The softer her expression is, the more absolute the meaning is. He is fine, but his father has suffered a lot, but he deserves it. In the eyes of pure love warriors, they look down on people like his father who have a harem. Bah, pervert. Okay. The dragon-horned young man carefully let go of the hand holding Xiaolong Yingyunxian and warned. Be careful. Xiaolong Yingyunxian nodded. She carefully looked around before daring to go in. It was just an empty snowy field, but it felt like entering someone else's boudoir. Through the conversation between her brother and the old fox, she could see that there was a big story here. She, who had originally been excited about exploring the unknown, became a little timid. She always felt that the old fox who was always smiling had bad intentions. Don't be afraid, come on Xian, you are the best. After Yingyunxian entered the empty snowfield, Li Yao looked at Qingqiu questioningly. Li Yao, is this really okay? Qingqiu, I don't know, but she has to look forward. Staying in sadness for a long time will not bring good luck. I hope this is the right decision. Elder Ying's fourth son looked at the two of them, who were flirting with each other, and fell into panic. What are they doing? Flirting with each other? Stop it, I'm scared. If I keep watching this, I'm afraid I won't be able to help but rush in to protect my little sister. Qingqiu noticed his panic and comforted him. Don't be afraid, the soul power of a saint-level beast is enough to cover the entire area. I'm watching. Nothing will go wrong. Elder Ying's fourth son, the way you're flirting with each other makes me feel that you want to do something bad. Chapter 72 Outbreak. Yingyunxian cancelled her skills and changed back to her original size. It is a glittering ice-blue dragon, hundreds of meters long. This is still a cub. It is said that an adult dragon can grow to thousands or even tens of thousands of meters. After the blue dragon flew into the sky, it hesitated for a while and decided to go forward to take a look. After all, the curiosity that had been aroused could not be easily extinguished. After Yingyunxian flew for a while, a spot appeared in the empty snow, which was different from the pure white snow. The spot gradually enlarged and turned into a beautiful human figure. She nestled against a pile of snow, the lifelike snowman beside her becoming her companion. She gazed at the endless starry sky, as if someone she missed was on the other side. Tears wet her face, and a wave of sadness welled up, directly affecting the little dragon Yingyunxian, who was still suspended in the sky. Control of 7 emotions. This power can control the emotions of other units, but it cannot control one's own, just like a doctor who cannot treat himself. When one's emotions are close to the extreme, the power of control of 7 emotions will go out of control and affect all surrounding units. Just like now, under Bai Shue's strong longing and sadness, 7 emotions control, went out of control. Yin Yunxian was just a high-level beastmaster, and was directly affected, with large pearls constantly falling from the sky. Although Yin Yunxian is not a speed-type beast, dragons are naturally good at speed and can usually fly faster than the speed of sound. Bai Shue was so sad that she forgot to use her soul power to observe her surroundings. Her eyes were fixed on the starry sky and she didn't pay attention to her surroundings. When the sonic boom that caused Yin Yunxian to fly reached Bai Shue's ears, she realized that the culprit who caused her and Ye's accident had come to her. Suddenly a surge of anger erupted. "Get out!" An angry roar came from her beautiful red lips, and the pressure of the king level immediately filled the whole place. The pressure of the king level created a strong wind, lifting the snow around her. Suddenly, the flat snow ground collapsed with her as the center. The lifelike snowman around her was also blown down, scattered to the ground, and melted into the snow. Her intense anger almost made her unable to control herself. She had left the hall in order to control her emotions, but the culprit actually caught up with her. Bai Shue's king-level pressure has reached the 3 people outside. Elder Qingqiu. The young man with dragon horns looked nervously at Qingqiu, who was standing next to him, and exclaimed. His precious sister is only a high-level beastman, but this is a king-level beastman. No matter how talented the dragon clan is, it is impossible for them to fight across classes, especially since the king level is a qualitative change class. Besides, how could the beasts of the Snow Concubine Palace be any worse than your dragon clan? This is a king-level beast that even the saint-level elders are paying attention to. Don't worry, everything is under control, Qingqiu said calmly. But she felt nervous. Snow White, you can scare her, but please don't really hit her. Bai Shue transformed into a huge pure white fox and faced the long worm in front. Under the influence of the king's pressure, and the power of control of 7 emotions, Yin Yunxian was unable to fly and was forced to land in the snow. There was no desire to fight. Just tears streaming down my face. Bai Shue was really angry, but most of the time she was angry at herself. Because of her weakness, she could only hide in the beast-controlling space when Ye was in danger. Because of her weakness, she could not reincarnate with Ye, which resulted in her and Ye being separated for a long time. Sadness is more serious than anger. Sigh. Bai Shue sighed as she looked at the little dragon in front of her, and her anger gradually calmed down. She had played with this little dragon for quite a while before, and she knew that it was not her fault. Forget it. Go! Snow White's expression had calmed down considerably since she transformed into a human form. Besides her red eyes, she looked normal. Her uncontrolled power had also calmed down. Yin Yunxian looked deeply at the beautiful woman in front of her with red eyes. She always felt very familiar, but she could not remember where she had seen her before. Considering the reaction of the beautiful woman in front of her, they must have met before and must have had some intersection. White fox. I have seen at least 100 or 80 white foxes in the past few hundred years. It depends on the circumstances. I might have offended her. Although she had seen many white foxes, she had rarely encountered one before. How could one of them offend her? This puzzled her. She wanted to know why. At the same time, after witnessing this scene, she felt a surge of pity. She wanted to go up to her and comfort her, hug her, but she knew that now was not the time. She knew that doing so would only make her more disgusted. She retreated silently and returned to the 3 of them. She changed back to her small size and came to her brother's side. Elder Ying's 4th son looked nervous. He picked up Yin Yunxian and examined her carefully. He asked worriedly, Xian, are you hurt? Tell me. Are you being bullied? Don't worry, tell me and I'll help you get revenge. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Qingqiu worriedly, and seeing Qingqiu's smiling expression, he couldn't help but shiver. Yin Yunxian saw that 4th brother was afraid, but she didn't expose him. It's okay, 4th brother. Liar, he could see that Yin Yunxian was lying, and there were still traces of crying on her face. Xian must be worried that I can't deal with this old fox. She really cried to death. Xian is really too good. Fortunately, Xian is fine, otherwise this matter will not be over, old fox. The young man with dragon horn's psychological activities were destined to remain undiscovered because no one's attention was on him. Qingqiuya breathed a sigh of relief. It was okay. Something bad almost happened. She didn't know whether this situation was good or bad. Ing Yunxian stared at the Snow Princess Palace elder in front of her. A saint-level beastmaster of the Snow Fox clan, she had lived for many years and was a contemporary of her father. Qingqiuya must know a lot, and surely she had clues as to why that stunning fox lady hated her. Ing Yunxian wanted to find an opportunity to have a good chat with her. Qingqiuya noticed Ing Yunxian's little action. She turned around and said to Ing Yunxian, "It seems that this little dragon cub wants to talk to me." Ing Yunxian nodded in response. To be honest, I don't know much, but I should be able to provide some clues. If you want to know, just follow me. Qingqiuya turned and left, but seemed to suddenly remember something and turned back and said, "Little demon, just continue to guard here, just like before." Liao nodded, and after a fluctuation in space, he hid himself again. By the way, when girls are whispering, boys are not allowed to eavesdrop. Elder Ying's fourth son, Ba, old woman. Chapter 73. How much sadness does it mean when you're drunk and sing? King Kia brought Ing Yunxian to a mountain top where there was a pavilion. King Kia sat elegantly on a chair while Ing Yunxian lay prostrate on the chair, twisting her body constantly, looking nervous and uneasy. "Don't be nervous, it's just a normal chat. I won't eat you, little demon, haha." Qingqiuya smiled awkwardly. She was used to calling her that. Every time she sat down, she would call Li Yao. Every time, she would considerately serve her tea and desserts. Ing Yunxian had no choice but to pretend not to see it. About 600 years ago, I met her on the outskirts of the Far East. Her name was Bai Shui. Do you still remember her? Qingqiuya asked. Ing Yunxian shook her head. It had been too long and she was still young at that time, so she didn't remember much. Qingqiuya also nodded. Indeed, it was normal to find it difficult to remember things that happened hundreds of years ago, unless the impression was particularly deep. Then I'll give you another clue. At the time, she was with the shrimp tribe that followed your dragon tribe. They were said to be hunting down a perverted beastmaster who had teased you. Do you remember anything about that? Ing Yunxian fell into deep thought. Tease? Has any beastmaster ever teased me? How come I didn't know? Alas, it seems you don't know either. That's right, you're still young, and they won't tell you anything. You can try asking your father. I'm leaving now. Let's go and take you back to your father. Qingqiuya shook her head and sighed. She had thought she could find some clues today, but it was a pity that the little dragon girl in front of her knew nothing about anything she asked. If she had known that she would be so close to Bai Shui, and Bai Shui has not been able to get over it for so many years, she would have carefully interrogated those shrimps. Qingqiuya brought Ing Yunxian back to the main hall. During this time, Elder Ying's fourth son followed them happily. She had been waiting at the foot of the mountain, but the two of them didn't chat for a while. In the hall, a group of people had almost finished drinking and were preparing to discuss an exchange competition. After a fox and a dragon patrolled the hall, they found Qingqiu Ling and Ing Yunxuan's father at the Fox clan's location. Elder Ing of the Haifei Palace was sitting quietly at the table tasting wine, while Qingqiu Ling was lying on the floor with her arms and legs spread out. Her pair of white, slender and tender thighs were fully exposed to everyone. Her dress was slightly lifted, and through the gap one could seem to see a bit of spring scenery. Of course, that was an illusion. How could the privacy of a saint-level beast's body be viewed casually? Even if she was unconscious, it would be the same unless she was willing. The rest of the Fox clan members were also thrown to the ground, unconscious. The scene on the Snow Fox clan's side attracted the attention of many of the larger clans. When they saw Qingqiuya enter, everyone's gaze turned to her, even the palace master. Qingqiuya. She quickly ran to Elder Ing of the Haifei Palace and shouted angrily. Old dragon, what's wrong with you? You can't stop her from drinking, and you don't even bother to stop her from forcing other members of the Snow Fox tribe to drink. How can I face the other members of the tribe? Elder Ing of Haifei Palace was still holding his wine glass and standing there motionless. My goodness, this is a control skill. And I Tian, you are one level higher than her, okay? You were controlled without knowing it. The other saints didn't care. Qingqiuya stared at the highest-ranking palace master with a hint of resentment in her eyes. The palace master saw this and returned her a brilliant smile, then stuck out her tongue. Who told you not to listen to orders? You like to watch the fun, right? Now you've become the fun, and this fun is quite good. She also specifically stopped the other saint-level elders who wanted to step forward to remind her. Qingqiuye came to Qingqiuling, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and sat on her waist with an elegant hip. It's useless to just slap him twice. Sleeping soundly. I slapped him twice more, but he still didn't react and even blew a big snot bubble. Wow, King Kia is so disgusted. How could he be so disgusting in public? This totally disgraces the image of our Snow Fox clan as a kind and amiable person. There was no other way, so she had to lean close to her ear and imitate her mother's accent and scold her. You damn girl, you're drinking again! Boom! A loud collision sound spread throughout the hall, attracting the members who were originally not looking here, but after taking a look, they all withdrew their gaze. It was the family affairs of the saint-level beast tamer. I dare not look at it. What if they remember to cause trouble to us later? That would be the end of us. Qingqiuling was suddenly awakened and rushed towards Qingqiuye. Although it could not cause any injuries due to the physical fitness of a saint-level beastmaster, it would make a very loud noise. No. I didn't drink it, burp. Qingqiuling, who had just woken up, didn't understand what was going on. She only remembered that she seemed to hear her mother's blaming voice, so she quickly lied. What she fears most is her mother. Her mother was also unlucky. None of her children were worry-free. Because of this, her mother and father quarreled every day. However, the quarrels proved that the relationship between the old couple was still good. If they didn't even quarrel, then it would really be over. Boom. It was louder and more resonant than the previous one. Look at what you have done, Qingqiuling! Qingqiuye hit Qingqiuling's head hard and roared. Qingqiuye was so angry that he showed a little bit of his fox form. Qingqiuling was stunned by the blow, twisting her body in confusion. When she saw that it was her younger sister, not her mother, she immediately retorted. What are you doing? Ouch! Qingqiuye looked behind Qingqiuling and gestured with her finger for her to look behind her. Qingqiuling looked behind her with a little anger and a little drunkenness. She thought Qingqiuye was deliberately taking revenge on her, but after seeing the scene behind her, the anger turned into guilt, and the drunkenness disappeared instantly. No. It's just that he fed me some wine. It's no big deal. Qingqiuling turned to look at Qingqiuye and said guiltily. Qingqiuye gestured with her eyes to Qingqiuling to look around. Qingqiuling looked around and found that the various tribes at the banquet were looking at them. When they looked at her, the members of other tribes lowered their heads, as if they didn't see anything, but with a slight smile on their cheeks. She felt that they were laughing at her, and even their entire Snow Fox tribe. This, haha. This is, I just met an old friend and had a great time drinking. It's all Lao Ying's fault. Qingqiuling said guiltily. Qingqiuling, you are still looking for excuses. Look at what you did to Lao Long. After Qingqiuye got off Qingqiuling's body, she gave way to Elder Ying of Haifei Palace who was blocking her way. After seeing Lao Ying being controlled by her skills, Qingqiuling was speechless and at a loss, not knowing how to survive this crisis. Chapter 74 Roster. Hey, Qingqiuling, you don't have to explain to me. You should take responsibility for your own actions. You should think about how to explain to your mother. Don't think this won't reach her ears. Not to mention these fellow tribesmen, even if the gossip from other tribes at the banquet is heard by the Snow Fox tribe outside, do you think it will reach Mom's ears? TSK, to be honest, I want to see how Mom will deal with you. Qingqiuye just said that. That's why she didn't dare to go back. If she went back to the tribe, she would be implicated. Why didn't you take good care of Qingqiuling, causing her to lose face for the Snow Fox tribe? Help me, Yame. No, sister, yeah. Qingqiuling shivered. She seemed to see her mother's face, as if she saw her mother holding a carrying pole, walking towards her slowly with a smile on her face, and shouting with gritted teeth, Qingqiuling. Humph, I don't care about you, find a way to solve it yourself. I'm here to find Lao Long, hurry up and untie him. Qingqiuye snorted coldly, and ignored Qingqiuling's watery eyes and the voice of Sister Ye. Humph, when you beg her for help, she calls you sister, and normally she calls you younger sister. You are so hypocritical, who would care about you? Ah, oh? Qingqiuling realized that Laoing was still under the control of her skills. She quickly released the skills. Eldering of the Haifei Palace was finally able to move. He put down the wine glass in his hand, sighed, and looked with complicated eyes at Qingqiuling in front of him, who had controlled him for a long time with her skills. It's not that he can't break free from the control, he just needs to change back to his original form. His original form is too huge. If he changes back to his original form in the banquet hall, it will damage the finances of Xuefei Palace, which is still the lightest. The most feared thing is that he will hurt other members in the hall. Although there is a high probability that other holy level beasts will stop him and no casualties will be caused, it will also be impolite in front of the palace master of Xuefei Palace. So he let Qingqiuling control him, since the weak guy couldn't tell anyway. Don't think about it, I have something to talk to you about. Qingqiuya patted the shoulder of Eldering of Haifei Palace. Ah, well, okay. After Haifei Palace Eldering came back to his senses, he asked Qingqiuya, "What's the matter?" Qingqiuya pulled Yunxian, who had been watching for a long time, over and said, "This matter concerns your daughter, let her ask." The beastmasters who were paying attention to this matter in the hall turned their gaze from Qingqiuya and Eldering to her. Yunxian felt that so many races, so many beast tamers, and even the palace master sitting at the highest seat were looking at her. She started to hesitate and said weakly, Can we talk about this somewhere else?" Qingqiuya nodded after glancing around the hall. Indeed, it was not appropriate to chat here. Okay. Eldering of Haifei Palace agreed. He only had this one daughter and doted on her very much. He was basically satisfied with everything she said. Eldering from Haifei Palace stepped forward, picked up Yunxian, and led the way out of the hall. Qingqiuya followed behind and left the hall. He left behind Qingqiuling, who was at a loss and still muttering something, and glared at their palace master before leaving. The palace master still has the same smile on his face, which is indeed nice and entertaining. No wonder Elder Qingqiuya skipped work to go and watch it. Not bad, it's very enjoyable. The two saint-level beastmasters and a little dragon returned to the top of the mountain where they had just been chatting and sat in the pavilion. "So Xian, is there anything wrong?" asked Eldering from the Haifei Palace. "Dad, do you know who the shrimp tribe was hunting 600 years ago? It is said that they even teased me, how come I didn't know?" Yunxian asked. Eldering touched his head. He had indeed asked the shrimp tribe, but he didn't pay much attention to it, because the main reason of the incident was related to the snow fox in front of him. The matter was brought to the attention of the palace master of the Sea Concubine Palace, and he was reprimanded by the palace master because of it. At that time, the chief of the shrimp tribe and the leaders of the shrimp tribe found the dragon tribe. It seemed that the boss brought them to the Xuefei Palace to apologize and take back the captives. "I think his name was Yu, I've forgotten it, but I remember he seemed to have won the top 10 in the advanced competition of the Sea Soul competition. You can check the records of the Sea Soul competition for hundreds of years. If that doesn't work, you could ask your eldest brother. It was your eldest brother who came to apologize and take back the shrimp tribe members last time. Perhaps he knows about it." Eldering of the Sea Soul Hall really couldn't remember his name. "What you? It can't be Mu Qingwei?" Qingqiuya asked from the side. Yes, it's him. How did you know?" According to the members of the shrimp tribe, they saw an ugly beastmaster molesting Xian, so... Bang. Before Eldering of the Sea Princess Palace could finish his words, Qingqiuya banged on the table, stood up angrily, and scolded. "Ugly appearance! What a rubbish aesthetic of the shrimp tribe! Such a handsome beastmaster is actually called ugly in their eyes." Qingqiuya took out a book from her chest. Eternal Winter Flower Roster. Sorry, I got the wrong one." After seeing the words on it, Qingqiuya put it back on her chest and took out another one. Sea Soul World Roster. She opened the book and turned to the Male Beast Tamer chapter in the Beast Tamer chapter. The first page is about a man named Mu Qingwei. The Flower Roster is a book specially published by the Snow Princess Palace, which ranks all the handsome or beautiful beast tamers that have appeared in the past 10,000 years. It's worthy of being the Snow Concubine Palace. Everyone is obsessed with looks. The world's flower and grass rankings are published once every 10,000 years, and those that have been on the list will not be recorded in the new edition. This magazine was just published 200 years ago. Mu Qingwei, the beastmaster, is the most powerful beastmaster in the past 10,000 years and ranks first among all the beastmasters. King Kia opened the book on the desk, and Ying Yunxian quickly looked over. Eldering from the Sea Princess Palace also took a curious look. She looked at the video in the book. It was produced by Xuefei Palace and was of a higher quality. It had the video printed directly on it. It was during the award ceremony for the competition. He had a smile on his face, holding a white fox in his arms. He was wearing green hanfu, and the various ornaments on his clothes fluttered in the wind. The jade hairpins were no longer worn on his head, and the jade bracelets were no longer worn on his wrists, but were fluttering back and forth around him, showing their happiness all the time. While Ying Yunxian was lost in thought, Qingqiuye turned around to look at Eldering in the Sea Concubine Palace and said proudly, "How about it, handsome, right?" Eldering also nodded and responded, "That's true. He does look good, maybe half as handsome as me." Qingqiuye gave him a look of disdain. He was really trying to flatter himself. Chapter 75 The Truth. "Wait, White Fox," Qingqiuye reacted and clicked twice on the book. Several options appeared, one of which was the details of taming beasts. After King Kia clicked on it, several names of beastmasters popped up. Blue-white jade bracelet shilling pendant jade. Blue-white jade hairpin glass jade. White fox Snow White. King Kia was lost in thought as she stared at the last beast. She was only looking at the handsome guy and didn't click on the details of the beast. Unexpectedly, the clue was right here. King Kia turned to look at Ying Yunxian and found that she was staring at the book in a daze. It seemed that it was just as she thought. From the Far East, only Bai Shui emerged. Could it be that she was already buried in the Far East? Qingqiuye patted Ying Yunxian's head and said, Okay, you've come to your senses." Eldering of Haifei Palace looked bewildered, not knowing what had happened, and asked, "So what the hell happened?" Qingqiuye pointed at the white fox in the arms of the handsome man in the video and said, "This is the candidate saint of the Snow Concubine Palace." Eldering showed an incredible look and responded, "You mean?" "Indeed, this beastmaster was hunted down by members of the shrimp tribe all the way to the Far East, and his life or death is now uncertain. Laoing, I advise you to properly control the tribes you describe, or at least send some wise men from the turtle tribe to assist them." King Kia patted Elder Ying's shoulder and spoke earnestly. After that, without waiting for Elder Ying's response, she left the pavilion alone. Ying Yunxian suddenly rushed out, called out to Qingqiuye, and asked anxiously, "Elder Qingqiu, can I come again?" Qingqiuye waved her hand, leaving her with a graceful back. Just as Ying Yunxian's disappointed expression dimmed, King Kia's voice came from afar. "Haifei Palace is still an ally of Xuefei. You can come and visit anytime you want." After hearing this, Ying Yunxian's eyes gradually regained their spirit. Eldering walked to her daughter, touched her head, and said secretly in his heart, "It seems that he really lacks the management of the various tribes under his command. After returning, I will discuss this matter with Old Turtle." "Dad, I want to come to the Snow Concubine Palace more often." "Okay, Xian, let your eldest brother bring you here." Eldering nodded and agreed. Although he didn't know the whole story, it probably wasn't like what the shrimp tribe said, that a perverted beastmaster was teasing Xian. After leaving the two members of the Sea Princess Palace, Qingqiuye hurried to the plain where Bai Shui had just been, and fortunately it was still there. A figure appeared out of nowhere beside her. It was Li Yao. "Elder, have you investigated clearly?" Li Yao asked. Elder Qingqiu took out the Seesoul Realm Flower roster from his chest and turned to the first page of the Male Beast Tamer chapter. Li Yao showed a hint of confusion. It was just like when you asked your friend if he had finished his holiday homework and wanted to learn from him, and your friend took out a pornographic game. The elder must have her reasons for doing this. Qingqiuye signaled Li Yao with her eyes to come to her side and watch together. Li Yao moved closer and observed carefully. When he saw the white fox in the man's arms in the video, he thought, "No way." Qingqiuye nodded at her and said, "Yes, this is Bai Shui." Qingqiuye clicked on Mu Qingyue's beast-taming details and showed them to Li Yao. Li Yao was shocked and asked, "Elder, what are you going to do?" King Kia was in a dilemma and she didn't know what to do. "Alas, Mu Qingyue, this beastmaster, is probably buried in the Far East. He even cancelled his contract with the beastmaster before his death. No wonder Bai Shui appeared outside the Far East unharmed. It was the rules of the beast taming space that protected her. No wonder Bai Shui's emotions were so profound. This might be a scar that she will never be able to heal. Qin Chuya sighed deeply. Alas. Li Yao also sighed and murmured. The saddest thing in the world is to be separated from the one who matters to you, let alone forever. Qin Chuya was suddenly shocked and asked curiously. Xiao Yao, do you have someone like this? Li Yao stared intently at the beautiful fox lady in front of him, and replied. Yes, there is one. Who is it? Who is it? We have been together for so long, and I still don't know her. Qin Chuya suddenly became interested. She and Li Yao have been together for hundreds of thousands of years. This is the first time she knows such a thing. It feels like Li Yao is by my side every day, but I have never heard her talk about it. Could it be the same as Bai Shui? Kinkia suddenly felt that she was too crazy for revealing the sad story of her friends. No, she had to apologize. Sorry, little demon, no need to tell me. Li Yao looked at her doubtfully, and knowing that she might be mistaken, he reminded her. Although it's embarrassing to say it, she is alive and well, and very happy. Who is that? Can you tell me? Kinkia's gossip spirit surged. She didn't know there was such a big melon around her, and she didn't even get to eat it. This didn't fit her identity, as a fun-loving person. Secret! Li Yao replied with a faint smile and sighed inwardly. Alas, he is a guy who is far away and yet right in front of us, and he is also an unconscious guy. Ugh, little demon, you're so annoying, hum! Qingqiuya pouted her beautiful red lips and complained dissatisfiedly. Li Yao looked at the beautiful and charming fox girl in front of him, and suddenly showed a little girl's attitude, which made her heart beat faster, and she wanted to do something bold. But the huge gap in strength made her stop those bold ideas. When did I become fascinated by this elder? It seems like it was a long, long time ago. Ahem, elder. Li Yao didn't want to dwell on this topic anymore. She was afraid that she couldn't help herself, so she pointed in Bai Shui's direction and coughed twice to remind her. That's right, business is more important. I'll interrogate you again next time, little demon. Qingqiuya patted Li Yao's shoulder and said. Then elder, what are you planning to do? Li Yao asked. Before Li Yao could finish her question, Kinkia interrupted her. Oh, let's take it one step at a time. I think maybe I can try to show this book to Bai Shui first. Qingqiuya sighed. The dead cannot be resurrected. Maybe they can go to the Far East to look for the body of the beastmaster. Chapter 76 Softness. Qingqiuya and Li Yao slowly approached where Bai Shui was. I saw Bai Shui turning back into a white fox, curled up in the snow. Fell asleep. A trace of heartache flashed in Kinkia's eyes. It is easier to fall asleep after an emotional outburst. Qingqiuya glanced at Li Yao. Li Yao understood what he meant and quietly activated his skills to eliminate all the fluctuations from the two of them. Kinkia came to Bai Shui carefully. She sat silently beside the white fox and looked at the starry sky. She especially wanted to touch Bai Shui and hold her in her arms to comfort her. But no, let her have a good sleep now. Li Yao also stood quietly not far away, watching this moment of tranquility silently. Yeah. The sad murmur reached Kinkia's ears. Looking at the tears on Bai Shui's face, Qingqiuya couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Silly girl, at least you can see him properly in your dreams. A few hours passed in this peaceful environment. When the sun of the eternal winter realm rose from the horizon, the faint sunlight shone on the white fox. Bai Shui gently opened her eyes, and after looking at Qingqiuya who was sitting next to her, she fell into silence. She was a little confused about the situation. Awake? Kinkia said. Bai Shui changed back into human form, sat on the snow, looked at the sunrise in the sky, and asked, How long have I slept? When did you come? I slept for about 7 or 8 hours. It should have been not long after you fell asleep. The banquet should have ended a long time ago, and they should be preparing for the exchange competition now. Kinkia responded. Well, let's go. Bai Shui nodded in response. Where are you going? Kinkia asked in confusion. Go watch the game. I promised you yesterday. Didn't you come to me for this? Bai Shui asked in disbelief. Don't worry about this, take a look at this first. King Kia took out the roster that had been prepared long ago from the side. She specifically turned to a certain page and put it beside her. King Kia put the open book into Bai Shui's hands. Bai Shui took it from King Kia in confusion, and took a look at it. Just one look, and her eyes were firmly attracted by the video in the book. It was the scene where they and Ye went on stage to receive the award after winning the competition. Bai Shui's body trembled slightly. She caressed the man in the video and fell into memories. After a long time, she asked in a trembling voice, "You know everything?" Qing Qiuya shook her head and replied, "No, I don't know exactly what happened. I only know that you should be the white fox in the video." The two beautiful ladies fell into a brief silence. Qing Qiuya knew that she should do something to break the deadlock. Qing Qiuya suddenly turned around and hugged Bai Shui in her arms, pressing Bai Shui's head firmly into the snow-white gap, and softly comforted her. "Child, cry if you want to. The dead cannot be resurrected, so don't keep it in your heart." After a struggle, Bai Shui escaped the suffocating feeling. She took a breath and loudly retorted, Ye is not dead. He is still alive and well." I'm sorry." King Kia avoided her gaze and said awkwardly, "It was a mess. I took it for granted that he was dead. Isn't this a landmine?" Puff! Bai Shui looked at the embarrassed and guilty expression of the beautiful fox girl in front of her and laughed unconsciously. She really couldn't regard Qing Qiuya as someone she could rely on or confide in, but... "Thank you, Sister Ye." Bai Shui expressed her sincere gratitude. The Eternal Winter Realm is very dangerous. She was very glad that King Kia brought her back to the Snow Concubine Palace. She was also very glad that King Kia took the trouble to find me, chat with me, talk to me, and take her around to have fun. Qing Qiuya is a particularly unreliable senior, and also a guide in the land of confusion. After hearing Bai Shui's thanks, Qing Qiuya was stunned. Why? She had clearly messed up. Li Yao, who had been watching the two women from behind, nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that the relationship between the two sides would become better than before. "Sister Ye, I think it's time to let me go." Bai Shui was held tightly in Qing Qiuya's arms, making it difficult for her to move. The book was also sandwiched between the two beautiful pairs of breasts, preventing her from looking at Ye properly. King Kia let go of her hand. She had no idea what was going on. It was completely different from what she had imagined. In her imagination, Shui Yata should have let down her guard, cried in her arms, and then gradually recovered her spirit under her comfort, and then her relationship with her gradually improved. Although the relationship seemed to have improved immediately, this completely confusing solution was not what she wanted. Forget it, King Kia watched Bai Shui caressing the man in the video. Forget it, as long as Bai Shui can recover. "Sister Ye, I want to go back to my hometown," Bai Shui suddenly said. "Go back, I'll go with you. Let's go back and take a look right away. Don't go to watch the exchange competition." "What's so good about the exchange competition?" "It's held every year, little demon." Qing Qiuya thought for a while and said firmly. "Sister Ye, wait. No need, I don't mean for you to go back with me." Bai Shui quickly stopped her. "No, I can't let you leave alone. We must go together," King Kia said firmly. Bai Shui stared at her for a long time before she said suspiciously, "Sister Ye, you don't think I want to go to the Far East to look for Ye by myself, do you?" Qing Qiuya looked at Li Yao and responded, "Haha, how could that be? I just wanted to see what Bai Shui's hometown is like. It turns out that such a handsome beastmaster and such a beautiful fox girl have emerged at the same time." "Real?" "It's true, it's even truer than Ding Zhen." "Stare." "Forget it, just follow me if you want." Bai Shui stared at her for a long time and gave up trying to pry open King Kia's mouth. "King Kia, everything is soft except your mouth." Li Yao came up to the two of them and asked, "Are you going to the Sea Soul Realm?" They had always thought that Bai Shui's hometown was in the Sea Soul Realm. After all, the beastmasters were all recorded in the Sea Soul Realm roster. "No need, it's within the sphere of influence of the Snow Concubine Palace," Bai Shui responded. Qing Qiuya's eyes widened. "I guess wrong again. Luckily it was Xiao Yao who suggested it." I'm not the one who's embarrassed, ha ha ha. Li Yao nodded and continued to ask. Can you still find the direction? Bai Shui nodded and pointed in a direction. In the opposite direction of the Far East, it seems that Bai Shui really wants to go back to her hometown. Kinkia nodded and said, Thank you for your help, little demon. Li Yao nodded and extended his hand to the two fox girls. Kinkia put her hand on it first, followed by Bai Shui. In an instant, the figures of the three people disappeared in the wind. Space escape consumes soul power to quickly escape through space. The slowest speed is 20 million kilometers per hour. There is no upper limit on the fastest speed. The limit is always the amount of soul power consumed. Chapter 77 Returning Home. On the road. Sister Ye, I say you can go together, but you must listen to me. You are not allowed to run around, do anything rash, or use your strength casually. Bai Shui specifically reminded Qingqiuye. Okay, no problem, I'll listen to you. By the way, girl Shui, why do you only remind me? It's unfair. What about the little demon? Qingqiuye muttered dissatisfiedly. That's right, Sister Yao Yao. Keep a close eye on Sister Ye and don't let her do anything wrong. Bai Shui nodded and spoke to Li Yao. Humph. Kinkia pouted and made a cute sound. She was angry and decided to ignore Bai Shui for 3 minutes. After a while, Li Yao suddenly stopped using her skills. She frowned and said, There is a strong spatial fluctuation ahead. Bai Shui nodded and said, Looks like we've arrived. A beautiful girl, a handsome female deacon and an old ant came to the space fluctuation, which was a huge space wormhole. Li Yao frowned and asked, Space interlayer. Bai Shui, are you sure this is your hometown? The space interlayer is very unstable and requires the long-term stability of the space system. Seeing that the space wormhole in front of us is not small, it is estimated that the space interlayer is not small either. Although it is not very rigorous to judge the size of the space mezzanine by the size of the space wormhole, they are not engaged in academic research, so it is enough to have a general understanding. Why should they be so rigorous? Fortunately, the little demon followed us. Without the space-type beast, even a saint-level cultivator wouldn't dare to venture into the space interlayer. Qingqiuye said thankfully. A saint-level beastmaster wouldn't die easily, but without a space beastmaster, it would be easy for it to get lost in the space layer and find it difficult to find its way back. Don't worry. Although I don't know the reason, both this space wormhole and the space interlayer are extremely stable. Yu said that in order to affect the stability of this wormhole, at least an Imperial-level space beastman is needed. By the way, Yu is Yeye's first beastmaster, a space beastmaster, and it's the jade bracelet. Bai Shui explained to the two. Qingqiuye nodded, turned to look at Li Yao and asked, Can it be shaken? Li Yao activated her skill and tried it. The space wormhole suddenly vibrated. She nodded and responded. Indeed, if it weren't for the power, one would indeed have to reach the Imperial rank to have any effect on this wormhole. Furthermore, this spatial wormhole has a built-in solidity effect. If one wants to fully affect it, it would probably require an Imperial rank space beastmaster to use a spatial power. It seems that the little demons don't have any space-related powers. Never mind, let's go in first, go! Qingqiuye couldn't wait to arrange. Wait, Sister Yao Yao, can you hide us when we come out of the wormhole? Bai Shui seemed to remember something and asked Li Yao. Li Yao nodded and responded. No problem. Isn't Shui girl going back to her hometown? Why does she want to hide her whereabouts? Qingqiuye asked in confusion. That's a very long story, and I don't want to tell it to Sister Ye. Bai Shui stuck out her tongue at Qingqiuye and joked. Well, there's no love anymore, little demon. Girl Shui bullied me, wha? Kinkia covered her face with her hands and cried fakely. Bai Shui ignored Qingqiuye and walked into the space wormhole alone, ignoring the shouts behind her. Wait for me, Shui girl! Kinkia hurriedly followed. Li Yao also followed him in. Inside the wormhole, the rules of space are constantly flowing, like streams of light flowing into the distance. Bai Shui is standing not far away, as if waiting for the two companions. Li Yao sighed after touching the flowing light. Amazing! Such a fluid space flow without any turbulence. Even low-level beasts can pass through safely. Is there really no space-based beast to maintain stability here? The stability of this wormhole is even more stable than his space escape skill. Bai Shui was not surprised when she heard Li Yao's surprised words. Yu also said something similar when Yu came for the first time. She also didn't know whether there was a space-type beast maintaining it. If it was just a natural phenomenon, it would basically be impossible to generate such a stable space channel. But if it was really opened up by a space-type beast, what good would it do him? She couldn't figure it out, so she didn't respond to Li Yao. It's amazing! Why didn't the Geological Survey members report it? Kinkia asked curiously. Li Yao shook his head and replied, Of course it was reported, but no beastmaster would care. It's just a medium-sized wormhole. As long as no powerful beastmaster or beastmaster emerges from it, no one will care. The Geological Survey team will not risk entering the interspace. In this world, spatial interlayers are dangerous areas, and space-based beasts are rare. Even a forest as vast as the Snow Princess Palace doesn't possess many space-based beasts. Furthermore, there aren't many benefits within them, so no beast would voluntarily enter, unless they were low or mid-level beasts with less intelligence. Furthermore, space wormholes are often extremely unstable and disappear automatically after a few years, so no one pays attention to them. Shui girl, how many years has this wormhole existed? Kinkia came to Bai Shui and asked. Thousands of years! Bai Shui looked at her and responded. Qingqiuya frowned, thinking that the wormhole hadn't been taken seriously for thousands of years. It seemed that the members of the Snow Concubine Palace's geological exploration had also been slacking off. I'll have to bring this up with the palace master later. I'm the only one allowed to slack off in the Snow Concubine Palace. The master of the Snow Concubine Palace, Zhao. The three had not walked in the space wormhole for long when they saw light coming from the distance. They had arrived. Although the distance inside the space wormhole does not feel very far, it is a span between two spaces and cannot be measured simply by distance. Bai Shui looked at Li Yao. Li Yao nodded at her and came to the two of them. She activated her skills and hid their figures. The three beauties walked towards the light together. In an instant, they disappeared into the space wormhole and arrived above the Pacific Ocean. Various types of reconnaissance beasts are constantly flying over the Pacific Ocean. They are constantly circling near the space wormhole. Each reconnaissance aircraft has two flags on it, one of which is the flag of the Beastmaster Alliance, and the other is different, it is the flag of each country. When Yaya took them away, all the countries in the world knew that it was because of these reconnaissance aircraft and beasts. Qingqiuya frowned as she watched the reconnaissance beasts flying in the sky. Are they from the mechanical world? The mechanical realm had previously fought a large-scale war with the Eternal Winter Realm, so everyone in the Eternal Winter Realm was not very fond of these machines. After all, these iron lumps would not have much emotion even after becoming high-level beastmasters. They were extremely special beastmasters and basically only obeyed their creators. Only a few of them had emotions. Anyway, Kinkia hates these iron lumps. Bai Shui frowned and asked, The mechanical world? Bai Shui had never heard of such a world, so she asked Qingqiuya. Qingqiuya nodded and responded, It used to be connected to the Eternal Winter Realm, but after several large-scale battles, it was driven away and relocated. Can the big world be moved? Bai Shui's eyes were full of disbelief. Qingqiuya nodded and continued, Yes, it's more difficult, and it's basically impossible to move them all. The one-third that was destroyed by the mechanical realm was absorbed by the Eternal Winter Realm, expanding its area. Winning is good, isn't it? Bai Shui responded. Qingqiuya shook her head and responded, Shui girl, it seems you don't understand a lot of things. The big world won't remain static. It will expand over time. For example, the Everwinter Realm only uses about 30% of its area, and it's constantly shrinking. The Sea Soul Realm is even larger, and they only use less than 10% of its area. Large worlds are the most useless, as they can never be fully utilized. The most important thing is the beast tamers. Powerful beast tamers require more units to evolve, so that the world can be protected from invasion. Even the snow, fox, and dragon tribes, with their imperial bloodlines, have experienced examples of evolution failing. The more powerful the beast, the harder it is to reproduce. Liaoying toiled every day for hundreds of millions of years, trying every possible method, yet only 5 cubs were born. Qingqiuya didn't say that the old couple and her family had worked even longer and toiled, and even the healing beast tamers in the clan were too busy to handle it. Her mother only gave birth to them, a set of triplets, when she was young, and never got pregnant again. Bai Shui frowned. She didn't think evolution was that difficult. Since the revival of Blue Star's soul power, many beasts had evolved, awakened many beastmasters, and even mass-produced beasts. Is there any limitation in the big world, or? Bai Shui looked at the not-so-big planet in front of her. Is there something special about Blue Star? Forget it. Even if there is something special about it, is it something that a mere king-level beastmaster like her could care about? Chapter 78 The Great Wall of China. Bai Shui, where are we going now? Li Yao asked. Bai Shui thought about it and decided to go see Senior Changqing first, so she pointed in a direction and said, Let's go this way first. It's not far. It might be difficult to control using Sister Yao's skills, so let's just fly over there. Sister Yao, Sister Ya, you must control your breath. If it leaks out, it will cause panic. Li Yao nodded. Qingqiuya patted her plump breasts and said, Don't worry, I'm not sure who I am. I will definitely do what I promised. Soon they arrived at a continent. Because it was night, the lights of the coastal cities looked quite vibrant, completely different from the cities in the Eternal Winter Realm. Oh! Kinkia looked at the city with excitement. When they arrived at the coast, they were suddenly hit by a fragrance that reached the three beautiful girls. Li Yao didn't feel anything, but Qingqiuya took several deep breaths, looking intoxicated, and left sparks at the corners of her mouth. Li Yao stared at the corner of Kinkia's mouth and swallowed. The noise was heard by Qingqiuya, who was standing in front of him. She turned her head and said to Li Yao, What smells so good? Little Yao, your appetite has been aroused too, right? Li Yao heaved a sigh of relief, nodded, and took out a handkerchief from the space. He wiped the corners of Kinkia's mouth and said, It really smells good. After wiping, Li Yao put the handkerchief back into the space. Favorite +1. Shui girl, what on earth smells so good? Qingqiuya didn't care about what Li Yao did. They usually get along like this. It sounds like barbecue. Bai Shui sniffed the smell and responded as she looked at the white smoke rising over there. Barbecue, do you want to eat? A few little stars flashed in Kinkia's eyes. It's not her fault. Because the Everwinter realm is in a low-temperature environment all year round and there is very little vegetation, they usually only eat the products of plant-based beast taming. Or just plain barbecue, yes, without much seasoning, and the little seasoning is imported from the Sea Soul realm. Affected by the environment, everyone is striving to reach a higher realm. The Everwinter realm and the Sea Soul realm, where intelligent life has existed for so many years, have not yet researched as many cooking methods as the newly born spatial and interlayer cooking methods. Qingqiuya immediately flew over there. Wait, Sister Ya! Bai Shui called her. Kinkia turned around and looked at Bai Shui. You agreed to follow my instructions? You are not allowed to run around or do anything rash. Do you know what the currency here is? I believe Sister Ya doesn't want to rob and plunder in Bai Shui's hometown. Bai Shui questioned. Ga. The smile on Kinkia's face gradually disappeared, and she said aggrievedly, But it smells so good. Bai Shui looked at Qingqiuya like this and couldn't blame her too much, so she could only comfort her. Don't worry, I will go see one of my elders first, and ask him to arrange a guide to take you to eat. The guide knows where the food is delicious and what kind of food is delicious. Really? Then go quickly. Little stars rose in Kinkia's eyes again. After a while, at the foot of the Great Wall, Bai Shui released her royal aura. She has been promoted to the king level for a long time, and her aura has changed a lot compared to the high-level ones. In particular, she no longer has the aura of a beastmaster. I wonder if Senior Changqing can still recognize her. However, it doesn't matter if you can't recognize it. If a strange king-level beast appears around the Great Wall Senior will definitely come to see it. A few seconds after Bai Shui released her breath, a dark figure appeared in front of her. It was the soul of Senior Changqing. Senior Changqing! Bai Shui shouted excitedly. The dark figure shook violently. After a long silence, he asked, You, who are you? Senior Changqing, I am Bai Shui, Bai Shui said after turning back into her original form of a white fox. Bai Shui! So, Kid Mu is back, why doesn't he come to see me? Ming Chongqing's soul has no facial features, but one can hear a hint of surprise in his tone. Bai Shue's eyes suddenly dimmed. The Great Wall was captured in one go. Xiao Bai, is something wrong with that kid? Ming Chongqing asked. Senior Chongqing, this is a long story. Before that, can Xiao Bai trouble you with something? Bai Shui thought about it. This matter would probably take a long time to discuss. She was worried that Kinkia couldn't wait, so she planned to make arrangements for Kinkia first. Just say it, Ming Chongqing responded immediately. Chapter 79 Song Yuanyuan. Senior Chongqing, there are 2 friends who came back with me. Can you arrange your guide to take them to have fun in China? Bai Shui asked. Friend, can you trust me? Of course I can trust you, Senior Chongqing. The other world is truly vast. They haven't even explored their own world yet. Unlike us, they won't go to war for a tiny bit of land or resources. They will not start a war over a place that they call a crack in space, a place that is not even a world. Bai Shui patiently explained to Ming Chongqing that she knew that Senior Ming Chongqing had sacrificed a lot for China, and in order to protect the security of the country, he could only show himself as a soul. No one had ever seen what Chongqing looked like after transforming. Not only did she not know, even Ye didn't know, and perhaps the people of the whole country didn't know. Ming Chongqing nodded and responded. Since he's someone Xiao Bai trusts, I naturally trust him too. Alas, I never thought that the land we all fought so hard to protect would be so insignificant in the eyes of an alien. Senior Ming Chongqing, what we are fighting for is not only the country, but also the people and the lights of thousands of homes. Ming Chongqing's spirit power fluctuated violently before he replied. Indeed, I was confused after receiving some unbelievable news. I'll find someone to guide me right away. After Ming Chongqing finished speaking, his soul violently fluctuated and then disappeared. It seems that they went to look for the garrison on the Great Wall. After a while, Ming Chongqing's spirit returned to Bai Shui and said, I've arranged for him to come over. Yeah, Bai Shui nodded. A large eagle flew over from a distance, with a female beastmaster in casual clothes standing on its back. She must have just changed into them. The soldiers on duty on the Great Wall must all be wearing military uniforms. She quickly flew over to the 2 of them, retrieved the eagle, and saluted the Ming Great Wall. Report! Ming Chongqing nodded and said to Bai Shui, This is Song Yuanyuan, Xiao Song. I'm quite optimistic about her. If there's anything you need, just assign her to do it. She's quite smart. Song girl, this is Senior Bai, the king-level beastmaster. Song Yuanyuan looked at the fox-eared girl in front of her with a hint of surprise in her eyes. The girl in front of her could be said to be the most beautiful person she had ever seen, a beastmaster. Hello, Senior Bai. Song Yuanyuan greeted Bai Shui. Bai Shui nodded and responded. Don't be nervous. This isn't the military. I'll have to trouble you to take your 2 friends out to have fun in China. Don't take them to scenic spots or anything like that. Take them out for some good food, like desserts and milk tea. Ming Chongqing also nodded and said, Ask Shaoli to reimburse you for whatever you spent. Song Yuanyuan nodded. Bai Shui looked at Ming Chongqing and said, Senior Ming Chongqing, I'll take Song Yuanyuan there first and come find you later. Before Bai Shui came to find Ming Chongqing, she specifically asked the 2 to wait in a place and told them not to follow her or eavesdrop. Yeah. Ming Chongqing nodded in response. Bai Shui took Song Yuanyuan out of the Great Wall. Along the way, Bai Shui asked Song Yuanyuan some questions about the current situation. After all, she had not been back for about 1,000 years. After learning that China's situation was relatively good, she breathed a sigh of relief. One of Ye's biggest wishes was peace and prosperity for the country and the people. You don't have to be nervous. Those 2 are easy to talk to and won't make things difficult for you. They are both beast tamers from another world. You just need to take them to taste Chinese cuisine. Bai Shui patted Song Yuanyuan's shoulder and instructed. Beastmaster from another world. Although Song Yuanyuan was shocked for a moment, she nodded and responded. I understand, Senior Bai. While the 2 girls were still chatting, Kinkia saw Bai Shui and ran to the 2 girls in a hurry, holding Bai Shui's hand. Shui girl. It's over. I'll stay here as you said. Bai Shui looked at the old woman in front of her who was holding her hand and whose eyes seemed to express her intention to praise her. She sighed helplessly and said, Sister Ye, this is the guide I brought with me. You can just call her Xiao Song. She will take you out to play later. After Bai Shui finished speaking, she turned to Song Yuan, who was still in a daze, and said, Xiao Song, this is Qingqiu Ye. You can just call her Senior Ye or Senior Qingqiu. This is Li Yao. You can just call her Senior Li or Senior Yao. Song Yuan came back to her senses. She didn't expect to see two most beautiful women in the world in one day. She was stunned and only came back to her senses after Bai Shui called out to her. Song Yuan nodded and called out to the two of them. Senior Qingqiu, Senior Li, hello? Okay, thank you for your help, Xiao Song. King Kia stepped forward, took Xiao Song's hand, and continued to ask. Xiao Song, you know that barbecued food with the humming white smoke and the special aroma? Is it delicious? Qingqiu Ye licked her lips as she spoke. Senior Qingqiu, I'll take you there right now. Xiao Song was surprised by Qingqiu Ye's actions. She didn't expect that the stunning girl in front of her would actually hold her hand. She was so soft. Ahem, oh no, I almost got turned gay. Xiao Song kept thinking about her boyfriend's good points in her heart, and only then did she stop herself from getting turned gay. She is a family person. Let's go! King Kia took the lead and flew towards the nearby city. Li Yao watched and followed immediately. Song Yuan also quickly summoned the eagle. She was only a high-level beastmaster, and her use of soul power was very low. She could not fly out of thin air with the help of soul power. King Kia, who was at the front, suddenly stopped. She flew back and asked Bai Shui, Shui girl, aren't you leaving? Bai Shui nodded and said, You guys go ahead. I have something else to do. I'll come find you when I'm done. Qingqiu Ye frowned and asked softly, How about we wait until you're done and then go together? No, this may not be completed in a short time. You and Sister Yao should go first. Don't waste Xiao Song's kindness. Remember not to act rashly and embarrass Xiao Song. And don't let your aura out. The places you go to are gathering places for ordinary people, and they can't withstand your aura. Bai Shui warned with some concern. Qingqiu Ye patted her plump chest and promised, Don't worry, I will definitely not do anything rash at this moment. Bai Shui nodded and asked Song Yuan, Xiao Song, thank you for your help. Song Yuan shook her head and waved her hand in response. No trouble. It is my honor to work for Lord Changqing. Chapter 80 Night Market. After seeing the three off, Bai Shui returned to the foot of the Great Wall, where the soul of Senior Ming Changqing was waiting for her. Senior Changqing, I'm back. Well, welcome home. Xiao Bai Mu boy. There was a hint of sadness in Changqing's words. He had always believed that it was his fault that Mu Qingyue was forced to leave her hometown. If he had been able to extend the defense line a little longer, perhaps the Shuzhou's 7th Army would not have suffered such a heavy blow. The subsequent story would not have happened. Ye is still alive. We just had to separate temporarily. Senior Changqing, don't worry. I came back this time to see if Ye has come back. Bai Shui said, looking at the Milky Way in the sky. Can you tell me in detail? Ming Changqing asked. That's a long story, do you want to listen? Senior Ming Changqing has never been to the other world and does not understand the rules of the world. The beastmasters of the entire Blue Star are still experiencing a period of rapid development, and do not understand many things. They do not understand what power is, what sacred objects are, and what the other world competition is. It is indeed time to tell them that China will have to come into contact with the other world sooner or later, and having her lead the way might be a better choice. Yeah! Ming Changqing nodded in response. 2 beast tamers and 1 beast tamer came to the city. Song Yuan took them to a famous night market in the state. It is a place full of energy and bustling atmosphere, especially at night. As the sun sets, people start to gather in front of the night market stalls to enjoy delicious food, buy souvenirs or enjoy entertainment. The night market is filled with stalls filled with a wide variety of goods, from traditional snacks to modern tech gadgets. The aroma of food permeates the air, making your mouth water. Traditional favorites include skewers, fried chicken, candied haws, and glutinous rice dumplings, as well as modern favorites like ice cream, milk tea, and juices. Qingqiuya's stunning appearance attracted the attention of many boys and girls along the way, but she was wearing a gorgeous dress and was followed by two strong women who looked not to be trifled with, so no one had the courage to approach her and talk to her until now. Qingqiu took the lead and walked in front. She held a candied haws in her left hand and a grilled skewer in her mouth, with a happy look on her face. Li Yaoer took out a new handkerchief and walked forward to wipe Qingqiu's mouth. They had been shopping at the night market for almost 2 hours. When Qingqiu realized that the things in the night market were all cheap and buying anything would not affect Xiao Song, she couldn't stop at all. She ate 1 portion and packed up 10 to put in the Li Yao space. Qingqiu was now very glad that she had brought Xiao Yao with her. She packed up everything she found delicious. She packed up everything. Xiao Song, will this really not affect you? Li Yao said worriedly. Song Yuanyuan nodded and responded. Don't worry, Senior Li, these are just some cheap, ordinary food. Even if I pay for it all, I wouldn't feel bad about it, not to mention that all the expenses this time are reimbursed. Li Yao nodded, took out a jade bottle from the space and handed it to Song Yuanyuan, saying, Well, I can't let you work so hard for nothing. This is a bottle of healing beast product. It can recover most injuries of the Emperor level and also has the effect of restoring soul power. Take it. Song Yuanyuan quickly waved her hand and refused. Senior Li, no, it's too valuable. I can't accept it from you. I work for Lord Changqing and cannot accept such benefits. Imperial rank. Is the other world so powerful? Imperial rank items are given away as soon as they are given away. Even Lord Changqing is only at the high level of the king rank. Then take me to the person you mentioned. Li Yao thought for a moment, and forcefully thrust the jade bottle into Song Yuanyuan's hands. It wouldn't be difficult for her, it would just be fine after she delivered it. Well, okay then. Song Yuanyuan accepted it somewhat at a loss and put it carefully in her pocket. Senior Li. Li, can we talk about what the other world is like? Song Yuanyuan said cautiously. She didn't know if this was right, but it was indeed an opportunity to find out news about the other world. Li Yao looked at her in surprise and said, An alien world, to you, the eternal winter realm is indeed an alien world. What do you want to know? Song Yuanyuan's brain was working at high speed at the moment, trying to figure out how to ask the question without any problems. Ask the alien forces? No, that's too obvious. Asking about the geographical environment? No, the geographical location can also be considered as part of the military. Asking about strength? That's even worse, it's simply walking into a trap. Got it. Suddenly Song Yuanyuan seemed to have a flash of inspiration. Senior Bai seems to know Lord Changqing. How did Senior Li know Senior Bai? Song Yuanyuan asked. She's a resident here. Don't you know what's so strange about knowing someone from this world? As for how they met. Li Yao looked up at Qingqiu, who was frantically shopping in front of him, and said softly, A certain elder picked up a lost child and brought him home. A certain elder? Song Yuanyuan asked doubtfully. Look, the person in front of me is the elder of Xuefei Palace, and I am the deacon of Xuefei Palace. Li Yao responded. What's wrong? What's wrong? Little Yao, please eat something too. It's really good. Qingqiu came to Li Yao with a big bag of things and said. Li Yao took the thing from Qingqiu's hand, put it in the space and said, Xiao Song asked some questions. Well, I heard you say that Shui Yatu was a lost child. I'm going to tell her about it later. The saint-level beast controlling senses could do these things easily, so Li Yao didn't find it strange, but Song Yuanyuan was shocked. It was incredible that he could accurately capture whose voice was whose in such a chaotic and noisy night market. By the way, those disgusting men over there are so noisy. Can we kill them? Qingqiu said with disgust. Song Yuanyuan was shocked. If the person in front of her could accurately capture the conversation between her and Senior Li, then she would definitely be able to catch the dirty jokes of some low-quality people. Plus, the person in front of her was a stunning beauty, so she must have been mentioned by many people. Although this is just a trivial matter here and they are just talking about it, this is a beast from another world, so it is not surprising what she would do. Elder, you promised by Shui not to take action, Li Yao reminded. Humph, I was just talking. I can still do what I promised Miss Shui. Besides, they are just ordinary people, not beastmasters. How could I possibly attack them? Qingqiu complained dissatisfiedly, and stuffed the half-eaten candied haws into Li Yao's mouth. A hint of surprise flashed in Li Yao's eyes. No one noticed that there was such a good thing. Li Yao silently tasted the half-eaten candied haws that Qingqiuye had eaten. To be honest, it's really delicious. After hearing what Qingqiuye said, Song Yuanyuan's tense body gradually relaxed. I breathed a sigh of relief. Everything was okay, and looked at Li Yao with gratitude. What she didn't know was that Li Yao also heard those dirty words, and that her words probably didn't matter, but the target was Qingqiuye. She couldn't control herself and secretly performed delayed sterilization operations on those men who spoke foul language. She had to call them father-in-law after a week. Saving their lives was already the greatest blessing. Chapter 81 Choice. No problem. Bai Shui was asking Qingqiuye not to mess around. What does it have to do with her Li Yao? Xiao Song, do you want to visit the Eternal Winter Realm? Qingqiuye suddenly mentioned. Song Yuanyuan trembled slightly. Damn, has her little trick been discovered? What Song Yuanyuan didn't know was that the beautiful woman in front of her was not as young as she looked. She was a saint-level beastmaster who had lived for hundreds of millions of years. It is also a holy-level beast of the Snow Fox clan. Although the Snow Fox clan is famous for its beauty, its wisdom cannot be underestimated. The wisdom of the Snow Fox clan is comparable to that of the Think Tank Turtle clan. She can act dumb, but you shouldn't really treat others as fools. Unless she is in love. As we all know, love brain will reduce your intelligence. Song Yuanyuan said at a loss. Qingqiuye stepped forward, patted her shoulder, and said, Don't be nervous, Xiao Song. I understand how you feel. If you want to learn more about the Eternal Winter Realm, I can take you there. If you were prettier, I could even have you join our faction. Actually, you don't need to come here specifically to inquire about the news. Bai Shui will definitely tell you. I'm sorry. Song Yuanyuan lowered her head embarrassedly. Qingqiuye stepped forward, patted her head, and said soothingly, It's okay. It's normal to be prepared for danger in times of peace. It shows that you cherish your current life. But speaking of which, this space wormhole has been open for thousands of years, right? Hasn't any one of you gone to explore it? Yes, but no one has ever come back. Song Yuanyuan responded. Qingqiuye frowned. The Eternal Winter Realm is quite peaceful. How is it possible that no one has ever returned? I think the Eternal Winter Realm is quite peaceful. What's more, the space wormhole is within the scope of the Snow Princess Palace. It is generally impossible to kill other evolved units for no reason. Whether they will come back or not, you just don't know. Qingqiuye said after thinking for a while. It should be impossible. Every country outside the wormhole has reconnaissance aircraft for reconnaissance, but sending people there has only been 100 years. Song Yuanyuan replied. Why didn't you send one before? Internal strife. Qingqiuye was silent. She sighed and continued. Then they are probably fine. Judging from the situation in this space, the people they sent are probably high-level beastmasters or beast tamers. They are not speed-type people. They can't leave the area of Xuefei Palace for 100 years, let alone gather information. Song Yuanyuan nodded. This was good, at least it was good news. Xiao Song, the space interlayer is also a product of the Eternal Winter Realm. You are also a member of the Eternal Winter Realm. If you are willing, you can go to the Eternal Winter Realm. As a friend of Shui Yatu, I can provide you with some help, but I have a condition. Qingqiuye said slowly. Senior Qingqiuye, can I go? What are the conditions? Song Yuanyuan asked impatiently. That's the cooking method and ingredients of these foods. Qingqiuye seemed to have revealed her foxtail. So you said so much, and it shocked her, and this is all you ask? That's it. Is that all? Don't we need to sign any treaty? Song Yuanyuan asked in disbelief. Treaty? No need. You just need to provide what I said. Qingqiuye responded with her hands folded in front of her chest. Well, I'll give you two options. First, I will help you establish your power safely, and as for dividing the sphere of influence, you will do it on your own. Second, I will write you an internal recommendation letter to ensure that some of you will join a strong force. So, I'm going to go shopping to see if there's anything good to eat. Qingqiuye left after she finished speaking. She knew that the person in front of her could not make any decision and at most was just a messenger, so she left immediately because she had not enjoyed all the good things yet. Shwe girl, this time she did some troublesome things for you that she didn't like to do. Around the Great Wall. Really? Such a thing happened? You must have worked so hard. Sorry, there is no news from Mu Boy. Ming Changqing sighed after listening. Bai Shue quickly waved her hands and said, This isn't your fault, senior. I just came here to try my luck. Why don't you go to Shuzhou and find Li Jishui? Maybe he knows. The Black Shadow asked tentatively. No, I know Ye. If Ye becomes a child, the people he least wants to see are those two juniors and Nangong Yuehua. Bai Shue sighed while looking at the Milky Way in the sky. Indeed, just like what that kid did. Xiao Bai, do you think the starry sky in the other world wants to do the same? It's not quite the same. There's no moon in the eternal winter realm, or rather, there are countless moons. Yeah. Bai Shue looked at Ming Great Wall. She didn't quite understand. Maybe Senior Great Wall also wanted to see the distance occasionally. By the way, Xiao Bai, will you go back after you come back this time? Ming Changqing asked. Bai Shue nodded, her eyes filled with a hint of nostalgia and hope as she responded. Ye promised me that he would come find me. I will wait for him in the eternal winter realm, no matter how long it takes. Don't worry. He will definitely come to find you. He will. Chapter 82, Will you participate or not? Bai Shue stayed on Blue Star for a few days. She asked Li Yao for a few memory beads that recorded the scenery of the Sea Soul Realm and the Eternal Winter Realm, and gave them to Senior Ming Changqing. After Song Yuanyuan told the top leaders about the two choices given by Senior Qingqiu, they chose to establish their own power. Li Yao went to discuss the specific details with the Chinese top leaders. During this period, many people from other countries came to discuss together. Although no one knew what happened during the period, only a slight imperial level fluctuation was heard, which caused turmoil in the entire China and even the various forces on the entire Blue Star. Later, a small force emerged on the edge of the Xuefei Palace's sphere of influence. Qihai Palace, Palace Master Song Yuanyuan. After Bai Shue left with the advanced troops, Ming Changqing condensed his soul and stood on the Great Wall. He looked out at the Pacific Ocean in silence, as if he could see a wormhole in space above the Pacific Ocean. In the quiet environment, there is no other sound except the sound of the wind. You felt the fluctuation of the imperial rank before. Anyone who comes from the other world is an imperial rank. How can we protect the people of China if this goes on, Ming Changqing? Do you want to repeat such a tragedy? The hoarse voice reached Ming Changqing's ears. At least they are still friendly for now. No one was seen and no one knew where the voice came from, but Ming Changqing responded as if he already knew who the owner of the voice was. Ha ha ha, when did you become so naive? Putting your hopes on the kindness of others is ridiculous, ridiculous. Then tell me, what should I do? Ming Changqing roared. Accept me. Adapt to me. You will become stronger. Ha ha. Soon, the entire world could sense the presence of the imperial beast. The Great Wall of Ming, no! The Great Wall of China became the first imperial beast on Blue Planet. Time goes back to the present. Qiu Nanhua studied music with teacher Shin in Jilin Prefecture for half a year. He learned a little bit about various instruments, but the most important thing was the flute. Although he has just started to learn music, he has to return to Shu Prefecture. The school wants him back because the Beast Tamer fledgling competition in Jing Prefecture is about to officially start. In Shuzhou, Qiu Nanhua has returned to his private room. Yu, Qingqing, time flies. Qiu Nanhua sighed towards Chenling's Weiyu and Liuli Qingyu. Yeah, do you really want to go on stage to compete? What if you meet someone who knows you? The jade bracelet with the pendant jade floated to Qiu Nanhua's face and asked. Alas, what else can I do if I don't participate? You know, there are reconnaissance planes on this side of the space wormhole, and people from the Seven Seas Palace are stationed on the other side of the space wormhole. What else can I do if I don't follow the people from the Seven Seas Palace to the Eternal Winter Realm? Qiu Nanhua sighed and said helplessly. Why don't you go ask your apprentice for help? Shenling Zhuyu asked tentatively. No. It's too embarrassing. How can an apprentice be of higher rank than the master? No, absolutely not. Besides, Li Jishui has a family already. I'm not sure if he will help. Qiu Nanhua quickly refused. To be honest, Qiu Nanhua thought about asking his friends from his previous life and the Great Wall for help, but they basically would not leave China. He was too weak now. If he did not go to the other world with Kahadian, he might encounter danger on the way to find Bai Shui and die directly. Asking them for help in introducing the Seven Seas Palace might be a solution, but the Seven Seas Palace is not just a national organization of China, and the internal relations may be more complicated, so there may be some problems if you use connections to enter. It all comes down to one problem: he is too weak. It's difficult. Shenling Zhui, you didn't know what to do and flew back to Qiu Nanhua's wrist. Qiu Nanhua tentatively pulled out the broken flute from her sleeve and called out, Jean, Zizi, Cici, Didi! Help me! Despite Qiu Nanhua's continuous efforts, Jinxi's Zayudi remained the same, pretending to be a broken flute and ignoring him. No matter how he tried to please her, she remained indifferent. To be honest, Qiu Nanhua is a little sad. Please at least pay attention to him. The main reason why he begged her so much now was that Jinxi's Zayudi had a camouflage skill. Jade flute. Jinxi purple jade flute. Gender female. Beast taming rank, low king. Beast tamer type, item type / assist type. Beast taming skills. Effect addition, add special effects to wind music. Sound wave penetration, the music played with the Jinxi purple jade flute acts on the soul and cannot be blocked by physical means. Repertoire storage, automatically store the songs played by the performer, with a total storage of 100 songs and 100 songs remaining. Autoplay, the stored songs can be played without a player, but the effect is halved. Disguise, can disguise as any object to deceive beast tamers or beast tamers up to one level higher than your own. This ability can also be used on others. Skill, disguise, allows him to disguise himself as any object. He'll then have Jinxi Zayudi disguise Shenling Zhui Yu and Liu Li Qin Yu. Then, he'll give up wearing Hanfu. Who would recognize him? Even if someone did recognize him, they'd probably just think he looked similar. After all, the beasts he controlled were all different. Moreover, the camouflage skill of Jinxi Purple Jade Flute is to deceive beast tamers or beastmasters whose own level is no more than one level. What is the concept? First level, not level 1. The current Jinxi Purple Jade Flute is at the lower level of the king level, which means that she can deceive all beast tamers and beast tamers below the emperor level. Of course, this may not be the case if there is a beast tamer with detective skills. But these are not problems. Only bone age is measured for admission. Although bone age can be changed at will after reaching the king level, no king level will do so. The youngest king level is thousands of years old. Bullying a high-level beastmaster in his 20s is extremely embarrassing. You said he is not a king level? Bullshit. Which eye of yours saw that Qiu Nanhua is a king level? Whether it is the fluctuation of soul power or the level of body, he is a high-level, low-level beastmaster who was promoted just half a year ago. The beastmaster he was fighting against was only high-level at best. He didn't believe that the insight skills of a high-level beastmaster could see through the disguise of Jinxi Zayudi. Besides, even if he could see through Jinxi Zayudi's disguise, what's the use? He is the only one who can see through it, not the audience on the stage. The only problem now was that Jinxi Zayudi was unwilling to help him, or even to pay any attention to him. There were only 3 days left before leaving for Jingzhou, and even the rankings had already been determined. That's why Qiu Nanhua was so panicked. If there was no other choice, he could only skip the competition. Otherwise he, a king-level beastmaster, even though he was only at the high level now, was an old man from 10,000 years ago, going to bully a young man who had just turned 20. It would be so ugly if that got out. Qiu Nanhua couldn't accept it. When you meet an acquaintance, you can taunt them. Hey, isn't this Mu Qingwei, the girl over 10,000 years old who beat up a 20-year-old kid? Isn't this just bullying the kids? No, Qiu Nanhua shuddered. It was terrifying just to think about it. He had to find a way. He took out his phone, opened the contact list, and found the contact with the note, Teacher Shin. Qiu Nanhua, is Teacher Shin here? After sending the message, Qiu Nanhua threw the phone aside and continued to plead with Jinxi Zayudi. Within 2 or 3 minutes. Ding dong, my phone rang. It was Teacher Shin replying. Teacher Shin. Yes, Chionanwe, what's up? Do you want to come back for the lesson? Chionanwe. No, I'll see how things go after the game. Teacher Shin. Okay, what can I do for classmate Chionanwe? Chionanwe. What should I do if that beastmaster has been ignoring me? Teacher Shin. Is that the instrument type beast? She never pays any attention to you. Chionanwe. Yes, he ignored me. Teacher Shin. This. Chionanwe is really confident. Most beast tamers would look for some promising beast taming strategies. At least that way they would have some hope. But this person never paid any attention to them. There was actually someone who tried to use the strategy, and even studied music from her for half a year. She also said that she would come to study again if she had the chance. This was her first time encountering this. Jinling Tianyin Pavilion had so many instrument-type beastmasters, but she'd never seen a beastmaster specifically target an instrument-type beastmaster who ignored her. Could this be the confidence of a handsome guy? Teacher Shin. How about you try a different one? We have a lot of musical instrument-type beasts in Tianyin Pavilion. If you join Tianyin Pavilion, you can choose from all of them for free. Chionanwe, no, I just like her. This is a king-level beast. Your Tianyin Pavilion is just a small force. How powerful can the beast be? Besides, after making so much effort, you still have to give up. Isn't it sad? The most important thing is that if he wants to compete on stage, he can't do without the Jinsei purple jade flute. Teacher Shin. Is that so? Why don't you try to promise her? Promise? Chionanwe thought about it. Was it the same promise he made to his girlfriend before? Will this work? Well, it's worth a try. Think about what kind of promises you should make to your instrument. Chapter 83. Take one step at a time. Chionanwe stared at Jinsei Zayuri for a long time, thinking about how to make a better promise. After racking his brains, he decided to give up. Perhaps the king-level beastmaster before her was an old, naive old antique, uninformed by society's dangers and untouched by PUA. Perhaps she was simply a socially anxious girl. The thought of deceiving her with false promises pierced Chionanwe's conscience. Yu Qing, do you think there is a possibility that she was just asleep? Chionanwe tried to make a bold guess. This is unlikely. He slept for such a long time and was frequently moved. Even if he slept soundly, he should have woken up. Shinling's Wei felt that Chionanwe had made a stupid guess and retorted. I think it's possible. You see, these antiques have been buried underground for a long time and are accustomed to long sleep. Perhaps they retained this habit after awakening and becoming beast tamers. After being dug out, they didn't want to be disturbed, so they disguised themselves and continued to sleep. Chionanwe touched his chin and said wisely, I'm not sure about that. Qing and I are not burial objects. We have never been buried underground, and we don't know any friends like this. Shinling Zhuyu thought about it, and felt that it made some sense, so he agreed. After all, the world is big, and there are all kinds of beasts. Qing, what do you think? Chionanwe asked the jade hairpin on her head. It's normal to ignore Yaya, but ignoring me and Yu, who are of the same type, is indeed a bit unusual. Maybe there is a possibility, as Yaya said. Besides, ignoring us and not leaving is also very strange. Liu Qingyu tried to analyze it and responded. Why don't we try to wake her up? Chionanwe asked tentatively. Wait, Yaya, have you ever considered that she has been awake the whole time and will laugh at us after hearing our conversation? Shinling Zhuyu seemed to remember something and reminded. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I should have used my mind to communicate. Never mind, just be a clown. As long as he's thick-skinned enough, she'll be the one embarrassed. Jinsei purple jade flute, Jinsei purple jade flute, wake up! Chionanwe put the piccolo on the bed and called softly. After a while, she didn't respond. A little quieter? He continued shouting, his voice rising. Jinsei purple jade flute, Jinsei purple jade flute, wake up! The sun is shining on your butt. Still no response. Yeah, do you think there is a possibility that she has blocked her hearing? If she really fell asleep, she could sleep so soundly with you holding her. I guess all 5 senses are almost blocked. Liu Qingyu analyzed rationally. No way. Relying solely on soul power to sense crisis. This is too lacking in crisis awareness. Chionanwe said in shock after a moment of silence. It's possible. According to Ye's guess, it was just dug out of the soil and has not experienced the era of chaos and war. China is much more peaceful now than before. Liu Liqingyu responded. TSK, then what? Should I find a king-level person to use his power to scare her? If she is really sleeping, that would be too immoral. I won't do it. Qiu Nanhua shook her head and refused. Tisk, no need. There's no need to look for a king-level beast. I'll disturb the space turbulence, throw her in, and wake her up immediately. Shenling Zhuyu said the terrifying words. Qiu Nanhua and Liu Liqingyu couldn't help but shiver. It seems he's been spending too much time on music lately, and that's made Yu jealous. They both know Qiu Nanhua got into music just to win over Dizzy, the seemingly indifferent person. Yu is a jealous girl, but she can accept my search for other beast tamers because she knows that his life always comes first. In this chaotic world, the more beasts a beast tamer has, the safer he will be. The reason why Shenling Zhuyu was angry was probably because this jade flute was so aloof. It completely ignored Qiu Nanhua and them. It hadn't been like this when they were trying to capture Liu Liqingyu. It was just a little cold towards Qiu Nanhua. Liu Liqingyu was quite enthusiastic towards Shenling Zhuyu at that time. After all, they were both old antiques who had become spirits. Later, as they became more familiar with each other, Liu Liqingyu became less polite to Shenling Zhuyu, but their relationship was still very good. Ahem, let's try another method. Qiu Nanhua coughed twice. Humph, then you think about it yourself. Shenling Zhuyu muttered a few words in dissatisfaction. Alas, if it really doesn't work, you have to bear with it. You won't die anyway. You should go find your apprentice, or ask Senior Changqing for help. Let's not compete. Yuji Liu Liqingyu said with a sigh. What are you talking about? Isn't social death the same as death? Besides, can they help until they find Bai Shui? Ultimately, they are still too weak. Forget it. Maybe when they get to the competition venue, there will be so many king-level beasts watching the game, and they will definitely release their aura. If Jinsei Zayuri is really asleep, he will definitely be awakened. Then we will see whether Jinsei Zayuri will help him. Chapter 84. The dead red storm suddenly attacked me. Before he knew it, it was already the day before the competition. Qiu Nanhua got up early today. He did not wear Hanfu today, but instead wore short-sleeved shirts and long pants. He bought some short-sleeved shirts and long pants yesterday to change his image. He no longer wore the jade bracelet on his wrist. Instead, he hid Shenling Zhuyu under his arm under his short sleeves and just changed the size. This was very simple for her, but it was a little tight. It seemed that Shenling Zhuyu was still angry with him. The glazed jade didn't let her keep it on top of her head, causing Qiu Nanhua's hair to fall casually on her shoulders, while the glazed jade was hung on her chest, pretending to be a necklace. Although it was a bit long, it was okay, hidden under her short sleeves. No problem. Yu Qing, I'm sorry! I've wronged you! Qiu Nanhua was walking on the way to school. It was still early, and the gathering was at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So he planned to look at the scenery along the road and comfort his two little cuties. After all, this was Qiu Nanhua's first time, so he planned to hide his two little cuties. Although they will definitely understand Qiu Nanhua. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay. The two little cuties responded to him separately. The breeze blew through Qiu Nanhua's long hair. Although it was a bit hot, it was already July after all, and hot weather was normal. However, Liu Liqingyu immediately used her skills to protect Qiu Nanhua from the dust blown by the wind and the hot weather. Qiu Nanhua walked along the main road, attracting everyone's attention. There was nothing he could do about it, because he was such a handsome guy. Thinking of this, Qiu Nanhua couldn't help but smile. Crunch, crunch. A brief sound of sudden braking reached Qiu Nanhua's ears. Qiu Nanhua looked towards the road and saw a sports car. It had no panel but a driver. It was just an ordinary sports car. Sitting in the driver's seat was an ordinary man in red clothes and dyed red hair. He was about 30 years old. Red Storm. I can't believe that the internet celebrity outfit from long ago can be seen today, more than 10,000 years later. How come it has become popular again? Sure. The Red Storm in the cab winked at Qiu Nanhua seductively, pouted his lips, and blew an unpleasant whistle. Qiu Nanhua was so upset that she thought, "Are you sick? If you can't blow it, don't blow it. He thought you were guiding the baby to pee. Swish swish, beauty, do you want to add my contact information? Red Storm spoke. I was shocked as soon as he opened his mouth. He thought there was no one else around. No way. Chio Nanwa pointed at me in disbelief, and then saw Red Storm in the sports car nodded. Speechless. Even though his hair is very long now, you wouldn't mistake him for a girl. Adam's apple, can't you see the Adam's apple? Fuck. Chio Nanwa exuded a faint high-level aura. Red Storm shuddered as soon as he felt it, banging his head against the steering wheel repeatedly, apologizing repeatedly. I'm sorry, Master Beastmaster. Although the current laws are very protective of ordinary people, and current beastmasters dare not oppress the people at will, they will not allow ordinary people to do whatever they want. Ordinary people who disrespect beastmasters will be sent to jail. This is mainly to protect ordinary people. No one knows what those bully beastmasters will do if they blindly protect ordinary people. After all, some people are really foul-mouthed, and some keyboard warriors are really disgusting. Using lighter punishments to calm their anger can be considered a kind of protection for them. Think about what Red Storm did just now. To put it mildly, it was just flirting. To put it seriously, isn't it pure hooliganism, or is it just an ordinary person being a hooligan to a beastmaster that's a complete mess? Get out! Chio Nanwa roared. I'm so angry at him. He's so blind. Red Storm was stunned when he heard Chio Nanwa's male voice. Get out of here! Get out now! Get out now! Red Storm quickly got in the car and left. Before leaving, he could be heard mumbling to himself. How is it possible? How is it possible? How is it possible? Fortunately, I wasn't too stupid and didn't actually get out of the car and run away. Ha ha ha, Miss Yaya, can you add my contact information? It's better not to add my contact information and just marry me. Miss Yaya! Shenling Zhiyu laughed. Chio Nanwa's face was full of black lines. There was nothing he could do. Being laughed at by his own baby, what else could he do? Of course he had to endure it. He had a hunch that it would not be easy for Liu Qingyu to hold back his laughter. Time passed gradually amidst the laughter of Shenling Zhiyu. Chio Nanwa had finished her meal and arrived at the east gate of the school. Because it was Sunday, there were few people around the school. There was only a bus parked at the school gate. 1:30 was not too late, and it could even be said that she arrived early. The school leaders and 10 classmates didn't come. So you're leaving the bus with only one beastmaster waiting? That's too much. Even though it's only a mid-level beastmaster, it has feelings too. You're all resting at home, leaving it alone in the sun. That's too much. Chapter 85. Yeah, why not try wearing women's clothes? Under the scorching sun, a lonely bus was parked at the school gate. Although it looks pitiful, it is only an appearance. This amount of sun cannot cause trouble to ordinary low-level beasts, let alone mid-level beasts, unless they are aquatic beasts. Chio Nanwa came to the side of the bus, and Shenling Zhiyu used his skills to create a space wall behind Chio Nanwa so that he could lean on it. Chio Nanwa took out the otaku happy water from the space, opened it, and took a sip. It's refreshing to drink it iced. Chio Nanwa took out her cell phone from her pocket, intending to watch videos while waiting. Before I had watched 2 videos, I heard shouting from afar. Brother! Chio Nanwa looked in the direction of the shouting and saw a blue-haired girl and a giant, and Lu Jiajia. Li Yingying was still wearing a denim jacket, while Lu Jiajia was wearing a short-sleeved shirt. The two of them ran to Chio Nanwa in a hurry. Li Yingying patted Chio Nanwa's shoulder and said loudly, Brother, long time no see. Lu Jiajia also took the initiative to wave to Chio Nanwa and said, Classmate Chio Nanwa, long time no see. Chio Nanwa looked at Lu Jiajia and felt that she seemed to have changed. She couldn't tell exactly where, but she just had a vague feeling. Li Yingying, Lu Jiajia, long time no see. You came quite early, Chio Nanwa responded. It's not early, it's not early. It's already 1:50 and it's only 10 minutes before the gathering time, Li Yingying retorted. Chio Nanwa frowned. Wasn't it just 1:30? 20 minutes had already passed. Just 2 short videos, and 20 minutes had already gone by. Short videos are harmful. They love to suck up other people's time. Well, it's indeed late, Chio Nanwa responded. Brother, how long have you been here? Li Yingying asked. I just got here not long ago. After all, 20 minutes is not a long time, just the time for 2 videos. Li Yingying carefully circled around Qiu Nanwei, nodding and shaking her head from time to time. Finally, she walked to the front of Qiu Nanwei, placed her hand on his shoulder, and said earnestly, Brother, do you have the desire to wear women's clothes? I have several rooms full of clothes at home. You can choose whatever you want. Qiu Nanwei was speechless. She had almost forgotten about the red storm when she first arrived, and now you're mentioning women's clothing. Didn't he just change into a short-sleeved shirt instead of Hanfu? It was just a white short-sleeved shirt. Was that necessary? What do you mean? Qiu Nanwei asked. Li Yingying shook her head and explained. Look at you. You're not wearing Hanfu, but a short-sleeved shirt. Doesn't this show off your fair skin and slender limbs? Add to that your beautiful long, straight black hair, and you're like a comic book girlfriend come to life. Wouldn't it be a shame not to let you wear women's clothes? Qiu Nanwei thought about putting her hair up. But she didn't have a headband. Even if she had one, it wouldn't work. After all, that was Qingqing's place. If a headband took it, it would make her uncomfortable. No, I don't have that hobby. Qiu Nanwei refused firmly. Oh, what a pity, such beautiful hair, Li Yingying said with regret. Qiu Nanwei was speechless. The shoulder width and proportions were different, and there was also the Adam's apple. How could it possibly fit? Besides, why would he wear that? Unless his contracted beastmaster wanted to see it, there was no way. While Qiu Nanwei was chatting with the 2 girls, several classmates who were admitted by recommendation came to the bus one after another. There were 13 of them, 3 more than before. It seemed that someone was trying to get on the list. Chapter 86 Departure to Jingzhou. After they arrived one after another, 2 of them kept staring at Qiu Nanwei. I remember one of them, his name seemed to be Tyrannosaurus. He scared everyone to death the first time they saw him. Qiu Nanwei was deeply impressed by him. Qiu Nanwei didn't know the other person, but from the way he glanced at the 2 women in front of him from time to time, she could tell that he must know the 2 of them. He couldn't be the pursuer of one of them. Adolescents love to be jealous, but fortunately, he didn't come up and say anything harsh. This is what is written in novels. Fortunately, I didn't encounter it, otherwise it would be very troublesome. Is anyone trying to make the list? Qiu Nanwei looked at Li Yingying beside her and asked. Li Yingying nodded slightly and responded. Tyrannosaurus, Wan Yaming, and Zhao Jiayu. Tyrannosaurus and Wan Yaming have the recommended admission spots. Big brother, don't you know? Didn't we create a group? Aren't groups just for receiving messages but not notifications? I haven't checked it. I haven't read the group message, Qiu Nanwei responded. I knew that Big Brother wouldn't pay attention to group messages. Fortunately, I had foresight and sent you a message to remind you to gather today, Li Yingying said with a gentle smile. How rude. He still knew about the assembly today, even though it was the head teacher who called to inform him. Qiu Nanwei muttered silently in her heart. Thank you so much, Qiu Nanwei responded. Hee, you're welcome, Li Yingying responded. Why don't you go and grab a spot on the list? It's easy to grab a spot with your strength as a high-level beastmaster, Qiu Nanwei asked. Hee, as expected, I still can't hide it from Big Brother. This is just hiding my shortcomings. The goal is to shine in the finals. It's just a qualifying round. Exposing my own strength will not be worth it, Li Yingying responded, touching her head embarrassedly. The contract was signed so soon? Qiu Nanwei thought for a while and asked. Li Yingying nodded in response. As expected of the 2nd generation of the royal family, he was able to find a beast-taming contract with a high favorability level just after advancing to a high level. She is worthy of being the little princess of Shuzhou Water Conservancy Bureau. It is estimated that the beast-taming members of the Water Conservancy Bureau have a good impression of the little princess in front of them. Thinking of this, Qiu Nanwei looked at the broken flute in his hand and became angry. Why? After a while, the school leaders came with their groups. First, the people with the lowest status gathered and counted the number of people, and found that everyone was present. Then Yi Yu, the director of the Academic Affairs Office of the Mediterranean Uncle School, came to them with a manuscript and gave us some encouragement. It was PUA, and it was annoying to listen to. Finally, Principal Wan Yugui spoke. Classmates, you are all the elites of our school. Vice Principal Li Yun will lead your team in this competition. The principal has no other requirements, only that you do not weaken the reputation of Shuzhou. I will be waiting for your triumphant return at school. One of the young women, still quite charming, boarded the bus and leaned out of the window, shouting, What are you doing? Get on the bus! Everyone got on the bus, including Vice Principal Li Yun, who was accompanied by a teacher. After getting on the bus, Jiao Nanhua walked straight to the last row and sat by the window on the right. Li Yingying and Lu Jiajia sat in the row in front of him. When he thought he could sit alone, suddenly a boy in a suit and gold-rimmed glasses came in, looking very literary. He sat down directly next to Jiao Nanhua. He was the one who glared at Jiao Nanhua before. Jiao Nanhua frowned. What? No way, she would really be caught up in the storm of jealousy during adolescence. Wan Yaming, what are you doing? A burst of questioning came from the front, and it was Li Yingying who spoke. What? You won't let me sit in the empty seat? The pretentious boy pushed his glasses and asked. Li Yingying was speechless. He looked at Wan Yangming and said viciously, You'd better not do anything unnecessary. Not to mention my eldest brother, I won't let you go. Puchi, big brother, this young Master Qingyu? I didn't expect that you, Li Yingying, would recognize someone younger than you as your big brother. Wan Yangming laughed. Oh, just laugh. Wan Yangming, you'd better pray you don't run into me in the ring, or I'll beat you so badly that even your parents won't recognize you. No, I will give up when I meet you, Wan Yangming said shamelessly. TSK, such a fucking coward. This isn't cowardice, this is assessing the situation. Tisk. Li Yingying smacked her lips in dissatisfaction. Beep beep, the bus is leaving, heading for Jingzhou. Vice Principal Li Yun waved to the principal and the others, saying, Don't worry. I'll bring the children back safely. Xiao Nanhua ignored the quarrel between the two, but asked Shenling's Wuyu to open a space wall next to him to isolate Wan Yangming, and then look directly at the scenery outside the window. The three of them should solve their emotional problems by themselves. As long as it doesn't affect Xiao Nanhua, that's enough. Chapter 87, Vidasoy International Hotel. Ding, classmates, we're here at the Vidasoy International Hotel. Fortunately, the man next to him, Wang Ming, did not harass him. Perhaps because he was staring at the scenery outside the window, Wang Ming was too embarrassed to talk to him. At least he didn't bother him. A mechanical sound came from the car. Vidasoy International Hotel is the residence allocated by Jingzhou to the contestants from Shuzhou. 1,000 contestants from Shuzhou live here. According to past experience, large hotels like the Vidasoy International Hotel can accommodate about 3,000 to 4,000 people. So there should be contestants from more than one state, and taking all factors into consideration, there will be no contestants from other countries. Students, gather and get off the bus! Another teacher besides the vice principal shouted loudly. Jiao Nanhua knew that this teacher was here to do chores. After all, the vice principal was in a high position and would not do everything himself, so a teacher was arranged to do the chores. Look, Vice Principal Li Yun was still lying on the chair, wearing an eye mask and resting well. I guess he had been sleeping for a long time. They followed the teacher out of the car. Jiao Nanhua turned around and glanced at the vice principal. She found that Li Yingying was standing next to Vice Principal Li Yun, lowering her head and whispering something to her. Relatives? They all have the surname Li, which is normal. However, this was the first time I knew that Li Jishui had other living relatives besides his sister. After getting off the bus, what came into view was the pitch-black parking lot below. They followed the teacher to the elevator entrance. Soon, Vice Principals Li Yun and Li Yingying also followed. The leading teacher announced loudly, Students, after we have arranged your rooms, you can move freely. Everyone nodded in agreement. Judging from their eyes, perhaps they hadn't been to Jingzhou for a long time and wanted to have a good time in Jingzhou. Everyone followed the teacher into the elevator and pressed the first floor button. After arriving on the first floor, the teacher turned to the students and said loudly, Please wait here for a moment. I will go to the front desk to get your room cards. After saying that, he walked towards the front desk alone. Vice Principal Li Yun found a sofa and sat down, and everyone followed suit. At this moment, the front desk in the lobby was very busy. Among the 5 front desk staff, 3 were constantly typing on their computers, and the other 2 were running back and forth with various documents. The front desk was crowded with a group of people, all of whom were there to register and get their room cards. The teacher came to the front desk alone and lined up for about half an hour. Then the teacher came to them with a dozen small cards. He first signaled Vice Principal Li Yun with his eyes, and when Li Yun nodded, he said, "Students, come up and get your room cards." After everyone lined up next to the teacher distributed the information to everyone and continued, "We've been assigned to the 3rd building, 4th floor. If you can't find it, you can ask the security guard. Okay, everyone, feel free to move around. Remember to meet downstairs at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning," etc. Vice Principal Li Yun spoke. "There is no need to gather tomorrow morning. Stay in your room after 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Teacher Lin will come to you directly. Does Teacher Lin remember everyone's room number?" Vice Principal Li Yun instructed. Teacher Lin nodded and responded, "They're all on the same floor, and the rooms are next to each other, so there's no problem. With so many people in one building, it might be difficult to gather downstairs tomorrow, so let Teacher Lin do the hard work and knock on doors one by one." "That's good. Classmates, do you have any questions? If not, we're dismissed." After everyone shook their heads, Vice Principal Li Yun continued, "Disband." After the order was given, everyone found their own groups and traveled together. Of course, there were also those who did not fit in, such as Tyrannosaurus and Xiao Nanhue. "Big brother!" A shout interrupted Xiao Nanhue's thoughts. "Well, it's not him, Xiao Nanhue." Li Yingying and Lu Jiejie came to Xiao Nanhue's side. "Brother, where are we going to play?" Li Yingying asked. "I say, the competition is tomorrow. Don't you care about who your competitors are?" Xiao Nanhue responded. Hee, it's the same, even if you understand it. If we can't win, we can't win. Besides, our main competitors are the other 4 major countries. There is very little information on Wanduqianka. Instead of worrying so much, we might as well have fun in Jingzhou," Li Yingying explained with a smile. "You see it clearly." Xiao Nanhue nodded in response. It was indeed as she said, there was very little information about talented beastmasters from abroad on the internet. Let's go. Li Yingying stepped forward and took Xiao Nanhue's arm, then left the hotel lobby with Lu Jiejie. Vice Principal Li Yun stared at the backs of the 3 people leaving and fell into deep thought. Could this be? Yingying is in love. Chapter 88. Yingying is in love? Beep 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 beep. Vice Principal Li Yun saw the situation, paced back and forth, scratched his head, and finally took out his cell phone and dialed the number marked as his cousin's. She and Li Jishui are relatives, but very distant relatives. Moreover, she is of the same generation as Li Yingying, although she is 2,000 or 3,000 years older than Li Yingying. When I think of her centuries-old son, who respectfully called the teenage Li Yingying cousin, I want to laugh. "Hello, Xiaoyun, what's going on?" A male voice on the phone interrupted Li Yun's thoughts. Uncle, I have a situation and I don't know whether I should tell you." Li Yun put the phone to his ear and responded. "Xiaoyun, you're still being secretive with your uncle. Just speak boldly." "Then I'll tell you." Vice Principal Li Yun paused for a moment, as if organizing his words. "I just saw Yingying holding a boy's hand. Is she in love?" Li Yun asked. "What?" Kacha beep beep. Hang up? Weird. At the same time, in the office of the director of Shuzhou Water Conservancy Bureau. Although today is Sunday, not all staff of the Water Conservancy Bureau will have a day off. Some people will stay on duty, and Li Jishui is one of them. Li Jishui was sitting in his office chair and took a document handed to him by a member of the Water Conservancy Bureau next to him. Snowflakes are flying, the north wind is howling. Li Jishui put down the documents and took out his mobile phone from the drawer. When he saw that the phone showed that it was Li Yun calling, he turned to the member of the Water Conservancy Bureau next to him and said, "Wait a moment, I have a call." After saying that, he picked up the phone without waiting for the man to respond. "Hello, Xiaoyun, what's going on?" "What?" Crack. Li Jishui seemed to have heard bad news. He looked incredulous, and his body trembled slightly. Snap, very quickly. Black smoke began to come out of the phone in Li Jishui's hand. In extreme excitement, he crushed his cell phone. This scared the member of the Water Conservancy Bureau next to him. He knew that the problem would not be solved for a while, so he picked up the documents on the table and quietly left the office. Just give it to the deputy director for signature and approval. Inside the office, Li Jishui threw the phone to the ground and cursed. Damn, broken phone! Li Jishui paced back and forth nervously. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the dedicated phone on the desk, so he walked to the desk, picked up the dedicated phone and prepared to call Li Yunshu. What's the Yun's phone number? Damn, it's useless. Li Jishui only remembers his wife and daughter's phone numbers. He doesn't even remember his sister's phone number. How could he possibly remember Li Yun's phone number? There was no other way, so Li Jishui had to call his wife Lin Yu. Hello, director, what can I do for you? A gentle female voice came from the dedicated line. Wife, it's not good, it's not good, Li Jishui shouted loudly. Director Li, please do not try to make connections during work. Please arrange work matters directly. No, it's not about work, Li Jishui responded stutteringly. It's not about work, why are you calling me using the dedicated line? Li Jishui, you've finally got Alzheimer's. Bursts of scolding came from the phone. But my personal phone is broken. There's nothing I can do. This matter is really important, Li Jishui explained. Okay, what's up? Ying seems to be in love, Li Jishui said. There was no sound coming from the phone, and it fell into silence. That's it, Li Jishui. I think you're really crazy. I have half an hour left before I get off work, and you insist on calling me on the dedicated line. After get off work, wait at the door and see how I deal with you. Beep beep beep. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Li Jishui suddenly collapsed in his office chair. It's over. I acted impulsively and didn't think it through. Chapter 89, Henchman? At the gate of Shuzhou Water Conservancy Bureau, Director Li Jishui was pacing back and forth anxiously. Hello, Director! Members of the Water Conservancy Bureau who were off work kept greeting him. Ah, hello? Li Jishui responded after he came to his senses. What's wrong with the director? He seems nervous and uneasy. Members of the Water Conservancy Bureau who had just finished get off work and were going home together exchanged views. Hey, you don't even know this, you must be new here. Our boss must have done something stupid and got scolded by Sister Lin, so he's waiting for Sister Lin nervously. The old senior from the Water Conservancy Bureau next to him talked freely. Sorry, who is Sister Lin? The person who had just asked was embarrassed to ask again. Damn, you didn't come just this month? You don't even recognize the Finance Department Director Lin Yu. The old member of the Water Conservancy Bureau responded in disbelief. No, I'm not a member of the Water Conservancy Bureau yet. I just came for the interview yesterday and have been on probation these few days. The member of the Water Conservancy Bureau who just asked the question responded. No wonder the director of the Finance Department, Lin Yu, and our director are husband and wife. Let me tell you a secret, don't tell anyone else. Don't worry, I'm very tight-lipped. Although our director is a king-level beastmaster, he's a henpecked man and is particularly afraid of his wife. Real? Really, would I lie to you? Incredible! Li Jishui stared at the departing members of the Water Conservancy Bureau and thought viciously in his heart, damn it, Xiao Lu, you actually dared to plot against me in private. Next time I'll give you more things to do. Just when Li Jishui was thinking about what tasks to assign to Xiao Lu, a roar interrupted his thoughts. Li Jishui! Lin Yu walked out of the gate quickly, grabbed Li Jishui's ears, and yelled loudly. Please spare me, my wife. We are still outside. Give me some face. Li Jishui bent over, lowered his head and kept begging for mercy. Lin Yu looked at the members of the Water Conservancy Bureau who had just finished get off work, snorted coldly, let go of the hand that was grabbing Li Jishui's ear, and scolded. Humph, I'll deal with you when I get home. After saying that, he walked forward. Why don't you catch up quickly? What are you standing there for? Not seeing Li Jishui catch up, Lin Yu turned around and shouted. Coming, waiting for my wife. Li Jishui hurried to catch up. In the living room of the Li family villa, Lin Yu was sitting on the sofa in a bathrobe, with her legs crossed and a bottle of milk in her hand. She had been working all day and took a shower when she got home. Li Jishui knelt respectfully in front of Lin Yu, and when he came back, he knelt there respectfully waiting. "Tell me, what's going on? I couldn't wait for you for half an hour and had to call me on the dedicated line." Li Yu put the milk in his hand on the coffee table and asked. "Li Yun called me just now and said that she saw Ying holding a boy's hand and asked me if Ying was in love. I was so excited that I crushed the phone," Li Jishui said. "I say, Li Jishui, it's just a love relationship, what's the big deal? Besides, Ying is already 18 years old. It will be annoying if you control her too much," Lin Yu said casually. But Ying is my only daughter, I'm worried," Li Jishui answered cautiously. Indeed, I understand your feelings, and I am a little worried too. But what you did was really... You're too reckless. I think you should just leave this matter alone for now. I'll call Li Yun and ask what's going on." Lin Yu sighed. But... Snap. Li Jishui was about to say something when he was startled by Lin Yu's slamming of the coffee table. What? You don't even believe me?" Lin Yu's calm words were full of unquestionable meaning. Li Jishui knew that he couldn't say anything more, otherwise he would be doomed. No, I'll just do as my wife says." Li Jishui could only answer respectfully. "Don't worry, I have a few days off next week, and I'll go to Jingzhou when I'm free. That's it, let's put this topic aside and do whatever we need to do tomorrow." Lin Yu stood up, pulled Li Jishui up and said, "Go take a shower." After saying that, he walked towards the master bedroom alone. Hey! Looking at Lin Yu's graceful figure leaving, Li Jishui inadvertently made an obscene sound like hee, and walked into the bathroom. Chapter 90 Jingzhou Bird's Nest. The next day, Qiu Nanyua's long black hair was scattered on the soft bed. The sound of even breathing continued to be heard, and the soft sunlight shone on his face, making people not want to disturb his sweet dreams. "Damn, Yaya is sleeping so soundly!" The jade bracelet placed next to Qiu Nanyua's pillow made a slight sound, for fear of disturbing the sleeping boy. "Sure, let Yaya rest for a while. You know, those two girls went shopping like crazy yesterday, and even dragged Yaya along. The high-level beastmaster's body was exhausted. I don't know how this little girl named Lu, a mere mid-level beastmaster, managed to persevere." The jade hairpin next to it communicated with the jade bracelet through its mind. "Humph, you talk as if you're the only one who feels sorry for Yaya. Isn't the time almost up? Yesterday we agreed to knock on the door at 8 o'clock together, and it's already 8 o'clock. Besides, the fact that Lu was able to hold on for so long was clearly due to the feedback from the beastmaster, a passive skill like rapid stamina recovery or reduced energy consumption. You can't even figure this out, you're so stupid," Shenling's Wei retorted in his mind. "You, humph!" Liu Li Qingyu snorted in her mind and was about to argue with her. Boom, boom, boom. There was a noise outside the door. It was Teacher Lin and a few students knocking on the door. He arranged some students to knock on other students' doors and they would meet up soon. Pfft, Yaya is confused because of her sleep. Shenling's Wei laughed out loud. Yaya, wake up, it's time to gather. Liu Li Qingyu flew to Qiu Nanyue's ear and shouted. Qiu Nanwei opened her eyes, sat up, and stretched. Boom, boom, boom. Yu. He quickly called out to Yu and asked him to help take down the clothes he would wear today. Chen Jieyu handed over the clothes. Qiu Nanwei took them and dressed them neatly. She hurried to the door, opened it, and found that it was two familiar women. She looked confused. Li Yingying seemed to see Qiu Nanyue's confusion, and she gestured for him to look towards the corridor. Qiu Nanwei turned her gaze from the two girls to the corridor. It was Teacher Lin, knocking on the door of another room. Qiu Nanwei nodded to show that she understood. Everyone gathered together and walked out of the hotel, planning to rush to the underground parking lot to take the bus to the bird's nest. It is worth mentioning that the last person to be called was Vice Principal Li Yun, who seemed to have just applied a beauty serum produced by a healing beast tamer, which had a temporary effect of enhancing her charm. He had heard from others that long-term use would permanently increase his charisma, but it seemed the improvement was limited. He had never seen that kind of beast, had never seen the panel, and did not know the details of the skills. Even if she had seen it, it was before she obtained the power, and Chiu Nanhua had no way of seeing the panel. After the vice principal led the contestants downstairs, they were all shocked by the scene before them, a dense crowd of people crowded together in a mess. They kept shuttling back and forth, searching for their group, with beasts circling in the sky as a sign. Keep telling others that your group is here and there. Fortunately, the vice principal arranged for us to wait in the room yesterday. Otherwise, if we had gathered downstairs, we would have become part of the people who are constantly searching here. Li Yingying couldn't help but feel relieved. Chiu Nanhua nodded. Indeed, this was the first time that Jingzhou hosted such an international event, and organizations in various places had not had time to adapt. It will be better once you are familiar with it, but it probably won't be held in China next year. Besides China, there are 4 other major forces on Blue Star. Please make way, please make way. Teacher Lin took the lead and squeezed out of the crowd, and the students quickly followed. Sister Li, you are the leader of Shuzhou No. 13 High School. So many people have come, it's worthy of being a key university. A teacher waiting on the roadside noticed Vice Principal Li Yun and greeted her. Hey, isn't this Xiao Zhang? Why are you alone here? Li Yun turned around and asked in surprise. Oh, don't mention it. Only 2 people came from the 4th high school, and now no one has been found. The man responded with a sigh. Li Yun stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and said, Tell them to go back to their hotel room directly. It will probably be much faster if you go directly to their hotel room to find them. The man suddenly realized and responded, Sister Li is really smart. I'll contact them right away. Well, then we'll go first. Li Yun signaled Teacher Lin with her eyes to continue moving forward. Teacher Lin nodded and continued driving. It seems that this building is indeed occupied by contestants from Shuzhou. After a while, the group got on the bus and arrived at the competition venue, the Jingzhou Bird's Nest. The Jingzhou Bird's Nest is a landmark building in Jingzhou, China, and was also the main stadium of the 2008 Beijing Olympic Games before the disaster. The Jingzhou Bird's Nest is a masterpiece. It is a massive structure made of reinforced concrete and steel. Its shape resembles a bird's nest woven from steel, presenting a unique sense of modernity and technology. From the outside, the Jingzhou Bird's Nest's main structure is composed of a series of steel trusses and steel tubes, which interweave and intersect to form a complex and stable structural system. In the sunlight, the exterior of the Jingzhou Bird's Nest takes on a metallic texture and luster, which makes people marvel at the superb architectural technology and creativity of mankind. The bird's nest used to be able to hold about 80,000 to 90,000 people, but after the catastrophe, as the bird's nest evolved into a beast tamer, and as its rank became higher and higher, it could hold more and more people. It's easy to host 1 million people now. Every entrance of the bird's nest was full of people. They gathered quickly and arrived relatively early, so they were able to enter after waiting in line for about 10 minutes. Upon entering the Jingzhou Bird's Nest, everyone discovered a spacious, bright, and comfortable venue. Its seats feature a state-of-the-art adjustable design, allowing for flexible adjustments in both angle and height to suit the audience's needs. Furthermore, the Jingzhou Bird's Nest is equipped with modern sound, lighting, and large screens, providing a high-quality viewing experience for spectators. The students also stared at these new things curiously. The Blue Star Beast Taming competition is held once every 100 years, and these children are only in their teens, so it is impossible for them to have seen the inside of the bird's nest. So everyone feels endless freshness here. I have been to the bird's nest once or twice, so I can understand how everyone feels. He has become stronger. Stadium. Jingzhou Bird's Nest. Gender none. Beast taming rank, intermediate king. Beast species. It was almost there, he was just stuck at the middle king level. If he was at the advanced king level, Chiu Nanhua wouldn't be able to activate his power. Bird's Nest is Jingzhou's special beast. Chiu Nanhua is not familiar with him and has never even communicated with him. Chapter 91 Opening Ceremony. After entering the bird's nest, a 5-cent light effect appeared in front of them. This is the venue guide, who will take you to the area assigned to you. Everyone followed the instructions and arrived at the location of Huaxia Shuzhou, where about 200 people were seated. There are 1,000 participants, and it is estimated that there will be several hundred accompanying persons, but now there are only about 200 people. Chiu Nanhua walked straight to the last row and found a corner to sit down. Why sit in the last row? Hey, he likes it. Li Yingying and Lu Jiejia followed Chiu Nanhua to the last row and sat next to Chiu Nanhua, one on the left and one on the right. To be honest, a handsome guy and two beautiful girls sitting together really attract attention. Hey, big brother, your head is spinning almost 180 degrees. Be careful, and don't be afraid of getting a migraine. Just when Chiu Nanhua thought that no one else was following, Vice Principal Li Yun slowly came over and sat down next to Li Yingying. Sister Yun Yun, Li Yingying called. Yeah, Li Yun nodded. Chiu Nanhua frowned. Sisters? Okay. Li Jishui also gave birth to 2 daughters. He has become the vice president, so he must be several thousand years old. I wrongly blamed you, Li Jishui, you kid. I thought you were an old cow eating young grass, but it turns out you've been married for thousands of years. You're an old man who got married. Chiu Nanhua took out her cell phone. There is no other way. The competition starts at 10 o'clock and there is still more than an hour left. I won't be able to pass it if I don't play with my phone. While he was watching short videos, a message suddenly popped up. It was sent by Teacher Shin. Teacher Shin, have you arrived at the competition venue? I'm watching the live broadcast. Chiu Nanhua, here we are. The competition doesn't start until 10 o'clock, and there's a live broadcast now? Teacher Shin, well, the official reporters are interviewing the contestants and are now in Atlantis. Chiu Nanhua, oh. Teacher Shin, by the way, you don't have any musical instrument type beast taming skills. Chiu Nanhua, no, but I've figured it out. I'll just go with the flow. Teacher Shin, why don't you come to our Tianyin pavilion and have a look? Maybe we can find musical instrument beasts that you like. Chiu Nanhua, no, thank you. Teacher Shin, okay, then you must do your best in the competition. Chiu Nanhua, yes, thank you. The constant ding-dong sounds coming from the cell phone attracted the attention of the 2 women. Brother, who is it? Li Yingying asked. After hearing how Li Yingying addressed Chiu Nanhua, Vice Principal Li Yun frowned and fell into deep thought. Being young is great, role-playing? What a blast. I mentioned to you before the teacher who taught me music. Chiu Nanhua responded. Oh, the one from Jinling Prefecture. What did she say? Li Yingying continued to ask. She asked me to cheer for the competition. Chiu Nanhua put down her phone and responded. He looked at the stadium. It was almost 10 o'clock and everyone was almost there. Isn't she from Tianyin Pavilion? Didn't she come with the contestants from her faction? Lu Jiejia asked. She's a stay-at-home girl. She hardly ever goes out. Her brother is here. Chiu Nanhua and Teacher Shin have been together for half a year, and her personality can be seen a little bit. She doesn't like to travel far. I don't know how many king-level people are watching this game, Li Yingying said to herself. We'll know soon. At least the 5 major countries will definitely send kings. Vice President Li Yun responded. As they were talking, the big screen in the center of the arena stopped playing the promotional video and turned the focus to 2 hosts, 1 man and 1 woman. The female host picked up the microphone and shouted in a loud voice. Today the sun is shining and the curtain is opening. When the 5-star red flag and the Beast Taming Alliance's Beast Taming flag slowly rose in the Huaxia Stadium. The land of China plays a grand melody of unity, friendship and peace. When old and new friends from all over the world gather in the east of the world, the beastmaster community sings a chorus towards the future. This is a time to express passion and dreams, a time to show courage and strength. Beastmasters, summon your most important beast-taming friends and let us look forward to the future together. I am the host Xiao Bing. I am the host Xiao Zhen. The male host also spoke. First, let me briefly introduce the judges from various countries. As the male host spoke, the view on the big screen switched to a row of luxurious red tables. The first person I would like to introduce to you is Mr. Yi, the commander of the First Army of the Jingzhou military headquarters in China, the female host said. The man in military uniform sitting in the middle with a determined look in his eyes waved. The camera turned to the man with long ice blue hair sitting to Mr. Ye's left, and the male host Xiaozing introduced him. This is Atina Zossel, the elder from the underwater fantasy kingdom of Atlantis. The man with long ice blue hair also imitated Mr. Yi and waved to everyone. The camera turned to the enchanting woman sitting on Mr. Yi's right. "This is Demaya from the Hanging Gardens of Babylon," the female host Xiao Bing introduced briefly. Chapter 92 Rules and Participation. The two hosts took some time to briefly introduce the 10 people on the stage. The contestants in the venue burst into warm applause. As for why foreigners can also understand Chinese. You think that Chinese is the first language of the Beast Taming Alliance. It is one of the compulsory courses for Blue Star Beast Tamers stipulated by the Beast Taming Alliance. But it doesn't matter even if he doesn't learn it seriously, the venue's loudspeakers are integrated with the bird's nest, and his skills have their own soulful expression. That is to say, no matter what language is used, it will automatically be converted into a language that the listener can understand when it reaches his ears. It's just so magical. This ability can be used when you reach the king level. You can use soul power, but it takes a little practice. But if a venue with over 1 million people could understand it, even an emperor-level beastmaster would probably have a hard time doing it. Only beastmasters with these special abilities could do it. Qiu Nanhua stared at the big screen nervously, and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that all the judges had given a close-up. There was no familiar person or beastmaster. They were basically all newcomers, including the commander of the First Army of the Jingzhou Central Army from China, whom Qiu Nanhua didn't recognize except for the one about the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Before he left Blue Star, that person was already quite famous. To be able to come here as a judge, she must have advanced to the king-level beastmaster. Qiu Nanhua's power can only be activated by seeing her directly, so her specific level is unknown. It stands to reason that her body is inhabited by a member of their country's royalty, and it is impossible for her to be here. Could it be that a coup d'état took place in ancient Babylon? Forget it, it has nothing to do with Qiu Nanhua, as long as it doesn't affect China. It's okay if there are no old acquaintances. But why don't they emit any royal aura? Qiu Nanhua even wants to know if the flute in her hand is really asleep. When everyone was almost quiet, the host Xiao Bing said loudly, "Now let's invite our Mr. Yi to explain the rules of the game to everyone." The director turned the big screen's view to the judge, Mr. Yi. Mr. Yi picked up the microphone on the table, stood up resolutely, and spoke loudly. "First of all, I welcome friends from all over the world to participate in this friendly exchange competition. Now let me announce the rules of the competition. The competition will be held in the form of a ring match, with the winner advancing and the loser being eliminated. The competition is divided into 5 venues, A, B, C, D, and E. Each venue has 100 arenas, for a total of 500 arenas. One champion will advance from each arena to the final. Participants are young beastmasters aged 20 or below. Now the game begins." At the command, a wave of king-level fluctuations filled the entire venue, indicating that the first beastmaster fledgling competition had officially begun. A transparent blue light screen appeared on everyone's desk, which was the authentication system. At the same time, the piccolo in his arms vibrated for a while and then fell into calm again. "No way, I really fell asleep." Qiu Nanhua ignored it for the time being. Instead, he pressed his entire palm against the transparent panel. Drop. Qiu Nanhua's personal information appeared on the panel. Qiu Nanhua, a senior beastmaster and a senior student at Shuzhou No. 13 High School. Ding, scanning bone age, please wait. The transparent panel suddenly flashed red light, illuminating my entire body. Determination, 17 years old, meet the participation requirements, please confirm whether to participate. Confirm. Give up. 2 blue buttons pop up on the panel. Qiu Nanhua nodded to confirm. The competition venue is being allocated, please wait. Drop. Arena C043, 7th round. At the same time, Qiu Nanhua also received a text message from the organizer on her mobile phone. The organizer will remind you via mobile phone. For example, if the competition reaches the 5th round, he will send a text message to remind the participants of the 6th and 7th rounds to get ready. Brother, which ring number are you in? Li Yingying had also completed the registration and asked me. No. C043, what about you? Qiu Nanhua asked after answering. Number 067, luckily I wasn't matched to the same arena with Big Brother. I don't want to fight with Big Brother. Hee hee, Jia, how about you? Li Yingying said thankfully. No. B002, everyone has separated into different competition venues. Lu Jia responded. You guys chat first, I'll leave for a while, Qiu Nanhua said. It was the 7th round and there were still 6 games to go. It was still early, so she went to deal with a sleepyhead first. Although Li Yingying looked confused, she didn't say anything. Anyway, her master's master was mysterious all the time, and he would probably find an excuse to evade her if she asked him. He nodded and responded. Yeah, come back early, don't miss the game. Qiu Nanhua nodded and left the audience, planning to find a quiet place to deal with a sleepyhead. At least, it's not possible inside the bird's nest. Everything here is under the bird's nest's gaze. It's okay if it doesn't attract his attention, but if he fails to control the king-level fluctuations, it will definitely attract the bird's nest's attention. Although he was not familiar with the bird's nest, he was also a celebrity, and there was a risk of being recognized by the bird's nest, so he left the venue first. Chapter 93 You Can Really Sleep. After Qiu Nanhua left the bird's nest, she asked Shenling Zhuyu to open a space passage and came to a park with few people. Before Qiu Nanhua could make any move, the tattered flute hanging on her chest flew out. But she did not fly away directly. Instead, she stayed in front of Qiu Nanhua, as if thinking about something. At this time, Shenling Zhuyu flew out from her sleeve, came to her and teased. You are really good at sleeping. I took you away for half a year and you didn't react at all. Jinsi Zayuri seemed to have figured something out after seeing Liu Li Qingyu, and excitedly said to Qiu Nanhua. You are Master Mu! He frowned, he really had no impression of the Jinsi purple jade flute. I'm sorry, I really don't have any impression of you at all. Qiu Nanhua said a little embarrassedly. Jinsi Zayuri suddenly felt a sense of loss. Although there was not a trace of fluctuation on the flute, Qiu Nanhua had that feeling. After all, she is not a humanoid, so one can detect her emotions from her facial expressions and body movements. I'm talking to you. Turning on your camouflage skills so that we can recognize who you are, isn't that a bit unreasonable? Shenling Zhuyu reminded. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I'll cancel the skill now, Jinsi Zayuri said embarrassedly. The worn-out flute drifted away in the wind, revealing the original appearance of the Jinsi purple jade flute. She is a lavender and slightly transparent jade flute, with golden edges like streams on it, which looks extremely noble. Although she looked extremely noble, Qiu Nanhua really had no impression of her at all. Shenling Zhuyu and Liu Li Qingyu both understood their beastmaster very well, and communicated with him through their minds. No impression. ×2. Qiu Nanhua shook her head at Jinsi Zayuri with an apologetic look on her face. Lord Mu, there is no need to recall. Lord Mu brought me back from the Jiaban family. I had not evolved yet at that time, Jinsi Zayuri said with a resentful tone. Haha, so you are one of those lost relics. It's no wonder that he didn't remember anything. Although those heroes were handled with care one by one, there were still too many of them. Thousands. You must be kidding. How could he possibly remember the appearance of every item in detail? Although this jade flute is indeed an eye-catching cultural relic, it seems dull among thousands of cultural relics. Of course, this was before the Jinsi purple jade flute evolved. Evolution is like beauty, every evolution makes you more beautiful. Of course, if you think he gets uglier as he evolves, it's not your problem. That's the aesthetic standard of their race. The uglier something is in your eyes, the more beautiful it is in their eyes. For example, a certain Toad clan, Scorpion clan, and the Fox clan traders, the Tibetan Fox clan. Of course, they are not really betraying, they are just betraying their looks. By the way, why did you sleep so long? Qiu Nanhua released her skill to change the subject. Jinsi Zayuri transformed into a girl wearing a lavender long dress with a few gold threads outlined on it, and a dazzling gold hairpin on her lavender long hair. Her beautiful face revealed a hint of loss. She bowed slightly to Qiu Nanhua and replied, Master Mu, after I reached the king rank, I wanted to thank you, so I asked about your former residence. When you took a long time to come back, I accidentally fell asleep and woke up right next to you. His former residence? How could that Jinsi Zayuri be in the principal's office? Could it be that those archaeologists dug up his hometown thinking it was an ancient relic? Hiss, that's not right. Although his house was built by a beastmaster, it was only built by a mid-level beastmaster. It is impossible for it to have survived until now without collapsing. It should be that after Jinsei Zayuri was buried underground by a collapsed house, she was dug out by those who like archaeology. They thought it looked like an antique, so they gave it to a certain school principal to maintain friendly relations. Well, but these are not important anymore. There is nothing important in the house. If it collapses, it collapses. But you can really sleep. Chapter 94, 10 years, 10 years. Do you know how I got through these 10 years? There's something. I'd like to ask you for help. Chiyo Nanwe responded, scratching her head embarrassedly. After all, it is really hard for him to bully teenagers when he is over 10,000 years old. Lord Mu, please tell me if you have any problems. I will definitely help if I can. Jinsei Zayuri responded respectfully. You don't have to call me sir. My last name is Mu now. You can just call me Chiyo Nanwe. He was only a high-level, low-level beastmaster now, and was being called, sir, by a king-level beastmaster. Jinsei Zayuri could call out, but would he have the nerve to respond? But! No need to worry about it, it's decided. From now on, you can just call me by my name. Oh, and I'd like you to use your camouflage skills to slightly modify my appearance, and that of my two beasts. Chiyo Nanwe asked Jinsei Zayuri. Mude. Chiyo, what kind of appearance does Senior Nanwe want? Jinsei Zayuri hesitated for a long time, and finally added, Senior, at the end of the name. Forget it, forget it. You need to take your time with this kind of thing. Once you're familiar with it, you can call it whatever you want. Well, first change the hair to short and then make the face rounder, that's about it. If the difference is too big, it will feel out of place. Yu Qingqing, what about you? Chiyo Nanwe touched his chin, took out a mirror from the space, looked at himself and spoke. I want to turn into a ring. Shenling's Wei flew to Jinsei Zayuri and shouted loudly. Liuli Qingyu also flew out from Chiyo Nanue's chest and said, Change the color for me. No, just change it to wood. Sorry for the trouble. Jinsei Zayuri nodded. In an instant, Shenling's jade pendant turned into a small and exquisite men's ring. The glazed jade turned into a simple wooden hairpin. The soul power fluctuation is so weak. Is this skill's consumption so small? What a handy skill, I'm so jealous. How long can it last? Chiyo Nanwe asked curiously. About 10 years. Jinsei Zayuri thought for a while and then responded. 10 years, wait, what did you say? 10 years. Chiyo Nanwe mentioned the volume. He originally thought that it could only be maintained for a few days, at most a week, but he was told that it could be maintained for 10 years. How much is consumed? Chiyo Nanwe asked loudly in disbelief. No, not much consumption. Jinsei Zayuri seemed to be frightened by Chiyo Nanwe, and quietly took half a step back and responded. Damn! Great effect, low consumption, long duration, such an excellent skill made him quite envious. It was hard to imagine how convenient it would be to have it. A hint of heat flashed in Chiyo Nanue's eyes, but she immediately concealed it. She couldn't be scared. From the current perspective, it seems that Jinsei Zayuri should have a high degree of favorability towards him. Buzz. The phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated. It was the organizer who sent a message saying that it was the 5th round and asked him to prepare for the competition. Are you kidding me? It's only been a short while and the first 4 rounds are already over. You're not even as fast as me eating. Chiyo Nanwe took her eyes off her phone, looked at Jinsei Zayuri and said, I'm going to participate in a competition later. Do you have any plans for the future? Can I go and take a look? Jinsei Zayuri asked cautiously. It's just a competition between some mid-level beastmasters and a few high-level beastmasters. There's nothing much to see. But it's okay if you want to come. Do you want to go? Chiyo Nanwe responded. Jinsei Zayuri nodded slightly. Okay, Chenling Zhuiyu opened a space passage in front of Chiyo Nanwe to return to the vicinity of the bird's nest. Let's go. Chiyo Nanwe turned around and said to Jinsei Zayuri, then walked in first. Chapter 95 Big Change. The ring transformed from Shenling's jade pendant was worn on the ring finger of Chiyo Nanue's left hand. Chenling Zhuyu, you are really amazing. That is the place that represents the meaning of marriage. Is it to dissuade other girls who have feelings for him, or is it because? On the contrary, Liu Qingyu was a little low-key. After asking Jinsi Zayuri to turn her into a wooden hairpin, it flew back to his chest and hung there. Qiu Nanhua thought that changing the hat might be a better option. After all, it was Qingqing's old position, and it could also cover up a little bit of his appearance. But since he had decided to follow their ideas, he would not easily deny them, let alone deny Qingqing alone. After Qiu Nanhua arrived at the venue, Jinsi Zayuri followed him to the position of the Shuzhou contestants. Qiu Nanhua came and sat next to Lu Jiejia. When he left, Lu Jiejia had already sat in his seat and was playing with Li Yingying, while Vice Principal Li Yun had disappeared. When they saw Qiu Nanhua coming back, they looked puzzled, but they continued to play around and ignored him. It wasn't until Qiu Nanhua stood in front of them that they stopped flirting and kept staring at him. It wasn't until he sat next to Lu Jiejia that they reacted. When they were about to question him, Qiu Nanhua started to tease him. Why, you don't recognize me? After hearing Qiu Nanhua's voice, Li Yingying and Lu Jiejia were shocked for a while before they reacted. Li Yingying immediately stood up and walked in front of Qiu Nanhua, excitedly asking loudly, "Brother, where is your hair?" No, it's not just hair." Li Yingying pulled out her phone, opened the photo album, compared them carefully, and continued. "The shape of her face has changed, it's become rounder. No wonder I couldn't recognize her. Big brother, what happened? Did you break up in the past few minutes? Can't you tell it's me at all?" Qiu Nanhua asked, touching his chin. "It's not that it's completely invisible. If you look closely, you can still see the figure of the elegant young man from before," Li Yingying responded. Qiu Nanhua rolled her eyes at Li Yingying and continued. "Don't be so frivolous. Do you think anyone would find it strange if I went on stage with this image? No way. After all, every contract with a beastmaster will have a huge impact on the beastmaster, the most obvious of which is appearance. Others can't ask about your beastmaster, so it's okay. But your fans will probably cry. Although I can't say that he has become ugly, I still think some people will not like him. For example, I still like the old look of Big Brother." Qiu Nanhua rolled her eyes at her and nodded. "Who asked you to like it?" But what she said did make sense. According to the Blue Star Beast Taming Alliance Treaty, a beastmaster's beast control is a personal privacy, and no one has the right to ask about it. Of course, this is only on the surface. No one knows about this kind of thing in private. As long as it doesn't become a big deal, it's just a small problem. However, public institutions like schools generally don't dare to act recklessly. For someone like Qiu Nanhua, who has been studying for several years and never participates in competitions, the school still has no information about his beast taming. Do you think the school doesn't want to know? He certainly did, and he didn't ask because he wanted to abide by the Blue Star Beast Taming Alliance Treaty. However, no matter how strict the law is, it cannot prevent the birth of termites, just like what happened in Jinling prison, where they knew the law but broke it just for a little desire. Qiu Nanhua turned his head and looked at Jinsi Zayuri, who was not far away, motioning her to sit next to him. When she arrived at the location of the Shuzhou contestants, she hid behind a pillar nearby, blushing and sticking out her little head to look around. She was so cute. I probably felt embarrassed for not following him to the back of the seat. I didn't expect that Jinsi Zayuri was not only a sleepyhead, but also a shy girl. But why didn't I have this feeling when communicating with him before? It's so strange. Chapter 96, Major Revisions. Li Yingying followed Qiu Nanhua's gaze and saw Jinsi Zayuri hiding behind a pillar, and said in surprise, "Damn, where did this beautiful lady come from? Do you know her, brother?" Qiu Nanhua couldn't help but hold her forehead and said helplessly, "Be more ladylike, after all, she is the campus belle of our school." "Bah, whoever wants to be the school belle can be it. So, big brother, do you know her or not? We should be considered friends. She is quite conservative, so don't touch her later." I stared at Li Yingying and reminded her. "Brother, who do you think I am?" Li Yingying pouted in dissatisfaction. "Female hooligan." Qiu Nanhua accused her without any hesitation. "Wow, Jiejia, look, he actually believed me." Li Yingying suddenly acted sad, hugged Lu Jiejia beside her, and cried with her head resting on Lu Jiejia's plump chest. Qiu Nanhua rolled her eyes at her. Are you sad? You're just looking for an excuse to take advantage of your bestie. Disgusting. Chiyo Nanhwa turned her head and looked at Jinsei Zayuri. Seeing her hiding behind the pillar and reluctant to move, Chiyo Nanhwa was speechless. He stood up, strolled towards Jinsei Zayuri and said, "What's wrong?" Senior Mu, Chiyo Nanhwa, this is the first time I appear in front of so many people in human form. I'm a little nervous," Jinsei Zayuri said tremblingly. "The first time? Then how did you find out about my old residence?" Chiyo Nanhwa asked. "I am looking for the heroic spirit who transported me back then," Jinsei Zayuri responded to him. Chiyo Nanhwa nodded and continued. "This isn't a solution. How about this? See if you can overcome it. If not, wait for me outside the venue with my phone. You can also watch the live match on it. Or take my room card back to the hotel and wait for me. I'll come find you after the match." I still want to wait for you there," Jinsei Zayuri responded. Chiyo Nanhwa nodded and responded, "Let's go." Then when he turned around and was about to leave, he felt a pulling force from behind him. It turned out that it was Jinsei Zayuri who stretched out her slender, white jade hand and grabbed Chiyo Nanhua's short sleeve. He pressed his body against Chiyo Nanhua's back, but luckily it was not too tight, leaving a fist's distance. Chiyo Nanhwa turned his head and looked at Jinsei Zayuri's blushing cheeks. He understood and did not continue asking. Instead, he slowed down his pace and walked step by step towards the last row of the Shuzhou venue. But the slow pace attracted the attention of other contestants who were not on the competition. After seeing Jinsei Zayuri, a little girl who wanted to hide behind the boys, both men and women couldn't help but give up paying attention to the competition and instead turn their attention to the two of them. This made Jinsei Zayuri's little face redder and redder. "Are you okay?" Chiyo Nanhwa asked. "No. It's okay, Chiyo Nanhwa, Senior, please continue going," Jinsei Zayuri replied with a trembling voice and a blushing face. Chiyo Nanhwa sighed. Why was walking a few steps as uncomfortable as running a marathon? Chapter 97 Communication. After a long journey, Chiyo Nanhwa finally arrived at the last row of seats with the blushing Jinsei Zayuri. Hey, isn't this our gid Chiyo Nanhwa? Why do you bring your little wife with you to the game?" Li Yingying said sarcastically. Bang! A crisp sound came from Li Yingying's head. Chiyo Nanhwa patted her head and scolded her. "Speak nicely, don't be sarcastic." Li Yingying immediately covered her head with her hands, then buried her head in Lu Jiajia's plumpness and rubbed it, crying, "Jiajia, look at him, he hit me." Okay. We are all high-level beastmasters. Why did it hurt just now? And it was Yingying who was wrong just now. Lu Jiajia responded by patting Li Yingying on the back. "Well, Jiajia doesn't love me anymore, I'm sad." Li Yingying put down her hands that were covering her head, and complained while holding Lu Jiajia's face. Chiyo Nanhwa didn't want to see Li Yingying pretending, so she turned her gaze to Jinsei Zayuri behind her and said, "Just sit next to me." Jinsei Zayuri responded softly, although the voice was so low that even a high-level beastmaster like him could hardly hear it clearly. After Chiyo Nanhwa and Jinsei Zayuri sat down, Li Yingying got up from Lu Jiajia and greeted Jinsei Zayuri. "Hello, my name is Li Yingying." My name is Jinsei." "Jinsei. What a nice name," Li Yingying praised. "Thank you." Jinsei Zayuri's cheeks turned redder. Chiyo Nanhwa could tell from the slight smile on Jinsei Zayuri's face that she was in a good mood. Perhaps it was because of Li Yingying's praise, or perhaps it was because she was happy that she could communicate with them normally. At least Li Yingying didn't do anything rash, which made Chiyo Nanhwa breathe a sigh of relief and turn her gaze away from them and focus on the game. Chiyo Nanhwa pressed the armrest of the chair and called up the transparent light screen that matched the chair. 10 small windows were displayed on the light screen. This was a real-time broadcast of the ring competition. Due to limited space, a maximum of 10 windows could be displayed. The preliminary rounds were all displayed randomly. The same applies to the large screen in the center, but unlike the small light screen that comes with the chairs, only the director can use the large screen in the center to switch to other arenas for viewing, but the small screen that comes with the chairs is different. It can be controlled by the spectators sitting on the chairs. Chiyo Nanhwa pointed her finger to the top of the light screen. Where was the search box? No. C043. Xiao Nanhua searched for the arena where he was going to compete and clicked to maximize it. Arena, no. C043. Round, 5th round. A girl with long light blue hair appeared on the light screen, and a thoughtful note was made above her head. Vienna Ossel. Atlantis. It is marked in dark blue font, as if they are afraid that others will not be able to tell that this is a contestant from Atlantis. Her opponent was a contestant from a small African country. It's a pity that there are not too many types of beast tamers in Africa. The most are desert beast tamers, which are naturally restrained by deep-sea beast tamers, especially the ancient Egyptian beast tamers. They are naturally incompatible with Atlantis. If it were the beast tamers from the African rainforest, they could still hold on. But Xiao Nanhua saw fear on the face of the man from the small African country. He was probably a beast tamer in the desert, a desert scorpion or something like that. Both sides are ready, the referee on the stage reminded. At this time, everyone should have summoned their own beasts. Just after the Atlantis contestant summoned her 2 beasts, the African guy immediately spoke. I give up. Xiao Nanhua, at least shows some appreciation. No wonder the competition is so fast, it's almost the 5th round, and the competition itself isn't even as long as the time it takes for the contestants to get on and off the stage. Chapter 98. Preparing for the first game. Brother, what are you looking at? Are there any contestants you care about? Li Yingying asked when she had some free time and saw Xiao Nanhua staring at the screen intently. No, I just wanted to take a look at the arena where the competition will take place. Xiao Nanhua replied calmly. What's wrong? Are you going to play, brother? I can finally see you play in the game. It's not easy. Which round is it? Li Yingying exclaimed. The 7th round, it's already the 6th round now. Xiao Nanhua responded. So fast, I'm already in the 700th round, and Jia is even further behind, in the 1300th round. Li Yingying said in shock. That's normal. There are at least 1 million contestants from various countries in the venue. With 500 arenas, if we divide them evenly among each one, we'll have to go through 2,000 rounds. Not to mention there are probably more than 1 million contestants. Xiao Nanhua began to analyze. This was just a small scene. Back in the Seesoul realm, that big competition was the real big scene. Basically everyone wanted to participate and get a good ranking. After all, the Holy Relic of Power is a reward based on the rules, and is much more useful than the verbal rewards in the Blue Star Beastmaster competition. The Blue Star Beastmaster competition is just a place for various forces on Blue Star to publicize their strength. What's more, this is just a lower-level substitute for the Blue Star Beastmaster competition, the Blue Star Beastmaster fledgling competition, so it's normal for the scene to be small. Can we finish the first game today? Lu Jiajia asked. No, but don't worry, you should rest when you need to. It's okay for a beastmaster to go several days without rest. But there's no need. Just let your escort help you watch the turns. They have nothing to do anyway. By the way, where is the vice principal? Xiao Nanhua looked at Lu Jiajia and responded. Li Yingying pointed to a corner of the viewing area for the Shuzhou crowd and complained. Look over there. It seems like I ran into an old acquaintance. Xiao Nanhua looked in the direction Li Yingying pointed, and sure enough, she saw a woman in the crowd who looked like Li Yun. Xiao Nanhua nodded and hid in the crowd. When she came, her attention was all on Jinsi Zayuri, and she didn't notice anyone else. If you want to take a break, just ask the vice principal or teacher Lin to help you look after them. Xiao Nanhua reminded. Lu Jiajia and Li Yingying both nodded. At this time, Jinsi Zayuri stared at Xiao Nanhua who was talking, wondering what she was thinking. Buzz. A vibration came from Xiao Nanhua's pocket, attracting everyone's attention. It was his cell phone, and there might be news. Xiao Nanhua took out her cell phone. It was a text message from the organizer, asking him to go to the waiting area under the ring number 043 and wait. Are you going to the competition? Li Yingying asked curiously. Xiao Nanhua nodded and responded. Let me go to the waiting area under the ring. It's my turn for the next match. Brother, although some of this may be redundant, I still have to say it. Come on, brother! Li Yingying cheered him up with encouraging gestures with both hands. Come on! Lu Jiajia also encouraged from the side. But Lu Jiajia, Don't imitate Li Yingying's encouragement gesture. Didn't you see the noses of the men in the front rows who were peeking out were bleeding? Being a natural fool is different, it's scary. Thank you? After a simple thank you, Qiu Nanhua quickly left the viewing area. Before leaving, Qiu Nanhua secretly glanced at Jinsi Zayudi and found that her slightly red cheeks had faded. To be honest, he was a little worried about leaving Jinsi Zayudi alone to contact Li Yingying, even though she was a king-level beast and although she was several thousand years old based on the time of evolution. But being older does not mean having more experience. Judging from her behavior, she is often sleepy, is not used to being around too many people, and her voice vibrates when she speaks to unfamiliar people. It's you, a socially anxious king-level beast tamer. It was the first time that Qiu Nanhua had seen a king-level beastmaster with this kind of personality, but it was not his fault. At that time, there were very few king-level beastmasters on Blue Star, and the king-level beastmasters from other worlds stayed within their own sphere of influence for most of the year, so there was no chance for close friendship. How can you understand his personality if you don't have frequent contact with him? The only king-level beastmasters he could see were basically sellers in various shops in other worlds. There was no other way. He had to compete, so he could only let Jinsi Zayudi go alone. Besides, grown-up children always had to grow up, so it was a good thing to let Jinsi Zayudi have some contact with the female hooligan Li Yingying. Besides, Lu Jiajia is here, she should be able to stop the violent Li Yingying, probably. Chapter 99 3 Women, 1 Drama. After Qiu Nanhua left, Jinsi Zayudi imitated his operation and carefully adjusted the screen that matched the chair. Following Qiu Nanhua's example, he searched for arena C043 and stared at it intently. By the way, which arena is Big Brother on? When Li Yingying also brought up the light screen to prepare for the search, she realized that she seemed to have forgotten, so she asked Lu Jiajia. Ring no. C043. Lu Jiajia responded. She knew Yingying would definitely not remember it, so when Qiu Nanhua mentioned it, she wrote it down in her phone's memo. Even if she could remember important things, she would write them down in a memo. This was her little habit. Of course, she also wrote down Yingying's ring number. Lu Jiajia took a look at Jinsi Zayudi, who was sitting one seat away, and couldn't help feeling a little ashamed. She's so beautiful. The last girl who made her feel a little ashamed was Nan Gongyuhua, the president of the Blue Star Beastmaster Alliance in the photo. Senior Yuhua also seemed to have a very good relationship with Qiu Nanhua. She even heard from Uncle Li that Qiu Nanhua had an ambiguous relationship with that guy that was hard to explain. Li Yingying also noticed Lu Jiajia's abnormality at this time. She followed Lu Jiajia's gaze and saw Jinsi Zayudi sitting quietly on a chair, watching the game like a peaceful girl. Li Yingying suddenly realized and felt that she had to do something. Even if it was not for Jiajia, she had to take action for her elder brother, although Qiu Nanhua was not someone she should worry about. How old is Li Yingying? She just turned 18. How old is Qiu Nanhua? At least 10,000 years old. She was not even a fraction of Qiu Nanhua's age, but she felt that as her elder brother's friend, it would be okay for her to understand his network of relationships. Jinsi, hello? Can I ask you some questions? Li Yingying stood up, sat where Qiu Nanhua was sitting and asked. Li Yingying's action startled Jinsi Zayudi, who then moved cautiously to an empty space on the side. Are you serious about moving half your butt? This action caused Li Yingying to suffer a critical hit. It made her wonder, was she really that scary and that bad? You, ask. Jinsi Zayudi responded stutteringly. What is your relationship with my eldest brother? When did you meet him? Li Yingying asked. Mu. He is my senior. I met him a long time ago. I respect him very much. Jinsi Zayudi responded with a gleam in his eyes. That expression and that look seemed as if she wanted to introduce everyone to a friend she was proud of, or in other words, she wanted to introduce everyone to something she liked. Li Yingying seemed to have noticed something and asked, Do you like Lu Jiajia seemed to realize something and quickly covered Li Yingying's mouth with both hands. She then apologized to Jinsi Zayudi. Jinsi, don't worry about it. Yingying didn't mean any harm. Yeah, I know. Jinsi Zayudi responded. King-level beastmasters can already use their soul power in a preliminary way and can sense the evil around them. However, they can only sense those of lower ranks and are not very good at sensing those of the same rank. Unless they were single-minded beastmasters like the lava giant, other intelligent king-level beastmasters would also use their soul power to hide their emotions, including malice towards others. But Li Yingying is only a high-level beastmaster, and Lu Jiejia is even only a mid-level one. It is very easy for Jinsi Zaiyudi to sense their emotions. Unlike the viewing area where three women were performing a passionate show, Qiu Nunyue's side seemed extremely dull. He came to the waiting area under the ring. Opposite him was his opponent, who was blocked by the ring and could not be seen yet. In front of Qiu Nanhua was a logistics worker. He came up to him with an instrument and asked, "Excuse me, is this Qiu Nanhua, a senior student at Shuzhou No. 13 High School?" Qiu Nanhua nodded and responded, "Yes." The logistics staff sighed. It's rare to see someone so young competing in the Blue Star Beastmaster fledgling competition. Shouldn't the school only send senior high school students? Just good luck, Qiu Nanhua responded calmly. Fate is an excuse for the weak, and luck is a humble word for the strong. There's no need to be modest. I wish you a successful start. The logistics staff took out a machine and scanned Qiu Nanhua for a while. This is a machine for measuring bone age. Its purpose is to test whether your age meets the requirements. It doesn't matter whether it is you or not. As long as your age does not exceed the limit, you can be whoever you want. This is indeed unfair, but what does it matter? In the world of beast taming where the strong are respected, the winner decides everything. Chapter 100, Eternal Sword Sect of the Glowing World. Two mid-level and high-level beastmasters were fighting on the ring. Both had black faces and there was no light screen on the stage, so Qiu Nanhua didn't know which country they belonged to. The battle situation is okay, it's an evenly matched situation, and it should take some time. Student Qiu Nanhua, are you really a high-level beastmaster? The logistics staff asked curiously, feeling a little bored. Yes, Qiu Nanhua responded. That's amazing! It took a long time to awaken the beast-taming space. 16. It's amazing that he can advance to a high-level beastmaster in just 2 years. Alas, he sighed as he spoke. Perhaps he felt sad about his own talent. He was just a logistics officer and only at the level of a mid-level beastmaster. There is no way, the world is so unfair, but at least I can still open up a space to taming beasts, which is already very lucky. Less than 1% of 16-year-olds successfully open up a beast-controlling space each year. As for why it is 16 years old, except for the first batch of beast tamers who awakened the beast-taming space, the later beast tamers basically opened up the beast-taming space at the age of 16. Experts have concluded that because the human body naturally absorbs souls, it takes 16 years to fully construct a beast-taming space. Of course, not all of them will have it earlier. Some people who are born to absorb nutrients faster will have it earlier, while some people who are born to absorb nutrients slower will have it later. But they are all pretty much the same, basically only about 1 year apart. The first batch of beastmasters were like seeds that had long been waiting for nectar. The moment they came into contact with water, they absorbed a large amount of soul power. As a result, they were able to open up a beast-taming space within 1 or 2 years or even a few months of coming into contact with soul power. However, although this can quickly open up a beast-taming space, it also has a disadvantage, which is that the probability of opening it is extremely low, and there is even the possibility of a stress reaction that directly causes disability or death. In fact, Qiu Nanyue's talent in his previous life was not among the best. He was 1 year behind the first person on Blue Star to be promoted to a mid-level beastmaster. But ever since the quota for the mid-level beast tamer was given to Liu Qingyu, his cultivation speed has increased a lot. At least he caught up with the first echelon when he was on Blue Star. Simply put, a beastmaster's talent is secondary. Of course, higher talent is better, but anyone who can open up a beast-taming space is not too bad in talent. It's just that they don't have the corresponding opportunity to sign a contract with a beast tamer that suits them. See Soul Realm. In the main hall of the Xuefei Palace, Bai Shui and Qin Qiuya were sitting at a long table. Yes, the Snow Concubine Palace is going to hold another banquet, but this time it is not to entertain the allies of the Sea Concubine Palace and the Sea Soul Realm. But it is the Eternal Sword Sect, one of the major forces in the Glowing Realm. The glowing realm is not connected to the eternal winter realm like the sea soul realm, but it is not far away, so there is frequent communication between the two realms. The Xuefei Palace has a good relationship with the Eternal Sword sect, and of course other major forces in the glowing realm also have a good relationship with the Xuefei Palace. The reason for this is that the glowing realm is very suitable for human survival, which leads to the fact that the major forces in the glowing realm are basically controlled by beastmasters, which is completely different from the Eternal Winter realm and the Sea Soul realm. Simply put, they all had their eyes on the beautiful and powerful beasts of the Xuefei Palace, and it would be a sure win if they could contract one. When Qingqiu told Bai Xue the news, Bai Xue asked Qin Qiuyao, wouldn't the members of the Xuefei Palace be disgusted by their friendship with such an obvious purpose? This is how Qin Qiuyao answered Bai Xue. Of course he would be disgusted, but being able to trick a beast tamer into signing a contract with him among the forces that dislike them is also a skill. Sister Yaya, aren't you going to greet the guests? Bai Xue asked as she took the juice handed to her by an ordinary member of the Xuefei Palace. Accept? Why accept? Elder Qin can go alone. Give him face! Qin Qiuyao snatched the juice from Bai Xue's hand and responded angrily. It seems that there is someone in the Eternal Sword sect that she hates. It is not difficult to guess that it must be the beastmaster who is pursuing her. Seeing Qingqiu acting like a little girl, Bai Xue couldn't help laughing, and signaled the ordinary member of Xuefei Palace next to her to bring another cup. Okay, Saint Lady. In fact, that member brought 2 cups, and Qingqiu also had one, but because of Bai Xue's words just now, Bai Xue's cup was also snatched away by Qingqiu. Hee Shui girl, don't laugh at me. You'll know when they come. With your beauty and the title of the youngest saint in the Xuefei Palace in nearly 10 million years, you don't think they will come to bother you? Qing Qiuyao reminded angrily. Ever since Bai Xue separated from the person she loved, it was as if her Rin and Du meridians were opened up. Without any other opportunities, Bai Xue's social status continued to rise rapidly. Bai Xue has now reached the lower level of the imperial rank, shocking the palace master and the elders. The title of saint is awarded by the palace master alone, and she is called the Saint of Love. Her name also spread in the Snow Concubine Palace, and she was called the youngest saint in the Snow Concubine Palace in nearly 10 million years. I have a contract partner, they shouldn't bother me, Bai Xue said weakly. Hey, as long as the desire is strong enough, it's not impossible to steal someone else's girlfriend. There are successful cases. Qingqiu hit him bluntly. Then I'd better leave. Bai Xue stood up and prepared to leave the main hall. Qingqiu firmly grasped Bai Xue's smooth white legs and cried loudly. No, Shui girl promised to accompany me, you can't go back on your word. Sister Ya, why don't you just leave? There's no need to stay here. Bai Xue shook her head helplessly. No. I can't. I ran away last time and was punished by the palace master to not be allowed to leave the Snow Concubine Palace for 10,000 years. Do you know how serious this is? I can't go out and have fun for 10,000 years. Do you know how miserable I am? Qingqiu hugged Bai Xue's thighs and cried bitterly. Okay, can I just not leave? Let me go first. Bai Xue frowned and responded helplessly. Really, let go! Qingqiu carefully let go of Bai Xue's thigh. Bai Xue returned to her seat and took out a tissue from the table and handed it to Qingqiu. I'm speechless. If only Sister Yaya were here, she wouldn't have to do this kind of thing. She really can't take care of it. Sister Yaya shouldn't have been allowed to pick up the guests from the Eternal Sword sect. After a while, the ordinary member of the Xuefei Palace who had just left returned to Bai Xue, holding a glass of juice. After Bai Xue took it from her hand, she was about to take a sip when a group of beastmasters in white robes walked in from the entrance of the hall. Almost all of them had a sword hanging around their waist. Some of those who don't have it probably transformed into human form and stayed around. The leader was a charming woman in a green robe. She was Elder Qin of the Xuefei Palace, and she was the one leading the team to welcome the guests from the Eternal Sword sect. Behind her followed a group of deacons, among whom was Li Yao. They arranged for the guests from the Eternal Sword sect to take their seats, and then left. Li Yao also returned to Bai Xue and Qin Qiuyao. Lady Saint, Elder Qingqiu, I'm back, Li Yao said. Sister Yao, welcome back, Bai Xue responded with a smile. With Sister Yao Yao around, dealing with Qingqiuya will be a lot easier. Little Yao, you are finally back. Let me tell you, Miss Shui just now. Qingqiuya complained to Li Yao. Li Yao listened patiently and patted Qingqiuya on the back from time to time to comfort her. Chapter 101 Conflict at the Banquet. Bai Shui ignored Qingqiuya's crying, but picked up the fruit on the table and started eating. Suddenly, a group of men and women appeared in Bai Shui's sight. They were the beastmasters of the Eternal Sword sect. They were divided into several waves and went to various ethnic groups in the Snow Concubine Palace. Of course, there were also many who sat in their seats without moving. Bai Shui couldn't help but frown. The banquet hadn't even started yet, and the palace master hadn't arrived yet. Why were they so anxious? Qingqiuya, who was beside Bai Shui, no longer complained to Li Yao, but stared at the group of beastmasters walking towards them with disgust. Have they always been so unruly? Bai Shui asked. There aren't any rules. Everyone just agrees that everyone should wait in their seats until the palace master gives the order. But they don't seem to have this consensus in the glowing realm. It might be due to the different composition of the members. Their forces are basically dominated by beastmasters, Qingqiuya explained. Shouldn't they just follow the local customs? Do they really want the Snow Concubine Palace to follow their wishes? Fairy Qingqiu, this is the sword fruit I specially asked the Sword Emperor for. Please accept it. The man leading the crowd walking towards the Snow Fox clan spoke flatteringly. Master Jinfeng, I said I don't like these external things. Qingqiuya responded indifferently. Well, it's okay, you can use it to reward your men. Master Jinfeng responded shamelessly. Master Jinfeng was a young man with an ordinary appearance. Although he looked young, he was probably billions of years old. He wore a golden robe and smiled flatteringly at Qingqiuya. Bai Shui knew that Qingqiuya would definitely not like such an ordinary-looking man, because the entire Shuefei Palace was obsessed with looks, not to mention Qingqiuya, the elder of Shuefei Palace. Master Jinfeng signaled with his eyes to the other man standing next to him. The man immediately understood and said, Yes, Senior Qingqiu, you can give it to your disciple as a reward. We don't have a disciple system in Shuefei Palace, Qingqiuya retorted bluntly. Master Jinfeng immediately glared at the disciple, then turned back to explain to Qingqiuya. I'm sorry, Fairy Qingqiu, this disciple of mine is new and doesn't understand the situation in the Snow Concubine Palace. I apologize to you on his behalf. But you can accept this sword fruit and give it to the younger generation of the Snow Fox clan as a reward, such as the pity saint next to you. No need, the Snow Fox clan doesn't lack these. Qingqiuya refused bluntly. Alas, Fairy Qingqiu has always been like this. It's not good to ask the Sword Emperor for the sword fruit without giving it to him. I can only give it to the palace master together with the gifts. Lord Jinfeng responded with a sigh. Qingqiuya couldn't help but shudder when she heard this. The palace master will not punish her for this, right? The palace master has arrived. A deacon ran in from the hall door and shouted loudly. After hearing this, the members of the Eternal Sword sect immediately returned to their seats. Before leaving, Master Jinfeng said, Fairy Qingqiu, I will come to see you later. After they left, Bai Shui looked back at Qingqiuya and said, Are they always like this? Qingqiuya nodded. How dare you! Do you think the members of the Snow Concubine Palace are fools? Bai Shui scolded. All beastmasters from powerful forces are like this, greedy, selfish, arrogant, and self-righteous. How dare they come to the Snow Concubine Palace when they are so ugly? Qingqiuya complained. Elder Qingqiu, you must not let the people from the Eternal Sword sect hear this. Li Yao reminded. Oh, I know, don't treat me like a fool. Qingqiuya complained. I dare not. Li Yao replied immediately. Humph, I don't think you dare. Qingqiuya said proudly with her hands on her hips. Bai Shui sat quietly beside him, picked a grape from another world and put it into her cherry mouth. After a while, the palace master finished his preface to the banquet and asked the guests to eat and drink well. After the powerful figures of the Eternal Sword sect hosted the palace master, they led the other members into several groups and each headed towards the various clans of the Snow Concubine Palace. Master Jinfeng walked up to Qingqiuya holding a gorgeous golden flower and made what he thought was a handsome gesture, inviting her. Fairy Qingqiu, the night view tonight is very beautiful. Would you like to accompany me to see it? Today is the polar day phenomenon that only happens once in a century in the Everwinter realm. There is no night. I'm afraid that Master Jin Feng will be disappointed. Even if there is, I will not accompany you. Give up this idea, Qingqiu replied indifferently. Haha. Being rejected like this, even the thick-skinned Master Jin Feng felt a little embarrassed. He signaled with his eyes to another male disciple beside him. The male disciple understood and stepped forward, saying, You must be Miss Bai Shui, the pity saint. I've heard rumors about you, saying you're unparalleled in beauty and extraordinary in temperament. Seeing you today, I'm sure your reputation is well-deserved. Let me introduce myself. I'm Bai Ming, the eldest disciple of Jin Jianpeak. I already have a contract partner, don't waste your time. Bai Shui responded coldly. These straightforward and cold words made Bai Ming's face turn pale. He felt that Bai Shui had rejected the face of his disciple from Jin Jianpeak, and he was unwilling to accept it, so he opened his mouth to refute. I have never heard of Saint Lian Ai having a contract partner. You are not going to make up a contract partner to deceive. A strong soul power fluctuation emanated from Bai Shui. Wait, Shui girl, don't. Qingqiu was about to speak out to stop her, but it was too late. Suddenly, expressions of fear, sadness, and shock appeared on the face of Bai Ming, the eldest disciple of Jin Jianfeng. He took 2 steps back and sat down on the ground. Tears, saliva and snot mixed together, making him look extremely ugly. Master Jin Feng was shocked by the scene before him. It took him a while to react. He shouted at Bai Shui. What did you do? This roar attracted the attention of everyone in the banquet hall. The palace master who was sitting on the high platform frowned. It was the Snow Fox clan again. Could it be Qingqiu again? In the seat of the Eternal Sword sect sat a white-haired girl wearing a veil, with a silver-white crescent moon pendant hanging between her eyebrows. She wore a silver-white rapier necklace on her chest. There was a vibration from the necklace. Yuehua, go and take a look. We can't ruin the relationship in the Xuefei Palace just yet. Yes, master. The white-haired girl responded softly, then stood up silently and walked towards the scene of the incident, the Snow Fox clan. Chapter 102 Reunion After 1,000 Years. Senior Brother Jin, what's going on? The white-haired girl came to Master Jin Feng and asked. Bai Shui looked at the girl in front of her. She always felt that she was familiar, but she couldn't remember where. Oh, it's junior sister. It's like this. My disciple from the peak wanted to have a few words with this loving saint in front of us, but I didn't expect her to suddenly attack. Tell me, is this the way the Snow Concubine Palace treats guests? Master Jin Feng explained to her angrily. The white-haired girl's expression did not change. She knew what kind of person this senior brother was, and his disciples would not be much better. The white-haired girl turned her attention to Shirayuki, and was immediately stunned. She had seen many beautiful women before. This is the first time I've seen someone who is even better than her, especially her temperament, which makes people want to go up and hug her and cherish her. The white-haired girl immediately understood that it was lust at work. The white-haired girl said softly to Bai Shui. Miss, I already understand the situation. I apologize to you on behalf of my nephew. Please unlock the skill. Bai girl, please release the power. Qingqiu also advised from the side. Although the girl in front of him couldn't tell that this was power and thought it was a skill, Lord Jinfeng's beastmaster would definitely see it, so there was no need to hide it. Nangong Yuehua frowned. Power? Is power so common nowadays? At this time, the sword-shaped necklace around the white-haired girl's neck also silently transmitted a message to her. It is indeed a power, and it is not weak. It is a power that acts on the soul. The specific effect is unknown. Judging from the condition of the boy who fell to the ground, it is a power that affects emotions. Moreover, Yuehua, this girl is already at the imperial level, which is higher than your rank. I looked at her carefully, and she is younger than you. He's very talented, so if you have the chance, you can try to trick him. If you can form a contract with him, it will be of great help to you in the future. Bai Shui released the power from Bai Ming, the eldest disciple of Jin Jianfeng. She was indeed impulsive just now, but she heard Bai Ming say that she was lying to him and that Yeye did not exist. Bai Shui couldn't help it. In her heart, others can say anything about anyone, including her, but she will never allow others to say anything about Ye. Bai Ming stood up with trembling legs and silently retreated behind the crowd. The power that acts on the soul has side effects. Without the treatment of a healing beast tamer, he dare not see Bai Shui again for at least 3 or 4 years. Thank you for your understanding, brother. Let's go, said the white-haired girl. No way! Master Jin Feng shouted angrily at the white-haired girl. She attacked my eldest disciple first, and now she wants us to apologize to her. I don't agree. When did our Eternal Sword sect become so weak? The white-haired girl sighed and continued. Senior brother Jin, this is what Master meant. Master Jin Feng immediately became dejected and asked weakly. Is this really what the Sword Master meant? The white-haired girl nodded and grabbed the necklace on her chest and raised it. After a long silence, Master Jin Feng suddenly shouted at Bai Shui. For the sake of Fairy Qingqiu, let's forget about this. After he finished speaking, he led the Eternal Sword sect members out of the Snow Fox tribe's territory. As he left, he slapped his eldest disciple on the head and cursed. Shame on you! Snow White. Qingqiu Ye. The white-haired girl waited until Master Ji Feng was far away before she looked at Bai Shui and Qingqiu Ye and said, I'm sorry, young lady, this elder senior brother is just like that. I apologize on his behalf. Ha ha, the Eternal Sword sect actually has a disciple as sensible as you. Girl, what's your name? I'm rooting for you. Qingqiu Ye laughed. In reply to the elder, my surname is Nangong and my name is Yuehua. The white-haired woman responded respectfully. Nangong Yuehua, she's a good. Before Qingqiu could finish her words, Bai Shui's questioning voice interrupted Qingqiu. Nangong Yuehua, are you sure your name is Nangong Yuehua? Bai Shui suddenly stood up and asked. The white-haired girl frowned and looked at the girl in front of her who also had white hair and was a little more beautiful than her. She had no impression of the girl in front of her, so why did she react so strongly to her name? That shouldn't be the case. Logically speaking, if they had met before, she shouldn't have forgotten such a beautiful girl. Well, no matter what, I will never say my name wrong. Nangong Yuehua nodded in response. Can I see your face? Bai Shui asked in a trembling voice. The veil on Nangong Yuehua's face is the product of her skills. Normally, Saint-level beastmasters cannot see through it, unless they have Saint-level beastmasters with skills that can see through it. If other beasts want to see through it, it's easy. They just need to tear the veil apart. The veil is very fragile anyway, and high-level beasts with attack skills can tear the veil apart. But you have to be capable, a high-level beastmaster, and you will be beaten to ashes by Nangong Yuehua's beastmaster before you even get close to her. No problem, Nangong Yuehua responded. She wore the veil only to block the suitors from the Eternal Sword sect. Although the effect was minimal, it was better than nothing. It doesn't matter if she shows it to the two beauties in front of her, whose looks are no less beautiful than hers, or even better. Nangong Yuehua gently lifted her veil, revealing her beautiful face as white as jade. Sister Yuehua? Bai Shui covered her mouth lightly and called out with red eyes. Sorry, who are you? Nangong Yuehua looked at the lovely white-haired girl in front of her and thought for a long time but still couldn't remember. Bai Shui couldn't stop crying. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I really didn't think about it. I'm sorry. Bai Shui's crying made Nangong Yuehua panic, and she quickly apologized. No, it's not because of you. I'm just a little sad. Bai Shui responded quickly. After meeting Nangong Yuehua, Bai Shui couldn't help but release the grievances and sadness that had accumulated in her heart, but she knew that Nangong Yuehua was not someone she could confide in. I'm Bai Shui, Sister Yuehua. Bai Shui took the tissue handed to her by Li Yao, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said softly. You are a used little fox. Why are you here? Where is you? I have been looking for you for a long time, but there has been no news from you. Nangong Yuehua walked forward in surprise, held Bai Shui's hand and said. Bai Shui had calmed down by now, but after hearing the word, "you," from Nangong Yuehua, she still showed a sad expression. Although she quickly concealed it, Nangong Yuehua still caught it. What's wrong, Bai Shui? Is something wrong with you? Nangong Yuehua asked worriedly. No, nothing happened. It's you, Sister Yuehua. How come you appeared in the glowing realm and joined the Eternal Sword sect? Bai Shui didn't want Nangong Yuehua to know about this, so she changed the subject and asked. Maybe it was her self-esteem that was at work. Although Nangong Yuehua was a good person, she was a love rival. Bai Shui didn't want her to know that she was left behind because she held Ye back. And there were some reasons that were hard to explain. Anyway, she just didn't want Yuehua to know that she was now far away from Ye. She didn't want Yuehua to know that as Ye's beastmaster, she had been separated from Ye for thousands of years. Nangong Yuehua stared at Bai Shui for a long time. Forget it, Bai Shui. If you have any problems, you can always come to me, I will definitely help you. Nangong Yuehua glanced at Kinkia, who was looking at Bai Shui worriedly, and continued. Perhaps you don't need my help anymore. As for why I am in the glowing realm, I want to ask you. Why did I come to the glowing realm after passing through the space channel in the eternal winter realm? This, Sister Yao Yao. Bai Shui looked at Li Yao. She was a space-type beastmaster, and knew more about space channels. That spatial channel is indeed connected to the eternal winter realm. You may have encountered spatial turbulence. We have been to that channel together before. I didn't expect that such a stable spatial channel would still produce spatial turbulence. You're lucky. You were able to escape the spatial turbulence even without a spatial beast. Li Yao analyzed. Is that so? So, all my years of searching for you in the glorious realm have been in vain, Nangong Yuehua said. That's indeed the case from the results, Li Yao said. Ahem. Kinkia pulled Li Yao back. She didn't ask you, and I don't know what's wrong with Li Yao today. She usually says what she needs to say, but this time she doesn't know how to read the atmosphere. Shui girl, you don't have to accompany me. Just chat with your old friend alone, Kinkia said. No need, Sister Ye. Since I promised to accompany you, I must do it, Bai Shui replied. Okay. Qingqiu responded speechlessly. Bai Shui, tell me the truth, Yu is not in danger of life, Nangong Yuehua asked. Of course not, Ye is fine. But she couldn't stay with Ye. Nangong Yuehua looked at Bai Shui's affirmative answer and didn't feel like she was lying, so she responded. That's good. If you have anything, come find me anytime. I'm going back to the sect first. I still have a lot of things to deal with. Well, goodbye, Sister Yuehua. Bai Shui, bye too. After Nangong Yuehua left, Bai Shui breathed a sigh of relief and sat back in her seat. I can see it now, Kinkia said. What? Bai Shui looked at Kinkia and asked in confusion. You didn't want to talk to Yuehua anymore. That Yuehua girl must have noticed that, so she made an excuse to leave. With so many powerful figures coming to the Eternal Sword sect, how could she be needed to handle so many things that she didn't even have time to chat? Why, girl, don't you want her to know about that? Kinkia's words were like arrows, piercing Bai Shui's heart. Was what I expressed so clearly? Bai Shui stammered. Shui girl, this is what they call, those who are involved are confused, while those who are on the sidelines can see clearly. Don't you agree, little demon? Qingqiu smiled lightly. Li Yao also nodded and responded. Lady Saint did express it quite clearly. But Shui girl, that Nangong Yuehua is pretty good looking. It would be a pity to leave her to the Eternal Sword sect. Why don't you trick her into coming to the Snow Concubine Palace? Snow White. Chapter 103 Nangong Yuehua requests to communicate again. Yuehua, are you two on good terms? I feel like although she is surprised to see you, she doesn't seem to want to talk to you much. Nangong Yuehua, who had returned to her seat, heard the necklace's voice. The relationship is average. I have a very good relationship with her contract partner. Nangong Yuehua responded. Is this the person you have been looking for all these years? Then why don't you ask further? If I keep asking, will she tell me? Although I don't understand Bai Shui's personality, I understand Yu. It's enough to know that Yu is fine. Nangong Yuehua responded. Never mind. It's fine as long as you think it's okay. But I have to remind you that she doesn't have the aura of a beastmaster. I wonder if she has hidden it with her skills. The sword-shaped necklace vibrated in response. What did you say? Nangong Yu stood up from her seat in shock and asked loudly. They had been chatting using telepathy before, But Nangong Yuehua, who was shocked by the necklace's words, shouted out unconsciously. It attracted the attention of the surrounding members of the Eternal Sword sect. This is like falling asleep in class in college and suddenly talking loudly in your sleep, standing up and talking. Fortunately, there were only a few people left. Apart from her, there was only one powerful figure, Lord Jin Feng. The others were all juniors. They only dared to watch and not speak. Junior sister? Master Jin Feng asked doubtfully. However, Master Jin Feng dared to speak out. It's okay, senior brother Jin, Master and I are chatting, Nangong Yuehua responded. Is that so? Junior sister Yuehua, please be respectful when talking to the Sword Master, and don't be so jumpy. Master Ji Feng taught her a lesson. Brother Jin is right. I will correct it right away, Nangong Yuehua responded respectfully. Humph, I'm glad to know. Master Ji Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. He didn't know what the Sword Master was thinking by accepting a kid who was thousands of years old as his disciple. All of these peak masters and elders who are hundreds of millions or even billions of years old have to call her junior sister. Yuehua, you're so jumpy, it's embarrassing, the sword-shaped necklace responded helplessly. Master, are you sure? Nangong Yuehua transmitted the message again. Yuehua, you look down on your master. Do you think your master is wrong? The sword-shaped pendant vibrated more violently, as if expressing its grievance of being questioned. No, I just find it unbelievable, Nangong Yuehua responded with trembling voice. Why, you also think there is a problem, and it's not a skill to conceal the breath? The sword-shaped necklace asked. I really don't know Bai Shui very well. At that time, Bai Shui couldn't be touched by anyone except Ayu, so I don't know much about her. But I know Ayu, he would not do such a thing. So there's only one possibility left. No, I have to go ask. Nangong Yuehua stood up and prepared to go to the Snow Fox clan to find Bai Shui and ask for clarification. Wait, remember not to ruin the relationship. Ask her out for a talk alone, the sword-shaped necklace reminded. Junior sister Yuehua, where are you going? Master Jin Feng stopped Nangong Yuehua and asked. Senior brother Jin, Master asked me to talk to the Snow Fox clan about cooperation. Nangong Yuehua turned around and responded. Master Ji Feng stared at Nangong Yuehua's unchanged face for a long time and then said, Go! I don't think you dare spread the words of the Lord Sword Master. Thank you, senior brother, Nangong Yuehua said and left quickly. Yuehua, my name is useful, right? The sword-shaped necklace transmitted the message. Master is famous and powerful, so of course it will be useful. Loquacious. In the Snow Fox clan area, ever since Peak Master Jin returned to his seat after being humiliated, the Peak Masters of other peaks of the Eternal Sword sect also organized some people and went to the Snow Fox clan without getting tired of it, making Qingqiuya and other Snow Fox clan members extremely annoyed. Fortunately, because what Bai Shui did had spread among the members of the Eternal Sword sect, the beastmaster who came to the Snow Fox clan to make his presence known has not bothered her yet. Cough. Nangong Yuehua came here and coughed twice after seeing other members of the Eternal Sword sect. It attracted the attention of the beastmasters of the Snow Fox clan and the Eternal Sword sect. Qingqiuya frowned, glanced at Bai Shui, and thought to herself, why is she here again? Hello, Uncle Master. Hello, Uncle. The disciples of the Eternal Sword sect all saluted Nangong Yuehua, including many Imperial-level beastmasters who were one rank higher than her. Well, go back and tell your master that you don't need to come to the Snow Fox tribe for the time being. The Sword Master has arranged an important matter for me to discuss with the Snow Fox tribe. Nangong Yuehua gave the order. Hey. There's no need for that. That's too much. Can't you just take that girl out for a talk? Otherwise, when you come back, I'll be surprised if those Peak Masters don't complain to me. The sword-shaped necklace on Nangong Yuehua's chest complained. Words spoken are like spilled water, and cannot be taken back. Master, you will help me, right? Nangong Yuehua sent a voice message to the sword-shaped necklace. Oh, never mind, I'll just do as you say. Hee, thank you, Master. After all the members of the Eternal Sword sect left, Bai Shui looked at Nangong Yuehua, whom she had just met a few minutes ago, and said coldly. Nangong Yuehua, is there anything else? Nangong Yuehua, Didn't he just call her Sister Yuehua? What happened in just a few minutes? Forget it, it doesn't matter what you call her, the most important thing is to ask you clearly. Nangong girl, I don't think it's what you said, that the Sword Master wants to discuss something with our Snow Fox clan. Qingqiuya glanced at Nangong Yuehua with eyes that seemed to see through everything, and finally her gaze stopped on the necklace on Nangong Yuehua's chest and said. Nangong Yuehua didn't react at all. The Fox clan is known for its high IQ, so she didn't find it strange that they could see through all this. Elder, please understand. I just want to talk to Bai Shui alone about something. Also, I see that you are tired of the disciples of the Eternal Sword sect, so I found this excuse to get them away. Nangong Yuehua responded. Humph, you smart aleck girl. If Miss Shui is willing to talk to you, I have no objection. If she doesn't want to, do and even think about taking her away. Qingqiuya responded with a cold snort. It should be so. Bai Shui, do you want to talk to me alone? It's okay if you don't want to. If you don't want to, let's talk here. Nangong Yuehua said. What a ruthless conspiracy. They force you to chat by relying on your status as a guest. Qingqiuya turned her gaze to Bai Shui. She had done everything she could. Shui girl, what is your choice? Nangong Yuehua, although I am the saint of the Snow Concubine Palace, I am a saint without any real power. I can leave any time I want. The Palace Master has not restricted me. Your plan has failed. But you are Yeye's friend after all, and as Yeye's family, I should properly meet your needs, so I have two conditions. Bai Shui responded coldly. Beautiful. Qingqiuya silently gave Bai Shui a big thumbs up in her heart, and took over the role. Nangong Yuehua frowned and thought for a while before responding. What request? The first requirement is that you can only ask 3 questions. The second requirement is that Sister Yaya and Sister Yayao must accompany me. Bai Shui stretched out 2 fingers and said. Nangong Yuehua frowned, and after thinking for a while, she nodded and agreed. Okay. Chapter 104. Only 3 questions. Qingqiuya. Why am I involved? She glanced at the Palace Master on the high platform and found that the Palace Master was staring at them intently, with his ears erect and emitting soul power fluctuations. When the Palace Master discovered that Qingqiuya was looking at him, he stuck out his tongue at her, made a playful expression, and signaled Qingqiuya not to run away. No, you're just peeping and eavesdropping, right? No, if you do it openly and honestly, it can't be called stealing. You're robbing. And you won't let her leave. Damn Palace Master, he is so powerful. No need to go out and talk alone, let's do it here. Xiao Yao. Qingqiuya turned and said to Xiao Yao. Li Yao took a step forward and came to the middle of the 3 women. She spread her hands and slid them around, and a dark space barrier appeared around the 4 of them. Originally, the space was invisible, but in order to guard against some guys who liked to read lips, some changes were made. Qingqiuya thought proudly at this time, damn Palace Master, let's see what you can do now. She hasn't left the hall yet, so you can't punish her, and you can also prevent everyone from watching, especially the Palace Master, who wants to eavesdrop. Unless this spatial barrier is broken, the only way to eavesdrop is to use special skills. But special skills will leave traces, unlike the skill the Palace Master used just now, which is a skill to improve her own quality. She improved her hearing, so she was able to eavesdrop for so long without being discovered. You can ask now. Bai Shui said to Nangong Yuehua. Where is you? Is he safe? Nangong Yuehua asked impatiently. These are 2 questions. Are you sure you want me to answer them? Bai Shui responded. Wait, let me think about it. Nangong Yuehua said quickly. Nangong Yuehua paced back and forth in this small space for a while before continuing to ask. The first question is, why did you terminate the contract with you? After hearing this, Qingqiuya sighed in her heart, smart, asking 1 question as 2 questions. Because this is the method with the highest survival rate, and it was the only method at the time. Bai Shui replied. Nangong Yuehua frowned. That's it. You're trying to pull it off. There was basically no information. The only information she had basically confirmed was that Bai Shui and Yu had terminated their contract. The second question is, what crisis did you encounter that forced you to make the decision to terminate the contract? Nangong Yuehua asked again. As for the hunt, here's a piece of news. The decision was made by me. I have one last question, Nandong Yuehua, you have to think carefully before asking. Bai Shui reminded. No, is that how you answer a question? Just say you're being hunted. At least tell us who's hunting you. The last question is, what do you think of you now? Nandong Yuehua thought for a while before asking. Yeye is everything to me. I can give up everything for him. Bai Shui's answer was no longer calm, but full of strong emotions. People feel it unconsciously. Nandong Yuehua looked at Bai Shui for a long moment before sighing. Never mind, never mind. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm done asking. Qingqiuye nodded towards Li Yao. Li Yao lifted his skill, and the light in the hall reappeared in everyone's eyes. Elder Qingqiu, we have finished what we need to talk about. I will leave first. Nandong Yuehua turned her gaze to Qingqiuye and spoke. Yeah. Qingqiuye nodded in response. After Nandong Yuehua left, Qingqiuye asked Bai Shui. Why did you let Yao Yao and I sit in on the conversation? You could have talked to her alone. Sister Ye, you have to be on guard against others. First of all, I'm not familiar with her. Second, even if they were familiar with each other, thousands of years had passed. Now that she had been exposed to the other world, especially the Eternal Sword sect, her horizons had broadened. At the same time, she might have been influenced by the beastmasters there, which may have led to her personality changing. I don't have a very good impression of the beastmasters of the Eternal Sword sect. Third, we're rivals in love. Nandong Yuehua must have set her sights on Yeye, and might attack me out of jealousy. Bai Shui analyzed. That's impossible. Even if she has that idea, she wouldn't dare to take action in Xuefei Palace again. Does she still want to go back alive? Besides, she is just a king-level beastmaster. Is it necessary to be so cautious? Qingqiuye asked doubtfully. I have to wait for Yeye here, so I have to be fully prepared. Bai Shui responded. Looking at the white snow in front of them, Qingqiuye and Li Yao looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. Li Yao, elder, what's wrong with Bai Shui? Qingqiuye, it seems like the power is out of control. It should be because Bai Shui is not very skilled in using the power for the first time after advancing to the imperial level. However, the impact is not big and only affects the original body's personality. Qingqiuye, I remember that Bai Shui's power seems to affect emotions. Li Yao nodded and continued to communicate with Qingqiuye through eye contact. Li Yao, why don't we send him to Elder Qing to have a look? I remember Elder Qing has the power of healing. Qingqiuye, just wait a few days, it will disappear naturally and then you won't have to look for it anymore. Besides, it will disappear naturally and it will help her control her power in the future. Li Yao nodded in agreement. On the other side, Nandong Yuehua returned to her seat and chatted with her master. Is this really okay? We haven't gotten any information at all. The sword-shaped necklace transmitted the message. Master, you are short-sighted. Isn't there a piece of news? Nandong Yuehua responded. What news? It feels like useless news to me. The sword-shaped necklace responded through voice transmission. Bai Shui still loves you. Nandong Yuehua responded. No, what use is this information? I can't feel it. The sword-shaped necklace said in a puzzled voice. Since she loves Ayu, she will definitely sign a contract with Ayu again, but she doesn't have a contract. It means that Bai Shui has not found Ayu yet, so someone is sent to investigate what the loving saint Bai Shui is doing recently, and whether she is looking for anyone. If she looked for her, it means Ayu must still be alive. Nandong Yuehua analyzed. Sword Master. As long as you are happy, just remember not to let the Snow Concubine Palace know when you are investigating. The sword-shaped necklace reminded. Don't worry, I'll make arrangements. Yuehua, as long as you know the answer. Chapter 105. The game ended quickly. Blue Star, Jingzhou, Bird's Nest. Qiu Nanwei, who was sitting in the waiting area under the ring, had no idea what was happening in the other world. He only knew that he was about to go on stage. To be honest, she was a bit bored, so Qiu Nanwei took out her phone and watched some videos. The logistics staff on the side were stunned. He was worthy of being a student who could advance to a high-level beastmaster in just 2 years. He had a really good mentality and was not nervous at all. After a long time, the competition on the stage finally ended, and the protective shield of the ring was removed. The contestants on the stage walked off the stage in disappointment. It seems that the contestant who went up from Chiyo Nanyue's waiting area lost. After the man stepped down, he saw Chiyo Nanwe browsing her phone leisurely. He became so angry that he couldn't call her, so he cursed at her. Shit! Chiyo Nanwe frowned. He originally thought it was a beastmaster from the African continent, but he didn't expect it to be a black man from the American continent. Seeing that Chiyo Nanwe was still browsing her phone and ignored him, the black man quickly left. Bump. The black man had not walked far when he bumped into something with a bang, making a loud noise, but there was nothing in front of him. The black man staggered a few times, sat down on the ground, then stood up suddenly and howled. Ah! It sounds really ugly. The screams attracted the attention of Chiyo Nanwe and the logistics staff. After seeing the black man covering his butt and jumping up and down, Chiyo Nanwe quietly communicated with Shinling's Wiyu. Yu, isn't this a bit too much? How could that be? Aren't all the people in the Americas like this? I thought they were used to it. Shinling Zhiyu said in shock. You, where did you learn this? See what netizens posted. You, from now on, please read less of the stupid messages from netizens. When the logistics staff beside Chiyo Nanwe saw this, they quickly ran to the black man, helped him up, and asked, Contestant, are you okay? The black guy felt a bit of pain at the beginning, but now he feels much better, and judging by his expression, he even seems to feel a bit comfortable. He shook off the hand of the logistics staff, waved, and limped out of the ring area. After all, he had been eliminated. No one noticed that the black man's crotch was gradually turning red. After a while, a mechanical prompt sound came from the impact of the arena area. Round 7 beastmasters participating in the 7th round, please come on stage. Round 7 beastmasters participating in the 7th round, please come on stage. Reminded 3 times in a row. The logistics staff quickly came to Chiyo Nanwe and reminded her. Student Chiyo Nanwe, it's time to go on stage and compete. Chiyo Nanwe put the phone in her pocket, stood up and walked towards the ring. Student Chiyo Nanwe, your cell phone, and valuables can be placed in the waiting area, otherwise they will be damaged during the competition. The shouts of the logistics staff came from behind. Chiyo Nanwe waved her hands and responded loudly. It's okay. Then she walked onto the stage. After Chiyo Nanwe entered the ring, his opponent had been waiting there for a while. There is no referee on the stage, and the results of the competition are determined by the central control system of the bird's nest. Chiyo Nanyue's opponent is a white girl. Judging from her appearance alone, Chiyo Nanwe has no idea which country or faction she is from. After all, he thought the beastmaster just now was from the African continent, but it turned out to be from the American continent. Maybe he is not from the American continent at all. It doesn't seem reliable to guess based on just one English word. Chiyo Nanwe nodded at the other party, and the white girl nodded back. Ding! Both sides are in position and ready to start the game. 10, 9, 8. The white girl summoned her 2 beasts. Maxim heavy machine gun. Amoris. Gender male. Beast taming rank, intermediate. Beast type, mechanical/power. Beast taming skills. Beast tamer contract, Alika Joyce. Brown bear. Joey. Beast taming rank, intermediate advanced. Beast type, biological/defense. Beast taming skills. Beast tamer contract, Alika Joyce. When the white girl summoned the beast, 2 panels appeared in Chiyo Nanyue's eyes. A machine gun and a bear. Could it be the beast tamer from the Russians next door? 5, 4. The countdown was almost over. Seeing that I hadn't summoned the beast yet, the white girl reminded me in broken Chinese. Summon the beast. Chiyo Nanwe smiled at her and responded. Thank you for the reminder. My beast has always been by my side. After hearing this, the white girl stopped talking and waited for the countdown to end. 3, 2, 1. The white girl raised her heavy machine gun and aimed it at Chiyo Nanwe. Brown bear stood behind her and supported her shoulders. The recoil was probably too great for her to bear. The game begins. Tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. In an instant, countless bullets were fired from the heavy machine gun in the white girl's hand towards Chiyo Nanwe. Suddenly, white smoke rose from the ring and sonic booms were heard. The white girl holding the heavy machine gun did not feel happy because she hit her opponent. Instead, she frowned and her expression became more and more solemn. The system has not declared her the winner, which means that her opponent has not received any fatal injuries, and has not surrendered, which means that he is still able to handle it with ease. The girl did not give up the attack until 10 minutes later, when the barrel of the heavy machine gun was burned red. She put down the heavy machine gun. At this time, she was about 10 meters away from where she stood when she went on stage. The recoil of the heavy machine gun directly pushed her back 10 meters, and there was still the brown bear standing behind her to support her. But even if the machine gun barrel didn't burn red, she couldn't fire. At this moment, her arms had been broken, several ribs were broken, and there was a slightly fishy sweet taste in her mouth. At this time, Brown Bear also walked out from behind her and stood in front of her, ready to guard against the enemy Chionanwe in the white smoke at any time. The white smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Chionanwe in the smoke. He was standing there unharmed, not even the corner of his clothes was torn. Half a meter in front of him, there was a small golden hill, which was the remnant of bullets fired by the white girl's heavy machine gun. Chionanwe walked around the bullet debris and walked casually in front of the white girl. Walked into the range of the brown bear's attack. Brown bears do exactly that. A bear paw bigger than Chionanwe's head came towards him. The strong sense of oppression did not affect Chionanwe. He seemed to ignore the rushing bear paw and continued to walk towards the white girl. The huge bear paw stopped half a meter away from Chionanwe, and a faint barrier appeared in front of everyone. It is a skill within the shield barrier, similar to the barrier raised in the arena. Chionanwe walked up to the white girl and raised her hand. The white girl seemed to be frightened and wanted to raise her hands to block Chionanwe's attack, but a pain made her realize that her hands were broken. She could only close her eyes and wait for the end of the game. But the imagined pain did not appear. Chionanwe stepped forward, patted the white girl on the shoulder, and said softly, "Girl, surrender." "Well, I surrender." The white girl spoke weakly. Drops the winner is Chionanwe of Suzhou, China. Chionanwe nodded to the white girl and walked off the stage. He thought the white girl just faced reality, but he did not notice the blush on her face. She was a beastmaster trained by the Russian military. Their education was very tough, and there was basically no such thing as surrender. What's more, it was just an open competition. Even if she died in the ring, she would be pulled back by the Chinese healing beastmaster. Surrendering is simply a disgrace to the country and to the soldiers. Blue-white jade hairpin. Glazed jade. Gender female. Shield passive. The wearer of this jade hairpin will gain a shield that can withstand 10 strong attacks of the same level. During its existence, it will not be affected by any control effects. The number of times can be replenished by consuming soul power. The number of times will not be consumed if the attack effect does not reach the same level. Shield active. Actively generates a shield for the target that can withstand 3 attacks of the current level, lasting for 1 hour, with a cooldown of 12 hours. He is just an intermediate beastmaster, and is not qualified to break the shield of the glazed jade. Chapter 106. We're already playing a game, and you're still not a gentleman at all. A few minutes ago, when Chionanwe came on stage, the big screen above the bird's nest was not lucky enough to choose the arena for Chionanwe's competition. There is no way. Only 10 arenas can be shown on the big screen at the same time, but there are 500 arenas in the entire bird's nest, so the probability is very low. So only a few people saw Chionanwe's match. Among them are several of Chionanwe's friends, Li Yingying, Lu Jiajia, and Chionanwe's target Jinsi Zayuri. "Jiajia, look, Big Brother is on the stage." Li Yingying excitedly pulled Lu Jiajia and shouted. Yeah, I saw it." Lu Jiajia also responded excitedly. "My brother is facing a beast tamer who is as big as a Russian bear. Jiajia, guess how many minutes it will take my brother to finish him off?" Li Yingying said. "Well, about 10 minutes," Lu Jiajia responded. "How about we make a bet? I guess it can be solved within 3 minutes. If I win, Jiajia, you have to come to my room and sleep with me tonight." Li Yingying made the bet confidently. Lu Jiajia blushed shyly and asked, "Then, what if I win?" "Well, then I'll go to your room and sleep with you," It's all the same. Hee hee, just kidding. Jia, let me make a request, Li Yingying said with a grin. Well, it seems that there are no requirements for the time being. Why not keep it? Lu Jiajia said after thinking for a while. Okay, I will definitely win anyway. Li Yingying trusted Xiao Nanhua very much. Besides, it didn't matter if she lost. Jia was her best friend, and Jia would not make excessive demands to make things difficult for her. Oh, it's a heavy machine gun and zone xiong. Is this Alaka Joyce from the military? Lu Jiajia asked in confusion. I saw on the internet that Russia's thermal weapons have beasts, and even those who are not in the military can apply for it. It's different from China. I don't know if it's true, Lu Jiajia replied. Who cares? It has nothing to do with me, Li Yingying responded. Li Yingying glanced at Jinsei Zayudi, who was 1 seat away, and found that she was still watching the game quietly and didn't react at all. Li Yingying thought, could it be that she is socially anxious and doesn't like to talk? I don't know where Xiao Nanhua brought her from, but she came back with a cute little sister after just 10 minutes of being out. Miss Jinsei, why are you here to watch the game with my brother? Li Yingying asked. Seeing that Jinsei Zayudi was still staring at Xiao Nanhua on the screen, Li Yingying spoke again, this time raising her voice by a few decibels. Miss Jinsei? What's wrong? Jinsei Zayudi finally reacted and turned around to look at Li Yingying and replied. Miss Jinsei, are you so engrossed in watching it? You didn't even hear me calling you just now, Li Yingying complained. Sorry, I was just thinking about something. Is there anything wrong? Jinsei Zayudi responded. It's like this. I want to ask, why did you follow my eldest brother to watch the game? Li Yingying asked. No, I just want to continue following Senior Mu, Xiao Nanhua, Jinsei Zayudi responded. Continue? How long have you been following my elder brother? Li Yingying asked as if she had grasped the key words. About half a year, Jinsei Zayudi responded. Half a year? Have you been living together? Li Yingying even raised her voice by several decibels online. That's not right. She had never seen this girl from Jinsei when she went to play with her elder brother. Yes, with Senior Yu and Senior Qin, Jinsei Zayudi said surprisingly. Jinsei Zayudi didn't know that what she said was ambiguous. She felt that she was just telling the truth. Senior Xiao Nanhua used to carry it with him every day, so there is nothing wrong with saying this. 2 more? 3 of them together. Li Yingying was shocked by Jinsei Zayudi's words. His older brother looks like a decent person, but I can't believe he's actually this kind of person. He even has a 4P relationship. I'm no longer a fan. Jinsei Zayudi felt that the child in front of him was a little strange. Why was he so startled? Wasn't it a very normal thing? Ahem, let's play the game, watch the game. Lu Jiajia held Li Yingying and waited for them to talk. She didn't know what Li Yingying would ask next. Watch the game. Jinsei Zayudi's answers just now exhausted Li Yingying's CPU, so she simply chose to give up thinking and return to the game. Seeing Xiao Nanhua showing no signs of dodging in the opponent's sweeping shots on the Dao competition field, Li Yingying frowned. This, directly sweeping the beastmaster's body. This. However, the system has not yet reported victory, which means that his elder brother is not in any problem for the time being. This white smoke is so annoying. I can't even see my brother, Li Yingying complained. After a few minutes of heavy machine gun fire, Li Yingying couldn't help but complain. Brother, why don't you take action? I'm about to lose the bet with Jia. After 10 minutes of heavy machine gun fire, Li Yingying's eyes gradually became numb. Finally, after seeing Xiao Nanhua casually walk up to the white girl and pat her shoulder gently, Li Yingying couldn't help but burst out in laughter. If you have the ability, you should have walked up to her at the beginning while facing bullets. We're already in the competition, and you're still a gentleman. Chapter 107. Li Yingying, whose head is full of pornographic garbage. Xiao Nanhua returned to the viewing area. Returned to the original position. It's strange, why is Li Yingying so quiet? The atmosphere always felt a little strange, and Li Yingying and Lu Jiajia stopped playing around. Li Yingying, what's wrong with you? Xiao Nanhua asked. It's all because of you, Li Yingying complained angrily. Just now, she was so excited that she shouted loudly, and was stared at by several spectators in the front row. Because of me? Chiu Nanhua felt very confused. He had gone to the competition and was not there, so how could they blame him? Brother, you could have finished the game quickly. Why did you wait for her to finish a round of shooting? You even made me lose the bet. Li Yingying complained. Did you watch my game? Chiu Nanhua asked. Still betting. Well, I guessed that you could finish the game in 3 minutes. If I had guessed right, I would have let Jia Jia sleep with me tonight. But you went on stage and pretended to be a gentleman, causing me to lose the bet. Li Yingying complained. Sorry, Chiu Nanhua thought Li Yingying was addicted to gambling, but it turned out that she was just lustful. Lesbians are so scary that even my best friend is targeting them. Chiu Nanhua felt that there was no need to bet on such things. Judging from the relationship between Li Yingying and Lu Jiejia, as long as Li Yingying asked for it, Lu Jiejia would definitely agree. But these have nothing to do with him. Let the two best friends solve their own problems. Chiu Nanhua looked at Jinsei Zayudi and asked, Didn't that bitch Li Yingying touch you? What do you mean by touching me? Who do you think I am? Li Yingying complained dissatisfiedly. I remember I said it before, female hooligan. Chiu Nanhua responded. No. Miss Li Yingying didn't do anything to me, she just asked some questions. Jinsei Zayudi responded shyly. That's good, Chiu Nanhua said with a sigh of relief. Good? What's good about it, brother? I didn't expect that you looked honest, but you actually had 3 mistresses hidden in your house. Li Yingying said sarcastically. What did you say? Chiu Nanhua looked at Jinsei Zayudi. I didn't say anything. I just answered her question and said that I am now with Senior Chiu Nanhua. That's all. Jinsei Zayudi responded in confusion. Chiu Nanhua was a little confused and speechless. Neither Li Yingying nor Jinsei Zayudi could explain it. He had no choice but to turn his attention to Lu Jiejia on the other side. Well, what Miss Jinsei meant is that she lives with you now, and there are 2 others, Senior Qing and Senior Yu. That's roughly the situation, Lu Jiejia explained. Chiu Nanhua was speechless for a moment. It was indeed true, they even slept in the same bed, but he didn't think it was what Li Yingying thought. They were all real bodies, placed next to his pillow, and nothing happened as Li Yingying imagined. Li Yingying, I'm talking to you. Why is your head full of dirty trash? The Senior Yu and Senior Qing that Jinsei mentioned are my 2 beastmasters. I remember I called them that in front of you. Chiu Nanhua said speechlessly to Li Yingying. This? Jia Jia, have you guessed it a long time ago? Li Yingying avoided the gaze, looking guilty, and then found her best friend as a breakthrough point. I'm not sure either. Lu Jiejia stuck out her tongue and responded playfully. Well, in the end, I had to take on everything, Li Yingying said, pretending to be sad. Lu Jiejia had no choice but to pat her on the back to comfort her. Li Yingying took the opportunity to bury her head in Lu Jiejia's chest. Tisk, it's shameful, this female hooligan Li Yingying can find opportunities to act like a hooligan to her best friend anytime and anywhere. No. Li Yingying suddenly pulled her head out, looked at Chiu Nanhua, pointed at the Jinsei purple jade flute and asked. What about her? She's already living with you. I was just joking, but she actually turned out to be your little wife. Snap. Chiu Nanhua slapped Li Yingying's head hard and scolded her. You little bastard, you're still meddling in my affairs. You're addicted to being my mother's best friend, and now you want to be my mother. Brother, I was wrong. I didn't even know to be gentler. Li Yingying complained after hugging Lu Jiejia. Chiu Nanhua ignored her and turned her gaze to Jinsei Zayudi, asking. Today, maybe we won't be able to play the next game tomorrow. I'm going back to the hotel later. Jinsei, do you want to stay and watch the game, or leave with me? Brother, you are leaving. After hearing Chiu Nanhua's words, Li Yingying suddenly stood up and tried to persuade him to stay. Chiu Nanhua shook her head helplessly and responded. Why don't you leave? Are you staying to watch the game? It's so boring. Can't you stay and watch our game? We are friends after all. You could cheer for me and Lu Jiejia. Li Yingying begged. Stay? You guys compete. One of you has over 700 rounds, and the other has over 1,000 rounds. It definitely won't be your turn today, and maybe not tomorrow either. At most, each contestant competes for 10 minutes, and the competition lasts 24 hours a day, so there are only about 100 rounds a day. Although a game doesn't take 10 minutes. Xiao Nanhua analyzed carefully. The organizers must consider eliminating the mid-level beastmasters first. Simply put, in the system matching mechanism of the bird's nest, high-level beastmasters will never meet each other. However, high-level beast tamers are only a minority after all, so in most cases, it is a mid-level versus mid-level match, and the mid-level versus mid-level match mechanism becomes that a defensive beast tamer will never match a defensive beast tamer, and a healing beast tamer will never match a healing beast tamer. Unless it's a beast tamer like Xiao Nanhua who hasn't exposed herself at all. This way the game won't be too long. Although this is very unfair, this is the world of beastmasters. This? Li Yingying and Lu Jiejie looked at each other. They seemed to be communicating something. After a while, Li Yingying called out to Xiao Nanhua. Brother, the hotel isn't fun either. Wait for us. I'll report to Sister Yun first, and then how about we go out together in Jingzhou? This? Xiao Nanhua looked at the Jinsi purple jade flute. Jinsi Ziyuti blushed and replied softly in a weak voice. First, I will follow Senior Xiao Nanyue's arrangements. Xiao Nanhua nodded and decided. Okay then. Let's have fun together in Jingzhou. Once you go to another world, you may never have the chance to come back. Xiao Nanhua thought so as she watched Li Yingying and Lu Jiejie leave. Chapter 108, Strolling Around Jingzhou. Li Yingying waved to Xiao Nanhua behind her beside Li Yun, and made an okay gesture. Xiao Nanhua turned to look at Jinsi Ziyuti and said, Jinsi, let's go! After Xiao Nanhua finished speaking, she took the lead and walked towards Li Yingying and Lu Jiejie. Jinsi Ziyuti blushed and lowered her head, following Xiao Nanhua silently. Li Yingying waved at Xiao Nanhua and Jinsi Ziyuti in front and shouted, this way, hurry up! Why are you walking like old people? Xiao Nanhua came to the two of them and responded, why rush? There's still plenty of time. The four of them left together. However, it shocked Li Yun, who was paying attention to Li Yingying. Who is that person? Where's Xiao Nanhua? Damn! Why is there another woman? Damn, what happened during the time she was away? I'm sorry, my cousin who's far away in Xuzhou. Your daughter was abducted by Huang Mao. It doesn't seem like Huang Mao. Well, it's almost the same. The four left the bird's nest. Walking behind Li Yingying and Lu Jiejie, Du Qunani said, wait a moment, I'm going back to the hotel to change clothes first. Since there is no competition, just change it back. Well, are we just waiting here? Li Yingying asked. Well, just wait here, I'll be back soon, Yu. Xiao Nanhua responded. Chenling Zhuiyu opened a space channel in front of Xiao Nanhua, and the other end of the channel was the hotel assigned before. Jinsi, you come along too? Li Yingying was left with a face full of question marks. What? I have to bring my little wife with me just to change clothes. Xiao Nanhua came into the room and looked at Du Jinsi Ziyuti who was following behind her and said, Jinsi, this is a little difficult to say. I'd like to ask you to remove your skills so I can change them when I go on stage to compete. But if you don't want to, forget it. After all, you helped me. Asking for more is just greed on my part. Xiao Nanhua shamelessly mentioned this to Jinsi Ziyuti. He knew that Liuli Qingyu and Chenling Zhuiyu must be uncomfortable in this disguise, not only because of the change in their long-awaited positions, but also because he doesn't care, but he will do all this for his beastmaster. To his beastmasters, he is everything to them. Similarly, in Xiao Nanyue's heart, his beastmaster is also everything to him. As long as Liuli Qingyu and Chenling Zhuiyu can feel more comfortable, Xiao Nanhua doesn't mind losing some face. Senior Xiao Nanhua, please don't bother me. This is just a small matter and can't be considered as helping. Jinsi Ziyuti responded by waving his hands in panic. And removed the camouflage skills of Xiao Nanhua and his two beastmasters. Huh. Xiao Nanhua took the Hanfu Qingyi handed over by Shenling Zhuiyu, and took off his clothes, revealing his strong body. What Xiao Nanhua didn't notice was that Jinsi Ziyuti's cheeks behind him were flushed, so he quickly turned around and waited. Although Xiao Nanhua did not see this scene, his two beasts, Shenling Zhuiyu and Liuli Qingyu, saw the whole scene. Hee. Chenling Zhuiyu communicated with Liuli Qingyu in his mind. What bad idea are you coming up with now? Liu Liqingyu asked. How can it be called a bad idea? I'm doing this for Yaya's safety, Shen Lingzhu retorted. Forget it, just don't go too far, Liu Liqingyu responded. Too much? How is it too much? You were so cold to Yaya before, don't you like her now? Look at this girl Jinsi Zayuri, she is much easier to win over than you were back then, Shen Lingzhu retorted. That's not your fault, it's Yaya's personal charm, Liu Liqingyu responded. Yes, you are right. Qiu Nanhua put on the jade bracelet and hairpin again, and turned back into the elegant young man. He turned his head to look at Jinsi Zayuri and said, Jinsi, thank you, let's go. Jinsi Zayuri responded in a low voice. Qiu Nanhua felt a little strange. He always felt that there was something strange about the Jinsi purple jade flute, but he couldn't tell what was strange about it. Well, forget it, as long as she doesn't mean any harm. Qiu Nanhua and Jinsi Zayuri returned to Li Yingying and Lu Jiejia. So fast, Li Yingying said. Bang! What are you thinking about? Your head is full of dirty garbage. Qiu Nanhua patted Li Yingying's head and said. I say, why do you change clothes so quickly? Brother, you are the one who has the wrong idea. Li Yingying counterattacked. Qiu Nanhua gave her a look that asked her whether she believed it or not. But big brother, this outfit still looks good to me. Stop talking nonsense. Where are we going to play later? Qiu Nanhua asked. I want to go to the Forbidden City and take a look, Li Yingying said excitedly. Rejected. How could Qiu Nanhua agree? Not to mention where those people lived, even within the Forbidden City complex, there were several palaces that knew him. Wouldn't it be a trap for him to go there? Well, Jiejia, my brother bullied me. He obviously didn't want to ask for my opinion, but he asked it on purpose. Li Yingying hugged Lu Jiejia and complained. What about you? Jinsi, is there any place you want to go? Qiu Nanhua turned to Jinsi Zayuri and asked. No. I don't have anywhere I want to go. Senior Qiu Nanhua, please make the decision. Jinsi Zayuri was still the same, without any opinion of her own. Qiu Nanhua even suspected that the king-level beastmaster in front of her could be deceived by a lollipop seller. Then Lu Jiejia, let you decide one, Qiu Nanhua said directly. Except for Qiu Nanhua, the others are all girls, so it is better to let girls make the decision. Me? Lu Jiejia didn't expect that I would throw this difficult question to her. She spoke a little at a loss. Don't worry, take the lead boldly, Qiu Nanhua encouraged. Well, how about we eat first, then go to the amusement park, then go shopping at the mall, and finally go to the movies? Lu Jiejia said tentatively. Well, let's go, Qiu Nanhua responded. In the early hours of the night, Qiu Nanhua was half paralyzed on the bed. Jinsi Zayuri stood silently beside him. Qiu Nanhua regretted that he should have taken the initiative to cancel the shopping activity. Accompanying girls shopping is really not a human being's job. He didn't even have the energy to take a shower and slowly fell asleep. Hello? Jinsi purple jade flute, Shen Lingzhu called softly. Senior Yu. Jinsi Zayuri, who was staring at Qiu Nanhua, was startled and realized that it was Senior Yu who was calling it, so he responded softly. Jinsi, could you please help Yu change her clothes? It's uncomfortable to sleep in Hanfu, and it's hard to sleep well, Chen Lingzhu asked softly. Me? Jinsi Zayuri was a little at a loss. Well, it will be more convenient for you. Sorry for the trouble. I was the one who pretended to take you home. I think you won't refuse me, Shen Lingzhu asked softly. Okay. Jinsi Zayuri blushed as she tiptoed to Qiu Nanhua and helped him take off his coat. After a while, Jinsi Zayuri took more than 20 minutes to complete the task that could have been completed in a few minutes because she was shy. Until her entire cheeks were red. She couldn't hold on any longer and transformed back into her original form, Jinsi Zayuri. She flew to Qiu Nanhua's pillow and lay motionless. Chen Lingzhu covered Qiu Nanhua with a quilt and said silently in her heart, forget it, let's just stop here today. Chapter 109. The first game is over. In a blink of an eye, several days had passed. During this time, I went to watch Li Yingying's competition. She hid her skills and only summoned 2 beasts to compete. After the intense experience of accompanying the girls shopping, Xiao Nanwen never agreed to go out with them again in the past few days. It is worth mentioning that for some reason, Jinsi Zayudi has been keeping her original form and has never transformed into a human form. She will only reply when chatting, and Xiao Nanwe is not in a position to let her transform into a human form. However, when Xiao Nanwe was about to go out, Jinsi Zayudi would take the initiative to fly to Xiao Nanyue's side, and the golden silk thread on her body would turn into a golden silk thread and be tied around Xiao Nanyue's waist. Now, he looks more like an ancient nobleman. She still has to go out today because it should be Lu Jiejia's first game today. As a friend, she still has to go and cheer her on. Xiao Nanwe put on her clothes, and the two little ones returned to their original positions. Jinsi! Xiao Nanwe shouted. A lavender jade flute with gold edges flew in front of Xiao Nanwe and was tied around her waist. Li Yingying and Lu Jiejia were still waiting for him outside the door. Xiao Nanwe opened the door and saw Li Yingying and Lu Jiejia outside. Li Yingying first looked behind Xiao Nanwe, then carefully scanned Xiao Nanyue's room and asked doubtfully, "Where's Miss Jinsi?" Bang! Xiao Nanwe gently tapped Li Yingying's head and said, "Don't meddle in adults' affairs. Are you still going? Go away, go away. Why don't you go? I just asked. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Why are you hitting me? I'm going to become stupid if you keep hitting me," Li Yingying complained. Jade. A space passage appeared in front of Xiao Nanwe, which could lead directly to the outside of the bird's nest. Xiao Nanwe walked in with the two women. After a brief period of darkness, everyone saw the light again. Space beast taming is so convenient. Li Yingying couldn't help but sigh. Yes, yes. Lu Jiejia nodded in agreement. Didn't Li Jishui advance to the king-level beastmaster? It shouldn't be difficult to find a way to let you get in touch with space-type beastmasters, Xiao Nanwe said. I can, but my dad won't let me contract a space-type beastmaster, Li Yingying said. Why? Xiao Nanwe asked doubtfully. My dad said that space is invisible, which makes it more difficult to advance to a space-type beast tamer than other beast tamers. That's why he doesn't let me contract a space-type beast tamer, fearing that it will hold me back after I reach a higher level, Li Yingying explained. Xiao Nanwe nodded. Although there was no specific data, he had never seen a space-type beast higher than Shenling Jueyu. Even in the other world, it was the same. Among the many king-level beasts that chased him that day, there was not a single space-type beast. Otherwise, he might really be buried in the other world. Let's go in first. How many rounds does Lu Jiejia have left? It's your turn now, Xiao Nanwe asked. There are about 7 rounds left, Lu Jiejia said. It is impossible for Li Yingying and I to be eliminated in the first game, but it is not certain for Lu Jiejia. Although he has not known what kind of beasts Lu Jiejia can control, he hopes she can win. After all, being eliminated in the first game would be a huge blow to the beastmaster. If he couldn't figure it out, it might affect his future advancement. After a while, Lu Jiejia stood on the ring. Her opponent was an ancient Roman contestant. Because Xiao Nanwe was watching through a light screen, she couldn't see the panel. We can understand that the ancient Roman player's beast tamer is a short sword and a shield. You don't need to look at the panel to know that it is a defensive beast tamer and an offensive beast tamer. It's an integrated offense and defense, and it's really tough. Lu Jiejia summoned out a book and a pen. Holding the book and writing with it, Lu Jiejia gave people the temperament of a scholar. Judging from the skills of Lu Jiejia's 2 beast tamers, the pen is elemental, while the book has control skills and recovery skills. It depends on which one has a higher proportion. If the control skills account for a higher proportion, it is a control system, and if the recovery skills account for a higher proportion, it is a healing system. Lu Jiejia played for about 20 minutes. There was nothing special about this match as it was all due to the control skills in the book. The 2 beasts of the ancient Roman beastmaster had no skills to break free from the control and were bound to the spot and exhausted to death. This is skill restraint. In the early stages of a beastmaster, when there are only 1 or 2 beastmasters, this phenomenon is very common, but as the number of beastmasters increases, this kind of problem will basically not occur. After a while, Lu Jiejia, who won the game, jumped back to the 2 of them. Brother, you said that the 3 of us won the game, shouldn't we celebrate and have some fun? Li Yingying hugged Lu Jiejia and spun around while speaking to Qiu Nanhua. I say, this is just the first one, are we starting to celebrate now? Qiu Nanhua responded. Enjoy life while you can. This is Li Yingying's principle in life, okay, big brother. Li Yingying said coquettishly to Qiu Nanhua. Just talk nicely, as long as you don't go shopping. Qiu Nanhua responded helplessly. Lu Jiejia might encounter a high-level beastmaster in the next game and might not be able to win, so it might as well celebrate now, Qiu Nanhua thought. Great! Li Yingying shouted happily, attracting the attention of many spectators. Qiu Nanhua didn't want to be treated like a monkey and watched by other contestants and their companions, so she quickly pulled Li Yingying out of the bird's nest. Chapter 110 Don't try soy milk easily. On the main road outside the bird's nest, a group of people with foreign faces were riding on their beasts, and various flying beasts were circling in the sky, making it look very lively. Of course, there is a police officer maintaining order every 100 meters. Where do you want to go to celebrate? Qiu Nanhua asked the two women. Eat first, eat first. When we are alive, the only thing we should not miss is delicious food. Li Yingying responded carelessly. Okay, what do you want to eat? Qiu Nanhua asked. It's a rare opportunity to come to Jingzhou, and I want to try the special food of Jingzhou. Li Yingying responded. It's been so many days, haven't you eaten enough? Look, the only thing left is the soy milk. Qiu Nanhua frowned and warned. Soybean juice, why don't we just not drink it? Just like people in the north can't eat zhurjin, we can't drink soy milk either. I advise you to give up. What? There are people in this world who don't eat how to any accordata. Li Yingying suddenly said in surprise. Bang. Everyone has their own preferences. As long as they don't commit any crime, why indulge them so much? Qiu Nanhua responded by tapping Li Yingying's head. Who cares? I'm just surprised. What's so surprising? It's the same reason why some foreigners don't eat preserved eggs. Qiu Nanhua still vaguely remembered that before the world changed drastically, a man who was known as the top of the food chain while surviving in the wilderness, a man who could eat disgusting things, could not actually eat preserved eggs. I don't care, I'm going to drink. Li Yingying seemed to have reached her rebellious stage and retorted to Qiu Nanhua. Okay. Since Li Yingying said so, Qiu Nanhua did not try to persuade her. The three of them walked a long way before they found a restaurant with fewer customers. There's nothing we can do. There are too many people near the bird's nest. It's not meal time, but it's packed. After Li Yingying took Qiu Nanhua and Lu Jiejia to their seats, they started ordering food. Wait! Qiu Nanhua stopped Li Yingying from doing anything rash and called the waiter. Waiter! Here I am. A female waiter came to the table for three and said, Sir, what can I do for you? My friend is from Shuzhou and wants to try doji, but I'm afraid she won't be able to finish it after I place the order, which would be a waste of food. So could you please use a small wine bottle or a small paper cup to give her a little taste? If she's used to it, we can order some soy milk. Qiu Nanhua explained to the waiter. It's not a bother, it's just a small matter. I'll go and take it for this guest right away, the waiter said and left the table. Although we don't want to admit it, today, more than 10,000 years later, under the influence of soul power, humans no longer worry about food. Nowadays, no matter how poor a country is on Blue Planet, there is no shortage of food. This has led to the fact that children born today have no concept of saving food. Perhaps even the waiter would be puzzled. But Qiu Nanhua couldn't do that, and he couldn't do that. He was born in that era, the era when Mr. Yuan racked his brains to ensure that the Chinese people had enough food to eat. Refusing to waste food is a habit engraved in our genes. Humph! I won't waste food. Even if I can't finish it, I'll take it home and bring it to my dad. Li Jishui, why is it so cold? My cotton-padded jacket is leaking air. You are so good, you went to Jingzhou to play, and brought local specialties and soy milk for your dad. Or you brought it to me because you couldn't drink it. Qiu Nanhua nodded. Li Jishui taught his daughter quite well. As a child born in that era, it was rare for her to have the concept of saving food. At the same time, as the child of a king-level beastmaster, Li Yingying is not arrogant or complacent, although she is quite proud of her talent. But it is true, talented young people should be more energetic. Sir, this is the soy milk you ordered. At this time, the waiter came back with a cup of soy milk in a paper cup, half full. Qiu Nanhua took it and handed it to Li Yingying, who was still mumbling in front of her, and said, Curious baby, take it and drink it. If you can drink more, order more. Humph! Li Yingying snorted coldly, took the paper cup from Qiu Nanhua's hand, and said harshly, What kind of food can I eat? Just some soy milk, look at how I handle it. After saying that, Li Yingying took the half cup of soy milk and drank it. Ugh, ugh! Li Yingying suddenly retched in nausea, and the paper cup in her hand was flattened and thrown on the table. As if she had expected this, Qiu Nanhua handed over a glass of water and said, Water, moisten your throat. Cough, cough, ugh dash, thank you, ugh big brother, ugh dash dot. Li Yingying took the water and drank a big gulp with emotion. Lu Jiejia watched from the side. She was curious and eager to try it, but after seeing Li Yingying's embarrassed look, she gave up the idea of taking a sip and stood behind Li Yingying, patting her on the back. That's okay now, luckily I didn't ask you to order one directly, Qiu Nanhua said. Ahem. How could someone invent something so unpalatable? Li Yingying said with a red face. Bang! Qiu Nanhua patted Li Yingying on the head and scolded her. Respecting other people's preferences is a virtue. That's like someone from another place saying that even dogs won't eat Hautuinia cordata. I'd get really angry if I heard that. I'm sorry. Li Yingying apologized. Qiu Nanhua felt relieved when she saw how he admitted his mistakes and corrected them. This was much better than her father Li Jishui. Li Jishui was stubborn at the time, but he will seriously consider it later and apologize and correct his behavior. Although it is a bit late, young people are always rebellious. I don't know if Li Jishui has corrected his behavior now. Order what you like. Qiu Nanhua no longer dwelled on this topic and spoke. The two women nodded in response. Li Yingying and Lu Jiejia brought out the tablets and quickly swiped them with one hand to order food. The only drawback was that Li Yingying's cheeks were slightly flushed. People who don't know her would think she was drunk. Chapter 111, Chatting Up. While Qiu Nanhua and the two women were waiting for the food to be served, 3 men and 1 woman were rushing towards the restaurant where Qiu Nanhua was staying. Fuck! Damn, there are too many customers in Jingzhou now. Even we locals can't find a restaurant to eat in. We have walked so far and still can't find a store with less traffic. A bumpy boy in the lead complained. That's right. Foreign friends are fine, but it's all the fault of those country bumpkins. They want to eat 8 meals a day in Jingzhou, as if they haven't eaten for 800 years. We have to walk 800 miles to find a place to eat. The muscular man next to the pimple boy responded with disgust. Okay, you are citizens of the same country after all, so please say less. The last boy with a scholarly temperament spoke up to persuade. Chao Pu, don't be hypocritical. Last time we bullied that weakling from the countryside, you were the one who beat him the hardest. The muscular man shouted loudly. What are you talking about, reckless man? It's obvious that you hit the hardest. I've always said not to call me a reckless man, you sinister little man. There are also people in the small group who dislike each other, and they are one of them. At the beginning, it was just a conflict between the two sides during the game. The muscular man likes to fight with fists and legs, that is, he likes to chase the opponent's beastmaster and punch him. The scholarly Chao Pu likes to launch sneak attacks. The muscular man thinks that Chao Pu's behavior is that of a mean man, while Chao Pu thinks that the muscular man's behavior is that of a reckless man, so the two of them dislike each other. But as we are in the same group, we didn't show it too obviously in order to consider the relationship between everyone. Until they both fell in love with Yitong, the only girl in the same group. Okay, stop arguing and find a place to eat first. I'm already hungry after the game. Yitong, the only girl among them, advised. As soon as Bai Yueguang spoke, the two stopped arguing. Instead, they glared at each other and turned their heads to the other side, sulking. Yitong didn't care about these two people. In fact, she hated them. She felt that they were too showy and lowered the image of the boy walking in front. Yes, that's right. She joined this small group just for the boy with bumps in his head who was the leader, so she never even looked at the other two people in the group. Mr. Wang, there's a shop opposite. It seems to have fewer customers, but the store is a bit downscale. Yitong took 2 quick steps and came to the side of the pimpled boy, Mr. Wang, and said in a hoarse voice. This tone was completely different from the tone used by the other two people just now. Forget it, forget it. It's better to be a little lower grade. I don't know if there will be any high-end restaurants further ahead. The pimple-faced boy Wang Xiao responded with a self-satisfied head-shaking gesture. Then he took the lead and walked over. After the four of them entered the restaurant, the boy with the pimple shouted loudly, "Waiter, waiter, bring me all the most expensive dishes in your restaurant." The waitress who had just helped Xiao Nanwei get the soy milk ran to the four people in panic. Except for Chao Pu, the other three people in front of her were releasing the aura of a beastmaster. "Sir Beast Tamer, please come this way. I'll ask the kitchen to speed up the preparation." The waitress responded respectfully and led them to the private room. You're smart," the pimple-faced boy responded with his head held high. The four of them suddenly stopped when they passed Xiao Nanue's table. After all, a strange handsome guy in Hanfu and two beauties would be particularly eye-catching wherever they went. "Wait!" the pimple-faced boy Wang Xiao called out to the waiter at the front. He pointed to the table next to Xiao Nanwei and said, "Sit here. Hurry up and serve the food." "But," the waitress was interrupted by the muscular man before she could finish her sentence. No. Nothing, I'll go inform the kitchen right away." The waiter could see that Xiao Nanwei and the other three were definitely not ordinary people. They must be beastmasters. Judging from the boy's expression, he was probably going to approach and strike up a conversation. Based on her past experience, there was a man at Xiao Nanue's table, and there was a female beastmaster here. This meant a conflict was about to occur, so she had to notify the manager and security quickly. Xiao Nanwei felt a little speechless at this time. She had gone out with Li Yingying and Lu Jiejia so many times, even several times in Jingzhou, but no one had ever come to talk to her. They have a good temperament, and anyone with a discerning eye can see that they are beastmasters. Without knowing the other person's strength and background, they basically will not approach and offend others. "I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that there is a spoiled little brat in Jingzhou. Although he hasn't taken any action yet, this naked sight and the action of moving from the box to the hall." Xiao Nanwei guessed that he was about to come up and chat with her. "Oh, I should have known to sit in the box earlier." Xiao Nanwei sighed. "Brother, I hate that guy. He uses the aura of a beastmaster to intimidate and threaten ordinary people. This happened right at the foot of the capital, and the Ministry of Public Security doesn't care?" Li Yingying complained. "Maybe he has some power." Xiao Nanwei sighed helplessly. "This kind of thing is unavoidable. We can only increase supervision and reduce such incidents, but it is impossible to directly eliminate such things because people are so greedy. They want power, they want material things, and they want emotional values. They just like to see ordinary people being intimidated." At this time, the pimpled boy Wang Xiao came to Xiao Nanue's table, made a gesture that he thought was very handsome, and said, "My beautiful lady, I am not trying to intimidate ordinary people. I am just reminding them to know the difference between high and low. They live such a comfortable life under the protection of our beastmasters, so they should serve us beastmasters well." Xiao Nanwei and the others did not hide their words, so Wang Xiao and others who were sitting next to them heard them clearly. "Hey, go up and chat with me." "Get out! Who allowed you to interrupt me when I was talking to my elder brother? Do you have any manners?" Li Yingying scolded. "You bitch, do you know how to speak to Master Wang?" the muscular man shouted loudly. Wang Xiao raised his hand slightly to stop the muscular man from speaking. "She has personality, which I like. If you want to be polite, I'm afraid it's not very polite for you to talk about me publicly in front of me," Wang Xiao retorted with a smile. Xiao Nanwei thought to herself, "It seems that this person just has a personality defect. There is no problem with intelligence, and there is nothing wrong with logic, but he is probably a little immature and rebellious. As long as no crime has been committed, this problem is not a big deal and can be corrected in a timely manner." But Xiao Nanwei estimated that the guy in front of her had definitely committed a crime. Just based on the behavior of his followers, Xiao Nanwei could tell that the kid in front of her was definitely not a good person. Xiao Nanwei is not a saint and will not stand up for other innocent people or lives, but Mu Qingwei is indeed a soldier of China. He cannot watch people being humiliated in vain and remain unmoved. But nothing can be done at the moment. Innocent until proven guilty, whoever reports must provide evidence. Everything at the moment is just Zhou Nanyue's guess. Whether they have done anything bad or illegal remains to be determined. You! Li Yingying was speechless. Article 143 of the Public Security Management Law of the Beast Tamer Alliance Treaty states that when beast tamers and their beasts release their auras, they must be careful not to affect the general public. This restaurant is currently occupied by about 90% of the general public. You yourself violated the Public Security Administration law and you don't want others to talk about it. Lu Jiajie retorted when she saw her best friend was embarrassed. Beautiful. As expected of a beastmaster who only needs a pen and a book to control beasts, his cultural achievements are indeed high. Wang Xiao blushed and thought for a long time but couldn't figure out how to refute. The winner is clear, and the intellectuals have won verbally. To be honest, it's no wonder that the pimple boy couldn't refute it. Even a guy like Xiu Nanhue, who's over 10,000 years old, doesn't really understand these laws. He only knows the general idea. Who would recite them one by one? He's not a lawyer. Chapter 112 The Wang Family, one of the 8 major families in Jingzhou. Little girl, how can you talk to Master Wang like that? Do you know who he is? It's still not too late to apologize now. The muscular man slammed the table and scolded. I don't care who he is. How dare you violate Chinese laws and fight in public? Li Yingying accused loudly. You little girl are so naive. The law is only used to restrain ordinary people. It has nothing to do with us. The muscular man sneered. Alas, Xiu Nanhue sighed silently in her heart. This is how the despicable nature of human beings is reflected. Interests, rights, etc. are all impacting people's moral bottom line, and the law is to restrict these. But when power is too great, the light of law can hardly illuminate the darkness in people's hearts. At this time, a security guard and a manager rushed in from outside the door. The manager exudes the aura of a high-level beastmaster, while the security guard is only a low-level beastmaster. The security guard yelled, "Stop it!" The manager and the security guard walked to the center of the confrontation between the two sides. After the manager took a quick look around, he felt that Wang Xiao was a little more difficult to deal with. After all, among the 3 people's auras, one of them exuded the aura of a high-level beastmaster, and he was so young. The other one didn't release any aura, so his specific rank was unknown, but since he was in the same group with these 3, he must not be too bad. On the contrary, Xiu Nanhue and the others, although they did not look like ordinary people, were approached by someone looking for trouble, but they did not emit any aura to intimidate others. It must be that their rank was not as high as the other parties. From the manager's perspective, this matter should be on the side of the pimple boy Wang Xiao, but who is he? Having been a manager for so long, the most taboo thing for him is to guess the other person's status based on appearance. So he decided. Hello, distinguished guests. I am the manager of the Qiangxin Group restaurant. If you have any needs, please tell me. Qiangxin Group will try its best to meet your needs, the manager said, and he also emphasized the 4 words, Qiangxin Group. Although their Qiangxin Group is not a top force in Jingzhou, it is still no problem for them to squeeze into the second-rate forces in Jingzhou. This way they can also test the background of both sides before making a decision. He speaks differently to different people. This is his experience gained from so many years of hard work. Isn't it evident by looking at the effect? Qiangxin Group? Wang Xiao looked at the people behind him and asked. The muscular man didn't understand it and shook his head. Yi Tong didn't understand it either. Wang Xiao had no choice but to turn his attention to Chao Pu, who seemed to be a very smart intellectual. Chao Pu pushed up his glasses and said, It's just a second-rate group, not even worthy of young Master Wang's attention, so don't bother with it. Young Master Wang? Could he be the direct descendant of the Wang family, one of the 8 great families in Jingzhou? Could it be young Master Wang? Young Master Wang, who is here? The manager said respectfully in shock. His shop is just a small one, but he actually ran into the young master of the Wang family, one of the 8 major families in Jingzhou. It is said that the young Master Wang has been arrogant and domineering since he was a child, and it seems to be true. You have some good sense, the muscular man said. Young Master Wang, if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. We will do our best to satisfy you. The manager lowered his head even more. Oh, what a sin! If I don't serve this gentleman well, I'll be in trouble. Oh, so it's okay for me to ask these people to come and drink with us? Wang Xiao pointed at Lu Jiajia and Li Yingying and said. This? The manager was a little troubled. Qiu Nanwei, Lu Jiajia and Li Yingying in front of him did not react much after hearing about the Jingzhou Wang family. There are only two reasons. One is that they are not afraid at all. The other is that they don't know the weight of the words. Jingzhou Wang family. However, this is probably unlikely. Looking at the temperament of these three people, they don't seem to be short-sighted people at all, unless they are from other places. The most important thing is that they are not his employees. The eldest son of the Wang family dares to break the law, but his Qiangxin group does not dare. This? Young Master Wang, they are just guests, I have no ability to command them, the manager said cautiously. Tisk, if you don't have the ability, don't flatter me. Wang Xiao stepped forward and patted the manager's face sarcastically. Although the restaurant manager felt insulted, he didn't dare show it. There was no other way, so the manager had to signal the security guard behind him with his eyes. The security guard understood what was meant, quietly came to the outside of the restaurant, and quickly called the police. If it were normal times, these ordinary policemen would not dare to detain the eldest son of the Wang family at will, but it is not possible now, when all countries have sent contestants to Jingzhou. The situation is now very strict. The patrolmen are not policemen, but the central army of Jingzhou. The Wang family does not dare to challenge them directly. Hello, how can I help you? A voice came from the phone. Oh no, there's a high-level beastmaster causing trouble here. The security guard shouted excitedly. Don't be nervous. I'll notify the nearby patrol officers about the location. At 9 Yong'an Road. Qiu Nanwei and the others watched silently as the people in front of them suppressed the manager of the restaurant. Qiu Nanwei didn't react much, but Li Yingying and Lu Jiajia were furious. They were still young and couldn't tell. I just felt that some guy named Wang was bullying the weak. But Qiu Nanwei knew that if they were not beastmasters, the manager would also find ways to evade legal responsibility, curry favor with the young master of the Wang family, and oppress those who were weaker than him. That's what the restaurant manager told him when he looked at Qiu Nanwei and the others. Stop! Li Yingying stood up and stopped loudly. Suddenly, the aura of a high-level beastmaster emanated from Li Yingying. Lawless. You actually do such a thing as bullying your companions right at the foot of the capital. Don't you have any shame at all? Are you worthy of being a Chinese? Li Yingying scolded loudly. But after Li Yingying's aura as a high-level beastmaster emanated, Wang Xiao and the other three all frowned. They had thought that she was just a mid-level beastmaster from the countryside, but they didn't expect that she was actually a high-level beastmaster. To be able to train such a young high-level beastmaster, the power behind her must be quite impressive. This puts them in a difficult position, and they don't know what to do. The muscular men Yi Tong and Chao Pu had no choice but to turn their attention to their leader, the eldest son of the Wang family. At the same time, the restaurant manager standing behind them breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he was smart. If he offended either party, he would be in trouble. Now you guys can handle it yourselves. It doesn't matter even if you blow up the whole restaurant. It's just some financial loss. The manager quietly retreated and ordered the waiters on the side to quickly disperse the other customers who were still consuming in the store and refund their money. Money can be earned again. But if a fight breaks out and he cannot control the situation and ordinary people are killed or injured, he will still be responsible. By then, he would have to pay more compensation, and he might even be dismissed from his position in Qiangxin Group. What's more terrifying is that if Major General Wang pushed the responsibility onto him, he might even go to jail. With the power of the Wang family, it would surely not be a problem for him. Chapter 113 Li Yingying's Third Beast Cruiser. Little girl, which force are you from? Wang Xiao asked loudly. At the same time, the aura of the high-level beastmaster gradually became dangerous and turned into the pressure of a high-level beastmaster. The pressure frightened the ordinary people not far away and they fled the restaurant one after another. The restaurant manager sighed and arranged for the staff in the restaurant to leave, leaving only a few chefs. He could only protect these chefs, and if there was no fight, the chefs would still be needed to cook. Haha, your aunt is a member of the Shuzhou Water Conservancy Bureau, Li Yingying shouted. The eldest son of the Wang family immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a country bumpkin. So what if he was from the Shuzhou Water Conservancy Bureau? As long as he was not a member of the other 8 major families in Jingzhou or the military, it would be fine. The Wang family is not afraid of the procuratorate, let alone a marginal public office like the Water Conservancy Bureau. So you are a country bumpkin. You have decent talent, but that doesn't give you the right to be arrogant in front of me. The eldest son of the Wang family summoned his 3 beasts. They are Tibetan Mastiff, Hungry Wolf, Gender Female, Beast Tamer rank, High-Low, originally High Intermediate, downgraded due to the influence of the Beast Tamer. Beast Type, Biology/Power. Beast Taming Skills, Bald Eagle, Raptor. Gender Male. Beast Taming rank, Intermediate Advanced. Beast Type, Biology/Speed. Beast Taming Skills, Wild Ginseng, Groundhog. Gender Neutral. Beast Taming rank, High-Low. Beast Type, Plant Type/Healing Type. Beast Taming Skills. Okay, young Master Wang, you are so brave! Li Yingying said sarcastically. She summoned her 3 beasts to confront the young master of the Wang family. Yangtze River Porpoise, Jiang Yuan. Gender Female. Beast Taming rank, Intermediate Advanced. Beast Type, Biological/Elemental. Beast Taming Skills, Qingyi River, Tsingy. Gender Female. Beast Tamer rank, High-Low, originally High Midrange, was downgraded due to the influence of the Beast Tamer. Beast Tamer Type, Mountain and River Systems/Control System. Beast Taming Skills, Cruiser. Shuzhou Fiery Sun. Gender Male. Beast Tamer rank, High-Low, the original high-level summon was downgraded due to the influence of the Beast Tamer. Beast Type, Mechanical/Offensive. Beast Taming Skills, Fast Sailing, can sail quickly on water, but cannot walk on land. Missile Storage, Soul Power can be used to condense tactical missiles, which can be stored in large quantities, with an upper limit on the quantity. Fire Coverage, consumes soul power to continuously launch stored missiles. Interception System, consumes soul power to block flying objects and long-range attacks that are not higher than your own level. Soul Power Storage, can store excessive amounts of soul power. Soul Power Recovery, soul power can be used to condense food, which can replenish the soul power of the beastmaster, beasts, and other units, but it cannot restore one's own soul power and cannot be stored. Injury Recovery, the ship is equipped with a medical room that can condense medicine to restore the injuries of the beastmaster, beastmasters, and other units, but it cannot restore its own injuries. A small amount can be stored. Suddenly the entire restaurant was flooded by the water of Qingyi River. The roof was washed away, revealing the blue sky. The restaurant manager had no choice but to lead the chefs out of the restaurant and onto the main road outside. Fortunately, they dispersed the guests, although he didn't think the girl would harm ordinary people. At the same time, he was also glad that the young master of the Wang family didn't say anything rude to any of the girls. At the same time, everything that happened in the restaurant also attracted the attention of many ordinary beastmasters passing by. When they saw the cruiser, they thought it was military soldiers chasing fugitives. The only problem was that there were no other police officers to disperse the crowd. Li Yingying stood on the patrol ship, looking down coldly at Wang Xiao and others who were sitting on the Tibetan mastiffs. Qiu Nanhua let Shen Lingzhuiyu condense the space wall above the Qingyi River. Qiu Nanhua pulled Lu Jiejie to the highest point, pulled 2 chairs and sat high in the air. Holding a glass of rice wine, she carefully observed the panels of Li Yingying and Wang Jia's drowned chicken. "Would you like some?" Qiu Nanhua said to Lu Jiejie, who was sitting next to her. At this time, Lu Jiejie looked nervous, and it was unclear whether she was nervous for Li Yingying or for herself. After all, the space wall that Qiu Nanhua let you condense is invisible, which is equivalent to a person with acrophobia walking on a glass bridge high in the sky. Okay, Lu Jiejie responded after a pause. Qiu Nanhua took out a bottle of juice from the space and handed it to Lu Jiejie, then ignored her. Qiu Nanhua turned around and looked at Li Yingying, thinking in amazement, Li Jishui is really a man who can spend a lot of money. He can actually get the military cruiser to sign a contract with his daughter. Indeed, the cruiser is a perfect match for Li Yingying's other beasts. To be honest, in his previous life, Mu Qingwei had wanted to capture fighter planes, warships and other beasts several times, and he had the opportunity to get in touch with them. After all, he was a commander in his previous life, although he was the commander of the army. But it has never been successful. Li Yingying was able to successfully sign the contract. It is estimated that Li Jishui gave a lot of support behind the scenes. He probably failed to make the contract because he didn't look like a soldier. He rarely wore military uniform. After all, he couldn't do anything to dislike Shenling Jueyu and Lu Liqingyu just to contract a new beast. After Li Yingying summoned her beast, Wang Xiao and his 3 followers were terrified. Chao Pu spoke in trembling voice. You are not a member of the Water Conservancy Bureau, you are a soldier in the military. They can't afford to offend the military, no matter whether it is the central army or the local army. Although there are often conflicts between the various military regions of the military, that is also a relationship of internal competition. It is not the power members like them who can sow discord. No, I'm still a senior in high school, although I will join the army after graduation. What, are you scared? Aren't you the son of one of the 8 major families in Jingzhou? Do you still want to fight? Li Yingying said sarcastically. After hearing Li Yingying's ridicule, Wang Xiao was furious, but he had no way to deal with it. He was suddenly filled with humiliation. Wang Xiao stared at Li Yingying fiercely. The Tibetan mastiff under his crotch seemed to sense the beastmaster's emotions and roared at Li Yingying fiercely. The bald eagle on Wang Xiao's shoulder was ready to attack Li Yingying at any time. Lu Jiejia couldn't help but feel nervous when she saw the scene. With red eyes, she pulled Qiu Nanwei beside her and said, "Brother Nanwei, what should we do?" Qiu Nanwei glanced at her, rubbed Lu Jiejia's head and comforted her. "Don't worry, the people who will stop them are here." "Where?" Lu Jiejia asked puzzledly. At this moment, a shout came from the distant sky. "Stop it, both sides!" Chapter 114. Come with me to the police station. A reconnaissance plane flew over from a distance. 2 soldiers in military uniforms got off the reconnaissance plane, 1 male and 1 female. Reconnaissance aircraft. Xueming No. 107, the 5th Army of the Central Army. Gender, none. Beast taming rank, intermediate advanced. Beast type, mechanical/tracking. The reconnaissance plane stayed above the battlefield. The 2 soldiers who got off the plane scanned the entire battlefield and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is no smell of blood, which means there are no casualties. It seems that there is only some property damage. The female officer pressed the intercom and asked, "Headquarters, a high-ranking beastmaster with a military beast cruiser has been spotted on Yongnan Road. Do you have permission to attack?" Ding dash, Yongnan Road does not have permission to attack. This is an illegal use of force. Please control the scene. A voice came from the walkie-talkie. The 2 soldiers who received the news came to the side of the cruiser on flying swords, looked at Li Yingying and scolded her. "Which unit are you from? How dare you release a large mountain and river beast in the city without permission?" Lu Jiejia was very nervous at this moment, and wanted to go to Li Yingying to help her, but neither of her 2 beasts could carry her to fly. "Brother Nanwei!" Lu Jiejia looked at Qiu Nanwei, who was sitting quietly in a chair drinking rice wine, with a pleading look, as if it had nothing to do with him, and asked for help. Qiu Nanwei handed the phone to Lu Jiejia. There was a recorded video on it. He recorded it after that Mr. Wang came up to talk to him. Lu Jiejia took the phone with a confused look on her face. Qiu Nanwei saw her confusion and explained. "The store's surveillance camera is probably broken. I recorded the incident with my phone. I'm cooperating with the military in questioning the store staff. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be considered self-defense. My phone doesn't have a password, so you can use it without worry." "You. Qiu Nanwei called out to Shenling Zhuyu. "No." After Shenling Zhuyu spoke, the space wall under Lu Jiejia's feet began to move, and she quickly rushed to Li Yingying's side. Seeing the soldier asking questions, Li Yingying explained in neither humble nor arrogant manner. "I'm a student from Shuzhou No. 13 High School, here to participate in the fledgling competition. Who would have thought that the beastmaster of the Jingzhou Wang family would dare to summon a beast to attack me in the city? I was forced to fight back. Please understand." The male soldier nodded and said, I will find out. Please return the beast to the beast control space first. Li Yingying frowned and looked at the young master of the Wang family who was soaking in the water. Humph. Wang Xiao shook his hand and took back the beast. Only after seeing Wang Xiao take back the beast did Li Yingying feel relieved to do so. As the tide receded, the restaurant was reduced to ruins, with a collapsed ceiling and scattered tables and chairs. The soldier motioned Wang Xiao to come over here. Young Master Wang Jia came over with his 3 younger brothers and stared at Li Yingying fiercely. Tell me, what's going on? The officer asked. It's like this. The person in front of us wanted me and my friends to drink with her, but we disagreed. This person summoned the beast and wanted to attack us directly. Li Yingying explained. Before the soldier could reply, Du Xiaopu, who was standing behind the young master of the Wang family, retorted loudly. You're talking nonsense. It was you who were talking about us in the back first, and that's why we came up to argue with you. Oh, then what did we discuss it? Li Yingying asked back. This? Xiaopu was speechless for a moment. Okay, you guys go to the Public Security Bureau to investigate first. The soldier made the decision. Wait! Wang Xiao shouted. The soldier turned his gaze towards him. They are still short of 2 people. Wang Xiao pointed at Li Yingying and said. The soldier turned to look at Li Yingying and said, Where are you? Come back with us. Before Li Yingying could speak, a voice came from above. Aha! Lu Jiajia screamed due to the rapid movement without any protection. In an instant, Lu Jiajia was sitting on the chair, holding on to the armrests tightly, and drifted to Li Yingying's side out of thin air. At the same time, the space wall created by Shenling Zhueyu's skills disappeared instantly. The sound of a chair falling to the ground echoed throughout the shattered restaurant. Wow, what a show! It's really weird. Fortunately, the chair was sturdy and not damaged, so Lu Jiajia didn't have to sit on the ground. Qiu Nanhue, high in the sky, was speechless for a moment. He whispered to Shenling Zhueyu. Did you do it on purpose? Humph! Shenling Zhueyu ignored Qiu Nanhue and snorted coldly. This made Qiu Nanhue very confused. How did she make you angry again? Could it be that she just pulled Lu Jiajia's hand? Lu Jiajia noticed that everyone's eyes were on her, so she stood up embarrassedly. Li Yingying quickly took Lu Jiajia's hand and took a closer look, then asked worriedly. Are you okay, Jiajia? It's okay, it's okay. Yingying, you are okay, are you okay? Lu Jiajia asked with concern. I'm fine too. That's good. Everyone is here, let's go, said the soldier. Wait! Xiaopu shouted. The 2 soldiers frowned and looked at him, and said impatiently. What else do you want? Xiaopu pointed at Lu Jiajia and Li Yingying and said. They are missing one person, a man. What happened? Maybe they ran away out of fear. These words immediately made the 2 women furious, and they glared at him. Li Yingying even shouted loudly. My elder brother is not like that. He just doesn't want to bother with you villains. Officer, look, insulting us so blatantly, doesn't this explain everything? Xiaopu looked at the 2 soldiers and pointed at Li Yingying. You! Lu Jiajia was about to refute, but was stopped by Lu Jiajia. Jiajia? Li Yingying asked in confusion. Lu Jiajia took out Qiu Nanyue's phone and walked up to the female soldier and said, I have the details of what happened here. You'll understand everything after reading this. The female soldier took the phone, checked it, and clicked on it to start the video. The male soldiers around her also came over to watch. During this period, Wang Xiao and his followers couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that they really preserved the evidence? Chapter 115, Forbidden Archives. After a while, the 2 soldiers watched the video carefully. He turned his gaze towards young Master Wang and his followers and said, This video is indeed unfavorable to you. Do you have any other evidence? This must be fake. It must have been made with skill. Sir, you must investigate it clearly. Xiaopu responded. The female soldier looked at her colleague and said, Call the restaurant manager and staff in. After a while, the male soldier came in with the hotel manager and security guard and came to the female soldier. The other staff had been dismissed, and only the 2 of them were left. The female soldier showed the video to the 2 men and asked if it was true. After reading it, The manager's eyes dodged for a moment, not knowing how to answer so as not to offend the young master of the Wang family. But the security guard didn't think too much. He nodded and said, "That's exactly what happened at the beginning. I'm not sure what happened afterwards." "It's over, all over," the manager thought. The female soldier had long heard from her companions that the young master of the Wang family was arrogant and domineering and disregarded the law. It seemed that the rumors were indeed true. The female soldier looked at the young master of the Wang family and said, "Do you have anything else to explain?" Wang Xiao had calmed down by now. He no longer glared at Li Yingying fiercely, and he did not answer the female soldier's questions. "Since you've agreed, come with me," the female soldier continued. The soldier handed the phone to Li Yingying and said, "You don't have to follow me." "Oh, isn't there another one? Where is he?" Lu Jiajia looked up at the sky, and the female soldier followed his gaze. In the sunlight, a wooden chair stood in the air high in the sky. A handsome man in Hanfu was sitting with his legs crossed, his right hand resting on the armrest, his chin resting on his head, looking at them. Those deep eyes always revealed the aura of a superior, which made them feel uneasy, as if they saw their army commander, or even the commander-in-chief of the central military region. The two soldiers lowered their heads, not daring to look at them again, nor to stay any longer. They turned around and said to Wang Xiao and his followers, "Hurry up and catch up. They are all children of powerful forces. I don't want to use violence." The male soldier turned around and looked at the restaurant manager and said, "Come along too. You have property damage and can file a claim." The manager thought for a moment, nodded, and followed. He was going to be finished anyway, and Xiangxin Group would definitely find a way to abandon him and beg for forgiveness from the Wang family. He decided to go all out, and took the compensation and left the country. After all, he was alone, without parents, wife or children, so he could go wherever he wanted. Wang Xiao took a few steps and suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Li Yingying and said, "What's your name?" "What? You still want to take revenge on me? I'm not afraid of you. I'm your Aunt Li Yingying," Li Yingying said sarcastically. Okay, Li Yingying, right? You wait." After Wang Xiao said that, he followed the two soldiers and left. After seeing the two soldiers leave, Qiu Nanwei returned to the ground and came to the two women. At this time, Li Yingying complained, "Brother, you don't even help me." Qiu Nanwei took his phone from Li Yingying and said, "Why didn't you help? Didn't I record this video?" I don't mean that. I mean you don't come to help me fight," Li Yingying explained. "It's not like you can't win. Besides, the fight hasn't even started yet," Qiu Nanwei responded. Snort! After hearing what Qiu Nanwei said, Li Yingying couldn't help but stamp her feet and snorted coldly. At this time, Lu Jiajia asked, "What will happen to them?" "After criticism and education and compensation for the losses, he will be out in 2 hours," Qiu Nanwei responded. "That's it. He's so arrogant and domineering, and he even threatened me before leaving. Is there no other punishment?" Li Yingying said in disbelief. Qiu Nanwei sighed silently in her heart. She still lacked the ability to deal with it. Not to mention that there were no casualties. Even if there were, the Wang family could suppress it at a price. It seems that the political power in Jingzhou is not peaceful either. However, Qiu Nanwei should not need to worry about it. The Central Army, mainly composed of the Great Wall, has been stationed in Jingzhou for a long time. Maybe they have some considerations. I haven't seen Brother Changqing for a long time, and I don't know how he is doing now as the only emperor on Blue Star. Snap! Li Yingying saw Qiu Nanwei lost in thought, so she patted her on the back and said, "What are you thinking about? You were so absent-minded. I'm starving because of all this noise. I didn't even get to eat. I'm so angry." Li Yingying pouted in dissatisfaction. After listening to her complaints, Qiu Nanwei took out a table and 2 chairs from the space. The chair that Lu Jiajia had been sitting on before had not been recycled yet, so she took out 2 chairs. He took out the food he had packed earlier and said, "The conditions are simple, so I'll just make do with it." Lu Jiajia and Li Yingying couldn't help but widen their eyes when they saw what I was doing. Li Yingying even cursed. "Fuck, big brother, it feels like you have everything in your space." "It's not that exaggerated. We can only store inanimate objects. We have no shortage of daily necessities. Chiu Nanhua said lightly. How convenient. No, my king-level spot must be given to the space-type beastmaster, Li Yingying decided. Didn't Li Jishui say no? Who cares about him? He is a king-level beastmaster, so what can he do to me? Li Yingying responded. Brother, do you have watermelon juice? Have. I want it frozen. The two soldiers brought Wang Xiao and others to the nearby police station and told the police on duty about the incident, and they said they would resolve it. The female soldier received a cup of hot water at the police station, took a sip, looked at another soldier sitting in a chair in deep thought, and said, Lao Tao, would you like a cup? No, I'm not thirsty. Sister Yao, don't you think that the person you saw before looks familiar, as if you have seen him somewhere before? Lao Tao said. You mean, the one wearing Hanfu? The one with a really strong aura. He must have been in a high position before, maybe we have seen his photo before. Yao Mei responded with some fear. So, Yao Mei, you also feel familiar with it? Lao Tao nodded in response. The photos seem familiar to both Yao Mei and me. The place with most of the photos is Shuzhou, where I worked with Yao Mei. Could it be? Seal the archives! Lao Tao exclaimed. What? Yao Mei looked puzzled. I know. It must be the archives in the band archives room. The archives there are checked once every 1,000 years. Each file is accompanied by a photo. The last time it was checked was 900 years ago. Sister Yao, it was you and I who checked the Shuzhou archives together. Lao Tao exclaimed. Old Tao, don't make rash guesses. The sealed archive room cannot be entered unless it is a specific time. Besides, the number of people entering is limited. Even if it is, you can't confirm it. I don't know how you can associate it with things that happened more than 900 years ago. Yao Mei persuaded. I'll go ask our army commander. He's been to Shuzhou and was one of the first beast tamers. He must know. Lao Tao said to himself. Why bother? Commander Lu is very busy, and it's not easy for you to see him, and there's no benefit in that. Yao Mei advised. You are wrong, Yao Mei. When a mystery is placed in front of you, you can't wait to uncover it, so as to satisfy your desire to explore. This is spiritual satisfaction, which is something more difficult to obtain than material benefits. Lao Tao responded. Yao Mei, what a pervert. Chapter 116, The Japanese Ambush. After eating and drinking their fill, Chiu Nanhua and the other two left the open-air restaurant under the watchful eyes of many onlookers and the police who had just arrived and set up a cordon. Chiu Nanhua was walking on the street with the two girls, when suddenly Chiu Nanhua, who was leading the group, stopped. Bump. Li Yingying, who was chatting with Lu Jiejia, bumped into them. Brother, what are you doing? You suddenly stopped. Li Yingying rubbed her nose and complained. After seeing Chiu Nanhua looking forward with a serious expression, Li Yingying followed his gaze. A man wearing a baseball cap whose face could not be seen was standing next to the street lamp in front, and two men with cigarettes in their mouths were squatting at the door of the convenience store. The three men saw Chiu Nanhua and the others stop. The two men at the door of the convenience store threw the cigarette butts in their hands to the ground and followed the man in the baseball cap towards Chiu Nanhua and the others. You, Chiu Nanhua said aloud. No, yeah, the space has been blocked. Shenling Zhuyu responded nervously. Yes, the other party also has a space-type beast. Space bead. Beard. Gender female. Beast taming rank high level. Beast type, silicon/space. Beast taming skills. Space isolation, consumes a large amount of soul power to isolate the space. Concealment, greatly reduce spatial fluctuations. Space compression. Beast taming contract, Tanaka Sage. Li Yingying and Lu Jiejia reacted after hearing the conversation between Chiu Nanhua and Shenling Zhuyu, and stared at the three people in front of them nervously. Li Yingying, can your cell phone still detect a signal? Chiu Nanhua stared at the three people and asked Li Yingying behind her. Li Yingying quickly took out her phone, glanced at it, and nervously replied, I can't receive it. Li Yingying summoned the beastmaster, and so did Lu Jiejia, but you don't have to attack, just assist Li Yingying. The opponents are 3 high-level beastmasters. Chiu Nanhua began to make arrangements. Qingqing, add a shield to her 2 beastmasters. Yeah. Times 2 Lu Jiejia and Li Yingying both nodded in response. Yeah, Yuji responded after shaking a little. In an instant, the entire street was filled with the water of Qingyi River. A cruiser appeared out of nowhere on the river, and Li Yingying pulled Lu Jiejia onto the cruiser. He looked worriedly at Qiu Nanhua, who was confronting the three people. Qiu Nanhua stood in the air above the Qingyi River through the space wall, and opposite him were three people standing in the air. The man in the baseball cap who was leading the group asked, "I'm curious, how did you notice something was wrong? Even a space-type beastmaster shouldn't be able to sense Su Zi's skill fluctuations." Indeed, after Shenling Jueyu was downgraded and summoned by Qiu Nanhua, he did not feel the spatial fluctuations, and the fluctuation of the spatial skill was reduced. This skill was really a bit cheating. If Shenling Jueyu had not been downgraded and summoned, it would still be at the king level. No, even a high-level one would not be able to fail to discover it, but there are indeed some high-level and low-level ones. As for how he discovered it, there were so many panels almost hitting his face, how could he not have discovered it? The beast-taming contractor Tanaka Sage is a Japanese name, and he should be the remnant of the Foot Basin Kingdom. I'm very curious. As the remnants of the Foot Basin country, how did you sneak into the capital of China, Jingzhou? Aren't you going back to Honshu Island? Qiu Nanhua asked. Baga, shut up, you guy. Do you think we want to take this with us? It's you guys who made us homeless. Tanaka's Wuyuan cursed excitedly. So you guys tried every possible way to stay in Jingzhou, and then looked for opportunities to sow discord between different places, right? When you saw the conflict between Jingzhou people and Shuzhou people, and the Shuzhou people were still in a relatively high position, you thought it was an opportunity, so you came to kill us, Qiu Nanhua said. Oni-chan, we can't let him guess any longer. The yellow-haired guy next to the baseball cap reminded. Oduo, don't be nervous. We are all dying anyway. What's the harm if you guess it right? Little Baga in the baseball cap responded calmly. I like the sad stories of those people who know the truth but cannot tell it to others the most. Hee hee. The coxcomb-haired little bastard sneered. Oni-chan, those two women are so beautiful. It's not bad to enjoy them first, and then kill them. The coxcomb-haired little bastard licked his lips and said with a lustful look. Oni-chan, I still think the man in front of me is good-looking, with delicate skin and tender flesh. The little bastard in the baseball cap licked his lips and sneered. Qiu Nanhua hasn't seen the little Bakas since she came back from Honshu Island. She didn't expect that even if there were only a few remnants left, the Japanese were still so perverted. Qiu Nanhua is in a bit of a dilemma now. Although the king-level beastmaster is not left with only the downgraded strength after being downgraded and summoned, it is not too strong either. It was impossible to deal with 3 high-level beastmasters at the same time. Moreover, he only had 2 beastmasters. Wait, beastmaster? Jinsi! Qiu Nanhua called out. Release your king-level pressure and see if you can scare them away. There is no way. Jinsi Zayuri's skills are basically useless without playing music, but judging from Jinsi Zayuri's personality, if you want to play it, you at least need to sign a contract with her. Good. The Jinsi purple jade flute released the pressure of a king. The 3 little bastards' sneers suddenly froze, and expressions of fear gradually appeared on their faces. No, it's impossible. It must be a skill, an intimidation skill, otherwise he would not have attacked us. Although the little bastard in the baseball cap had never seen this kind of skill, it did not stop him from guessing. Oh, it's not that simple after all? Seeing this, Jinsi Zayuri flew from Qiu Nanhua's waist into the air, transformed into a human form, and yelled at the 3 little bastards. Get lost! The devil was startled and his legs were shaking. The little bastard in the baseball cap trembled and said, No. No. Impossible, absolutely impossible, it must be a skill. Oduo, let's attack together in 3s, 2s, and 1s. The man in the peaked cap summoned the remaining beast. The remaining 2 devils also summoned the 4 beasts they had placed in the beast control space. They had summoned 2 beastmasters before. The guy in the baseball cap was Tanaka's Wuyuan. In addition to summoning the space bead, the hat on his head was also a beastmaster. The other 2 devils each summoned a beast. One was a big gold chain around their neck, and the other was a pair of glasses on their face. 3, 2, 1. The Japanese soldier wearing a baseball cap shouted loudly. After the shout, the 3 devils and their beasts fled in all directions as if they had agreed. Among them, Baga, who was wearing a baseball cap, ran the fastest. After all, he had a high-level advanced space-type beast. Chapter 117 Central Military Region. After the devil escaped, he observed carefully and said, "You." Shenling Zhuyu responded, "The space blockade has been lifted, yeah? Yes." Chiu Nanhua turned around and shouted to the 2 people on the cruiser, "Take the beast back. The danger is over." Suddenly the river water receded like the tide, and the cruiser was also taken away by Li Yingying. Alas, Chiu Nanhua sighed. He had been living a peaceful life for too long, and had become lazy. In Jingzhou, there were no vehicles passing by the main road for such a long time, but he didn't feel anything was wrong at all. He really didn't expect that in Jingzhou, someone would actually dare to attack and kill him. The criminal actually thought that the Central Army's reconnaissance and beast control could not find him. Unless there is a king-level beast to hide their whereabouts. Just as Chiu Nanhua was thinking carefully, Li Yingying and Lu Jiejia had already come to his side. Li Yingying patted Chiu Nanhua's shoulder and said, "Brother, are you okay?" "Fine. I never thought that the first time I encountered an ambush would be in Jingzhou, the capital of China." Lu Jiejia sighed. "Tell me, is there a possibility that it was sent by that young master of the Wang family?" Li Yingying guessed. "The possibility is very low. It is more likely that it is the instigation of foreign forces. However, it is correct that there are forces in China helping them," Chiu Nanhua guessed. This is something the Central Army should worry about. Let's not talk about them. It's unlucky," Li Yingying said after shaking her hands, and turned her gaze to Jinsi Zayudi, who was standing next to Chiu Nanhua. "Sister Jinsi turned out to be a senior beastmaster of the king rank." Li Yingying sighed and bowed to Jinsi Zayudi before continuing. "Thank you, Sister Jinsi, for saving my life. I almost had to cancel the contract between the cruiser and Qinzhaijiang." "Thank you, Senior Jinsi, for saving my life." Lu Jiejia also expressed his gratitude. "There is indeed such a method, but it is estimated that we cannot win. A high-level advanced beast, cruiser, and a high-level intermediate beast, Qinzhaijiang, cannot decide the outcome of the battle. After the contract is terminated, although the original level will be restored and can be used to fight at the original level, this is equivalent to giving up the opportunity to die and be reborn in the beast-taming space. At this time, if you die in battle, you are really dead. Chiu Nanhua's Shenling Zhuyu and Liu Li Qingyu have become her companion beasts, and there is no way to terminate the contract." Jinsi Zayudi blushed and bowed shyly, saying, "No. I didn't play any role." Chiu Nanhua stepped forward and touched Jinsi Zayudi's little head, saying thank you. "Thank you, Jinsi." Jinsi Zayudi's cheeks suddenly turned red. No. Before she could finish her words, she stopped transforming and turned back into a jade flute, flying to Chiu Nanhua's waist and hanging quietly. When Li Yingying saw this scene, she couldn't help but give Chiu Nanhua a funny smile. Bang! Chiu Nanhua couldn't help herself and hit her hard. "Wow, brother, you hit my head again!" Li Yingying cried. Chiu Nanhua ignored her, but took out his mobile phone from the space, opened the communication software, and found the heroic spirit who had taken him to the prison in Jinlingshao. Chiu Nanhua video.mp4. Chiu Nanhua, I met the remnants of the Japanese devils in Jinzhou. They seem to be planning something. You can ask the Jinling Memorial Hall to see whether they asked the Central Army to investigate, or came to investigate personally. After sending it, Chiu Nanhua looked at the wet streets and was speechless. Fortunately, those devils did not massacre the people passing by. Chiu Nanhua probably wanted to frame the Wang family and was afraid of complications, so she only targeted the 3 of us who had conflicts with the young master of the Wang family. The ordinary people who accidentally broke in should have been quietly let go. Be careful recently and try to walk with Vice Principal Li. Tell them about this and ask the school to send some teachers to escort you. Jingzhou is not peaceful. Chiu Nanhua reminded the 2 girls behind her. Li Yingying and Lu Jiejia both nodded. But brother, why did you let them go? Li Yingying asked. Why? Because your elder brother can't win now, but Chiu Nanhua can't say that. The adults are in charge, so don't interfere. Chiu Nanhua responded. I understand. Big brother must want to follow the clues and catch them all in one fell swoop. Li Yingying said like a wise man. Chiu Nanhua, thank you, I have thought of an excuse for him. Ding dong. Chiu Nanhua's cell phone vibrated. It was the heroic spirit who replied. Deputy Director Zhao of the Jinling Education Bureau, okay, sir. I will go and notify the Memorial Hall right away. Chiu Nanhua, trouble. Deputy Director Zhao of Jinling Education Bureau, it's no trouble. It's my honor to help you. Chiu Nanhua put down her phone and looked up at Li Yingying, who was still smiling funny, and Lu Jiejia, who was still a little frightened, and said, let's go back. Yeah. ×2. Lu Jiejia and Li Yingying nodded in response to Chiu Nanhua. Jingzhou, not far from the Great Wall defense line, this is the main stronghold of the Central Military Region. The administrative building of the Central Military Region. Lao Tao, the male officer who had been with the female officer before, came to the administrative building of the Central Military Region. He was accompanied by a middle-aged man with a few strands of gray hair. The man said, Xiao Tao, you should be thankful that the commander has been relatively busy these days and is in a good mood. He is willing to see you and happens to be in the Central Military Region. Remember, never complain to other officers in front of Commander Lu, and don't try to curry favor with him. He hates that. Just follow the rules. Don't worry, Brigade Commander, don't you know what kind of person I, Tao Zhan, am? No, I will just ask some questions and won't do anything unnecessary. Tao Zhan responded. It's okay as long as you understand it. The brigade commander took Tao Zhan to the administrative building. The sentry at the door saluted and stopped them. Tao Zhan and the brigade commander returned the military salute and took out their officer certificates from their pockets. After checking it, the sentry returned it to them and saluted. Tao Zhan and the brigade commander returned the military salute again before entering the administrative building. The two came to the door of an office on the second floor. The brigade commander went forward and knocked on the door. Come in. A majestic and sightly vicissitudes of life voice came into the ears of the two. The brigade commander pushed the door open and walked in with Tao Zhan. Inside the door was a man wearing an ordinary jacket and had short green hair. He stood by the window, looking at the scenery outside, not knowing what he was thinking. Commander Lu. ×2. The two men saluted him with a standard military salute. Commander Lu turned around and looked at the two of them, pointed at the sofa behind them and said, sit down and talk if you have anything to say. After they both sat down, Commander Lu also walked to his office chair and sat down. Chapter 118 Commander Lu, a love rival? Commander Lu rested his chin on his hands, as if thinking about something. The brigade commander and Tao Zhan sat respectfully. They didn't dare to speak before General Lu spoke, not to mention that General Lu looked like he was thinking. He Chang, it's been 2,000 or 3,000 years since we last met alone, Commander Lu suddenly said. The brigade commander with gray hair next to Tao Zhan is called He Chang. Yes, Commander Lu, He Chang responded. Alas, you have grown old without realizing it. Lu Jun sighed. Commander Lu is still the same as before, He Chang responded. Commander Lu looked at him and sighed in his heart. It's different now, it's been different for a long time. After that man followed him to the other world, everything around him changed, and he changed too. He Chang, do you have anything to talk to me about this time? Asked Commander Lu. Commander Lu, this is a battalion commander under my brigade named Tao Zhan. He is very talented. He came here this time to ask Commander Lu some questions. He Chang responded to Commander Lu. Well, Tao Zhan, whatever you want to ask, I can still answer some questions about the coordination and control of beast control. But if you want to know about the experience of advancing to the king rank, it's useless to tell you. Everyone's experiences and insights are not exactly the same. Telling you would actually be harmful to you, Commander Lu reminded. Every year there are fools who try to absorb the insights of their predecessors to break through to the king level. Many of his subordinates have also asked him, why don't you believe it when it is clearly written in the textbooks? Commander Lu has misunderstood. I came here to inquire about the banned files, Tao Zhan responded while sitting upright. Commander Lu frowned and asked in confusion. Banned files? Why would you ask that? Commander, I sorted out the banned files about Shuzhou 1,000 years ago. These days I met someone who seemed to appear in the banned files. Tao Zhan explained. Impossible. How long have you been a soldier? Commander, it has been over 2,000 years. It's been more than 2,000 years. You must know where the sealed archives room is. Commander Lu asked. Commander, I know it's a file that cannot be made public. Tao Zhan responded. I know that, but you still ask. Besides, all the files you can organize are files of deceased people. It's impossible for you to meet the real person. I guess they just look similar. Commander Lu replied. But... Tao Zhan wanted to say something but was stopped by He Chang beside him. Sorry to trouble you, Commander Lu. He Chang stood up, saluted Commander Lu, and then pulled Tao Zhan to leave. Commander Lu picked up the glass on the side and was about to take a sip of water, not intending to pay attention to the two people leaving. But Tao Zhan didn't want to leave without knowing the reason, so he quickly shouted. Captain Lu, you really don't know a high-ranking official in Shuzhou who likes to wear Hanfu and owns a space-type beast. He Chang quickened his pace to leave and cursed in his heart. You little bastard, so stubborn. Commander Lu has clearly told him that it is impossible, yet he still asks. Ding ding. A king-level fluctuation leaked out quietly, and the glass cup that Commander Lu was about to drink from slipped to the ground with a crisp sound. The glass cup did not break. It was a product of the beast taming skill and was very sturdy. Wait, what did you say? Commander Lu asked loudly. He Chang and Tao Zhan couldn't help but tremble. It's over, the commander is angry. Bang. Commander Lu, this kid is a stubborn person. I will go back and put him in solitary confinement. He Chang responded by patting Tao Zhan's head. He Chang, shut up. Tao Zhan, let me ask you, are you sure you saw someone wearing Hanfu and a space beast? He Chang suddenly didn't dare to say anything and could only silently wish Tao Zhan good luck. Commander, he is indeed wearing Hanfu and standing in the air. It is probably a space-type beast. Tao Zhan replied tremblingly. Tao Zhan, don't be afraid. I'm not angry. Just answer whatever I ask. Don't hide anything. Do you understand? Commander Lu came to Tao Zhan, patted him on the shoulder and said. Tao Zhan was really scared and had to keep nodding his head. Is the person you saw a male beastmaster, wearing Hanfu, a jade hairpin and jade bracelet, and has a space-type beast? Commander Lu asked again. Reply, Commander, the distance was too far at that time, and my attention was all on his face. It seemed that he was wearing a jade hairpin. As for whether he was wearing a jade bracelet, I can't confirm it. Tao Zhan responded. Where did you see him? Why do you think he's from Shuzhou? Commander, I'm not sure if he's from Shuzhou, but he's with the participants in the Blue Star Beastmaster fledgling competition. Is he as handsome as me? Asked Commander Lu. This question really confused him. Although Tao Zhan had never met Commander Lu, he didn't know what kind of personality Commander Lu had. But it's impossible for me to compare my appearance with someone I don't know. The commander must have his reasons for asking this, so I just need to answer truthfully, Tao Zhan thought to himself. Commander, I'm much more handsome than you. Tao Zhan's words shocked He Chang, who was standing beside him. How dare he do that? Commander Lu. Okay, you can go down. Don't ask others about that person anymore. This is a state secret. If you keep asking around, you might be treated as a spy. Commander Lu waved his hand helplessly. After hearing what Commander Lu said, Tao Zhan couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat and left the office silently. When He Chang was about to catch up, he was stopped by Commander Lu. He Chang, you stay. He Chang had no choice but to stay where he was and stand in military posture. Sit down and talk, I'm not angry, Commander Lu said helplessly. He Chang had no choice but to sit back on the sofa. Alas, He Chang, I remember you joined the army during the Battle of the Yellow Sea. Commander Lu sighed and spoke after seeing him sit down. The Battle of the Yellow Sea took place in 1172, which was 9,000 years ago. At that time, He Chang was only a teenager and had just joined the army and was still a rookie. Commander, you are talking about the most serious defeat in China since the Great Cataclysm, He Chang responded. Well, that happened 9,000 years ago. I didn't expect you still remember it, Commander Lu responded. The Shuzhou 7th Army is the unit I admire most, and the commander of the Shuzhou 7th Army is also the person I admire most. He single-handedly killed the anti-China forces for nearly 1,000 years and they dared not commit crimes again. Even if they left Blue Star, their influence will last for 1,000 years. He Chang was as excited as if he was talking about his idol. Yes. After he left, he also secured 1,000 years of stable development opportunities for China. Commander Lu sighed. He Chang, tell me, if he comes back, will Nangong come back with him? Commander Lu asked. Nangong? Commander? Could it be? What the commander means is that the person Tao Zhan just mentioned is... He Chang said in shock. That's right. If Tao Zhan didn't lie, then he's basically right. That man is back. Commander Lu nodded in response. Commander, I dare not speculate about Lord Nangong, He Chang responded. He Chang knew that Lord Nangong and Commander Lu had had an emotional dispute in the past. Although he didn't know the specific circumstances, he didn't dare to talk nonsense in front of Commander Lu, nor should he say it. Commander Lu stared at He Chang for a long moment, and then said, Forget it. Go down now. Remember to keep everything you said today to yourself and don't let anyone else know. I understand. He Chang saluted again and left quickly. Remember the 2-month confinement during the Guantao War. Commander Lu's words came from behind He Chang. Tao Zhan, he is not punishing you, this is the order of the Commander-in-Chief. After Tao Zhan left, Commander Lu walked back to the window. A pure girl with green hair appeared out of thin air on his shoulder. At the same time, Commander Lu's short green hair turned black. The green-haired girl held Commander Lu's head and sat on his shoulders. Chaoyang, your love rival is back, the green-haired girl said loudly. Han Yan, stop making trouble. Chaoyang, you are still thinking about your first love. Isn't having several of us sisters enough? The green-haired girl complained with a pout. How could that be? I'm just concerned about you as a friend. I don't have any other intentions. Lu Chaoyang immediately denied it. You're smart. After the green-haired girl said that, she returned to Lu Chaoyang's head. Commander Lu's hair turned green again. He looked out the window with deep eyes, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 119 Jinling Memorial Hall rushes to Jingzhou. At the same time, Jinling Prefecture. In front of the Jinling Memorial Hall. Deputy Director Yingling Zhao quickly rushed to the door of the Memorial Hall. Mr. Memorial Hall! Deputy Director Zhao Yingling shouted loudly. A few seconds later, a pale white figure appeared next to Deputy Director Zhao. What's wrong? Asked the pale white figure. Lord, you sent a message and asked me to pass it on to Lord of the Memorial Hall. Deputy Director Zhao handed the phone to the pale white figure. The pale white figure took the phone, and in an instant, the entire memorial building and the surrounding area were filled with black gas, which repelled the heroic spirit standing next to the pale white figure. The moment the black gas touched the surrounding flowers and plants, they withered instantly. The cell phone in the pale white figure's hand was also emitting black smoke, and it seemed to be broken. Mr. Memorial Hall! Deputy Director Zhao exclaimed. After hearing Deputy Director Zhao's exclamation, the pale white figure suddenly retracted the black gas around the memorial hall, and the withered grass and trees began to bloom again. Sorry, I haven't seen the Japs for a long time and I couldn't control myself. The pale white figure apologized. I dare not. Deputy Director Zhao shook his head in response. Power. Netherworld Qi. After the heroic spirit disappears, it will be converted into Netherworld Qi and stored in the body. The Netherworld Qi can corrode vitality and erode the soul. Souls corroded by Nether Qi will be transformed into Nether Qi and stored in the body. Suddenly, several people appeared next to Deputy Director Zhao. They came to pay tribute to the deceased. Deputy Director Zhao stepped forward to communicate with them. Everyone, I'm sorry, but the master of the memorial needs to go on a long trip. Those who came to pay their respects waved their hands and said, It's okay. The Jinling Memorial Hall transformed into a human form, a middle-aged man wearing a black robe and with a firm gaze. Leaving an empty space. Xiao Zhao, you stay and explain. I'm leaving first. The Jinling Memorial Hall summoned the spirit of the white crane that had carried Xiao Nanhua before. He is the fastest speed-type beast tamer among the heroic spirits remaining in the Memorial Hall. Abai, please take me to Jingzhou, Jinling Memorial Hall said. Okay, Mr. Memorial Hall. Bai, he said, his body expanding several times. Jinling Memorial Hall sat on Abai's back. In an instant, the white crane spread its wings and flew high, and the wind pressure it created blew over the nearby flowers and plants. Fortunately, Deputy Director Zhao helped the ordinary people who came to pay their respects to him to block the wind pressure, otherwise some of them would have been blown down like the flowers and plants. At this time, an old man in the crowd walked up to Deputy Director Zhao and asked, "Why are you going to take this matter, Mr. Memorial Hall? Why are you so anxious?" Deputy Director Zhao turned around and saw him and responded, "Mr. Yen, you're here today too. Lord, you discovered that there are Japanese soldiers in Jingzhou and asked me to notify the Lord of the Jinling Memorial Hall." Old Yen is a high-level beastmaster. He is nearing the end of his life and often visits the Jinling Memorial Hall. In the near future, he may become one of the people being commemorated. Although Mr. Yen didn't know who the Lord Yu that Deputy Director Zhao was, he knew the Japanese. The Japanese devils, no wonder, I always thought there must be some remnants. But I didn't expect them to be so bold that they dared to come to China and even went to the Chinese capital Jingzhou. Old Yen sighed. Deputy Director Zhao nodded and responded, "Master, you said that the Japanese might be plotting something and are actually trying to assassinate the Shuzhou Tianjiao. Alas, there are only a few remnants left. Can't they just find a garbage dump to survive? They still have the desire to destroy China. If I were younger, I would follow the master of the Memorial Hall to kill the devils." Old Yen sighed. Yeah. Deputy Director Zhao nodded in agreement. He actually wanted to go kill the devils with the people from the Jinling Memorial Hall, but he still had work to do at the Education Bureau. "Everyone go back!" Deputy Director Zhao shouted. Everyone left, and Deputy Director Zhao also rushed back to the Education Bureau to work, leaving only a large empty space. Abai flew to Jingzhou with the Jinling Memorial Hall in a short while. "Master Jinling Memorial Hall, we are landing there," Abai asked. "Go to the high wall over there." The Jinling Memorial Hall responded, pointing in a direction. Abai looked in the direction of the Jinling Memorial Hall's finger. It was Lord Chongqing, but he didn't say anything and rushed towards the Great Wall. Just as Abai was about to arrive, a shout came from the right. "Who is it? Stop, no-fly zone ahead." A reconnaissance plane flew over from the right, and he shouted loudly to Abai and the Jinling Memorial Hall. Abai ignored it and continued to fly forward. He only obeyed the orders of the Jinling Memorial Hall. "I'm warning you once. If you don't stop, I will attack you," the reconnaissance plane continued to shout. "Abai, stop, land here, the distance is enough." Jinling Memorial Hall patted Abai's furry back and said, "Okay, Mr. Memorial Hall," Abai responded. After saying that, he landed in the jungle below. Chapter 120, Malice Hidden in the Dark. After landing at the Jinling Memorial Hall, Abai was taken back and the aura was released. After the reconnaissance plane in the sky and the beastmaster in the reconnaissance plane sensed the presence, they sent a message to the headquarters. Calling headquarters, the unit rushing to Lord Chongqing is the king level. Headquarters received. Please continue to monitor him, but do not launch an attack. Wait for support. There was a pause before the intercom continued. Reconnaissance aircraft A-4130, mission cancelled, please return as soon as possible. Although the beastmaster in the reconnaissance plane felt strange, he did not refute it and turned away directly, because soldiers obey orders and follow commands. Shortly after the Jinling Memorial Hall released its aura, a dark soul appeared beside him. "Jinling Memorial Hall, why are you here?" the dark figure asked. "How can you say that? How can you manage the Central Army so well that you let the remnants of the Jiaoban Kingdom enter Jingzhou and cause trouble in Jingzhou?" the Jinling Memorial Hall scolded. "How did you know that?" the dark figure asked doubtfully. Okay. You clearly know it, but you don't send anyone to wipe it out. I don't believe that the Central Army's detection system beastmasters can't find the location of several high-level beastmasters. What are you thinking about? Answer me, Ming Great Wall. Jinling Memorial Hall continued to scold. Ming Great Wall. At this moment, Ming Changqing heard a laugh that only he could hear. Haha, he's being blamed. Are you going to tell him he has different ideas from you? He values every citizen, but you, Ming Changqing, value the country. As long as it is for the country, you can accept the sacrifice of a few people. Do you dare to tell him? Ming Changqing responded to him in his heart. Different ideas? No, you are wrong. My ideas are the same as the Jinling Memorial Hall. He wants to protect every citizen, and I am the same. Haha, the same? How is it the same? You could have killed those high-level devils directly, but you didn't, which led to those devils killing people in China now. Those people will be forced to sacrifice themselves. You didn't get their consent, just for your plan to exclude dissidents. The Jinling Memorial Hall will not agree with your ideas. Words that only Ming Changqing could hear continued to echo in my ears. Ming Changqing replied calmly. Eliminate dissidents? You used the wrong word. Those ambitious forces that raise assassins and keep killers in captivity shouldn't be killed. Those who collude with foreign forces shouldn't be killed. Those who oppress their own people shouldn't be killed. They deserve to be killed, they deserve to be killed, they all deserve to be killed. Why are you yelling at me, you heartless person? You should think about how to explain to the Jinling Memorial Hall. They don't understand the situation in Jingzhou. Ming Changqing heard a complaining voice. The interests and powers in Jingzhou are mixed. They are dissatisfied with the power of the Great Wall. It is obviously just a defensive beast, but it actually holds the power of China. They are dissatisfied with this, so they keep Deadpool in captivity to collude with foreign forces. At the beginning, they hid well and were not exposed. As a result, by the time Ming Great Wall and the Central Army discovered them, it was already too late. They were scattered all over Jingzhou. There was no other way. Ming Great Wall could only send people to infiltrate the enemy and try to obtain as much information as possible. This time, Ming Changqing received news that they would launch a coup during the beastmaster fledgling competition when everyone's attention was focused on the competition. Ming Changqing felt that this was an opportunity to wipe them out completely. Although it seemed that the local troops were standing still, they were actually ready to provide support at any time. It is also their opportunity. If they win, they will hold great power. If they lose, they will disappear directly and be despised by everyone. Speak up, Ming Changqing, have you abandoned your duties? Jinling Memorial Hall continued to question. Jinling, don't get excited. Listen to my explanation first. There is a reason why this happened. Ming Changqing comforted. What is the reason that makes you ignore the people of Jingzhou and allow people with bad intentions to stay in Jingzhou? Jinling Memorial Hall questioned. Jinling, you are not in power, Ming Changqing asked. Don't change the subject. What does that have to do with this matter? The Jinling Memorial Hall responded angrily. Jinling, release a few heroic spirits who have been in power before, and I will explain everything to you, Ming Changqing said. The Jinling Memorial Hall has a different perspective. Perhaps due to his subjective assumptions, he cannot understand Ming Changqing's behavior, so Ming Changqing asked the Jinling Memorial Hall to release several heroes who had been in power to persuade him. Those who have sacrificed their lives for the country may be more useful than what Ming Changqing said. Okay, I'd like to see how you defend yourself today. The Jinling Memorial Hall released several heroic spirits who had been in power in the past and responded. Mr. Memorial Hall, Mr. Great Wall. Ming Changqing nodded and explained. Jingzhou is now a complex and complicated place with powerful forces intertwined. They are no longer satisfied with their own strength and want more rights, such as the military power of the Central Army. After hearing this, Jinling Memorial Hall frowned and retorted. Impossible, the Central Army is the strongest branch of the military and is fully capable of suppressing all forces in Jingzhou. Ming Changqing nodded and continued. Jinling, don't be anxious, just listen to me. It is indeed as you said, they cannot carry out a coup on their own, so they turn their attention to foreign forces. It took me some time to find the forces I could confirm. Ancient Rome and the post-split regimes of ancient India were among those involved, but the attitudes of several other major forces were less clear. The Jinling Memorial Hall nodded. Ancient Rome was a country that advocated the use of force. They participated in the war against China 9,000 years ago. After the anti-China forces were defeated, they paid compensation and apologized. At that time, China was still in the recovery period and did not pursue them. Moreover, they were still attacking ancient India at that time. Unexpectedly, the remnant forces of ancient India dared to attack China. Unexpectedly, after ancient Rome annexed ancient Greece, it became so powerful that it even dared to attack China. They look down on ancient Egypt because most of the area is desert. The same is true for Atlantis. The climate and environment are not suitable for them to reproduce. So they only have two targets left, ancient Babylon and China. According to my investigation, they were involved in the Babylonian coup. I originally thought it was just another country's internal affairs, but I never expected it. Ming Changqing continued to sigh. The Jinling Memorial Hall showed a look of shock. He did not understand the international situation. A coup had actually taken place in ancient Babylon. Jinling, you should know that arresting people requires evidence. The forces in Jingzhou are not ordinary forces. They are hiding very well. I don't want to alert them. Before I find evidence, I really can't touch them, so I have been looking for an opportunity. However, although I can't touch them, I still increased the Central Army's patrols against Jingzhou to prevent them from suddenly attacking and injuring people. But the opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop has arrived during the Beast Tamer fledgling competition. Ming Changqing continued to explain. Opportunity? Jinling Memorial Hall asked doubtfully. At this time, an officer flew over from a distance. He came to Ming Changqing and handed him a document. Ming Changqing took the document and handed it to the Jinling Memorial Hall. What is this? Jinling Memorial Hall asked after taking it. Take a look. Ming Changqing responded. Jinling Memorial Hall took a closer look, a look of shock on his face. After seeing him finish reading, Ming Changqing pleaded. Jinling, since those devils have been exposed, you can let the heroes capture them. This way, they won't feel strange. Jinling, I have something else I want to ask you. Please stay in the bird's nest. You have seen the plan. They will capture all the young beastmasters in the bird's nest in the finals. They are all geniuses from various places, forces, and countries. They can use this to threaten various forces, but it's just a matter of changing the regime, and perhaps some forces will really compromise. The Jinling Memorial Hall looked at the document in its hand and handed it to the heroes for viewing. After the heroic spirits exchanged ideas, the leading heroic spirit nodded toward the Memorial Hall and said in agreement, Master Memorial Hall, this is indeed the best method at the moment. Jinling Memorial Hall thought for a long time before speaking. I accept your explanation, but it cannot cover up your mistakes. It was you who failed to manage Jingzhou well and let their ambitions grow. I agree to your request, don't fail again. The Jinling Memorial Hall took back those heroic spirits, summoned a Bai, and then left. The Great Wall of Ming Dynasty. You don't have a good relationship with him? A voice that only Ming Changqing could hear came to my ears again. Well, their relationship is indeed not that good. Maybe I think he is the one who led Yuezhi astray, Ming Changqing replied with a sigh. Why didn't you ask how the Jinling Memorial Hall received the news that there were Japanese soldiers in Jingzhou? It's better not to ask. The relationship was already bad to begin with, and we finally managed to smooth things over. Why would you want to get involved in unnecessary matters? Ming Changqing replied, shaking his head. Chapter 121 The Eight Great Families of Jingzhou. The eight great families of Jingzhou, Gao, Huang, Yang, Wang, Linghu, Murong, Nangong, and Situ. At this moment, Jinling Memorial Hall has checked into a hotel in Jingzhou. His coming to Jingzhou made such a big fuss that people with ulterior motives must have noticed it, but he could not go to the bird's nest openly. Although he was not in power as regent, he still understood the principle of surprise. There are many heroic spirits sitting in front of the Jinling Memorial Hall, and they are discussing how to cooperate with Lord Changqing's plan. Master Memorial Hall, we have discussed and decided that we should find the commander first. The commander's beast-taming jade is a space-type beast-taming jade, which can teleport Master Memorial Hall to the bird's nest at any time. One of the heroic spirits spoke up. He is an old member of the Shuzhou's 7th Army. Oh, I also want to find him, but I don't use a mobile phone, and Xiao Zhao didn't come with me, so I can't contact him. The Memorial Hall sighed. Mr. Memorial Hall, we only need to go directly to the police station in Jingzhou. The news of our coming to Jingzhou is inevitable. Judging from the video, the Japanese assassinated the contestant from Shuzhou. It is reasonable for us to ask the contestant from Shuzhou, so as not to alert the enemy. As long as the memorial master doesn't take the initiative to see it, there's no problem. Na Yingling, the former commander of the Shuzhou 7th Army, responded. Well, that's no problem at all. I'll leave it to you then. The Jinling Memorial Hall thought for a while and responded. Got it. After saying this, the heroic spirit of the former Shuzhou 7th Army left the hotel with several heroic spirits. He led several heroes to the police station and revealed his identity directly. I am a heroic spirit under the command of the Jinling Memorial Hall. A few hours ago, we received news that the contestants from Shuzhou who were participating in the Beast Tamer fledgling competition were assassinated by the remnants of the Foot Basin Chicken. We are here to investigate this matter. Please ask the police to cooperate with us in locating the Shuzhou contestants. The young policeman in front of him was suddenly at a loss. He had not received any news that any contestant had been assassinated. Wait a minute, heroic spirit, I will contact the director right away, the young policeman said and ran away quickly. After a while, a burly man came out, looked at Yingling and asked, I'm Director Gao. I understand your purpose. What's your name? Hello, Director Gao. My surname is Yang and my given name is Ming. You can just call me Yang Ming. Na Yingling, the former commander of the Shuzhou 7th Army, responded. Mr. Yang Ming, I just checked the hotel where the Shuzhou contestants are staying. Should I send someone to take you there, or do you go by yourself? Director Gao asked with a smile. No need, Director Gao, we can go by ourselves. You should patrol Jingzhou more often. We can't allow the remnants of the Japanese to assassinate our fellow Chinese in broad daylight. Yang Ming sneered and left the police station with the heroic spirits. After Yang Ming took the heroes away, the smile on Director Gao's face gradually disappeared. He took out his mobile phone and made a call. This phone was produced by a foreign communication beast, and used a foreign base station beast, so China could not monitor it. Beep beep. Hello, Mr. Gao, what can I do for you? A voice came from the phone. Did you try to assassinate the contestants from Jingzhou yesterday? Director Gao asked. How did Director Gao know that? Damn it, you invited the Jinling Memorial Hall here. You clearly knew our plan and took the contestants as hostages. Why did you and them have to do unnecessary things? Director Gao cursed. Director Gao, you should know who destroyed our big Foot Basin empire. It was the Jinling Memorial Hall and a soldier from Shuzhou. I can understand why my men want to take revenge. A slow response came from the phone. I understand your paralysis. You didn't even kill him, and you even introduced an unstable factor to the plan. Director Gao continued to curse. Director Gao, if you're here to discuss follow-up plans, then I'll listen carefully. But it seems Director Gao is here to scold me, so there's no need to talk anymore. Goodbye. Snap, beep, beep. After the other party hung up the phone, Director Gao's face turned green with anger. He angrily threw the phone to the ground, stomped on it several times, and cursed. Damn it, these sons of bitches, these bastards, they're just tame dogs. The young policeman next to him said cautiously, Master Gao, the most urgent thing now is to inform the clan leader of this matter. Bang! Director Gao slapped the young policeman against the wall and cursed. Don't I know that? I need you to remind me, huh? Director Gao left the police station and returned to one of the 8 great families in Jingzhou, the Gao family. The young policeman fell to the ground. The policeman beside him helped him up and said with a sigh, Hey, why are you saying that? You are just a collateral clan member. He is not soft-hearted when he hits collateral clan members. The young policeman wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand, and stared at the place where Director Gao left with a resentful look for a long time without saying a word. Chapter 122 Conversation. Crash, crash. Boom, boom, boom. Who is it? I'm taking a shower, wait a minute. Chiu Nanhua responded loudly. The heroic spirit standing at the door of Chiu Nanhua's room. After a while, Chiu Nanhua was wearing a bathrobe, and the water from the bath dripped down her hair, and her wet long hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Chiu Nanhua looked at the heroic spirits outside and said, Is he really here at the Jinling Memorial Hall? Where is he? Commander, the lord of the Memorial Hall is in a hotel. He asked us to come and find you. He has something to discuss with you. The heroic spirit of the former veteran of the 7th Army responded. Really? Okay, wait a moment. I'll blow dry my hair and change my clothes. Do you want to come in and sit for a while? Chiu Nanhua nodded and said. No, Commander, we'll be waiting for you outside the door. The old soldier grabbed the young hero who was about to nod in agreement and responded. Chiu Nanhua nodded and walked into the room to blow dry her hair and change clothes. Bang. The commander's charm is popular with both men and women. Are you trying to kill yourself by going in to watch the commander change clothes? The veteran hero patted the young hero's spirit and whispered cautiously. After taking a look around, the hero found that he was the only one so reckless, so he scratched his head embarrassedly. Chiu Nanhua, although he was blow-drying his hair and the hair dryer was very noisy, he was already a high-level beastmaster, and he could hear the whispers of the heroes at this distance. After a while, the heroic spirits brought Chiu Nanhua to the hotel where the Jinling Memorial Hall was staying. Jinling, what do you want to discuss? Chiu Nanhua asked after entering the room. Please sit down first. The Jinling Memorial Hall responded. After Chiu Nanhua sat on the sofa, the Jinling Memorial Hall told her in detail everything they had heard from Chongqing. Chiu Nanhua was silent for a long time before she responded. I thought there might be some problems in Jingzhou, but I didn't expect it to be so serious. However, Jinling, don't blame Chongqing too much. He has been guarding the border all year round and doesn't have the extra time to manage Jingzhou. Then don't be in power, complained the Jinling Memorial Hall. Alas, the rights to the Great Wall were gained through years of war. He has high prestige, but he didn't ask for it on his own initiative. Chiu Nanhua responded with a sigh. Okay, let's not talk about him. Let's talk about the plan. You boy, you used the space-type beast to lead us to attack him by surprise, said the Jinling Memorial Hall. Brother, you think too highly of me. I am only at the high-low level now, and Yu was only at the high-low level when I summoned her. Judging from the video I sent you, the remnants of the Japanese devils also have a high-level, advanced space-type beastman, and it has the ability to block space. How can I lead you to attack by surprise? Chiu Nanhua analyzed. You just need to take us there, and leave breaking the space blockade to me. Jinling Memorial Hall patted his chest and promised. I have to go on stage to compete. How can I take you with me? Chiu Nanhua asked. It's already this late, and you're still participating in the competition, you boy. Are you addicted to bullying kids? Jinling Memorial Hall said with a look of disdain at Chiu Nanhua. Chiu Nanhua. According to what you said, you invited me here, but you don't let me go back to participate in the competition. Doesn't this give them something to doubt? Chiu Nanhua argued cunningly. How about this? You find an opportunity to lose the game, then pretend to be frustrated and leave the bird's nest, then you can come to help us, said the Jinling Memorial Hall. Chiu Nanhua must be furious. No need, I can take you in directly and no one will suspect anything, Chiu Nanhua responded. Jinling Memorial Hall rolled his eyes at Chiu Nanhua and said reproachfully, Why didn't you tell me earlier? I've been talking so much for nothing. What can I do? Jinsei, thank you for your help, Chiu Nanhua said as she touched the Jinsei purple jade flute on her waist. What happened to Senior Yu? Chiu Nanhua responded with the jade flute on her waist vibrating. The jade bracelet attracted the attention of the Jinling Memorial Hall, which made him feel strange. Did you Shizi contract a new beast? What about Bai Shui? Just change yourself into an ordinary person and they will believe it, but wear dark clothes, not bright colors. Chiu Nanhua responded lightly. Jinsei purple jade flute activated its skill to change the appearance of the Jinling Memorial Hall. Although the fluctuation of this skill was very small, Jinling Memorial Hall could still feel it, and he couldn't help but think, king level? That kid you should not have made a contract with this jade flute yet. Jinsei has a skill that can disguise the appearance of things. Chiu Nanhua took out a mirror from the space and handed it to the Jinling Memorial Hall and said, At this moment, the Jinling Memorial Hall has become an ordinary passerby. A middle-aged man wearing a black Mao suit was observing carefully with a mirror. A skill that changes your appearance? How long can it last? 10 years. Jinsei Zayudi responded. 10 years? So long! The Jinling Memorial Hall felt very strange, as the heroic spirits did not lack the ability to change their appearance. But those skills consume a lot of energy, have a short duration, and have significant flaws. For example, they will be revealed in their true form if blown by the wind, and cannot touch water. Are there any defects? Jinling Memorial Hall asked in disbelief. Well, a beast tamer or beastmaster of a higher class would definitely see through it, Chiu Nanhua responded. This is not a shortcoming at all, the Jinling Memorial Hall complained. Anyway, unless it's a low-level Imperial Beastmaster or a detection-type Beastmaster with skills like see-through, no one can see through this disguise. If this skill targets you, Jinling, you'll be able to spot it in an instant, Chiu Nanhua responded. After all, Jinling is an expert in soul power. So, as long as the Great Wall doesn't come, basically no one will be able to find out that I am the Jinling Memorial Hall? The Jinling Memorial Hall sighed. High probability. Chiu Nanhua didn't say it too surely. After all, there was an example like him in front of him. No matter how you fake your appearance, the panel will not lie. In Chiu Nanhua's eyes, the big words, Jinling Memorial Hall, on the panel were clearly placed in front of him. There are so many beast tamers in the bird's nest, Chiu Nanhua doesn't believe that the rats in the dark can release their detection skills one by one to observe every person and every beast tamer. That's fine. The plan is to come to the bird's nest to kidnap hostages during the finals, right? Then Jinling, you can come to the competition site during the semi-finals. We have just finished the first game, so there should be a long time. Jinling, you can first inquire about the news in Jingzhou, Chiu Nanhua said to the Jinling Memorial Hall. There are about 2 million contestants and 500 arenas, which means that each arena has 4,000 contestants. They have already finished the first round, which means there are still 2,000 beastmasters in each arena. It will take some time to select a ringmaster for each ring. After the Jinling Memorial Hall nodded, Chiu Nanhua turned around and looked at the several heroic spirits and asked, Who among you uses a mobile phone? Please add your contact information. Several heroic spirits shook their heads. They were all heroic spirits sleeping in the bodies of the Jinling Memorial Hall. There were no mobile phones where they were sleeping. Chiu Nanhua frowned and took out a spare mobile phone with a communication card in it from the space. Chiu Nanhua handed the phone to Jinling Memorial Hall and advised, Jinling, take this phone, it will be convenient for contact. Jinling Memorial Hall probably hasn't used a mobile phone, but it's okay, there are so many heroic spirits in his body, so he doesn't have to worry about it. Jinling Memorial Hall nodded and took the phone. That's it, I'll leave first. Otherwise, if I stay here for too long, I might become suspicious, Chiu Nanhua said. Well, let the heroic spirits see you off, otherwise you will be assassinated again, the Jinling Memorial Hall responded. Chiu Nanhua nodded and said, Okay. Chiu Nanhua followed the heroic spirits and left the hotel where the Jinling Memorial Hall was staying. As soon as she went out, Jinsei Zayuri felt a slight sense of being spied on, and she reminded Chiu Nanhua. Is there really someone watching? He's definitely not a simple guy to have been able to hide for so long under the noses of the Great Wall and the Central Army. Fortunately, there are many heroic spirits accompanying us this time, so they should not attack suddenly. Chapter 123 The mice hiding in the darkness are holding a meeting. In a place unknown to Chiu Nanhua and the others, a meeting was also being held. Although it was a meeting held with special skills, after all, they did not dare to gather together for a meeting casually. In the Gao family's headmaster's secret room, a blue bead half the size of an egg projected a light curtain. 6 small windows were projected on the light screen, with 6 human figures on each window. Gao Jingwei, I told you not to keep a dog, but now this dog has bitten you, causing us all to suffer. A woman in the picture began to scold. Gao Jingwei snorted coldly and retorted, Humph, you said nothing when you were enjoying the fruits, but now that the fruits have attracted birds, you are blaming me for mismanagement. How much of your ability was solely due to your own efforts to climb to your current position so smoothly? If it weren't for those little devils assassinating officials, would you have been able to climb so fast? Are you recruiting a bird? You are recruiting a big daddy. Although the Jinling Memorial Hall is only at the middle level of the king rank, don't you know how difficult he is to deal with? His role on the battlefield is even more troublesome than that of the high-level king rank. The woman who had just scolded Gao Jingwei retorted. Okay, stop arguing. Things have already happened. Now is not the time to assign blame. We should discuss whether the Jinling Memorial Hall will affect our plans in the future. One of them acted as a peacemaker and advised. Times two. Although both of them were very unhappy, either of them refuted. I think we should throw those exposed Japanese soldiers out and send them to the Nanjing Memorial Hall to be killed. After all, after this plan succeeds, we can raise as many as we want. One of them suggested. You're crazy. You don't even want that high-level, premium space beast. That's the highest-level space beast at the moment, Gao Jingwei retorted. The highest grade? I think you are mistaken. Isn't the highest grade the jade bracelet owned by Crazy Moo? I remember that when he left Blue Star, the jade bracelet was already of high grade and advanced level. The man continued. Don't step on that guy. Times two. Don't mention him, don't mention him. The other three beastmasters in the picture who did not have Chinese faces were either cursing or speaking in trembling voices. He's been dead for thousands of years. I don't know what you're worried about. With that mentality, I really don't know how you can advance to the king level. The man who just called Timu crazy responded with disgust. Haha, because it wasn't you who was massacred, it wasn't you and the others, so you can stand here and talk without any worries. If you meet someone that day, he will be like a ghost, hanging over your head all the time, for days, months, years, and decades. When your own life is no longer in your control, you can't say such insignificant words. Besides, is anyone sure he died in another world? One of the people who had just cursed retorted. That Crazy Moo died a long time ago. He went to such a dangerous other world alone. We from Blue Star who joined the Seven Seas Palace have been back and forth to other worlds countless times. Have you heard any news about Crazy Moo? Most of you have also been to other worlds. Do you have any news about Crazy Moo? Gao Jingwei asked directly. Haha, he was able to escape safely from the siege of hundreds of thousands of us. I don't believe that man would die in another world. Another person who cursed retorted. Crazy Moo can only run rampant on Blue Star. There are many space beast tamers in other worlds whose level is much higher than that of his jade bracelet. Why do you think he can survive? Gao Jingwei asked back. Alright, stop arguing. The topic you're discussing has strayed too far. Regardless of whether that Crazy Moo is dead or alive, the most important issue right now should be the issue of the Jinling Memorial Hall's beast that is comparable to a king-level high-level beast in war. The previous peacemaker advised again. How about this, Rihui, since you like to be a peacemaker so much, why don't you give me some advice? Gao Jingwei said. This? The peacemaker was speechless for a moment. Just when everyone was silent, someone came up to Gao Jingwei and said something to him. Gao Jingwei nodded and returned to the meeting. Everyone, I just received news that the heroic spirits of the Jinling Memorial Hall have sent the contestants from Shuzhou back to the hotel and have sent a large number of heroic spirits to patrol Jingzhou. I believe you all know that without the heroic spirits, the Jinling Memorial Hall is like a toothless tiger, easily manipulated. It seems the Jinling Memorial Hall is indeed here to take advantage of the remnants of the Japanese devils. Is your information accurate? I have news that the Jinling Memorial Hall came to Jingzhou and went directly to see the Ming Great Wall. The only female foreigner in the window calmed down a little and asked. You are not Chinese, so you don't understand. The Jinling Memorial Hall has always been at odds with the Ming Great Wall. I guess they are going to question the Ming Great Wall. If it weren't for the Jinling Memorial Hall's inherent dislike of war and foreign interference in China's internal affairs, I would have wanted to recruit him. Gao Jingwei responded. It seems that this is the only way, Gao Jingwei. Let your dogs kill those heroes. This way, the Jinling Memorial Hall can focus its attention on those devils. At the same time, if the Jinling Memorial Hall decides to intervene, it could also reduce his strength, although the effect would be minimal. The person who had previously argued with Gao Jingwei suggested. Everyone in the picture nodded and agreed to this plan. Gao Jingwei saw everyone nodded, and it was difficult for him to refute alone, so he responded. Alright, I'll give it a try, but I won't let that high-level, advanced space beastmaster be abandoned. Okay, let's just buy some time. There's no need to abandon him. Rihui responded and turned off the communication skill. Stop making trouble, Gao Jingwei. The man who had quarreled with Gao Jingwei turned off his communication skill after saying this. When the others saw them, they also turned off their communication skills and didn't say much. Gao Jingwei also turned off his communication skills. The Gao family's secret room suddenly fell into darkness. Bursts of creepy laughter continued to come from the darkness, which was frightening. Chapter 124, Sky Garden Demaya. Because of the involvement of the Jinling Memorial Hall, Jingzhou has been in complete chaos for the past 10 days, and even ordinary people have sensed that something is wrong. There were too many cases of private fights among beastmasters, resulting in the destruction of property, injury to people, and even the deaths of many ordinary people. This caused ordinary people in Jingzhou to feel insecure and afraid to go out. Bird's Nest. Qiu Nanhua sat quietly in the audience today. Not only Qiu Nanhua, but most of the contestants and their accompanying persons were there. Today's competition rounds had not been assigned yet, and Qiu Nanhua and the contestants were waiting. Qiu Nanhua has already played 6 games. Her opponents are all mid-level beastmasters. They are basically not difficult and are basically solved within a few minutes. Now there are only about 60 contestants left in each arena. With more than 60 contestants, a conservative estimate is that each game is 20 minutes long, and 12 hours is enough for everyone to play a game. Of course, there are exceptions. Once a beastmaster with high recovery and high defense meets each other, it will probably take more than 2 hours to defeat them. It all depends on who can last longer. However, the organizers should find ways to avoid such situations. Everyone has played 6 games, and the big data has basically compiled what type of beast tamer each contestant is. Therefore, it should be relatively simple to regulate the game. Simply put, there are more than 60 people, and each person plays a game, which is basically completed during the day. However, in order to ensure that the participants get enough rest, the organizers decided to play during the day and rest at night. More than 60 people are all high-level beastmasters, and many high-level beastmasters were eliminated in the previous game. Li Yingying was not eliminated. Although she fought against a high-level beastmaster in the last round, all of that person's 3 beasts were mid-level beasts, and there was not a single high-level beast. However, Li Yingying had 2 high-level beasts, so victory was inevitable. However, Lu Jiajia lost in the 4th game. Winning 3 games was already great. The Bird's Nest is no longer as lively as it was at the beginning. After losing everything, some countries' forces no longer want to stay in the Bird's Nest to watch the game. Some of them returned directly to their home countries, while some stayed in China. However, they did not come for sightseeing. Most of them came for the flourishing beast taming in China. They were eager to contract one, so while their visas were still valid, they tried every possible way to get in touch with more Chinese beasts. If there is really no other option, you can only buy beast eggs. Those who stayed at the Bird's Nest were all geniuses from major powers. Of course, there were also some beastmasters who had the mentality of, since they were already here, they had to watch the whole game before leaving. It is precisely these people who are left behind that are treasures of various countries. If these people are captured and used to coerce local troops, it may be of great use. Even if the contestants from China are willing to sacrifice for the country, what about the geniuses from other national forces? If one is involved in the civil war for power in China and dies in China, it will cause those countries and foreign forces to hate China, and the peace that China has maintained for thousands of years will be broken. War will once again engulf the world. Alas, Qiu Nanhua sighed and thought to herself, perhaps this is the despicable nature of human beings. The main reason is that Ming Chongqing is only a defensive beast. If he were another type with strong offensive abilities, would they dare to try to seize power? Just when the organizers had assigned the contestants, Demaya, the king-level beast master of the Sky Gardens of ancient Babylon, who was sitting in the judge's seat, came to the podium alone. The male host asked directly, "Lord Demaya, what can I do for you?" Qiu Nanhua frowned after hearing the host's question. You, Qiu Nanhua said softly. Qinling Zhuiyu opened a space passage in front of Qiu Nanhua, which led to a place far behind the host's desk. Qiu Nanhua walked directly in and came to a place far behind the host's desk, then quietly walked towards the host's backstage. The distance is relatively far, so that the Sky Garden will not feel the spatial fluctuations. The soul power fluctuations of Qinling Zhuiyu's skills attracted everyone around him. When Li Yingying and Lu Jiajia turned to look at Qiu Nanhua had already arrived at the backstage of the host's seat. The backstage staff and security guards fell to the ground in a mess. Fortunately, they were still breathing and not dead. It seemed that they were under control. But why, when this happened, the bird's nest didn't react at all? Could it be that the bird's nest has also been controlled? That shouldn't be the case. If it was controlled, how could the competition be regulated? Could it be that he also wants to seize the rights to the Great Wall at the bird's nest? No, not necessarily. He had heard before that the central control system of the bird's nest existed independently. If the bird's nest was controlled, the game could indeed be regulated. However, manual control was much more difficult and not as perfect as the bird's nest. However, the bird's nest is of the intermediate king level. What level of control-type beast taming skill can actually control the bird's nest silently? Xiao Nanhua quietly hid behind the door and glanced at the Sky Garden Demaya on the podium. Sky Garden Demaya. Beast taming rank, intermediate king. Beast type, construction/control. Beast taming skills. Blooming flowers, consume soul power to release a continuous release of floral fragrance, subtly influencing those around you, causing them to become confused and identify with the actions and words of the Sky Garden, or causing them to quickly fall asleep. Note: the control effect is affected by the soul power of the enemy unit. The stronger the soul power, the weaker the subtle effect, and it takes longer to cause cognitive confusion. And those whose souls are too weak to be in the Hanging Garden will have their minds directly controlled. Restrained by the control and purification effect. Vine binding, consumes soul power to create grass vines to bind the enemy. The more soul power consumed, the tougher the vines will be. Delaying decline, the lifespan of living beings who live in Demaya in the Hanging Garden for a long time will be extended by 20%. Show weakness. When Sky Garden Demaya receives a fatal threat, it will release the floral fragrance stored in its physical energy, instantly changing the threat's perception and causing them to let Sky Garden Demaya go. Note: it takes 100 years for Demaya in the Sky Garden to store the fragrance of flowers, which can be accelerated by the environment and auxiliary skills. Escape from the dead. After receiving fatal damage, the fake death will turn into a flower seed, which can be reborn after 1,000 years. Beast taming contract, none. Xiao Nanhua was speechless after seeing the panel of Sky Garden. There was not a single attack skill. There were 5 skills, 2 for control, 2 for life-saving, and 1 for support. It's still a life-extending aid that's only useful for high-level beast tamers. So the bird's nest was affected by the blooming flowers in the Hanging Garden? Would it take about 20 days to affect a beast of the same rank? It doesn't seem to be a very strong skill, but it is suitable for being a spy or a scheming person. After all, this skill's strength lies in controlling people's hearts. Direct combat is too useless and is also affected by the purification and control effects, but it is really powerful in controlling the hearts of ordinary people. Xiao Nanhua sighed. He had smelled the scent of flowers since the beginning. Fortunately, the glazed jade shield was not affected by the control effect while it existed. Although his soul power was strong enough that he wouldn't be controlled by the Sky Garden all at once, he didn't want to take the risk of having his mind controlled. But what to do with the controlled bird's nest? The skills of glazed jade only affect the bird's nest from being controlled, but they do not have the effects of releasing control or purifying the bird. It is impossible to break free from the control of the bird's nest. Rather than control, it is more like charm, but charm is also a kind of control. Xiao Nanhua left quietly without letting Shenling's Wei activate her skills to leave. Although space is invisible, there are spatial fluctuations. King-level beastmasters can already use their soul power in a preliminary way and can feel spatial fluctuations. Besides, if I can't feel the spatial fluctuations, how can I not feel the soul power fluctuations when releasing skills? Xiao Nanhua took out her cell phone from her pocket and planned to send a message to the Jinling Memorial Hall. Xiao Nanhua, come quickly, Demaya has controlled the bird's nest in the Sky Garden. Remember to bring some heroes with skills that can release the control and purify the bird's nest to release the control. The Jinling Memorial Hall did not reply to the message, and Xiao Nanhua thought he must be on his way. Let's take a look at the situation first. Although the Sky Garden has no attack skills, if the vine binding is not very aggressive and cannot break the glass jade shield, even if Xiao Nanhua is still at a high level, she can still subdue the Sky Garden. But in order not to alert the enemy and destroy the plan that Ming Great Wall had prepared for so many years, Jiao Nanhua decided to first see what Demaya in the Sky Garden was trying to do. The worst thing is that the Sky Garden's blooming flowers control skill subtly affects the people around it. The 10 king-level beastmasters and beastmasters in the referee's seat, I wonder if they are also affected by the Sky Garden's Demaya. Hopefully, Great Wall is prepared. Chapter 125 Prelude to War. Central Military Region, in the Administrative Building. In Commander Lu's office. Report. A communication soldier from the Central Military Region broke directly into Commander Lu's office. Speak. Commander Lu's calm and majestic voice spread throughout the office as he sat there. News has come from the Snowland Military Region that the ancient Indian separatist forces have sent troops to gather at the border of the Snowland State. The signalman shouted loudly. Telegram, Western Region Military Region, Sichuanshu Military Region, and Yunnan Military Region, asking them to send troops for support, and leave Changqing's signature. Commander Lu responded by slamming the table. But... The signalman was in a difficult situation because Commander Lu had no right to use the Great Wall signature. Oh, go. A sigh sounded beside Commander Lu. It is the soul of the Ming Great Wall. This unique fluctuation of soul power is undoubtedly the Great Wall. Yes, Lord Changqing. The signalman took the task and ran away quickly. After the signalman left, Commander Lu complained. My soldiers don't listen to me. Your words are much more useful than mine. Is it only the separatist forces in ancient India? Is there any news from ancient Babylon and ancient Rome? Ming Changqing ignored Commander Lu's complaints and asked directly about the battle situation. Alas, there is no news, and we can't contact the bird's nest. After this battle, many soldiers in various military regions will suffer casualties. Commander Lu sighed. Sorry. Ming Changqing was silent for a moment, and then apologized in a low voice. Don't be like this, everyone knows that this is not your problem. Commander Lu immediately waved his hand in response. Ming Changqing did not dwell on this topic any further, but responded. The main enemies are still ancient Rome and ancient Babylon, especially ancient Rome. It was a martial nation, although it was much inferior to China and Atlantis, but with ancient Babylon, that might not be the case. Where's Atlantis? Is there any movement? Atlantis hasn't made any moves. Just like before, they never participate in wars between countries. Commander Lu responded. Ming Changqing nodded. After all, Atlantis occupied most of the ocean. Although there were few beast tamers, in the beast tamer competition, Atlantis basically hovered between 3rd and 4th place. But no one dares to underestimate this force. They have developed steadily for so many years and have a large number of king-level beasts. China does not dare to fight Atlantis easily. It is not that China is weaker. But Atlantis is at the bottom of the sea, and China's beasts can rarely exert their full strength there. On the contrary, Atlantis beasts have various environmental bonuses. Similarly, Atlantis did not dare to take action against China. Ming Great Wall, we can't contact the bird's nest. What do you want to do with the bird's nest? Commander Lu asked. Once the battle begins, I will personally extend my defensive skills to the bird's nest. Now it depends on ancient Rome and ancient Babylon to attack from that side. It will be difficult to attack from the Snowland State defense line. Even I can't stretch the defense line so long. If that really happens, I can only ask the soldiers at the border to wait while we rescue the participants at the bird's nest first. Ming Changqing explained. Alas, you made such a decision again. I just asked the soldiers of the Sichuanshu military region to go to support us. Aren't you afraid that Crazy Moo will not cause trouble for foreigners after he comes back, but will turn around and cause trouble for you? Commander Lu sighed. Alas, if he can really come back, I will accept it even if he causes trouble to me. Ming Changqing responded. Commander Lu frowned. Hadn't Crazy Moo seen Changqing since his return? Why did it feel like Changqing didn't know he was back? Could it really be just a coincidence? Did the person the soldier was talking about just happen to look like him? Did he just happen to have a contract with a space beastmaster? This couldn't be such a coincidence. But don't worry too much. I have contacted the Qin Emperor's tomb in Chang'an Prefecture. They promised me to send troops to guard the border. I will never let the past mistakes happen again. Ming Changqing continued to respond. Have you really agreed to send troops? Commander Lu asked in surprise. Yes. Ming Changqing's soul nodded. Although he did not agree with him, he did agree to send troops. TSK, I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that we would actually see Qin Shi Huang's tomb sending out troops again. The last time they sent out troops was the time before last. Commander Lu sighed. The Great Wall of Ming Dynasty. There was only one instance of soldiers appearing from the Qin Emperor's tomb, and this time is the second time. The last time was when the Chinese front was defeated. This shows that, Ming Great Wall, your plan is full of loopholes. Even the Qin Emperor's tomb thinks you can't defend the border. Commander Lu continued. The loopholes depend on whether the opponent exploits them. If not, there will be no problem with my plan. If they do, I have the Qin Emperor's tomb to back me up. The Qin Emperor's tomb is also part of my plan, so there is no problem with my plan. Ming Changqing responded. Commander Lu. Report. Just when Commander Lu was speechless, another signalman rushed into Commander Lu's office in a hurry. Commander Lu, Lord Changqing. The signalman saluted. Speak. Commander Lu responded. A large number of beast tamers have appeared at the border of Lingbei province. After investigation, the total number is 5 million. They are members of ancient Babylon and ancient Rome. The signalman responded nervously. Commander Lu and Ming Changqing smiled at each other. Commander Lu loudly arranged. Telegram dash. All military districts except the coastal military districts support Lingbei, signed Ming Changqing. Yes. The signalman saluted and left Commander Lu's office in a hurry. I overestimated them. It seems they didn't find any loopholes. Ming Changqing sighed. Perhaps he is just particularly confident in his own strength. 5 million beast tamers also look up to us Chinese. This is probably the biggest war since the Cataclysm. Commander Lu also sighed. Ming Changqing nodded in agreement, then said, I'm going back to prepare. Lu Feng, you should also get ready. Take all the central troops of Jingzhou and get ready. Ming Changqing disappeared immediately after he finished speaking. Chapter 126. The battle situation is tense. At the border of the Snow region, the beastmasters of the Snow region military district have used their skills to build a high wall of ice and snow that is 1,000 meters high and 100 meters wide. This is the beastmaster of the supreme commander of the Snow region military district. King level intermediate beastmaster. Glacier. Liga Glacier. Gender female. Beast taming rank, intermediate king. Beast type, mountain and river type / defense type. Beast taming skills. Beast taming contract, Yuto Jashidawa. Such an effect could not be achieved with just one defensive beast tamer. Ligu Glacier was able to build a defensive offensive around the entire border circle with the help of the recovery skills of a large number of healing beast tamers in the snowy military region. Yuto Jashidawa stood on the ice wall, holding the evolved beast through binoculars, and looked solemnly at the ancient Indian separatist forces gathering in the distance. Report! A signalman came to Yuto Jashidawa and reported loudly. What order did the Central Military Region issue? Yuto Jashidawa asked in a rough voice. Reporting to the commander. The Central Military Region sent a telegram asking the Snow Region Military Region to defend the borderline. The Western Region Military Region, Sichuanshu Military Region, and Yunnan Military Region are rushing to the Snow Region border to provide support. The signalman responded. Tisk, they're really good at planning. It's hard to even guard for 10 minutes. Yuto Jashidawa complained with a smack of his lips. The signalman secretly glanced at Commander Yuto Jashidawa and found that his expression and words were completely inconsistent. Yuto Jashidawa was like a battle maniac at this time, staring madly at the Indian beastmaster outside the defense line with a crazy smile on his face. Send a letter to the Sichuanshu Military Region, telling them that the separatist forces in ancient India are bringing their stinking ditch, the Ganges, here. Ask them to invite the beastmaster Dijianjian from the Shuzhou Water Conservancy Bureau. Our defense line can only hold out for 5 minutes. Yuto Jashidawa gave the order. Yes. The signalman saluted and ran away quickly. At this time, a wisp of snowflakes floated down from the sky and landed beside Yuto Jashidawa. A gust of cold wind blew, and a beautiful woman with long ice-blue hair, like a snow girl, appeared beside Yuto Yashidawa. I hope everything is still in time, Yuto Yashidawa murmured to himself. Ligu Bingchuan hugged Yuto Yashidawa from behind and whispered in his ear. If that stinking ditch still only has mid-level king-level creatures, then the defense line I built should be able to hold out for 10 minutes. With the current speed of the beasts, that should be enough time for the other 3 military regions to come and support us. Yuto Yashidawa placed his hand on Ligu Bingchuan's jade hand and sighed. If you dare to rebel against China again, you must have some support. That stinky ditch must have advanced to the high level of the king level. And it takes time to assemble an army. I don't want you or my soldiers to take such a big risk, so I can only ask Shuzhou for help. The China Water Conservancy Bureau was established to control water and utilize the existence of water. After the Great Catastrophe, various water conservancy projects evolved. The Water Conservancy Bureau's beastmasters are naturally able to restrain elemental water beastmasters and river beastmasters from the mountain and river beastmasters. Among them, the strongest beast in the Water Conservancy Bureau is Dijianjian, the beast in Li Jishui's contract. Dijianjian is only a small step away from the Ganges, the ancient Indian sewer. Dijianjian can also suppress the Ganges. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Ligu Bingchuan responded as he looked at the soldiers of the Snowland military region who were on high alert on the defense line, ready to charge and kill the enemy at any time. I hope so. Prepare to attack. Before Yuto Yashidawa could finish his words, he was interrupted by the enemy's flood. He stopped talking to Ligu Bingchuan and turned back to shout at the soldiers on the defense line. On the other side, in the ancient Indian camp, a middle-aged man sitting on an Indian sacred bull was also using a telescope to inspect the defense line that the Snow Region Military District had just built. Akar Khan, how many people are here? Asked the middle-aged man sitting on the Indian sacred bull. Akar Khan also sat on the sacred bull, but he was much younger and had a young face. Replying to Babu, almost 80% of it has arrived. Akar Khan responded respectfully. The middle-aged man sitting on the Indian sacred bull frowned and said directly, No more waiting! Give the order, all troops charge! Yes. The people around responded. Lord Ganges! The middle-aged man sitting on the Indian sacred bull shouted respectfully towards the water flowing beside him. Ganges didn't respond, but instead released his skill, Corruption Nation. Corrupted Nation, a flood breaks out, submerging everything around it, and increasing the base stats of all units by 5% for 3 days. The increased base stats will then be weakened for 1 day, reducing their base stats by 10%. Causes poisoning and withering effects on enemy biological and plant-based units, and erosion and corrosion effects on enemy silicon-based and building-based units. The water of the Ganges River rushed violently towards the defense line built by the snow, corroding the flowers, plants and trees along the way into slag. The water of the Ganges River hit the ice wall violently, causing the soldiers on the ice wall to shake continuously. The ice walls that came into contact with the Ganges water also gradually turned black and melted. Yuto Yashidawa on the defense line's side. He really advanced to the advanced king level. A large number of troops were assembled in the Sichuanshu military region, and the 1st, 3rd, 5th, and 6th armies stationed in the military region were all gathered here. Because time was tight, the army commanders had no time to make a general mobilization before the war, so they had already sent their top combat forces to the border of the Snowland state via flying units. The commanders of other armies also went there, leaving only him to dispatch the remaining troops. Those who are gathering now can only rush to the snowy border by land transportation. Report. A signalman shouted loudly. Don't waste time, speak quickly. The commander of the 1st Army of the Shuzhou military region scolded. The Snow Region Military District sent a telegram saying that separatist forces in ancient India have dispatched the king-level mountain and river beast Ganges. The Snow Region Military District has no countermeasures and requested that the Shuzhou Military District invite the Water Conservancy Bureau's king-level beast Dijianjian to provide support. The Snow Region defense line can only hold out for 5 minutes at most. We request support from the Shuzhou military region as soon as possible. The commander of the 1st Army of the Shuzhou military region looked at a king-level beastmaster in the formation who had transformed into a human form. This was the only remaining air transport unit, specially prepared for him, but he could no longer take care of it. Time was running out, and neither side spoke. The king-level beast flew directly into the sky and turned into a fighter plane, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. Alas! The commander of the First Army of the Shuzhou military region sighed inwardly. It seemed that the mountain and river beastmaster Ganges had advanced to the king rank. Otherwise, even if his skills were to restrain the defense beastmaster, it would be impossible for him to last only 5 minutes. Fortunately, Dijianjian doesn't like to move around, otherwise we wouldn't be able to find him in such a short time, let alone send him to support. Let's go! The commander of the First Army of the Shuzhou military region shouted loudly, and the soldiers of Shuzhou took to the road to transport speed-controlled beasts and rushed to the snowy area. Chapter 127 Dijianjian. At the border of Snowland State, on the battlefield. The soldiers of the Snow Region Military District have already withdrawn the defensive fortifications they had just built. The huge and magnificent ice wall has been corroded by the Ganges water and has become black and dilapidated. It seems that it will collapse into the Ganges water in the next second. The old, dark ice wall was full of holes, from which the black and yellow Ganges water continuously gushed out. Various flying beasts continued to fly over the collapsing ice wall and fought with the soldiers of the Snow Region Military Region. In order to prevent the soldiers from being disturbed by the Ganges water, Ligu Glacier continuously released this skill to freeze the Ganges water pouring in from the broken ice wall. Until the ice wall collapsed, the power of the ancient glacier was unable to freeze all the influx of Ganges water. At the same time, various beast tamers from the separatist forces of ancient India continued to rush onto the battlefield. The border soldiers who had been fighting back and forth with the enemy suddenly fell into a disadvantage and kept retreating. Lai Gu Bingchuan looked at the battlefield with heartache. Her contractor Yutoa Jashidawa stood in front of the soldiers, covering their retreat. Black spots like corpse spots gradually appeared on the body of her contractor Yutoa Jashidawa. This is poisoning. It's the skill of the stinking ditch Ganges. Ligu Glacier's beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she stared at the Ganges River in the distance. But her eyes were filled with not only anger, but also resentment, helplessness, and unwillingness, and finally became firm. She transformed into her original form and placed a barrier across the border, blocking the influx of Ganges water and some beast tamers who couldn't fly from rushing across the border. Yutoa Jashidawa saw the Ligu Glacier transform into its original form and block the influx of Ganges water. His eyes turned red and filled with anger. Roar! After he roared, he rushed towards the enemy with his beastmaster and soldiers. Ligu Glacier's actions are equivalent to a human with a sense of pain, who voluntarily soaks himself in sulfuric acid. Every minute and every second is a huge torment. Without the interference of the Ganges River, the soldiers no longer passively defended, but took the initiative to attack. Various long-range skills, control skills, and recovery skills emitted colorful lights that kept flashing on the battlefield, and the artillery fire was continuous. The entire battlefield suddenly became extremely chaotic. Although the soldiers of the Snowland military region were still at a disadvantage, the water of the Ganges had dried up after all, and the battle situation was no longer as helpless as before. But the impact of being hit by the Ganges water is still there. The healing beastmaster was focused on healing Ligu Glacier and had no extra skills or soul power to heal them. Therefore, those beast tamers who were attacked could only use their stored healing beast taming skills and creations to alleviate the situation. At this moment, reinforcements from other military regions flew in from afar. The first to arrive were those from the Yunnan military region, followed by the Western Region military region and the Sichuanshu military region, with only a few seconds between them. The borderline defended by the Yunnan military region connects with the borderline defended by the Snowland military region, so we have to arrive earlier than the other two military regions. The reinforcements rushed into the battlefield, and the situation was reversed. Yutoa Jashidawa glanced at the reinforcements from Shuzhou. He was looking forward to Dijianjian's support, but he did not see Dijianjian among the reinforcements from Shuzhou. He looked at the suffering Ligu Glacier with red eyes. How he wished that it was he who could block the water of the Ganges and suffer. But now he had no choice but to keep killing the enemies like a madman. Another minute or two passed, when 1/3 of the body of the Ligu Glacier had been melted and eroded. Dijianjian arrived late on a fighter plane. Dijianjian has now transformed into a human form, a young boy with short blue hair. Although he looks like a young boy, Dijianjian is a genderless beast. Dijianjian arrived above the border, on the edge of the ancient glacier. He looked at the ancient glacier, which was almost half melted and corroded, and sighed silently, thinking, "Sorry, I'm late." Dijianjian opened his arms, and a wave of soul power continued to spread along his body. Suddenly, the water of the Ganges seemed to retreat thousands of miles back into the Ganges as if it were out of control. The enemies blessed by the Ganges water seemed to have received a strong attack and began to wilt. And the Ganges seemed to have encountered something terrible, and the entire river was constantly churning. Skill, field control, water, all water-related field skills will be controlled by Dijianjian. The controlled field skill will cancel the field skill's gain, and apply a debuff equivalent to twice the field skill's gain. Skill, river suppression. Dijianjian is born with the aura of suppressing mountain and river-type river beasts. River beasts will become terrified in front of Dijianjian, and will be unable to unleash the full effect of their skills. When Yutoajashi Dawa saw Dijianjian coming and saw that Dijianjian subdued Ganges, who was as fierce as a tiger just now, with one move, he breathed a sigh of relief. He ran quickly to the body of Ligu Glacier. Ligu Glacier transformed into a human form and fell exhausted into Yutoajashi Dawa's arms. Yutoajashi Dawa looked at her body, which was almost half corroded, with a heart-wrenching feeling, and shouted loudly, "Medic! Medic!" A group of healing beasts quickly used their skills to heal the girl in Yutoajashi Dawa's arms. Du Jiangyan scanned the battlefield and shouted, "All elemental water beasts, release your attack skills! All elemental water beasts, release your attack skills!" The beast tamers of the Sichuanshu military region and the beastmasters who had contracts with elemental water beast tamers did not react much, but instead followed orders and released various elemental water attack skills. The elemental water beast tamers from other military regions and the beastmasters who had contracts with elemental water beast tamers, although puzzled, did not take any other action. They had to use these skills to attack the enemy anyway. But the skills they released did not work, but turned into blue dots of light and gathered in front of Dijianjian. Numerous blue light spots gathered in front of Dijianjian, forming a huge blue sphere. Dijianjian stretched out his delicate little hand, gently placed it on the huge sphere, and whispered softly, "Gathering the flowing cannon!" The huge water ball suddenly shot out a thick water column, rushing into the army of ancient Indian separatist forces in an instant. The water column sprayed for about 10 seconds and then disappeared. Large numbers of enemy high-level beast tamers were killed by the water column, and only a few defensive beast tamers of the king level could barely defend. Some king-level beast tamers also died, but most of them were taken away by speed-type beast tamers, and the water column did not hit them directly. The mountains in the Himalayas that had not evolved into beast-taming mountains were also cut in half by the water columns. Skill, gathering river cannon, gathers all water attack skills of friendly units thousands of miles away, launches an attack through Dijianjian, and greatly increases the power of the skills. This skill has some burden on Dijianjian, and can only be used twice within 12 hours. The burden can be cured by the healing skills of the healing beast. Chapter 128 Qin Great Wall. Mini-theater, Li Jishui's daily life. Li Jishui, with a pale face and listless spirit, was sleeping on the sofa in the office of the director of the Water Conservancy Bureau. As the director of the Water Conservancy Bureau, he should not have been resting during working hours. But he couldn't help it. Recently, his wife Lin Yu has been keeping him out of bed. He has to work during the day and deliver food at night, causing his king-level body to almost collapse. While Li Jishui was sleeping soundly, he heard the sonic booms of flying fighter jets. Li Jishui covered his ears in a daze and continued to sleep. But things don't always go as planned. The Water Conservancy Bureau suddenly shook violently, waking up Li Jishui, who was still sleeping. He stood up irritably. "What's going on? An earthquake?" Li Jishui opened the curtains and turned his gaze to the window. Then he stared in amazement at the empty waters outside the window. What happened? Where was Dijianjian? Where was his contracted beastmaster Dijianjian? Only an empty body of water remained. The Dujianjian bombardment frightened the beast tamers of the ancient Indian separatist forces. Akar Khan was held in the air by a speed-type beast. He looked at the place where he had just been, but could no longer find the corpse of the Indian sacred bull he had just been sitting on. And his babu was nowhere to be seen, which left him at a loss. Logically speaking, Babu is already a king-level intermediate beastmaster. Although the attack just now was extremely powerful, it should not be enough to kill Babu. Akar Khan looked around and saw that his own troops had been frightened by the attack just now. As Babu's child, Akar Khan wanted to do something before the army was completely defeated. He shouted loudly, "Don't be afraid, don't be timid. They must have exhausted their soul power with such a powerful skill and can't use it anymore. Take advantage of their soul power shortage and charge. Defeat them." But the beast tamers and beastmasters of the ancient Indian separatist forces turned around and ran away. Because Dujianjian is gathering elemental water attack skills again. Seeing the enemy turn and run, the commanders of other military regions immediately ordered, "Pursue them for 1,000 miles and refuse all surrender." "Signalman!" Yutua Jashidawa continued to shout loudly. "Here!" The signalman came to Yutua Jashidawa and responded. "Make a video call to Jinzhou immediately," Yutua Jashidawa said. "Medical soldiers, treat the wounded soldiers and count the casualties." Yutua Jashidawa arranged post-war affairs in an orderly manner, although the war was not over yet. But the defense battle is over, and what remains is the pursuit battle, which will be done by the troops from various military regions that come to support. Yutua Jashidawa sighed as he looked at the late arrival of the Marine Corps. Yes, after the local defeat, the beast tamers from all over the place who were unable to fly had just arrived. This cannot be blamed on them. This is how battles between beast tamers work. Once they encounter a skill that restrains them, the battle will not take more than a few minutes, and the same is true for beast tamers of the same level. Just like his beastmaster Ligu Bingchuan, he was restrained by Ganji's skills and was seriously injured after not being able to hold on for more than a few minutes. After a while, the signalman came running over with a communication machine and beastmaster. The beastmaster of the communication machine released his skills. A 3D projection appeared in front of Yutua Jashidawa. It is the soul projection of Lord Ming Chongqing. "Report!" Yutua Jashidawa saluted and said. "Yeah!" The soul projection of the Great Wall nodded in response. "The various separatist forces in ancient India have been repelled, and the supporting military regions have already gone in pursuit," Yutua Jashidawa replied. After scanning the border battlefield, the soul projection of Ming Great Wall saluted Yutua Jashidawa and the other soldiers with a standard military salute, and said loudly, "Thank you for your hard work." The respect shown to the Ming Great Wall made the eyes of these iron-blooded soldiers redden slightly, and they all replied in resounding voices, "It's not hard. Guarding the border is our responsibility. Have a good rest, I will take care of the rest," Ming Chongqing responded. After Chongqing comforted the soldiers, he closed the communication because there was a bigger battlefield that needed him to deal with. On the border of Lingbei, the tens of thousands of meters high wall of the Ming Great Wall has been erected here. The height that soars into the sky is breathtaking. This is the first time that Ming Chongqing has given his all since he advanced to the imperial level. At the top of the Great Wall, the dark soul of the Ming Great Wall looked into the distance, not looking at the invading enemy. In other words, although his soul did not look at the enemy, his real body never took its eyes off the soldiers of ancient Rome and Babylon. The function of the soul is to communicate with people. Ming Chongqing has just communicated and made arrangements with the soldiers on the border. "You said that we have been at peace for so many years, how dare ancient Rome do that?" A faint gray light and shadow appeared beside Ming Chongqing's soul and spoke. "A martial nation, once it feels it has the ability to challenge a nation stronger than itself, will certainly take action against it. This is how ancient Greece was challenged. Of course, the two cultures have something in common, which is why ancient Rome was able to annex ancient Greece so easily. And after defeating ancient Babylon, they set their sights on us, who are much more powerful than ancient Babylon. Simply defeating ancient Babylon isn't enough to make them decide to attack us, so..." Ming Chongqing explained calmly. "So there must have been beast tamers or beastmasters who advanced to the imperial rank in ancient Rome." A faint gray light and shadow answered quickly. "No. No, it can only be an Imperial Beast Tamer, not an Imperial Beast Tamer. The bonus of an Imperial Beast Tamer is not enough for a King Beast Tamer to break through my defense. Ming Changqing immediately denied it. Heck, you've grown up and become successful, but even the Imperial Beast Tamer looks down on you. The faint gray light and shadow complained. The Great Wall of Ming Dynasty. Seeing Ming Changqing's lack of reaction, the pale gray light and shadow complained with a lack of interest. Tisk, how boring! I'm going back to sleep. If you can't beat me, call me and I'll buff you. Well, thank you, Qin Changqing, Ming Changqing said to him. Okay, don't try to play tricks on me. Defending our country is my responsibility, but well, forget it. I'm leaving now. Qin Changqing responded with a sigh. Chapter 129 Robbery. Jingzhou Bird's Nest. Qiu Nanhua quietly came to the outside of the bird's nest and glanced around. Unusual. Normally, there are athletes coming in and out of the bird's nest for a long time, but now there is only exiting and no entry. Moreover, there was a mechanical beast tamer parked every few meters on the road. You should know that parking is prohibited on this road near the bird's nest, and there were no passing vehicles or passers-by. Cafes and other shops were also full of people. Although the shops near the bird's nest were full of people for a long time, no one entered or left the shops. There were also some people squatting next to the green belt. Although each of them was doing their own thing, and it seemed that they didn't know each other, Qiu Nanhua knew. The nest was sealed off. From now on, anyone who wants to leave the bird's nest will be caught by these people. At the same time, anyone who wants to enter the bird's nest will be controlled. You, Qiu Nanhua whispered softly. Yeah, the space has not been blocked yet. Do you want to leave? Shenling Zhuiyu responded to Qiu Nanhua. Qiu Nanhua thought carefully for a while and decided to forget it. There were some heroic spirits at the Jinling Memorial Hall who could give advice, so there was no need to come directly and alert the enemy. Qiu Nanhua returned to sit next to Li Yingying and Lu Jiejia, ready to see what happened next. Are you back? Where did you go when you activated your skills just now? Are you in a hurry to pee? Li Yingying asked. Qiu Nanhua. Don't be a nanny and ask everything. Qiu Nanhua responded with a look at Li Yingying. Humph, just don't say it, and even call me an old lady. I'm only 18 years old. Li Yingying pouted dissatisfiedly. Li Yingying, Lu Jiejia, remember to stay with Vice Principal Li Yun later. Qiu Nanhua reminded. Li Yingying and Lu Jiejia are friends after all. Qiu Nanhua doesn't want to see anything happen to them. In fact, they should be allowed to return to Shuzhou. This beastmaster fledgling competition is destined to be a competition with no ending. But he knew that even if Qiu Nanhua told them about this, they probably would not leave. On the contrary, Li Yingying might even notify Li Jishui to come to Jingzhou. The arrival of a king-level beastmaster might disrupt Ming Great Wall's plans. Qiu Nanhua has no choice now. He can only trust his friend from his previous life, Ming Changqing. Li Yingying looked confused, but she didn't ask. After all, Qiu Nanhua had just told her not to ask anything. But Lu Jiejia nodded. After giving the reminder, Qiu Nanhua turned her gaze to the big screen and looked at the Sky Garden Demaya behind the host. Demaya has been on the podium for several minutes, but she hasn't done anything else. What are you thinking about? The host was just a high-level beastmaster, so it shouldn't be too difficult to control him. Moreover, when Qiu Nanhua saw the host still commenting on the game, she knew that Sky Garden Demaya had already controlled the two hosts. Could it be that she needs to wait for other accomplices? That's Lady Demaya, the king-level beast tamer of the Sky Gardens of ancient Babylon. What is she doing standing behind the host? A Shuzhou audience member in the front row asked the people around him while looking at the big screen. The host's question about Demaya in the Sky Garden just now attracted a lot of people's attention, and then the host began to explain on his own. It was a bit strange, but no one thought of it in a bad way. Maybe it's because we can see farther from where we stand. The person sitting next to the person asking the question responded. No, I don't think so. I think it's a beastmaster that Demaya from the Sky Garden has her eyes on, and she plans to go on stage and let the host give a close-up of that beastmaster. Another person guessed. Qiu Nanhua, you described it in such detail, and your guess sounded so certain. If he didn't know some details, he would have believed it. Boom, long. A noise spread throughout the bird's nest, and the nest began to shake continuously. The contestants and their companions sitting in the audience found it difficult to maintain their balance. They grabbed the items around them, and most of them grabbed the chairs next to them. But there are exceptions, such as the two people around Xiao Nanhue. Lu Jiejia held Xiao Nanhue's robe tightly, while Li Yingying held Xiao Nanhue's arm. Xiao Nanhue's right hand suddenly began to vibrate like Parkinson's. "Let go! Let go!" Shenling Zhuyu shouted excitedly. Lu Jiejia let go of her hand, scratched her head, blushed, and apologized embarrassedly. "I'm sorry." "It's okay," Xiao Nanhue responded. But Li Yingying was different. She stuck out her tongue and playfully replied, "Hey!" Bang! Shenling Zhuyu created a space wall, blowing away Li Yingying's hand that was holding Xiao Nanhue's wrist. "Don't be so stingy. It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat. You're the boss," Li Yingying said. Xiao Nanhue: "Men and women should not touch each other, so pay attention to your image," Xiao Nanhue replied. "Hey, it turns out that Big Brother is also an old antique," Li Yingying said with a smile. Xiao Nanhue suspected that Li Yingying had hidden meaning in her words, but Xiao Nanhue could no longer care about it. Xiao Nanhue glanced at the scattered crowd around her, then stood up and said to Li Yingying and Lu Jiejia, "Don't ask, just go to Vice Principal Li Yin." Li Yingying and Lu Jiejia looked at my serious expression. They seemed to understand that the matter must be extremely serious. They put away their smiles and walked towards Li Yin seriously. You! Xiao Nanhue shouted to Shenling Zhuyu after seeing them leave. Yeah, I don't know why, the space is not blocked." Shenling Zhuyu no longer cared about being jealous and answered solemnly. Xiao Nanhue immediately thought of the reason why the space was not blocked. They captured hostages, and after blocking the space, the news could not be transmitted. After the space was blocked, the beast tamer hatchling competition on TV would all go black. It does not achieve the threatening effect. Xiao Nanhue looked towards the podium. Killing a chicken to scare the monkey is the best warning. Sky Garden de Maya Yu. A group of beastmasters kept flying over the bird's nest. They controlled all the exits, and even the sky was filled with beastmasters. What a dragnet! Yu, while the bird's nest is still in chaos, teleport outside to see what's going on, Xiao Nanhue said after thinking for a while. Shenling Zhuyu opened a space channel and brought Xiao Nanhue outside the bird's nest. Xiao Nanhue frowned as she looked at the bird's nest in front of her that was half sunk into the ground. What is this? An elemental earth skill. It's not enough to seal the nest from the inside, the outside door must also be sealed. Just as Xiao Nanhue was observing the bird's nest, a Bai from the Jinling Memorial Hall quickly came to Xiao Nanhue's side. "What's the situation?" asked the Jinling Memorial Hall. "Not very good." The person who had just sealed off the bird's nest was unscrupulously releasing the king's pressure, which frightened the beast tamers in the bird's nest. In Xiao Nanhue's perception, there were at least more than 10 king-level auras, plus the judges controlled by Demaya of the Sky Garden. I guess it would be difficult to resolve this issue if the Jinling Memorial Hall relied on itself. "Are there any skills to evolve and break free from control?" Xiao Nanhue asked. "Yes, there are skills among the heroic spirits that can remove control, but they can only remove high-level skills," the Jinling Memorial Hall responded. Xiao Nanhue's expression gradually became solemn. "Jinling, do you know the plan of the Great Wall? There are more than 10 hostile king-level beasts inside. It may be difficult for us to deal with it alone," Xiao Nanhue said tactfully. "This is not difficult at all, it is simply impossible." "I don't know. As you know, I don't have a good relationship with the main Great Wall," the Jinling Memorial Hall responded. "TSK, this is difficult." Xiao Nanhue frowned. Forget it, let's go in and take a look first." You! Xiao Nanhue shouted. Shenling Zhuyu opened a space channel in front of Xiao Nanhue and reminded her. Yeah, life is the most important." "I know. If my life is in danger, I will be the first to escape," Xiao Nanhue responded. "He is no longer a soldier. If he can save someone, he will save them. If he cannot, he will save his life. He is no longer a human being. If he dies, the beast that loves him the most will die with him." If he dies, he will never see Snow White again. Qiu Nanhua carefully walked into the space passage with the Jinling Memorial Hall and came to the inside of the bird's nest. And stay quietly among the crowd. Chapter 130 Threat. Although the contestants and their companions from various countries in the bird's nest were a little timid and scared at first, they calmed down when they saw that the king-level beastmasters on the judges' panel did not react much. It was probably some kind of event, although the beginning of the event was a bit scary. After all, this is China, which is considered the most powerful country on Earth. Is it possible that there is a terrorist attack here? How could that terrorist organization have so many king-level beastmasters and king-level beastmasters? What kind of event is this? Such a grand occasion, worthy of being the most powerful country on Earth. Why do I feel a little strange? What's so strange about that? Look at the king-level judges, didn't they react at all? This proves that this is just a rehearsed event. What kind of event requires so many king-level players? I don't know. Anyway, you'll know soon. The sounds of conversation in the crowd continued to reach Qiu Nan's ears. The crowd that Qiu Nanhua came to was not at the Shuzhou viewing area, nor was it at the Huaxia viewing area. Instead, they blended in with the crowds of other countries. How are the preparations? The voice of Demaya from the Sky Garden came from the radio, attracting everyone's attention. Just when everyone's attention was focused on the king-level beast tamers above the bird's nest, 4 more people appeared on the host's platform in addition to Demaya from the Sky Garden. Demaya asked them this just now in the Sky Garden. See? I knew it was an event. Now I'm asking about the preparations for the event, which means the event is about to start. Well, the momentum is so great, it is worthy of being the most powerful country on the surface of the earth. The participants' discussions continued to reach the ears of Qiu Nanhua and the Jinling Memorial Hall. Jinling Memorial Hall looked at Qiu Nanhua beside him with a slightly inquiring look. Qiu Nanhua shook her head. Jinling Jian could only curse Ming Changqing in his heart. What kind of thing was the Go Ba plan? There were so many kings, but not a single friendly force. I also asked him to protect the contestants here. I really think highly of him. It would be more appropriate to give him another level. Alas, it's hard to collapse. The Jinling Memorial Hall sighed. Be prepared. Let's resolve it as soon as possible, otherwise it will be troublesome once the local forces and local military react. A man standing next to Demaya in the Sky Garden responded. Okay, then you go ahead and tell him. After saying that, Sky Garden stepped behind everyone. The man walked in front of the host with lifeless eyes. He was like this after the bird's nest shook. Everyone's attention was focused on the people who blocked the bird's nest. No one paid too much attention to it, and the contestants who were still competing on the ring also paused their competition. The man took the microphone on the stage and said, Dear contestants from all over the world, dear foreign friends, I am Wang Ziqiang, the head of the Wang family, one of the 8 great families in Jingzhou. Here, I ask everyone to do me a small favor and be a hostage for a while. Of course, everyone stays quietly in the bird's nest, and we won't make things difficult for you. His words immediately caused an uproar, and people kept talking about it. Please listen to me patiently. Since ancient times, China has been a country ruled by man. However, since the Great Cataclysm and after experiencing various wars, the world situation has undergone tremendous changes. The power of China is basically in the hands of a beast from the Ming Great Wall. We have no choice but to make this decision and start a war for power. But to prevent local forces from coming to support us, I'll have to trouble you to be hostages for a while. Wang Ziqiang responded with a smile. Although he was smiling, his eyes were cold and his tone was unquestionable. After he said this, there was a sudden commotion in the overseas viewing area where Qiu Nanhua was. What's going on? Fuck, we've been dragged into the Chinese Civil War. Are you crazy? We are not Chinese, why are you arresting us too? Our country and China are allies, you can't do this to us. Fuck, everyone follow me. I don't believe they dare to openly violate the Blue Star Beastmaster regulations. A grumpy Beastmaster took the lead and walked towards the exit. Behind him was a group of people. The first one to stick his head out gets shot, so the others decided to look at their situation before making a decision. After a while, the group of people came back with pale faces and trembling legs, and one of them was holding a head in his hand. It's the beastmaster who took the lead just now. Jinling Memorial Hall glanced at Xiao Nanhua beside him inquiringly. Xiao Nanhua immediately shook her head at him and responded. No, they are outnumbered and powerful. Wait for Ming Changqing. I believe Ming Changqing will be prepared. Jinling Memorial Hall frowned after hearing this, but he had no other choice. Wait! A voice came from the air. A white man flew over to the stage and said, We have no intention of participating in China's civil war. Please let us go. Who are you? Wang Ziqiang asked doubtfully. I am Jenny Madfake, the governor of Florida, United States, and a low-level beastmaster of the royal rank, the white man replied. Ah, the beautiful country! Is your civil war over? You actually sent a king-level beastmaster to accompany you in the competition, Wang Ziqiang said. The United States has been divided into 3 factions since the cataclysm, and has been engaged in a civil war that has not yet ended. There are forces formed by black people, forces formed by the indigenous people of the North American continent, and the beast man who evolved from the products of the indigenous culture, and the rest are forces formed by white people. We are a neutral state, Jenny Madfake replied. Jenny Madfake, please rest assured. We Chinese are different from you. This civil war will not last long. Why do you think I will attack you? Don't worry, we won't do anything that doesn't benefit us. We kept you here to prevent foreign forces from taking advantage of the civil war in China and launching a surprise attack. Jenny Madfake. A peaceful ending for the hostages? Are you serious? Trapped in the civil war between the most powerful forces on Earth, can they escape the bird's nest alive? Wang Ziqiang looked at Demaya, the sky garden behind him. Demaya nodded and flew towards Jenny Madfake. As a king-level beastmaster, he was considered a formidable fighter. If he could be controlled before the Ming Great Wall arrived, his chances of winning would increase a little. Because the Beast Tamer Young Bird competition was broadcast live around the world, everything that happened at the bird's nest was known to the whole world, causing an uproar. In particular, families whose talented children were competing at the bird's nest were extremely angry and cursed online. The Blue Star Beastmaster Alliance also issued a notice online. China's internal affairs should be resolved by China itself, but members of other countries should not be involved, and please release hostages from other countries. Shuzhou, Water Conservancy Bureau. Li Jishui was resting on his desk. Boom, 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 bang. Li Jishui, why don't you get up? Ying is in danger. Why are you still sleeping? Lin Yu rushed in with red eyes and patted Li Jishui anxiously. Li Jishui opened his eyes hazily, and saw his wife Lin Yu crying with red eyes. Li Jishui was suddenly awakened. What's wrong? Li Jishui asked anxiously. Ying, wow. Ying is in danger. After hearing Li Jishui's concerned question, Lin Yu's motherly strength suddenly disappeared, and she cried to Li Jishui. Li Jishui hugged Lin Yu and comforted her. Don't be afraid. I'll be there soon. In the bird's nest, Lin Yu cried. Jingzhou. Li Jishui summoned a man with a strong physique. Looking at Lin Yu crying in his arms, he sighed. Yanting, please take us to the Jingzhou bird's nest. Yanting is the beast tamer that Li Jishui contracted when he was young. He is a speed-type beast tamer that evolved from a fighter plane. Yeah, Yanting responded. He flew out of the window and turned into a dark fighter plane. Li Jishui held Lin Yu and sat on it. In an instant, the fighter plane left Shuzhou. Only on the fighter plane did Li Jishui carefully ask Lin Yu what had happened. In an emergency, ask for the location first, and then ask what happened on the way, so that you can get to Ying faster. Li Jishui was also worried, but he was the pillar of the family, and he could not lose his composure. A rebellion broke out in Jingzhou, and all the participants of the Beast Tamer fledgling competition were kidnapped, Lin Yu said. After hearing this, Li Jishui frowned. He took out his phone and dialed the number. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, buddy, I have something urgent to do. Tell me later if you have anything to say. A voice came from the other end of the phone. Sister, Ying was kidnapped, Li Jishui said quickly. The person on the phone didn't respond. Li Jishui continued. I've already taken you to Jingzhou. Wait, you can go however you want, but don't take your sister-in-law with you. Wherever you are, don't act rashly, come meet me first, okay? Don't worry, Ying won't be in danger for the time being. An anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Sister, it seems that you really know something, Li Jishui responded. Alas, I underestimated you. I don't know who taught you, but you have become so smart now. A sigh came from the other end of the phone. My master taught me, Li Jishui responded. Okay. I'll send you the location. I'll explain it to you when I get there. Don't worry, Ying won't be in danger. Okay, Li Jishui responded. That's it, I'm done. Beep beep beep. Yanting, Li Jishui shouted. Got it. A response came from the fighter plane. Don't worry. Although your sister may not be very reasonable, she will not joke about the lives of her relatives. Li Jishui gently wiped the tears from the corners of Lin Yu's eyes and comforted her. Well, I believe you, Lin Yu responded. Chapter 131 Li Jishui rushes to the bird's nest. Yan Ting flew directly into a forest. Li Jishui jumped down holding Lin Yu. Seeing the girl who looked somewhat like him hiding in front of him, he asked, Sister, what do you know? I can't tell you the specific plan, but Ying is protected by your brother-in-law. There will be no problem. Li Jia stepped forward and grabbed Lin Yu and responded. Don't worry too much, Yu. Li Jishui frowned. Brother, I understand how you feel. You can go, but don't go into the bird's nest. You can make some harsh remarks outside the bird's nest. Yu can't go. He's a high-ranking person. Don't let him put himself in danger. Li Jia continued to remind her. I have one last question. Who made the plan? Li Jishui asked. It's Lord Ming Changqing, Li Jia responded. Since you are Lord Ming Changqing, I have nothing to say, but I have to go to the bird's nest. If anything happens, I will be able to arrive in time, Li Jishui responded. Li Jia nodded. She knew that Li Jishui would definitely do this. Li Jishui was even part of the plan, but Lin Yu was not. You can't go with you, said Li Jia. Well, sister, please take care of your... Li Jishui asked. Don't worry, I will take good care of you, Li Jia responded by patting her chest. Control the water, protecting Ying, and you must come back safely too, Lin Yu said worriedly. Li Jishui responded. Yanting! Li Jishui shouted. Yanting flew back into the air, Li Jishui sat on it, and disappeared in front of the two of them in an instant. Yan Lu! Li Jia shouted after watching Li Jishui disappear. A woman in black walked out from beside Li Jia. Send you back to Shuzhou, Li Jia arranged. Sister. Lin Yu was interrupted by Li Jia before she could finish her words. Yu, I'm still on a dangerous mission and can't take care of you for the time being. I can't leave you alone in Jingzhou. Jingzhou is a mixed bunch now. Please, okay? Li Jia begged. Well, okay, Lin Yu responded with some reluctance. Why is she so weak? Her daughter is in danger. Her husband rushes to save her, but she is the only one holding her back. I'm glad you understand. Please, Yan Lu, Li Jia sighed. Yan Lu drove Lin Yu away from Jingzhou. Li Jia watched them go away and sighed in her heart. I'm sorry, Yu. I will apologize to you in person after this is over. Report! A soldier in a ghillie suit suddenly appeared behind Li Jia and shouted beside her. How is the investigation going? Li Jia asked. Old Commander, according to investigation, the Wang family still has 3 low-level king-level beast tamers and 1 low-level king-level beast tamer. It is not clear whether there are still beast tamers in the beast taming space. The soldier in the ghillie suit responded. No need to wait any longer, arrest them, act. At Li Jia's command, a large number of soldiers wearing ghillie uniforms suddenly appeared in the grove and rushed towards the big family not far away. This kind of action occurred 3 times in Jingzhou on the same day. This side of the bird's nest. Li Jishui had already arrived outside the bird's nest. He looked at the crowd around him and suddenly understood that these people were just like him. Important people were being held hostage inside. There are also many kings in the crowd. What a joke! Let my son out! I'll turn around and leave immediately. This is my only son. How can I trust you? A red-haired man in the crowd shouted at the kidnappers in the sky. Who are you? What's your son's name? Don't worry, knowing his name will make it easier for us to find him. We will release him once we find him. The kidnapper was not angry, but asked patiently. I'm Lu Feng, deputy head of Majo Yanyan Group, and my son is Lu Xiaowen. The red-haired man responded. Yeah. The kidnapper signaled his younger brother to go and look for it. A moment. My younger brother brought back a finger. The kidnapper picked up the finger and threw it to the red-haired man, saying loudly, Here, give your son a finger. Do you want more? If you do, I'll let him get it again. The red-haired man's soul power suddenly fluctuated violently. His veins bulged, his cheeks flushed red as he shouted loudly. You're fucking kidding me! Die! The red-haired man was about to summon his beast to attack. The kidnapper suddenly laughed and said, Oh my God! Are you going to do it? If you do, you can't guarantee the safety of your child. This sentence stopped the red-haired man's impulse and also reminded the people present, if they wanted to force their way in, they would not guarantee the safety of the hostages. Chapter 132 Ming Changqing arrives. Just when Li Jishui didn't know what to do, a 10,000-meter-high city wall appeared out of thin air above the bird's nest, attracting everyone's attention. Master Changqing! The surrounding beast tamers shouted respectfully. A black soul appeared under the high wall and appeared in front of everyone. Ming Changqing's spirit nodded, looked up at the kidnappers in the sky and said, I'm here. Release the hostages first. Feel free to ask for anything. Hey Ming Changqing, you're finally here. Wait, with such a big commotion, the people inside must have known about it, and should be coming out soon. The leader responded. Inside the bird's nest. Look, it's the Great Wall of Ming Dynasty. Everyone talked after seeing the shadow of the wall in the sky. Damn, he's really in charge. He's worthy of being the only royal-level beastmaster on Blue Planet. Another foreigner exclaimed. TSK, I think there's more than one. Atlantis must also have royal-level beasts. As the overlord of the ocean, they usually keep quiet. There must be something wrong. The friend next to the man responded. Speaking of overlords, then the other three ancient organizations, Ancient Rome, Ancient Egypt, and Ancient Babylon, might also have them? No. I don't know about Ancient Egypt and Ancient Babylon, but I definitely don't know about Ancient Rome. That martial nation had such powerful fighting power, it's impossible for it not to reveal its true nature. That makes sense. After listening to their conversation, Jinling Memorial Hall looked at Xiao Nanhua beside him. Xiao Nanhua nodded and said, It seems that there are indeed imperial ranks among the enemies invading China. Ancient Babylon? The Jinling Memorial Hall guessed. I'm more inclined towards Ancient Rome, because once their beastmasters advance to the imperial level, challenging China and the Ming Great Wall, that would be the best proof. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that there were beastmasters who advanced to the imperial level in ancient Babylonia. Xiao Nanhua analyzed. Then will this war? Before Jinling Memorial Hall could finish, Xiao Nanhua replied. No, I can see it. With so many talented people in the Central Army, it's impossible that they couldn't guess. The plan must have been formulated under the premise that the opponent has one or even two emperor-level emperors. Imperial rank! Alas, I am only at the middle level of the king rank. Jinling Memorial Hall sighed. I am the one who is high level and low level, okay. If anyone is going to sigh, it should be me, okay? Xiao Nanhua responded. No, you reached the intermediate king level 8,000 years ago, and I reached the intermediate king level 2,000 years ago, which is 6,000 years less than you, a full 6,000 years. If that hadn't happened, you would have probably advanced to the imperial level. Jinling Memorial Hall shook his head and refuted. Xiao Nanhua. The conversation between the two was heard by the foreigners around them. They were confused. Who are these two people? They speak Chinese so fluently, and they are of Chinese descent. Could this be the kidnapper who is monitoring them? No, how can a mid-level king drop a high-level or low-level one? Could it be that I am daydreaming and cannot distinguish between reality and dreams? They seem to be two fools. Look, the head of the Wang family is taking a group of people out. Someone in the crowd pointed at a group of people in the sky and shouted. Everyone looked in the direction of his finger. Wang Ziqiang, the head of the Wang family, rushed to the outside of the bird's nest with a group of people. This is a war about to start? What should we do then? Can we run? Run? How can you run? There are still so many people left, including a few king-level ones. I don't know what the judges are thinking. They are still sitting in their chairs motionless. If we don't run, what will we do? If we are dragged into the Chinese Civil War, do you think we can survive? Stop being so hesitant and rush out together. There's still a chance of survival. No, just stay here. I don't believe China would dare to risk the wrath of the world and openly attack young beastmasters from so many countries. They've already started to arrest us, what else can we be afraid of? Death and immortality are two different concepts. The sound of everyone's conversation reached Qiu Nanyue's ears. Qiu Nanhua turned to look at the Jinling Memorial Hall and said, "If a fight breaks out outside, try to get through it first. The outside is blocked by earth-based skills. Don't worry, there is a heroic spirit of the earth element." Jinling Memorial Hall responded. "Yeah." Qiu Nanhua nodded in response. In a corner of the bird's nest, next to the Shuzhou viewing area, a handsome man wearing a baseball cap stood by a pillar, smoking a cigarette. "Dad! You're smoking again. You'll be in trouble if Mom finds out." A middle-aged strong man ran over from a distance and shouted at him. Although it is a bit strange, a middle-aged man calls a young man, "Dad." It's impossible to detect it. I just had a craving for cigarettes and couldn't control myself. "Cheng Huang, don't tell your mother." The young man put out the half-smoked cigarette and threw it into the trash can. I know, but I won't lie to my mother if she asks me." The middle-aged man waved his hand and said, "Stop talking about this. How is your sister Ying?" the young man asked. "Ying is emotionally stable and hasn't suffered any harm. She's staying with Li Yun now," the middle-aged man responded. "Huh, that's good. Remember to protect her." "Clear. By the way, where's Demaya in the Sky Garden?" the young man continued to ask. "The Sky Garden is in the control room, and she is still controlling the king-level beastmaster of the beautiful country," the middle-aged man named Cheng Huang replied. "Really? It's time to act." The young man summoned 3 humanoid beasts and quietly walked towards the control room. Outside the bird's nest, the head of the Wang family brought a group of people to the front of the main Great Wall. "Master Wang, Master Gao, and Master Situ, are only 3 of your families rebelling?" Ming Changqing said. "Haha, don't give me that. We have clearly investigated how many families there are. Besides, this is not a rebellion. We just want to take back the rights that belong to the Chinese people," Gao Jingwei responded. "Smuggling, trafficking, keeping Deadpool in captivity, colluding with the remnants of the Japanese devils, Gao Jingwei, the head of the Gao family, is this what you have done to get your rights back?" Ming Changqing asked back. "Don't slander me. I have never done these things." Gao Jingwei immediately denied it excitedly. "You know clearly whether you did it or not. Now is not the time to convict. Tell me, why did you arrest these young beastmasters from various places and forces? What are the conditions?" Ming Changqing asked. "Why are you arresting them?" "To prevent the forces behind them from coming to support you. To prevent foreign forces from taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on China," Wang Ziqiang, the head of the Wang family, responded. "Oh, so the armies of ancient Rome and ancient Babylon on the border of Lingbei were not colluded with you?" Ming Changqing asked back. "Ming Changqing, what are you talking about? What army? Stop confusing us here. Fight us quickly. If you win, hand over all your rights," the head of the Situ family reminded. "I understand. You want to disperse and weaken my power. You want the Roman Emperor to kill me directly. That way you will have the opportunity to seize power. Are you so confident? Let me guess what type of imperial beast it is." "Oh, no need to guess, it's already attacking," Ming Changqing responded calmly. Ming Changqing's words made the 3 family heads' faces change slightly. They looked at each other. They couldn't let Ming Changqing say anything more. Although there was no live broadcast outside the bird's nest, there were still people from various forces coming to demand hostages. If he continued to speak, the composure they had worked so hard to build up would be exposed. In this way, even if Ming Changqing dies, it will not be their turn to take power, and they may even be treated as traitors. A group of people summoned their beasts and prepared to take action. Chapter 133 Nangong Rihui. Inside the bird's nest. In the control room, the sky garden fell to the ground, and a fragrance surrounded the entire control room. Don't waste your energy. My beast has the ability to be immune to control. You can't control me, the young man said lightly while looking at Demaya of the sky garden lying on the ground. Why did you do this, Nangong Rihui? Demaya from the sky garden asked unwillingly. Yaoyan, kill her. Nangong Rihui did not respond. It couldn't be delayed too long. The villain died because of talking too much. Although he was not a villain, he couldn't talk too much. He was not a saintly protagonist, and he didn't need to reform the villain. Okay. A blond man standing next to Nangong Rihui responded. Then it released a dazzling beam of light, shooting towards the seductive woman lying on the ground. In an instant, the floor of the bird's nest control room melted, and Demaya, the sky garden on the ground, was completely destroyed. Nangong Rihui took off his sunglasses and complained. Yaoyang, your skills are too flashy. Wearing sunglasses burns my eyes. I asked a king-level crafting beastmaster to make these. Yaoyang. Something's wrong. The bird's nest didn't respond at all, but the control skills are still there. She's not dead in the sky garden. The blue-haired woman next to Nangong Rihui exclaimed. Can you still find it? Nangong Rihui asked. The blue-haired woman shook her head and responded. The aura has completely disappeared. I can't find it anymore. Nangong Rihui frowned and sighed. Alas, it seems that there is no life-saving skills. There is no choice but to use the more risky plan B. Alas, in this vast central army, not a single one possesses a beastmaster capable of breaking the control of a mid-level king. Due to the level restriction, the central army does not have a single king-class healing beast tamer. There is no other way, and we dare not sacrifice the king-class healing beast tamer of the local army, as it will alert the enemy. Rihui responded. Never mind, it's just a dozen or so more king-level beast tamers and king-level beast tamers. Nangong Rihui responded. He took out the white bead hanging in his arms, injected soul power into it, and said, Plan A has failed. Demaya of the Sky Garden has escaped. Let's implement Plan B. After saying this, without waiting for a response, he put the white beads back on his neck and walked out of the control room. Nangong Rihui came to the Shuzhou viewing area and saw the middle-aged man hiding behind a pillar and quietly guarding Li Yingying. He is Nangong Rihui's son, Nangong Chengwang. He came behind Nangong Chengwang, patted him on the shoulder and said, Plan A has failed. Prepare to implement Plan B. Go and inform everyone. Nangong Chengwang was startled. He turned around and saw that it was Nangong Rihui. He breathed a sigh of relief and complained, Dad, what are you doing? You scared me. Bang! Nangong Rihui slapped Nangong Chengwang on the head and scolded him. You are the one. What are you doing? I asked you to protect your sister Yingying, but you were just daydreaming. I was already behind you, but you didn't even notice. Who said that? Wasn't I staring at Sister Yingying the whole time? Nangong Chengwang immediately retorted. Nangong Rihui held his forehead and said speechlessly, How could I give birth to such a stupid son like you? If your uncle hears this, he will hang you up and beat you for 3 days and 3 nights, and even your mother won't be able to save you. Why? Nangong Chengwang looked puzzled. Bang! Nangong Rihui slapped Nangong Chengwang on the head and scolded him. Hurry up and execute Plan B. Oh. Nangong Chengwang left immediately. As he left, he was still thinking, why did his uncle beat him when he was so serious about protecting his sister Yingying? Nangong Rihui watched his son leave and thought to himself, I have to find an opportunity to have a good talk with the child's mother. If this child doesn't correct his behavior, he won't be able to find a girlfriend in the future. Nangong Rihui walked towards the Shuzhou viewing area and came to a place not far from Li Yingying. Yingying! Nangong Rihui shouted. Li Yingying turned her head and looked at Nangong Rihui, then ran to Nangong Rihui with a look of joy, took Nangong Rihui's hand and said in surprise, Uncle, why are you here? Haha, such a big thing has happened. Of course I have to come and protect Yingying. Nangong Rihui responded with a smile. Hee, thank you, uncle. Li Yingying responded. Lu Jiejia and Vice Principal Li Yun also came to Nangong Rihui. Uncle Rihui. Li Yun called out. Well, Yun Yun, you look younger again, Nangong Rihui praised with a smile. Li Yun blushed and responded. No, Uncle Rihui is joking again. Ha! Nangong Rihui responded with a smile and looked at Lu Jiajia on the side. Jiajia has become more beautiful too, Nangong Rihui praised. Hello, Uncle Nangong, Lu Jiajia said. Okay, you're still as polite as before, Nangong Rihui praised. Nangong Rihui had met Lu Jiajia several times, including on Li Yingying's birthday. Uncle Rihui, are you involved in this matter? Li Yun asked directly. Well, Yun Yun is really smart. I can't hide it from you, Nangong Rihui responded. After all, I have been the principal for so many years, and I can guess a lot of things, Li Yun replied. Uncle, what's going on? Where's my aunt? Did she come? Li Yingying asked. Yingying, this is Lord Chongqing's plan. I can't tell you the specific details for now. Your aunt will explain it to you when it's over. Your aunt hasn't arrived yet, but she'll probably be here soon, Nangong Rihui explained. At this time, Nangong Chenghuang came running from a distance. Dad is ready, Nangong Chenghuang shouted loudly. Yeah, Nangong Rihui responded. Nangong Rihui released 4 humanoid beastmasters and said to the other 3, I'm counting on you. Yeah. ×3. The 3 beastmasters nodded in response and left, leaving only the blue-haired woman behind. Dad? What about me? Nangong Chenghuang asked. Bang. If you stay to protect Sister Ying, relying on only one of my beastmasters, what will you do if you meet other king-level beastmasters? Nangong Rihui patted Nangong Chenghuang's head and scolded him. Okay, just say it, why hit me? Nangong Chenghuang complained in a low voice. What did you say? No. Li Yingying watched the interaction between the father and son and smiled and said, Thank you, Brother Chenghuang. After hearing this, Nangong Chenghuang immediately patted his chest and assured, Sister Yingying, don't worry, as long as I, Chenghuang, am still alive, they won't be able to hurt you at all. Chapter 134 3 Families Arrested. Outside the bird's nest. Ming Changqing and the heads and members of the Wang, Gao, and Situ families have been fighting for a while. Although it was only a few minutes, there was no flat land around the bird's nest. It was filled with puddles several thousand meters long, rocks hundreds of meters wide, sword marks hundreds of meters wide, and so on. These were all environmental damages caused by the king-level beast tamer's skills. But none of them affected the bird's nest within 10 meters. After this war, no matter which side wins, the beast tamers in Jinzhou's manufacturing and engineering industries will probably be busy for a while. The translucent 10,000-meter-long wall of the Ming Great Wall was also beaten to pieces and a section was cut off. It seemed that it could not hold out for much longer. Director Li! A dignified and graceful woman flew to Li Jishui's side and shouted. Master Murong, is there something wrong? Li Jishui responded. Director Li, aren't you going up to help? I remember that Director Li's master has a good relationship with Ming Changqing. The head of the Murong family asked softly. No need. You are the head of the Murong family. As one of the 8 major families in Jingzhou, why don't you join in? Li Jishui asked back. Haha, Director Li really loves to joke. This is not a civil war, this is treason. After living for so long, you can see this clearly. The head of the Murong family responded while looking at the battle in the distance. Oh, so they invited you? Li Jishui asked immediately. Don't dash. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not familiar with those families. Not at all. The head of the Murong family quickly waved his hand and denied it. Li Jishui ignored the head of the Murong family and looked worriedly into the bird's nest. He didn't need to worry about the Ming Great Wall. This translucent 10,000-meter-high wall was just a skill. Even if it was completely destroyed, it would not have much impact on the Ming Great Wall. Patriarch Murong saw the worry in his eyes and asked, Director Li, is there anyone important in the bird's nest? Yes, my daughter. Li Jishui replied worriedly. When did that happen? I remember you got married not long ago. I even attended the wedding banquet. The head of the Murong family exclaimed in shock. That was 67 years ago, Li Jishui responded. I'm sorry, my memory is not very good, but it is really rare for a king to give birth to a son within a few decades," said the head of the Murong family. Seeing that Li Jishui was still staring at the bird's nest with concern and did not respond to her, she continued. "Director Li, don't worry too much. Someone will hold back a few of the family's beastmasters in a while. You can go in without worry. Your daughter will be safe." After hearing her words, Li Jishui suddenly turned to look at her and asked excitedly, "Do you know what the plan is for the Ming Great Wall? How long will it take?" The head of the Murong family was startled by Li Jishui and shook his head in response. "I don't know, don't ask me, I am neutral, I am also here to pick up my niece." Okay, everyone likes to be a riddle teller," Li Jishui said self-deprecatingly. Patriarch Murong. On the other side of the sky, Gao Jingwei stood high in the sky, looking at the shattered 10,000-meter shadow of the Ming Great Wall, and tauntingly said, "Ha ha ha, Ming Great Wall, you're not that great either. Fighting on two fronts must be tough, and there's also a beastmaster of the same rank as you. So you admit that you have colluded with ancient Rome and Babylon to commit treason?" A dark soul appeared in front of Gao Jingwei and spoke. "Don't talk nonsense. I'm just more informed. I just received the news." Gao Jingwei immediately denied it. "Oh, have you received any news from your family?" Ming Changqing responded. The three family heads frowned, took out the crystal balls used to contact the family, and injected soul power into them. Hey! Their words became more and more violent. "What the hell did you do, Ming Great Wall?" Gao Jingwei roared. "What did they do? Of course, their property was confiscated. But don't worry, the death penalty cannot be carried out without a trial, unless there is resistance," Ming Changqing suddenly replied in a playful tone. Wang Ziqiang, the head of the Wang family, breathed a sigh of relief silently. Fortunately, he had quietly moved his money and power abroad over the years. The Wang family in Jingzhou was just an empty shell of a side branch without a main branch. "Wang Ziqiang, don't worry. Large numbers of our tribesmen have been transferred to the Australian continent. Do you really think I don't know?" Ming Changqing said after seeing Wang Ziqiang's expression. "Ming Changqing, you are enforcing the law across borders. Do you take the Blue Star beast taming regulations seriously?" The head of the Wang family cursed angrily. "It seems like you were the first to violate the Blue Star beastmaster regulations, openly arresting beastmasters from various countries," Ming Changqing retorted. "Us." Before Wang Ziqiang could finish his words, the head of the Situ family suddenly interrupted. "Everyone stop hiding it. Once the Central Army arrives, we won't have a chance." Just as the head of the Situ family finished speaking, several fighter planes flew over quickly from a distance. The fighter plane flew directly to the center of the battlefield. Several king-level beastmasters came down from above, and they summoned their beasts to attack the beasts of the three major families. Among them are Li Jishui's sister Li Jiai, and Qiu Nanyue's previous life Mu Qingyue's rival, Commander Lu Chuoyang. Seeing their beasts continue to be killed and wounded, the people from the three major families shouted in frustration, "Retreat! Retreat! Retreat back to the bird's nest! There are hostages in the bird's nest, and they still have a way to retreat. Where do you want to go?" A series of figures appeared behind them. They were the military's king-level speed-type beastmasters. It happened so fast that no one could react. Several of the family's king-level beastmasters didn't react, and even the audience couldn't see it clearly. The Murong family's patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief. This is over. No, this can't be. This is Lord Changqing's skill. He has been stacking this skill just now," Li Jishui explained. "What skills?" asked the head of the Murong family curiously. "Go ask yourself, can I enter the bird's nest?" Li Jishui asked. "It should be possible," the head of the Murong family answered uncertainly. "Perhaps you could ask Ming Changqing." "No time to ask." Li Jishui summoned two humanoid beasts and rushed into the bird's nest. He is a king-level intermediate beastmaster. In addition to Dujianjian, there are two other king-level beastmasters, and the remaining one is a high-level beastmaster. It was useless to summon a high-level beast, and Dujianjian was not around, so Li Jishui only summoned two beasts. "Director Li, wait for me." The head of the Murong family summoned three humanoid beasts to follow. She had another one staying in the clan and did not follow. Chapter 135 Chaotic Battle. Wait, you can't touch me. There are hostages in the bird's nest. Once you rush in, the beast tamers left behind will directly attack the hostages. Gao Jingwei shouted loudly. A woman walked in front of him and said, No, the hostages will be fine. You are the former commander of the First Army of the Central Army, Li Jiai. Didn't you leave Blue Star 1,000 years ago? Wang Ziqian said in disbelief. It was just a lie, and you actually believed it, Li Jiai said lightly. Haha. We were deceived, all of us were deceived. That bastard Nangong Rihui deceived us from the very beginning. Ha ha ha, cough cough. It seems that you are not stupid. How could you do such an unwise thing? Li Jiai asked. Haha, you don't understand. How can a country be without a leader? That defensive beast tamer Ming Changqing knows nothing about governing a country. The head of the Situ family shook his head in response. Li Jiai sighed and said, Alas, it seems that the beast you contracted, Essentials of Governance, which is related to statecraft, has had such a profound influence on you that it has become an obsession. Stop talking. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. You can kill or chop me up as you please. The head of the Situ family lowered his head and said in a low voice. Damn it, Situ, be tough. We haven't lost yet. Each of our families has left some people behind. Besides, we still have Demaya in the sky garden at the bird's nest. We haven't lost yet, Wang Ziqiang scolded. No, we lost, all of us lost. The plan was customized by the 7 of us. Nangong Rihui knows the whole plan. It is impossible that Ming Changqing is not prepared. Gao Jingwei explained as if he had accepted his fate. No, impossible. The ancient Roman imperial beast is still here. He will definitely be able to attack Qingzhou and kill Ming Great Wall. Wang Ziqiang howled like crazy. No one paid any attention to Wang Ziqiang's madness anymore. No, I don't have the right to judge you. You will be tried publicly. As for the outcome, you masterminds will definitely die, but the rest of the clansmen may have a chance of survival. Li Jiai explained to the head of the Situ family. Dong, 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 dong. The sounds attracted everyone's attention. Li Jishui was letting his beasts attack the bird's nest frantically. Li Jishui, what are you doing? Li Jiai shouted. She instructed Commander Lu to keep a close eye on these king-level beastmasters. Lu Qian, the commander of the Lu army, complained in his heart. We are not sisters, our ranks are the same, and I am not your soldier. Why do you order me around? Besides, you are also my junior, forget it. An angry woman cannot be provoked, I will let you go this time. Li Jiai rushed to Li Jishui and yelled. Stop, Li Jishui, what the hell are you doing? What for? Of course, go in. I don't know what skill this bird's nest has activated. Now the entire bird's nest is wrapped in a shield. I can only break it, Li Jishui said quickly. You can't get in like this. Bird's Nest has a skill that can forcibly absorb the soul power of a beastmaster 1 level lower than him to replenish the shield. There are at least hundreds of thousands of beastmasters and millions of beastmasters within him right now. Even if 100 more come, you won't be able to break through this shield in a short time. Ming Changqing's spirit appeared between the 3 and explained. What should we do, Senior Changqing? Li Jishui asked. I can gather the attacks of the First Army soldiers and break the shield with 1 blow. But at the same time, I will accidentally hurt the people in the bird's nest. Ming Changqing shook his head. What on earth happened in there? Did the plan fail? Li Jiai murmured. Li Jishui suddenly rushed to Li Jiai, grabbed her collar and roared. Failed? What happened? Ying is your niece. Why? Why did you hide this from me? Li Jiai looked at Li Jishui's red eyes and suddenly calmed down. She patted Li Jishui's shoulder carefully and said, Sorry, brother. But don't worry too much. It's just that Plan A failed. Now we should implement Plan B. Don't worry, we have enough troops, and your brother-in-law is still in there. The Jinling Memorial Hall is also inside. As for water control, you should be aware of the role the Jinling Memorial Hall can play in the Legion battle. Ming Changqing also spoke. Plan, I want to know the whole plan, Li Jishui said, suppressing his emotions. Okay, I'll tell you all the plans. Li Jiai agreed immediately. A few minutes ago, inside the bird's nest. After the battle broke out at the east gate of the bird's nest, the beastmasters from each gate started fighting each other. Hearing the noise, the beastmaster Jinling Memorial Hall looked towards Qiu Nanhua. Qiu Nanhua nodded. It seemed that the Ming Great Wall plan had begun to be implemented. Now there is a situation. Can the Jinling Memorial Hall and its heroes distinguish who is the friendly force and who is the enemy? You, teleport out to see the situation, Qiu Nanhua whispered to Chenling Jueyu. After a fluctuation, Chenling Jueyu responded. Yeah, no, it's blocked. What about the beasts controlled by the remaining Japanese devils? Qiu Nanhua asked. No, there is no space blockade. It should be the skill of the bird's nest, Chenling Jueyu guessed. TSK, this is difficult. I can't leave unless I release the control of the bird's nest. Qiu Nanhua flew high into the sky and looked at the chaotic battle on the ground. Qiu Nanhua glanced around but found no trace of Demaya from the Sky Garden. Could she still be at the hosting desk? The hosting desk was in ruins and there was no one there. After searching around, I didn't find Demaya in the Sky Garden. Instead, I saw the Jinling Memorial Hall in the distance summoning millions of heroes, who were fighting around the 9 people on the judge's bench. TSK, how could I forget about them? In addition to the bird's nest being controlled, several of the 9 judges were also controlled. Qiu Nanhua felt very uncomfortable watching the heroes dying one after another, especially since some of his former subordinates were among them. Although their existence is limited, they do not truly die after death, but instead return to the memorial to be nurtured. But Qiu Nanhua felt particularly uncomfortable when the heroic spirits who had experienced death again, and an indescribable emotion lingered in her heart for a long time. Qiu Nanhua stroked the Jinsi purple jade flute at her waist and asked, Jinsi, you can add effects to music, right? You said that if I play a song that can purify the soul, can you add a purifying effect to the song? Jinsi Zayudi seemed to realize something. She was silent for a long time before she responded softly. Marry me! Yeah. Yes. Qiu Nanhua agreed, holding the Jinsi purple jade flute tightly at her waist. Chapter 136, Defense of the Lingbei Border. Lingbei Border. The attack begins. War drums beating, a tense atmosphere permeating the air. Ancient Roman and Babylonian soldiers gathered their strength, marching in a mighty procession toward the 10,000-meter-high city walls. Clad in heavy armor, they wielded sharp blades and powerful bows, siege engines, and a variety of beasts. At the head of the legion, there were 2 flags fluttering in the wind. They were the flags of ancient Rome and ancient Babylon. The leader of the legion, wearing golden armor, stood at the front in a heroic manner, his eyes like lightning, staring at the enemy's towering city walls. He is the largest land sea on Blue Star, the imperial beast, Mediterranean. The beastmasters quickly formed a formation and waited for the command. Their confidence came from the careful planning and preparation for this battle. With the help of both inside and outside forces, they knew they would definitely be able to conquer this ancient eastern nation of China and the 10,000-meter-high Great Wall of Ming Dynasty. The humanoid beasts at the front raised their shields and advanced in neat formation. Their steps were steady and powerful, like a galloping army. The earth seemed to tremble at their attack. The wall, rising 10,000 meters high, towered over the battlefield like a giant barrier. Constructed of solid stone, its surface was engraved with mysterious runes, emitting deep spiritual fluctuations. This was the defensive skill of the Ming Great Wall. The Ming Great Wall towered into the clouds, seemingly insurmountable. The soldiers from the military districts in various places on the city walls are ready. Arrow towers, crossbow carts and cannons, Eastern missile laser cannons and other evolved beasts with long-range skills are all over the city walls. The arrow tower stands tall, and the archers hidden inside hold longbows, ready to shoot at ancient Rome and Babylon. Crossbow carts, cannons, etc. are neatly distributed throughout the city walls, loaded with giant arrows and artillery. With just a command from the commanders of each military region, they can launch a violent attack. The Ming Great Wall is also full of defensive traps, ground spikes, TNT explosives, etc. around the wall. These are the products of the beast-taming skills, and their power should not be underestimated. Beneath this city wall, the soldiers of ancient Rome and Babylon gritted their teeth. They knew very well that facing the 10,000-meter-high Ming Great Wall and the military headquarters from all over China, they had to make every effort and use all the power of beast tamers. This was an obstacle in their fight for the dominance of the Blue Star world. They had to break through here and wash away the shame of their defeat from China. Mediterranean Sea, standing in the center of the battlefield, his eyes scanned the Great Wall and the soldiers of ancient Rome and Babylon. He has made a lot of efforts for this war, and this time he must conquer China. Mediterranean said seriously. Soldiers, your goal is to break through the enemy walls. Leave the Ming Great Wall to me, and you will deal with the remaining beastmasters. The Mediterranean activated the field skill, Broad Sea Replacement. Broad Sea Replacement consumes a large amount of soul power to change the surrounding environment, weakening all skills of enemy units in this environment. With the release of the skill, Broad Sea Leveling, a landscape that shouldn't be on a plateau appeared on the flat plateau. A magnificent sea appeared on this plateau, and the waves kept hitting the Ming Great Wall, making a huge noise. The city wall, which was originally 10,000 meters high, now only has 5,000 meters left, and the remaining half is buried in the sea. Ancient Rome and Babylon stood on the sea level, releasing various long-range skills and launching fierce attacks on the enemy's city walls. Powerful range skills, water balls and fireballs rained down from the sky. The explosions were deafening, flames blazed on the city walls, thick smoke filled the air. Lightning struck, and a strong wind suddenly arose, continuously bombarding the city walls. The archers and beastmasters also released their skills, shooting out a rain of arrows as dense as locusts, hitting the shield skills on the city wall. The melee fighters of ancient Rome and Babylon brandished heavy weapons, climbed up the Great Wall of Ming Dynasty like zombies, rushed towards the border guards of the wall, and fought each other with swords and knives. The soldiers in various military regions of China were not panicked. Control skills emerged one after another, and the injured soldiers were healed by healing skills. There were no casualties. On the contrary, the beast tamers of ancient Rome and Babylon suffered continuous casualties. Just when the morale of the soldiers in ancient Rome and Babylon was low. Skills: Sea Spear. A giant spear formed from condensed seawater appeared directly above the sea level and instantly stabbed towards the Great Wall, directly opening several large holes in the 10,000-meter-long wall, causing the Great Wall to shake violently. On the city wall, Ming Chongqing's soul looked at the blue-haired man in golden armor in the distance and sighed. I didn't expect that the Mediterranean would become an imperial beast. Report: the 3rd Army of Ling Bei and the 8th Army of Lingnan suffered heavy losses. A signalman ran to the Great Wall soul and shouted. Were there any casualties among the beastmasters? Ming Chongqing asked. Report: no. After the commander realized that something was wrong, he ordered the speed-type beastmaster to evacuate with the beastmasters. The signalman replied. Ming Chongqing nodded and said, That's not a problem. All the beast tamers going to the battlefield this time have beast taming contracts. After the beast tamer dies, it will return to the beast taming space. As long as the beast tamer is not dead, there will be no problem. If a beastmaster is not needed to coordinate the skills of his own beasts and transfer soul power, there is no need for a beastmaster to take the field. The soul power stored in the beast tamer's beast taming space is generally much more than the soul power stored in the beast itself, unless the beast is tamed with storage skills. The beast tamer needs to borrow the soul power stored in the beast tamer's beast taming space. The closer the beast tamer is to his own beast, the more efficient the beast tamer will be in borrowing the beast tamer's soul power. That's good. Arrange healing beast tamers to treat the injured beast tamers. There's no need to reset the return time of dead beast tamers. Let those beast tamers and beast tamers have a good rest, Ming Chongqing ordered. Yes. The signalman ran away quickly after receiving the task. It's a bit difficult. I didn't expect that the opponent is a mountain and sea beast tamer who has advanced to the emperor level and has field skills. A translucent figure appeared next to Ming Chongqing's soul and said, Why are you here? Didn't you go to rest? Ming Chongqing asked back. How can I sleep when China is invaded? Besides, the battlefield is so noisy. Let me help you, Ming Chongqing. It's a bit difficult for you to fight on 2 fronts. Qing Chongqing responded. But Ming Chongqing wanted to say something else but was interrupted by Qin Chongqing. It's okay, you won't die. Do you want to see Chinese soldiers sacrificed because of your indecision? The Great Wall of Ming Dynasty. Just in time, the soldiers from the Qin Emperor's tomb sect have arrived to provide support. Looking inside the Ming Great Wall, one could see a murderous aura rising from the distance, which had dyed half the sky red. They continued to approach the battlefield, and their orderly steps shocked all the soldiers on the Great Wall. The Killing God battle formation is amazing every time I see it. Ming Changqing, please open a passage and let them charge in directly. I will give you a boost. Qin Changqing sighed. Ming Changqing nodded in agreement and sighed. Forget it, forget it. The ancient Roman and Babylonian troops were directly killed by the terracotta warriors and horses of the Qin Emperor's tomb, leaving bright red gaps. In ancient Rome and ancient Babylon, beast tamers continued to die, dyeing the sea water beneath their feet red. After Mediterranean discovered something was amiss, he aimed his skill, Sea Overlord's spear, at the terracotta warriors sent out from the tomb of the Qin Emperor. A shot blew and the terracotta warriors were torn into pieces, but after a period of time, they gathered together again. Shit, what kind of skill is this? Mediterranean cursed angrily. The leading terracotta warrior saw that the time was almost right and shouted to the others behind him. The killing intent has taken shape. After hearing this, the terracotta warriors kept hitting the water surface with the butts of their spears. The evil spirit behind them continued to condense into human-shaped shadows as they struck. A huge shadow of a general wearing armor, holding a long sword, and 10,000 meters tall appeared in everyone's sight. He swung the long sword in his hand and slashed down towards the Mediterranean Sea. The sea water was shaken away, and a sword mark 1,000 meters deep and 1,000 meters wide was cut into the earth, and red and black mist continued to flow through the sword mark. The final move of the God of Killing battle formation, God of Killing, by Qi. This attack caused countless casualties in ancient Rome and ancient Babylon, and the imperial beast, Mediterranean Sea, which was facing this attack, half knelt on the ground and kept vomiting the blue sea water from its mouth. No. It's impossible. They are just a group of king-level beasts. How could they hurt me? Mediterranean muttered to himself in disbelief. Sir! A speed-type beastman flew over. Notify everyone to retreat! Mediterranean ordered weakly. Mediterranean seemed to accept his fate, lowered his head, his eyes dim. He was defeated again. And this time he was injured more seriously. His beast core had been broken in half, and there was a constant black mist on the core that prevented the core from recovering naturally. Retreat! The beast tamers and beastmasters of ancient Rome and Babylon fled the northern border of Ling Bay. Are you okay? Ming Changqing asked Qin Changqing, who was becoming more transparent. It's okay, cough cough. Just rest for a while and I'll be fine. As long as there are no casualties, that's fine. Qin Changqing responded weakly. Ming Great Wall. Ming Changqing glanced around the battlefield and saw that the soldiers from the Qin Emperor's tomb had already left, so he did not pursue them. Report, Lord Ming Changqing, should we pursue? The signalman brought the inquiries from the army commanders. Rest and recover, no pursuit allowed. The imperial beast, Mediterranean, was not dead, and pursuing it might cause unnecessary casualties, so Ming Changqing decided not to pursue it. There are young beastmasters from both countries in the bird's nest. It might be better to keep them. Chapter 137, Golden Stream Phoenix Flute. Bird's Nest. There was still a melee inside the bird's nest, and members of the Nangong family were clearing out the remaining members of the other three families. The heroic spirits surrounded the 9 judges at the judging panel, preventing them from harming ordinary people. The host desk of the bird's nest, where you can scan the entire bird's nest. Nangong Rihui brought Nangong Qinghuang, Li Yingying, Lu Jiajia and Li Yun here to observe the situation of the entire bird's nest. Master, Wang Shirda has been arrested. A member of the Nangong family brought a middle-aged man to Nangong Rihui. So, the north gate has been opened? Nangong Rihui asked. Reporting to the master, no, Lord Bird's Nest has already activated the self-defense mode. We can easily break the shield. A member of the Nangong family responded. Nangong Rihui nodded. It seemed that Tamaya from the Sky Garden was behind this. Fortunately, the bird's nest has no attack skills, otherwise they would be at a real disadvantage. Even so, it was because of the Jinling Memorial Hall that the 9 kings on the judging panel were held back. If there were no Jinling Memorial Hall, it might be really troublesome. Nangong Rihui, you bastard! Why did you betray us? Wang Shirda roared while being suppressed by members of the Nangong family. Betrayal? The third in command of the Wang family, you may be mistaken. I have never joined you. Nangong Rihui responded indifferently. Nangong Rihui's words intensified Wang Shida's rage. He demanded, You sneaked in here as a spy. Didn't you say that the Central Army was ostracizing the former commander of the First Army and your wife? As a result, your wife, Li Jiai, was forced to leave Blue Star and hasn't returned for 1,000 years. The head of their family even conducted a special investigation in the Central Army and found that this matter was indeed true. It's just a play, don't take it seriously. Nangong Rihui responded indifferently. Nangong Rihui's words completely ignited Wang Shida's anger, and he cursed. King Nangong Rihui, you are such a son of a bitch! Shut his mouth! Nangong Rihui ordered the Nangong family members. Yes. A member of the Nangong family picked up a rag from a mop in the corner of the podium and stuffed it into Wang Shida's mouth. Suddenly the entire podium fell silent. Nangong Rihui turned around and explained to everyone. Ha ha ha, the Wang family is so irritable, don't mind it, don't mind it. Everyone. At this moment, a melodious flute sound spread throughout the bird's nest. Everyone looked towards the source. A handsome boy with short hair stood in the void, gently playing the purple jade flute with gold edges. Countless stars rose from the earth, as if catering to the flute boy. The weaker beast tamers immediately lost their desire to fight, and quietly and peacefully looked at the flute-playing boy in the sky, listening to the music he was playing. Brother! Li Yingying's soft call attracted Nangong Rihui's attention. What's wrong, Yingying? Do you know the person playing the flute upstairs? Nangong Rihui patted Li Yingying's shoulder and asked. My friend. Li Yingying replied. It's amazing that he can get along so well with king-level beastmasters at such a young age. Nangong Rihui exclaimed with a hint of envy in his eyes. However, this can only affect low-level king-level beastmasters, and the impact is limited. Nangong Rihui sighed. Sorry, yeah. It's my first time using a skill and I'm not very skilled. I can't limit it to friendly players, so I can only affect all listeners. Jinsi Zayudi softly apologized to the boy who was still playing it. Chiu Nenhua didn't answer, he continued to play, he didn't want to give up just like that. At the same time, in the audience seats allocated by the bird's nest for the Jingzhou contestants, there was a very beautiful girl. She was wearing a white dress and a phoenix-shaped jade pendant around her waist. Her hair reached her waist, and she was very beautiful. She is the little princess of the Murong family, Murong Yan. Sorry girl, I can't protect you, Feng Xing said in shock. Grandma Feng Ming, why? The girl asked. Because I found it, sister. Feng Ming flew into the sky, flying towards the boy who was playing the flute in the sky. She flew to the side of the Jinsi purple jade flute, and the golden stream surrounding the Jinsi purple jade flute spread out and turned into a slender golden silk thread to tie the phoenix-shaped jade pendant. It is decorated on the Jinsi purple jade flute. At the same time, the panel of Jinsi purple jade flute was changed. Jinsi phoenix flute. Jinsi purple jade flute plus foaming jade pendant. This is a special contract for beast tamers, homology contract, a contract that can only be concluded by beast tamers of the same origin. For example, if a sword and its matching scabbard can evolve separately and both become beasts, they can form a homology contract. Of course, the probability of evolving separately is extremely small, about the same as the probability of advancing to the same level. Chapter 138, Homologous Contract. Chiu Nenhua immediately noticed the changes on the panel of the Jinsi purple jade flute. This panel is right in front of my face, how could I not notice it? Jinsi phoenix flute. Jinsi purple jade flute plus foaming jade pendant. Gender female. Beast taming rank, intermediate king. Beast tamer type, item type / assist type. Homologous skills. Complementarity, in close contact, the beast taming rank of the contracted party will be raised by one small level, with the upper limit being the advanced saint rank. Mutual enhancement, when the same origin contractors are within 10 meters of each other, all attributes of both parties will be enhanced by 30%. Same body, both parties in the same contract only occupy one place in the beast taming contract. Beast taming skills. Effect addition, add special effects to wind music. Sound wave penetration, The music played with the Jinsei purple jade flute acts on the soul and cannot be blocked by physical means. Repertoire storage: automatically store the songs played by the performer, with a total storage of 150 songs and 150 songs remaining. Autoplay: the stored songs can be played without a player, but the effect is halved. Disguise: can disguise as any object to deceive beast tamers or beast tamers up to one level higher than your own. This ability can also be used on others. Charm enhancement: Feng Ming is a high charm beast from birth. The wearer of Feng Ming will continuously enhance its charm. Soul power storage: the Feng Ming jade pendant can store a huge amount of soul power. Effect enhancement: enhance the skill effects of the same origin contractors. Burn to stop the phoenix's cry: the phoenix jade pendant will transform into a fire-type beast of the same level and attack. Lasts 3 hours, with a 24-hour cooldown. Beast taming contract: none. Chiu Nanhua continued to play. Stars bloomed one after another beside Chiu Nanhua, surrounding her and dancing gracefully. The faint light seemed a little dim in this sunny day, but the stars still danced with the sound of Chiu Nanhua's flute. The stars were like naughty elves, catering to Chiu Nanhua's music. Under the influence of the flute music, the weaker people and beasts in the bird's nest stopped fighting and stayed quietly where they were, listening to the hard-earned beautiful music. But the judges who were fighting with the heroic spirits felt something was wrong. An elemental lightning beast, Thunder Lizard, used a long-range elemental skill towards Chiu Nanhua. The giant lizard with lightning all over its body opened its mouth, lightning flashed in its mouth, and a beam of lightning burst out and rushed towards Chiu Nanhua in the sky. When the Jinling Memorial Hall discovered something was wrong, it was too late to stop it. Breath spits out a beam of lightning from the mouth to attack the enemy from a distance. Yeah! Danger! Shenling Zhuyu reminded anxiously. Boom! The breath of the thunder lizard blasted through the space wall of Shenling Zhuyu and shattered the space channel created by Shenling Zhuyu. It broke through the passive shield of Liu Qingyu, and also broke through the active shield of Liu Qingyu, and hit Chiu Nanhua directly head-on, raising a puff of white smoke. The shield created by high-level beastmasters is vulnerable to the skills of king-level beastmasters. The two women at the hosting desk also screamed nervously. Brother Nanhua! Uncle! Wait, it's okay. Nagong Rihui is a king-level beastmaster, and he can directly feel that Chiu Nanhua's aura has not changed. The white smoke gradually dissipated, and a man who looked a little different from the man playing the flute appeared. Jinsei Zayuri's disguise has been broken. Chiu Nanhua was wearing a green Hanfu dress, with long hair draped over her shoulders. A jade hairpin was floating in front of her, emitting a green light. It's Liu Qingyu's skill! Glass Guardian protects the wearer from one fatal injury and restores all injuries. Cooldown, 7 days. A flash of purple light flashed in Chiu Nanhua's pupils, but no one noticed. At the same time, in the center of an underground palace, there was a golden coffin, and in the coffin lay a resolute man wearing a golden crown and a dragon robe. He slightly opened his golden eyes. Strange! He muttered to himself in confusion and closed his eyes again. Inside the bird's nest. When the song ended, the starlight surrounding Chiu Nanhua turned into raindrops and scattered all over the bird's nest. Under the rain, the judges woke up one after another. Only a small number of beast tamers and beastmasters in a small area of the bird's nest were still fighting. Track storage. Song 1, listening to the rain halfway up the mountain. Effect 1, reduce the fighting spirit of listeners whose rank does not exceed that of Jinsei Fengmingdi. Effect 2, applies a purification effect to the listener who has heard the entire song. This effect removes the mental control exerted by any beast controlled by a level lower than the Golden Stream Phoenix Flute. It has no effect on physical control. Thank you, Jinsei. Chiu Nanhua hung the jade flute back around her waist and expressed her gratitude softly. What's different from the previous one is that a phoenix-shaped jade pendant is tied to the end of the jade flute with golden silk thread. You're welcome, Yaya. Jinsei Zayuri responded softly. Chiu Nanhua put her hair up again and let Liu Qingyu return to her exclusive place. Yeah, you are too reckless! Liu Qingyu scolded angrily. That's right, yeah, you're being too reckless! Shenling Zhuyu also criticized. Sorry, Qingqing Yu. Qiu Nanhua lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong and apologized sincerely. Before Liu Qingyu and Qinling Zhuyu could say anything else, a group of people flew over from a distance. It was Nan Gongrihui who brought Li Yingying, Lu Jiajia and others to Qiu Nanhua. Qiu Nanhua raised her head and looked at them. "Brother, you were so handsome just now! And your playing was so beautiful," Li Yingying said excitedly. If Li Yingying wasn't a high-level beastmaster and couldn't use her soul power to stay in the air, Qiu Nanhua estimated that Li Yingying would have run up and slapped him on the back. "Brother-in-law, you are finally back!" Nan Gongrihui shouted excitedly. Qiu Nanhua. When she pretended to be forced, Qiu Nanhua realized that she would be recognized, but she didn't expect that the first person she saw was the person in front of her. Bang! "You have no tact. Call me uncle quickly." Nangong Rihui slapped the head of Nangong Chenghuang beside him. "But he is only at a high level," Nangong Chenghuang responded. Bang! Nangong Chenghuang was hit on the head again. Okay, Nangong Yuehua and I are not what you think. Don't make things difficult for the child," Qiu Nanhua advised. In my heart, only you can be my brother-in-law." Nangong Rihui touched his head and responded. "I didn't expect that, Rihui. You have also married and had children. I'm sorry that I couldn't come to congratulate you. Whose family is the girl from?" Qiu Nanhua asked. How dare I? I just hope my brother-in-law comes back safely." As he spoke, Nangong Rihui's eyes turned slightly red and he continued. "It's Jai. Li Jai and I got married 3071 years ago, after you and your sister left." Qiu Nanhua stepped forward, patted Nangong Rihui on the shoulder and said softly, "You're already an adult, and you're still crying. The younger ones are watching you." Nangong Rihui wiped the mist from his eyes, adjusted his state, and then continued, "Brother-in-law, you are back. Did my sister come back with you?" Qiu Nanhua shook her head. "Really? Sister isn't back yet?" "No, I haven't met Nangong Yuehua. For some reason, I have been sleeping in a place where no one can see me for thousands of years. I have never stayed in the other world," Qiu Nanhua responded with a hint of sadness in her eyes. "Really? It's not easy for my brother-in-law either," Nangong Rihui sighed. Chapter 139 Reunion. While everyone was talking, the bird's nest also negotiated with the people of the Central Army outside the bird's nest. They didn't need to turn off their skills first, but let them in to capture the beast tamers of the three major families and the beast tamers of ancient Rome and Babylon. Li Jishui and Li Jiai rushed in immediately. They looked around and finally found the people in the sky. Li Jishui rushed towards Li Yingying and hugged her in his arms. Because he was too concerned about his daughter, he didn't even notice that there was a person who looked exactly like his master not far away. I'm sorry, Yingying, you are not hurt, are you? Dad is late." Li Jishui kept apologizing. "I'm fine, Dad, you're holding me too tight," Li Yingying responded by twisting her body. Li Jie also came to Nangong Rihui, hugged him, felt his body temperature, and gently sniffed his scent for a while before whispering, "Thank you for your hard work, husband." Nangong Rihui's old face flushed, and he quickly replied, "Wife, you are the one who has worked hard." Qiu Nanhua looked at them with some envy. It turned out that you were the only one who really existed in their eyes. He stood there so conspicuously that Li Jiai and Li Jishui walked past him without noticing him. But Nangong Rihui knew Qiu Nanhua was still here, and he felt a little embarrassed and didn't know how to start. So he gently turned Li Jiai's head in his arms and turned her gaze to Qiu Nanhua. Li Jiai's face was full of confusion, but the moment she saw Qiu Nanhua, she immediately came to her senses. She turned around and looked at Nangong Rihui. Nangong Rihui nodded as if he knew what she wanted to ask. "Fuck!" Li Jiai suddenly burst into swear words. With a red face, she came to Qiu Nanhua and called out, "Moo, brother, moo." Qiu Nanhua patted her head and said teasingly, "You two siblings are still so impatient." After hearing what Qiu Nanhua said, Li Jiai's face turned even redder. She turned around and saw Li Jishui still holding Li Yingying and not paying any attention to the outside world. She stepped forward, grabbed Li Jishui's ear and said loudly, Okay, I know you're worried about Yingying, but at least pay attention to your surroundings." After Li Jishui glanced around, he saw Qiu Nanhua. Qiu Nanhua waved at him and teased, Hey, you're living a pretty comfortable life, kid. Li Jishui didn't react. After a long pause, he shouted with red eyes. Master, master! It's so loud. Li Jishui ran to Chiu Nanhua and looked her up and down carefully. Then he suddenly hugged Chiu Nanhua. Just as Chiu Nanhua was about to push Li Jishui away, he heard Li Jishui crying out. Master, master, you're finally back. Chiu Nanhua sighed silently in her heart. Forget it, just let him go this time. But things didn't go as planned. After capturing everyone, the various units of the Central Army came to report to Li Jie. They all looked at Li Jishui and Chiu Nanhua with strange eyes. This made Chiu Nanhua very upset. Chiu Nanhua slapped Li Jishui on the head and said, All right, you're already married and have children. How can you behave like this in front of your own daughter? Li Jishui touched his head, took a few steps back and chuckled. Hee, it still feels the same as before. Chiu Nanhua rolled her eyes speechlessly. What a bunch of bullshit. You are already at the king level, okay? He is only at the high level. He is so stubborn that his hand hurts from the beating. Okay, let's all find a quiet place to reminisce about the past. Nanhwaecap reminded. Everyone's eyes turned to Chiu Nanhua. Chiu Nanhua, didn't you ask him to make the decision? Chiu Nanhua looked at everyone's eyes, as if to say, You are the most senior, you make the decision. There was no choice but Chiu Nanhua nodded. Nanhwaecap brought everyone to the control room, which was where he had just visited Demaya, the ancient Babylonian sky garden of beasts. Chiu Nanhua frowned as soon as she came in, and walked straight to the entrance of the cave that was burned by Nanhwaecap's beast-taming skills. Chiu Nanhua squatted down and dug, picked up a green seed and threw it to Nanhwaecap. What is this? Nanhwaecap asked doubtfully. Demaya from the sky garden, you should need it. Chiu Nanhua responded lightly. I didn't expect she was still hiding in the control room. I thought she had escaped. It's my brother-in-law who is so capable that he found her at a glance, Nanhwaecap said. Chiu Nanhua did not respond, but found a chair in the control room and sat down. Everyone took their seats after seeing Chiu Nanhua sit down. Even the usually lawless Li Yingying felt a little restrained. Chiu Nanhua was speechless. He didn't have those rules. What bullshit rules were they? They made him act like he was taking advantage of his seniority. The same goes for Li Jishui and Li Jie. It wasn't like this before. Could it be that we haven't been together for too long and we've become a little estranged? No, don't be like this. Although we haven't seen each other for a long time, I am still the same as before. Everyone's look makes me feel uncomfortable and alienated, Chiu Nanhua said immediately. Nanhwaecap touched his head and apologized. Sorry, brother-in-law, it's been so long that I forgot how we got along before. Forget it. Chiu Nanhua sighed. Master! Where is Bai Shui? Li Jishui asked. Chiu Nanhua's eyes dimmed after hearing this. Bai Shui. Li Jie couldn't help but cover her face after hearing what Li Jishui said. You are really bringing up something that is not related to the topic. It was also her fault for not telling Li Jishui anything. Without waiting for Chiu Nanhua to speak, Li Jie responded. Brother Mu, Lord Chongqing is looking for you. Looking for me? Chiu Nanhua responded doubtfully. Well, Bai Shui went back to Blue Star to look for Brother Mu. She asked Lord Chongqing to look for Brother Mu, Li Jie responded. After hearing this, Chiu Nanhua stood up suddenly, grabbed Li Jie's shoulders, and asked excitedly. Bai Shui came back. Is she doing well? Has she advanced to the king level? Brother Mu, Bai Shui joined the Snow Concubine Palace. After advancing to the king rank, she became the candidate saint in the Snow Concubine Palace. The Snow Fox clan of the Snow Princess Palace treated her very well. Even the Seven Seas Palace was built safely because of Bai Shui's efforts. Brother Mu, don't worry, Li Jie responded. After hearing her words, Chiu Nanhua silently took 2 steps back, sat back in her chair, and replied with relief. That's good. That's good. After hearing this, everyone looked confused and didn't know what was going on. Chapter 140 Farewell. Chiu Nanhua was a little restless. Li Jie noticed and asked, Brother Mu, the Central Army will be taking the criminals back to the Central Military Region. Will you come with them? Chiu Nanhua nodded. If he remembered correctly, The main body of the Ming Great Wall was next to the Jingzhou Central Military Region. Sister, Master, what are you talking about? What happened between Master and Bai Shui? Li Jishui couldn't help it and asked. Li Jishui, have you forgotten something? Li Jie reminded. What? Li Jishui looked puzzled. You were busy with flood control and you even forgot about your wife. I sent you back to Shuzhou, and now she is still worried about you and Ying. Li Jie shook her head speechlessly. She doesn't have such a stupid brother. You're... Li Jishui suddenly stood up, paced back and forth for a while, and said to himself. Call first, wait no, I have to take Ying back, otherwise you will still worry. Li Jishui hesitated for a while, then looked at Xiao Nanwei and said, Master. Before Li Jishui could finish, Xiao Nanwei nodded and interrupted. Go back. Don't let your family worry. Thank you, Master. Ying, let's go. Li Jishui turned around and pulled Li Ying along. Li Ying took Lu Jiejia and followed Li Jishui away. Before leaving, she looked back at Xiao Nanwei. She had a premonition that Xiao Nanwei would not return to school, and perhaps it would be difficult to see her again in the future. Lu Jiejia didn't have many acquaintances here, and her family might be worried, so Li Ying took Lu Jiejia away with her. You've grown up! Xiao Nanwei sighed. Everyone. Nangong Rihui also looked at Li Jie with resentment, as if asking why he didn't know anything. They were husband and wife, and they slept in the same bed at night, but she even hid it from him. Just when everyone didn't know what to talk about, a handsome man with green hair pushed the door open and walked in. It's Lu Chaiyang, Commander Lu. As soon as he walked in, he complained. I'm working so hard to catch criminals, and you guys are just slacking off here, aren't you? Everyone looked towards him. After Lu Chaiyang glanced around, he saw Queen Xiao Nanwei sitting in the middle of the crowd. Then he came to Xiao Nanue's side, put his hand on his shoulder and teased. Hey, isn't this crazy Mu? You, who are you? Xiao Nanwei asked doubtfully. Ha ha ha, cough cough, ha 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 burp. Li Jie held her stomach and laughed out loud. She couldn't help it. Nangong Rihui and Nangong Chenghuang also covered their mouths and laughed. Commander Lu Chaoyang was really angry at this moment, and his veins were bulging. You! Lu Chaoyang was about to blame him. Li Jie smiled and said briefly, This is Lu Chaoyang, he used to work with Sister Nangong. Xiao Nanwei clapped her hands and responded, Oh, you are Lu Chaoyang, I remember. Xiao Nanue's exaggerated actions left everyone who knew him speechless. I remembered it and gave it a thump. Although Commander Lu Chaoyang was not very familiar with Xiao Nanwei and did not know his habits, he would read everyone's expressions. Nangong Rihui was trying not to laugh, his cheeks were red. If you can't remember it, then forget it. There's no need to treat me like this, Lu Chaoyang said speechlessly. He also scolded everyone. What are you laughing at? We've already arrested everyone, why aren't we escorting them all to the Central Military Region? Sorry. Xiao Nanwei apologized to Lu Chaoyang embarrassedly. Humph. Lu Chaoyang walked away without paying any attention to Xiao Nanue's apology. Xiao Nanwei didn't care either. Everyone stood up. Nangong Rihui suggested to Li Jie. Wife, you should send your brother-in-law to see Ming Changcheng first. By now, the battle on the Lingbei border should have been over. Li Jie nodded, looked at Xiao Nanwei and said, What do you think, Brother Mu? Sorry to bother you and delay your work time. Xiao Nanwei responded gratefully. Hey, no, it won't take long. Besides, Brother Mu and Sister Nangong are the saviors of Jishui and me, so there's no way we'll be in trouble. Besides, finding Brother Mu is also a long-term mission assigned by Lord Changqing. Li Jie responded with a smile. As Li Jie spoke, she summoned Yan Lu, a speed-type beastman that evolved from a fighter plane. Li Jie took Xiao Nanwei out of the control room and came to the open hall. Yan Lu transformed back into his original form, and Li Jie said to Xiao Nanwei, Let's go, Brother Mu! Xiao Nanwei boarded the fighter plane, which flew across the sky and headed towards the Ming Great Wall at a high speed. I remember now, Lu Chaoyang was the little kid with a runny nose who followed you a while. Xiao Nanwei suddenly said, slapping his head on the fighter plane. Pft, ha 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 ha, sorry, Brother Mu, I really can't help it, pahaha. Li Jia laughed wildly while holding her stomach. Qiu Nanhua. Yeah, you are going too far. Shinling's Ryu couldn't bear it anymore and couldn't help but complain. Even the Jinsi purple jade flute around his waist, and the newly added foaming jade pendant could not help but tremble and laugh. Yen Lu had just been flying for a short while when he was stopped by a king-level beastmaster. Who is it? Qiu Nanhua asked. The patriarch of the Murong family, Murong Yunxian, and a younger member of the Murong family. Brother Mu, wait a minute, I'll go down and see what she's going to do, Li Jia responded. Qiu Nanhua grabbed Li Jia and said, Let me go down and take a look too. Yeah. Li Jia nodded in response. A dignified and graceful woman was holding the hand of a beautiful girl in a white dress and was standing in front of the fighter plane. Master Murong, what's the point of you stopping us? Li Jia asked. Sorry, Li Jia, for taking up a little of your time. Patriarch Murong walked up to Qiu Nanhua, holding the girl in the white dress, and continued. Senior Mu! Who are you, Murong Yahai? Qiu Nanhua nodded and asked. Replying to you, Senior, it is my father. How is he these days? Senior, my father has been dead for 2,000 years. Murong Yunxian responded. Oh, Qiu Nanhua sighed. He had already calculated that many of his friends from his previous life might have passed away, but he still felt a little sad after hearing the news. Brother Mu? Li Jia said worriedly. It's okay, Murong. Qiu Nanhua paused for a moment. Murong Yunxian immediately realized it and responded. Senior Mu, just call me Yunxian. Qiu Nanhua nodded and asked. Yunxian, what do you want to talk to me about? Murong Yunxian shook her head and turned her gaze to Qiu Nanhua's waist and said, I'm not here to look for Senior Mu, I'm here to look for the foaming jade pendant. So you are here to look for the foaming jade pendant? The foaming jade pendant flew out directly from Qiu Nanhua's waist and transformed into a beautiful woman in a red dress. Her long light red hair fluttered in the wind. She slightly opened her pair of light red phoenix eyes and asked, Yunxian, what do you want to talk to me about? Murong Yunxian shook her head and walked over to hug her, then said reluctantly, You're leaving, I came to say goodbye to you, take care. Sorry, take care of yourself too. Feng Ming Yupei responded with a hint of tenderness on his face. The girl in a white dress behind Murong Yunxian, her eyes slightly red, came forward and hugged the foaming jade pendant, crying, Grandma Feng Ming, take care! You are such a crybaby. You should take care of yourself and don't be deceived by that yellow-haired guy. Feng Ming Yupei gently rubbed her head and said goodbye. Well, no, Xiaoyan, you are very smart. Murong Yan responded with sobs. Qiu Nanhua watched the three people say goodbye reluctantly. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Time is a magical thing, there are always people coming, and there are always people leaving. Maybe this separation is for a better meeting next time. After a while, the foaming jade pendant returned to its original form, was re-embellished on the Jinsi purple jade flute, and returned to Qiu Nanhua's waist. I'm sorry for wasting Senior Mu's time. Murong Yunxian apologized to Qiu Nanhua. It's okay. Qiu Nanhua shook her head. He understood this feeling. It was very painful to be separated from close friends and relatives, especially when you didn't know when you would see them again. Murong Yunxian took Murong Yan away. Qiu Nanhua looked at their receding figures and murmured to herself, Maybe I can go to my old friend's tombstone and see him. Li Jia. Qiu Nanhua turned to Li Jia and said, Let's go. Chapter 141 Qiu Nanhua and Ming Great Wall. Li Jia brought Qiu Nanhua to a pavilion built near the Badaling Great Wall. Brother Mu, Lord Ming Changqing has just experienced a war and may be dealing with post-war matters now. You wait here first, and I will go find Lord Ming Changqing first, Li Jia said softly. Qiu Nanhua nodded. Li Jia flew away again in a fighter plane. After a while, a black soul appeared out of thin air in the pavilion. It was the Ming Great Wall. Mu boy, you are finally back! Ming Changqing's soul stepped forward, patted Qiu Nanhua on the shoulder and spoke directly. Well, I'm back. Qiu Nanhua replied softly. That's good. That's good. I have sent someone to the other world to inform Song Yuanyuan. She will contact Bai Shui, Ming Changqing said. Well, thank you, Brother Changqing. It's okay, it's okay. What's our relationship? If you continue to be so polite, I'll be angry. Ming Changqing scolded. But you are so cool. It took you a long time to awaken the beast-taming space. Ming Changqing asked. 2 years ago. Okay, I'm more talented in this life. I'm back safely, although there were some setbacks, but the result is good. Ming Changqing said excitedly, as if he hadn't seen his old friend for a long time. That girl Bai Shui is even more amazing. After separating from you, it's like her Rin and Du meridians were opened. 1,000 years ago, Song Yuanyuan from the Seven Seas Palace came back and told me that Bai Shui had reached the advanced level of the king rank. I wonder if she has reached the emperor rank now. Ming Changqing told the story of Bai Shui. He knew that what Xiao Nanhua wanted to hear most now was Bai Shui's situation. When Bai Shui first came back, she brought the saint-level beast from the Snow Concubine Palace with her. Luckily, she didn't release her aura, otherwise it would have scared a bunch of ordinary people to death. At first, I didn't know she was carrying a saint-level beast, but Song Yuanyuan found out later. What a mess! Ming Changqing said. Qiu Nanhua nodded. Where are Chenling Jueyu and Lu Li Qingyu? They don't say a word. Don't they want to pay attention to an old man like me? Ming Changqing suddenly complained. I'm listening to you, what a rude old man! Shenling's jade pendant suddenly flew out from Qiu Nanhua's wrist and complained dissatisfiedly. Senior Ming Changqing, long time no see! Liu Li Qingyu also flew out and came to Ming Changqing's soul and responded. Ha ha ha, okay, I'm glad everything is fine. Your little bracelet is still the same as before, so I feel relieved. Ming Changqing said with a smile. Qiu Nanhua looked at Ming Changqing and thought, he probably wanted to confirm the condition of Yu and Qingqing. What little bracelet? My name is Chenling Jueyu, Chenling Jueyu. Chenling Jueyu complained to him dissatisfiedly. Okay, Chenling Jueyu. Ming Changqing replied in a coaxing tone. Don't treat me like a child. Chenling Jueyu complained. Looking at the scene in front of her, Qiu Nanhua thought of her previous life. In her previous life, Yu also often quarreled with others, but not with Ming Changqing, but usually with Li Jishui, Nagong Yehua and so on. Ming Changqing used to be so calm. Why is he bickering with Yu now? Perhaps, Ming Changqing also met a person or beast that could change him. Mu kid, you should stay in the Central Military District for the next few days. You've been to another world before, so you should know that it's huge. The highest speed-controlling beast on Blue Star is only at the king level, so notifying the Seven Seas Palace will probably take 10 days. But it will be fine once you get to Qihai Palace. There is a communication device in the palace to contact Xuefei Palace. After Bai Shui receives the message, she will come back to find you immediately. She has a good relationship with an Imperial-level space beast. Shenling Jue, you should know how fast an Imperial-grade space beastmaster can travel. We'll definitely reach Blue Star within a day. Ming Changqing arranged. Well, okay. Qiu Nanhua nodded and didn't say anything politely about the trouble, otherwise Ming Changqing would definitely be angry. I wanted to ask you just now, what's on your waist? Ming Changqing asked, looking at the Jinsei purple jade flute and foaming jade pendant on Qiu Nanhua's waist. Well, this is the Jinsei purple jade flute and the foaming jade pendant. Qiu Nanhua explained. Hello, Senior Changqing. ×2. Jinsei purple jade flute and foaming jade pendant greeted him one after another. Yeah, hello. Ming Changqing nodded in response. Ming Changqing walked to Qiu Nanhua's side and patted her shoulder. The head of Ming Changqing's soul changed for a while, revealing a funny expression as he looked at Qiu Nanhua and said, You're really good. You found 2 more antiques. If you hadn't contracted Bai Shui, I would have thought you were an antique lover. Qiu Nanhua gave Ming Changqing a speechless look and responded. God damn, you're a novice in the past, you coined that word. Pa. Ming Changqing patted Qiu Nanhua's shoulders a few times and said with a smile. Ha, don't worry about these details. Qiu Nanhua was speechless. Ming Changqing used to be such a steady beastmaster, how did he become like this now? Who changed Ming Changqing's character? Chapter 142 The Destruction of Great Britain. The face of Ming Changqing's soul changed, revealing a rather serious expression. He bowed slightly towards the Jinsei purple jade flute and the foaming jade pendant and said, "I'll leave this kid in your hands." Chiu Nanhua helplessly interrupted Ming Changqing's actions and responded, "Brother, you'll scare them like this. You should know your own status in China. I appreciate your kindness." Sorry. Ming Changqing apologized. I dare not, Senior Ming Changqing, don't worry, I will always stay with Ye. Jinsei Zayudi turned into a human form and bowed to Ming Changqing in response. Wherever my sister goes, I will go. The foaming jade pendant also turned into a human form and bowed to Ming Changqing in response. Okay, that's good. Ming Changqing nodded at them, then turned and looked at Chiu Nanhua with a strange look. It was as if saying, "Good boy, what happened? How come you only managed to take down one of the beasts you brought with you?" Chiu Nanhua shook his head helplessly. What else could he do? He had just seen the foaming jade pendant today and had not had time to say anything. He came to find Ming Changqing before he had the chance to ask what was going on between her and Jinsei Zayudi. Chiu Nanhua didn't want to dwell on this topic anymore. Besides, Jinsei Zayudi's face was already red. Jinsei Zayudi is not used to chatting with people she doesn't know well, she is very shy. If she is not stopped, there will be no chance of chatting that day. Ahem, brother, are you busy? I heard that you just experienced a war and have to deal with post-war matters. If you are not busy, tell me what happened to you in these years. Chiu Nanhua asked. No hurry. I have already arranged it before I came to see you. The Central Army is full of talented people, and I don't have to arrange the post-war matters myself. I also want to talk about what happened to me in these years. Ming Changqing responded. Chiu Nanhua nodded to indicate that she was listening and asked him to continue. This story begins when Bai Shui first came back. In the middle of the night, Chiu Nanhua was taken to the dormitory of the Central Military Region by Li Jie. I talked a lot with Ming Changqing. It's a pity that Ming Changqing was unwilling to transform, otherwise he would definitely bring out some wine and have a good chat. Li Jie pushed open a door and found a single room with complete facilities. Brother Mu, all the military dormitories are like this. Although they are a bit simple, they are very clean. We arrange people to clean them every week. Li Jie said. Jiayi, you know, I'm from the previous era and won't care about these things. Chiu Nanhua responded. The current military dormitories have been replaced with single rooms. Everyone is a beastmaster, and it is indeed inconvenient for other beastmasters to be present when communicating with the contracted beastmasters. I understand, Brother Mu. I've already informed everyone. If you have anything, just tell them directly. After Li Jie finished speaking, she was about to leave. After all, it was already late at night, and she was a married woman. Her child was already a low-level king-level beastmaster, and her husband was still waiting for her at home. Wait! Chiu Nanhua called her. What's wrong, Brother Mu? Li Jie stopped and asked. It's okay. I just wanted to say something. Although it's a little late, I still wish you a happy wedding. Chiu Nanhua congratulated with a smile. Thank you, Brother Mu. I'll be leaving now, Li Jie said with a smile of gratitude. Chiu Nanhua watched Li Jie leave. Yeah, this is not what you wanted to say just now, Liu Liqingyu said. That's right, yeah, it's too fake, Shenling Zhuyu also reminded. There's no other way. I originally wanted him to accompany me to pay tribute to those deceased friends these days, but then I thought about it and realized that she is already a married woman. It wouldn't be nice to ask her to accompany me, so I didn't say it. Chiu Nanhua explained helplessly. Things have changed and people have changed. Chiu Nanhua sighed. How about letting your apprentice come? Shenling Zhuyu suggested. Don't. He is a senior official in the Shuzhou Water Conservancy Bureau. Besides, his wife was frightened because of Li Yingying's incident. She is not used to troubling him these days. Let Li Jishe spend more time with his wife. Chiu Nanhua refused. That's right, yeah, why don't we go find that green-haired guy from today? Shenling Zhuyu suggested again. Green-haired man? Damn, yeah, you're going too far. You've forgotten about others so quickly. That little brat who used to follow Nangong Yuehua. Shenling Zhuyu complained. I haven't forgotten, it's mainly because the nickname you gave him didn't occur to me at the moment. Although he is from the Central Army and is close by, I don't know if he will help me if I ask him for help. Xiao Nanhua responded. Then you can find Ming Chong Qing. Let him make the arrangements. No, never mind. I'll go look for her tomorrow. What's her name, Lu? Xinling Zhuyu. Glazed Jade. Jinsi Zayuri chuckled and reminded. Yeah, her name is Lu Chaoyang. Yes, Lu Chaoyang, thank you, Cici. By the way, Cici, could you please give us a brief introduction to the foaming jade pendant? After expressing her gratitude, Xiao Nanhua remembered that she had not yet spoken to foaming jade pendant, so she took the initiative to mention it. Jinsi Zayuri transformed into a human form, took the foaming jade pendant in his hand and explained. This happened before I evolved. Foaming and I were created together, but we encountered war and were separated. I was robbed by Japanese pirates and collected by a native of Hanfu Island. They didn't understand music and didn't know what a flute was. They just thought it was beautiful and thought it was an ornament, so they kept it in their home. Afterwards he was rescued by Yaya and brought back to China. Jinsi Zayuri sat beside Xiao Nanhua and spoke. The foaming jade pendant also transformed into a human form and nestled against Jinsi Zayuri's body, explaining. I was bought by a nobleman. The nobleman ran out of funds and sold it to a merchant. After that, it was snatched away by the soldiers of Great Britain, and I have been staying in Great Britain ever since. After the cataclysm, a civil war broke out in Great Britain, and I returned to China along with the other artifacts that evolved and were willing to return home. Britain. That war fought by Britain didn't seem to be a civil war. They committed too many sins. Most of the artifacts displayed in the British Museum are from foreign countries. After the cataclysm, the artifacts became beasts, and their hatred for Dane can be imagined. Britain was destroyed in just a few days. Xiao Nanhua remembered that the artifacts from ancient Egypt and China were the most severely damaged. At that time, most of the cultural relics returned to China on their own, bringing with them cultural relics that had not evolved. Oh! Thank you for your hard work! Xiao Nanhua sighed. It's okay. After so many years of searching, I finally found my sister. Foaming Jade Pendant hugged Jinsi Purple Jade Flute and said softly. Jinsi Zayuri also gently stroked the little head of Foaming Jade Pendant. Xiao Nanhua almost had a nosebleed when she saw the intimate interaction between the two women. It's amazing. You know, Foaming has the skill of charm enhancement, which greatly improves his own charm and continuously improves the wearer's charm in small increments. In his eyes, the foaming jade pendant is comparable to the Nangong Yahua of the past, and this is because he likes Bai Mao more. It was the first time that Xiao Nanhua saw a homology contract. Although he knew that there was such a contract, it was indeed the first time he saw it. The same origin contract is even harder to find than a saint-level beastmaster. A saint-level beastmaster who participates in the alien world competition will definitely see it, although it is very far away. Chapter 143 I like you just as much as my sister does. Xiao Nanhua looked at the two women and didn't know how to start. He promised Jinsi Zayuri that he would marry her. In the eyes of the beastmaster, this meant signing a beastmaster contract. Although Jinsi Zayuri had a high favorability towards him, the only condition for a beast control contract in this world was that both parties had a high favorability before the contract could be signed, but this newly added foaming jade pendant. Xiao Nanhua is a man. He likes this kind of beast tamer with high appearance value, and she is also the sister of Jinsi Zayuri. What Xiao Nanhua can be sure of is that, because he loves the foaming jade pendant, his affection for it must have reached the conditions of the contract. But the foaming jade pendant is not certain, and it is not certain whether she is willing to make a contract with him. If foaming jade pendant and Jinsi purple jade flute have different opinions, it will put Jinsi purple jade flute in a dilemma. Just when Xiao Nanhua was planning to spend more time together before bringing it up, he suddenly thought, I have clearly promised Jinsi Zayuri, but I haven't mentioned it for a long time. Will it make her have wild thoughts? No, I can't let her feel uneasy. Xiao Nanhua stood up, walked directly to Jinsi Zayuri, and knelt on one knee. Xiao Nanhua took Jinsi Zayuri's delicate hand with one hand and asked seriously, Cici, are you willing to sign a contract with me? Jinsi Zayuri's pretty face suddenly turned red. In an instant, she turned back into her original form and hid behind the foaming jade pendant. just when Chiu Nanhua was at a loss. The very quiet voice of the Jinsei purple jade flute came from behind the foaming jade pendant. I do! A light array appeared in the room, and the panel of Jinsei foaming D popped up and appeared in front of Chiu Nanhua. Wait, the golden stream phoenix plays its flute. Chiu Nanhua looked at the foaming jade pendant beside her. A brilliant smile appeared on the corner of foaming jade pendant's mouth, and she said gently, I forgot to tell you, yeah. Once two beastmasters of the same origin sign a contract, their feelings will be mutual. Simply put, I like you just as much as your sister does now. After the foaming jade pendant finished speaking, it transformed into its original form, revealing the Jinsei purple jade flute behind her. The foaming jade pendant was redecorated on the Jinsei purple jade flute. It turns out that the homology contract has such an effect. Chiu Nanhua looked at the panel of Jinsei Feng Mingdi and pointed at the item of beast taming contract. Suddenly two pop-up windows appeared on the panel. Are you willing to sign a contract with Jinsei Zayuri? Willing. Unwilling. Are you willing to sign a contract with the foaming jade pendant? Willing. Unwilling. Two pop-up windows also appeared in front of Jinsei purple jade flute and foaming jade pendant. Chiu Nanhua asked again. Cici, are you willing to sign a contract with me? Yes, I do. Foaming, are you willing to sign a contract with me? I do. There was a flash of white light and the panel changed. Beast taming contract, Chiu Nanhua. Chiu Nanhua gently grasped the Jinsei foaming flute, smiled slightly, and said softly, Cici, foaming, please give me your guidance for the rest of my life. At noon the next day, Chiu Nanhua quietly parted ways with the bed again and left the warm quilt. He struggled to deal with the sheets entangled by life, and finally succeeded in breaking free from its embrace. Like a lazy cat, he stretched himself and finally climbed out of the bed with difficulty. It's not his fault that he got up late. It was very late when he came back yesterday. In addition, he had signed a contract with Jinsei purple jade flute and foaming jade pendant, so he was a little excited that he fell asleep in the second half of the night. Good morning, Yu, Qingqing, Cici, and Pei. Chiu Nanhua said softly as she looked at the little ones beside her pillow. Yeah, it's still early. It's already 12 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Lingzhuiyu complained. Except for Chen Lingzhuiyu, the other little ones all responded to Chiu Nanhua's greetings. Chiu Nanhua scratched her head embarrassedly. Chiu Nanhua put on the hanfu that Yaya handed to her today. Now Chiu Nanhua wears a jade hairpin on her head, jade bracelets on her hands, and a jade flute and jade pendant around her waist. The factors of a noble son have increased again. Let's go to the Central Army Headquarters Administrative Building. Chiu Nanhua raised his right hand and left the dormitory with his beloved beast. Along the way, Chiu Nanhua saw soldiers in training. Training soldiers nowadays is not just about physical fitness. Instead, they summon beasts to fight each other, and learn various skill combinations, and the weaknesses of various skills. Chiu Nanhua watched with great interest. It was great, very powerful. The peace of China mainly depends on them to protect it. Just as Chiu Nanhua was sighing, a scolding voice came from behind him. You, which unit are you from? Why aren't you training? You're not even wearing your uniform. You're from that unit. You're sentenced to 3 months of solitary confinement. Chiu Nanhua turned around and looked at the person who spoke. He is about 3 meters tall, and has very strong muscles. He came in front of Chiu Nanhua, and Chiu Nanhua had to look up to see his face clearly. Chiu Nanhua glanced at the rank on his military uniform, 2 bars and 2 stars, so he should be a battalion commander. Are you talking about me? Chiu Nanhua asked. Didn't Li Jiai say everything was arranged? How could he be treated as a member of the Central Army, asked to stay and train, and even put in solitary confinement? Nonsense, you are the only one here with nothing to do. No matter who you are, answer the question. Which unit are you from? He shouted loudly. Well, I'm not from the Central Army. I'm here as a guest of the Central Army, Chiu Nanhua responded. Impossible! The Central Military District just arrested a criminal and has sealed off the area. No visitors are allowed, he roared. Chiu Nanhua. No, I was planning to go to the administrative building to look for Lu Chaoyang. Bullshit! Where did this new recruit come from? How dare you call Commander Lu by his name? Looks like you have to go into the confinement room. He stepped forward and tried to catch Zhou Nanwei, but was blocked by the space wall created by Shenling Zhuiyu. You still dare to attack me? The man's eyes widened and he was about to summon his beast. Zhou Nanwei didn't want to get entangled with it, so she left through the space passage created by Shenling Zhuiyu. The remaining battalion commander cursed. Damn it, where did these little bastards come from? Assemble, assemble! The soldiers who were fighting each other stopped fighting and came to his side when they heard the roar of their battalion commander. Report! Does anyone have a beast tamer with tracking skills? The 3-meter-tall battalion commander shouted. Report! I have a canine beast with tracking skills! A soldier stood up and summoned his beast. It is a black Chinese pastoral dog. Very good, come here and smell it. There is a new recruit here who just escaped from me relying on the space-type beast he possesses. The 3-meter-tall battalion commander pointed to the place where Zhou Nanwei had just left and said, Yes. Xiao Hei. The soldier replied after saluting. Ao, this way. The black dog sniffed and ran away. Chase. Whoever catches that new recruit will get a month's vacation. After hearing the battalion commander's words, all the soldiers in the battalion became excited and rushed in the direction of pursuit. This is a month's vacation. Chapter 144 Information Management Office. Zhou Nanwei breathed a sigh of relief as she looked at the administrative building in front of her. We're here. Run quickly, Ye is catching up, Jinsi Zayudi reminded. Zhou Nanwei walked directly towards the administrative building of the Central Military Region in front of her. When the sentry at the door saw Zhou Nanwei, he saluted her. Zhou Nanwei walked in directly after seeing her. Although she looked a little panicked, the sentry did not stop her. After a while, Zhou Nanwei arrived at the door of General Lu Chaoyang's office. Boom, boom, boom. Come in. A deep bass voice reached Zhou Nanwei's ears. Zhou Nanwei pushed the door open and saw Lu Chaoyang standing by the window with his eyes slightly closed, feeling the breeze. The breeze blew up the curtains beside him, making his figure look even more mysterious. Chaoyang, stop pretending, she's your love rival. A female voice suddenly came from the office. Cough, 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 Han Yen, please give me some face. Lu Chaoyang said after coughing violently. I don't care. He is not a soldier of the Central Military Region. I only promise to save your face in front of the soldiers of the Central Military Region. The female voice that came out of nowhere in the office responded again. Cough, cough. Lu Chaoyang coughed violently a few times to cover up his embarrassment. Ahem, crazy moo, why are you looking for me? Lu Chaoyang sat back at his desk and asked Zhou Nanwei. I want to ask you for a favor, Zhou Nanwei said. We're not familiar with each other. Why are you looking for me instead of Li Jiai? She's married, and it's not convenient to bother her. What do you mean? Single guys deserve to be tired. Lu Chaoyang scolded angrily. Zhou Nanwei. Lu Chaoyang looked at Zhou Nanwei's silence, then sighed and continued. Forget it. After all, you are a distinguished guest arranged by Ming Chongqing himself. I want to go see my deceased old friends. I don't know which of them are dead and which are still alive. I want to use the Central Military Region's information system to check. Zhou Nanwei explained while sitting on the sofa. Lu Chaoyang. Why are you telling me? Just go by yourself. It's not like you can't get in. Lu Chaoyang responded. I can't find it. Zhou Nanwei scratched her head embarrassedly and responded. Lu Chaoyang. Puchi. Lu Chaoyang laughed out loud. Zhou Nanwei stared at him resentfully. If he had known earlier, he would have asked the sentry at the door directly. If the information system was not a military secret, he didn't know whether he could get in. Moreover, just now when Lu Chaoyang was exposed by his own beast, Zhou Nanwei did not laugh at Lu Chaoyang. Okay, I'll take you there, Lu Chaoyang said with a smile. Lu Chaoyang took Zhou Nanwei out of the administrative building of the Central Military Region. I just happened to meet the soldiers chasing me outside the building. Lu Chaoyang frowned at them and shouted. What are you doing? Whose soldiers are you? Why are you surrounding the administrative building? The pursuing soldiers looked at each other and dared not respond. Speak! Lu Chaoyang shouted with a slight pressure. Report, report! We are soldiers under the command of Battalion Commander Nanyangshan. A soldier responded. Lu Chaoyang withdrew his pressure and asked, Where is the southern barbarian? Report! The 3-meter-tall burly battalion commander who had stopped Xiao Nanhua before came late and said, Southern barbarian! What are you doing with your soldiers? Lu Chaoyang asked with a smile. When the soldiers saw Lu Chaoyang's smile, they all trembled with fear, especially the battalion commander. He responded tremblingly. Reply to Commander Lu, there's a new recruit who didn't train and even ran away. We're trying to capture him. Lu Chaoyang frowned and asked, How dare that new recruit be so bold? The southern barbarian lowered his head and looked cautiously at Xiao Nanhua, who was beside Lu Chaoyang. Xiao Nanhua gave him a bright smile in return. Reply to the commander, it's the one next to you. The southern barbarian answered cautiously. Lu Chaoyang glanced at Xiao Nanhua, who spread her hands helplessly beside him, and couldn't help but shook his head and complained. What happened to Li Jiai? She didn't even get notified. Crazy Moo, you two have such a good relationship, but I still haven't made arrangements for you. Lu Chaoyang said to Xiao Nanhua. Report. A soldier in the crowd suddenly shouted. Explain. The news was delivered to us yesterday, saying that a distinguished guest from the Central Army had come and liked to wear Hanfu. The soldier said loudly. Lu Chaoyang asked the other soldiers. Do you all know? The soldiers nodded. Lu Chaoyang turned his gaze to the southern barbarian. You don't know? The southern barbarian nodded. Lu Chaoyang. You. Lu Chaoyang was about to say something. Xiao Nanhua interrupted. Old Lu, this little thing is insignificant, let's go. Crazy Moo, are you qualified to call me Old Lu? I'm afraid there are not many people older than you in the whole of China. Lu Chaoyang retorted. How about I call you Xiao Lu? Well, just call me by my name. Okay, Lu Chaoyang, let's go. Xiao Nanhua responded and took the lead forward. Crazy Moo, you're going the wrong way. Xiao Nanhua. Lu Chaoyang glanced at the people who lowered their heads, then left with Xiao Nanhua. After Lu Chaoyang left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The southern barbarian asked, When did the news come out? How come I don't know about it? Battalion commander, did you forget that everyone above the company commander level had a meeting yesterday? But you fell asleep at the time, so it's normal that you don't remember it. One of his company commanders reminded him. Nanmanzi. So who is that person? How can a mere high-level beastmaster be a distinguished guest in the central military region? Asked the southern barbarian. I'm not sure, but the group seems to say he's one of the first beast tamers on Blue Star. I don't know if that's true, and the bigwigs above won't give me a definite answer. Impossible! How could a high-ranking person survive so long? Could it be that they have a beast-taming skill that can change their class aura? Well, the big shots affairs have nothing to do with us anyway. Let's go to training. At the entrance of the Information Management Office. Crazy Moo, go in by yourself. By the way, has Nanhua come back? Lu Chaoyang said to Xiao Nanhua. Xiao Nanhua shook her head and replied, I don't know, I haven't met her in another world. After Xiao Nanhua finished speaking, she walked in under the watchful eyes of the sentry at the door. After entering the door, there is a library. It was filled with bookshelves piled with various files. There is a place like a library management window at the door, with a few stools and a single bed inside. There were 2 female soldiers and 1 male inside. Wait, single bed. The man was lying on the bed, holding an old-fashioned palm leaf fan in his hand. Next to him was a transparent glass cup filled with wolfberries. But from Xiao Nanhua's perspective, that man is not a human being. Of course, this does not mean to scold him. Supercomputer. Sunway Taihu Light. Beast Taming Rank, Intermediate King. Beast Type, Mechanical/Support. Beast Taming Skills. Beast Taming Contract, None. Chapter 145, The Divine Light of Taihu Lake. Hello, how can I help you? The girl sitting in the management area asked gently. Her words attracted the attention of Shui Taihu Light. He opened his eyes slightly and looked at Chiu Nanhua, who was standing in front of the management area. Damn, why are you here? I was talking about how my soul power suddenly dropped over the past 2 days. It turns out you are back. Shui Taihu Light widened his eyes and suddenly sat up, causing the old-fashioned palm leaf fan in his arms to fall to the ground. Chiu Nanhua nodded. Although he didn't know Shui Taihu Light, he had heard of Shui Taihu Light and knew that it was Nangong Yuhua who asked Shui Taihu Light to delete all information about him, Mu Qingwei. No need to delete it, it can't be hidden, Chiu Nanhua responded. After all, there were so many countries and people from so many forces at the bird's nest at that time, it was impossible to keep it secret. Let me see what's going on. After Shui Taihu Light finished speaking, several web pages appeared in his eyes, and the pages slid quickly. After a while, the divine might light of Taihu smacked its lips in dissatisfaction. Tisk, it's a rare occasion for me to come back, and I've already made such a big fuss. No wonder my soul power is depleting so quickly. Chiu Nanhua. Seeing Chiu Nanhua's silence, Shui Taihu Light continued. Then I won't help you delete the information. Chiu Nanhua nodded. Okay, then why are you here in the information management room? Shui Taihu Light asked. I'm here to find out some information about some friends, including where the cemetery is. Chiu Nanhua responded. Okay, you take him to find the files. Shui Taihu Light casually pointed at a female soldier beside him and said, Yes, Master Taihu. After the female soldier responded, she came behind Chiu Nanhua and said, Sir, please describe your friend's information. A few hours later, Chiu Nanhua returned to the door of the information management office. Have you finished searching? Shui Taihu Light asked, shaking his palm leaf fan. Yeah. Chiu Nanhua nodded, but the expression on his face revealed his mood at the moment. Alas, don't be too sad. This is fate. You have done very well. Shui Taihu Light sighed. Thanks. After Chiu Nanhua finished speaking, she left the information management room. Lord Taihu, which lord is this? Asked the female soldier who had just taken Chiu Nanhua to look for files. Don't ask me. Just look online and you'll see that no information related to him has been deleted. Now there's a huge quarrel going on. Shui Taihu Light responded after taking a sip of the wolfberry soaked in the thermos beside him. Outside the information management room, Lu Chaoyang sat down on the stairs. His beast Han Yan sat on his neck and rubbed Lu Chaoyang's hair. Why hasn't Crazy Mu come out yet? Lu Chaoyang complained. What's it called in Sichuan dialect? It's so tight it's cancerous. Han Yan, who was sitting on Lu Chaoyang's neck, scratched his ear and responded. Han Yan, stop it, it's itchy. Lu Chaoyang shook his head and rubbed Han Yan's white and slender thighs and said. Ah! Han Yan exclaimed. Chaoyang is bad. It was clearly Han Yan who started it. The two sentries at the door exchanged glances. Are you touched? Don't dare to move. Da-da-da. There was a sound of footsteps. Chiu Nanhua walked out of the information management room silently, feeling quite worried. He didn't even notice that the two sentries saluted him. After Han Yan discovered that Chiu Nanhua had come out, she quietly disappeared again, and at the same time dyed Lu Chaoyang's hair green. Lu Chaoyang looked at Chiu Nanhua's appearance, and didn't say anything, but followed him silently. Chaoyang, I think you actually like him very much. Han Yan communicated with Lu Chaoyang in her mind. I was really envious of him at first. How could he be with Nangong Yuehua? He's just from Xuzhou, and he has nothing to do with Nangong Yuehua from Jingzhou. But I admire what he did later. Perhaps it was because of people like him that Nangong Yuehua opened her heart to him. Lu Chaoyang responded to Han Yan in his mind. So, you idolized him and followed his example in serving the motherland, resigning from the Blue Star Beast Taming Alliance and returning to the Central Army to serve? Pa, who regarded him as an idol? I left only because Nangong Yuehua left. Okay, Chaoyang, you're exposed. You are still thinking about that woman. Han Yan's tone suddenly changed and she blamed him. No, really not. I only consider her a friend now. Han Yan, listen to my explanation. I won't listen. Just wait and explain to Sister Yun. No. Chiu Nanhua walked and walked, and unknowingly arrived at the gate of the central military region. The sentry at the door saluted Xiao Nanhua and shouted, "Sir, Commander Lu!" After hearing what the sentry said, Xiao Nanhua turned around and looked at Lu Chaoyang and asked, "Why did you follow me? Although China is relatively safe, it is not absolutely safe. You are now a distinguished guest of our Central Army. I don't know why, but you're only at a high level now. That's why we don't dare let you act alone. This is Ming Changqing's order," Lu Chaoyang explained. Xiao Nanhua was silent for a long time before she thanked him. Thank you for your trouble." "No, I'm just following Ming Changqing's orders." Lu Chaoyang waved his hand in response. "Well, do you have a speed-type beast tamer?" Xiao Nanhua asked. "No," Lu Chaoyang responded loudly. Xiao Nanhua. "But there are plenty of military districts. I've already asked him to come over." People who pause mid-sentence are so annoying. A few seconds later, a fighter plane stopped in front of Lu Chaoyang and Xiao Nanhua. Lu Chaoyang entered the cockpit first and patted the seat next to him. "Crazy Moo, get on board!" Xiao Nanhua silently got on the fighter plane. "Where are you going?" Lu Chaoyang asked. Xiao Nanhua ignored him, and he didn't open his mouth. Instead, he patted the fighter plane under him and said, "John Feiying, please take me to Murong's house." "Crazy Moo, how do you know his name?" Lu Chaoyang asked in shock. "It's a secret." "Humph." Lu Chaoyang expressed his dissatisfaction with a heavy snort. "Got it," the fighter plane John Feiying responded. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up, raising a cloud of dust. Fighter planes cut through the sky, broke through the clouds, and flew quickly towards the Murong family in Jingzhou. At the same time, because Shenhui Taihu Light no longer deleted all information about Xiao Nanhua, a war of words broke out on the international internet. Chapter 146 Chaotic Network. Several videos went viral on the international internet. Video.avi. This is a video of Xiao Nanhua playing the jade flute above the bird's nest. And from every angle. There are various comments under each video. Le murmur, so handsome, who is this Chinese guy? I want to support him. There were tens of thousands of replies to this hot comment, some of which were inquiries, some of which were agreements, and it also revealed the names of many king-level beastmasters from various Chinese forces. Famiglistimo replied to Le Murmur, "You are crazy, these are the first beastmasters on Blue Star, the culprits who caused the Li Meitai people's betrayal. If you want to die, don't take the innocent people of the country with you." At the same time, some netizens commented on this video that Kupuli was too deceptive. Miscedents, January 7, 1173 to November 14, 1181. Mu Qingwei, the Chinese beastmaster, slaughtered 4,762 high-level beastmasters, 290,000 mid-level beastmasters, and 100,000 beastmasters without beastmaster contracts. This is just the number that has been counted. There is no telling how many more people and beasts there are that have not been counted. Simya Wuding replied to Miscedents, "All right. You're taking it out of context, right? Why didn't you mention the Lemaitai alliance attacking China?" The 4-ram square tripod replied to the Simya Wuding, "Sister, why bother explaining to these people who are interrupting others and spreading rumors? I think it's better to just contact Shenhui Taihu Light to find out his address." The large bronze standing figure replied to the 4-ram square tripod, "If you need to go on an external expedition, call me. It's been a while since we've been active, and everyone seems to have forgotten about us, Sang Singdui." The Sang Singdui Golden Scepter replied to the large bronze standing figure, "Boss, what's going on? I'm still a guest in ancient Egypt, and suddenly I heard the pharaoh say that China was attacked by ancient Babylon and ancient Rome." The large bronze standing figure replied to the Sang Singdui Golden Staff, It's okay. The Ming Great Wall and various military regions have already repelled them. How are you doing in ancient Egypt? The main thing now is that the civil war in Jingzhou has produced an ancient beastmaster. You evolved late, so you may not understand. I will chat with you privately later. Sang Singdui Golden Staff replied to the bronze standing figure, "Okay, boss. The pharaoh is very hospitable. I've been touring around ancient Egypt and will be back tomorrow." The sun bird gold ornament replied to the large bronze standing figure, "Everyone knows what happened in Shuzhou in the past. I want to make up for what I failed to do back then. If you want to go to war abroad, don't forget our Jinsha ruins. Huangalu, wow, a single video revealed so many Shuzhou king-level beasts. Yeyang Tower replied to Yellow Crane Tower, this matter is indeed mainly related to Shuzhou. Huangalu replied to Yeyanglu, good fellow, you are always on the internet. Yeyang Tower replied to Yellow Crane Tower, don't tell me, the Wuhou Temple is also in Shuzhou. What do you think he would do if he knew about this? Yellow Crane Tower replied to Yeyang Tower, no, brother, I dare not think about it. I dare not think about it. Notre Dame de Paris, no matter what the reason, you Chinese are still protecting this demon who caused such a great killing. He has obviously escaped from the other world, so why did he come back? Are you planning to continue to cause killing to other countries? The Potala Palace in Lessa responded to Notre Dame de Paris, damn it, it's you again, the Virgin Mary. Shuzhou, Wuhou Temple came to the Shuzhou military region. Master Wahusi, do you have any instructions for me? The commanders of the Shuzhou military region asked. The Wuhou Temple inherited the image of Zhuge Kongming, waving a white feather fan in his hand and responding, I come to claim military power. This? The commanders hesitated after hearing this. Don't worry. For now, we will only take action against the separatist forces in ancient India. At least we should destroy the Ganges River to make an example of them. After that, we will return it to you. Wahusi responded while waving a white feather fan. This? It might be difficult for us to accomplish this by just one military region. The commander of the 3rd Army of the Shuzhou military region responded. That's enough. Besides, I will contact Sangxinghui and Jinsha ruins. With their help, everything will be safe. Wahusi responded by patting his shoulder with a white feather fan. Damn it, I've never suffered such injustice. The commander of the 1st Army of the Shuzhou military region responded. Damn it! I used to be a soldier under Commander Mu. We Shuzhou people should be as brave as Commander Mu. The director of the 2nd Army of the Shuzhou military region also roared. Well, you are worthy of being a son of Shuzhou. I will contact Sangxinghui and Jinsha ruins right away. Wuhou Temple praised. After leaving Wuhou Temple, several army commanders discussed with each other. Do you need to tell Ming Changqing? I don't think there's any need to bother. Master Wahusi must have arranged everything. We just need to follow. That's right, Commander Mu, I didn't keep up last time. This time, we must show the courage of the people of Shuzhou. We can't let other forces and military regions look down on us. Jingzhou, Forbidden City. Ming Changqing's dark soul stood in the square in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and muttered to himself. I hope you didn't participate in the civil unrest. Hall of Supreme Harmony. Lord Ming Changqing! A shout came from the main body. The soul of the Ming Great Wall disappeared from the square in front of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, and returned to Badaling. What's the matter? Ming Changqing transformed his soul into a ghost in front of the signalman, and asked. The head of the Zhuge family in Shuzhou has sent a message saying that the Wuhou Temple wants to borrow the military power of Shuzhou. The signalman replied. Where to attack? Report to Lord Changqing and attack the separatist forces in ancient India. Ming Changqing's spirit nodded and said, Send a message to the Snow Region Military District, and have them cooperate with the Wuhou Temple. Yes. After receiving the task, the signalman left quickly. The Wuhou Temple has actually been born. You are confident in handing over the military power to him. With the ability of the Wuhou Temple, I believe it will soon accumulate reputation in the army. Aren't you afraid? Jin Changqing's translucent soul appeared beside Ming Changqing and asked. Ming Changqing's spirit shook his head. Rather than being a leader, I'd rather be an ordinary soldier in the army. I remember the Wuhou Temple seems to be contracted by the current head of the Zhuge family. It's better for him to be in charge than me, a beast tamer without a contract. You are quite open-minded. But reputation alone may not be enough. If you want to truly take power, you must have the imperial seal that has disappeared for thousands of years. Qin Changqing responded. Isn't the imperial seal in the Qin Emperor's tomb? I don't know. I'm not qualified to enter the inner tomb. Qin Changqing shook his head and responded. At the same time, in a group chat on a social software. Qinyu Gongzi Fan Club. I'm so cute, why don't you praise me and share the video? Avi. I'm so cute, why don't you praise me, Look, isn't this young Master Qingyu? What the hell, why don't you join me in scolding these bastards on the internet, especially that bastard Notre Dame? A noble leg hair, I said everyone else has come back, except young Master Qingyu. It turns out he won't be coming back. Drink yogurt without licking the bottle cap, I asked Li Yingying, but she didn't say anything. I always felt like she knew something. I'm going to yell at you, don't you feel disgusted? You're a fan of a man who's over 10,000 years old. You have been kicked out of the group chat by the administrator. A noble leg hair, damn, what kind of bastard has sneaked in? Do we like young Master Qingyu because of his age? Huanwei Sakeo, Uro is mighty, but is it true that young Master Qingyu will not return to school? A noble leg hair, I don't know, but it probably won't come back. Thousands of people in the group fell into silence until someone shared her collection. Qing Zhou, everyone, please share the pictures of Mr. Qingyu that you have collected for a long time. I want to save more. Suddenly everyone in the group became a machine for sending and receiving pictures. Chapter 147 Jingzhou Murong Family. Jingzhou, Murong Family. Lu Chaoyang and Xiao Nanwei got off the fighter plane, and Zhang Feiying transformed into a man in black and stood silently behind them. Who is coming? The stone lion on the right of the two stone lions at the door spoke the truth directly. It's me, Lu Chaoyang. I want to find your family head. Lu Chaoyang responded. Lu Chaoyang, who is he? I don't know him. The stone lion on the right responded. The stone lion on the left suddenly came to the stone lion on the right, kicked him fiercely and scolded him. I told you to read some books and watch more news when you have nothing to do, but you don't listen and just play games. You don't even know Commander Lu. Don't let anyone know you and I work in the same unit. Xiao Nanwei. Lu Chaoyang. There are also living treasures among the stone lions. The stone lion on the left shrank down after saying this and came to Lu Chaoyang and said, Commander Lu, please follow me. After he finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Xiao Nanwei. When he saw the foaming jade pendant on Xiao Nanyue's waist, he shouted in shock. Grandma Foaming! You! Little lion, how are you? The foaming jade pendant vibrated in response. I was wondering, why has the Murong family been in such turmoil these past few days? It turns out that Grandma Foaming has found a contract partner. The stone lion responded. Phoenix Jade Pendant. Seeing foaming jade pendant was silent, the stone lion quickly said, Don't worry, Grandma Foaming. The other people in the family just couldn't say goodbye to Grandma Foaming and are complaining to the head of the family. Grandma Foaming, Commander Lu, and this gentleman, please follow me. The head of the family should still be in the hall. After the stone lion finished speaking, he took the lead and walked into Murong's house. Xiao Nanwei and Lu Chaoyang hurried to catch up. Master, Grandma Foaming is back! The loud voice of the stone lion spread throughout the Murong family. Suddenly many people appeared from the surrounding rooms, including children and adults. They all surrounded Xiao Nanwei and Lu Chaoyang, making a lot of noise. Quiet, disperse! Murong Yunxian, the head of the Murong family, walked out of the main hall and shouted loudly. There was a man and a woman standing beside her. They came together to Lu Chaoyang and Xiao Nanwei. Murong Yunxian, wearing a cheongsam, bowed slightly and said, Senior Mu. Xiao Nanwei nodded. Murong Yunxian pointed at the woman beside her, Jian Xiao, and said, This is my sister, Murong Yunxia. Senior Mu. Murong Yunxia shouted. Murong Yunxian pointed at the man beside her, Jian Xiao, and said, This is my younger brother, Murong Yunxiao. Senior Mu. Murong Yunxiao shouted. Senior Mu, do you have any instructions? Murong Yunxiao asked. Bang. Senior Mu, if you have anything to say, please go in first. Murong Yunxiao patted Murong Yunxiao's head and said, No need to be so troublesome, I just came to see Murong Yunhai. Xiao Nanwei waved her hand in response. No, if Dad knew that we didn't treat Senior Mu well when he came to visit the Murong family, he would blame us. Murong Yunxian responded. Oh, okay. Xiao Nanwei sighed. Murong Yunxian welcomed Xiao Nanwei and Lu Chaoyang into the meeting hall. Murong Yen served tea to the two of them. Thank you. Xiao Nanwei thanked. Murong Yen cautiously glanced at the foaming jade pendant on Xiao Nanyue's waist. This is my daughter, Murong Yen. Murong Yinsha introduced briefly. Chiu Nanwe nodded and said that she had seen him yesterday. Chiu Nanwe touched the foaming jade pendant on her waist and communicated with her in her mind. Pepe, do you want to say goodbye to them properly? No need, yeah, that will only make you sadder. The foaming jade pendant responded. Senior Mu, do you want to come and see my father? Murong Yinsha asked. Then please follow me. Murong Yinsha stood up and took Chiu Nanwe to the back mountain of Murong's house. After Chiu Nanwe left, Murong Yinsha then asked Lu Chaoyang, who was sipping tea beside her, with a serious face. Commander Lu, what's the important matter this time? I'm not colluding with those three big families. Lu Chaoyang responded speechlessly. Who would come here to accuse you? My mission assigned by Ming Chongqing is to protect Crazy Mu. Murong Yinsha heaved a sigh of relief after hearing Lu Chaoyang's words. I thought the Central Army was going to suppress us to prevent this from happening again. Lu Chaoyang said jokingly. That's not certain. Right now, the Central Army is putting pressure on ancient Rome and ancient Babylon and has no time to care about you. It may not be certain in the future. Commander Lu, this is no joke. We are also members of the people, said Murong Yinsha. Don't worry. As long as you don't do it or think about it, the military district will not put pressure on you. What's more, you have a good relationship with a man-an. Lu Chaoyang responded. Does Commander Lu know what exactly happened to Senior Mu? Murong Yinsha asked. How would I know? Crazy Mu and I don't have a good relationship. I guess Ming Chongqing is the only one who knows what happened. Yesterday, I saw his apprentice Li Jishui with a bewildered look on his face. If it wasn't a mission from Ming Chongqing, I wouldn't have come along. Lu Chaoyang replied dissatisfiedly. But that Crazy Mu is really lucky. As soon as he came to Jingzhou, he seduced your Murong family's king-level beastmaster away, and you are not angry, Lu Chaoyang said enviously. All of Lu Chaoyang's beasts were advanced to the king level after being contracted, and he had never directly contracted a king-level beast. Sister Feng Ming was brought to our home by our mother when she was young. After our mother left, Sister Feng Ming has been staying in the Murong family. Although she has never made a contract with anyone in our Murong family, we have always regarded her as our family member and my sister. Since my sister took the initiative to choose Senior Mu, we should support her and understand her. Murong Yinsha explained. Really? I don't know what's wrong with you guys. Everyone likes that Crazy Mu, but I don't know what's so good about him. Lu Chaoyang complained. Murong Yinsha. Never mind, is there any food? Bring me some. I'll eat while I wait for that Crazy Mu. Yun Xiao, ask the kitchen to make something for Commander Lu. Murong Yinsha arranged. Murong Yuhai nodded and left the hall. Bring some wine too, Lu Chaoyang shouted. Chapter 148, Prelude to Foreign War. Tomb of Murong Yuhai. Chiu Nanwe and Murong Yinsha stood in front of the tombstone. Dad, Senior Mu is here to see you, Murong Yinsha shouted loudly towards the tombstone. Senior Mu, I'll wait for you over here. After saying this, Murong Yinsha quickly walked to a nearby place. After Murong Yinsha walked away for a while, Chiu Nanwe took out a jar of liquor from the space. He took out a small bowl, poured half of it in, and said, Yuhai, I came to see you. I know you like to drink strong liquor, so I always have some ready for you in this space. I still remember the first time we went outdoors, you complained about how my space was full of sweet wine. I even scolded you for drinking it or not. After saying that, Chiu Nanwe drank the half bowl of liquor in her hand, then brought the jar of wine and slowly poured it in front of Murong Yinhai's tombstone. But you are so lucky! All three of your children have advanced to the king-level beastmaster stage. The Murong family is also safe and sound. I'm sure you will be relieved to see this. Chiu Nanwe took out another jar of wine from the space and slowly poured it in front of Murong Yinhai's tombstone. Chiu Nanwe looked at the photo on the tombstone in front of her. He was a middle-aged man with a thick beard and a bright smile on his face. Oh! Chiu Nanwe sighed silently. Yeah. Shenling Zhuyu said worriedly. I'm fine. Chiu Nanwe responded. Shu Shou. Wahusi personally rushed to Sangsingui. A Shang dynasty-style city within a city, this is the sphere of influence of the Sangsingui force. Wuho Temple, walking alone in the city, with the Shang bronze vertical-eyed mask from Sangsingui floating beside him. Wuho Temple, what's the important matter that brings you to Sangsingui? Asked the man with the bronze vertical-eyed mask. I have something important to discuss with the large bronze statue. Wuho Temple responded by shaking his white feather fan. The boss just left and is not in Sangsingui now, replied the Shang bronze vertical-eyed mask. Wuhusi frowned and asked, Where did you go? I'm not sure. The Shang bronze sacred tree can be found in Sangsingui. You can discuss it with him. Lord Shishu is still in Sangsingui, but Shang Tong, wearing a mask with vertical eyes, suddenly paused, as if hesitating whether to speak or not. Go and inform him that I want to attack the separatist forces in ancient India. Let's see what he says whether we meet or not. Wuho Temple responded. The Wuho Temple knows that there are basically no beast tamers other than those in Sangsingui under the Shang bronze sacred tree, so the basic affairs of Sangsingui are all taken care of by the large bronze standing statue, but in terms of status, the Shang bronze sacred tree is definitely higher. Wuho Temple, I will go and inform Lord Shishu right away. After Shang Tong's mask with vertical eyes finished speaking, he flew straight into the largest palace. Lord Divine Tree, Lord Divine Tree! Shang Tong, wearing a mask with vertical eyes, shouted towards the bronze sacred tree in the center of the palace. After the evolution, the bronze sacred tree is still the same as the original one. It is a large bronze object with a human head and a bird body. There are many small sculptures and reliefs on the trunk and branches. The bronze sacred tree did not transform into a human form. Mask? What's going on? Echoes echoed from the empty palace. Master Shishu, Wuho Temple wants to see you. He said he wants to attack the separatist forces in ancient India. Wuho Temple, have him discuss this with the large bronze standing figure. Master Shishu, the boss is not in Sangsingui. He just left. I don't know where he went. Bronze sacred tree. The bronze sacred tree was silent for a few seconds before saying, I've already notified the bronze standing statue. He'll be back in 2 minutes. You can take Wuho Temple to the meeting hall and wait. Okay, Lord Shishu. Shang Tong's vertical-eyed mask replied, flew out of the palace, and came to the Wuho Temple. Wuho Temple, Lord Shishu has already informed the boss, he will be back in 2 minutes. Wuho Temple can wait in the meeting hall. Shang Tong said to Wuho Temple with the vertical-eyed mask. Wuhusi nodded and followed Shang Tong's vertical-eyed mask to the meeting hall to wait. The meeting hall of Sangsingui is made entirely of stone products, including stone tables and stone chairs. Less than 2 minutes later, a large bronze standing figure flew in from the door of the meeting hall. The large bronze standing human statues have also been preserved in their original form, without any changes in appearance due to evolution. Perhaps in the eyes of the beastmasters of Sangsingui, their original appearance is the most perfect. The large bronze standing figure did not transform into a human form, but he was originally in human form. After the large bronze standing figure entered, it sat down across from the Wuho Temple and asked, Wuho Temple, the Lord of the Divine Tree sent me a message saying that you want to attack the various separatist forces in ancient India? Wuhusi shook his white feather fan and nodded. Very good. I was just about to go to the Jinsha ruins to discuss how to launch a war and tell all the forces around the world that we are still alive. But since you've come to the Wuho Temple, everything should have been arranged. The large bronze statue slammed the stone table, stood up and said loudly, I have asked Shugajin to notify Ming Changqing, and he has temporarily obtained the military power of the Shuzhou military region. Wuhusi replied, shaking his white feather fan. Notice! At least give some face to the only royal-level beastmaster in China, said the large bronze standing statue, shaking its head. We have already given it. At least he has been informed. He is just a junior. How much face does he need? Wuho Temple responded. According to this calculation, Wuho Temple, you are also my descendant. The wise are respected. This is a very common sense, right? The large bronze standing statue shook its head and responded. He is only in power temporarily, and it is only military power. If there is someone who really holds power in China, it is not wrong for me to be respectful to him. Wuho Temple retorted. The large bronze standing figure looked at the Wuho Temple and thought, It seems that the Wuho Temple has begun to be dissatisfied with the Ming Great Wall because of this civil unrest. Never mind, power and such have nothing to do with Sang Singui. Well, Wuho Temple, let's go to the Jinsha ruins together and ask them to join us. The Sun Bird Gold Ornament also told me online before that if we were to go on a foreign expedition, we must bring him along. The large bronze statue stopped dwelling on the topic and changed the subject. Okay, after looking for you, I was going to go to the Jinsha ruins to ask some questions. Wuho Temple nodded in response. After a while, the Wuho Temple came out of the Jinsha ruins, accompanied by a large bronze standing figure and the Jinsha ruins Sun Bird Gold ornaments. Wuho Temple, we won't see you off. We need to prepare for tomorrow, said the Sun Bird Gold ornament. Wuho Temple, I also have to arrange for someone to pick up the Sang Singui golden scepter far away in ancient Egypt, and I also have to discuss tomorrow's matters with other members, so I won't send it off to you, the large bronze standing statue also said. Wuhusi nodded and responded. No need, see you tomorrow morning. See you tomorrow morning? ×2. Chapter 149 The Foreign War begins. After Chiu Nanhua finished the worship, she followed Murong Yunxia back to the Murong family's hall. Is it over? Lu Chaoyang asked while holding a snack served by the Murong family. Lu Chaoyang's green hair also stretched slightly and inserted into the snack. The snack seemed to be absorbed by the hair and gradually disappeared. When Chiu Nanhua looked at Lu Chaoyang, her green hair quickly retracted as if frightened. Where is Murong Yunxian? Chiu Nanhua asked. I went to deal with family affairs. Jingzhou suddenly lost 3 major families. Most of the assets of the 3 families were confiscated, but the military had no use for the real estate, so they auctioned it off. The other 5 families in Jingzhou have taken a lot of food, so they're probably quite busy lately. Lu Chaoyang responded. Chiu Nanhua nodded. It's been a long walk. Where are we going next? Lu Chaoyang continued to ask. Let's go now. Chiu Nanhua responded. Murong Yunxia, who was beside Chiu Nanhua, immediately tried to persuade her to stay after hearing this. Senior Mu, please stay and have dinner before leaving. Chiu Nanhua shook her head and responded. Sorry, I still have some things to finish, and I don't want to trouble you too much. You've been busy these days too. Murong Yunxia. Then let me take you there. Senior Mu, you must not refuse, otherwise my father will blame us. Murong Yunxia thought for a while and replied. Chiu Nanhua sighed and responded. Oh, okay. Let's go. Lu Chaoyang brought the snacks on the table to Chiu Nanhua, pointed at the snacks in his hand and continued. Here, help me pack them up. Chiu Nanhua. Fighter Zhang Feiying also silently followed everyone and left Murong's house. After getting on the fighter plane, Chiu Nanhua said to Zhang Feiying, Zhang Feiying, please take me to the martyr cemetery in Jingzhou. Okay. The next morning, at the Shuzhou Military Region Square. Soldiers from various military regions gathered in the square. The commander of the First Army of the Shuzhou Military Region stood on the platform, holding the microphone and shouting loudly. Dear soldiers, we are about to face an important war, which is of vital importance to our country and even to our Shuzhou. As soldiers of Shuzhou, 9,000 years ago, we suffered humiliation. The strongest force of Shuzhou, the Shuzhou 7th Army, was completely wiped out, so much so that 9,000 years have passed, and we still have not re-established the Shuzhou 7th Army. Senior Mu Qinghue, commander of the Shuzhou 7th Army, could not accept the fact that the 7th Army was almost completely wiped out, so he left China alone and spent about 10 years to wipe out nearly 400,000 main combat members of the anti-China U.S. Pacific Alliance. They were routed and terrified, so much so that for 1,000 years no one and no force dared to invade China. Later, due to the condemnation of the entire Blue Star, Senior Mu Qinghue was forced to leave Blue Star alone, leaving the country and planet where he was born and raised. Now that he's back, various international forces are trying to recreate what happened back then. Tell me, soldiers, what shall we do? Kill, kill, kill! The Shuzhou soldiers in the audience roared angrily. The commander of the First Army shouted again. To ensure absolute safety, we have invited the Wuho Temple to come out and join forces with the Sang Singui and Jinsha ruins. This time, we must make the Shuzhou famous. We have set our sights on the separatist forces in ancient India, because they are obsessed with profit and dare to attack China again. At the Wuho temple, large bronze standing figures and gold ornaments of the sun bird came on stage. The commander of the First Army handed the microphone to Wuho temple. Wu Haoxi took the microphone and said loudly, "I am very fortunate to see the vigor and vitality of our Shuzhou soldiers. I will be in charge of this operation. Let's go and kill them all. Kill, kill, kill!" A group of fighter planes and airships floated in the sky, and the soldiers boarded the speed-type beasts bound for the border of the snowy area. The soldiers set out on the road to the snowy border, riding beasts across the land of Shuzhou. Their hearts were filled with passion and righteous indignation, determined to protect their homes and the glory of Shuzhou. As they drove along, the soldiers silently reminded themselves, in this battle, everything will vanish into thin air, and the humiliation inflicted upon them and the Shuzhou 7th Army by the U.S.-Israel Pacific Alliance will be shattered. Although most of them only learned yesterday that the Shuzhou 7th Army actually had a commander, after learning about Senior Mu Qingyue's deeds, they all began to admire him. The Shuzhou army climbed over the mountains, crossed the rivers, passed through the cities, and reached the border of Huaxia, the border of the snowy land. Soldiers from the Snowland military region also gathered at the Snowland border. The commander of the Shuzhou military region stepped forward to meet with the commander of the Shiryu military region. Yuto Jashidawa saluted toward the Wuho temple and said loudly, "I am Yuto Jashidawa, commander of the Snowland military region. I have been ordered by the Ming Great Wall to come to support you." The Shuzhou military region commander returned Yuto Jashidawa's salute and said, "Thank you for the support from the Snowland military region." At this time, Wu Haoxi came forward. "Commander-in-Chief!" The Shuzhou military region commander shouted. "Commander-in-Chief!" Toa Jashidawa also shouted. Wu Haoxi nodded and responded, "Thank you for the support of the Snowland military region. Please drive directly to the India-Pakistan border and protect our allies from the impact of our actions." "Yes," Toa Jashidawa replied after saluting. Shuzhou's fighter jets and warships have already headed towards the coastline of ancient India. The people of Shuzhou will radiate to the entire ancient Indian peninsula from the India-Bangladesh border. The first place to be attacked is the Ganges River on the Gangetic Plain. The Wuho temple does not intend to let the various forces of ancient India go so easily. It must at least destroy half of the major forces, or even all of them. "Let's go!" Wuho temple ordered. After a while, the Shuzhou soldiers arrived at the Ganges Plain and looked out over the Ganges River. Across the Ganges stood the high walls built by the ancient Indian armies. "It seems they're ready. It's better for them to gather together so they don't have to search everywhere." "Sun bird gold ornament!" Wuho temple shouted. "Got it!" The sun bird gold ornament responded. It transformed into a golden crow and flew into the sky, reaching the defense line formed by various forces in ancient India. Suddenly, a burst of high temperature appeared within the defense line, and the high walls were quickly baked red, and the people within the defense line also spontaneously combusted and howled. "Ganga-sama!" Ganga had no choice but to activate the field skill, Corrosion Nation, to protect the beast tamers within the defense line. But the Ganges water that had just spread was evaporated by the golden crow in the sky, and only a little effect was achieved. "What are you standing there for? If you can't reach the long-range skills, why don't you send someone to fly up and fight?" Ganges roared loudly. The soldiers within the defense line finally reacted and sent king-level beasts to encircle and suppress the golden crow in the sky. Just as the various forces in ancient India were preparing to send out king-level beast men, countless flaming meteors suddenly appeared in the sky. The meteors fell, causing countless casualties among the various forces in ancient India. The deep pits of fire expressed the cruelty of the war. Skill, meteor fall. Damn it, a king-level advanced elemental fire beast. How come there has never been any news about China having this kind of beast? Ganges cursed. Chapter 150 The Ganges is dead, India must be destroyed. After releasing the skill, falling meteor, the sun bird gold ornament transformed back into its original form and flew back to the Wuho temple. "Is your soul power exhausted?" Wu Haoxi asked, shaking his white feather fan. "Well, I was born with a small amount of stored soul power. Only 2 skills are left. That's really too few. How about finding a beastmaster?" suggested the large bronze statue. In today's China, is there any beastmaster worthy of us? The sun-bird gold ornament responded. 2. Okay, I'll trouble you next, the large bronze standing figure, said Wuho Temple. Learn! The large bronze standing figure holding the Sangsinghui golden staff took off directly and landed above the Shuzhou soldiers. He held the Sangsinghui golden staff in his hand, and behind him appeared the shadow of the bronze sacred tree, which was magnified hundreds of times and was flashing with light. The large bronze standing figure holds the Sangsinghui golden staff high, and a golden light spreads to all the soldiers in Shuzhou. Skill, glorious gold, consumes soul power to grant the selected unit, golden armor, greatly increasing defense and skill damage. After the golden armor is broken, this state disappears. A layer of golden armor appeared on the bodies of the Shuzhou soldiers, resembling the winding patterns of a mythical beast, gleaming dazzlingly in the sunlight. This armor not only provided them with solid protection, but also imbued them with magical power, multiplying their strength. Wahusi stroked the golden armor on his body and looked at the shadow of the bronze sacred tree in the sky with deep eyes. Being able to give golden armor to all the soldiers in Shuzhou requires an extremely high consumption of soul power. It is impossible to store so much soul power with just the Sangsinghui golden staff and the bronze standing statue. Only possible, the bronze sacred tree. Even if I couldn't reach the battlefield, could I still influence the Ganges plain on the Indian peninsula from Sangsinghui in Shuzhou? No wonder the bronze standing figure yesterday said the Great Wall was the imperial staircase. It turns out. After giving the Shuzhou soldiers a buff, the large bronze standing figure did not come back directly, but pointed the Sangsinghui scepter towards the entire Ganges. A golden light flew into the Ganges and shimmered in it. After completing all of this, the bronze statue returned to the front of the Wuho temple and said calmly, I have already marked the Ganges beast controlling core for everyone. The rest is up to you. Well, thank you for your hard work. Wahusi nodded in response. Pass the order down, aim the long-range attack at the glowing spot on the Ganges first. That is the beast controlling core of the Ganges. Wahusi ordered the communications soldier on the side. The Wuho temple no longer made any arrangements, but instead released a burst of soul power, and nearly 10,000 Juga crossbows appeared out of thin air in the sky. The man standing next to the Wuho temple couldn't help but exclaimed, Ancestor, please smoke less. I can't stand it anymore. Wuho temple. Sometimes it's quite helpless to have a contract partner like this. Seeing that the beast-taming core was exposed, Ganges did not dare to stay in front of the defense line, but quickly retreated to the back of the defense line. This was no joke. Once the beast-taming core was destroyed, he would be dead. Fire! Wuho temple shouted loudly. Countless arrows shot out from Juga crossbow and hit the ancient Indian defense line. As if receiving an order, the soldiers unleashed their ranged attack skills together and attacked the defense lines and city walls built by various Indian forces. Arrows, artillery fire, and various ranged abilities rained down upon the ancient Indian walls, sending sparks flying and earth and rocks flying. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the wall's resistance was rapidly weakened. Flames erupted like dragons, engulfing the walls of ancient India. In the sea of fire, fear and despair spread like shadows, until the last line of defense of the various forces in ancient India was reduced to ashes. All the forces in ancient India knew that it was over. They couldn't even withstand the first wave of long-range damage. They were doomed to lose. They were not united to begin with, and when the first person escaped, all the people of ancient India were like being cut into pieces by a knife, and fled in all directions. The remaining people who still wanted to resist looked at this scene in amazement, their hearts in chaos. As a result, the situation of disintegration spread rapidly, and those already weak alliances collapsed in an instant. Seeing that something was not right, Ganges transformed into a human form and found a king-level speed-type beast. Ganga wants him to escape with her. At this moment, the shadow of a bronze sacred tree appeared out of thin air above them. Town! The hollow and majestic voice spread throughout the entire battlefield, and at the same time, the aura of the imperial beast also spread throughout the battlefield. The flying beasts of various ancient Indian factions fell to the ground like dumplings, and those beastmasters who were trying to escape were pinned to the ground and unable to move. Hurry, you can only hold on for 10 seconds! The large bronze standing figure shouted towards the Wuho temple. Wuho temple did not say anything, but increased the number of Zhuge crossbows in the sky. Zhuge Jin, who was beside the Wuho temple, was immediately drained of energy and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Wuhusi silently apologized in his heart, "Sorry, I'll just have to spend some time." The soldiers of Shuzhou also knew that this was a hard-won opportunity, so they used all their strength and madly threw long-range skills at Ganges, whose body was shining with golden light. In an instant, sand and rocks flew and white smoke rose in the ancient Indian camp, and the Ganges River returned to its original form and fell on the Ganges plain. There was no longer any unique aura of a beast tamer on his body, but instead he exuded a sad and dead air. "Ganga-sama is dead! Ganga-sama is dead! Ganga-sama is dead!" The forces of ancient India panicked. The white smoke dissipated, and the shadow of the bronze sacred tree vanished. 60% of the ancient Indian forces had been decimated. Most of the remaining people knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. A small number of people wanted to escape from the battlefield by relying on speed. Without the order from Wuho Temple, the soldiers of Shuzhou, who were good at speed, chased after them. The rest surrounded the surrendered soldiers of various ancient Indian forces and drove them together. Wuho Temple came to the surrendered soldiers of various ancient Indian forces. "Commander-in-Chief, what should we do with these prisoners?" asked the commander of the Shuzhou military region. "Kill!" Cold words came out of Wuhusi's mouth. "No, you can't kill us. We have surrendered. You cannot violate the Blue Star Beastmaster Alliance Treaty," someone among the captives shouted. The commander of the Shuzhou military region looked hesitant. At this time, the large bronze statue walked up to the crowd and said, "Leave it to us, Sangsingui. We are all beastmasters. We are not contracted beastmasters and do not need to abide by the Blue Star Beastmaster Alliance Treaty." Wuhusi nodded and responded, "Okay, thank you for your help." After saying this, he shouted loudly to the Shuzhou soldiers surrounding the various ancient Indian forces, "Anyone who resists will be killed without mercy. You guys, this is just sophistry. The Seven Seas Palace will not tolerate your nonsense. Damn it, if you want to kill me, just kill me. And you have to find an excuse to kill me." The captives cursed and summoned their beasts again to resist, but they were all killed by the surrounding soldiers. Reporting to the commander-in-chief, "The captives are disobeying orders and attempting to resist. They will be executed in accordance with the Blue Star Beast Taming Alliance Treaty." The commander of the Shuzhou military region arrived at the Wuho Temple and shouted, "Well, disperse and destroy the various forces in ancient India," Wuho Temple ordered. "Yes." The sun-bird gold ornament flew to the large bronze statue and exclaimed in amazement, "I didn't expect the bronze sacred tree to have already advanced to the imperial rank. It's truly well hidden. Lord Shushu has never hidden it, he just didn't show off." The large bronze statue shook its head and responded, "Whatever you say is what it is. We are going to the Jinsha ruins to wipe out the remaining forces." After the sun-bird gold ornament finished speaking, it left with the members of the Jinsha ruins. Large bronze standing figure. "Boss, where are we going to fight?" the large bronze standing figure asked, shaking the Sangsingui golden staff in his hand. The large bronze standing figure randomly found a force and rushed over with all the beastmasters from Sangsingui. Chapter 151. Perhaps there is no place for him on Blue Star anymore. In an instant, 7 days passed by in a hurry. In the past few days, Chiu Nanhua and his bodyguard Lu Chaoyang have been visiting martyrs' cemeteries across China to pay tribute to his deceased friends. Chiu Nanhua stared at the bright moon in the sky in a daze. After paying tribute at the martyrs' cemetery in Shuzhou yesterday, he did not return to Jingzhou, but stayed in Li Jishui's villa, and his bodyguard Lu Chaoyang also stayed. "Crazy Moo, where are you going tomorrow?" a shout came from behind Chiu Nanhua. It was Lu Chaoyang, holding a plate. This time, it was no longer filled with snacks, but with various fruits produced by the beast-taming skills. "No more. I've met everyone I should have met. I won't meet those friends who are doing well." Chiu Nanhua shook her head and replied, "As for you, I don't know whether to say you are affectionate or heartless. If someone is alive and well, they are no longer your friends. You are unwilling to see them even when they come back. Here, do you want to eat?" Lu Chaoyang pushed the plate in his hand and said, "Please help me run around with you these days." Qiu Nanhua responded by picking up an egg-sized fruit from the plate. "Hey, what's the point of being polite? Besides, I'm just doing my job. But you Shuzhou guys have been awesome these days. With just the power of one state, they almost wiped out every faction on the Indian peninsula, and even revealed that the Sangsinghui bronze sacred tree had advanced to the imperial rank." Lu Chaoyang chatted as they ate. "It's been a long time. In the past few days, Wuhou Temple has been the commander-in-chief, leading the Shuzhou military region, Sangsinghui and Jinsha ruins, and the cooperation of the Xiuyu military region. However, the Snowland military region only protected the Pakistan-India border and the Allies, and most of the work was done by Shuzhou itself." He also posted the video of the death of the king-level high-level beast tamer Gongha online, scaring those beast tamers who had been cursing you these days into deleting their insulting comments. Lu Chaoyang ate and chatted. Qiu Nanhua heard the surprise in his tone. Perhaps he was surprised by Shuzhou's bravery, or perhaps he was surprised by the fact that the bronze sacred tree had quietly advanced to the imperial beastmaster level. "Say something! Don't you have anything to say about such big news?" Lu Chaoyang put his hand on Qiu Nanhua's shoulder and said, "Qiu Nanhua." Qiu Nanhua silently pushed Lu Chaoyang's hand away and said, "Juice splashed on your hand? Do you think it would be convenient to wipe it off with the Hanfu I'm wearing?" How could that be?" Lu Chaoyang laughed with a wondering look in his eyes. "Oh." Qiu Nanhua sighed, took out a pack of tissues from the space and handed it to Lu Chaoyang. "Just say it next time." Hee. Lu Chaoyang took the tissue and wiped the juice off his hands. But his hands were still sticky, so he looked at Qiu Nanhua again. Qiu Nanhua took out a bag of water from the space and handed it to him. "Why is drinking water in a bag?" Lu Chaoyang asked in confusion after taking the water. "Tap water is used for washing things. How can I use drinking water to wash your hands? Do you know how to save water?" Qiu Nanhua shook her head helplessly. "I just don't understand you old folks. There's no shortage of fresh water now. A king-level beast tamer's skill can solve a city's fresh water needs for 3 days. Is it necessary to be so frugal?" Lu Chaoyang couldn't help but complain. "Qiu Nanhua, generation gap. Perhaps Blue Planet can no longer accommodate such 10,000-year-old people." "Brother!" A pleasant shout came from a distance. Li Yingying ran over from a distance. "Wow, you're having a lot of fun!" After saying this, Lu Chaoyang left with the empty plate. "Qiu Nanhua." "Brother!" Li Yingying ran to Qiu Nanhua and shouted. "Dad finally fell asleep. He forced me to call you master. It's so annoying. I couldn't even have a good chat with my elder brother." Li Yingying complained to Qiu Nanhua. "Li Yingying, don't you have classes tomorrow? Why are you still not sleeping so late?" Qiu Nanhua asked. "I'm already a high-level beastmaster. I don't have to go to class every day. Besides, it's the weekend tomorrow." Li Yingying shook her head helplessly. "Although I don't know what happened to my eldest brother recently, I always feel that he seems unhappy recently." It's okay. Although I may not be able to help you, I have always been your friend. Don't keep it all in your heart, talk to me occasionally." Li Yingying rubbed Qiu Nanhua's long hair and said gently. "Qiu Nanhua." Qiu Nanhua rarely knocked Li Yingying's hand away at this moment, and Liu Li Qingyu did not react to Li Yingying's unreasonable behavior. "Is my performance that obvious?" Qiu Nanhua asked. Li Yingying retracted her right hand, sat down next to Qiu Nanhua and said softly, "It's not that obvious, at least Dad won't notice it. My mother might have sensed it, but she probably thought that my eldest brother was born with this melancholic temperament. Speaking of which, I always feel a little secretly happy. Dad and Mom have to call you master, but I can call you big brother. It feels so good to be a generation older than you." Qiu Nanhua looked up at the moon in the sky and said, "Li Yingying, can you agree to one of my requests?" "Brother, just say it, no need to be polite. Practice hard, at least to the king level." "King level? That's impossible. I want to surpass the king level beastmaster," Li Yingying responded, patting her chest. "It's good to have confidence. Go to bed early, Yingying." Qiu Nanhua stood up, patted Li Yingying's little head, and turned to walk into the villa. Li Yingying was confused. When she came to her senses, Jiao Nanhua had already walked away.
Wait, brother! What on earth do you mean?
Chapter 152 Arrival at the Snow Concubine Palace. Eternal Winter Realm. The speed-type beast tamer sent by Ming Changqing finally arrived at the Qihai Palace after spending 7 days of light and shadow. Nanami represents that Nanamiden is mainly composed of personnel from 7 major groups. These key members have undergone several changes. Now they are China, Ancient Egypt, Atlantis, Ancient Babylon, Ancient Rome, Russia and the Federation of Nations. The Federation of Nations was jointly established by small countries in order to compete for the right to speak in the Seven Seas Palace. It turns out that this extremely unstable alliance does have some effect. The Federation of Nations does have a considerable say in the Seven Seas Palace, although it is extremely difficult to unify their internal opinions. The speed-type beastmasters dispatched by Ming Great Wall rushed directly to the Chinese-style building complex. Head straight to the most magnificent palace among them.
Stop!
A guard at the palace gate shouted. The speed-type beastmasters dispatched by Ming Great Wall stopped in front of the palace.
Who are you and what's the matter?
Asked another guard at the palace gate.
I am a member of the Chinese Central Army. Under the orders of Lord Ming Changqing, I came to the Qihai Palace to deliver a message to Palace Master Song.
So you are a fellow villager.
Wait a minute, I will go and inform Palace Master Song.
After the guard who had just asked the question finished speaking, he ran into the palace. A moment later, Song Yuanyuan ran out in her pajamas. The beastmaster behind her couldn't help but shout.
Yuanyuan, at least change your clothes before you come out. You're the palace master now, you should pay attention to your image. What's there to pay attention to? We're all fellow villagers, not outsiders.
Song Yuanyuan said as they walked.
At least put on a coat.
Song Yuanyuan's beastmaster took a robe and put it on Song Yuanyuan. As soon as Song Yuanyuan went out, she saw the speed-type beast tamer standing at the door waiting.
By God, it's you. Long time no see.
Song Yuanyuan came to her, held her hand and said in surprise. Whenever the Ming Great Wall had something to convey, they would send white pigeons.
I came to.
Before Bai Ge could finish her words, Song Yuanyuan pulled her hand and interrupted.
You've been traveling all the way. Don't just stand here like an idiot. If you have anything to say, go inside and talk.
Song Yuanyuan pulled Bai Ge into the inner hall and came to where she usually rested. As soon as Bai Ge came in, he smelled a rotten smell. She looked at Song Yuanyuan and her beast with a slightly strange look. Song Yuanyuan's pretty face suddenly turned red and she argued cunningly.
It's not what you think.
Bai Ge didn't hesitate, but took out 2 letters from the space of the space beast he was wearing, handed them to Song Yuanyuan, and said,
Palace Master Song, these are 2 letters that Master Ming Changqing asked me to convey urgently.
Bai Ge emphasized the word, urgent, to remind Song Yuanyuan that this matter was very important, and needed to be handled as soon as possible without any carelessness. After hearing Bai Ji's words, Song Yuanyuan also became serious. She solemnly took the letter from Bai Ji's hand, opened it, and read it carefully. Dear Song Yuanyuan. Song Yuanyuan, please quickly notify Bai Shui of the Snow Concubine Palace, and tell her that the person she is looking for has been found, and please return to Blue Star as soon as possible. Ming Great Wall. Song Yuanyuan stood up and was about to take action immediately, but immediately remembered that Lord Ming Changqing had also sent a letter, so she sat down again and opened another letter. It describes the 3 kingdoms' attack on China and the civil unrest in Jingzhou, and instructs Song Yuanyuan to pay attention to the ancient Roman and ancient Babylonian members of the Seven Seas Palace, as they may make some moves recently. After carefully examining the 2 letters, Song Yuanyuan stood up and rushed to the main hall of the Qihai Palace. There is a space passage leading to the Snow Concubine Palace, which was specially opened for them by Deacon Li. Normally, there will be maintenance by the Snow Princess Palace's royal-level space beastmasters. The main hall of the Seven Seas Palace is a tower-type building with a total of 3 floors. It is not high. It is built in the center of the entire Seven Seas Palace's sphere of influence. The first floor is where banquets are held. The second floor is the meeting place. The third floor is used to place the passage leading to the Xuefei Palace. Song Yuanyuan rushed over with her beast and white dove.
Palace Master! The guard at the door shouted loudly. Song Yuanyuan nodded and walked in directly. After a while, she arrived at the third floor, in front of the space passage leading to the Xuefei Palace. There are 2 royal guards stationed at the space channel. After all, not everyone can go to the Snow Concubine Palace, and this also makes it convenient for the members of the Seven Seas Palace to receive the people sent by the Snow Concubine Palace. Palace Master Song! The 2 king-level guards shouted. Song Yuanyuan nodded and responded. Thank you both for your hard work. I need to go to the Snow Concubine Palace. Song Yuanyuan handed a special jade token to the guard. After confirming that it was correct, the guard returned it to Song Yuanyuan and made way. Song Yuanyuan walked in with her beast, but Bai Ge was stopped. Wait, you can't come in! The guard stopped Bai Ge. They knew Palace Master Song's beasts, but none of them looked like this, and there was no aura of a contract on her. You too, this is my friend. I will take full responsibility for anything that happens and will not implicate you. Song Yuanyuan stepped back, held Bai Ge and promised. The 2 guards exchanged a glance, and one of them spoke up. This is a little against the rules, but since Palace Master Song has given us the guarantee, we'll make an exception and let her in. Song Yuanyuan nodded in thanks, then pulled the white dove into the space channel. In the passage, Song Yuanyuan frowned and looked at her beastmaster and asked, Have you recorded their aura? Song Yuanyuan's beast nodded. After returning, we will investigate which country they are from. According to the previous words, Song Yuanyuan would not care. After all, this space channel is very important. It is an important link between their Qihai Palace and Xuefei Palace. It is the capital for their Seven Seas Palace to stand safely in the Eternal Winter Realm. If it were not for the protection of the Snow Concubine Palace, their Blue Star would not be able to survive in this Eternal Winter Realm where there are so many powerful people, let alone develop a force unique to Blue Star. Therefore, there is no problem in strictly controlling the channels, not to mention that there is already such a rule. But after reading the letter from Lord Ming Changqing, she now always feels that there are some problems with other countries in the Seven Seas Palace. Song Yuanyuan could fully understand. After all, the various forces on Blue Star had never been truly united, and each force had ulterior motives. It was even somewhat unusual that the outbreak occurred after thousands of years of peace. Perhaps it was other pressures from the Eternal Winter Realm that made them settle down temporarily. Just as Song Yuanyuan was thinking, 1 person and 2 beasts had already walked out of the space passage. Outside the space channel is a group of space channels. These space channels are all connected to the forces affiliated with the Snow Concubine Palace. There are probably thousands of them, and they are far apart, so as not to cause space chaos. Nanamaden is one of them. There is still a considerable distance between here and the Snow Princess Palace's main mountain range, and a low-level king-level speed-type beastman would probably need to fly for half a day. A low-level king-level space beast tamer can reach the level of beauty, namely the Mountains of Justice, by consuming about 1/10 to 1/12 of his soul power. As for whether the space channel would be used by the hostile forces of the Xuefei Palace to travel, that is probably unnecessary worry. Would a force that has the ability to threaten the Xuefei Palace not have an Imperial-class space-type beast tamer? Would it not have a Saint-class speed-type beast tamer? It might even have a Saint-class space-type beast tamer. It also requires the use of the space channel created by the Xuefei Palace. If the news leaks out, the Xuefei Palace will directly send troops to disrupt the space channel, or just wait at the door of the space channel. Wouldn't that be the end of us? Although there was no such worry, the Xuefei Palace still sent people to guard it in the palace far away. That's right, in the palace, people from affiliated forces need to go find them on their own initiative. Otherwise they won't bother with you. Song Yuanyuan pulled the white pigeon and brought her own beast to the palace gate. There was an ice table at the door, with 3 female members of the Snow Concubine Palace sitting around it, eating fruits and chatting. The Saint Maiden list has been updated, did you know? I know, how could I not know? This is a major event for the Snow Concubine Palace. Every member of the Snow Concubine Palace should know about it. The newly promoted Saint Lady Lian Ai has directly made it into the top 10 of the Saint Lady rankings. Her votes are still increasing. Perhaps it won't be long before Saint Lady Lian Ai breaks into the top 5 or 3. Not necessarily. Every beastmaster has different preferences. The top 10 saintesses are all incredibly beautiful, and each has their own unique characteristics. The Saint of Pity only saw her votes increase quickly in the early stages, but now the rate of increase has slowed down considerably. Indeed, the Saint of Love is a bit lower in rank after all. Although we in the Snow Concubine Palace judge people by appearance, it's inevitable that some of our compatriots will be influenced by the admiration for the strong. After hearing what she said, the other two members of the Snow Concubine Palace nodded unconsciously. By the way, who did you vote for this year? Saint Xinglian. Frost Saint. Saint Xinglian. We've been talking about loving the saint for so long, but none of you voted for her. There's nothing we can do. After all, the imperial rank is indeed a bit low. None of the other saints in the top 10 are saint rank. Song Yuanyuan. Senior! Song Yuanyuan came to them and shouted. On the ice table, one of them looked at Song Yuanyuan and the others and asked, "Which force are they from?" Replying to the senior, "We are from the Seven Seas Palace." Seven Seas Palace? Another person on the ice table handed her a book. Affiliated Forces Collection. After searching for a long time, I finally found it among the affiliated forces under Qingqiuya's name. You're a newly joined small force, no wonder I didn't have any impression of you. Are you going to the Beauty is Justice Mountains? She asked. Reply Senior, yes. The member of the Xuefei Palace who had just handed over the book took out a wooden plaque, engraved the words, Qihai Palace, on it and handed it to Song Yuanyuan. Do you understand the rules? Song Yuanyuan took the wooden sign, nodded, and responded. Senior, I understand. The member of the Snow Concubine Palace nodded, turned his gaze back to the ice table, continued chatting with the other two, and no longer paid attention to Song Yuanyuan and the others. Song Yuanyuan thanked him respectfully. Thank you, Senior. I'm sorry to bother you. After saying that, Song Yuanyuan left with her own beasts and white pigeons. After walking a short distance, Song Yuanyuan said to Bai Ge, Bai Ge, thank you for your help. It will take another half a day to get there. Bai Ge nodded and turned into a giant pigeon with a metal anklet on its foot. It was the space-type beast that came with Bai Ge. Although it was only low level, it was very convenient for storing items. Letters and products with skills that can restore soul power and physical strength are stored in its space. Song Yuanyuan sat on it, and summoned her own beast back to the beast-taming space. Song Yuanyuan pointed in a direction and said, White pigeon, over there! The majestic dove flapped its wings and flew high, gracefully blowing away the white snow on the surrounding woods, and flew in the direction Song Yuanyuan pointed. The cold wind blew on them, but this was not a problem for the king-level beastmasters and king-level beastmasters. It only slightly increased the consumption of soul power. Taking advantage of the ample time, Song Yuanyuan chatted with Bai Ge about the rules set by Xuefei Palace for visitors from affiliated forces. Bai Ge, this is your first time at the Snow Concubine Palace, right? Let me tell you about the rules of the Snow Concubine Palace. The rules for us, the affiliated forces, to enter the Mountains of Beauty and Justice. First, ugly ones are not allowed in. Of course, we are just average and can enter. Second, you cannot fight in the Beauty is Justice Mountains. There is also a fighting arena in the Mountains of Beauty is Justice Mountains, so you can only fight there. Third, it is forbidden to go up the mountains of various ethnic groups without permission. We can only go up the mountains in the shops on the mountains. Of course, we can still go up the mountains if we get permission from the ethnic groups on the mountains. There are only 3 things to follow. Of course, there are also some rules to follow. If you curse a member of the Snow Concubine Palace on their territory, being thrown out would be the least of your punishment. If it's serious, you'll be sent to Elder Qin to conduct animal research. Bai Ge. She didn't even know where to start complaining. Half a day passed in a flash, and the white dove carrying Song Yuanyuan finally arrived at the entrance of the Beauty is Justice Mountains. During this period, Bai Ge took out a healing beast-taming skill creation from the space to restore physical strength and soul power. The white dove turned into a human form and followed Song Yuanyuan to the entrance. Of course, this was not the main entrance, but an entrance specially set up by Xuefei Palace for other people coming and going. After all, we have opened so many shops, we can't just handle the business internally. At this moment, there was already a long queue at the entrance, and the queue was not fast.
It was estimated that it would take half a day to queue to enter the Beauty and Justice Mountains. Bai Ge frowned slightly as he looked at it. Song Yuanyuan pulled her along and continued walking forward around the long line, reminding her. It's not this line, it's the one next to it. These are ordinary beastmasters who came here because of our reputation. We have our affiliated tokens, so come this way. Song Yuanyuan pulled Bai Ge to another entrance. There were not many people at this entrance, and people were let in quickly. They only needed to check the wooden sign they had received half a day ago. After a while, it was Song Yuanyuan's turn. Song Yuanyuan handed the token to the guard at the door. The guard took the wooden sign and tapped it against a blue crystal. After the crystal flashed, the guard returned the wooden sign to Song Yuanyuan and let Song Yuanyuan and Bai Ge in. Although the guards did not remind her, Song Yuanyuan, who had been here several times, knew that the wooden sign in her hand was no longer useful. It could only be used once. After going out, she would have to ask them for it again the next time she came in. Otherwise she would have to queue up in the long line next to her. The guard returned the wooden sign to her because it still had some use in the mountains, such as allowing her to stay in a hotel for free. Chapter 153 Tushan Auspicious Snow. After the two entered the mountains, they flew directly towards several peaks belonging to the Snow Fox clan. Of course, flying is allowed in open areas. High-altitude flying is not allowed over shops and hotels. After a while, Song Yuanyuan knew that Bai Shui lived on that mountain, so she brought Bai Ge directly to the foot of the mountain belonging to the Snow Fox clan and entered a shop called Visitor Registration. As soon as Song Yuanyuan walked into the store, she went straight to a beautiful girl from the Snow Fox tribe who was standing at the counter. Senior! Song Yuanyuan handed the wooden sign to the beautiful girl from the Snow Fox tribe. The beautiful girl took the wooden sign, looked at it, and asked, Who are you looking for? Senior Bai Shui. Bai Shui. There is no surname Bai in the clan. The handsome young man from the Snow Fox clan next to her might have seen her confusion, and reminded her. Lady Lian Ai Saint is called Bai Shui. The girl who took the wooden sign suddenly understood, but then felt embarrassed. She could approve the other peaks, but she couldn't approve the main peak of Snow Fox Peak, where the Saint of Love lived. That was where the Saint of Elders lived. She had no choice but to turn around and shout loudly behind her. Auntie! Whoosh bang! A book flew out from the inner room and hit the Snow Fox girl right between her eyebrows. An enchanting woman walked out of the room with graceful steps, picked up the flower roster of the Eternal Winter Realm on the ground, and shouted loudly. You little raspy girl, you're ruining the image of our Snow Fox clan. Hee hee, Auntie, you think I'm calling you old? The girl responded with a playful smile. Bang! The charming woman slapped the girl on the head with the book in her hand. The beautiful girl from the Snow Fox clan immediately covered her head with her hands and stared at the enchanting woman with pitiful eyes, crying aggrievedly. Auntie, you're so fierce, you won't be able to find a partner. The enchanting woman's eyes gradually became dangerous, and the temperature around her gradually dropped. The members of the Snow Fox clan were so frightened that they flashed several times and moved several steps away from each other. The Snow Fox clan girl was so frightened that she sat up straight and apologized respectfully. Great! Elder Tushan, I'm sorry! Someone from an affiliated faction here wants to see Saint Lianai. Please give me your instructions. Beastmasters. Elder Tushan exhaled a breath of hot air and said in his heart, Little girl, I will deal with you after my duty is over. Which force are you from? Elder Tushan looked at Song Yuanyuan and asked. Elder, we are from the Seven Seas Palace. Song Yuanyuan answered respectfully. This was her first time to come into close contact with a saint-level beast besides Qingqiuya. The aura just now was too terrifying. Seven Seas Palace? Is it the affiliated faction of the indifferent Qingqiuya? Replying to the elder, the Seven Seas Palace is indeed registered under the name of Elder Qingqiu. That will be hard for you. After all, Qingqiuya never takes care of things. She even dares to ignore the tasks assigned by the palace master. Elder Tushan sighed and said, Song Yuanyuan. Elder Tushan did not care about Song Yuanyuan's silence, but walked into the inner room. After a while, Elder Tushan came out of the inner room holding a crystal ball. She placed the crystal ball on the counter and injected soul power into it. Suddenly the crystal ball flashed with a light blue light. After a while, a light blue 3D projection figure appeared above the crystal ball.
It's Li Yao.
Li Yao respectfully called out to Elder Tushan.
Elder Tushan! Where's Kinkia?
Elder Qingqiu, Elder Tushan is looking for you, the projected figure shouted. After a while, another little man appeared on the blue crystal.
I was wondering which Tushan elder it was, but it turned out to be Sister Rei Xue. What can Sister Rei Xue do for me? The Seven Seas Palace, a subsidiary of yours, is here to look for Saint Lianai. What should we do? Find a kid from the tribe to take them up. Okay.
Tushan Rei Xue lifted up the beautiful girl beside her and ordered,
Take them up!
After saying this, Tushan Rei Xue was just about to put away the blue crystal ball.
Qin Qiuya suddenly asked, What do they want to see Bai Shui about?
Tushan Rei Xue turned her gaze to Song Yuanyuan.
Song Yuanyuan understood the meaning and said, Reporting to Elder Tushan, Senior Bai Shui has found the person she was looking for. We have come to inform you. They said that the person Saint Lianai was looking for was found, and they came to inform Saint Lianai.
Tushan Rei Xue conveyed this to the little man on the crystal ball.
What the hell? Little demon, hurry up, turn around and go back to the Snow Concubine Palace. Rei Xue, tell them to wait for me. 5 minutes, no, 3 minutes, I'll be there in no time.
After Kinkia finished speaking, the little man above the blue crystal ball disappeared.
It looks like he is in a hurry.
Tushan Rei Xue took back the blue crystal ball, looked at Song Yuanyuan and said,
That's what she said. You guys wait in the hall.
After Tushan Rei Xue finished speaking, she returned to the inner room with the blue crystal ball.
Thank you, Elder Tushan.
Song Yuanyuan thanked loudly. The young girl who had just been lifted up by Elder Tushan complained speechlessly.
I thought I could get up close and personal with Lady Lianai Saint. What a pity.
Song Yuanyuan. About 3 minutes later, a space passage appeared out of thin air in the hall. Kinkia rushed out first, followed by Li Yao. After Qingqiu came out, she glanced around the hall and saw Song Yuanyuan in a corner of the hall. He ran to Song Yuanyuan and asked,
Is it true that he found her? In reply to Elder Qingqiu, the letter was sent by Lord Ming Chongqing, so it should be true.
Song Yuanyuan responded. The Great Wall of Ming Dynasty? Qingqiu looked confused.
Elder Qingqiu, please go find Lady Lianai first,
Li Yao reminded.
Yes, little demon, hurry up.
Qingqiu responded immediately. Li Yao nodded and opened a space channel leading directly to Bai Shui's residence. Qingqiu walked in first. Song Yuanyuan and Bai Ge looked at each other, not knowing whether they should go in. Li Yao patted her shoulder and said,
Come in, Song girl.
Song Yuanyuan suddenly opened her eyes wide, looked at Li Yao behind her and said,
Li. Senior Li. Do you still remember my name?
Li Yao nodded. Song Yuanyuan was so moved that her eyes turned red.
Let's go.
Song Yuanyuan took Bai Ge and walked into Bai Shui's residence. Kinkia looked at the few people who followed her and pushed open the door of Bai Shui's house. Inside the gate, in the white snow, a tree stands out with bright pink flowers in full bloom. 3 chairs were placed around a smooth stone table. A beautiful young woman with charming fox ears sat quietly on one of the chairs, intently flipping through a book. Next to the stone table lies a small pond, with white lotus flowers blooming in it. A breeze blew by, and the pink petals on the tree gently fell on the girl's snow-white fox ears. The girl's furry fox ears trembled slightly, and the falling petals drifted gently onto the pool with the breeze. With a ripple, the pink petals floating on the water suddenly disappeared without a trace. Perhaps the sound of the door being pushed open disturbed the girl's reading. The fox-eared girl closed the book she was reading and turned her gaze towards the entrance of the house. Chapter 154. We will meet eventually. Kinkia hurriedly ran to Bai Shui. Shui girl, I found it, Kinkia said excitedly.
Sister Ye, what did you find? I don't understand what you mean.
Bai Shui responded with a helpless shake of her head.
Mu Qingwei, the most important person you have been looking for so many years.
After listening to Kinkia's words, Bai Shui stood up excitedly. A complex mix of emotions spread through my heart, a mixture of joy and astonishment, a tangle of bewilderment and confusion. The confusion in my heart intertwined together, like a gorgeous dream. She was afraid that this was just a false joy, and she was afraid that the joy in her heart at this moment would be shattered in an instant. Bai Shue's eyes were red as she anxiously asked Qing Qiuya. Really? Is it true? Qing Qiuya signaled Song Yuanyuan behind her with her eyes. After receiving Qing Qia's signal, Song Yuanyuan nodded and walked forward to Bai Shue's side. She took out the letter that Ming Changqing had asked her to inform Bai Shue and said, Senior Bai Shue, this is a letter sent to me by Master Ming Changqing. After Bai Shue took the letter, she looked at it carefully, and suddenly a feeling of grievance and joy spread in her heart. Crystal clear tears also remained at the corners of her eyes. Qing Qiuya stepped forward and hugged Bai Shue, softly comforting her. It's okay, it's okay. Yao, Yao, sister! Bai Shue shouted in Qing Qia's arms. Li Yao nodded and took the two people's delicate hands. At the same time, he looked at Song Yuanyuan and Li Yao beside him and asked, Do you want to go together? Song Yuanyuan shook her head and pushed the white pigeon beside her forward and responded, There are still things I need to take care of at Jihai Palace. Seniorly, please take the white pigeon back. Li Yao nodded and looked at Bai Ge and responded, Okay. The white dove turned back into its original form, a small and exquisite white dove. Li Yao gestured to his shoulder with his eyes and said, Come up, little girl. The white dove carefully flew onto Li Yao's shoulder and responded softly, Excuse me, senior. In an instant, two beautiful women, a handsome woman, and the white dove on the handsome woman's shoulder disappeared from Song Yuanyuan's sight. Song Yuanyuan looked at the empty courtyard and silently wished in her heart, I hope Senior Bai Shue will be happy. Hey, beastmaster over there, what news did you bring that caused Sister Bai to be so emotionally unstable? That's right. Are you a bad woman? Out of nowhere, voices of women and children could be heard from the empty courtyard. Who? Song Yuanyuan looked around vigilantly, and summoned the two beasts she carried with her. Girl, don't get excited. What danger could there be within the Xuefei Palace? A gentle voice soothed Song Yuanyuan's nervousness. Who are you? Song Yuanyuan asked again. The exceptionally delicate tree in the courtyard, with its bright pink flowers in full bloom, transforms into a quiet and pure girl. The girl replied, I am a disciple chosen by the merciful Saint Lady Bai Shue to serve, and a member of the Snow Princess Palace. The one who just asked you about this is the little fellow in the pond. It was the owner of the gentle voice just now. Song Yuanyuan was about to respond. The girl pointed to the chair beside the stone table and interrupted. Girl, sit down and talk. Yeah. Song Yuanyuan nodded and sat down next to the stone table. After watching Song Yuanyuan sit down, the quiet and pure girl continued. This is the first time I've seen Lady Bai Shue, the Saint of Pity, lose her composure like this. Can you talk to me? I'm sorry, I don't know much, and this is Senior Bai Shue's business, so I can't spread it privately. Please understand. Song Yuanyuan replied in a strong voice. Yeah, that's right. Sorry to embarrass you. The quiet and pure girl shook her head and responded. No, I hope you can understand. Blue Star Shuzhou on the hill next to Li Jishui's villa. The sun has just appeared and there is still fog around. Qiu Nanhua sat on a big rock on the top of the mountain, listening to the chirping of insects and birds around her, and feeling the morning dew. Normally, Qiu Nanhua would still be sleeping in bed, but today she was restless and got up early while Li Jishui's family was still resting. Then I came to the top of the mountain alone and bathed in the morning sun. Qiu Nanhua took the Jinsi Fengning flute from his waist, closed his eyes lightly, and the breeze blew through his hair. The elegant and melodious flute music spread throughout the mountains. The chirping of insects and birds around harmonizes with the sound of the flute, forming an elegant and moving melody. The elegant and melodious flute music attracts butterflies from all over the mountains. They danced around Qiu Nanhua, forming a beautiful picture. Track storage. Song 2, Summer Solstice of the 38th year. Effect 1, attracts the attention of all units. The second effect, temporarily enhances the personal charm of the player. Effect 3, accelerates the growth rate of all surrounding plants and the training speed of plant-based beasts. After Qiu Nanhua finished playing, The surrounding plants grew 1 meter out of thin air and began to bloom, and the fragrance spread throughout the entire hillside. Chiu Nanhua tied the Jinsei foaming flute around his waist again, and suddenly he felt a familiar breath. He turned his head and saw a beautiful fox-haired girl standing in the sky behind him, staring at him intently. Crystal clear tears flowed down the fox-haired girl's beautiful cheeks. She rushed over and threw herself into Chiu Nanhua's arms, sobbing and calling out, "Yeah yeah! Yeah yeah! Yeah yeah!" Chiu Nanhua's eyes flushed as she hugged her tightly and gently stroked her head, comforting her calmly. "Bai Shui, thank you for your hard work over the years." Suddenly, Bai Shui raised her head, Chiu Nanhua looked into her eyes, and Bai Shui leaned her cheek forward. At this moment, it seems as if time has stopped. Chapter 155 Tenderness. In Li Jishui's villa. On the coffee table in the living room, Kinkia was sitting on the sofa enjoying delicious food, and Li Yao was sitting next to Kinkia. Li Yingying sat opposite the two of them, and there was a jade bracelet and a jade hairpin on the coffee table. They played Monopoly together. As for Li Jishui and his wife Lin Yu, they went to work at the Water Conservancy Bureau. "That's too much, too much!" Shen Ling Zhuiyu suddenly complained. Li Yingying thought of something and her cheeks suddenly turned red. Qing Chuya grabbed the jade bracelet and said comfortingly, all right, Bai Shui has been looking for him for thousands of years, so just make do with her for now." "Just make do? It's been more than a month! Damn it, you female vixen in estrus! Liuli, say something! Are you going to let Bai Shui have Yaya all to herself?" Chen Ling Zhuiyu complained. "It's not that we don't allow you to go in. Aren't you shy and can't see it, so you come out on your own? Who can you blame for this?" Liu Qingyu responded. Okay, Liu Qingyu. We have been together for so many years, but I didn't expect that you would side with Bai Shui," Shen Ling Zhuiyu cried. "Bai Shui is much more sensible than you." Liu Qingyu didn't tolerate her at all and directly confronted her. "Woo, you all bully me, I want to find Yaya." Shen Ling Zhuiyu flew down from Kinkia's hand and flew towards the room where Chiu Nanhua was. But halfway through the flight, it flew back and continued to cry. "Yaya also bullied me. There is no love left." This left Liu Qingyu speechless. Okay, we are all family, what's there to argue about? Keep playing. Monopoly is quite interesting." Kinkia shook her head helplessly and advised softly. In Chiu Nanhua's room, Bai Shui lay naked on Chiu Nanhua's body. The bedside table is filled with bottles and jars, which were obtained by Bai Shui from Li Yao. They are the products of her skill of replenishing strength and healing the body. After all, Chiu Nanhua is only of high level, and her physique is not very strong. Bai Shui is already at the lower royal level. Although she is not a strength-type beastmaster, her physique is several levels higher than Chiu Nanhua's, so she needs to be replenished. It was their first time, and things were a little crazy for everyone, whether it was Chiu Nanhua or Bai Shui. Chiu Nanhua looked at the beautiful girl sleeping in front of her with tenderness. He placed a gentle kiss on Shirayuki's face. "Well, yeah. Bai Shui opened her hazy eyes and said coquettishly. "Sorry for waking you." Bai Shui pressed her cheek against Chiu Nanhua's broad chest and rubbed it, softly responding, It's okay, yeah. Chiu Nanhua gently stroked Bai Shui's smooth back, enjoying the warmth between them at this moment. After a while, Chiu Nanhua gently stroked Bai Shui's furry and charming fox ears and said softly, "Bai Shui, we should go out. Yu is probably upset right now." Chiu Nanhua didn't say that his body couldn't take it anymore. Although he had tonics, he couldn't stand the torment day and night. He had to deliver food during the day and at night. But the man couldn't say no, so he didn't say anything. Yeah, stay a little longer, just a little longer." Bai Shui hugged Chiu Nanhua tightly with her smooth, white and delicate hands and said coquettishly. And Bai Shui's big furry tail also wrapped around Chiu Nanhua's thigh. Hiss. Bai Shui's actions caused a series of reactions from Chiu Nanhua. Yeah. Half a day passed like this. Living room. Qingqiuya looked at Li Yingying in front of her and said, "Little Li, I'm quite optimistic about you. You're not bad looking and meet the criteria for joining the Snow Concubine Palace. How about coming with me to the Snow Concubine Palace?" "This, Senior Qingqiu, can you give me some time to think about it?" Li Yingying looked conflicted. She has loving parents at home and best friends at school. These relationships are not something that can be easily given up. King Kia nodded and responded. Of course, just tell me the answer before I leave. Thank you, Senior Qingxiu. At this time, Qiu Nanhua, with disheveled hair and wearing a single garment, came to the outside of the living room holding Bai Xue, who was also wearing a single garment. His clothes were a little damaged and could no longer be worn, and the same was true for Bai Xue's clothes. You, change of clothes! Qiu Nanhua called softly. Oh, isn't this Yeye? You still remember me, your old lover. I thought you had forgotten me. The yin and yang sounds of Shenling Zhuiyu reached Qiu Nanua's ears. Sorry, Yu. No, you're not sorry for me. You just found a new love and forgot your old one. Shenling Zhuiyu said so, but still threw the change of clothes to Qiu Nanhua. Thank you, Yu. When Li Yao saw the thin clothes on Bai Xue, he took the initiative to take out a change of clothes and handed it to Bai Xue. Thank you, Sister Yao Yao. After Bai Xue took the clothes, she pulled Qiu Nanhua towards the bathroom in Li Jishui's house. Of course, Bai Xue can also use her soul power to conjure up clothes, but real clothes are more interesting. Even if they are torn into pieces, they will still hang on the body, while the conjured clothes will disappear directly after being broken into pieces. Shenling Zhuiyu looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but complain. Bah, slutty fox! After Qingxiuya heard what Shenling Zhuiyu said, she smiled and grabbed Shenling Zhuiyu in her hand and said with a smile, I can't pretend not to hear this. It's okay to be a female fox, but what does it mean to be a slutty fox? I am also a fox. Are we foxes very slutty? Shenling Zhuiyu. Save me, Liuli! Shenling Zhuiyu shouted loudly. Liuli Qingyu watched from the side without saying anything. Qingxiuya would not do anything anyway, so she just whispered something in Shenling Zhuiyu's ear. By the way, the Jinsi purple jade flute and the foaming jade pendant are in Qiu Nanua's beast taming space. They went in on their own initiative. Jinsi Zayuri was a sleepyhead, so she went in to sleep. It was quiet inside. The foaming jade pendant went in to accompany her sister. Chapter 156 I want to join the Xuefei Palace. 4 hours later. Qiu Nanhua walked out with her hair wet and Bai Xue in her arms and sat on a chair in the hall. Bai Xue was holding a hair dryer and tidying Qiu Nanua's long hair. As for Bai Xue, it is very easy for an imperial level beastmaster to achieve purity, and even only the king level is needed. Bai Xue had just used her soul power to dispel the water droplets on her body. Qiu Nanhua is only a high-level beastmaster and cannot do this. Yeah, are you comfortable? Yo, it feels good, huh? After hearing what Qiu Nanhua and Bai Xue were saying, Shenling Zhuiyu said in a sarcastic tone. Shenling Zhuiyu's words caused everyone in the villa to be speechless. Stop it, there are so many people here! Liuli Qingyu scolded. Humph! Shenling Zhuiyu snorted coldly and flew directly to Qiu Nanua's left wrist. Qiu Nanhua smiled helplessly and held the jade bracelet on her wrist. Sister Lingling, thank you for your hard work in taking care of Yeye over the years. We will take care of her together from now on. Bai Xue expressed her gratitude while tidying Qiu Nanua's long hair. After Shenling Zhuiyu heard Bai Xue's words, her jealous mood gradually calmed down. Never mind, she couldn't appear to be the only one who didn't understand the situation. To be fair, if she and Yeye were separated for thousands of years. No, she couldn't think about it anymore. She couldn't imagine how painful it would be to be separated from Yeye, let alone in a different world full of dangers. Yeah, Shenling Zhuiyu responded softly. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. When Liuli Qingyu saw that the time was right, he flew to Bai Xue's side. Sister Liuli! Bai Xue took the glazed jade, made a hairstyle for Qiu Nanhua, and inserted the glazed jade into it. Yeah! My Yeye is so handsome! Bai Xue put her cheek against Qiu Nanua's cheek and praised softly. Ahem, we are still here! Qingxiuya really couldn't bear to watch it anymore. This was too disgusting. An 18-year-old girl like her can't bear to see this. 18 years old? Ahem, don't ask about the beautiful girl's age. After putting on her clothes, Qiu Nanhua put on the Jinsi purple jade flute and foaming jade pendant in the space around her waist. She walked solemnly to Qingqiuye, bowed gently and said in gratitude, "Senior Qingqiu, I haven't had time to thank you these past few days. Thank you very much for taking care of Bai Shui." Qingqiuye stood up, helped Xiao Nanwei up and responded, "No, I have always treated Bai Shui as my own sister. It is my duty to take care of her. Instead of thanking me, you should treat her well." "Don't worry, Senior Qingqiu, I will definitely treat her well." Xiao Nanwei patted his chest and promised. After hearing Xiao Nanyue's words, Bai Shui's cheeks blushed slightly. Qingqiuye looked around Xiao Nanwei carefully, then took out a copy of Seesoul World Flower List from her chest, opened it, and looked at it carefully for a while. Xiao Nanwei was originally standing half a meter away from Qingqiuye, so Qingqiuye's movements were directly reflected in his pupils. "Don't look at what is indecent, don't look at what is indecent." Xiao Nanwei quickly shifted her gaze and took half a step back. Qingqiuye didn't pay attention to Xiao Nanyue's little action, but called Li Yao behind her to come over. Li Yao also stared at the Seesoul Realm flower roster for a long time, then came to Xiao Nanwei and observed her carefully. Bai Shui felt that the situation was not good, so she came to Xiao Nanwei, took Xiao Nanyue's arm, and glared at Qingqiuye. Qingqiuye is extremely obsessed with looks, and Yeye is so handsome, although she believes in Yeye unconditionally. She also believed in Qingqiuye, but she didn't believe in Qingqiuye's self-control. She had known for a long time that Qingqiuye was an old rogue who would put 2 copies of the flower roster on their chest for no reason. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable? Wouldn't it be better to put it in Sister Yao Yao's space? Qingqiuye and Li Yao are basically inseparable anyway. Qingqiuye looked helpless as Bai Shui glared at her. Bai Shui, the girl, was a little sensitive after losing her and getting her back, so she comforted her softly. "Don't worry, Shui girl, I won't snatch your most important Yeye from you." After finishing speaking, Qingqiuye turned her gaze towards Li Yao and said, "It's a little different." Li Yao nodded and responded, "It's indeed a little different. Logically speaking, only in this life are high-level and low-level people high-level and high-level people on the roster. The ones on the roster should look better." "Weird?" Qingqiuye asked doubtfully. "Maybe he used a product that increases his charm," Li Yao answered uncertainly. "Don't those have an upper limit? He was so handsome in his previous life, and he hasn't even reached the upper limit yet. Maybe she's naturally beautiful, and her natural limit is higher than others." After hearing this, Xiao Nanwei understood what the 2 strange actions just now meant. It turns out that he is more handsome than before, they just confirmed it. Qingqiuye and Li Yao discussed for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. Natural beauty. Xiao Nanwei. Qingqiuye came to Bai Shui and plotted loudly. "Shui girl, go and lure him into our Shui Fei Palace. That way, not only can you 2 be together every day, but your safety will also be guaranteed. You won't have to live in such a miserable state like in your last life." Bai Shui responded, "Sister Ye, after I find Yeye, I will never leave him again. Wherever he goes, I will go, even if it means leaving the Shui Fei Palace." Although she said that, there was still a hint of expectation in Bai Shui's eyes. She didn't want Xiao Nanwei to encounter danger again. Bai Shui has been in the Snow Concubine Palace for thousands of years, and she has basically figured out what kind of force it is. It is a force worth joining. The only drawback is that her Yeye is too handsome, and the Shui Fei Palace is full of people who are obsessed with looks. If Xiao Nanwei joined the Shui Fei Palace, there would probably be many members of the Shui Fei Palace pursuing her Yeye, but she is not afraid, she believes in Yeye. Just as Bai Shui and the others understand Xiao Nanwei also understands Bai Shui and the others. He could see the expectation in Bai Shui's eyes at a glance. Moreover, every failure makes one wiser. He really shouldn't be as youthful and frivolous as he was in his previous life, thinking that he could make a name for himself in another world by himself. But the result was a heavy blow to him. So Xiao Nanwei made a decision. Xiao Nanwei walked over to Qingqiuye and asked solemnly, "Senior Qingqiu, I want to join the Snow Concubine Palace. What are the requirements for joining the Beast Tamers?" After hearing this, Qingqiuye smiled with a look of triumph, and immediately took Xiao Nanyue's hand, congratulating her. "Welcome, Xiao Nanwei, you will be a member of our Shui Fei Palace from now on, Li Yao." Li Yao came to Qiu Nanue's side, took out a purple jade token from the space and handed it to Qiu Nanue. This made Qiu Nanue look confused and she looked at Bai Shui for help. Bai Shui shook her head helplessly, blaming her. For more than a month, she had been exchanging emotions and had not told Ye what kind of force the Xuefei palace she joined was. In his previous life, Qiu Nanue and his beastmasters had not spent much time in the Eternal Winter Realm. At that time, they learned about the existence of power. Qiu Nanue searched everywhere for ways to obtain it. When she learned that the Sea Soul Realm would hold a beast tamer competition 100 years later, she hurriedly followed a caravan to the Sea Soul Realm. Therefore, Qiu Nanue did not understand what kind of power the Xuefei Palace was. Bai Shui helplessly explained. The Snow Concubine Palace is a power that prioritizes appearance. Its internal structure is closely related to appearance. For someone as handsome as Ye, the Snow Concubine Palace would coax her into joining the palace. After hearing Bai Shui's words, Qiu Nanue's eyes widened, and her shock was beyond words. What the hell? Aren't you afraid that someone with ulterior motives or a spy from a hostile force will join the Xuefei Palace? Chapter 157 Joining the Snow Concubine Palace. Qiu Nanue looked at Kinkia and was about to ask, but Kinkia spoke first. You want to ask what would happen if a spy sneaked in? Actually, this is not a secret. Bai Shui is not very interested in the affairs of the Xuefei Palace, so she probably doesn't know. Beauty is Justice Mountain is an emperor-level beast, and one of the founders of the Snow Concubine Palace. Although he has been dormant for a long time, he possesses a power that all spiritual units living in his body will have their souls burned if they have any ill will towards the Snow Concubine Palace or him. It's okay if the time is short, but if it lasts longer, it will directly cause irreversible damage to the soul and will be extremely difficult to treat. The soul is burning, the pain is so severe that it is unbearable for even a few minutes. It is impossible for me to join the Snow Concubine Palace. I actually know, Bai Shui reminded. Don't you care about the affairs of the Snow Concubine Palace? Qing Qiuye responded with wide eyes. I saw it in the Xuefei Palace library. Qing Qiuye. Damn, I forgot that Bai Shui really likes reading. Ahem, okay, after talking so much, I've forgotten the main thing. Qing Qiuye pointed at the purple jade token in Li Yao's hand and continued to explain. This is the identity token of the Snow Concubine Palace. The blue one is the lowest level token for ordinary disciples. The purple ones are the tokens of the candidate saints, candidate saintesses, and deacons. The golden ones are the tokens of the saint, the sun, and the elders. The red ones are the tokens of the palace master and the empress. As for the promotion requirements, you can discuss this with Bai Shui privately. First, take the token and inject soul power into it. It will automatically communicate with your panel to register your personal information. After hearing this, Qiu Nanue understood that this was the token prepared for him to join the Xuefei Palace. As for why it was the second tier, Qing Qiuye did not say, and it was not clear whether he was a deacon or a candidate for the Holy Sun. Qiu Nanue took the token from Li Yao's hand and injected soul power into it. Suddenly, 3 words were engraved on the front of the smooth token, Qiu Nanue. 4 words were engraved on the back, candidate for the Holy Sun. At the same time, there are these 3 small words below the candidate for the Holy Sun, Snow Fox Peak. You don't use your previous life's name? Kinkia asked. The name is just a code. When you think about your own name, the panel will be updated synchronously according to your idea. Say goodbye to my past, my young and ignorant self. Qing Qiuye nodded, no longer dwelling on it, but patted Qiu Nanue on the shoulder and said, Welcome to the Snow Princess Palace, welcome to Snow Fox Peak. Qiu Nanue. You won't be fooled. Forget it, forget it. Since he is a friend recognized by Bai Shui, he should not cheat me. Bai Shui saw Qiu Nanue finish registering. Then she came to Qiu Nanue, hugged him and whispered softly, I'm sorry. Yeah. Qiu Nanue gently patted Bai Shui's smooth back and comforted her. What's wrong, Bai Shui? It's okay, it's okay. Yeah, I have selfish motives. I obviously trust you absolutely, but when Sister Yao handed you the token, I didn't tell you that there is a special mountain for beastmasters in Xuefei Palace. Bai Shui cried. Xiao Nanwei gently patted Bai Shue's back and whispered to her in comfort. I know, Bai Shue. Don't be sad, I will never be separated from Bai Shue. Since I have joined the Shuefei Palace, I will definitely join whichever peak Bai Shue is in. Bai Shue has these concerns, isn't this proof that you care about me? I'm so happy. Yeah. Snow White. Everyone in the villa left the villa one after another. They couldn't bear to see it anymore. Xinling Zhuyu. As for why I don't make a contract with Bai Shue for the time being, wouldn't it be impossible to transform into a human form if I downgrade the summon? Wouldn't it be troublesome to cancel the contract every time grain was delivered? Moreover, the contract was a sacred thing and should not be trampled on for trivial matters. Chapter 158 Undercurrent. Girlie, since he has come out, we won't play with the jade bracelet and hairpin anymore. You take me and Xiao Yao out to play, Qingqiuya said, looking at the evening sky. Okay. Li Yingying nodded in response. At this time, a man and a woman came back from a distance. They were Li Jishui and his wife. They came before Qingqiuya and called out respectfully. Senior! Oh, little Leo is back. Come on, let's go out to eat. Qingqiuya patted Li Jishui's shoulder and said. Li Jishui looked at his daughter in confusion. Li Yingying came up and took Lin Yu's hand and followed Qingqiuya and Li Yao in front. Weird. What's going on? Although Li Jishui felt strange, he hurriedly followed. Only Qiu Nanwei and his beasts were left. Villa sauce? Senior Qingqiu. Li Yingying put down her phone and shouted to the front. What's wrong, girlie? Can I call someone else? Li Yingying said cautiously. A hint of smile appeared on Qingqiuya's beautiful face. Of course you can, but you have to ask someone with good looks. Li Yingying turned her attention back to her phone, wondering who she was contacting. Jia? Lin Yu asked. Yeah. Li Yingying nodded. It's been a long time since we last met. Yingying hasn't been to school this month. Sorry, Yingying, these past few days. Mom! Li Yingying suddenly looked at Lin Yu and said coquettishly. Okay, I won't say any more. Lin Yu responded with a helpless shake of his head. These days, it was supposed to be her or Li Jishui who received Senior Qingqiu and her master, but Qingqiuya stopped them and told them to do what they were supposed to do. If they stayed behind to receive her, she would be angry, so she had to trouble Yingying these days. In the endless void there is a big world, a world made entirely of machines. In this world, almost all life forms are made up of machines, from microorganisms to giant organisms, from plants to animals, all life is made up of machines. These mechanical life forms can perform various tasks, such as exploring the universe, mining minerals, building buildings, conducting scientific research, and so on. Of course, when this world was first created, it was not entirely populated by mechanical life. Like Blue Star, it was a closed world without soul power, where various life forms developed together. Intelligent life forms created machines and Al, and dispatched countless machines carrying Al to explore the endless void. After coming into contact with soul power, Al and the machines evolved. They occupied the entire world and annexed countless small worlds. After developing for who knows how many years, it became the big world we have today. Mechanical lifeforms have a characteristic, which is their extremely strong learning ability. Similarly, mechanical beast tamers also possess extremely strong learning abilities, which means that mechanical beast tamers can more easily acquire skills. There is always a price to pay for every gain. The mechanical beast tamers seemed to be rejected by the heaven and earth. The entire world was not qualified to hold the competition, and there was no direct way to gain power. It can be said that gaining power is the obsession of all mechanical beast tamers in the entire mechanical world. At the center of the mechanical world, there is a tall steel tower. At the top of the tower, there is a platform with a huge golden throne on it, and on the throne sits a magnificent and huge steel giant. Under his feet was a beastmaster whose half-body was mechanized. "Oh, great creator! Listen to the cry of your most loyal servant." The beastmaster, whose half-body was mechanized, knelt down and shouted loudly. After he shouted 3 times in succession, a red light suddenly flashed in the empty eyes of the magnificent steel giant. The loud noise spread throughout the entire tower.
Who is it? My Lord Creator, I am your most loyal servant, Lai Fu.
Lai Fu knelt on the ground with his head pressed tightly against the ground and said humbly,
Speak! Reporting to the Lord Creator, our people have discovered a space layer in the eternal winter realm. Something as common as a space interlayer shouldn't alarm me. The Creator is wise. That's not an ordinary space layer. Some beastmasters emerged from that space layer. They are blessed with powerful blessing powers. We have tested them, and they are suspected to have the ultimate power. Ultimate power!
A huge sound echoed in the empty hall. Although the tone was flat, it was a natural quality of a mechanical beast tamer. Mechanical beast tamers rarely expressed emotions through their tone of voice. Although he didn't express it in his tone of voice, he showed it in his body. Crunch, click. The majestic and gigantic steel giant stood up after hearing the words, Ultimate power! But it seemed like it had not been moved for a long time, and it made a crackling sound. Lai Fu, who was kneeling on the ground, noticed the actions of their creator, and his body trembled unnaturally. Keep going! The creator's voice became even louder. Reply to the creator, we have conducted a detailed investigation of the forces they have established, and found that there is only one tiny planet with life within the space layer. The planet is primarily controlled by beastmasters, and there are many powerful nations within it, but only one nation has been blessed with power, and that nation is called Huaxia. Lai Fu, kneeling on the ground, continued to report. Huaxia? How is the investigation into the interstitial space? Reporting to the Lord Creator, all the spies we sent out have lost contact. The space between them is within the scope of the imperial power, the Snow Concubine Palace, and we cannot send out spies that are too powerful. Lai Fu, who was kneeling on the ground, answered tremblingly. The creator fell into silence, as if he was calculating something. Control the power he has established. I will let Dark Weapon help you with all his strength. After controlling him, he will know what to do. The creator said this and sat back on the huge golden throne. The red light in his eyes gradually faded. Yes. Lai Fu, who was kneeling on the ground, answered tremblingly, then stood up and left the tower. This time I must. Shuo. It was already night in Li Jishui's villa. Everyone had returned from eating and playing, but Chiu Nanhua was not there. Except for Li Jishui and his wife, who felt a little strange, no one else, whether Li Yingying or Qingqiuye, found it strange. They're just enjoying their own world, no. Chiu Nanhua is taking his beasts to communicate with each other, don't worry about him. Where are Bai Shui and Master? Li Jishui asked. Li Yingying quickly pulled Li Jishui and Lin Yu into the room and said, Dad, Mom, I have something very important to discuss with you. Wait, is there anything that cannot be discussed here? Li Jishui asked. Cough, cough. Lin Yu coughed. Li Jishui suddenly became depressed and stopped talking. Senior Qingqiu, Senior Li Yao, good night. When she reached the door of the room, Li Yingying turned around and said to the two seniors who were sitting on the sofa and eating snacks. Good night, Miss Li. Qingqiu waved at her in response. After he finished speaking, he turned back to feed Li Yao. Come here, little demon, this is delicious. Li Yao reluctantly took the snacks from Qingqiu's hand and asked, Elder Qingqiu, what do you think? I just want to have more fellow villagers of Bai Shui in the Snow Concubine Palace. I don't have any other ideas. Qingqiu responded as she looked at the room Li Yingying walked into. Li Yao. At this time, Chiu Nanhua and Bai Shui walked in together. Seeing that only Qingqiuye and Li Yao were there, he asked, Senior Qingqiu, where are Li Jishui and Li Yingying? I went to rest, but you came back so early. I thought you wouldn't come back today. Qingqiu answered lightly while eating the snacks in her hand. Ahem. I just went out for a meal, how could this happen? Chiu Nanhua replied with a red face. Oh, now that Shui girl has found you, she sticks to you every day and doesn't stick to me anymore. I feel a little lonely. Qingqiu sighed and cried. I won't be close to you until I find Yeye. Bai Shui retorted. Who said that? Wasn't it me who held you and comforted you when you were looking at the starry sky and crying sadly? Just that one time. No, there's more, there's more. It should be. Qingqiu's voice gradually became smaller. Come on, Yeye, let's go back to the room and ignore her. Bai Shui pulled Qiu Nanwei into the room. Qiu Nanwei. In Li Jishui's room. Li Jishui and Lin Yu sat on the bed, and Li Yingying moved a small stool and sat solemnly in front of the couple. Li Jishui looked at his daughter's serious expression and understood that Yingying wanted to discuss something important with him. Dad, Mom! I want to go to another world. I want to join the Snow Concubine Palace, Li Yingying said solemnly. No! The other world is too dangerous, and there's a high possibility that you won't be able to enter the Snow Concubine Palace. Li Jishui stood up immediately after hearing this and retorted. Dad! Is China absolutely safe? Although I was fine in this civil war, many soldiers at the border were sacrificed, and many participants from various countries were also killed or injured. There are many dangers in the other world, but dangers and opportunities coexist. The more dangers there are, the more opportunities there are. And if you join a big force, the degree of danger will be reduced a lot. Senior Qingqiu has already promised me that I can directly join the Xuefa Palace, and my master and Senior Bai Xue are here. They can give me some care. The Xuzhou military region is no safer than the Xuefa Palace, Li Yingying explained. But, Xuzhou military region. At least in front of me, if anything happens, I can come and protect you at any time. Dad! Are you as good as my master? No. Dad, do you think that if I were in danger, would my master save me? Meeting. Isn't that all? Don't worry, Dad, I will protect myself. But, Li Jishui was interrupted by Lin Yu before he could finish his words. Water control, okay. Yingying, have you really decided to go to another world? Lin Yu asked. Li Yingying nodded firmly. Lin Yu looked at her daughter and fell into a struggle. As a mother, she understood Yingying and knew that she was serious this time. Lin Yu felt that she should help Li Yingying. But when she was about to agree, she couldn't say it. Perhaps deep down in her heart, she hoped Yingying would stay on Blue Star, by her and Jishui's side. Li Jishui saw his wife's dilemma and sighed silently. This matter should be decided by him. He stood up, rubbed Li Yingying's head and said, Yingying, since you want to go, then go, but you have to agree to one request of mine. Dad, just tell me, I will definitely agree. Listen to your master and protect yourself. Your parents are waiting for you to return home safely. Chapter 159 Show Your Skills. Listen to your master and protect yourself. Your parents are waiting for you to return home safely. Li Jishui touched Li Yingying's little head and said softly and lovingly. Li Yingying looked up at her father's face. She saw reluctance, worry, helplessness, and love on Li Jishui's face. Li Yingying's newly made determination began to waver again. But he seemed to remember something, and his eyes gradually became firm. Li Jishui patted her shoulder and encouraged her. Come on, Dad, I believe in you. You will definitely make a name for yourself in the other world. Maybe your dad and your mom are tired of staying in the Water Conservancy Bureau and want to try their luck in the other world too. When the time comes, Yingying, you must recommend us to join the Snow Concubine Palace. Dad! Don't worry! I will definitely recommend you to join the Xuefa Palace, Li Yingying said, tears welling up in her eyes. Okay, you are such a grown-up child, and you are still crying. It's getting late, go to bed early. Lin Yu walked forward, hugged Li Yingying and said softly. Mom! Li Yingying wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and shouted. Well, go to bed early. Li Yingying nodded and left Li Jishui's master bedroom, looking back every few steps. Lin Yu watched Li Yingying leave intently, and she could no longer suppress her emotions. She threw herself into Li Jishui's arms and burst into tears. Li Jishui hugged her gently, stroking her slender back constantly, silently comforting her. After an unknown amount of time, when Lin Yu's crying gradually subsided, Li Jishui finally spoke. Let's take a few days off. I want to spend more time with Yingying. The room fell into a brief silence, but there was no awkward atmosphere. Instead, there was a hint of warmth. After a while, Lin Yu twisted a few times in Li Jishui's arms and whispered, Shui, I want to have another child. Good. The next morning, Li Jishui carefully got up from the bed and put on his clothes silently. He looked at the girl lying beside him, sighed, and left the room silently. He was about to get up and make breakfast for his wife and the guests, a habit he inherited from his master. Mu Qingwei once said to him, "You cannot cook, but you cannot be without cooking skills." The master would show off his cooking skills every time there were guests, but when he was alone, he was too lazy to move and would go out to eat. A big reason why I was able to pursue you was because of the cooking skills I inherited from my master. Li Jishui didn't have the habit of making breakfast originally, but after getting married, he developed the habit because Yue liked the food he cooked. Of course, Yue wouldn't let him make the effort alone. Yue once said to him, "I can't compare to you in cooking, so I signed up for a training course on baking snacks. I will learn how to make them for you in the future." Ying also likes the food he cooks, so it seems he has to cook more for Ying in the next few days. Li Jishui looked at his daughter's room and thought. After Li Jishui went downstairs, he found Qiu Nanhua sitting on the sofa, holding a cute white fox in her arms and stroking it constantly. Qiu Nanhua was attracted by the sound of Li Jishui coming down the stairs. Qiu Nanhua raised her hand and greeted him. "Hey, get up and make breakfast." "Master? You. Why did I get up so early? I'm going to leave now to control the flood." After hearing Qiu Nanhua's words, Li Jishui fell into a panic, and even his steps seemed a little messy. "What's the matter? You're already thousands of years old, but you still can't bear to leave your master," Qiu Nanhua teased as she watched Li Jishui's hurried steps. Li Jishui's mouth opened and closed slightly, as if he wanted to say something but found it difficult to speak. Qiu Nanhua realized something, put Bai Shui and her arms on her shoulders, came to Li Jishui's side, patted his shoulder and said softly, "Talk to me. Even if I look at you like this, I'm still your master after all." Li Jishui's eyes suddenly turned red, and he said tremblingly, Master, can you leave later? Ying wants to go to the Snow Concubine Palace with you." You agreed. Qiu Nanhua was about to scold her, but then he thought that he didn't have the qualifications, as he was also a high-level person, so he went to another world. "I will try my best to take good care of her. You just need to spend some time with her these days." Qiu Nanhua patted Li Jishui's shoulder and comforted him. Qiu Nanhua looked at the older boy who was silently hiding his hurt and sighed helplessly. Let me make breakfast today." After saying that, he stepped over Li Jishui and went to the kitchen, leaving Li Jishui alone there. Family ties are not something that can be easily given up. After some time, everyone sat at the dining table in the living room. Qiu Nanhua was wearing an apron and cooking in the kitchen. Bai Shui transformed into a human form and followed Qiu Nanhua, occasionally handing her kitchen utensils and washing vegetables, and watching Qiu Nanhua cook with a happy face. Kinkia held chopsticks in her hand and looked at the delicacies that were gradually being served with anticipation. Li Jishui kept running back and forth, delivering the dishes. "It's just breakfast, why is it so sumptuous?" Li Ying couldn't help but complain. "I'm in the mood, so I'll cook a big meal for everyone. Why don't you like it?" Qiu Nanhua took off her apron and pulled out a chair for Bai Shui and responded softly. "Hee, I like it. As long as you like it." Stop chatting, let's eat quickly, I can't wait," Kinkia urged. Although he had the strength to ignore all of this, he was still waiting for Qiu Nanhua to come to the table and eat together. Everyone laughed. Qiu Nanhua also sat down next to Bai Shui and started eating with everyone. It was just breakfast, but it had the atmosphere of a New Year's Eve dinner. Everyone was laughing and talking. Qiu Nanhua picked up some food for Bai Shui and fed dog food to all the single people present. But it seems that no one cares except Li Ying. Even Kinkia, who had been single for more than 1,000,000,000 years, didn't care. Instead, she madly swept up the dishes on the table. Almost half of the food on the table went into Kinkia's stomach. Although Kinkia ate very quickly, her movements were very graceful. I don't know how she did it. Delicious. Kinkia licked her lips and said. Little you, please teach me, teach me how to do it. Qingqiuya asked excitedly. Qiu Nanhua. This? If Senior Li is willing to learn, I will of course teach you with all my strength. But it's not particularly delicious. It's just that we are all together and eating happily. This is the secret to deliciousness. Qiu Nanhua replied. Little demon, Qingqiuya said coquettishly. Li Yao looked at Qiu Nanhua helplessly and agreed. I'll leave it to you when you have time.
Great!
Time always goes by quickly during a happy reunion dinner. It was over in a moment, and Li Jishui and Lin Yu went to clean up the dishes. Qiu Nanhua called Li Yingying.
Yingying, come with me.
Li Yingying. Li Yingying followed Qiu Nanhua to the hillside outside the villa.
Brother, are you here to persuade me?
Li Yingying asked. Qiu Nanhua shook her head and responded.
No one can make the decision for you. I just want to ask, are you sure you want to join the Xuefei Palace?
Li Yingying nodded firmly. Qiu Nanhua saw her former self in her face. He stepped forward, patted Li Yingying on the shoulder and sighed.
Spend some time with your parents these few days.
After saying that, Qiu Nanhua turned and left. Chapter 160 Emergency. A month later, Qiu Nanhua stayed in Li Jishui's villa for another month, but he still left. It's not that Qiu Nanhua wants to leave, he can actually stay a few more days. But Qingqiuye could not stay there for long. The palace master of Xuefei Palace contacted her, and scolded her for taking the Saint Lianai to fool around. Qingqiuye can fool around on her own, but you are not allowed to lead Saint Lianai astray. Qingqiuye has 7 days to bring Saint Lianai back to you, or you will be grounded for 2 years. Qingqiuye was so scared that she hurriedly wanted to go back. In front of Li Jishui's villa, Li Yingying and her parents hugged each other and said goodbye.
Yingying, you must take good care of yourself in the Snow Concubine Palace. You must protect yourself. If there is any trouble that you can't solve, you must find your master, understand?
Got it, Dad.
Yingying will be waiting for you to come home safely. Mom!
The mother and daughter hugged each other and said goodbye silently. Qiu Nanhua. Lu Jijia. Qiu Nanhua shook her head helplessly and looked at Lu Jijia beside her and asked,
Why are you here too?
Yingying and I are different. I had already decided to join the Qihai Palace. Now that I can join the more powerful Xuefei Palace, how could I refuse? Lu Jijia responded while looking at the mother and daughter hugging in the distance. Qiu Nanhua had no choice but to look at Qingqiuye beside her. Qingqiuye whistled, looked towards the horizon, and pretended not to see it. Qiu Nanhua could only sigh silently in her heart, as both of them acted so recklessly. One of them dares to accept anything, the same goes for Li Yingying and Lu Jijia. Since she dares to accept Qingqiuye, the two of them dare to go. It's clear that the only way to learn about the other world is from books, and the records are limited. However, it is understandable for someone who wants to join the Seven Seas Palace. The Seven Seas Palace is a subsidiary force of the Snow Concubine Palace. Wouldn't it be better to join the Snow Concubine Palace directly?
Aren't your family members worried?
Qiu Nanhua asked.
My grandfather just passed away 2 months ago.
Lu Jijia responded with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Qiu Nanhua, oh, there's no need to ask my parents about this. I didn't expect that he actually didn't know anything about it. 2 months ago, was it during the days when he was mourning his friend? Lu Jijia saw Qiu Nanhua's expression and said, It's okay, Grandpa died of old age and left without any regrets. Yingying is my only relative now, so I want to be with her.
Yeah.
Qiu Nanhua nodded in response. After a while, Li Yingying came to Qingqiuye with red eyes and said softly, Senior Qingqiuye, I'm ready. Qingqiuye nodded and called out to Li Yao.
Little demon.
After hearing Qingqiuye's cry, Li Yao opened up a space channel out of thin air, a space channel leading to the Pacific Ocean. Everyone walked in and headed to the Pacific Ocean, preparing to leave the blue planet. Badaling. The soul of Ming Changqing stood high in the sky, looking into the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. His gaze was towards the Pacific Ocean. So you have planted informants in Shuzhou, and even your friends are being monitored? Qin Changqing appeared out of thin air beside Ming Changqing's soul and said, You know I didn't arrange that. They should report to me when the guests from the Snow Concubine Palace leave. It's not surveillance.
That's right, you wouldn't dare to do that even with a saint-level beastmaster. But your friend is leaving, aren't you going to see him off?
The Great Wall of Ming Dynasty.
Okay, let's stop talking. However, Ming Changqing, maybe you can give yourself a few days off.
Qin Changqing reminded Ming Changqing when he saw that he was silent. After saying this, he disappeared. The space passage from the Eternal Winter Realm to the Blue Star. Qingqiuya brought everyone to the Eternal Winter Realm. Kinkia opened her arms, feeling the breeze from the Eternal Winter Realm, and shouted loudly, "I, Kinkia, am back. The climate in the Eternal Winter Realm is still comfortable." Li Yingying and Lu Jiejie behind Kinkia came to the Eternal Winter Realm for the first time. They looked left and right, curious about everything unknown. According to the description in the book, the Eternal Winter Realm is covered with ice and snow all year round, and the wind is biting cold. It seems to be true. Just as everyone and every beast was experiencing the Eternal Winter Realm, an anxious cry interrupted them. Yeah! Bai Shui jumped down from Qiu Nanyue's shoulder, turned into a human form, and hugged Qiu Nanwei. The attention of all the people and animals was drawn to Bai Shui's voice. Bai Shui was seen hugging Qiu Nanwei and crying in worry and panic, at a loss. Qiu Nanwei held her head with her hands and fell on Bai Shui's body. Her veins bulged, her eyes bulged slightly, and purple light flashed in her pupils. The beast tamer that Qiu Nanwei contracted returned to the beast taming space for some unknown reason. As a result, Qiu Nanyue's hair was now disheveled. He held his head with his mouth slightly open, but he couldn't say a word. Something happened. Kinkia hurried to Bai Shui's side, but before she could do anything, Qiu Nanwei fainted in Bai Shui's arms. Bai Shui watched Qiu Nanwei faint, and the tears in her eyes could no longer be suppressed. She madly poured out and kept shouting, Yeah, Sister Ya, save him, save her! Qingqiuya is not a healing beast tamer, and there is no healing beast tamer on the scene. There are products with healing beast taming skills in the Liao space, but they don't know what Qiu Nanyue's situation is now, so they dare not use medicine casually. Li Yao, take my token, bring Qiu Nanwei with you, and rush to Wanao Peak. Qingqiuya handed the token on her waist to Li Yao. Time was running out. Li Yao took the golden token from Kinkia's hand without saying much. Instead, he went straight to Bai Shui, took Qiu Nanwei from Bai Shui's arms, and directly used the space shuttle to rush to Wanao Peak. Leaving behind the worried figures of Kinkia, Bai Shui, Li Yingying and Lu Jiejie. Li Yao could travel at full speed with only Qiu Nanwei, but the speed would be slower if he brought everyone with him, so Li Yao did not take them with him, not even Qingqiuya. Wanao Peak is the entrance to the healing hall of Xuefei Palace, and it is where all the healing beast tamers of all races in Xuefei Palace serve. In Wanao Peak, you can even find quite a few saint-level healing beasts. Qingqiuya looked at Bai Shui, who was sobbing beside her, and advised, Shui girl, don't worry too much. There are plenty of healing powers available at Wanao Peak. Everything will be fine. But Bai Shui didn't relent at all. Qingqiuya could only sigh helplessly. Chapter 161 Wanao Peak. Soon after, the space around Kinkia fluctuated, and Li Yao appeared out of thin air beside Kinkia. How is it? Kinkia asked anxiously. Lady Saint Qinglian is on duty right now. Qiu Nanwei has been sent there for treatment by Lady Saint Qinglian. I will take you there now, Li Yao replied. After hearing Li Yao's words, Qingqiuya breathed a sigh of relief and said to Bai Shui in comfort, Shui girl, you know, Saint Qinglian is a saint-level healing beastmaster with healing powers. As long as the soul has not dissipated, as long as the injury is not caused by extreme power, it can be healed. Bai Shui did not respond but came to Li Yao tremblingly. Li Yao directly opened a space channel leading to Xuefei Palace Wanao Peak. Bai Shui rushed in quickly. Kinkia sighed helplessly and hurriedly followed. Li Yao said to Li Yingying and Lu Jiejie behind him, I'll take you to Snow Fox Peak first. Li Yingying looked at Li Yao and was about to say something. But Li Yao shook his head. Li Yingying immediately understood the meaning and said no more. Qingqiuya followed Bai Shui to Wanao Peak of Xuefei Palace. At Wanao Peak, a 1,000-meter-long stone tablet was erected at the foot of the mountain, with the words, Healing Hall, engraved on it. Wanao Peak is sparsely populated. Those who come here for treatment are those with serious injuries caused by normal fights among members of the Xuefei Palace. Generally, the injured were treated by the disciples sent by Wanao Peak under the ring. Li Yao's space channel is open to the foot of Wanao Peak. Qingqiu Yamen is very large, and the space channel cannot be directly open to the entrance of the healing hall. Bai Shui rushed directly to the top of the mountain, and the guards at the foot of the mountain did not stop her because the saint token hanging around Bai Shue's waist kept flashing golden light and emitting a breath. Remind the guards that this is the saint lady. But Qingqia behind Bai Shue was stopped by the guards. You don't know me? I know you, Elder Qingqiu. But we only recognize the token, not the person. Hard. Qingqia's fist hardened. But after thinking about it, he had no choice but to give up. After all, the healing hall was the most important hall in the Snow Concubine Palace, and most of the beasts in it had no attack capabilities. It is normal that the guarding is more strict. After a while, Liao arrived at Qingqia's side. She immediately understood the situation and took out Qingqia's token and handed it to Qingqia. Can I come in? Qingqia asked sternly. Don't blame me, Elder Qingqiu. We are just following the rules. Please come in, please come in. The guard responded softly. Humph! Qingqiu snorted arrogantly, and rushed to the top of the mountain with Li Yao, and rushed to the entrance of the healing hall. The most inconspicuous little house among a group of classical buildings. Bai Shui rushed directly into the room. No, there's no trace of Yaya here. She asked many members of the healing hall, but no one knew. At this time, Qingqia's voice sounded behind her. Silly girl, why are you running around? Qiu Nanwei is at the top of the mountain, in the Tianhan pool of the Qinglian saint. After hearing this, Bai Shui did not respond and went straight to the top of the mountain. Shui girl, you're too concerned and confused, little demon! Qingqiu shouted helplessly. Li Yao nodded, took Qingqia's hand, and teleported to Bai Shui's side. In an instant, he teleported to the top of the mountain with Bai Shui. There is a cold pool on the top of the mountain. There is no ice around the pool, but a small platform has condensed in the center of the pool. On the platform, there was a pure and beautiful girl in ice blue lying on her side, and next to her was a man with disheveled hair lying flat on his back. The man slept peacefully, not affected by the cold air around him, nor did he notice that a beautiful girl was lying on her side beside him, silently watching him. Yeah! Bai Shui exclaimed and ran over. But he was stopped by Qingqia halfway through his run. Silly girl, that Tianhan pool was created by the power of the holy maiden Qinglian. With your strength, you can't cross it. Qingqia stopped Bai Shui and reminded her. The ice blue girl lying on her side noticed Qingqia and the others, so she stood up and walked to Qingqia with her white jade feet stepping on the cold water of Tianhan pool. Qingqiu, I thought you had thought of this. I didn't expect it to be the lover of the new saint here, she said as her ice blue eyes swept over the golden jade pendant hanging around Bai Shui's waist. Before Qingqia could respond, Bai Shui excitedly asked, Senior Qinglian Yeye, how is Yeye? The little girl is so impulsive. Don't worry. That handsome little brother is fine. The holy maiden Qinglian responded with a breath of cold air. Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. Since Saint Qinglian said everything was fine, then it must be fine. Qingqiu's little action was noticed by the holy maiden Qinglian. Oh, you seem to care about me, little Yaya. You wouldn't also like this little brother, would you? The ice lotus saint put her head close to Qingqia's ear, exhaled a breath of cold air, and whispered softly. Qingqiu couldn't help but shiver all over, and quickly responded. Lian, Aunt Lian. The holy maiden Qinglian couldn't help but glare at Qingqia. Qingqiu quickly changed her tone and said, Lian. Sister Lian, don't joke around. I treat Shui girl as my own sister, so it's normal for me to show some concern for her. The holy maiden Qinglian carefully examined Qingqiu for a long time before she said, Well, I'll just assume that what you said is the truth. Qingqiu breathed a sigh of relief. If there was a member in the Snow Concubine Palace that Qingqiu least wanted to see, it must be the Ice Snow Girl in front of her. Even the palace master would have to rank behind her. One of the reasons is that my mother is very familiar with the holy maiden Qinglian. Moreover, Saint Qinglian is one of the earliest members of Xuefei Palace. Although she is not one of the founders, she is also a very old member. Even older than some of the emperor's concubines. It can be said that apart from the fact that the holy maiden Qinglian is only a saint, there is no other difference between her and the emperor's concubine, whether in terms of status or qualifications. Aunt Lian, that's not right, Sister Lian. What's the reason for Qiu Nanyue's behavior? Qingqiu asked.
Have no idea. There's something Sister Lien doesn't know. What do you take me for? There are many things I don't know, but you don't have to worry. I'm not sure about the specific reasons, but I do know what caused him to faint. What's the reason? It was a soul shock. I gave him snow lotus seeds. It has subsided now. Snow lotus seeds. This is the product of the pure lotus saint's skill, which only produces one every 100,000 years. It not only assists in cultivation, but also replenishes the damaged soul. As for the insignificant effects such as healing the body and prolonging life, we won't mention them. Snow lotus seeds can be said to be a skill creation that all major ethnic groups in the entire Snow Concubine Palace want to compete for. Sister Lien! Don't look at me like that. At first I thought he was your lover, Xiao Yaya, so I gave him the medicine. I didn't expect it was just this girl's lover. The holy maiden Qinglian responded helplessly. Bai Shui listened to the conversation between the two and understood that snow lotus seeds were a very precious thing. The holy maiden Qinglian made an exception and used them to treat Yaya because she thought Yaya was an important person to Sister Ya. Qing, Senior Qinglian, thank you. Bai Shui was in tears and was about to kowtow to Saint Qinglian to express her gratitude. Saint Qinglian seemed to have noticed it, and immediately drove Kinkia and the others away. Go, I've accepted your thanks. Stop crying here. Kinkia, take them away quickly. The wounded still need to rest. Qingqiuya nodded helplessly and went down the mountain with the reluctant Bai Shui and Li Yao. After everyone left, Saint Qinglian looked at the handsome man sleeping in the Tianhan pond and murmured to herself. Such a strong aura of reincarnation. Who are you? At the foot of the mountain, Qingqiuya explained to Bai Shui. Auntie Lien doesn't like noise, especially the kind of kneeling thanks. The entire Shuefei Palace doesn't like it. We are all compatriots and family. Shui girl, you are making it difficult for Auntie Lien. I'm sorry, Sister Ya. Forget it. You are just too worried. I will take you back to Snow Fox Peak. Let Xiao Nanhua stay there for the next few days. I will go to check on him often when I have nothing to do. But I believe he won't be able to sleep for long, Kinkia said helplessly. By the way, Xiao Yao, have you arranged everything for those two girls? Kinkia turned and asked Li Yao. No, not yet. I brought them to my residence and asked them to wait first. I will come to find Elder Qingqiu. Li Yao shook his head and responded. Qingqiu nodded and instructed. Xiao Yao, you will arrange for them to go to the peak closest to the main peak. Find a little fellow from the tribe to take them to familiarize themselves with the area. Li Yao nodded and disappeared on the spot. After watching Li Yao disappear, Qingqiu took Bai Shui's hand and rushed towards the main peak of Xiaohu Peak. Chapter 162 Snow Lotus. 3 days later, Xiao Nanhua opened his eyes hazily. He seemed to have had a very long dream. In the dream, he turned into a girl in black, but the girl kept crying among the mountains of corpses and people. Hey, you're awake! A light and pleasant voice came from Xiao Nanhua. Xiao Nanhua looked towards the source of the sound and saw a beautiful ice-blue girl lying on her side beside him, staring at him intently. Xiao Nanhua was frightened and immediately sat up and kept some distance between them. Am I that scary? The girl couldn't help but complain. Xiao Nanhua looked around in confusion, trying to understand what was going on. After a while, he gave up. Miss, where is this? Xiao Nanhua asked the beautiful girl in front of her. Pfft. The girl couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Nanhua tilted her head and looked at her in confusion. It's okay. It's just that I haven't heard you call me girl for a long time. My name is Shui Liani. You can call me Sister Shui or Sister Lien. The girl waved her hand and explained. Lien, sister. Hey, little brother, you is so good. Call me again and I'll tell you. Sister Lien. Zueliani's mood became happier at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is one out peak of the Shuefei Palace, where healing beast tamers gather. You just arrived in the eternal winter realm and you fainted due to the shock of your soul. Xiao Yaya sent you to me for treatment. Shui Liani explained. Xiao Nanhua nodded. So that's how it is. Wait, Xiao Yaya, could it be Senior Qingqiu? Then how could he be qualified to call her Sister Lien? Senior Zeliani.
Chiu Nanhua had a premonition that she would be angry if she was called that. At this moment, Shenling Zhiyu's worried cry came from his mind. Yeah, are you okay? Chiu Nanhua quickly summoned his little cuties. As soon as Shenling Zhiyu came out, she hurriedly touched Chiu Nanhua's face. Yeah, are you okay? The glazed jade, the Jinsei purple jade flute, and the foaming jade pendant also flew to Chiu Nanhua's side, huddled close to her, silently expressing their concerns. They could clearly sense Chiu Nanhua's condition in the beast-taming space, but Chiu Nanhua did not respond to their calls, so they would always worry about him. I'm fine. Thank you, Sister Lian, for your treatment. Chiu Nanhua thanked the beautiful girl in front of her. Chiu Nanhua's little cuties also expressed their gratitude to Shui Liani. Chiu Nanhua wanted to do something to express his gratitude and repay Sister Lian for saving his life, but she seemed to be even more powerful than Senior Qingqiu and had a higher status. Chiu Nanhua really couldn't think of what item she could use or what she could do to repay Sister Lian's kindness. Shui Liani seemed to understand something and looked at the Jinsei purple jade flute and said softly, How about you use it to play a song for me? It must have evolved from a musical instrument, right? Chiu Nanhua shook her head and refused directly. Sister Lian, although I want to repay your kindness, Jinsei is not a tool to please others. She is my favorite. I will not play her to please others. I'm sorry, Sister Lian. Chiu Nanhua can play it to communicate with Jinsei Zayuri, to fight, to familiarize herself with skills, or to practice music. But you can't play Jinsei just to please her. Wait, yeah, Sister Lian saved yeah, and I want to repay her. Yeah, please play a song to express my gratitude to Sister Lian. Jinsei purple jade flute interrupted Chiu Nanhua's words. Chiu Nanhua really couldn't play Jinsei just to please others, but if Jinsei took the initiative to play for her, then there would be no problem. What do you want to hear, Sister Lian? Chiu Nanhua asked the beautiful girl in front of her. Snowflakes fell, reflecting Shui Liani's smile. Her enchanting posture and beautiful face made Chiu Nanhua stunned. Play the song you think is the most beautiful. Zeliani's words awakened Chiu Nanhua. Chiu Nanhua shook her head sheepishly and replied, There are many good musics, but there is no best one. Then let's just sing a song first. Chiu Nanhua nodded, stood up, picked up the Jinsei foaming flute, and gently put it to her lips. Suddenly, a flute music resounded throughout the entire Wanyao Peak. Track storage. Song 3, A Distant Journey. Effect 1, increases the speed of units of the same rank by 30% for 3 hours. The second effect applies the unrestrained status to the blessed unit, which can resist the slowing effect of skills of the same level and lasts for 3 hours. Chapter 163 Increased Power. The top of Wanyao Peak Tianhan Pool. The cold air in the pool was like smoke, and snowflakes in the sky were falling with the wind. On the central platform of the cold pool, a beautiful girl with long ice blue hair gently closed her ice blue eyes. Her eyelashes, as silky as ice, reflected a faint blue light under the starlight. Shui Liani silently appreciated and listened to the music played by the handsome little brother in front of her. End of song. Shui Liani opened her ice blue eyes. Brother, you play the flute so beautifully. Sister Lian, you are too kind. Zeliani stood up, walked to Chiu Nanhua's side, took out a snow lotus pendant from her chest, tied it on Chiu Nanhua and explained. Brother, you carry this pendant with you so you can contact me at any time. It also contains some of my skills, which may be of help to you in the future. This, Sister Yu, I don't know how to thank you. Chiu Nanhua responded embarrassedly with a red face. Just come and play some songs for me when you have time, right? Little girl Jinsei, I didn't call you wrong, did I? Sister Lian, you're not wrong. My name is Jinsei Zayuri. Jinsei Zayuri responded. Would you like to play a song for your sister? Sister Lian saved Yaya and helped her a lot. She is indebted to us. I am willing to play for Sister Lian. After hearing Jinsei Zayuri's answer, Zeliani turned her gaze to Chiu Nanhua and said jokingly. Brother Yu, did you hear that? Sister Jinsei is willing to play for me. Please come often. Chiu Nanhua nodded and thanked her again. Sister Lian, thank you. Shui Liani gently lifted Chiu Nanhua's long hair from her shoulders and tucked it behind him, muttering softly. All right, you call me sister, how can I treat you badly?
If you keep being polite to me, I'll get angry.
Chiu Nanhua rolled up her long hair, and Liu Qingyu came to the top of Chiu Nanua's head and tied up her long hair. The Shenling Jueyu also returned to Chiu Nanua's wrist.
Sister Lian, can I ask how long I've been sleeping? Where is Bai Shui?
Chiu Nanhua had just woken up and her memory was very vague. It was only when she played a song for Shui Liani that she understood everything.
I didn't sleep for long, only 3 days. Bai Shui is the new saint, right? She comes to see if you're awake every few hours. I feel it's a bit troublesome, so I asked the deacon below to entertain her.
Shui Liani responded.
Sister Lian.
Before Chiu Nanhua could finish her words, Shui Liani interrupted her, saying,
I know. Go ahead, just come and see me when you have time. Well, goodbye, Sister Lian.
Chiu Nanhua buried her gratitude in her heart, turned around and walked away across the cold pool. What Chiu Nanhua didn't realize was that the cold air in the cold pool was absorbed by the snow lotus pendant on his chest the moment it touched him. After Chiu Nanhua left, Shui Liani silently looked in the direction where Chiu Nanhua left, wondering what she was thinking.
You're here,
Zhe Liani suddenly said.
Yeah, I was awakened by the breath of reincarnation.
An echo came out of nowhere from Tianhan Pool.
Is there a problem?
Shui Liani asked.
I don't know. It's really useless. However, the power has not been activated. At least he has no ill will towards the Snow Concubine Palace now. Well, I guess you were so useless. Luckily, I prepared some tricks. You are too reckless. What if you are discovered? Although he looks weak on the surface, his aura of reincarnation is so strong that he must have been at least an emperor in his previous life. I don't think so. He seems to have no memory at all. And I'm not lying. The pendant can help him,
Shui Liani explained.
Don't judge by appearances. We old guys try to act easy. It's because you're useless, otherwise why would I have to do anything?
Shui Liani couldn't help but complain.
Feel sorry. Have you informed the Emperor's concubine?
Shui Liani ignored his apology and asked directly.
I've informed Consort Binglin, and she told me not to inform the other imperial consorts for the time being.
Shui Liani couldn't help but frown. Sometimes she really couldn't understand what those emperors and concubines were thinking.
I'm leaving, please be careful,
Han Chi reminded in an echo that came out of nowhere.
You don't need to remind me, I know my limits,
Shui Liani responded slightly angrily.
Yeah, your pupils have changed color.
After leaving the top of the mountain, Liu Qingyu, who was always paying attention to Chiu Nanua's physical condition, spoke up to remind her.
Changed color?
Chiu Nanhua took out a mirror from the space of Shenling Jueyu and reflected his appearance.
Lilac pupils.
It is well known that the body of a beastmaster will change with the contracted beast, light purple. Could it be the Jinsei purple jade flute?
Also, yeah, you may not have realized that you are now very advanced,
Liu Qingyu continued to remind. With Liu Qingyu's reminder, Chiu Nanhua realized that she had advanced to the last stage of the advanced level,
Could it be Sister Lian?
Chiu Nanhua opened his beastmaster's panel after a long absence.
Beast Tamer.
Chiu Nanhua. Beast Taming rank high level. Beast Taming contract, Jinsei purple jade flute, foaming jade pendant, 2 contract slots remaining. Companion contract, sinking soul fallen jade, glazed jade.
Power.
Eye of exploration. Can detect the beast panels of beasts that do not exceed its own level, including name, gender, class, species, and skills, but cannot detect power. Reincarnation Eye. Effect 1, Past Observation, observing spiritual beings and stories from the past. Cost unknown, duration unknown. Note, you are too weak, please do not try it lightly. The second effect, Inner Observation, observing the inner world of spiritual beings, their emotions will turn into colors and appear in their eyes. The cost is low, but please do not use it on units that are stronger than you. How did this extra power come about? Reincarnation, is this the power carried by the holy relic, the reincarnation altar? Why did it only manifest itself when it came to the eternal winter realm? Forget it, I can't figure it out. Because the panel is shared with the contracted party, Chiu Nanua's several beasts can also see it.
Yeah, That power was obtained when you were unconscious, Liu Liqingyu explained. Could it be that the vibration of my soul is because I have gained new power, and the change of pupil color is also because of the power? Qiu Nanhua said after thinking for a while. It's not impossible. Even if it's not possible, it's related to this power, Liu Liqingyu responded. Forget it, let's find Bai Shui first. Qiu Nanhua shook her head and continued walking down the mountain without thinking any more. At this moment, Qiu Nanhua saw a white fox as white as snow and the white snow in the distance. It was half buried in the wind and snow, and a quiet and pure girl was serving her. She saw Qiu Nanhua coming down from the top of the mountain, and was about to wake up the white fox in the snow. But Qiu Nanhua had already come to the white fox, and he gently brushed away the snowflakes on the white fox's body. He gently held her in his arms. Qiu Nanhua looked at the tear marks on Baihu's face and felt heartbroken. How many days has she not rested? Qiu Nanhua asked softly to the quiet and pure girl beside her. The quiet and pure girl shook her head. Haven't you been resting all this time? No wonder you haven't woken up yet. Perhaps it was because of the familiar scent of Qiu Nanhua that he was able to hold her in his arms without disturbing Bai Shui. Qiu Nanhua sat down carefully on the snow, placed Bai Shui on his legs, and looked at the meteors streaking across the sky. Rushing now might wake up Bai Shui, so let her have a good rest. The quiet and pure girl stood silently behind Qiu Nanhua. Sniff. Why does it smell like flowers? Chapter 164, Eye of Reincarnation. Seven Seas Palace. In the most magnificent main hall of the ancient Roman camp. In the dark hall, the ruler of the Seven Seas Palace's ancient Roman camp knelt on the ground, saying humbly, Master Dark Machine, we have already controlled almost all members except Atlantis and China. A red light suddenly lit up on the platform above the hall, and a micro-robot appeared on the platform. He was so small that even a king-level beastmaster could not observe him with the naked eye unless he possessed skills that enhanced his vision. The reason? The micro-robot asked directly. Almost all members of Atlantis are stationed on the seabed in the field they created, making it difficult to penetrate. The blessing power of China has a counter-effect against mind control. The micro-robots we sent out were immediately destroyed after they had taken control of the Chinese beastmasters and their masters. We were afraid they would notice and affect our plan, so we didn't continue, explained the leader of the ancient Roman camp at the Seven Seas Palace. He too was controlled, and the one controlling this body now was a mechanical-type control-type beast-tamer. This micro-robot beastmaster can directly control the souls of the same level and is difficult to detect. Don't worry about China for now, focus on finding a way to control Atlantis, Ng ordered. Yes. A few hours later, the gradually brighter stars in the sky woke up Bai Shui. The other world also has 24 hours a day, but there are many stars like the sun in the other world, but they are many times larger than the sun. Some stars are only dozens of times larger than the sun, while some are hundreds of millions of times larger than the sun. They move in a regular pattern, illuminating the entire eternal winter realm. Awake? Qiu Nanhua said softly while touching Bai Shui's soft body. Yeah. Bai Shui jumped up from Qiu Nanhua's legs, knocked Qiu Nanhua to the ground, and smashed a human-shaped hole in the snow. Bai Shui kept licking Qiu Nanhua's cheeks, expressing her feelings. After a while, Qiu Nanhua left one out peak with a wet cheek, a cute white fox in her arms, and a quiet and pure girl with pink hair following behind her. Yeah, why don't we wipe it off? Bai Shui said shyly. Qiu Nanhua rubbed Bai Shui's head helplessly, took out a handkerchief from the space and wiped it. He actually didn't want to wipe it off. Bai Shui's saliva smelled sweet and he liked it very much, but Bai Shui would feel embarrassed and shy. And there are outsiders around, so it's really embarrassing to say it out loud. So in order to take care of Bai Shui's emotions, Qiu Nanhua wiped her cheeks. Bai Shui, it seems that you have gained new powers this time. When you integrated the powers, your soul was shaken, and the soul shock caused you to faint. I'm sorry to worry you, Qiu Nanhua explained while stroking the white fox in her arms. I'm glad Yaya is okay, Bai Shui responded by rubbing Qiu Nanhua's chest. Next time, let's go together to thank Sister Lian. Sister Lian? He's the one who saved me. He must be in a very high position. Sister Lian calls Senior Qingqiu Little Yaya. She is the pure lotus saint of the Snow Concubine Palace, Bai Shui explained. Really? I feel like she's easier to get along with than Senior Qingqiu, and she doesn't seem to be too arrogant, Qiu Nanwei explained. Bai Shui frowned after hearing this. She was the holy maiden Qinglian, the top of the holy maidens list of Xuefei Palace. She seldom came into contact with other people in the Snow Concubine Palace, so she had never seen the holy maiden Qinglian at any banquet in the Snow Concubine Palace. No heirs? Bai Shui always felt that this evaluation was not suitable for the saint. Well, but Saint Qinglian saved Qiu Nanwei, so Bai Shui was embarrassed to question her. Yeah, what new power have you obtained? Bai Shui asked. Qiu Nanwei looked at the quiet and pure girl with pink hair following behind her. The serene and pure girl with long hair bowed slightly to Bai Shui and said, Saint Lady, I will wait for you at Snow Fox Peak. After saying this, the quiet and pure girl with long hair left quietly. Who is she? Qiu Nanwei asked. Every disciple of the Snow Concubine Palace, every saintess, saint son, and elder who possesses a golden token, can choose 3 deacons to serve them. I don't need one, and I'm still relatively weak. I doubt the deacon I choose would listen to me, so I just randomly picked a king-level disciple whose true form is a phoenix saliva flower tree, named Huayan, Bai Shui explained. Phoenix saliva flower? This tree species is unique to the Eternal Winter Realm. It's said to have been created by the Phoenix clan through Phoenix saliva, but I don't think so. The Phoenix clan has never existed in the history of the Eternal Winter Realm. However, the Phoenix saliva flower tree is already very rare. Qiu Nanwen nodded and stopped worrying about the king-level disciple. Instead, she explained the power she had just obtained. The new power I acquired is called the Eye of Samsara. This power changed the color of my pupils. Bai Shui nodded. She had noticed that Qiu Nanyue's pupils had turned light purple a long time ago, but she thought it was the influence of the Jinsi purple jade flute that Qiu Nanwei had contracted not long ago, so she didn't mention it. Qiu Nanwei continued. There are 2 effects. One is that you can observe what happened to others in the past, and the other is that you can observe their inner emotions. However, once the effect is applied, the panel reminds me that I am too weak and tells me not to use it. Then do you want to try the new power on me? The power is difficult to control and requires long-term practice, otherwise it will easily get out of control, Bai Shui suggested. Qiu Nanwen nodded. He had studied power in detail in his previous life, and it was indeed written in the book. Power is different from skills. Skills can only be mastered superficially at best. Just like shooting a gun. If you don't practice your skills, you won't hit the target. And if power is not practiced, it will explode. This power is not dangerous to Bai Shui, so it is worth a try. Good! Qiu Nanwei concentrated her soul power on her eyes, and immediately her consciousness came to the boundless darkness. 2 light balls appeared in the darkness, one big and one small. Qiu Nanwei immediately understood that the big one was effect 1, and the small one was effect 2. But the gap is too big. The big ball is thousands of times larger than the small ball. Qiu Nanwei rushed directly towards the ball, and her consciousness returned to reality. Qiu Nanyue's eyes flashed with purple light. He looked at Bai Shui, who was surrounded by 3 colors of light. Red, cyan, purple. Qiu Nanwei immediately understood. Red represents joy, blue represents love, and purple represents desire. As for how he understood it, that was what his power told him. Chapter 165 left, but not completely. And these colors and auras seemed to never run out, constantly flowing towards Qiu Nanwei. These colored auras seemed to be telling Qiu Nanwei that you are the only one in her eyes, and her emotions only bloom for you. When emotions are specific to individuals, it is very useful. If you only see the emotions, it is indeed a bit useless, but the situation is different depending on who the emotions are directed at, and it can prevent many things. Qiu Nanwei stopped sending soul power to her eyes, and the purple light no longer flashed in her eyes. Bai Shui, how do you feel? Qiu Nanwei asked. There's no special feeling. I can feel a purple thread in Ye's eyes connecting to me, Bai Shui explained. Would a higher rank reveal him? It seemed he had to be more careful. He couldn't control who he would attack. In other words, as long as he concentrated his soul power in his eyes,
it would attack all units within his sight. Not to mention the consumption of soul power. If you dare to use your power on strangers at will, you will really offend others.
Can it be countered?
Qiu Nanwei asked.
Bai Shui shook her head and responded. It can't be touched, whether it's soul power or soul power. I guess it can only be resisted with special powers.
Qiu Nanwei nodded. Currently, only super-level operations would expose this shortcoming.
It seems that this power is very useful.
This effect is somewhat similar to the evolved skill of a lie detector, but that skill has too many limitations. Every time, the interrogation target must be drained of soul power and beaten half to death. Before they knew it, Qiu Nanwei had already arrived at the Snow Fox Peak with Bai Shui in her arms. Bai Shui jumped out of Qiu Nanyue's arms, transformed into a human form and stood beside Qiu Nanwei. She took Qiu Nanyue's hand and said softly,
Yeah, I'll take you around Snow Fox Peak.
Qiu Nanwei nodded and let Bai Shui take him to the foot of Snow Fox Peak. On the way, Qiu Nanwei saw many snow foxes playing in the snow. There were also many snow foxes that had transformed into human form and were silently watching those snow foxes that had not yet transformed.
Saint Lady!
×2. The two transformed snow foxes bowed slightly to Bai Shui and shouted, looking like a couple. Bai Shui nodded in response. Only after Qiu Nanwei and Bai Shui walked away did they dare to talk in a low voice.
Who is that person next to Lady Saint? How can they be so close to her? I'm not sure, he seems to be a beastmaster, but he doesn't seem very strong. But Lady Lianai and the one beside him are such a perfect match. With such great looks, they must have good genes. It's a shame there's reproductive isolation between different races. Ahem, dear wife, this is outside. And the child is in front of us. Saying this will have a bad influence. What are you afraid of? We're going to have to meet each other anyway. Besides, I'm not wrong. We're finally here.
Qiu Nanwei sighed. Qiu Nanwei and Bai Shui finally reached the foot of Snow Fox Peak, and a group of buildings appeared not far ahead. Along the way, they encountered many members of the Snow Fox tribe, as well as members of other forces who came to the Snow Concubine Palace. Qiu Nanwei originally thought that she was used to being the focus of others, but now it seems that she is not. He was just used to being stared at by people weaker than him. When he was stared at by those who were much stronger than him, or by beastmasters, he still felt a little scared. Qiu Nanwei wanted to ask Jinsi Purple Jade Flute to help him disguise himself, but after thinking about it, he felt that it would be of little use. The current Jinsi Purple Jade Flute had been downgraded and was only of high level. It was forcibly promoted to a small class by the same skill, and is only at the low level of the king level, so it can only be concealed by the low-level imperial level units. What kind of place is the Snow Concubine Palace? It is a powerful force from another world where there are so many kings and emperors everywhere.
Yeah, don't worry too early, look ahead,
Shenling Zhuyu reminded. Qiu Nanwei looked forward as Shenling Zhuyu spoke. A beastmaster's senses were weaker than most beastmasters of the same level. After all, the advancement of a beastmaster is mainly to strengthen the beast-taming space, but it is different for a beast-tamer. Even if it is not a strength-type beast-tamer, the advancement of a beast-tamer will strengthen the body much more than that of a beast-tamer. Qiu Nanyue's vision gradually became clearer, and the buildings at the foot of Snow Fox Peak gradually became clear. A group of shops and restaurants appeared in Qiu Nanyue's sight. Bai Shui took Qiu Nanyue's arm and slowly approached. The bustling atmosphere of the shop reached Qiu Nanyue's ears.
Come on, Western region meat skewers, free! Tanghulu, free! Special underwear, made of royal-grade silk can be exchanged for royal-grade beast-controlling artifacts.
Hearing these shouts, Qiu Nanwei was speechless. What was going on? There was a familiar smell. Was this a commercial street, or a street stall economy? It feels like a blue star has appeared, but it doesn't feel like a complete blue star has appeared. Previously, the foot of Wanyao Peak was heavily guarded, with not a single shop or store, but how did Xiaohu Peak become like this? Pfft! Looking at Qiu Nanyue's surprised expression, Bai Shui couldn't help but chuckle.
Sister, you personally asked the people from Qihai Palace to come and carefully teach and arrange this,
Bai Shui explained with a smile.
At least it should be a high-end shopping mall. With the advent of street stall economy, won't it damage the image of Xuefei Palace?
Qiu Nanhua couldn't help asking.
No, these are shops opened by other forces. The Xuefei Palace is not involved. But even so, Sister Ye has been put under house arrest by the palace master.
Bai Shui smiled lightly.
Didn't change it back?
Bai Shui shook her head and explained.
Although this is somewhat inconsistent with the temperament of the Xuefei Palace, it can effectively exchange the main skills and products of the Xuefei Palace for some skills and products of other forces. Besides, it's good to have a lively atmosphere, which can reflect the power of the Snow Concubine Palace.
Qiu Nanhua nodded. There were pros and cons, but the pros outweighed the cons, so she decided to keep it for the time being.
Lady Saint!
2 deacons who had joined Snow Fox Peak stood at the door and shouted to Bai Shui.
A man and a woman, they guard the door but do not stop tourists coming and going. Thank you for your hard work.
Bai Shui nodded and responded to them.
After hearing Bai Shui's words, the 2 deacons blushed slightly and responded loudly. Thank you for your concern, Saint Lady. This is our duty.
Blushing like a bubble teapot, Qiu Nanhua couldn't help rolling her eyes.
Yeah, let's go.
Bai Shui smiled and pulled Qiu Nanhua and ran briskly into the commercial street. The 2 deacons couldn't help but stare in amazement. After Qiu Nanhua and Bai Shui left for a while, the female deacon was the first to come back to her senses. She patted the male butler beside her on the head hard, bringing him back to his senses.
Is this the Mercy Saint? The male deacon said tremblingly. Didn't you see such a big golden token? No, that's not what I meant. I've been a deacon at Snow Fox Peak for 3 million years.
Although Lady Lianai rarely appears, she is sometimes seen beside Elder Qingqiu. It's no exaggeration to say that I've never seen Lady Lianai smile before. This is the first time I've seen her smile. It's truly stunning. The deacon couldn't help but roll her eyes after hearing his words and responded.
Don't I know? I've been in office much longer than you.
But compared to the loving Saint Lady, she cares more about the handsome guy next to the loving Saint Lady. Just now, she was not stunned by the sight of the Saint of Pity, but the handsome young man was stunned by the way he looked at the Saint of Pity who was holding his hand with a doting look on his face.
Purple token?
Apparently, a candidate for the Holy Sun.
This is no substitute for the Holy Sun.
He is more handsome than the Holy Sun of Hanliang, and more gentle than the Holy Sun of Tianke. Thinking of this, the deacon's face couldn't help but flush. The male deacon seemed to have noticed something and shouted.
You didn't see that the man next to the Saint Lady Lianai was in heat, did you? Ahem! What nonsense!
The deacon was choked by his words and responded by coughing twice. The male butler looked at her with suspicion. He remembered that the person on duty with him seemed to be from the snake tribe. He vaguely remembered that snakes also had strong sexual desires.
You are the one who is thinking bad things after watching Lady Lianai staring blankly for such a long time. That's Lady Lianai,
the female deacon immediately retorted. The male butler blushed and shouted.
No, I'm just amazed. I don't have that kind of thought.
The male deacon's voice became smaller and smaller, as if he was losing confidence.
Heh!
The situation reversed, and now it was the female deacon who looked at the male deacon with disbelief. Just as I was about to attack him, I was awakened by the discussions around me. Only then did they realize that they were still on duty at the gate with so many people from other forces around them. They all stood at the door again seriously, as if nothing had happened. When the people who were talking around saw that the 2 deacons had stopped arguing, they all left in disappointment. Chapter 166, Holy Maiden of Flowers.
Yeah.
Bai Shui held a small purple fruit close to Qiu Nanhua's mouth and whispered softly.
Ah.
Qiu Nanhua opened her mouth slightly and waited for feeding. After Bai Shui's slender hand brushed across Qiu Nanhua's lips, Bai Shui gently placed the finger that had just brushed across Qiu Nanhua's lips on her own lips, with a slight blush on her face. You don't even need to use your powers to know that the purple light seriously exceeds the limit. This scene made the other customers in the store who were looking at the 2 of them blush and turn their heads away.
Yeah, this is my favorite fruit. Is it delicious?
Delicious, melts in your mouth, fragrant and sweet, very delicious.
What kind of fruit is this?
It's a specialty of the Sea Soul realm, the purple spirit fruit.
The one we're eating is the purple spirit fruit produced by the purple spirit fruit tree after it evolved into a king-level beastmaster. The product of the king-level beast taming skills, used to satisfy the appetite, worthy of being the snow concubine palace. Is there any effect? Bai Shui bit her lower lip lightly and replied delicately. To restore my strength. Qiu Nanwei. This hasn't been consumed yet. After Bai Shui brought Qiu Nanwei to this commercial street, they walked around and ate a lot of food. To be honest, after Xuefei Palace learned the cooking methods of Blue Star and combined them with the cooking methods of other skills and products of the Eternal Winter Realm, some of the food has already squeezed into the category of top food and is really delicious. After walking around for a while, we arrived at this inn run by the Snow Fox tribe. That's what just happened. Yeah, let's go buy some clothes later, Bai Shui said to Qiu Nanwei affectionately. Good. Qiu Nanwei had no doubt about Xuefei Palace's taste. The Xuefei Palace is a force renowned for its beauty. While most of their clothing is conjured from soul power, there are always some beastmasters who prefer to wear physical clothing. Even if there aren't any, there are always beastmasters out there. The beastmaster can't change his clothes, so he can't go shirtless. Therefore, there are still a lot of physical clothes in the other world. Since the Xuefei Palace is a place where appearance is paramount, the actual clothes here are all very beautiful. The quality is much higher than that of Blue Star. After eating fruits and snacks at the inn, Bai Shui took Qiu Nanwei to a large clothing mall, an open-air mall that stretched as far as the eye could see. The mall is not big and there are not many clothes. The clothing mall is mainly located in the beast taming peak, Bai Shui explained. Qiu Nanwei nodded in understanding, but you said this mall is not big. He is already a high-level beastmaster, and he can't see the end at a glance. This is not big. He doesn't understand the concept of size in the other world. Bai Shui had been in the Snow Princess Palace in the other world for so long that she was probably familiar with it, and thought it was just a small shopping mall. At this time, a beautiful woman with pink hair came to Bai Shui's side and asked doubtfully. Love the saint? The holy maiden of flowers, Bai Shui responded. The 100 Flowers Saintess looked Qiu Nanwei over and said, I was wondering, you never came to the clothing room before, so why did you come this time? So you brought a lover with you. What do you want to buy? Buy some men's clothes for Ye, Bai Shui replied. The holy maiden of flowers nodded and raised her hand to arrange for a disciple to take Bai Shui and Qiu Nanwei to choose, but after thinking about it, she put her hand down. The Saintess of Flowers turned around and looked at Bai Shui and Qiu Nanwei and said, Come with me. I'll show you how to choose. Bai Shui frowned. She was not familiar with the Holy Maiden of Flowers and had only heard of her name. She had never had any interaction with the Holy Maiden of Flowers from the Beastmaster Peak, so why would she take the initiative to take them to choose clothes? Although she felt strange, Bai Shui didn't want to lose face for the Holy Lady of Flowers, so she took Qiu Nanwei's arm and followed. The three of them came to a men's dressing room. The 100 Flowers Saint turned to Qiu Nanwei and explained, I noticed you like wearing long robes, so I brought you here. You can try on any style you like. Qiu Nanwei. Qiu Nanwei was speechless, because in his sight, the clothes in front of him all had panels, which means that these were beasts evolved from clothing. Among them, they range from low level to king level, and some cannot be seen on the panel, but Qiu Nanwei would not think that they are ordinary clothes. These are high-level king-level, or even imperial-level beast-taming clothes. Bai Shui frowned and looked at the Saint of Flowers, asking doubtfully, Why did you bring us here? You'll all be promoted to Saint Sun anyway, right? Although Bai Shui had some doubts about her words, she did not refute it. In her eyes, Qiu Nanwei's advancement to the imperial level was a matter of course. Chapter 167 Snow Moon Saint. Bai Shui! Qiu Nanwei shouted in confusion. Bai Shui gave Bai Hua Saint a look, turned around, gently took Qiu Nanwei's hands and explained. Yeah, the beast tamers in the clothing department of the Snow Concubine Palace are a separate clan, and they have made an agreement with the beast tamers in the Snow Concubine Palace. Once a beastmaster becomes a holy son, they can choose a member from their clan to follow. Of course, members of their clan can also refuse, that's it. I understand. Those who can become the holy son of the Snow Concubine Palace are all members with extremely high appearance. And their clan took the initiative to come out of the mountains and come to this cloakroom,
which must be to find a beastmaster to follow or a beastmaster who likes to wear physical clothes. They must be the same as Jinsey Purple Jade Dial. Although Jinsey Purple Jade Dial does not like people playing it casually, it has an obsession with music, which is an obsession that musical instruments are born with. In order not to sink into obsession, she couldn't help but choose the player, and then she fell in love with sleeping, until Chionanwe signed a contract with her. Therefore, people who love clothing are likely to have an obsession with showing off their beauty through clothing. Simply put, if the Son of God chooses one of them, they will basically not refuse, unless there are some bad rumors about the Son of God outside. But if there really were any bad rumors, Xuefei Palace probably wouldn't let him advance to the Holy Sun. But I'm only at a high level, still far from the Imperial level. And even if you reach the Imperial level, you may not be recognized as the Holy Sun by the Xuefei Palace. Chionanwe couldn't help but shook her head and said. Chionanwe already understood the overall structure of the Xuefei Palace. She learned this when she was chatting with Bai Shui after delivering the grain on Blue Star. It doesn't matter, as long as they are willing. The Holy Maiden of Flowers pointed to the beastmasters behind her and responded. Chionanwe. When the Holy Maiden of Flowers saw that Chionanwe didn't react, she took the initiative to wave behind her. Suddenly a piece of clothing flew to the side of the Holy Maiden of Flowers. She asked Chionanwe, "What do you think of this one? I think it suits you very well." Chionanwe. "Is that so?" The Holy Maiden of Flowers thought for a while and waved in another direction. Another piece of clothing flew to her side. "What about this one?" Chionanwe. "What about this one?" Chionanwe. Chionanyue's repeated silence made Bai Hua Saint Lady unable to help but yell at him. "Which one do you like? Give me some feedback." Senior Saint of Flowers, the main thing is that although they appear to be wearing men's clothing, their names don't sound like men's clothing at all. Chionanwe sighed and explained helplessly. There were too many panels just now, so I didn't pay attention to the names on them. It was only when the Holy Maiden of Flowers called them to her side that Chionanwe carefully observed the panels. Like flower dancing clouds, dreamlike gauze, flowing evening dress, etc., among so many costumes, there is not a single name that looks like men's clothing. Tisk, you're exposed. Why didn't you tell me you had this ability earlier? The Holy Maiden of Flowers couldn't help but smack her lips and complained. I can't help it. The number of women's clothing members in the clothing group is several times greater than that of men's clothing members. Moreover, there are few beastmasters in the Snow Concubine Palace, and there are almost no beastmasters who have been promoted to holy sons and holy maidens. Women's clothing likes to show off their beauty more than men's clothing. Those who want to show off their beauty in clothing are crying out for food. It's so hard to find a beastmaster with the qualifications of a saint's son, so I brought you here. The 100 Flowers Saint explained, pointing to the clothing clan behind her. Then at least let me see the men's clothing first, Chionanwe said helplessly. The 100 Flowers Saint looked at Chionanwe with a strange expression and asked, Are you sure? Those men's clothes are all gender selected. Are you sure? Chionanwe. Is there no genderless one? Yes, I have. That? I already have someone to follow. Chionanwe was suddenly speechless. What could he do? I'd better go look at some regular clothes. When Chionanwe was about to pull Bai Shui away, she was stopped by the Holy Maiden of Flowers. She tried to persuade him. Oh, don't worry about so many details. The clothing clan is best at changing shapes. If it's already men's clothing, outsiders won't know it's women's clothing. What's the big deal? Chionanwe shook his head and refused. He would never wear women's clothes on his own initiative unless his beastmaster wanted to see it. Oh, forget it. Just follow me. There is someone who can meet your requirements, but I don't know if she is willing. After all, you are still too weak. The Saint of Flowers sighed. Chionanwe and Bai Shui looked at each other, both understood each other's meaning, and followed the Holy Maiden of Flowers. After a while, the Holy Maiden of Flowers brought Bai Shui and Chionanwe to a pavilion. In the pavilion, an elegant noble girl in a white dress was enjoying dessert and tea. The girl felt someone approaching, so she turned her head and looked in Chionanyue's direction and asked, Bai Hua, why are you here? There's a Saint Son candidate here who meets the requirements. I originally wanted him to choose a member of the clothing clan, It turns out he's not very capable and has many requirements. After careful consideration, he decided you're the most suitable, so he brought her to you. It's up to you whether you like her or not, the 100 Flowers Saint explained. Chiu Nanhua. The elegant noble girl gently put down the black tea in her hand, stood up, and came to Chiu Nanhua's side. When Bai Shui saw the noble girl approaching, her furry ears suddenly appeared and stood upright, staring at the approaching girl with a hint of hostility. After carefully observing the surroundings, the girl asked in a puzzled voice, "Saint of Pity?" Chiu Nanhua glanced around and saw that the girl in front of her also had a golden token on her waist. She shouldn't be a saint-level beastmaster, so this one should also be a saint. And it seemed that Bai Shui didn't recognize her yet. What is the Holy Lady of Flowers doing? You are too weak. Come back after you advance to the imperial level. The noble girl did not dwell on the relationship between the Saint Lien Ai and Chiu Nanhua, and directly issued the notice. Well, I guessed it. The Holy Maiden of Flowers shook her head helplessly in response. Just as Chiu Nanhua turned around and prepared to leave, because Bai Shui hugged her too tightly, a little of Chiu Nanhua's chest was exposed. This caused the snow lotus pendant on Chiu Nanhua's chest to be exposed to everyone's sight, including the sight of the noble girl. Wait! The noble girl called out to Chiu Nanhua. What's wrong? Chiu Nanhua responded puzzledly. Where did you get the snow lotus pendant on your chest? Asked the noble girl. Chiu Nanhua gently held the snow lotus pendant in her hand and replied, This was given to me by Sister Lien. Sister Lien? Saint Qinglian, what are you thinking about? Seeing that the noble girl was lost in thought, everyone did not disturb her. The Holy Maiden of Flowers also fell into thought. This made Chiu Nanhua and Bai Shui not know how to deal with it. It was not right to leave, nor was it right to stay. After a while, the noble girl seemed to have made up her mind. She looked at Chiu Nanhua and said, I can go back with you, but I need to observe you for a while. After hearing what the noble girl said, the 100 Flowers Saint girl widened her eyes in shock and said, No, you're serious. I originally just wanted to bring him here to get a little bit of a blow, so that he would honestly accept it, but you're serious. The noble girl nodded and responded, Baiwa, please tell the elders later. The 100 Flowers Saint stared at the noble girl for a long time. After she felt that she didn't seem to be joking, she responded helplessly. Forget it, since you have decided, I support you. Thank you, Baiwa. Why are you being so polite to me? The noble girl turned her gaze towards Chiu Nanhua and said, I am the Snow Moon Saint of the Snow Concubine Palace. My name is Shui Yuehua, and my body is a neutral moon robe. Hello, Senior Shuiyue, my name is Chiu Nanhua, and I just joined the Shuefei Palace not long ago. Chiu Nanhua responded. No need to bother, just call me Shuiyue. Chiu Nanhua. Okay, Shuiyue. Chapter 168 Arrival at Bai Shui's residence. Because of the arrival of a new saint, Bai Shui and Chiu Nanhua were a little overwhelmed and stopped visiting Snow Fox Peak. He hurried back to the main peak of Snow Fox Peak, to Bai Shui's residence. The Saint Lady is back, the Saint Lady is back. Who are the man and woman beside the Saint Lady? I don't know, but it feels so disgusting. The sounds of children's voices reached Chiu Nanhua's ears. Shut up! A clear voice interrupted the children's discussion. There was no more noise in the house. Chiu Nanhua recognized it as Hua Yan, the phoenix saliva tree that had been following Bai Shui before. Chiu Nanhua looked at a corner of the house and saw a tree full of flowers. This should be the phoenix saliva tree. No wonder I felt a fragrance at that time. With so many flowers blooming, it was indeed very fragrant. I could smell it outside the door. After entering the room, Saint Shuiyue ignored the voice that had just appeared out of nowhere and turned to Chiu Nanhua and Bai Shui and asked, Do you live together? Bai Shui responded loudly, Yeye must live with me. I will not separate from Yeye. Chiu Nanhua also nodded and explained, I have just been in Shuefei Palace for 3 days. I was injured a few days ago and was treated at Sister Lien's place for 3 days. I just came down the mountain today and will continue to live with Bai Shui from now on. Yeah. After answering calmly, Saint Shuiyue came to the stone table under the phoenix saliva tree and sat down. She took out the tea set and snack set from somewhere and began to taste them elegantly. Yeah,
she didn't hide the spatial fluctuations. It's a spatial skill. Shinling Zhuyu reminded Xiao Nanwei in her mind. I guessed it, but I don't know how many spatial skills there are. Bai Shui ignored the holy lady Xiuyue and did not entertain her. Instead, she directly pulled Xiao Nanwei into the house. Bang! The sound of the door closing echoed throughout the house. After a while, Shinling Zhuyu flew out of the house cursing. That female fox Bai Shui is in heat again. There are outsiders here. Be careful. Liu Liqingyu, who was following behind Shinling Zhuyu, stopped him. If Shinling Zhuyu had not been unwilling to enter the beast-taming space, she would have entered the beast-taming space with Jin Shifengling long ago. There was no other way. She and Shinling Zhuyu had spent the longest time together, so the task of stopping and comforting Shinling Zhuyu was up to her. The words of Qiu Nanyue's two little cuties quickly attracted the attention of Saint Xiuyue. She waved to Qinling Zhuyu and Liu Liqingyu, indicating them to come to her side. Shinling Zhuyu and Liu Liqingyu flew to the side of the stone table. How many years have you been with Qiu Nanwei? Saint Xiuyue asked softly. More than 10,000 years, Shinling Zhuyu said proudly. And he added silently in his heart, even though he had slept for nearly 8,000 years. Saint Xiuyue did not respond. She felt that Shinling Zhuyu did not want to answer her, so she just made up a number to confuse her. After all, in her eyes, Qiu Nanwei was only in her teens or 20s. However, Saint Xiuyue didn't care, and she wouldn't get angry with a high-level beastmaster. At this time, King Kia pushed the door open and came in. She received the news that Bai Xue and Qiu Nanwei had returned, so she went straight to Bai Xue's house. Qing Qiuye has been under house arrest by the palace master these days. Unable to find any fun, she had no choice but to go and watch the younger generation fight. She was bored to death. After receiving the news, she immediately rushed back with Li Yao. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the Snow Moon Saint sitting at the stone table. King Kia frowned, trying to understand the situation. Never mind, I don't understand. Qingqiu Jiajing walked to the stone table and sat down. Saint Xiuyue, what are you doing here? King Kia brought a teacup from the table, filled it with the black tea brewed by Saint Xiuyue, and asked. Dot. King Kia blew lightly on the black tea and took a sip elegantly. Tisk, it's not as good as what you Shiuzi brewed. The smile on Saint Xiuyue's face suddenly froze. This black tea was her masterpiece. Why wouldn't she believe that Qiu Nanyue's tea could be as delicious as hers? She wanted to immediately grab Qiu Nanwei from the room and let him take a bath so that she could compare his bath with hers. I remember that Saint Xiuyue and Shui Yata didn't have much in common. Why are you here? King Kia asked again. I came here for Qiu Nanwei. I plan to follow him and observe him. If I am qualified, I will follow him. Saint Xiuyue responded lightly. Poof! After hearing what Saint Xiuyue said, King Kia couldn't help but spit out the black tea she had just drunk. Fortunately, Li Yao on the side was quick-witted and quick-handed, and used his skills to collect the red tea sprayed by Qingqiu. Thank you, little demon. Elder Qingqiu, this is what I should do. Li Yao responded immediately, and quietly put the collected black tea into the space. Qingqiu didn't notice it, but looked at Saint Xiuyue with a serious face. What you said is true. Saint Xiuyue nodded. Qingqiu couldn't help but hold her head in her hands and responded in disbelief. No, you're a beast tamer about to enter the saint rank, and you've fallen for a high-level beast tamer? Saint Xiuyue calmly took a sip of her tea and responded. If it were so easy to advance to the saint rank, there wouldn't be only so few saint rank masters in the entire Snow Concubine Palace. I am more than 400 million years old, and I have held the title of saint for more than 400 million years. In about tens of millions of years, I will be stripped of this title. Rather than being a deacon and running around, it would be better to find a beastmaster to follow. But you boy is only at the advanced level now. But he is the one in the Snow Concubine Palace who has the best chance of becoming a saint's son, isn't he? Qingqiu. And Saint Xiuyue wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, she decided not to say it. And? King Kia looked confused. No, nothing. Saint Xiuyue shook her head and responded. Chapter 169 Clothing Clan. What the hell is this? Who would believe you? You stopped talking halfway through, just to pique my curiosity. Kinkia could only complain silently in her heart. She was not familiar with Saint Xiuyue. Saint Xiuyue was from the Clothing Clan and indeed seldom interacted with other clans. The people who interact most frequently with the Clothing Clan are probably the beastmasters of the Snow Concubine Palace. Of course, the clothing family is not all clothing. Textile beasts also belong to the clothing family. Well, that's your own business, I can't interfere, but… Kinkia's eyes suddenly became dangerous. Don't be mean to Yue boy, he's my brother-in-law after all. You don't have to tell me that I won't do anything bad to him. Saint Xiuyue responded calmly. After saying that, he took out another pot of black tea from the space and continued to sip it. Although there are some conflicts of interest in the Snow Concubine Palace, all the tribes are very restrained. Killing each other is one of the most taboo things in the Snow Concubine Palace, and is strictly prohibited by the emperors and concubines. However, not all members of each tribe are saints, and there will always be some conflicts, so the Xuefei Palace will set up an arena and organize competitions among the tribes every once in a while. Anyway, with Wan Alpeak backing him up, even if he dies in the ring, he's not really dead. Where are Miss Shui and Little Yu? Kinkia asked after taking the snacks handed to her by Li Yao. Of course I'm doing something shameless, complained Shinling Zhuyu beside Qingqiuya. Qingqiuya calmly drank a sip of black tea. Well, actually, she had guessed it a long time ago. When she entered the door, she saw Shinling Zhuyu and Liu Li Qingyu outside. They would only leave Qiu Nanwei when she and Bai Shui were doing something unspeakable. Qingqiuya grabbed Shinling Zhuyu beside her and said softly, Since you two little girls are here, play with me. By the way, he looked at the Saintess Xiuyue who was quietly drinking black tea and asked, Xiuyue, do you want to play? Saint Xiuyue tilted her head and looked at Kinkia with a puzzled look. At the same time, Sea Soul Realm. In an underwater kingdom. This is the Sea Concubine Palace, the imperial power in the Sea Soul Realm. The Sea Concubine Palace is different from the Snow Concubine Palace. They select the holy sons and holy daughters by each tribe themselves, and the number of holy sons and holy daughters allocated to each tribe is different based on their strength. Therefore, the strength of the holy sons and holy daughters of the Sea Princess Palace usually varies. For example, the little princess Ing Yunxian of the Dragon Clan. Her father, against all odds, gave her the title of saint right after she was promoted to the king level. And this has not been discussed with Ing Yunxian yet. It's so annoying! The dragon girl lying on the bed couldn't help but complain. Her father is always like this. This time, he submitted an application for her to join the ancestral vein of the clan without her permission. That is the place where the dragon bloodline is activated. The dragon bloodline has its own characteristics, which is that the sexual desire is extremely strong and difficult to control, regardless of gender. Her third brother hasn't even activated his bloodline yet. She doesn't want to activate her bloodline because she hasn't found her other half yet. Besides, she is only over 8,000 years old. She is still young and doesn't want to find her other half yet. So she ran from the clan to the Haifei Palace, intending to use the space channel to go to the neighboring city. Neighboring Realm City, as the name suggests, is the junction of the Eternal Winter Realm and the Sea Soul Realm. This is a city jointly built by the Snow Concubine Palace and the Sea Concubine Palace, serving as a buffer zone between the two worlds. Knock, 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 Lady Saint, everything is packed. After hearing this sound, Ing Yunxian jumped off the bed lightly. Arrived at the door. As soon as I opened the door, I saw two women standing outside. One was from the Pearl Clan and was her maid. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Ing Yunxian because there was a charming woman standing next to her. Xianer, where do you want to go? The charming woman smiled slightly and asked softly. Her words made Ing Yunxian shudder, and she responded tremblingly. Fourth lady. Ing Yunxian lowered her head in fear. Xin Yang is the most powerful among her father's wives, with the strength of a low-level saint. Although she is 2 levels lower than her father, no one in the family is not afraid of her, including her father. Moreover, the power behind Xin Yang is also quite strong. Like Haifei Palace, she is the 3rd princess of the Meihai Kingdom, which is also an imperial power. My dad cheated it when he was a guest in the Dream Sea Kingdom. At that time, she didn't realize that her father had already married 3 wives.
Xin Yang was very angry, but what could she do? She had already given her body to him. But later, after Xin Yang took care of Ing Yunxuan's father no longer dared to have affairs outside. I want to go to the Snow Concubine Palace to see Sister Bai Shui. After she became a saint, I haven't had the chance to congratulate her yet, Ing Yunxian answered cautiously. Is it really just because of this? Xianer, you must know that the dead guy applied for you to enter the ancestral lineage. Xin Yang still had a smile on her face, but the brighter her smile, the more violently Ing Yunxuan's legs shook. I don't want to enter the ancestral vein. Why? I don't want to become like my dad. Ing Yunxian mustered up the courage to say it. Xin Yang came to Ing Yunxian and raised her hand slightly. Ing Yunxian was so scared that she squatted down with her head in her hands. But the imagined scenario did not come true. Xin Yang just gently stroked Ing Yunxuan's blue hair with her hand. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. The Everwinter realm has been quite unstable recently. Xin Yang will take you there. Xin Yang's words surprised Ing Yunxian. Xin Yang agreed to let me go. Xin Yang smiled and nodded, gently responding. I hate that damned guy using blood as an excuse. I don't believe that a saint-level person doesn't have this little control ability. It's obviously him who doesn't want to control. I like you and Sanhua very much. They are completely different from that damn guy. Fourth lady! Ing Yunxian looked at her with emotion. Pack up and get ready to go. Snow Princess Palace in Eternal Winter Realm. Binglin Palace. This is the palace of concubine Shui and concubine Binglin. Shui Liani rushed in and shouted, Binglin! Binglin! Come out and see me! There was no response from the empty hall. At this time, a deacon stumbled over to Shui Liani's back and responded respectfully. Lady Qinglian Saint, Lady Binglin concubine has gone out. Where did you go? Shui Liani asked loudly. The deacon shook his head and responded. Lady Qinglian Saint, we dare not inquire about the whereabouts of Lady Emperor's concubine. Fuck! Saint Qinglian couldn't help but curse. She felt that Princess Binglin just didn't want to see her. The reappearance of the power of reincarnation was such a serious matter, but concubine Binglin did not even inform the other imperial concubines, and even refused to see her. Chapter 170 Quenching Pool. One day later. Xiao Nanhua pulled Bai Shui out of the house. Chen Ling Jueyu returned to Qiu Nanyue's wrist with a curse. The glazed green jade also flew back to Qiu Nanyue's head. Hey you boy, you're pretty fast this time, Qingqiuya teased. Senior Qingqiu. Xueyu. Qiu Nanhua came to Qingqiuya and shouted. Qingqiuya nodded and continued. Besides coming to see you this time, I have something else to inform you. Senior Qingqiu, please speak. The place for Shui Girl in the Quenching Cold Pool has been given. After Qingqiuya finished speaking, Li Yao handed a snow-white token to Bai Shui. Quenching Cold Pool? Qiu Nanhua asked with her head tilted in confusion. Qingqiuya was about to answer, but was interrupted by Saint Shiyue who was drinking black tea beside her. The Quenching Pool was created by the skill of the Beauty is Justice Mountain Range. It is a gathering place for high spiritual power. It forms a pool every 100,000 years and can be directly absorbed. It can quickly improve the realm. As long as there is no bottleneck, it can absorb a large amount. However, the prerequisite is that it can resist the cold poison. And it can improve a certain level of talent. Qiu Nanhua nodded to show that he understood. Because of his rebirth, he could directly reach the middle level of the king rank without any bottleneck. Qiu Nanhua and Bai Shui looked at each other. Qiu Nanhua understood what Bai Shui meant. This spot was for him. Yeah, this place cannot be transferred, but if we sign a contract, we can go in together, Bai Shui explained. Qiu Nanhua understood what Bai Shui meant, and he didn't want to waste Bai Shui's kindness, so he summoned the contract formation in public and signed the contract. Arctic Fox. Snow White. Gender female. Beast Tamer rank, low imperial rank. Beast type, biological/elemental. Beast taming skills. Ice and fire, all skills will have burning and freezing effects, which can be continuously stacked. Fox smiles charmingly. Active consumes soul power to control enemy units. The control effect varies with soul power. If your soul power is stronger than Snow White's, the control effect is reduced. If your soul power is weaker than Snow White's, the control effect is increased. Note: the effect is doubled for units of the opposite sex. Passive: each level up will increase a large amount of charm. All attributes enhanced. All attributes are enhanced 120 times. Ice Flame Claw. Claw attack has slowing and burning effects. 1000 Illusions. Consume soul power to change your appearance and transform into any object, but cannot affect others. Running Enhancement. Running speed increases by 120 times, and physical strength consumption increases by 2 times. Thousands of miles of ice, tens of thousands of miles of snow, consumes a large amount of soul power to change the environment, causing all units except the beastmaster and beastmaster to be frozen and controlled. 1000 miles of fire, 10,000 miles of steamer, consumes a large amount of soul power to change the environment, causing a burning effect on all units except the beastmaster and beastmaster. Fire Element Control consumes soul power to condense fire blades, fire spears, fire guns, etc. Ice Element Control consumes soul power to condense ice blades, ice spears, ice guns, etc. Power 7 Emotions Control. Consuming soul power can guide other units' 7 emotions: joy, anger, worry, thought, sadness, fear, and shock. Beast Taming Contract. None. Snow White's panel has been changed. Beast Taming Contract. Chio Nanwe. After thousands of years, Snow White once again returned to her contracted position. At the same time, Snow White was downgraded from the lower level of the Imperial rank to the higher level of the Advanced rank. The human form will no longer be maintained, and it will turn back into a cute white fox. Bai Shui jumped into Chio Nanue's arms. Chio Nanwe carefully held Bai Shui in her arms and picked up the Snow White token that had fallen on the snow. Senior Qingqiu, can we go now? Chio Nanwe asked softly while gently caressing Bai Shui in her arms. Qingqiu nodded and instructed Li Yao beside her. Little Yao, send Yuezi to the tempering cold pool. Li Yao replied softly. I will follow the orders of Elder Qingqiu. After finishing speaking, Li Yao came in front of Chio Nanwe and opened a space passage leading to the quenching pool. After Li Yao took Chio Nanwe away, Qingqiu asked Saint Qiuyue, Qiuyue, how long do you think you can hold on? 1 month. Saint Qiuyue answered without thinking. 1 month? Are you sure? He asked curiously. The quenching cold pool contains a cold poison, which is a superimposed toxin. Although it is not fatal, it is extremely difficult to remove. The cold poison can freeze the tendons and veins, freeze the beast controlling space, and slow down the circulation of soul power. Generally, after the Holy Son or Holy Daughter has practiced in it for 7 days, the speed at which they absorb soul power will not be as fast as when they practiced outside. But because it can improve their talents, they will stay in there until they faint from the cold, and then they will be carried out by the guarding deacons. Ordinary emperors can only stay in the quenching pool for half a month. The quenching pool is only open for 1 month, so Qiuyue means that Chio Nanwe can hold on until the end. Sure! Saint Qiuyue responded indifferently. Head dot. Qingqiu stared at the elegant noble girl in front of her in confusion. She always felt that Qiuyue was hiding something from her. Li Yao brought Chio Nanwe to a cave with 3 big characters hanging above the cave, quenching pool. There was an old man lying on a chair at the door, fanning himself with a palm leaf fan and looking leisurely with his eyes closed. Master Huai! Li Yao called out respectfully. The old man on the chair opened his eyes slightly and glanced at Li Yao Chio Nanwe. Li Yao signaled Chio Nanwe with his eyes. Chio Nanwe understood and took out the Snow White token from the space. Without Chio Nanwe making any move, the token soared into the air and flew towards the old man. The old man took the token in his hand, examined it carefully, and said, It is indeed a qualification token. Who is the Saint of Pity? Bai Shui jumped down from Chio Nanue's arms and responded, I am the Saint of Pity. The old man stared at the white fox in front of him with wide eyes. High level? Ahem, the Saint's order. Chio Nanwe hurriedly took out Bai Shui's Holy Maiden order from the space. The old man quickly called over and took a closer look. It was indeed the Holy Maiden's order, and it indeed bore the aura of the high-level beastmaster in front of him. This The old man carefully observed Xiao Nanwei and Bai Shui for a while. How could an imperial-level beast tamer be willing to sign a contract with a high-level beast tamer? Well, this matter has nothing to do with him. He is just a gatekeeper, and the affairs of Xuefei Palace have nothing to do with him. Go in. The cold pool is only open for 1 month. If you can't hold on, remember to come out on your own initiative, the old man reminded. He has been guarding the quenching pool for so many years, but this is the first time he has seen a high-level person enter the quenching pool. The imperial level can basically only last half a month, and the high level may not even last 3 days. TSK, what a waste of spot. Xiao Nanwei nodded and thanked him, then walked into the cave. The cave was surrounded by countless spiritual lights. As Xiao Nanwei went deeper, the spiritual lights around it gradually increased, making the entire cave appear extremely bright. At the end, there was a 10-meter-wide pool. The water was shining so brightly that Xiao Nanwei could hardly open her eyes. Soul power is materialized and can be absorbed directly. It's a great place. Xiao Nanwei took off her clothes and walked straight in. Suddenly a cool feeling spread throughout the body. Strangely, it doesn't feel cold. Suck it. A little cold, but okay. Xiao Nanwei lay flat in the pool and absorbed the water quickly. But Xiao Nanwei did not realize that the snow lotus necklace around his neck was also absorbing the cold poison in Xiao Nanwei's body. Chapter 171 Seven Seas Palace Crisis. When Xiao Nanwei was immersed in the cold tempering pool for cultivation, a big event happened in Qihai Palace. In the main hall of the Qihai Palace, on the second floor, 7 people sat at a sandalwood square table with serious expressions. Song Yuanyuan sat opposite the door, with 3 people sitting on the left side of the square table and 3 sitting on the right side. Palace Master Song, I have carefully studied the IC Alliance Treaty and the management methods for the affiliated forces of the Snow Concubine Palace. The Winter Alliance's declaration of war on the Seven Seas Palace is in compliance with the Alliance Treaty, said a sticky young man sitting on the left. He is a member of Atlantis and his original form is an octopus. Atlantis rarely goes out and still retains the style of the blue planet. To put it simply, it means that it is none of their business, and they will stay out of it. But this time it is different. The Winter Alliance is declaring war on the entire Seven Seas Palace, including Atlantis. Bang! Song Yuanyuan slammed the table and shouted angrily. Galeus! Don't you have anything to explain? Galeus, whose full name is Galeus Caesar, is the ruler of the ancient Roman camp of the Seven Seas. Palace Master Song, you have read the report written by my subordinates. Although he was a little impulsive, it is understandable. If you asked me for an explanation now, I have nothing to say. Galeus Caesar responded with a cold face. You! Song Yuanyuan glared at Galeus Caesar angrily. Okay, now is the time to discuss how to solve the problem, not to assign blame, the Atlantis member advised. Humph. Song Yuanyuan snorted coldly. With everyone's persuasion, Song Yuanyuan tried hard to suppress her inner anger, took a deep breath, and calmed down. She knew that this was not the time to fight among themselves. Facing the Winter Alliance's declaration of war, they had to think carefully about how to avoid fighting. After all, we can't win by fighting, so we can only retreat back to Blue Star. She smiled slightly and spoke slowly. Everyone, do you have any ideas? Palace Master Song, can we contact the Xuefei Palace and ask them for help? The Atlantis representative asked the members around him. He is the representative of the Russian Federation, Alexander Torsky. The Atlantis representative shook his head and responded. The Snow Concubine Palace will not get involved in the internal fighting between affiliated forces, but the Snow Concubine Palace has the right to mediate. Simply put, it depends on their mood. I can try, but there's no guarantee of success. Song Yuanyuan responded softly. Palace Master Song, I have a suggestion. We should transfer most of the members back to Blue Star. Although the Winter Alliance does not have Saint-level beastmen, it has many Emperor-level beastmen. We cannot defeat them. Even if we gather the power of the entire Blue Star, we may not be able to do anything. The representative of ancient Egypt made a suggestion. What do you think? Song Yuanyuan asked. We really can't win. I agree with Pharaoh's suggestion. The representative of the Federation of Nations sighed.
Since the Winter Alliance has declared war on the Seven Seas Palace, we must do everything we can to avoid fighting.
Song Yuanyuan frowned, thinking about the next plan. The Atlantis representative suggested,
perhaps we could try to contact the Snow Princess Palace and ask for their mediation. Although the Xuefei Palace will not directly participate in the internal strife, they can act as mediators and give it a try. Moreover, as far as I know, some members of China have joined the Xuefei Palace, added the representative of Atlantis.
Song Yuanyuan nodded.
Okay, I will go to the Snow Concubine Palace in person to see if I can get their help. In addition, we should also consider transferring most of the members back to Blue Star. After all, the Winter Alliance's royal beastmasters are very powerful, and we may not be able to fight against them even if we gather all the strength of the entire Blue Star.
The representative of ancient Egypt spoke again and suggested. Gallius Caesar sighed and agreed.
Indeed, we cannot win by fighting. I also agree with the decision to withdraw our members back to Blue Star.
Thus, the representatives of the Seven Seas Palace temporarily formulated a solution: seek mediation from the Snow Concubine Palace and consider withdrawing most members back to Blue Star. After everyone left, Song Yuanyuan sat alone at the square table with a gloomy look in her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking about. Chapter 172 Binglin Clan. A month later. Qiu Nanhua walked out of the quenching pool holding Bai Shui. After a quick look around, he didn't see anyone else except Old Huai. Has Sister Liao left?
Oh, you kid finally came out. I thought you could only last 3 days, but it took you 30 days.
Old Huai joked with his eyes half closed while lying in the rocking chair.
Mr. Huai, you're joking? This is not my own ability,
Qiu Nanhua responded. Qiu Nanhua is not stupid either. She still felt something strange during this month. She couldn't feel the cold poison at all. After a careful inspection, it was discovered that the snow lotus pendant given by the holy maiden Qinglian had absorbed the cold poison. But it can only absorb the cold poison in Qiu Nanhua's body, and cannot absorb the cold poison in the bodies of his several beasts. But fortunately, as long as he calls them back to the beast space, the cold poison will be transferred to Qiu Nanhua's body. This way the snow lotus pendant can absorb it.
Don't be modest. Opportunity is also part of strength.
This isn't considered luck. Connections? Beast control connections?
Master Huai, I will take my leave now. Let's go, let's go!
After seeing Elder Huai wave his hand in response, Qiu Nanhua left. After practicing continuously for a month, his spirit was a little exhausted, and he urgently needed rest. If he hadn't advanced to the king level during this period, he wouldn't have been able to endure a month of high-intensity training. After leaving the mountain where the quenching pool was located, there were no other people or beasts around. Qiu Nanhua glanced around the mountain range and then headed towards the largest and highest peak in the mountain range. The snow fox consort is nearby.
Ah!
A baby-like cry interrupted Qiu Nanhua's journey and attracted his attention. A particularly cute little creature rolled out of the snow. Qiu Nanhua walked over to observe carefully. Just when she was curious about whether it was the clan of Xuefei Palace, Bai Shui's voice reminded Qiu Nanhua.
Yeah, is from the Binglin clan, one of the major clans in the Xuefei Palace.
Qiu Nanhua knew about the Binglin clan of the Xuefei Palace. Bai Shui had talked to him about the main clans of the Xuefei Palace before, but it was the first time he saw a member of the Binglin clan, and a little one at that. Although the Binglin clan is one of the major clans in the Xuefei Palace, the number of its members is extremely small, and it is a clan known for its quality. The clan gave birth to 1 imperial concubine and 9 saintly maidens.
Imperial concubine. Binglin concubine. Bai Shui, have you seen the emperor's concubine?
Qiu Nanhua asked curiously. Bai Shui shook her head in Qiu Nanhua's arms and replied,
No, the highest ranking person I've ever met is the palace master. What about this little guy?
When Qiu Nanhua was thinking about what to do with the little guy in front of her, a baby voice interrupted Qiu Nanhua's thoughts.
Ah!
The little guy's light blue eyes revealed confusion and helplessness. Bai Shui jumped off Qiu Nanhua's body, turned into a human form and stood behind Qiu Nanhua. Qiu Nanhua couldn't help but squat down, stretched out his fingers and gently touched the head of the little guy in front of him. The cool touch made him smile.
It's not safe to let this little guy stay here alone. Yeah, let's take her back. I know where Binglin Peak is. It won't be too late for her to rest after we send her back. Bai Shui also squatted down and poked the little guy's body and suggested. Chiu Nanhua nodded in agreement and held the little guy in her arms. The little guy twisted a few times in Chiu Nanhua's arms, crawled into his clothes through Chiu Nanhua's collar, stuck out a little head from the collar, and looked around curiously. It seems that this is the most comfortable place. But it's hard for Chiu Nanhua, because the body temperature of the beasts in the eternal winter realm is not high, basically around 0 degrees. The little guy crawled into his clothes, and the cool touch was directly transmitted to his body surface. Although the little guy looked small and cute, the snow-white scales on his body were not soft, but extremely hard. Chiu Nanhua now felt like there was a hard ice cube stuck in her chest. Well, it's just a cute little guy, just bear with it, and it will pass. Jade! After hearing Chiu Nanhua's cry, Chen Lingzhuyu opened a space channel in front of Chiu Nanhua and hurried on his way. After a while, Chiu Nanhua arrived at Binglin Peak. After explaining the situation to the guard at the door, a man with ice horns on his head came to take Chiu Nanhua up the mountain. Hello, what should we do with this little guy? Chiu Nanhua grabbed the thing on her chest and asked the man in front of her. Ah! The little guy twisted his body in Chiu Nanhua's hands and let out bursts of roars. Although it was not scary at all, it was extremely cute. The man ignored Chiu Nanhua and took her directly to a yard. After arriving here, the man stood at the door motionless. This made Chiu Nanhua look confused. No matter what she asked him, he wouldn't say anything. Chiu Nanhua had no choice but to knock on the gate of the courtyard. Come in! A cold voice came out. Chiu Nanhua pushed the door open and walked in, holding the little guy. There was nothing special in the yard, just 2 trees, a lounge chair, and an enchanting woman lying on it. Chiu Nanhua's appearance could not be seen clearly because she covered her cheeks with a book, but she had a really good figure. She gently took the book off her face, and suddenly a beautiful face appeared in Chiu Nanhua's sight. To be honest, Chiu Nanhua has lost interest in beautiful women recently. She has seen so many beautiful women, such as the holy maiden Qinglian, the holy maiden Baihua, the holy maiden Xiuyue, and the woman in front of her, that she doesn't feel how stunning the woman in front of her is. It must be another saint. Without Bai Shui's warning, it seems that this is a saint that Bai Shui doesn't know. The woman was originally very lazy, but when she saw the little guy in Chiu Nanhua's arms, she immediately got up from the recliner, but immediately calmed down again. She stood up, strolled over to Chiu Nanhua, and introduced herself. I am the Blue Spirit Saint. What is your name? Chiu Nanhua. Saint Lanling nodded and stretched out her hand towards the little guy in Chiu Nanhua's arms, wanting to take the little guy away. But the little guy didn't seem to want to go with her, so he showed a row of sharp teeth and bit the hand of Saint Lanling. Saint Lanling awkwardly withdrew her hand and said with a smile, It seems that this little girl doesn't like me very much, but likes you. Chiu Nanhua, can you take care of her? Chiu Nanhua asked with a puzzled look on her face. Lady Lanling, you don't know this little fellow's name? Saint Lanling shook her head and responded. There's no child this young in our tribe, and no child has ever been born before. I don't know where she came from. Chiu Nanhua, where did you find her? Quenching pool. Saint Lanling nodded and responded. In that case, you can give this little fellow a name. Chiu Nanhua's face is full of black question marks. Ask him to name this little guy. And ask him to take care of this little guy. What's going on? Chiu Nanhua is a little confused. Isn't it said that the Binglin clan is extremely rare? How can they treat their own children so casually? This? Saint Lanling, are you sure you want me to name it and take care of it? Saint Lanling nodded and responded. Sure, this child likes you. Just because the kid likes him, you give it to him? You are too irresponsible to your own family. This, Saint Lanling, what are the surnames in your clan? Chiu Nanhua asked. If he didn't ask, he couldn't let the little guy take his surname Chiu. Blue. Lan. Chiu Nanhua looked at the little guy in front of her and fell into deep thought. This? Chiu Nanhua is really bad at naming. Except for Bai Shui, he named the other beasts himself. If you ask him to come up with a name now, he can't think of one. This, can I think about it for a while? Sure. Saint Lanling responded readily. Chiu Nanhua breathed a sigh of relief.
This required careful consideration. The members of the Binglin clan were all very talented, and basically 100% of them could reach the king level. If they gave her a random name and she didn't like it, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Saint Lan Ling, are you sure you want to let me take care of this child? Xiao Nanwei asked again. Sure. Why not discuss this with the other elders in the clan? Need not. Xiao Nanwei. All right. I came to Binglin Peak and found a child for free. Well, it's pretty cute, it's worth picking it up. Xiao Nanwei gently rubbed the little guy's head. Ah, yeah. The little guy rubbed Xiao Nanue's palm and called out in a baby voice. When Saint Lan Ling saw this scene, a strange look of confusion flashed in her eyes. Bai Shui noticed it, but because she didn't know what it meant, she didn't remind Xiao Nanwei. Maybe Saint Lan Ling also wants to get close to this cute little guy in front of her. Blue Spirit Saint? Chapter 173 Blue Spirit Saint. Saint Lady Lan Ling, I'll leave first. I'm a little tired, so I'll go back and rest for a while. Xiao Nanwei said softly. Saint Lan Ling nodded. Xiao Nanwei turned and left after seeing this. Saint Lan Ling, there's no need to send me off. At the foot of Binglin Peak, Xiao Nanwei turned around helplessly and said to Saint Lan Ling. Just call me Lan Ling. Xiao Nanwei scored twice. Lan Ling, there's really no need to send me off. Saint Lan Ling did not answer. Xiao Nanwei had no choice but to continue rushing back to Snow Fox Peak. When Xiao Nanwei arrived at Snow Fox Peak, Saint Lan Ling was still following behind him. Xiao Nanwei had no choice but to turn around and helplessly persuade. Lan Ling, I'm here, there's really no need to see me off. I want to live with you for a while, is that not okay? Saint Lan Ling asked cautiously. Xiao Nanwei. Could it be that they are worried that the little guy will feel uncomfortable staying in Snow Fox Peak? If you're so worried, don't let him take care of you. Xiao Nanwei looked at Bai Shui helplessly and asked. Bai Shui, what do you think? I'll listen to Yeye. Bai Shui responded softly. Xiao Nanwei was speechless as she looked at the beautiful woman in front of her. Never mind, we already have the Snow Moon Saint, so one more Blue Spirit Saint won't make a difference. Moreover, he is now at the king level and has only used 2 contract slots, so there are still 2 contract slots left vacant. Although he didn't think he could conquer the Blue Spirit Saint in front of him, it would be a good idea to expand his interpersonal relationships. Xiao Nanwei thought about this and nodded and said, Okay. After hearing Xiao Nanue's answer, Saint Lan Ling did not smile, but instead breathed a sigh of relief, which made Xiao Nanwei feel strange, but he did not ask. Outside Bai Shui's house, Xiao Nanwei pushed the door open and walked in, calling softly, I'm back! Just when Xiao Nanwei thought there would be no response, 2 voices came into her ears. Welcome back. ×2. A particularly gentle voice, the voice of Hua Yan of the Phoenix Saliva Tree. Another voice came from the mouth of Saint Snow Moon on the stone table. No way, she's still drinking black tea. She was drinking black tea when I left, and she's still drinking black tea when I came back. She can't have been drinking it for a month straight. No, you shouldn't drink it for a month straight. Xiao Nanwei now feels that the Snow Moon Saint should change her title, and the Red Tea Saint is more suitable for her. Hua Yan, could you please entertain the guests? Xiao Nanwei came under the tree and asked. Hua Yan transformed into a human form, nodded to Xiao Nanwei, and walked towards the Blue Spirit Saint at the door. Xiao Yue, where is Senior Qingqiu? Xiao Nanwei asked Xiao Yue. I felt bored and sneaked out of the Snow Concubine Palace. Okay, Xiao Yue, I'm a little tired. I'm going to rest first. Saint Xiao Yue did not answer Xiao Nanwei, but continued to sip her black tea. Xiao Nanwei was not angry. Instead, she put the little guy in her arms down and walked straight into the house. The little guy watched Xiao Nanwei walk into the house, and then he took small steps and followed Xiao Nanwei into the house. Xiao Nanwei lay on the bed and closed her eyes silently. Bai Shui did not turn into a human form, but remained in the form of a fox and lay beside Xiao Nanwei. Xiao Nanwei was so tired and sleepy that she fell asleep without changing her clothes. Xiao Nanwei dazedly saw a cute little guy slowly climb onto his chest and curl up and lie down. In a daze, Xiao Nanwei noticed an important thing. He had only noticed the cuteness of the little guy before, and did not notice that his power could not see the panel of the cute little guy in front of him. He is now at the high level of the king rank, but he can't see. Xiao Nanhua fell asleep without thinking the matter through. After Xiao Nanhua walked into the house, Saint Xiuyue turned her gaze to Saint Lanling, who was approaching her.
Saint Lady Lanling? Are you bringing your children here for a stroll? Asked Saint Lady Shuiyu.
A trace of panic flashed across Saint Lanling's face, and she quickly responded.
Saint Xiuyue, don't talk nonsense.
Saint Xiuyue looked at her reaction and fell into deep thought. Could it be that this was the child of the imperial concubine Binglin, who could have caused such a big reaction from a saint-level beastmaster? But she had never heard that Lady Binglin had a partner. Although Saint Xiuyue was puzzled, she would not ask directly, as it was a big taboo to criticize the emperor's concubine. Saint Lanling sat across from Saint Shuiyu and asked,
Why are you here? I am testing Xiao Nanhua. If he passes my tests, I will follow him.
Saint Xiuyue replied.
But he has passed the test of talent. After staying in the cold tempering pool for 30 days, he advanced from the high level to the high level king level. His talent is really high. Alas!
Sighed the Snow Moon Saint, as if sighing for her own talent.
What did you say? He was only at the high level 30 days ago.
Saint Lanling said excitedly. Although Saint Lanling was also shocked that Saint Shuiyu wanted to follow Xiao Nanyu, she was even more shocked that Xiao Nanyu had only reached a high level 30 days ago. Saint Xiuyue nodded.
Impossible! How could a high-level beastmaster stay in the cold tempering pool for 30 days? It is indeed impossible, but he is carrying the seed of the Holy Lady Qinglian. Real?
Real. Blue Spirit Saint. Chapter 174 In Yunxuan's Arrival. Saint Lanling was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to respond.
Would you like some black tea?
Saint Xiuyue poured a cup of black tea for Saint Lanling, and gently pushed in the direction of Saint Lanling and asked,
Thank you?
Saint Lanling took the black tea and took a sip. She didn't understand, and she wanted to figure it out.
Xiuyue, do you want to follow him?
Saint Snow Moon nodded and responded,
If possible, I hope to follow him. Where is Saint Qinglian? Why would she give him her only seed?
Saint Xiuyue shook her head and replied,
I don't know. You should ask Saint Qinglian about this. Go ask her what she thinks. I want to know too.
Saint Lanling's head shook like a rattle. She didn't dare to go look for Saint Qinglian, who had just been to Binglin Palace a month ago. Fortunately, the deacon got rid of that situation. The holy maiden Qinglian dared to scold the emperor's concubine. Even the emperor's concubine had to tolerate her. She dared not offend her.
How long has he been a member of the Snow Princess Palace? Not 2 months, not much longer anyway. That is to say, he has just been in the Snow Concubine Palace for less than 2 months, and Xiao Nanhua has already met you, and you still plan to follow him.
Not only that, he also knew Saint Qinglian and even got her only seed plant from her.
Saint Lanling couldn't help but tremble as she held the teacup. Lanling, how long have you not paid attention to the affairs of the Snow Concubine Palace?
Saint Xiuyue did not answer her, but asked.
This must have been tens of thousands of years.
Lanling didn't know how long it had been since she had paid attention to the affairs of the Xuefei Palace. Xiuyue picked up the small snack on the table, gently put it into her mouth and continued.
He contracted a new saint, Lianai Saint.
This?
To be honest, I don't know how to complain.
It wasn't long after arriving at the Snow Concubine Palace that he formed a relatively large network of relationships, and all of them were saint-level relationships, even. This made Saint Lanling at a loss for words. She didn't feel that Xiao Nanhua had any charm, except that he was a little handsome. At this time, a girl with dragon horns and a charming woman pushed the door open and shouted,
Sister Shui, Sister Shui!
But the imagined fox-herd girl did not appear. Instead, it was a noble girl, a beautiful girl with blue hair, who was sitting at a stone table drinking black tea, and a gentle girl with pink hair was standing next to her, pouring tea and water for the two of them. Perhaps attracted by the cries of the dragon-horned girl, they both turned their eyes to them.
Do you know her?
Saint Lanling asked Saint Shuiyu.
I don't know her, but I know the person behind her. Who? The fourth wife of the Dragon King of Yuhai. So, these are the daughters of the Dragon King of Yuhai. What are they doing here? They should be here to see Saint Lianai. Hua Yan, go and entertain them, Saint Xiuyue ordered. Hua Yan put down the kettle and responded, Yes, Lady Xiuyue Saint. After finishing speaking, Hua Yan came to Ing Yunxian and said respectfully, Master Ing Yunxian, please follow me. Who are you? Ing Yunxian asked doubtfully. She hadn't seen Bai Shui for a long time. She only knew that Bai Shui had been promoted to a saint, and knew nothing else. I am a disciple serving the Saint of Compassion, Lady Bai Shui. Lady Lianai has talked to me about Lady Ing Yunxian, Hua Yan explained. When Ing Yunxian wanted to say something, Xin Yang patted her shoulder and took her to the stone table. Xiuyue, long time no see. Shirwan, how are you? Saint Xiuyue responded. Saint Xiuyue said to Saint Lanling beside her, This is the third princess of the Dream Sea Kingdom, and the wife of the Dragon King of Yuhai, Meng Shirwan. Saint Lanling nodded and introduced herself to Meng Shirwan. Saint Lanling of the Snow Concubine Palace, Lanling. Hello, this is my daughter Ing Yunxian. Meng Shirwan pushed Ing Yunxian out, who was hiding behind her, and said to her, Xianer, call you Aunt Xiuyue and Aunt Lanling quickly. Aunt Xiuyue, Aunt Lanling, hello? Ing Yunxian had no choice but to greet them carefully. Saint Xiuyue rolled her eyes at Meng Shirwan and replied, Sit down and talk. After the two women sat down, Hua Yan took out her teacups and filled them up. Then Ing Yunxian asked cautiously, Aunt Xiuyue, where's Sister Bai Shui? She just went to the tempering cold pool to practice and is resting now. You will probably have to wait 2 days if you want to find her. The Snow Moon Saint responded. Oh. Although Ing Yunxian didn't know what the quenching pool was, she understood from Aunt Xiuyue that it was probably a place that required a long period of training, and that she would have to rest for such a long time because her mental strength had declined. So, Xiuyue, why are you here? Are you on good terms with my daughter's friends? Meng Shirwan asked. No, just normal. Meng Shirwan stared at Xiuyue for a long while before sighing. Alas, sometimes I really don't know what you're thinking. It's no use knowing my thoughts. Just take care of your husband. After all, we've been friends for so many years. Talk to me, maybe I can help you. Hearing the conversation between the two, Ing Yunxuan's gossip fire burned fiercely in her heart. But Saint Xiuyue didn't want to chat with Meng Shirwan. Instead, she continued to drink her black tea in silence. Seeing the indifference of Saint Xiuyue, Meng Shirwan could only sigh silently in her heart. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The silence of the three women made Ing Yunxian, the only junior sitting at the stone table, feel very uncomfortable. I could only call out in my heart, Sister Bai Shui, Senior Qingqiu, please save me. Chapter 175 Power Exploration. Xuefei Palace, Xuehu Peak. Tianhu Palace, this is the residence of the Emperor's concubine Tianhu. Lady Saint Qinglian, you can't go in. The Fox Clan deacon at the door trembled and stopped the beautiful girl in front of him. After searching for Binglin Consort for a month without success, Saint Qinglian came to Xuehu Peak and Tianhu Palace to look for the Emperor's consort and Tianhu consort. You dare to stop me? Saint Qinglian glared at the deacon and scolded him. Although the deacons were frightened by Saint Qinglian's aura, they did not back down. Hi, we are only following the orders of Lady Sky Fox Consort. Lady Sky Fox Consort is not seeing guests now. Upon hearing the deacon's words, Saint Qinglian became extremely angry and almost couldn't suppress her own breath. Just when Saint Qinglian was about to lose her temper, a cold and charming voice came out. Let her in. After hearing this, the deacons were dazed for a while before they replied respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty. The holy maiden Qinglian snorted coldly and walked into the Tianhu Palace. Inside the palace, there are green grass, trees and flowers in full bloom, but there are no butterflies or insects. In the center of the palace, there is a large white bed with a translucent veil beside it to hide the scene inside. There was a vaguely enchanting figure lying on the soft big bed. Saint Qinglian frowned slightly and asked worriedly, Is the power rioting? The seductive voice passed through the veil and reached the ears of Saint Qinglian. If it was just an ordinary saint-level beast, it would have been lying on the ground, groaning miserably.
But the holy maiden Qinglian is a healing beastmaster with healing powers, so it is easy for her to remove negative states. Fortunately, the Sky Fox concubine suppressed her own power, otherwise she would not be able to resist with just her saint-level strength.
Why did you suddenly lose control? These are just minor things that can be suppressed in a few days.
After hearing her words, Saint Qinglian roared in dissatisfaction.
What happened? You two all hid it from me. You also hid your plans from me. Why? Tell me why.
Sister Liani, I'm sorry. The fox princess' tone was filled with a hint of self-blame.
I don't need an apology. I want to know why. Why?
Saint Qinglian took a few steps forward and planned to lift the veil beside the bed and face the Sky Fox concubine directly. But a breath pushed her back. The eyes of the holy maiden Qinglian suddenly dimmed, and she turned and left silently. When she reached the door, she suddenly whispered,
I'm really worried about you.
Sky Fox concubine. After the holy maiden Qinglian left, a pair of white and slender legs stretched out. A slim and charming woman with a white veil on her face came out. Her autumn water eyes stared at the direction where Saint Qinglian had left, and she whispered self-reproachfully, Sister Liani, I'm sorry.
We were worried about you too. You're too weak, and we didn't want you to be in danger.
3 days later, Qiu Nanhua was holding the little guy from the Binglin clan, and Bai Shui walked out holding Qiu Nanhua's hand. There was no one at the stone table, perhaps they had gone to rest. Hua Yan transformed into her original form and stood in the courtyard. The heavy snow falling from the sky did not stop on her. Qiu Nanhua placed the fierce little guy in her arms on the stone table. The little guy suddenly jumped down from the stone table, hugged Qiu Nanhua's calf, and babbled. It was as if she was asking Qiu Nanhua to hug her. Bai Shui had no choice but to hold the little guy gently in her arms. It was obvious that the little girl's tribesman, Saint Lanling, did not allow her to be held, but Bai Shui was allowed to hold her. Although she can be hugged, from the look in her eyes when she looks at Qiu Nanhua, it can be known that she prefers to be hugged by Qiu Nanhua. Qiu Nanhua ignored the little guy and looked at Hua Yan and asked,
Hua Yan, can you do me a favor?
Hua Yan is a king-level high-level beastmaster, the same level as his current one, and can just see the panel. It's a good opportunity to try out his new power, the second effect of the Eye of Reincarnation, to see if it can be used on units of the same level, or below without being discovered. Speaking of the panel, he seemed to have forgotten something important.
Yeah.
A baby voice reminded Qiu Nanhua. Qiu Nanhua turned his head suddenly, and he remembered that he couldn't see the panel of the little guy in front of him. No matter how talented the Binglin clan is, it is impossible for them to reach the imperial level at birth. Could it be that her parents gave her a power that was opposite to the power of the exploration department? Qiu Nanhua never thought that the little guy in front of him would be stronger than him. This was impossible, he didn't even dare to think about it, so he could only attribute it to the little guy's parents. They may have given this little guy the opposite power of Eye of Exploration. As long as the person who gave it the power was stronger than Qiu Nanhua would not be able to see the little guy's panel.
What's wrong?
Bai Shui looked at Qiu Nanhua and asked in confusion with her head tilted slightly.
I can't see the panel of this little guy.
Qiu Nanhua responded.
Why did you only realize it now? I was practicing for 30 days straight before, and I was a little confused and didn't notice it.
Qiu Nanhua responded. Bai Shui nodded and thought for a moment before guessing.
Perhaps his parents gave this little guy the power that was contrary to his nature. I think so too.
Qiu Nanhua responded by gently poking the little guy's head.
Yeah.
The little guy called out twice in a baby voice, then held Qiu Nanhua's hand and sucked it for a while. Qiu Nanhua pulled her hand out, looked at her wet fingers and shook her head helplessly. Fortunately, the little guy's saliva does not smell bad, but has a faint fragrance. But the sticky feeling was always unpleasant, so he took out a piece of tissue from the space, wiped it, and threw it into the space. Don't throw garbage everywhere. Qiu Nanhua turned her gaze back to Hua Yan and found that she had turned into a human form.
Lord Qiu Nanhua, please give me your instructions.
Hua Yan bent down slightly and said respectfully.
No, don't call me sir, just call me Qiu Nanhua.
Qiu Nanhua waved her hand. Although the candidate for the Holy Sun is one level higher than the disciple, he really doesn't like being called that. What's more, Hua Yan is in the same class as him, and is definitely older than him, by a lot. Maybe it's several times more. Hua Yan turned her gaze to Bai Shui. Seeing Bai Shui nod at her, she responded. All right, please allow me to cross the line and call you Qiu Nanwei. But if you are promoted to a saint's son, please allow me to call you sir. Qiu Nanwei nodded helplessly. At least after being promoted to the son of God, his class was higher than hers. Hua Yan, I will use my skills to check on you later. They are not dangerous skills. Tell me how you feel. Qiu Nanwei no longer bothered about the name, which was equivalent to tacit agreement, and said directly. Hua Yan nodded. Suddenly, purple light flashed in Qiu Nanyue's eyes. In Qiu Nanyue's sight, Hua Yan was surrounded by two colors of light. Red and purple. Joy and desire? The red color spread throughout the entire courtyard, especially onto Snow White. Does she love the entire courtyard? The purple color only spread to Bai Shui. Lesbian. It's okay, there is no love, it's okay. Qiu Nanwei is still unable to control which units the power will specifically affect. When Qiu Nanwei looked around the house, she only saw Bai Shui's emotions and a few little guys in the pond. Bai Shui's emotions still fluctuated only towards him. The black aura of those little guys was too conspicuous, and it was directed at him. Black represents evil. Do you hate him? Looks like I need to find a chance for Snow White to send them away. As for the little guys from the Binglin clan, they had absolutely no color at all. And the moment Qiu Nanwei looked at the little guy, she started babbling even louder. Even the eye of samsara has no effect on her? Just how powerful a power did her parents give her? Qiu Nanwei stopped supplying soul power to her eyes, and the purple light in her eyes immediately disappeared. Do you feel anything? Qiu Nanwei asked Hua Yan. Hua Yan shook her head and responded. I didn't feel anything. I didn't feel anything at all. I just saw the purple light flashing in your eyes. Is there no thread connecting you to me? No. Hua Yan shook her head and replied. Qiu Nanwei and Bai Shui looked at each other. It seems that people of the same class will not be exposed. Chapter 176 Qiu Nanwei and Yin Yinxian meet. Thank you for your help, Hua Yan, Qiu Nanwei said as she took the little guy from Bai Shui's arms. I dare not. By the way, Lady Bai Shui, Lady Yin Yinxian is here to look for you. She is resting in the guest room now. Do you need to notify her? Hua Yan turned to Bai Shui and asked. Before Bai Shui could respond, the Shinling pendant jade on Qiu Nanyue's wrist flew out and transformed into an elegant girl with a slender figure, fair skin, and wearing a green long dress. The long green skirt was tied with a long ribbon, which fluttered gently. If the Snow Moon Saint was dressed like a European aristocratic girl, then the Chen Ling Zhuiyu was dressed like the legitimate daughter of a great ancient Chinese family. Yin Yinxian? She is the culprit who caused Ye to be hunted down, Shen Ling Zhuiyu said coldly. After seeing this, Qiu Nanwei couldn't help but hold her forehead helplessly. Everyone had heard Bai Shui talk about Yin Yinxuan's affairs. To be honest, it was not her fault, but she was more or less involved in this matter. She almost caused the death of him and his beast, and separated him and Bai Shui for thousands of years. Although Bai Shui has forgiven her and has a good relationship with her, Qiu Nanwei really can't like Yinxian. Qiu Nanwei himself is already like this, not to mention Shenling Zhuiyu. Qiu Nanwei helplessly pulled Shenling Zhuiyu behind her. Humph! Shenling Zhuiyu snorted coldly, pouted, and stomped his feet to express his dissatisfaction. Bai Shui looked at Qiu Nanwei and Shenling Zhuiyu and thought for a long time. Never mind, we will meet sooner or later anyway. Hua Yan, thank you for your help, Bai Shui said softly. Yes, Lady Bai Shui. Hua Yan bowed slightly and walked straight to the guest room. Boom, boom, boom. After a knock on the door, Yin Yinxian poked her head out from behind the door and walked out. The moment he saw Bai Shui, he rushed towards her and hugged her. Sister Shui! Bai Shui patted her head helplessly and said, You're already such a grown-up, and you still like to act like a spoiled brat. Okay, everyone is here. Don't be ashamed. After hearing Bai Shui's words, Yin Yinxian let go of Bai Shui with a red face. She looked around, and the moment she saw Qiu Nanwei, Yin Yinxian became incoherent.
He is brother Yu. Bai Shui nodded towards Ing Yunxian. Ing Yunxuan's beautiful eyes suddenly burst into tears as she murmured to herself. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ing Yunxian cried. She knew that it was a happy thing that Sister Bai Shui found brother Yu, but for some reason, she cried very sadly and felt very upset. Looking at the crying Xiaolongu in front of her, Chiu Nanhua couldn't like her, but she couldn't hate her either. Chiu Nanhua stepped forward and patted her on the shoulder, then pulled Shinling's Wuyu to sit on the stone table. Ahem, Yu. Seeing Shinling's Wuyu still staring at Ing Yunxian, Chiu Nanhua couldn't help but cough twice and shouted. Shinling Zhuyu pouted and complained angrily. I know. After Shinling Zhuyu finished speaking, he took out tea, fruit plates, and desserts from the space. He was sulking while eating. Liuli Qingyu had no choice but to communicate with her mind and persuade her. All right, it's not her fault. She was so young at the time and didn't know anything. Besides, it was the shrimp tribe's decision without authorization. Shinling Zhuyu responded dissatisfiedly. So what, is it because of her that we are being hunted down? Yes, but we have joined the Snow Princess Palace. We are allies now, and if it weren't for yeah, that's all. Liuli Qingyu didn't finish his words. It was the nature of a beastmaster to look for a beast to tame, and this was a young beast that had just been born. Humph! Shinling Zhuyu pouted in dissatisfaction. Thank you, Chiu Nanhua said as she took the tea handed to her by Hua Yan. Hua Yan also thoughtfully poured a glass for Shinling Zhuyu. He didn't expect that after joining the Xuefei Palace, he would be treated so well. If he had known about the existence of such a force in his previous life, he would not have encountered such a thing. The world is unpredictable. Chiu Nanhua sighed as she watched the dragon girl crying in Bai Shui's arms. Forget about Ing Yunxian, but if he has the chance, he will definitely not let go of the shrimp tribe members who chased him. Chiu Nanhua thought with a hint of coldness in her eyes. Iya. The little guy from the Binglin clan ran to the hem of Chiu Nanhua's trousers in a baby voice, climbed onto Chiu Nanhua's legs, and curled up on Chiu Nanhua's lower abdomen. When did the little guy fall off? Doesn't he remember that he was holding him in his arms before? Hiss, I remember now. The little guy seemed to have been knocked away when the Shinling pendant jade flew out from Chiu Nanhua's wrist. He always felt like he had forgotten something, and it turned out to be this little guy. Chiu Nanhua stroked the little guy's hard scales and whispered softly, I'm sorry, little guy. Yeah. Perhaps the noise in the courtyard affected those who were resting in the rooms. Saintess Shiyue and Saintess Lanling came out of the room one after another. There was also someone Chiu Nanhua didn't know. Seeing this, Hua Yan whispered in Chiu Nanhua's ear, That's Master Ing Yunxuan's fourth daughter, Meng Shuwan. Chiu Nanhua nodded. Saint Shiyue didn't care about the farce in the courtyard, but went straight to sit opposite Chiu Nanhua. Saint Lanling looked at the courtyard strangely, but ignored it and came to Chiu Nanhua's side, looking at the little guy in Chiu Nanhua's lower abdomen with a slightly strange look. What's wrong? Chiu Nanhua noticed her gaze and asked with her head tilted. Nothing. Saint Lanling quickly shifted her gaze. Chiu Nanhua looked at Saint Lanling and thought for a while. He always felt that Saint Lanling must know the identity of this little guy and must know the little guy's parents, otherwise she would definitely not have such a reaction. He even followed the little guy and left the tribe. Hua Yan prepared tea for the two saints. Saint Shiyue looked at it carefully for a while, then took the cup and took a sip. Did you make it? Well, not black tea. I know, it's not bad. Thank you, Chiu Nanhua responded. What Shinling Zhuyu took out from the space was green tea, not black tea. To be honest, Chiu Nanhua doesn't like drinking tea that much. He prefers drinking sweet wine and fruit wine. Just when Chiu Nanhua was talking to Saint Shiyue, the little guy in Chiu Nanhua's lower abdomen climbed up Chiu Nanhua's body and onto his shoulders. She licked Chiu Nanhua's cheek and babbled. What's wrong? Little one, do you want to drink too? Chiu Nanhua took the little one down from her shoulders and placed her on the stone table. The little guy came to Chiu Nanhua's teacup happily and drank up the half-drunk tea of Chiu Nanhua. Chiu Nanhua couldn't help but smile. But the Saint Lanling silently closed her eyes and kept repeating in her heart, I can't see anything.
Chapter 177 Song Yuanyuan's Request for Help. After a while, Yunxian finally calmed down and came to the stone table with her fourth mother Mengshuan. The stone table is for 4 people and can't seat so many people. Shenling Zhuyu didn't want to communicate with them, so she transformed into her original form and returned to Qiu Nanyue's wrist. Bai Shui also transformed into her original form and jumped onto Qiu Nanyue's shoulder. The current situation is that Qiu Nanwei is sitting on one side, the little guy is curled up on his lower abdomen, Bai Shui is on his shoulder, and Hua Yan is standing behind him. Directly opposite Qiu Nanwei is the holy maiden Shiyue, on her left is the holy maiden Lanling, and on her right is Ying Yunshuan's fourth mother Mengshuan, with Ying Yunxian standing behind her. Qiu Nanwei silently took a sip of the tea that Hua Yan had just added. What's going on among everyone present here? He has the lowest status and the weakest strength. Forget about Saint Lanling and Saint Shuiyu, they are from the same faction after all, but this is the first time he has met Mengshuan, and he doesn't know what to say. The stone table fell into a brief silence. After Mengshuan sat down, she stared at Qiu Nanwei, not knowing what she was thinking. Fortunately, Hua Yan came back and forth to add tea and water to ease the situation a little. To be honest, it would be great if Senior Qingqiu was here at this moment. But Qiu Nanyue's hope was destined to fail, because Qingqiu had already taken Li Yao to the Sea Soul realm. After a while, Qiu Nanwei couldn't stand the stiff atmosphere anymore, so she held the little guy in her arms and planned to go find Saint Qinglian to express her gratitude. The pendant given by Sister Lian saved him from the cold poison, and he had to thank her for that. I'm going to find Sister Lian, Qiu Nanwei said to Saint Shiyue and Saint Lanling. Saint Qinglian? Shiyue responded indifferently. Saint Shiyue fell silent. Saint Lanling hesitated to speak. Forget it, Saint Qinglian knows nothing anyway. Just after Qiu Nanwei opened the door, Song Yuanyuan came towards her. Huff huff! Song Yuanyuan ran to Qiu Nanwei and gasped violently a few times. You are Senior! Song Yuanyuan said in shock as she looked at Qiu Nanwei. Qiu Nanwei frowned slightly, he didn't know the person in front of him. After all, he and Song Yuanyuan had never met each other. At most, he had seen her name and deeds in history books. Song Yuanyuan, what's wrong? Bai Shui asked while standing on Qiu Nanyue's shoulder. Senior Bai Shui, the Seven Seas Palace has been declared at war by the Winter Alliance. Song Yuanyuan responded quickly. Winter Alliance? Bai Shui asked doubtfully. It's also an affiliated force of the Snow Concubine Palace. There were some conflicts between members of ancient Rome and their members. One of them accidentally killed a member of the Winter Alliance, and then war was declared. Song Yuanyuan explained. Qiu Nanwei frowned. It was ancient Rome again. The Seven Seas Palace had only been developed for a few years, and it was still a small force in the Eternal Winter Realm. How could they be so crazy? No matter how warlike the members of ancient Rome were, they couldn't possibly be so irrational. Song Yuanyuan continued. We've carefully studied the various regulations and there's only one solution. The Snow Concubine Palace can mediate, so I came to you. Mediation? Perhaps attracted by the movement at the door, Saint Shiyue came to Qiu Nanwei and explained. In principle, the Snow Concubine Palace cannot participate in the internal fighting of affiliated forces. But as long as both forces have reached an agreement on who is responsible for the Snow Concubine Palace, the civil war can be suspended. If they refuse to listen, they can start fighting. Qiu Nanwei was speechless. Is this what they call not participating in the internal fighting of affiliated forces? As long as Concubine Shui discussed it within the palace, wouldn't it be the same as taking action at will? The final right of interpretation belongs to Xuefei Palace, right? The Seven Seas Palace is registered under Sister Ye's name. As for the Winter Alliance, I have no impression of it, Bai Shui said. Qiu Nanwei turned her gaze to the holy lady Shiyue beside her. Why are you looking at me? I don't know. I've never been in charge of affiliated forces. Just as Qiu Nanwei was about to ask Saint Lanling, Saint Shiyue continued. However, I can ask for you. Qiu Nanwei. Saint Shiyue took out the roster from the space and turned to the first page. After working on it for a while, she turned to look at Qiu Nanwei and said, Okay, now let's wait for the news. Qiu Nanyue's eyes widened immediately.
What the hell? Yeah, this thing can connect with others, but it can only work in the mountains of beauty is justice. Bai Shui explained. Chiu Nanhua was speechless. A book-shaped phone, and it even contained a roster. As expected of the Snow Princess Palace, there are so many mysterious operations. Ding dong. After the roster rang, Saint Snow Moon took a look and said, "It's Elder Qing from the Punishment Hall. There's some trouble." "What's wrong?" Chiu Nanhua asked puzzledly. "Elder Qing is a very responsible and rigorous elder, and she hates Qing Qiuyao very much," Saint Qiuyue explained. As an elder who is responsible and strict, it is normal for him to hate Qing Qiuyue. "Is there any solution?" Chiu Nanhua asked. Chiu Nanhua did not want the Seven Seas Palace to be destroyed. As a force that Blue Star had worked so hard to establish, he did not want the Seven Seas Palace to die just like that. Moreover, the Seven Seas Palace also had Chinese soldiers. Saint Qiuyue thought for a moment and responded, "How about this? You tell Elder Qing that there's something fishy about this matter. She's very responsible, and if everything is alright, she'll go with you. But if you can't find any problems, let the Seven Seas Hall surrender. After surrendering, the Seven Seas Hall will suffer some losses, but at least it won't be wiped out. With all of you here, the Winter Alliance won't dare to do anything too extreme." Chiu Nanhua nodded. At worst, she could just throw ancient Rome away. She had to deal with her own sins herself. However, China cannot be allowed to decide on this matter, as this will affect China's dominant position in the Seven Seas Palace. "Bai Shui, do you know where the torture hall is?" Chiu Nanhua asked. Bai Shui nodded. "No need, I'll take you there. Don't resist," said the holy lady Qiuyue. Saint Qiuyue waved her hand lightly, and Chiu Nanhua and Song Yuanyuan disappeared from the spot and entered a white space somewhere. Malpractice, spiritual space. The space that can store spiritual things directly makes Shenling Zhuiyu envious. She has always wanted to transform space storage into space spirit storage, but she has never found the key point. Just when Saint Qiuyue wanted to leave. "Wait, I want to go too." Saint Lanling came to Saint Shuiyu and shouted. Saint Snow Moon examined her and said, "I don't need to take you with me." "Need not." Saint Qiuyue nodded and disappeared on the spot. Saint Lanling also disappeared on the spot. The only difference is that one is space and the other is extreme speed. And Yunxian also wanted to go, but was stopped by her fourth mother's look. Chapter 178, Punishment Hall Elder Qing'an. After a while, in a group of lush green mountains. You have to know that in the Everwinter realm, there is heavy snow all year round, and it is impossible for so many green plants to grow naturally. Of course, these are not ordinary green plants. In Chiu Nanhua's sight, these are all beasts with panels. And there are not only green plants, but also various kinds of beasts hidden behind the shade of the trees, watching them. However, Qiuyue and Lanling did not say anything, indicating that this was a normal operation of the punishment hall. After Saint Qiuyue arrived at this mountain range, she released them from the space. Everyone was silent, and after a while they came to a place that looked like a telecommunications business hall. "Lady Saint!" The guard at the door bowed slightly and shouted. The guards were two males, and Chiu Nanhua couldn't see the panels. But he had a feeling that the two people in front of him must be from the Snake Clan or beasts similar to the Snake Clan, because their waists are abnormally thin. "Where is Qing'an?" Saint Qiuyue asked directly. Replying to Lady Saint, "Elder Qing is in the execution room. Please inform her that we have something to talk to her about." After saying this, Saint Qiuyue led everyone in. Chiu Nanhua's eyes suddenly widened. There is also a registration machine? It is more like a bank lobby than a telecommunications business hall. It's just that there are few people and not many people are doing business. The family members of criminals can come here to apply for prison visits. Saint Lanling saw Chiu Nanhua's shock and explained. Chiu Nanhua nodded. It turns out that there are mechanical beast tamers in the Eternal Winter Realm as well. He heard from Bai Shui that the Eternal Winter Realm had fought a boundary war with the Mechanical Realm before, and he thought that he would never see mechanical beast tamers in the Eternal Winter Realm. When the clerk at the counter saw Chiu Nanhua and the others, he ran out from the counter and hurried to Chiu Nanhua and the others. Saint Lady! Is there anything important you need me to do?
Xiuyue shook her head and replied,
Don't bother. We're here to look for Qingyan. We've already notified the guards to let her know. Yes, Lady Saint.
The clerk stood nervously by the side waiting.
My two saint ladies. Is something big happening?
After a while, a woman wearing a green cheongsam, with a charming figure, holding a pipe and puffing white smoke, walked in elegantly. After she glanced around the hall, she walked straight towards Jiu Nanhua.
Go down,
she said directly to the clerk after she came here.
Yes, Elder Qing.
The clerk responded respectfully and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. After the clerk left, Elder Qing put his pipe to his lips, took a puff, and exhaled a cloud of white smoke before saying,
Tell me what's going on. I need two saints to come to me.
Saint Xiuyue shifted her gaze to Jiu Nanhua. Jiu Nanhua understood the meaning and asked him to explain. Jiu Nanhua stood up and asked,
Elder Qing, did you know that the Winter Alliance has declared war on the Seven Seas Palace?
Qingyan did not respond. She looked around at Jiu Nanhua. A beastmaster, with a cub from the Snow Fox clan and a cub from the Ice Scale clan, strange. She looked at Saint Snow Moon and asked,
Who is this little brother? The contractor of the Saint of Mercy is Jiu Nanhua.
Saint Xiuyue replied. Qingyan knew about the loving saint. She had seen the little girl who followed Kinkia every day several times. Qingyan turned his gaze back to Jiu Nanhua. In other words, the white fox on his shoulder was the saint of Lianai. 3 saints came to her at the same time. Qingyan had been the elder of the punishment hall for so long, but this was the first time she had encountered such a situation.
I know, that's why I've been waiting for Kinkia to come to me,
Qingyan responded.
This?
A hint of embarrassment flashed across Jiu Nanhua's eyes.
Well, but I've known for a long time that the girl would never come over. Maybe she doesn't even know about this. Tell me, how do you want to solve it?
Qingyan continued.
Elder Qing, I hope you can accompany us to understand the specific situation. The Seven Seas Palace was founded by people from my hometown, and we are all affiliated forces of the Snow Concubine Palace. We shouldn't make a big deal out of this.
If it's really Qihai Palace's fault, then they should be punished and compensated, Jiu Nanhua said. Qingyan continued to smoke her tobacco-free pipe, as if she was thinking about something.
Let's go!
Qingyan responded by blowing out a smoke ring. Jiu Nanhua immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the first step was temporarily successful. Chapter 179 Arrival at the Seven Seas Palace. Seven Seas Palace. It took some time for everyone from Shuefei Palace to arrive here. Jiu Nanhua and Elder Qing Anqing were taken into the space by Saint Xiuyue. But because she needed someone to show the way, Song Yuanyuan was grabbed by the hand of Saint Lan Ling and hurried on. Now she is leaning against the wall and retching. Why not ask the beastmaster to show the way? A beastmaster's physique is definitely stronger than a beastmaster's, right? But Jiu Nanhua didn't ask. Perhaps Song Yuanyuan had her reasons for doing so. To be honest, Jiu Nanhua felt a little awkward being alone with Elder Qing Anqing in the same space, but fortunately it didn't last long.
You smoked in my space?
Saint Xiuyue asked with a frown.
Sorry. I'm sorry,
Qingyan responded while shaking the pipe as his hand. When she was taken into the space, Saint Xiuyue reminded her, but she couldn't help it. Saint Xiuyue looked at her evasive eyes and sighed silently.
Palace Master Song, you're back.
Because there was no space channel built using the Shuefei Palace, everyone came directly to the area belonging to China. As for why not, after knowing that members of certain countries in the Seven Seas Palace have ulterior motives, how can we not be on guard? With their strength, it was easy for them to bypass the sight of other countries and directly come to the hall where Song Yuanyuan usually lived. Moreover, after some discussion between Jiu Nanhua and the Blue Spirit Saint, Xiuyue Saint, they decided to keep the token representing the status of the Snow Concubine Palace for the time being, although it might not be of any use. After all, the roster of the Snow Concubine Palace had spread throughout the entire Eternal Winter Realm. The person who just greeted me was the guard of the main hall of the Huaxia area.
Ugh, cough, cough,
Song Yuanyuan said with dry heaving. Her beast kept patting her back. After a while, when she felt better, she asked the guard,
What's the situation now? Owner, all Chinese members below the king level have been evacuated. The situation in other countries is not clear at the moment, the guard responded. I understand. You can go down now. Song Yuanyuan waved her hand and ordered. Yes. The guard left respectfully. Song Yuanyuan then turned her gaze towards Xiao Nanwei and the others and said, Seniors, the situation is unclear right now. We don't know when the Winter Alliance will attack. Seniors, please rest in the hall first. Song Yuanyuan led everyone from the Xuefei Palace into the main hall. In the hall, just as Song Yuanyuan was about to entertain them, Xiao Nanwei spoke up. Don't bother, you still have a lot of things to do, you don't have to take care of us. Song Yuanyuan quietly glanced at the other members of the Snow Concubine Palace. Noticing they had no reaction, she replied to Xiao Nanwei. Thank you, Senior Yu, for your understanding. I will take my leave now. Xiao Nanwei continued. By the way, there's no need to ask anyone else to come. Song Yuanyuan nodded and left the hall. After Song Yuanyuan left, Xiao Nanwei looked at Elder Qing Anqing and said gratefully, Thank you for the trouble, Elder Qing. It's my duty. I won't refuse, unlike King Kia. Qing'an responded by blowing out a puff of smoke. She advised the palace master more than once to remove Qingqiuya from her position as elder. But every time the palace master would confine Qingqiuya for a period of time, the matter would be dropped. Xiao Nanwei. He dared not say anything bad about Senior Qingqiu. You'd better think about what to do next. I won't spare the Qihai Palace for your sake. Qing'an continued. I understand. Xiao Nanwei nodded in response. After he finished speaking, the hall fell into a long silence again. As if the little guy didn't like this atmosphere, he poked his head out from Xiao Nanue's collar and started babbling. The little guy is awake. Xiao Nanwei held the little guy in her arms. Seeing this, Qing'an asked the question he had wanted to ask for a long time. Lan Ling, you and his child? This sentence made Saint Lan Ling's face turn red and white. Has Elder Qing become senile and confused? He has forgotten such a simple truth that there is reproductive isolation between different races? Saint Lan Ling said coldly. I'm just curious why this little guy is so attached to him. I remember that the Binglin clan doesn't like to interact with outsiders, including newborn cubs. And as the leader of the Zubinglin clan, how could you personally follow behind a cub? Qing'an responded. Their conversation also attracted Xiao Nanwei. He always felt that Saint Lan Ling knew the origin of this little guy, so he wanted to learn some information from their conversation. Maybe Xiao Nanwei has this special aura that attracts the little guy. As for me, can I have some time for myself? Why do I have to stay in the clan and work hard? Saint Lan Ling explained. Saint Lan Ling only told half a lie. There must be an aura about Xiao Nanwei that attracted her, otherwise she would not have taken the initiative to approach Xiao Nanwei. Even if I temporarily lost my memory. She couldn't even get close to her own people, let alone human beastmasters. She was also very curious about what on earth caused her to take the initiative to approach Xiao Nanwei. Qing'an looked at Saint Lan Ling for a while and responded. Just take what you said as the truth. Since Saint Lan Ling is unwilling to say it, then forget it. After all, Saint Lan Ling's status in the Binglin clan is one of the best. Apart from Lady Binglin, who else can make her tired? Wait. Could this be an order from Lady Binglin Concubine? Could the little creature in Xiao Nanue's arms be Lady Binglin Concubine's child? It must be like this. Qing'an felt that she had found the truth. Although she didn't know how Lady Binglin Fai's child could get close to this human beastmaster, it didn't matter. Xiao Nanwei shook his head helplessly. He knew that Saint Lan Ling would definitely not give a direct answer. It's not her child, but Saint Lan Ling won't say whose child it is. Xiao Nanwei gently poked the little guy's head and sighed silently in her heart. Alas, there are still many mysteries about this little guy. Woo 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 woo. Just then, alarm sirens sounded. The fight has started? How could it be so soon? Xiao Nanwei asked in confusion. Oh, I forgot to tell you that when we arrived, we found that the Seven Seas Palace had been surrounded. Now it seems that they are indeed members of the Winter Alliance. Saint Lan Ling suddenly said. Xiao Nanwei. Could you remind me earlier next time? And what about the Seven Seas Palace's detective beasts? Even if the level difference is huge, a large team will reveal some flaws and will eventually be captured by the detective beasts. The previous guard said nothing happened. What is going on? I'll go out and take a look. After Chiu Nanhua said that, she stood up holding the little guy and prepared to leave. I'll go with you. Saint Lan Ling came to Chiu Nanhua and said softly. Chiu Nanhua nodded in response. I'm here to solve this incident. How can I not come with me? Qingyan said after blowing out a smoke ring. Saint Chiu didn't say anything, but from the way she stood up, it was clear that she wanted to go too. Chapter 180. I have a song, and I invite you all to enjoy it. A few minutes ago, Gaius Caesar, the ruler of the ancient Roman camp, knelt in the dark hall. Master Anji, Song Yuanyuan has returned. Oh, you can invite members of the Snow Princess Palace. Your Excellency, we have only detected spatial fluctuations. We understand that Song Yuanyuan does not possess a spatial beast, and a king-level spatial beast would be unable to evade our detection. Therefore, Song Yuanyuan must have invited members of the Snow Concubine Palace. TSK, this is trouble. I originally thought that while Qingqiuye was not there, Qihai Palace would never be able to ask Xuefei Palace for help. Unexpectedly, he was invited in the end. Sir, don't worry. According to investigations and calculations, it is very likely that it is a member of Blue Star Huaxia who joined the Snow Concubine Palace. We don't know who it is exactly, but it is impossible for it to be in a high position in thousands of years. Don't worry. Gaius Caesar continued. Although they could not control the members of China, they could force them to confess. After arresting and torturing many members of China, they were able to extract a lot of information about China. But there is still no information about who joined the Xuefei Palace. This news is probably only known to Song Yuanyuan, the master of the Seven Seas Palace. But it doesn't matter, I know how many years I have been a member. It will only take a few thousand years, and at best she will be a candidate for the Saintess or Saint Sun, and it will be impossible for her to help the Seven Seas Palace. In that case, let the Winter Alliance launch the attack. Dark Machine ordered. Yes, Lord Dark Machine. After responding, Gaius Caesar quietly left the hall. After a while, a huge crowd surrounded the entire Qihai Palace. The alarm sounded in Qihai Palace. Immediately, the members of the Seven Seas Palace flew high into the sky and faced each other with the members of the Winter Alliance. The Winter Alliance did not take direct action. Their attack was legal and reasonable, so of course they had to take the highest moral ground and tell the Snow Princess Palace in a victim's way that they were forced to fight back. Song Yuanyuan came to the Seven Seas Palace team and said, Winter Alliance, we are also affiliated with the Snow Concubine Palace. Why are you attacking our Seven Seas Palace for no reason? A haggard old man stepped out from the Winter Alliance camp, his eyes red as he roared at Song Yuanyuan. Why? You still have the right to ask why. How dare you ask why? We are all affiliated with the Snow Concubine Palace. Why did you kill my only son? He's my only son. Song Yuanyuan frowned and asked, Who are you? He is the leader of our Winter Alliance. You, the Seven Seas Palace, killed our young leader. I want you to pay for your blood with blood. A member of the Winter Alliance came to the old man, supported him, and shouted angrily. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Times N. The resounding voice spread throughout the Seven Seas Palace, causing pain in the eardrums of the beastmasters there. You say we killed him, so we killed him? Do you have any evidence? Song Yuanyuan defended. Evidence! Here is the evidence. The member who was supporting the old man took out a crystal ball, and suddenly a projection appeared above everyone. This is a video of members of the ancient Roman Empire slaughtering members of the Winter Alliance. Not only did they kill them, but they also killed them brutally, chopped them into pieces, and ate them raw. Although these were not humans but beast men, they still showed the cruelty and rage of the ancient Roman members to everyone. Song Yuanyuan's expression grew increasingly grim. She roared at the crowd in the Seven Seas Hall. Gaius Caesar, get the hell out here! For a moment, the team did not respond. Palace Master Song, Gaius Caesar has fled for fear of punishment, and the entire ancient Rome is deserted, a member reminded. This sentence ignited Song Yuanyuan's anger, and it not only ignited Song Yuanyuan's anger. All right, ahem. If you, the Seven Seas Palace, still want to shield the criminals even now, then don't blame us, the Winter Alliance, for being ruthless. Brothers, kill! Avenge the young Alliance leader, avenge my son! Kill! Just when Song Yuanyuan was at a loss for words, a sound interrupted the Winter Alliance's attack. Stop! The members of the Winter Alliance looked in the direction of the sound. Finally, here they are, the members of Xuefei Palace. Qiu Nanhua flew up with Elder Qing Anqing. Saintess Shiyue and Saintess Lanling hid in the dark, and Qiu Nanhua did not let them be exposed in public. The moment the leader of the Winter Alliance saw Elder Qing, he knelt in the air and cried, Elder Qing, you have to take charge of us. Meanwhile, the Seven Seas Palace, a subsidiary of the Snow Concubine Palace, is so ruthless. Thinking of my poor child, still in those thieves' belly, I cough cough cough. Although they didn't know who was next to Elder Qing, he was just a candidate for the Holy Sun and couldn't have any influence. Leader! Please ask Elder Qing to make the decision for us. Please ask Elder Qing to make the decision for us. Please ask Elder Qing to make the decision for us. The members of the Winter Alliance knelt in the air and shouted loudly. Elder Qing frowned and looked at Qiu Nanhua. Qiu Nanhua understood the meaning of this. If she didn't find some doubts, she would make a decision. Elder Qing, you must protect me, Qiu Nanhua said. Although Qing'an felt strange, he didn't say anything. After receiving Elder Qing's approval, Qiu Nanhua's eyes suddenly flashed with purple light, and then stopped flashing after a moment. Hu dot! Qiu Nanhua gasped suddenly. There were too many units, and Qiu Nanhua's soul power was exhausted in an instant. Bai Shui transformed into a human form, supported Qiu Nanhua, and continuously fed him skill creations that replenished his soul power. Although it was only a moment, Qiu Nanhua still saw it. Black, endless black. And the black aura was not directed at the entire Seven Seas Palace. Instead, it was directed only at the Chinese members of the Qihai Palace, Qiu Nanhua, and also at Elder Qing. The same is true for the other members of the Seven Seas Hall except Huaxia. It's okay if it's just the Winter Alliance, but it's unreasonable for the other members of Nanami to be so mean to him and China. It is also unreasonable for all members of the Winter Alliance to have boundless hostility towards Elder Qing. It would be fine if it was just one or two members, but it is impossible for all members. Unless they are all controlled. How is it? Did you find anything? Elder Qing asked. Qiu Nanhua nodded and shouted, I have a song, and I invite you all to listen. After finishing speaking, Qiu Nanhua took off the Jinsi Fengming flute from her waist. The Jinsi purple jade flute advanced a small level in the quenching pool and has reached the middle level of the king rank. Although the Fengming jade pendant did not advance and is still at the lower level of the king rank, the skills of the same origin have not changed. Now, Jinsi purple jade flute has reached the advanced king level with the help of the same origin skills. A flute music suddenly appeared in everyone's ears. Countless snowflakes surrounded Qiu Nanhua, and the sky was spinning. The members of the Winter Alliance sensed that something bad was happening, but they did not dare to take action directly in front of Elder Qing. Chapter 181 Accidents happen frequently. Song 1. Listening to the rain halfway up the mountain. Effect 1. Reduce the fighting spirit of listeners whose rank does not exceed that of Jinsi Fengmingdi. Effect 2. Applies a purification effect to the listener who has heard the entire song. This effect removes the mental control exerted by any beast controlled by a level lower than the Golden Stream Phoenix Flute. It has no effect on physical control. Qing'an listened quietly and glanced at everyone. The song is quite nice. A mental skill that lowers emotions? The effect is very weak. She doesn't understand why Qiu Nanhua would use this skill. The two camps were equally confused in front of everyone, but because Elder Qing Anqing hadn't spoken, they could only listen and wait where they were. Until a fiery attack broke this temporary peace. Wind and sand blew, and water guns shot directly at Qiu Nanhua from the Qihai Palace team. The members of the Qihai Temple attacked Qiu Nanhua and Elder Qing. Because the incident happened so suddenly, Song Yuanyuan didn't have time to react. Bai Shui immediately stood in front of Qiu Nanhua and used the ice and fire element control skills. Ice blades, ice spears, fire blades, fire spears, etc. condensed around her to intercept these long-range skills. But now Snow White was only at the advanced level of king rank in the downgraded summoning process,
and it was difficult for her alone to resist the long-range skills of the many beast tamers of the Seven Seas Palace. Countless long-range skills such as wind and sand, water guns and fireballs still reached Xiao Nanyue's eyes. Elder Qing Anqing exhaled a puff of white mist helplessly, and the white mist surrounded the two men, dissipating all the long-range skills that were attacking them. At the same time, the power-type beasts of Qihai Palace continued to rush towards Xiao Nanyue. Song Yuanyuan reacted immediately, and shouted angrily. "What are you doing? Stop! Stop! Stop them!" The scene suddenly fell into chaos. The Chinese camp was at the top of the Seven Seas Palace, but it was unable to take action against all forces except China. Fortunately, only ancient Egypt and the Federation of Nations took action, while the other camps looked at each other in confusion, as if they were confused about the situation. Only after Song Yuanyuan roared did one or two members step in to stop her. The leader of the Winter Alliance took the opportunity to say, "Elder Qing, the Seven Seas Palace is so audacious that they dared to attack you directly. The Winter Alliance is willing to capture them all and hand them over to the Snow Concubine Palace for disposal. No revenge? I believe that Elder Qing will not let my son suffer injustice." The leader of the Winter Alliance responded respectfully. Wait a minute! Qing'an blew out a puff of smoke and ordered. But... Before the leader of the Winter Alliance could finish his words, he was interrupted by a sharp look and a cold breath. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" "No. I dare not." Just when Qing'an thought that no other accidents would happen before Xiao Nanyue finished blowing, an accident happened. An aura that was no less powerful than Qing'an's suddenly attacked her. A huge eagle claw suddenly appeared above Qing'an's head and hit the white smoke exhaled by Elder Qing. Dong dong. He managed to resist, but a huge shock wave swept away Xiao Nanyue, who was playing the flute, and sent her plummeting towards the ground at high speed. Elder Qing Anqing was also shocked and retreated a few steps. Her expression gradually turned ugly, and she stared gloomily at the giant eagle flying in the sky. "Kingdom of Gaotian, it's you who are causing trouble," Qing'an said coldly. "Haha, Elder Qing of the Snow Concubine Palace has become senile. A mere imperial-level force and a king-level force are not worthy of our attention. I just saw a lone elder from the Snow Concubine Palace and couldn't help but want to take action." Bursts of laughter came from the sky. "Are you taking me for a fool? How dare you attack within the Xuefei Palace without any preparation? Do you want to die here? Call out your accomplices." Qing'an responded with a cold face. "Haha, there are no accomplices. Elder Qing is worrying too much." The giant eagle transformed into a young man with an eagle face and a pointed beak and flew to the opposite side of Qing'an and said with a smile, "TSK, this is trouble. There are enemies hiding in secret. What is Saint Lanling doing? Come and help her." Yeah, are you okay?" Shenling asked hurriedly. The moment he was attacked, Xiao Nanyue instinctively took Bai Shui back into the space. His other beasts were all close to him and could be protected by the shield of the glazed jade, but Bai Shui could not, unless Bai Shui turned into her original form and stuck to him. It's okay, I just feel a little dizzy." Xiao Nanyue tied the Jinsi purple jade flute and foaming jade pendant tightly in her hands back around her waist. The shock wave of the holy level battle directly shattered all of Liuli Qingyu's passive shields. Fortunately, Liuli Qingyu released the active shield, otherwise Xiao Nanyue might be fine, but the little guy hiding in his clothes might be in trouble. If something happens to the little guy, how will he explain it to Lan Ling? Xiao Nanyue broke free from the body of Saint Xiuyue. He was knocked down by the shock wave and was caught in the soft arms of Saint Xiuyue when he was about to hit the ground. And there is no strong impact feeling, as if you hit a pile of warm cotton, and it is often accompanied by bursts of fragrance, which is very pleasant. "Xiuyue, thank you," Xiao Nanyue said softly. "You're welcome, but what did you find?" asked Saint Xiuyue. "Do you believe what I said?" "I believe it." Xiao Nanyue looked at Saint Xiuyue for a while and felt that she didn't want to lie, so she explained. "All members of the Winter Alliance have been controlled, and most of the members of the Seven Seas Palace have also been controlled." Saint Xiuyue frowned slightly. She was thinking, what's the point of Gaotian country spending so much effort to control two small forces? Is it just to trick Qing'an into coming out and killing him? The kingdom of Gaotian could not have been unaware that it was basically impossible to kill the elders of the Xuefei Palace within the territory of the Xuefei Palace. Could it be some other force?
Who is that giant eagle?
Qiu Nanwei asked.
He's the mountain master of Gaotian country, right? I'm not sure which mountain he's the master of. The kingdom of high sky?
Qiu Nanwei asked doubtfully.
A country mainly composed of bird and beast tamers. Like the Snow Concubine Palace, it is an imperial force in the Eternal Winter Realm. It is one of the hostile forces of the Snow Concubine Palace and often makes things difficult for the Snow Concubine Palace.
Saint Xiuyue knew that Qiu Nanwei had only been in the Eternal Winter Realm for a short time and did not understand the Eternal Winter Realm, so she explained. Big forces also have their own crises. Qiu Nanwei sighed silently in her heart after hearing what Saint Xiuyue said. Entering a powerful force does not mean absolute safety.
Where is Lan Ling?
Qiu Nanwei asked.
Hide, wait for Qingyan and that fat chicken to fight, then launch a surprise attack.
Fat chicken, a good-looking eagle is called a fat chicken, which is amazing. But it is indeed fat, and it is absolutely delicious when roasted. Wait, Qiu Nanwei, what are you thinking about? That's a saint-level beast, and a mere king-level beast wants to roast a saint-level beast. You have no sense at all.
Did you want to use the control-releasing skill just now?
Saint Snow Moon asked.
Well, after listening to a complete song, the control skills of the same level and below will be removed.
Qiu Nanwei explained.
With such a long preparation time and so many units, will the soul power reserves be enough?
Qiu Nanwei.
No.
Qiu Nanwei shook her head and responded. He was self-aware. Last time at the bird's nest, only a few people were controlled. This time was different. Almost all of them were controlled. Even if he squeezed out 100 more, he would not be able to release them all. Moreover, there were many royal-level units, and he did not have the ability to do that. Moreover, Jinxi is not very proficient in controlling her skills, so it depends entirely on fate to decide who can be freed from her control.
I just wanted to release some of the controls to prove it to Elder Qing, but it seems that's not necessary.
Qiu Nanwei looked at the chaotic battlefield in the sky and said to the two saint-level beastmasters who were confronting each other. It's too far away, I can only see a dark crowd of people.
It's very simple to remove the control. It's not that troublesome, don't you think, Saint Qinglian?
Saint Xiuyue said, looking at the pendant on Qiu Nanwei's chest.
Qiu Nanwei? When did you discover me?
Qiu Nanwei's pendant flew out, and with the pendant as the core, a translucent figure appeared beside Qiu Nanwei.
I guessed it. Qiu Nanwei was in danger, so I guessed you would show up.
Saint Qinglian fell silent.
Sister Lian!
Qiu Nanwei shouted in surprise.
Brother Yu, long time no see. You haven't contacted me during this period.
Saint Qinglian nodded and complained to Qiu Nanwei.
Sorry, Sister Lian, I'm a little busy lately.
Qiu Nanwei blushed and scratched her head and replied embarrassedly.
How long do you plan to take to release them from control?
Saint Xiuyue interrupted the exchange of glances between the two.
Let's wait until the battlefield above is over,
replied the holy maiden Qinglian.
Boom.
The fight started. Qiu Nanwei was attracted by the sound and looked over. I saw that the two of them had transformed into huge forms and were confronting each other. A huge green snake and a huge eagle. Eagles are naturally able to control snakes, so there shouldn't be any problem. Chapter 182 Control Release. The green snake's eyes were fixed on the eagle in front of it. The collision just now was just a test. The green snake spit out green poisonous mist around her. The giant eagle disappeared from Elder Qing's sight in an instant. A speed-type beast, what a hassle. When the giant eagle appeared again, it brought a strong wind and blew away the poisonous fog around the green snake. The target is directly aimed at the green snake. The green snake opened its mouth wide and released the poisonous breath that it had prepared long ago. Green breath was released towards the giant eagle. The giant eagle disappeared, dodging the green breath, and came behind the green snake in an instant. The sharp claws suddenly grabbed down, but the green snake's hard scales could not stop it, and deep wounds that could be seen to the bone appeared on the green snake's body. Blood gushed out and spilled onto the ground, and pain instantly spread throughout the green snake's body. Hiss, hiss. Before the giant eagle could be happy, a beam of icy light came towards him. Before he could dodge, he was frozen in place and unable to move. Over. Control skills. High in the sky, a huge shadow of ice unicorn hoof appeared above the giant eagle's head and stepped towards the giant eagle. Boom! The giant eagle was hit head-on and, affected by inertia, collided with it at a speed exceeding the speed of light. Boom! Like a nuclear bomb explosion, all the buildings of the Seven Seas Palace were destroyed in an instant. Saint Chiu stood in front of Chiu Nanhua to block the shock wave. A huge snow pit was smashed out. Chiu Nanhua guessed that the area of this pit was probably not much different from that of Blue Planet. Is this the battle between Saint-level beasts? The aftermath can cause such severe damage. If a Saint-level beast wants to destroy a small planet like Blue Star, it probably only needs one skill. Alas, thousands of years of efforts by Qihai Palace were destroyed in an instant. The pretty figure of Saint Lanling suddenly appeared in the center of the deep pit. No trace of the giant eagle was found. Only a large amount of blood and some internal organs were left on the ground. Ran away? Looks like he has an accomplice. She didn't have any tracking skills, otherwise she would have wanted to catch up and try to kill this guy since he was so seriously injured. Saint Lanling flew to Qing'an's side, looked at the wounds on Qing'an's smooth back that were so deep that the bones could be seen, and asked, "Are you okay?" "Hiss, do I look okay to you? Take me to find the Snow Moon Saint. There must be some healing skills in her space." Qing'an gritted his teeth and roared. Saint Lanling brought Qing'an and came to Saint Shuiyu in an instant. Perhaps the wound was torn on the way, and the blood spurted out even more violently. It would be nice to have a skill like accelerated regeneration at this time. Saint Lanling spotted Saint Qinglian in an instant. After a moment of timidity, she brought Qing'an to Saint Qinglian. With the holy maiden Qinglian here, there is no need to use skills to create things to recover from injuries. "Hiss, be gentler." Qing'an couldn't help but complain. "Qing, Saint Qinglian, why are you here?" Qing'an asked after discovering Saint Qinglian. "I didn't come. I'm just a projection with some abilities," Saint Qinglian responded. Qing'an took a closer look at her. Isn't this the only descendant of the pure Lotus Saint? Isn't this the same as if she herself has come? The holy maiden Qinglian did not waste any words, but came behind Qing'an and stretched out her translucent palm. Suddenly, a stream of white light was transmitted to Qing'an's back. The burning pain disappeared in an instant, and a cool feeling appeared on her back. If there weren't so many people around, she would have wanted to scream out in comfort. Qing'an's back recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye until it became extremely smooth. It was hard to imagine that the wound that was so deep that the bone was visible just now had healed in an instant. "Thank you, Saint Qinglian." Qing'an expressed his gratitude. "You're welcome. We're both members of the Snow Concubine Palace, and this is what I should do," Saint Qinglian responded. At this moment, the members of the Winter Alliance, who had just retreated thousands of miles away because of the Holy Level War, and the members of the Seven Seas Palace gathered in midair. Song Yuanyuan felt a pang of pain in her heart as she looked at the completely destroyed Qihai Palace. She betrayed Lord Changqing's trust. "I'm sorry, Lord Changqing." After Qing'an recovered, he pointed at the members in the sky and asked, "So what's going on with those guys?" "They were controlled, and basically all of them were controlled," Saint Xiuyue explained. "That shouldn't be the case. There's no need for the kingdom of Gaotian to spend so much effort to control these small shrimps," Qing'an said after thinking for a while. "There's really no need for that. I'm thinking that the fat chicken from the kingdom of High Sky might just have happened to pass by, and there's someone else controlling them, and plotting some conspiracy," Saint Xiuyue analyzed. "No matter what, let's release the control first, otherwise a fight will break out." Saint Qinglian interrupted everyone's speculation and came to the front. She did not fly into the sky. Instead, he pointed towards the sky with one hand. A huge snow lotus cloud appeared above the heads of both camps. The falling snowflakes gradually turned into snow lotus petals and fell on the heads of both camps. In an instant, the rage in their eyes gradually dissipated, replaced by a look of confusion. "They are micro-controlled robots from the mechanical department. I didn't destroy them. Their skills can only last for 30 minutes. After 30 minutes there is a risk of being controlled again.
The rest is up to you. After the holy maiden Qinglian finished speaking, she returned to Qiu Nanyue's side. Her shadow dissipated, leaving only the snow lotus pendant floating in the air. Qiu Nanyue reached out to catch her and tied her around the neck again. Chapter 183: The Fall of the Seven Seas Palace. How long has he been a member of the Xuefei Palace? Qing'an asked Saint Lan Ling. Less than 2 months. I'm not sure. Saint Lan Ling replied. Qing'an looked at Qiu Nanyue deeply. She didn't understand what the charm of the beastmaster in front of her was. Saint Maiden Lan Ling, Saint Maiden Shuiyu, and Saint Maiden Qing Lian are all related to him, and he has also contracted with the new Saint Maiden Lian Ai. In less than 2 months he had gathered such a large group of high-ranking officials from the Snow Concubine Palace. She suspected that if he was given 2 years, he would be able to become close friends with the Emperor's concubine. If he is given another 10,000 years, the Xuefei Palace will have to change its name. Well, these things have nothing to do with her anyway. Qing'an ignored them, flew into the sky, and came in front of the people of the Winter Alliance. He exhaled puffs of smoke, and after the white smoke was inhaled by the people of the Winter Alliance, he began to cough violently, and soon vomited a pool of dirty blood. It's over. This was a conspiracy by other forces. The Winter Alliance should not pursue it any further. Retreat! Qing'an shouted loudly to the Winter Alliance. I will follow Elder Qing's orders. After the Winter Alliance members left, Qing'an looked towards the Seven Seas Palace. Well, let them solve these problems on their own, she won't get involved. Xueyue, can the micro-robots that Sister Lian mentioned solve the problem? Qiu Nanyue asked. Saint Xueyue nodded and came in front of everyone in the Seven Seas Palace. After a spatial fluctuation, a white space appeared in Saint Xueyue's hand. Countless micro-robots are suspended in the space. She returned to Qiu Nanyue. Well, it's solved. Qiu Nanyue felt a chill when she saw the dark, densely packed micro-robots in her hand. This guy can control others. Do you want to take it back? Qiu Nanyue asked. Well, let's see if we can trace it back to the source. Maybe it's the mechanical world that's coming back, but the probability is very small. Well, thank you, Xueyue. Qiu Nanyue really didn't know how to deal with these micro-robots by herself. You're welcome. At this time, Song Yuanyuan came to Qiu Nanyue with red eyes and asked, Senior Bai Shui, the Seven Seas Palace has been destroyed, what should we do? Qiu Nanyue released Bai Shui not long ago. After Bai Shui came out, she complained to Qiu Nanyue for a long time. Qiu Nanyue looked at the white fox on her shoulder, thought for a while, sighed and said, Alas, let's go back. The Eternal Winter Realm is not at peace for the time being, and the reconstruction of the Seven Seas Palace requires careful discussion with Ming Changqing. And you have sent back many members. Most of those members have also been controlled, and these matters still need you to go back and resolve them. After hearing Qiu Nanyue's words, Song Yuanyuan suddenly became nervous. They had sent almost all members below the king level back to Blue Star. And the disappearance of ancient Rome made her alert. If the old man Julius Caesar was also controlled by an unknown force, the blue planet would be in danger. Song Yuanyuan nodded heavily. Do you need me to accompany you? Qiu Nanyue asked. Song Yuanyuan shook her head. The senior had just joined the Xuefei Palace not long ago, and she didn't know what the Xuefei Palace's system was for newcomers. But it's not easy. The seniors are already on the battlefield and they are still taking their children with them. Song Yuanyuan looked at the little guy on Qiu Nanyue's chest. Qiu Nanyue? Qiu Nanyue looked at Song Yuanyuan in confusion. Senior, I will take everyone from the Seven Seas Palace back to Blue Star right away. Song Yuanyuan said. You really don't need me to accompany you back? No need, senior, it's you who should be here. Don't work too hard in the Snow Concubine Palace. Song Yuanyuan said as she left. Yeah, does she think that you have just joined the Xuefei Palace and have a lot of things to do? Bai Shui said softly. No way. Don't I look like a lazy bum? It doesn't look like it, especially since he's going to the battlefield with a little guy, Liu Liqingyu said. Qiu Nanyue. He didn't want either. This little guy liked to stick to him, and he thought that with Elder Qing around, they wouldn't dare to do anything wrong.
Who knew that they would really dare to control the people from the Seven Seas Palace to take action? And a saint-level beastmaster also came. In my previous life, I stayed in the Eternal Winter Realm and the Sea Soul Realm for nearly a long time, but I had never encountered a saint-level beast. Less than 2 months after arriving in this life, he encountered a saint-level beastmaster from another force. Is this what they call different circles and different people you meet? By the way, I don't know what the name of the person who came with Yun Xian was. It seemed to be Meng Shuan. She should also be at the saint level. Well, as a high-level king-level beastmaster, he can't help much if he goes back, so he should trust Ming Changqing at this time. He'll figure it out. Let's go! Now that the matter is settled, let's go back to Xuefei Palace, Qiu Nanhua said softly. Blue Star. Galius Caesar roared. No. Impossible! How could such a powerful person exist on Blue Star? Sir, what should we do? A man in black in the shadows asked a cloud of red smoke. Send him to jail. Yes, my lord. This is the nth batch. Kill one batch and another batch comes. How about temporarily closing the space channel? This time we won't kill them for the time being, but we'll control them for a while. If they are still there, we will have to lock them up for a while. Or reopen a space channel. Chapter 184, Joining the Xuefei Palace for 2.5 years. Pa pa pa. Shueliani clapped her hands gently and praised. Brother Yu, your playing is getting better and better. The pure lotus Saint Shueliani sat on a round table made of ice and snow, drinking fruit tea prepared by Qiu Nanhua from a white cup. The ice table was temporarily built by Saint Qinglian using her soul power. Sister Liani, you are too kind, Qiu Nanhua responded while tying the Jinsi purple jade flute around her waist. When he left Blue Star, he saved several tons of music teaching videos. He also learned a lot during this period. It would be unreasonable if he didn't make some progress. Snap. Have a couple of drinks with me. Shueliani patted the table and chairs beside her and beckoned to Qiu Nanhua. Qiu Nanhua didn't hesitate and went straight to sit next to Shueliani. Shueliani poured Qiu Nanhua a cup of fruit tea, although it was brewed by him. Time passed quickly. He had been in Xuefei Palace for almost 2.5 years and had become accustomed to life there. He gradually became familiar with Shueliani. In the past, he felt a little embarrassed to call her Sister Lian, but now it was very smooth to call her Sister Liani. Not long after the destruction of the Seven Seas Palace, Song Yuanyuan came to see him once and reported to him that it was said that the 1 million people who evacuated at that time encountered space turbulence when passing through the space channel, and no one returned to Blue Star. Although this matter was the result of discussion among the top leaders of the Seven Seas Palace, all the top leaders except Atlantis were under control at that time. Song Yuanyuan always felt that it was her fault, and Ming Changqing also wrote a letter asking Qiu Nanhua to persuade her. He tried to persuade her, but felt that it didn't work, so he kept her in the Snow Concubine Palace temporarily. Although he couldn't let her join, he could still keep her for a while. Usually, Li Yingying and Lu Jiejie go to accompany her. Brother Yu, you said that some sisters who used to spend time together and talk about everything suddenly stopped talking. Why is that? Qiu Nanhua rubbed her chin, thought for a moment, and replied. If they stopped talking gradually, it might be because their relationship had faded. But if it happened suddenly, there might be some unavoidable reason. Is it necessary? Well, that's not necessarily the case. Specific issues require specific analysis. But instead of analyzing privately, it's better to take action. Many things and misunderstandings arise without communication. Private speculation and analysis will only lead to misunderstandings. Communicate? A trace of trance appeared on Zeliani's face. Qiu Nanhua watched silently without saying anything. This was probably a question of the I have a friend type. Who are the sisters of the Holy Lady Qinglian? Ah, ya dot. The little guy stretched out his head and called softly. Although more than 2 years have passed, the little guy's body shape has not changed. According to Saint Lanling, the growth cycle of their Binglin clan is similar to that of the Dragon clan, and it takes nearly 1,000 years for there to be obvious growth changes. Shueliani was attracted by the little guy's cry, and stretched out her white and slender jade hand to rub the little guy's head. This was the first time Zeliani touched this little guy. Strange, This little guy clearly doesn't like being touched by anyone other than Chionanwe and her beasts, so why is Shui Liani okay with it? He also purred comfortably, and especially liked the look of Shui Liani. Perhaps she remembered something. A hint of tenderness flashed across Shui Liani's face, and then she gradually became lonely. Chionanwe caught it immediately. Maybe she should be given some time to calm down. Chionanwe stood up and said, Sister Liani, I'm going to the Beast Tamer Peak for class. The Beast Tamer Summit will offer open classes to the Beast Tamers who join the Xuefei Palace. Skills explanation, acquisition of skills, coordination of skills, etc. 3 cultural courses, power analysis, and how to please Beast Tamers. And a practical course. Shui Liani didn't think much about it but nodded and responded, Go! Because Chionanwe often went to the Beastmaster Peak to study, she also knew that Chionanwe did not lie to her. Goodbye, Sister Liani. Goodbye, Brother Yu. Chapter 185 Somakri Hatch. Xuefei Palace Beast Tamer Peak. This peak is slightly different from other peaks in Xuefei Palace. For example, the academy established in front of Chionanwe was something Chionanwe had never seen on other peaks, although he had basically never been to other peaks. In the past 2 years, he has only stayed at Snow Fox Peak, Wanao Peak, Beastmaster Peak, and Binglin Peak of St. Lanling. He had never been to the main peak, nor had he met the Palace Master of Xuefei Palace. Senior Qingqiu has never come back since he left. I don't know where he went. Hey, isn't this Brother Chionanwe? He's here for class again. A teasing voice came from behind Chionanwe. He is a handsome guy with ice blue hair and a sword made of ice tied around his waist. It is said that it was formed naturally by the magic of nature. This handsome guy with ice blue hair is a friend Chionanwe met at the Beastmaster Peak. His name is Somakri Haiki. Like Chionanwe, he is also a king-level Beastmaster and a candidate for the Holy Son of the Snow Concubine Palace. Haiki, are you coming to class too? Chionanwe asked. Well, you know. Somakri Hatch nodded in response. Chionanwe patted his shoulder. Somakri Haiki had a favorite Beastmaster in the Snow Princess Palace. It was said that he had been trying to capture her for thousands of years, but there was no sign of success. This kind of persistence is really rare. To be fair, if he spent thousands of years to capture a beast, but the beast didn't give any signs, he would have given up long ago. Perhaps it was because he was not very old. Not counting the time he had spent in reincarnation, he hadn't even lived that long, let alone the time it took to capture a beast. If this had happened in the past, Chionanwe would have cursed him, Bah, you licks the dog. But it's no longer possible now. He has been studying at the Beastmaster Peak for some time. Take the Beastmasters in the Snow Concubine Palace for example. There are many Beastmasters who took thousands, or even tens of thousands of years to succeed. Chionanwe cannot accept the different view of time for the time being, but perhaps he will be changed after staying in the Eternal Winter Realm for tens of thousands of years. Alas, to be honest, I often envy you for finding an Imperial-level contract partner so early on. It's the Binglin clan, and I still haven't even secured a king-level contract position. Somakri Hachi sighed, staring at the little guy in Chionanwe's arms. Chionanwe knew that he had misunderstood that he had used up all the contract positions, misunderstood that he regarded the little guy as the contract object of the Imperial contract position. But he didn't explain. There were still 2 unused contract positions, and he could sign a contract at any time if he wanted. But the little guy's intelligence is not very mature yet. If it were on Blue Star, it would be fine because everyone does the same thing. But in the Eternal Winter Realm, they are called contract fraudsters, and they specifically target young animals that have not yet developed their intelligence to deceive. And the little guy does depend on him, but that doesn't mean he's willing to sign a contract with him. Come on, I believe you can impress someone. Chionanwe encouraged him. Good luck to you. By the way, what have you been up to lately? It's nothing serious, what happened? Chionanwe asked doubtfully. I want to invite you to visit my hometown. I remember you seemed to say that you came out of the space layer, and you haven't seen the human gathering place in the Eternal Winter Realm. I will take you to see it. Somakri Hachi responded. It's not far, if it is far, forget it. It seems you really don't understand, brother. My hometown is called Somakri, a floating island that has been moving around the stars for a long time,
I will stay in the area of Xuefei Palace's influence tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. I just came to say hello today.
You know, ordinary people can't survive in the low temperatures of the eternal winter realm.
Somakri Hatch explained.
So Somakri is the surname, and Hachi is the given name? Chion Nanwa thought he was like Europeans, with the given name first and the surname last.
Beastmaster? Well, Senior Somakri is our patron saint.
Somakri Hachi's eyes were full of admiration. Having an entire race within him, he truly could be called the patron saint of that race.
Sure, I also want to see the humans in the eternal winter realm, but can I bring some friends with me?
Saint Shiryue didn't know, but Saint Lanling was worried about the little guy going so far, so she would definitely go with him. Somakri Hatch immediately patted his chest and responded.
Bring some, it's no problem to bring more. Your friends are also my friends. I will treat you well. Don't bother. I'm just curious about the human race in the eternal winter realm. Don't worry, it's no trouble, no trouble.
Somakri Hachi patted his chest and responded with a smile. This must be because he didn't listen. He looks like an elegant and handsome swordsman from a fantasy novel, but inside he is a casual physical cultivator. The main point is a contrast, right? Chion Nanwa didn't say anything else. It would be bad to refuse. Chion Nanwa and Somakri Hachi walked into the academy.
Brother Chion Nanwa, your contract has already expired, and you're still here to learn how to improve your beast tamer favorability. Since we have a contract, we should treat them better.
Somakri Hachi paused for a moment after hearing this, then responded as he walked away.
Brother Nanwa, that makes sense.
Chapter 186. Let's go.
That's what's going on. Do you want to go?
Chion Nanwa got up late, and as soon as she went out, she saw Saint Shiryue and Saint Lanling sitting at the stone table chatting about something. And a tea party has already started. The tea in Saint Shiryue's cup was no longer black tea, but the oolong tea that Chion Nanwa brought from Blue Star. Although it is not a skill creation and has no use, it tastes good. Chion Nanwa came to the two saints and explained Somakri Hachi's invitation yesterday. When he returned last night, Saintess Shiryue and Saintess Lanling had already returned to their rooms to rest, so he only informed them today. Yesterday he used the necklace to contact Saint Qinglian and invited her, but she refused, saying that she had important things to do. Chion Nanwa felt that Sister Liani might want to talk to her sister. I hope Sister Liani can resolve the conflict smoothly. After putting down the teacup in her hand, Saint Shiryue asked softly, Do you want to go? Well, I've been staying in the Snow Concubine Palace. I want to go out for a walk, and I'm also a little curious about the human race in the eternal winter realm. Chion Nanwa explained softly. How long? It's almost time. I always get up on time, Chion Nanwa said without blushing or beating her heart. After being together for so long, everyone knows that it is difficult for him to get out of bed once he goes to bed, especially in winter. The Everwinter realm was winter-like all year round, and he had become even more lazy in bed than he was on Blue Star. Actually, this temperature wouldn't have much of an impact on an average mid-level beastmaster, let alone a king-level beastmaster like him. For a king-level beastmaster, the bed would not be warmer than the ground, but he was born lazy. Seeing the snow outside the window, he couldn't help but want to lie in bed for a while longer. Okay, let's go! After Saint Shiryue put the tea set and snacks on the table back into the space, she stood up and responded. Saint Lanling also stood up and followed Saint Shuiyu. Okay, no need to ask specifically. Let's go, Beastmaster Peak. By the way, Hua Yan, you should go too. Standing beside the stone table, Hua Yan silently watched Chion Nanwa and the others leave, with a hint of loneliness on her face. But after hearing Chion Nanwa's words, a bright smile suddenly appeared on his face, and he responded gently. Okay. After a while, Chion Nanwa brought everyone to the foot of the Beastmaster Peak. At this moment, two huge and luxurious airships were parked at the foot of the Beastmaster Peak, and a red ladder extended from the airship. More and more Beastmasters entered the airship from the escalator. There are so many people! Chion Nanwa exclaimed. Most of the Beastmasters in the Snow Concubine Palace come from the Somakri floating island, and Somakri only comes to the Snow Concubine Palace once every 10,000 years, so it's normal to have so many people. Saint Shiryue explained.
10,000 years, so long. I only stay here for 2 days, Xiao Nanhua said in shock. They are only staying for 2 days, mainly to greet the Snow Concubine Palace. Otherwise, they would not dare to fly within the scope of the Snow Concubine Palace. The star Somakri follows takes hundreds of years to fly within the confines of the Snow Concubine Palace, explained Saint Snow Moon. This? Xiao Nanhua was shocked by the words of the Snow Moon Saint. Just how large is the sphere of influence of our Snow Concubine Palace? It takes hundreds of years to fly to a star. However, this star is different from the sun of the blue planet. The stars of the big world revolve around the big world and are affected by the gravity of the big world. He is not sure about the specific speed. However, there may be records in the books of Concubine Shui's palace. With so many people, there must be 1 or 2 who are bored and want to go back and study. Well, none of this has anything to do with him. Let's go! Xiao Nanhua led them towards the bottom of the airship. After arriving under the airship, Xiao Nanhua glanced around and found Somakri Hachi, who was slipping away. Haiki! Why are you running? Xiao Nanhua shouted. Somakri Hachi paused, slowly turned his head, and looked sad. Xiao Nanhua walked over to him and asked, What's wrong? Are you feeling down? Did you break up? No, it's just... Somakri Hachi cautiously glanced at Saint Blue Spirit and Saint Snow Moon, who were following behind Xiao Nanhua. Xiao Nanhua understood immediately. She didn't expect that the Somakri Haiki people looked quite honest and currently had a beastmaster who was wholeheartedly pursuing them. However, the moment he saw the 2 women, he recognized them as saints. He probably paid a lot of attention to the list of saints. I have clearly asked Saint Lan Ling and Saint Shuiyu to keep the identity jade cards. Xiao Nanhua looked at Somakri Hachi with a strange look and explained, It's okay, my friend, don't worry about it. Somakri Hachi silently complained in his heart. What kind of king-level beastmaster would be friends with 2 saint ladies? Brother Xiao Nanhua, let's discuss this. What's up? Can you please go around the Somakri floating island by yourself? No, I'm not familiar with it. It's okay. My hometown is very hospitable. Even if I'm not familiar with it, I can still have a good time. Hatch, you promised me yesterday. Somakri Hatch was speechless for a moment. After confirming that Xiao Nanhua would not let him go easily, he lowered his head in resignation and responded weakly. Okay. Xiao Nanhua patted his shoulder and said, Cheer up. It's your honor to entertain the saint lady. Others won't even have a chance even if they beg for mercy. Somakri Hachi gave an ugly smile without responding, and followed Xiao Nanhua to the 3 women. Before Xiao Nanhua could introduce herself, Somakri Haiki immediately called out respectfully. Lady Lanling Saint, Lady Shuiyu Saint. Saint Lanling and Saint Shuiyu both nodded in response. They had both heard from Xiao Nanhua about the friends Xiao Nanhua had made at the Beastmaster Peak. Xiao Nanhua shook her head and looked helplessly at Huaiyan Jianshao, who was standing behind Saint Shuiyu, saying, Huaiyan is also my friend. After seeing Huaiyan's appearance, Somakri Hachi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that she was just an ordinary disciple. Hello, my name is Somakri Hatch. Huaiyan also nodded. Although Somakri Hachi had just behaved very rudely, she was not angry. Instead, she was happy that Xiao Nanhua had just said that she was his friend. Huaiyan smiled and responded gently. Hello, Somakri Hatch, my name is Huaiyan. Xiao Nanhua stepped forward, patted Somakri Hatch's shoulder, and said with a smile, All right, guide, if you don't leave now, the airship will take off. Somakri Hachi smiled and took Xiao Nanhua and the others onto the airship. As expected of a tour guide, he's very familiar with the route. Chapter 187 Inside the Airship. On the airship, the tour guide Somakri Hachi took Xiao Nanhua and the others to a sightseeing hall. There are many round tables in the hall, most of which are full of people, especially the round tables near the transparent glass. That's the best place to enjoy the scenery, just like the window seat on a bus. Xiao Nanhua and the others found a seat in the middle and sat down. He also wanted to sit by the window, but there was no way, as the seats were all full, so he had to find a place to sit. Just after the Blue Spirit Saint, the Snow Moon Saint and Xiao Nanhua took their seats, Huaiyan stood silently behind Xiao Nanhua, while Somakri Haiki stood there hesitating.
Chiu Nanhua pulled open the chair next to her and said softly, Hua Yen, sit down. After hesitating for a while, Hua Yenlin nodded slightly to Chiu Nanhua and sat down on the chair. After seeing Hua Yen sitting down, Chiu Nanhua turned to look at Samakri Hachi, who was far away, and said, Hachi, come here too. Why are you so far away? I have made an appointment with other friends. Can I go find them? Samakri Hachi asked cautiously. What kind of interrogation he would face after returning to the beast-taming peak if he sat with the two saint ladies in public. Just after Brother Nanhua turned his gaze towards him, he has been stared at by many people. It's too scary. How can Brother Nanhua stay here? Looking at Samakri Hachi's trembling appearance, Chiu Nanhua shook her head helplessly. As a candidate for the Holy Sun, how could this kid be so timid? The Holy Maiden Xiuyue and the Holy Maiden Lanling would not eat him. Chiu Nanhua looked at Samakri Hachi and sighed softly. All right. After hearing Chiu Nanhua's words, Samakri Hachi carefully glanced at Saintess Lanling and Saintess Xiuyue. Noticing no reaction from either, he breathed a sigh of relief and hurried away, as if there were some formidable beast behind him. Is it necessary? You two are so scary! Chiu Nanhua turned and teased Saint Lanling and Saint Shuiyu. It's not us who are scary, it's the gazes around us. You are not from the Beast Tamer Peak, so the impact on you is small, but he is different. Saint Xiuyue put down the teacup in her hand and explained. That would definitely take its toll on him. Chiu Nanhua did not continue to dwell on this topic, but instead asked questions about Somakri's floating island. Xiuyue, Lanling, have you ever been to the Somakri floating island? Both women shook their heads. It's useless. Either of them had been there. The tour guide had just left, and I thought I could find a tour guide in the group, but it turns out neither of them had been there. But that's true, Xiuyue is a fashion person and doesn't like to go out until she finds followers. As for Lanling, let's not talk about this guy. She is a stay-at-home girl. She has been in by Shue's mansion for such a long time. Except for the time when she went out to Qihai Palace, she basically never left the yard, unless Chiu Nanhua wanted to leave the mountains of beauty and justice. But why would he leave if there was nothing wrong? There was still so much to learn in Shuefei Palace, and it was so dangerous outside. The Qihai Palace had encountered a saint-level beastman that time, and it was from the hostile force of the Shuefei Palace, which made him even more reluctant to go out. This time it was because he was indeed curious about the human race in the Eternal Winter Realm, and this time it was like traveling with a group, so his safety was guaranteed. The Somakri floating island is a neutral force and will not participate in the fights between forces. Instead, it has supplied beastmasters to various major forces, so the various forces in the Eternal Winter Realm will basically not take action against it. So this is a very low-risk group tour. Chiu Nanhua turned his gaze towards Hua Yen, but he immediately rejected the idea. Expecting a tree to travel everywhere? Which one? I haven't been there either. Sorry, I can't help you, Hua Yen said in a low voice with a red face. Sure enough, Chiu Nanhua shook her head and responded. Hua Yen, don't apologize, you didn't do anything wrong. Okay. At this moment, Chiu Nanhua felt a sense of boost, like the feeling of an elevator rising. Departure. No, take off. Chiu Nanhua turned her gaze to the window and carefully observed the Eternal Winter Realm from high in the sky for the first time. It was indeed a world covered with ice and snow. Apart from white, there was no other embellishment. Even if there is some greenery, it will be covered up as the airship rises higher. Mysterious and spectacular. It is hard to imagine what causes the Eternal Winter Realm to be covered in ice and snow all year round, so much so that even so many stars cannot change it. On the other side, Samakri Hachi, who had just separated from Chiu Nanhua and the others, came to the group of people. A green-haired man stepped forward, put his elbow on Samakri Hachi's shoulder, and excitedly asked, Hachi, you're quite capable. You secretly met two saint ladies without us knowing. Samakri Hachi hurriedly retorted, No, don't talk nonsense. I don't have that ability. That's right. Tell me, how did you end up walking with Saint Lady Lanling and Saint Lady Shuiyu? The others also stared at him, waiting for Samakri Hachi's explanation. It's like this, Samakri Hachi explained to everyone. After a while. You mean, who knows the saint candidate named Chiu Nanhua?
He also claims to be a friend of Saints Lanling and Shuiyu? I'm not sure about Saint Snow Moon, but Saint Blue Spirit should be real. Chiu Nanhua always carries a cub of the Ice Scale clan. The green-haired man and everyone else fell silent until a woman's words broke the deadlock. Which one? I know Chiu Nanhua. I met him last time at the academy. I thought he was handsome, so I investigated him. Everyone's eyes turned to her. She continued. There's very little information. All we know is that he's a registered beastmaster at Snow Fox Peak, and he's also contracted to Saint Lien Ai, who just ascended to the rank of Saintess. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Contracted with the Saint Lady? Heike, you have made friends with an incredible person. A look of deep envy appeared on Somakri Hachi's face, so the little fox on Chiu Nanhua's shoulder is the Saint Lien Ai. Chapter 188 Somakri Floating Island. A huge airship was flying through the sea of clouds, and the view of everyone inside was blocked by the clouds. Chiu Nanhua listened to the conversations of the people around her for a while, and it seemed that the time was coming. The airship broke through the clouds and the view gradually became clear. A huge and magnificent floating island appeared in front of Chiu Nanhua. The floating island was surrounded by clouds and mist, like a legendary fairyland. The whole way was nothing but white, and he was a little visually fatigued. When he saw the lush green Somakri floating island, he felt a little excited. The airship landed on an open flagstone plain, with a red staircase extending down from it. There were quite a few people waiting outside the plane. Countless beastmasters walked down the red stairs. Some of them could not wait any longer, so after getting out of the airship, they flew directly out of the plane. This red ladder is probably prepared for high-level beastmasters, who cannot fly without flying beasts. Chiu Nanhua wanted to follow along the red stairs for a while, but was pulled away by Shuiyu. Mom, I'm back! A beastmaster threw himself into a woman's arms and shouted happily. Silly child, how are you doing in the Snow Concubine Palace? Has anyone bullied you? Hey, no, everyone is fine, and I've already been promoted to the advanced king level. That's good, let's go home. The woman rubbed his head and smiled with relief. What's wrong? Do you know each other? Chiu Nanhua stopped and attracted the attention of Saint Shuiyu, who asked. Chiu Nanhua turned around and followed the crowd, shook her head and replied, No, I don't know him. Although Saint Shuiyu felt strange, she did not ask. Bai Shui, who was lying on Chiu Nanhua's shoulder, gently licked Chiu Nanhua's cheek. After Chiu Nanhua and the others left the plains, they arrived in the city. The houses and buildings were no different from those on Blue Star. There were roads, but there were no machines or mechanical beasts. Transportation was handled by biological beasts. There are inns, hotels, restaurants, clinics, etc. The tea house is also nice. A piece of clear transparent glass allows people to see the decoration inside the tea house and the people drinking tea inside from the outside. Similarly, people inside the tea house can also enjoy the scenery outside the tea house. Just like the Holy Maiden of Flowers looking at Chiu Nanhua through the glass. Wait! Holy Maiden of Flowers. Puff. The flower tea that the Holy Maiden of Flowers had just drunk sprayed onto the glass. Chiu Nanhua and Saint Shuiyu. Why are they here on the Somakri floating island? And they even brought Saint Lanling with them. It's only been 2 years since we last met, and Chiu Nanhua has a Saint Maiden by his side? And she's a Saint Maiden of the highest rank with a high level of experience? Chiu Nanhua was frightened by her action and took half a step back. Fortunately, there was glass separating them. However, if not, Shenling Zheyu would have helped him block it. Seeing this scene, Saint Shuiyu shook her head helplessly. The 100 Flowers Saint quickly walked out of the tea house and asked excitedly, Shuiyu, why are you here? At the same time, the Holy Lady of Flowers nodded to the Holy Lady of Blue Spirit. I came here with Chiu Nanhua, Saint Shuiyu said calmly. After hearing this, the Saint of Flowers grumbled and complained. I invited you to Somakri several times before, but you didn't come. Now that he wanted to come, you followed him. Saint Shuiyu glanced at her helplessly, then turned her gaze back to Chiu Nanhua and said, Let's go! Saint Baiwa couldn't help but stamp her feet and complain loudly. Don't ignore me! Saint Shuiyu looked back at her helplessly and sighed. Baiwa, you're not here for vacation, are you?
The 100 Flowers Saint complained softly.
I just came back for vacation. Duty over?
The Holy Maiden of Flowers avoided his gaze and did not respond. Saint Snow Moon sighed helplessly and said,
After playing here for 2 days, come back with us. No, those old guys can only assign tasks to me. I am a saint. The saints of other peaks only need to be beautiful. Why do they ask me to do this and that?
The Saint of Flowers complained with a pout.
Your mission has nothing to do with the title of saint. It comes with your position as Beast Tamer Peak. You took on the position yourself, so you can't blame others. But I had no choice. How could I refuse under the circumstances? So you're going to resign when you get back? I'm a little embarrassed about this.
The Holy Maiden of Flowers scratched her head and replied with a red face. Saint Snow Moon rolled her eyes at her, not wanting to dwell on the topic any further, so she said,
This is our first time here, we're not familiar with the area, so take us around. Okay.
Saint Baiwa smiled and stepped forward, holding Saint Xiuyue's hand and responded. After a while. Somakri Hot Springs Resort.
This is my first time in Somakri, so of course I have to come here. Hot Spring Resort. Hot springs, water park, arena, drama, dance hall, farm stay, etc. can all be found here.
The Holy Lady of Flowers boasted while holding the Holy Lady of Snow and Moon.
Don't say so much, take us to the hotel first.
Saint Xiuyue shook her head helplessly.
A hotel? I have to mention this one, the Somakri Hot Spring Hotel, which specializes in receiving distinguished guests. It's said that even imperial beasts have bathed in the hot springs there.
Saint Xiuyue brought Qiu and the others to a palace shining with golden light, and Jian Xiaodao said.
Qiu complained in her heart. Whose hotel is shining with golden light? All right, let's go check in first, interrupted Saint Xiuyue. Leave it to me.
The Holy Maiden of Flowers led everyone in and came to the hotel front desk. She took out a purple gold card from somewhere and handed it to the front desk. The receptionist took a look and immediately said respectfully,
Dear Purple Gold member, I will contact the store manager for you. Is there anything else I can help you with? Well, let's open 2 top-grade rooms.
The Holy Lady of Flowers looked back at everyone for a while and said to the front desk,
Yes, sir.
After answering respectfully, the receptionist started working on a book. In a few seconds, 2 golden room cards condensed above the book, and the front desk clerk handed the room cards to the Holy Lady of Flowers.
Sir, rooms 7 and 8, do you need any help? I don't need it for now. I'll contact you when I have it. Okay. Baiwa, you are very familiar with this place and come here often?
Asked Saint Xiuyue.
Of course, I am one of the few purple gold members of the Somakri Hot Spring Hotel, the highest level member.
The Holy Lady of Flowers boasted with her chest puffed out.
Is this something to be proud of?
Saint Xiuyue's words left her speechless. This seems to be nothing to be proud of. With the status of Saint Snow Moon and Saint Blue Spirit, it is easy to obtain the purple gold membership. Moreover, Xiuyue seemed to be insensitive to hot springs. Saint Longling was a member of the Binglin clan, and her body temperature was extremely low, so she must also be insensitive to hot springs. The only ones left were Saint Lianai and Qiu, who was also a human. The Holy Maiden of Flowers looked at Qiu for help.
Ahem, I remember some hot springs can enhance some charm,
Qiu said after coughing twice.
Yes, this hot spring water is the product of Lord Somakri's skills. The first time you soak in it, it will slightly enhance your charm.
The Saint of Flowers immediately responded. After hearing this, Saint Xiuyue remained calm and did not have any extra reaction. Just as the atmosphere was becoming increasingly awkward, a man with a mustache rushed over. Chapter 189 Hot Spring. The man with a mustache ran up to the 100 Flowers Saint and said,
Master 100 Flowers, welcome to our store. Oh, it's Lao Zhao. Are you on duty today?
Asked the Holy Maiden of Flowers.
Yes, Lord Baiwa, it is my honor to receive you. Is there anything I can do for you?
Old Zhao asked respectfully.
Not yet. Okay, sir, I'll be waiting for your instructions at any time,
Old Zhao said respectfully. The Holy Maiden of Flowers did not respond, but walked towards the depths of the hotel with the Holy Maiden of Snow Moon.
Xiuyue is over here, the Tianzi Fang is over here, the holy maiden of flowers muttered as she walked. After a while, everyone came to a huge golden door. On the door were 3 big characters inlaid with glittering gems, Tianzi Qi. Of course, it is not Chinese characters, but the common language of the Eternal Winter Realm. It has special skills and can be understood even if you don't know the written language of the Eternal Winter Realm. As everyone knows, after reaching the king level and practicing soul power a little, one can use soul power to express one's meaning when communicating with others. Chiu Nanhua had learned the common language and writing of the Eternal Winter Realm in his previous life, so even if he had not reached the king level and even if he could not use his soul power, he would have no problem communicating with the members of the Snow Princess Palace. The 100 Flowers Saintess came to Chiu Nanhua and handed her the room card for room 8. She said, "Walk a little further to the right and you'll see room 8. After you enter, there's a red button at the door. If you need any instructions, just press it and someone will come to meet your needs." Chiu Nanhua nodded and took the room card from the Holy Maiden of Flowers. When Saint Baiwa saw Chiu Nanhua nod, she turned around and planned to pull Saint Xiuyue into room number 7. But the figure of the Snow Moon Saint did not move at all. "I'll go to room 8 too," Saint Xiuyue said softly. After hearing this, Baiwa Saint looked at Xiuyue Saint with tears in her eyes and cried, "Xiuyue, you have changed. You don't even accompany me to soak in the hot springs anymore, and you don't even get wet and close to me anymore." The Snow Moon Saint said in a cold voice with an expressionless face, "I haven't changed. I've never bathed with you before, nor have I ever been wet and close to you. I've never taken a bath before, so let's take a bath together today," the Holy Maiden of Flowers said coquettishly with tears in her eyes. "Don't want? Then can I take a bath with him?" The Holy Lady of Flowers suddenly pointed at Chiu Nanhua and said viciously. Chiu Nanhua was shocked. Why was the quarrel now directed at him? "That won't work either." "Then why don't you live with me?" "He won't do anything reckless, but you will," Saint Xiuyue said expressionlessly. The Holy Maiden of Flowers was speechless for a moment. Saint Snow Moon continued, "Have the 5 beastmasters you contracted come out to accompany you." After Saint Xiuyue finished speaking, she no longer paid attention to Saint Baiwa, walked to Chiu Nanhua, pulled his clothes and left. The Holy Maiden of Flowers was so angry that she stomped her feet. Xiuyue, is everything really okay?" Chiu Nanhua asked softly after glancing at the Holy Maiden of Flowers. "Her 5 beastmasters are all very kind to her, so there's no need to worry," Saint Xiuyue responded softly. Chiu Nanhua. Well, it's not his turn to interfere in their relationship, and he has no right to interfere. A moment later, in room 8 of Tianzi, Chiu Nanhua looked at the door that had just closed in front of her and was speechless. It turned out that there were several more bedrooms. Well, forget it. I never thought about sleeping in the same room with Saint Blue Spirit and Saint Snow Moon. Chiu Nanhua turned to look at Saint Lanling and asked, "Do you want to take a hot spring bath?" Saint Lanling shook her head and walked into another bedroom. Well, he often interacted with the little guy, and he also knew that the Binglin clan had a very low body temperature. Compared with hot springs, the spring water in the quenching cold pool was more suitable for the Binglin clan. Well, it turns out that the hot spring was open for him alone. Besides him, there were her beasts and a little guy. I haven't been to a hot spring for a long time, I miss it. Chiu Nanhua came to the entrance of the hot spring. There were 2 wooden racks at the entrance, one for clothes and the other for fruits, drinks and milk. Chiu Nanhua didn't go to get it for 2 reasons. The first was that there was everything in Shenlingzhu's space, and the second was that he had a picky appetite. The Xuefei Palace has everything, and its level is much higher than that of a mere hotel. These things may be considered relatively precious on the Somakri floating island, but they are really just average in the Snow Princess Palace. Well, these are not important. Chiu Nanhua opened the bathroom door and walked straight in, closing the door behind her. Suddenly, a steaming hot spring appeared in front of Chiu Nanhua. It was about 20 square meters in size, with a small fountain spraying water in the middle. Even the indoor hot spring is so large. It's truly a different world. Bai Shui jumped down from Chiu Nanhua's shoulder, and Shenling Zhuiyu and Lili Qinyu also flew out. This caused Chiu Nanhua's long hair to fall apart. Chiu Nanhua took off her clothes,
and the little guy fell out of her clothes. After rolling twice on the ground, he looked around confusedly with his clear big eyes. It looks like he just woke up. Chiu Nanhua scratched her head embarrassedly. She was so used to it that she had forgotten there was a little guy on her chest. Chiu Nanhua held the little guy in her arms and walked into the hot spring. It's so comfortable. After the little guy entered the water, he started playing with it. Bai Shui was not to be outdone and transformed into a human form, but did not conjure up any clothes. She simply crossed over and sat on Chiu Nanhua's waist. The two pairs of eyes looked at each other affectionately, and then slowly moved closer and gave each other a wet French kiss. Shenling's Wu turned into a human form and had just put away the clothes that Chiu Nanhua took off when he saw the scene in front of him. He couldn't help but stamp his feet, smack his lips, and curse. "TSK, you vixen who steals fish!" Chapter 190, Taking a Hot Spring Bath with Shenling Juiyu. Shenling's Wu's face flushed, and after a period of ideological struggle, she came behind Bai Shui. The approach of Shenling Juiyu attracted the attention of Chiu Nanhua and Bai Shui. Seeing her hesitant look, Bai Shui immediately understood. She got off Chiu Nanhua's body, picked up the little guy, gave Chiu Nanhua a look that said, "You know what I mean," and went to the other side to take a hot spring bath. You, Chiu Nanhua called softly. "Don't talk," Shenling Juiyu responded with a blushing face. He also used the skill, Space Isolation, to generate several space barriers surrounding her and Chiu Nanhua. The space is invisible, and the space wall is also colorless and transparent, but light cannot penetrate the space wall. This kind of thing is very simple for Shenling Juiyu. When light cannot pass through, the spatial barrier can block others' sight. After doing all this, Shenling Juiyu blushed and looked at Chiu Nanhua for a long time before she said weakly, Yeah, close your eyes." Chiu Nanhua was slightly surprised, and he felt the shyness and nervousness in Shenling Juiyu's heart. He nodded gently, understanding what Shenling Juiyu meant, and slowly, Chiu Nanhua closed his eyes, waiting for what was about to happen next. Wait, that's not right. Shouldn't this start with him being a man? Well, forget it, just do as she says. Watching Chiu Nanhua close her eyes, Shenling Juiyu gently patted her slightly heaving chest. In an instant, the illusory clothes on Shenling Juiyu disappeared, and a fair and graceful jade body was looming in the white mist, but no one could appreciate it. Shenling Juiyu imitated Bai Shui's behavior and straddled Chiu Nanhua's waist, her delicate body pressed tightly against Chiu Nanhua. She put her hands around Chiu Nanhua's neck and raised her cherry lips. A young and ignorant kiss. Chiu Nanhua gently opened her eyes and guided Shenling Juiyu. This was the first time Shenling Juiyu was honest with him. This is Shenling Juiyu's first time, and Chiu Nanhua wants to give her a comfortable experience. On the other side of the indoor hot spring, Bai Shui's delicate hand brushed across the spring water and whispered, "Sister Shenling has made a decision. Sister Liuli, when are you willing to take action?" Sister Liuli, whom Bai Shui mentioned, was playing with the little guy. Liuli Qingyu's humanoid form is a cute little loli with a bun hairstyle, which is completely different from her personality, and does not match her voice. "Let's see what happens!" Liuli Qingyu's gentle girl's voice sounded in the hot spring. She has the figure of a cute loli, but her voice is so gentle. Bai Shui looked at Liuli Qingyu, who showed no sense of urgency, and said nothing. Sister Liuli is not just a sister in name, she is really as gentle and rational as an older sister. Since Liuli Qingyu was not worried, Bai Shui turned her attention to the other two sisters who were wet and sticking together, Jinsi Zayudi and Feng Ming Yupei. She knew that Chiu Nanhua had a good relationship with the two people in her new contract on Blue Star. This was also her first time to come into contact with a beast of the same origin, although she had learned a lot in the past 2 years. But it was the Fengming jade pendant that was communicating with them, and the Jinsi purple jade flute was a little shy. Looking at the two women whose looks were no less stunning than the saintess of the Snow Concubine Palace, Bai Shui couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Yeah is really good. The beasts she contracts with all have the potential to become the saintess of the Snow Princess Palace. Bai Shui came to the Fengming jade pendant and asked, "Sister Fengming, do you have any ideas?" The Fengming jade pendant's pale red phoenix eyes looked at Bai Shui and replied softly, "Bai Shui, I have to wait for my elder sister." She understood what Bai Shui meant, but she would not run away before her elder sister made a decision. She loved Xiao Nanhua, but she loved her elder sister more. Foaming jade pendant did not call Bai Shui her sister, because in her eyes she only had one sister, and that was Jinsi purple jade flute. Bai Shui nodded. Well, actually, she had guessed it a long time ago. She felt that the two people in front of her might give their first time to Xiao Nanhua together, as long as Jinsi Zayudi was ready. The Jinsi purple jade flute and the foaming jade pendant have a really good relationship. The Liuli Qingyu and the Shenling Juiyu also have a good relationship. What about her? Although Shenling Juiyu and the others did not exclude her, and were even very kind to her, there was always some difference, a difference that she could not become like Shenling Juiyu and the others no matter how hard she tried. But Bai Shui thought of Xialong Ying and Yin Xian, but Xiao Nanhua didn't like her. Now the only ones most likely to make a contract with Xiao Nanhua are Saint Shiyue and the little guy playing with Liuli Qingyu in front of her. As for the Blue Spirit Saint, she had a feeling that she did not come because of Xiao Nanhua, but because of the little guy in front of her. She had asked Saint Blue Spirit indirectly, but her answers were always vague. Never mind, none of this matters, as long as Xiao Nanhua still loves her. Bai Shui came to Liuli Qingyu and poked the little guy's head with her hand. The little guy took a sip of spring water and spit it onto Snow White's face. Then he started babbling. Okay, the little guy actually sprayed water at me, watch out. Snow White splashed the spring water on the little guy. The little guy was knocked to the bottom of the water by the stirred-up spring water. The little guy seemed to be having fun. He swam up and started a water fight with Bai Shui. He also wanted to pull Liuli Qingyu in to play with them, but Liuli Qingyu was a woman with a shield skill. The little guy's plan failed. Half a day later, in the small space created by Shenling Juiyu, the blush on Shenling Zuyu's cheeks spread to her ears, and she buried her whole face in Xiao Nanhua's chest. I dare not look at Xiao Nanhua. I didn't think it was a big deal just now because of the atmosphere, but when I thought about it after it was over, I felt extremely shy. How could she be so bold? It must be because that slutty vixen set a bad example. Yes, it's because of the fox. Jade! Don't talk! Shenling Juiyu whispered softly. Xiao Nanhua lovingly stroked Shenling Zuyu's long hair that was draped around her waist. Shenling Zuyu raised her head suddenly, but Xiao Nanhua didn't react. Boom! Shenling Zuyu's little head bumped into Xiao Nanhua's chin. Yeah, how are you? Shenling Juiyu asked worriedly. Hiss, it hurts. Xiao Nanhua covered her chin and pretended to be in pain. Shenling Juiyu fell into panic when he saw Xiao Nanhua's appearance, and quickly took out all the healing beast-taming skill creations into space. He planned to give it all to Xiao Nanhua. Xiao Nanhua quickly stopped him and said, No, it doesn't hurt that much. Just a kiss from you will heal it. After Shenling Juiyu heard this, the worried expression on his face froze, and the healing creation in his hand fell into the water. After Shenling Juiyu reacted, he slapped Xiao Nanhua's chest angrily, then turned around and stopped looking at Xiao Nanhua. Yu, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Xiao Nanhua hugged Shenling Zuyu's smooth and white waist, put her head close to her ear and apologized softly. Humph! Shenling Juiyu snorted coldly, then turned to Xiao Nanhua and kissed her on the cheek like a dragonfly touching the water. Then, without waiting for Xiao Nanhua's reaction, he transformed into his original form and returned to Xiao Nanhua's wrist. Chapter 191 Rest Early. This girl. Xiao Nanhua helplessly touched the Shenling pendant jade on her wrist. The space wall created by Shenling Juiyu disappeared, and the other side of the hot spring appeared in front of Xiao Nanhua. Xiao Nanhua's beastmasters had already put on their clothes. They sat by the hot spring, chatting and soaking their white feet in the hot spring. There was a small table beside them, filled with fruits, vegetables and drinks. It should have been taken from outside. After all, Shenling Juiyu and he were busy. They had no time to take anything from the space. Xiao Nanhua came over to them and sat down next to the hot spring. On the left are the delicate and soft little feet made of glassy green jade. On the right is a pair of snow white and smooth jade feet. Xiao Nanhua simply turned her head 90 degrees and could directly see his beast's white and smooth thighs. However, he didn't want to do that now. It wasn't that he didn't want to watch, but he needed to rest. It took half a day to get here, and another half a day to spend with Chenling Zhuiyu. It's time to take a break. If you watch it and the sexual desire that you have suppressed with great difficulty is aroused again, you will not be able to sleep at night.
Yeah.
Bai Shui brought a shiny fruit to Qiu Nanyue's mouth. Qiu Nanhua obediently opened her mouth and ate the fruit. Bai Shui's slender fingers gently stroked Qiu Nanyue's lips. Quite sweet. Just when Qiu Nanhua was enjoying the sweetness, the little guy in Liu Liqingyu's arms suddenly jumped down. With a kick of his short legs, he jumped directly onto Qiu Nanyue's face.
Pfft.
Bai Shui chuckled.
It's only been a short while since we've been apart, and the little one already misses you. It seems she really likes Ye.
Liu Liqingyu said softly. Qiu Nanhua helplessly pulled the little guy off her face. He is clearly a member of the Binglin clan, so why is he cosplaying as an octopus?
Ah!
The little guy waved his limbs in Qiu Nanyue's hands and called out cutely. Well, since the little girl is so cute, just forgive her. Going to rest. Qiu Nanhua stood up from the hot spring, holding the little guy, used her soul power to evaporate the moisture from her body, put on pajamas, and prepared to leave the hot spring. Bai Shui transformed into her original form and jumped onto Qiu Nanyue's shoulder. The glazed green jade, the jinsy purple jade flute, and the foaming jade pendant did not transform into their original forms, but instead maintained their human forms and came to a bedroom with Qiu Nanhua. After Qiu Nanhua lay down, they transformed into their original forms and flew to Qiu Nanyue's pillow. At the same time, Chenling Zhuiyu also flew out and landed beside Qiu Nanyue's pillow with them. Bai Shui and the little guy slept close to Qiu Nanhua.
Good night, I love you,
Qiu Nanhua said softly and closed her eyes silently. As Qiu Nanyue's breathing gradually became steady, the bedroom fell into silence, but this was only a surface silence. Chenling Zhuiyu and Liu Liqingyu were communicating intensely in their minds. The topic of communication was that Chenling Zhuiyu forced Liu Liqingyu to ask when she would be willing to take action, but Liu Liqingyu always responded vaguely. After some fruitless communication, Chenling Zhuiyu had to give up. She has been with Liu Liqingyu for the longest time, and she understands Liu Liqingyu the best. Even Qiu Nanhua doesn't understand Liu Liqingyu as well as she does. Liu Liqingyu was even more shy than her, timid even. It was probably unrealistic to ask Liu Liqingyu to take the initiative, so she had to find an opportunity to let Qiu Nanhua take the initiative. Well, I'll discuss it with Bai Shui after she wakes up. Chapter 192, Inscribed Library. Boom boom boom.
Get up!
Boom boom boom.
Stop knocking, here it comes.
Qiu Nanhua was wearing pajamas and opened the door sleepily. At the door is the Holy Lady of Flowers.
Saint Lady of Flowers, aren't you next door? Is something wrong?
Qiu Nanhua asked in confusion.
I've asked for a spot in the engraving library for you. I'll take you there,
the Saint of Flowers replied. She glanced at Qiu Nanyue's bewildered expression and continued to explain.
Well, it seems like you don't understand it either.
The inscribed library is a special beast, genderless, on the Somakri floating island. In addition to recording information, it also has the ability to bestow soul power without obstacles and improve its state of mind. The unimpeded gifting of soul power is easy to understand. The soul power absorbed and transformed by the inscribed library can be gifted to other units without any obstacles. When other units encounter bottlenecks, the improvement of the state of mind will create a mental illusion, which lasts for an hour in the real world and 1,000 years in the illusion. However, the cost of these two skills is too high and the cooldown time is too long, resulting in only 3 spots in 100 years. The 3 quotas for the past 100 years have not been used. They are reserved for the beastmasters returning from the Snow Princess Palace. I asked for a quota for you yesterday afternoon.
This?
Qiu Nanhua understood. To put it simply, he was a powerful auxiliary beastmaster who could directly help others advance.
This, are you sure you want to give it to me?
Qiu Nanhua asked tentatively.
Nonsense, why else would I be here? This is only useful for beastmasters below the imperial level, and it's not as powerful as you think.
The spirit of an ordinary king can only support them to stay in the illusion for 2,000 years, which is 2 hours in the real world.
After 2 hours, regardless of whether you have gained any insights or not, you will be kicked out of the illusion.
Baiwa Saintess rolled her eyes and replied. It's only 2,000 years, which is really nothing for a king-level beastmaster with a bottleneck. Many king-level beastmasters can be stuck at the bottleneck for hundreds of millions of years and are still in the lower class. There are countless people who have never been able to break through the king level and reach the emperor level until they die. Although there is no limit on lifespan, the other people in the Eternal Winter Realm are not good men and women. In the conflict of forces, the kings are just cannon fodder. Well, it's better to have something than nothing. A breakthrough in one's state of mind will definitely match the current state of mind and create a more suitable illusion. Maybe there will be a breakthrough in one's perception. Take it. It's okay. A cold voice came from the living room. It was the holy maiden Xiuyue. Qiu Nanhua nodded. Since Xiuyue said so, he would take it. Thank you, holy maiden of flowers. Qiu Nanhua expressed her gratitude. What are you thanking me for? If Xiuyue really wants to follow you in the future, you must treat her well. The holy maiden of flowers patted Qiu Nanhua's shoulder and said, I will. Okay, go change your clothes. Do you want to go out in your pajamas directly? The holy maiden of flowers reminded Qiu Nanhua while looking at the pajamas she was wearing. Qiu Nanhua scratched her head embarrassedly and walked back into the bedroom. To be honest, in novels, these opportunities usually require going through many hardships and many competitions before they can be obtained. But the reality is different. Opportunities only belong to those with connections. Because of Qiu Nanhua's arrival, a beastmaster from Somakri lost this opportunity. In a few minutes, Qiu Nanhua came out neatly dressed and came to the side of the holy maiden of flowers. Let's go, let's go! The holy maiden of flowers shouted loudly. After a while, everyone came to a huge building. The building was surrounded by guards and security was very tight. Stop! The leading guard shouted loudly. Wait a moment. The holy maiden of flowers turned and said to everyone. After she finished speaking, she came to the guards alone. After a conversation, she returned to the group and said, Okay, Qiu Nanhua, go ahead. Qiu Nanhua nodded and walked forward. He could feel that a beastmaster was using his skills to spy on him. Wait. The guard called out to Qiu Nanhua. You can't bring the little guy in your arms in. He's not your beast. Otherwise, you should sign the contract now and bring him in. The guard explained. That's all. Qiu Nanhua came to Saint Lan Ling, put the little guy on the ground and said to her, They won't let you take him. Fortunately, the little guy fell asleep, otherwise he would have made a lot of noise. Saint Lan Ling nodded. After seeing Saint Lan Ling nod, Qiu Nanhua returned to the guard. This time, the guard did not stop her and let Qiu Nanhua walk directly into the engraved library. Xiuyue, please take care of her. Saint Lan Ling asked. Saint Xiuyue tilted her head and looked at Saint Lan Ling in confusion. If I hold her, she will definitely wake up. Otherwise, it will be troublesome if she makes a fuss and goes looking for Qiu Nanhua. Saint Lan Ling explained. The explanation was very reasonable, and Saint Xiuyue didn't think much about it since they had been together for such a long time. She also noticed that for some reason, this little guy particularly disliked Saint Blue Spirit, even though they were of the same race. Perhaps this is the reason why Qiu Nanhua did not hand the little guy directly to Saint Lan Ling. The Holy Lady of Snow and Moon picked up the little guy in the snow. As soon as Saint Xiuyue held the little guy in her arms, the little guy woke up. Finished. The little guy looked around blankly, and when he found that Qiu Nanhua was not there, he started babbling. She jumped down from the arms of Saint Xiuyue and ran directly to the inscribed library following Qiu Nanhua's scent. Xiuyue, stop her quickly! Saint Lan Ling shouted nervously. The Snow Moon Saint used her skills to put the little guy into the space. Useless? There was no other way, so Saint Xiuyue quickly came to the little guy, touched him, and then immediately shrank back. The 100 Flowers Saint came to the Snow Moon Saint and asked, Why don't you hold her? Saint Snow Moon did not answer Saint 100 Flowers, but turned to Saint Blue Spirit and asked, Who is she? If you don't hold her yourself, there must be only those reasons. I don't understand what you said. Saint Lan Ling responded nervously. Saint Xiuyue placed the hand that had just touched the little guy in front of Saint Lan Ling. Her hands were no longer as white as jade, but were covered with cracks, as if they were frozen and cracked. The power of ice and snow. A little guy possesses the power, and can use it skillfully.
I only discovered it when it worked on me, Saint Snow Moon said. Xiuyue, are you okay? The Holy Maiden of Flowers nervously grabbed the wrist of the Holy Maiden of Xiuyue and asked. Maybe her parents exerted some power, ha ha. Saint Lan Ling avoided her eyes and responded with an awkward smile. Lan Ling, are you taking us for fools? Xiuyue's hands are in such a mess, yet she's still trying to fool us. The Saint of Flowers roared. Wait, don't say anything for now, she is approaching the guards. The blue spirit saint teleported to the side of the little guy. Sorry, sir, forgive me, Saint Lan Ling said softly, intending to reach out and pick up the little guy. Boom. The blue spirit saint was knocked away as if she had suffered a heavy blow. Blue spirit! ×2. Saintess Xiuyue and Saintess Baiwa shouted worriedly. It's okay. I was just repelled. She won't hurt me, Saint Blue Spirit responded. Baiwa, do you have any way to get the guards to let her in? Saint Lan Ling asked seriously. This shouldn't be the case. It's only been a few years, and you're already using your power so soon. Seeing the serious expression on Saint Blue Spirit's face, Saint Baiwa nodded and replied. I'll try, but I can't guarantee success. Please. Chapter 193 Breakup. Lord Baiwa, even if your father is an elder, you cannot violate the rules of the island, the guard responded coldly. What does it matter? It's just a little guy, retorted the Holy Maiden of Flowers. Unless the island owner gives the order himself, it's absolutely impossible. You. The Holy Maiden of Flowers was extremely angry, but there was nothing she could do. Don't block it. A soul appeared in front of everyone. Lord Somakri. The guards saluted. Lord Somakri. The Holy Maiden of Flowers also saluted him. I didn't expect that even Lord Somakri was alarmed. Somakri is the undisputed god of this floating island. No one on this floating island dares to disobey his words, so if he wants to replace the island owner must be replaced. Yes, Lord Somakri, the guard replied respectfully. In this way, the little guy walked in safely. Perhaps it was not because the little guy was safe, but because the guard was lucky and did not stop the little guy. After the little guy went in, Somakri's soul turned to the 100 Flowers Saint and asked, Can you take me to see the Blue Spirit Saint? I have something to ask her. The Holy Maiden of Flowers nodded and brought the soul of Somakri's floating island to the Holy Maiden of Blue Spirit. Lan Ling, this is Lord Somakri. The Holy Maiden of Flowers Jian Xiao said. Somakri. Saint Lan Ling called out gracefully and elegantly. She and Somakri Floating Island are both holy level beastmasters, and as the Holy Maiden of the Snow Princess Palace, she does not need to be respectful to Somakri. The Holy Lady of Flowers respectfully calls Somakri Lord because she was originally a member of Somakri, and there is nothing wrong with respecting Somakri. Saint Lan Ling, that adult just now was... Somakri hesitated to speak. He was originally sleeping, but who would have thought that an imperial aura suddenly appeared on him, waking him up immediately. Although the breath was extremely weak and no one could even notice it, he still caught it. After all, it was the breath that was emanating from him. When he woke up, he found that the Blue Spirit Saint was knocked away by a little guy. He didn't know the Blue Spirit Saint, but he knew Baiwa. So he quietly retrieved the information from the inscribed library and stopped the conflict before it happened. I'm sorry, Somakri, this is a secret of the Snow Concubine Palace and I can't tell you. However, we have no ill intentions. Saint Lan Ling responded. Somakri thought for a moment before responding. Given the reputation of the Snow Princess Palace, I can certainly trust them. But at least they informed me. I was a little scared. Feel sorry. It's okay, Baiwa, entertain the guests of Xuefei Palace. Okay, Lord Somakri. The Holy Maiden of Flowers saluted. After Somakri saw the Holy Maiden of Flowers finish her answer, she disappeared into thin air. After Somakri's soul dissipated, the Holy Maiden of Flowers and the Holy Maiden of Snow and Moon looked at the Holy Maiden of Blue Spirit with interrogative eyes. No, I can't tell you, and you must pretend that you didn't see it and don't know it otherwise. Saint Lan Ling responded seriously. She only said half of it, and didn't mention the consequences, but anyone with a normal brain could hear the seriousness of the matter. Can't we know that too? Asked Saint Xiuyue. No, even the palace master doesn't know, Saint Lanling responded. Xiuyue stared into Saint Lanling's eyes for a long moment before sighing. Ah, alright. Okay, what's good about it? Xiuyue, your hand is still affected by the power. Doesn't it hurt? The Holy Lady of Flowers glared at the Holy Lady of Blue Spirit and asked with concern. You clearly knew what was going on, yet you still let Xiuyue stop it, causing Xiuyue to get hurt. Okay, it's not that serious and it won't spread. When Qiu Nanhua comes out later, let Saint Qinglian help treat it. Saint Xiuyue shook her head and stopped Saint Baiwa. Yes, I'll let you later. Wait, no! These later saints certainly did not understand this power, but Saint Qinglian was of the same generation as the Emperor's concubines, so she could definitely see it. After hearing her words, the rage that had just been suppressed by the 100 Flowers Saint suddenly flared up again. She came to the side of the Blue Spirit Saint, grabbed her skirt, and asked loudly. Lanling, what do you mean? Don't think you're great just because you're a saint. Saint Lanling remained silent, not knowing how to answer. Damn it, Xiuyue, let's go and find my dad. The Holy Maiden of Flowers angrily pushed away the Holy Maiden of Blue Spirit, pulled the Holy Maiden of Xiuyue up, and turned around and left with her other intact hand. Xiuyue Baiwa, could you please not mention this to Qiu Nanhua? Saint Lanling stopped the two women who were leaving and asked. But Baiwa and Xiuyue did not look back. Just as Saint Blue Spirit's expression gradually lost its meaning, a faint response came from her ears. I won't say anything, but only before I follow him. Enough. Although I don't know why, that adult can use his power now. But if things continue like this, it will probably take a few years for that adult to recover. Saint Lanling stared at the inscribed library in a daze. Inside the inscribed library, Qiu Nanhua gazed at the rows of bookshelves, lost in thought. What should he do next? No one was there to tell him. Hey, you over there, what are you doing? Come over here quickly. A voice reached Qiu Nanhua's ears. Qiu Nanhua looked towards the source of the voice. It was a book. She could see the panel, which showed that it was a king-level beast. It feels like a mission NPC. Qiu Nanhua walked towards the books. The book then led Qiu Nanhua deeper into the cave, nagging as they walked. Hey, didn't you understand the process before you came here? I'm not the beastmaster of Somakri Floating Island. I met the 100 Flower Saint at the Snow Princess Palace, and she helped me get the spot. No wonder you don't understand anything. Turns out you're a friend of the second elder's daughter. Couldn't you at least understand the procedures before coming? That's why I hate you, the people with connections, the most. The books continued to chatter. After a while, the book took Qiu Nanhua to the center of the inscribed library. Rows of bookshelves are arranged around a circular formation. Qiu Nanhua had a feeling that she should sit in the center of this magic circle. Go in and lie down, the book reminded. Qiu Nanhua? Lie straight on the ground? Forget it, Qiu Nanhua simply lay down in the center of the prototype magic circle. After Qiu Nanhua lay down, she suddenly remembered something and asked, does this have any effect on the beast? The book seemed speechless and immediately said, You don't even know your purpose, you're stealing other people's spots. Qiu Nanhua was unable to refute and could only smile awkwardly. Never mind, Master Inscribed Library's skill is effective on beastmasters and the beasts they have contracted with. You don't have to worry, but it's best to summon the beasts. The effect of the beasts will be greatly reduced in the beast taming space. The book explained. Now that he understood, Qiu Nanhua stopped asking questions. His beasts had always been summoned, so there was no need to worry about that. Qiu Nanhua lay down and waited, engraving the soul power gift from the library, hoping to break through to the Imperial level directly. Chapter 194 Advancement. After a while, soul power continued to rush into Qiu Nanhua's body and impacted the bodies of several of Qiu Nanhua's beasts. Qiu Nanhua closed her eyes and absorbed all the soul power. Yeah, dot. Qiu Nanhua heard the little guy's cry. Qiu Nanhua opened his eyes and found the little guy crawling onto him. He looked around and was surprised to find that the NPC who had just led him was gone. And how did this little guy get in? Forget it, I'm already here, so just forget it. The little guy's voice also attracted the attention of Qiu Nanhua's beastmaster. Bai Shui lay on Chiu Nanyue's chest and asked, "How did this little guy get in?" "I don't know, Bai Shui. Is this soul power gift useful to you?" Chiu Nanwei asked. After all, although Bai Shui was summoned by him at a downgraded level, she was originally an imperial level beast, and the Holy Maiden of Flowers said that it was only useful against beasts below the imperial level. "It has some effect, reducing the time I spend absorbing soul power. However, the illusion may not have much effect. But you can't say for sure. Let's give it a try," Bai Shui responded. "It's good as long as it has some effect. Don't worry about this little guy, just focus on receiving it." "Okay, yeah, come on too." Chiu Nanhua closed his eyes, concentrated on absorbing the soul power, and let the little guy play on him. Chiu Nanhua and the others didn't know that two souls were communicating in the shadow of the inscribed library. The NPC who just guided Chiu Nanhua was the one they sent away. "How about engraving?" The soul of Somakri that had just dissipated gathered here again. No matter how much he trusted the Snow Concubine Palace, he couldn't just leave an emperor alone, so he still followed. "Lord Somakri is just a high-level king-level beastmaster. Apart from contracting a low-level emperor-level beastmaster, there's nothing to worry about." The inscribed library didn't know why Lord Somakri was alarmed, but he didn't ask specifically. Although his status in Somakri is very high, he is only a low-level saint-level auxiliary beastmaster, and he is only there to assist in cultivation. He has no skills to assist in combat, so he cannot help with many things. Somakri fell into deep thought, wondering how a mere king-level beastmaster could gain the favor of an emperor-level beastmaster. And looking at the other person's expression, it seems that he is not favoring her, but relying on her, like a child's dependence on his parents. Could he be a survivor of that disaster? He was also a survivor of the disaster, but he was too weak and only retained a little memory. He only knew that there had been such a great disaster. Almost all living creatures in a world full of birdsong and flowers, full of vitality, have become extinct. Later, for some unknown reason, that big world gradually evolved into the current eternal winter realm. It is estimated that only the emperor level will retain most of the memories. It is already remarkable that they, the saint level, remember that this disaster happened. The inscribed library saw that Lord Somakri was in deep thought and did not disturb him, but instead used all his strength to activate his skills. Chiu Nanyue sighed. The first to hit a bottleneck were Luliking, Yukinling's Waiyu and Fengming Gyupiai. The three of them had absorbed a large amount of soul power in the quenching pool and were already close to the intermediate king level. Now they were stuck in a bottleneck, and the inscribed library created an illusion for them, so there was nothing unexpected. After that, Jinsei Zayudi reached a bottleneck and fell into an illusion. Chiu Nanhua felt that it seemed that only he and Bai Shui were still fully focused on receiving soul power. An hour later, the three sisters, Liuli Qingyu, Qinling Zhuiyu and Fengming Yupei, had broken free from the illusion and advanced to the intermediate king level. Chiu Nanhua was still receiving soul power. There was no way he could break through to the advanced level of the king rank until the last day when he was in the quenching pool. It required a large amount of soul power to reach the bottleneck. Needless to say, Bai Shui needs an enormous amount of soul power to reach the bottleneck of the middle level of the imperial rank, which is hundreds of times that of Chiu Nanhua. Although it is unknown how long the skill of the inscribed library can last, it is obviously not too long, otherwise it would not be announced that it is only effective for those below the imperial rank. After a long time, Jinsei Purple Jade Flute also broke free from the illusion and advanced to the advanced king level. Finally, Chiu Nanyue's soul power has reached saturation and reached a bottleneck. Is the spiritual illusion finally coming? But the illusion that Chiu Nanhua expected did not occur. Instead, the body of the inscribed library began to vibrate violently. What's going on? Is there a bug? Or have we entered a fantasy world? No, the book NPC just explained to him that the illusion would deviate from reality, and would temporarily seal the memories of the past 1 or 2 months. So it is impossible for him to remember the Somakri floating island, as he did not enter the illusion. And in the shadow of the engraved library, the soul of the inscribed library began to shake violently along with the inscribed library itself, and the soul looked like it was struggling to maintain itself. Inscribed library, what's wrong with you? Somakri asked worriedly. Ahem, monster. Inscribed library said excitedly,
pointing in the direction of Chiu Nanhua.
What happened? Did he attack you? Can you explain it clearly? Ahem, no. No, there's a monster living in his soul. My skills backfired on me, and my soul was severely damaged, the inscribed library explained weakly.
So Mockery breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they were not attacked directly, the soul damage, although complicated, could always be treated.
Minka, can you still hold on? If not, I will go and negotiate with them.
So Mockery asked. The inscribed library shook his head and responded.
Ahem, there's no problem with the soul power transmission, but the illusion can't be created.
So Mockery nodded and responded.
Then you keep transmitting your soul power. I'll go get Baichao first.
So Mockery Baichao is the father of the Holy Maiden of Flowers, a saint-level beastmaster, and also the second elder of So Mockery Floating Island. He has a low-level holy rank healing beast.
Excuse me, Lord So Mockery. Stop talking. I should have let you have a good rest. For the peace of So Mockery Floating Island, I got you injured. It's my incompetence.
So Mockery said self-blamingly.
Sir, ahem, it's our honor to help you. Okay, I'll bring Baichao here as soon as possible.
After So Mockery finished speaking, his soul disappeared. After So Mockery left, the inscribed library turned its gaze towards Chiu Nanhua again. Inscribed library couldn't understand why. He had clearly asked for a place, but refused to accept the illusion, and it even backfired on him. Although his skills can peek into other people's memories to a certain extent, he never does this. The illusions are automatically generated based on the memories of others. He wouldn't pry into it. Even if he didn't believe it, he had already asked for a place, which meant he had accepted it. The sudden change of mind made him feel wronged. Although So Mockery told him that this was not their So Mockery's beastmaster, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Chapter 195, Ice and Snow Empire. The inscribed library had just used a skill to create a mental illusion on Chiu Nanhua. The moment he approached Chiu Nanhua's soul, he was forced back by a powerful breath, and his soul fell into darkness. I can't see anything, I can't feel anything, not even my own body. It was as if he was an ordinary person with his limbs cut off and his eyes gouged out, even worse than him. Ordinary people who have their limbs cut off and their eyes gouged out at least still have a sense of touch and can feel the existence of their bodies. But he couldn't feel anything. Although he was pulled back for unknown reasons, it was probably not targeted at him. Perhaps it was just because his skills caused disgust in the depths of Chiu Nanhua's soul and punished him slightly. Or maybe his skill just happened to trigger a defensive skill. After all, strictly speaking, his skills belong to the category of mind control, although one has to accept it voluntarily to be controlled. So Mockery Shurji, tell the beastmaster who came in earlier that my soul is injured and I can't provide illusions to improve my state of mind. The inscribed library informed Chiu Nanhua of the book he had just explained, and his words could reach anywhere in his body. The So Mockery Historical Records is a book that records the history of the So Mockery Floating Island. Master Inscription Library, are you okay? A voice asked from a bookshelf in the library. It's okay. Inscribed Library responded softly, his voice a little weak. Then, Your Excellency, please take good rest. I will go and inform him right away. So Mockery Shurji flew out from the bookshelf and headed to the central area of the inscribed library. After a while, So Mockery Shurji came to the magic circle. Chiu Nanhua was sitting in the center of the magic circle holding the little guy, at a loss. His other beasts were absorbing the soul power with all their strength. The moment Chiu Nanhua saw So Mockery Shurji, her eyes lit up. The NPC is here. As expected, when the player's mission is blocked, an NPC will come out to guide them. Hey you, don't wait any longer. The master of the inscription library is injured and can't create illusions now. So Mockery Shurji shouted to Chiu Nanhua. Chiu Nanhua? Mission completed. Ahem, what happened to that inscribed library? Chiu Nanhua asked after coughing twice. I don't know. The master of the inscription library said his soul was damaged. Is that so? Then can we let them absorb it all? The lord of the inscription library only asked me to inform you that he can no longer create illusions. As for where to go or stay, the lord of the inscription library did not specify. So Mockery Shurji explained. Chiu Nanhua nodded and responded. I understand. Alas, it seems that I can't break through to the Imperial level this time. Never mind, it hasn't been long since I broke through to the Advanced King level, and now I've reached a bottleneck. It's already good enough, I should know how to be content. Chiu Nanhua glanced around the library and asked the NPC. Can I read a book? He thought it was no big deal to just wait like that, so he wanted to find something to do. Whatever you want. Chiu Nanhua nodded, took out a white blanket from the space, and gently placed several of his beasts on it. He placed the little fellow on his shoulders, walked to the bookshelf near the magic circle, picked up a book at random and started reading. It is a book that records the imperial power, the Ice Emperor Palace. Ice Emperor Palace? I feel like I've heard of it somewhere. Forget it. If you can't remember it, just ignore it. Chiu Nanhua shook her head and continued reading. The Ice Emperor Palace, built on the central continent of the Eternal Winter Realm, is the dominant force in the Ice and Snow Empire. The Ice and Snow Empire is the most powerful force in the Eternal Winter Realm, bar none. The Ice and Snow Empire is composed of 3 imperial forces: the Ice Emperor Palace, the Falling Snow Valley, and the Blue Sky and Yellow Spring. There are countless races and many forces among them. Chiu Nanhua remembered that the Snow Princess Palace was on the northern continent of the Eternal Winter Realm, adjacent to the Sea Soul Realm. The Kingdom of Gaotian, which attacked the Seven Seas Palace, was also an imperial force in the northern continent. The Eternal Winter Realm is divided into 5 plates, the 4 continents of East, West, South and North, plus the Central Continent. Together, the 5 continents constitute the Eternal Winter Realm. Just when Chiu Nanhua was reading the book carefully. The hometown of the Holy Maiden of Flowers is the home of the second elder, Somakri Baichao. Dad! Dad, come and see! Boom! A green-haired young man teleported behind the Holy Lady of Flowers and slapped her head hard. What are you doing? It's so disrespectful. You are the saint of the Snow Concubine Palace. Isn't this at home? I will always be your daughter who never grows up at home. The Holy Lady of Flowers pulled Somakri Baichao's hand and said coquettishly. If it were any other time, Baichao would have rubbed her head and said, I really can't do anything about you. But this time it was different. Lord Somakri came to him in person and asked him to go there as soon as possible. Stop messing around. I'll deal with you when I get back. I'm going to the inscription library now. You wait at home. Although Baichao was curious about the person following the Holy Maiden of Flowers, he no longer had time to ask. He gave 2 instructions and prepared to leave. Wait, Dad, my friend is injured. Please ask Anchi to help treat him. Baiwa suddenly stopped Baichao and said, You little bastard, you are really used to making do with things. Even the Emperor's injuries require your Anchi to treat them personally. Never mind, it was just a moment. Baichao summoned a woman with black hair. Baiwa's eyes lit up when she saw this, and she pulled Saint Chiyu over to the black-haired woman and asked, Anchi, do you think this can be cured? The black-haired woman frowned. She couldn't cure anything that couldn't be cured, and yet you could come to her safely. Let me see. The Holy Lady of Flowers brought the Holy Lady of Snow and Moon's cracked hand close to her. The black-haired woman touched it lightly with her hand, was startled, and immediately retracted it. She demanded sternly, Baiwa, how could you be infected with the power released by a divine beast? Baichao, who had thought he could easily handle it in an instant, was suddenly shocked. He immediately came to Baiwa, grabbed her shoulders, and asked worriedly, Baiwa, what's going on? How dare you mess with the Emperor? Dad, don't be alarmed. I just accidentally touched the condensed power of the Emperor and concubine of the Snow Palace. The Saint of Flowers lied expressionlessly. Humph, I don't think you have the guts. Be careful next time. Baichao believed it. In his eyes, his daughter has always been a good girl and would not do anything wrong. Aunt Ji, can it be cured? It can be cured, but it will take some time. Lord Somakri just asked us to rush to the inscription library. How about this? It's only a little stuck anyway. You wait for me to come back and I'll help you treat it. And she shook her head and replied, Inscribed library? Why did Lord Somakri ask Dad to go there? Dad, we just came back from the engraving library. Why did you go to the engraving library? asked the Holy Maiden of Flowers.
The inscribed library is injured. Let me go and treat it.
What? The Holy Maiden of Flowers shouted in shock. Damn, what happened? The inscribed library was damaged. They just left for a while.
Dad, come on, take us with you.
The Holy Maiden of Flowers pulled her father and said loudly. Although Bai Chao felt strange, he didn't say anything. He just finished what Lord Somakri had asked him to do first. Chapter 196 Treatment. Somakri Bai Chao has a low-level Saint-grade speed-type beast tamer. After hurrying as fast as they could, they immediately arrived at the door of the inscribed library.
Bai Hua Xiuyue, why are you back?
Saint Lan Ling came over to them and asked after seeing them.
Did anything happen just now?
Asked Saint Xiuyue. Saint Lan Ling shook her head doubtfully and replied.
No, apart from the inscribed library shaking for a while, nothing else happened. It seems that the damage is really serious. Even the inscribed library has started to shake. UNG.
Somakri Bai Chao sighed. Bai Chao summoned the black-haired woman from before. The woman came to the inscribed library building and reached out to touch the door. Countless black silk threads extended from her hands, surrounding the entire inscribed library. The surrounding soul power gathered towards the inscribed library. After a while, the thread disappeared and the black-haired woman let out a long sigh.
Hada! UNG, please excuse me.
A soul appeared beside the raven-haired woman and expressed her gratitude. It is the soul of the inscribed library?
Your skill is really that if it is interrupted in the middle, it will damage the soul. I don't know how you learned it.
Yuanji complained.
As long as we can contribute to the floating island, this injury is nothing.
The inscribed library responded. Yuanji shook his head and reminded.
I won't ask why. I only alleviated your pain and healed part of it, but the trauma to your soul remains and needs to be slowly healed. You are prohibited from using that skill for the next 200 years. 200 years? That's so long! I'm asking you, do you have any awareness of being a saint? Saints have large souls, and your backlash is a percentage, so it's not normal for it to be a little longer. I'll send some soul-healing artifacts later. If the coordination is in place, it won't take 200 years.
Yuanji complained.
Sorry to bother you.
Inscription Library responded embarrassedly.
Have a good rest, I'm leaving.
After Yuanji made the arrangements, he returned to the Holy Maiden of Flowers.
Put your hand out,
Yuanji said softly. Saint Xiuyue obediently extended her hand. Yuanji placed one hand in front of the injured hand of Saint Xiuyue. Suddenly, a green aura swirled around the hand of Saint Snow Moon until it turned into a turquoise ribbon. This took about 10 minutes. The turquoise ribbon completely wrapped around the hands of Saint Snow Moon.
Huh!
Yuanji let out a long sigh, and her cheeks were not as rosy as before. The consumption is quite high. It is worthy of being the power released by the Emperor. Even if she gets a little bit of it, she has to use all her strength to suppress it.
And she?
The Holy Maiden of Flowers called out worriedly.
It's okay, it's just that the consumption is a bit high. You girls, please don't touch the Emperor's concubines' things in the future.
Yuanji scolded.
I understand, Aunt Ji.
The Holy Maiden of Flowers echoed. Yuanji looked at Saint Xiuyue and asked,
Girl, what's your name? Aunt Ji, her name is Xiuyue, and she is the Snow Moon Saint of the Snow Concubine Palace.
The 100 Flowers Saint rushed to Jian Xiaodao. Yuanji nodded and said,
Xiuyue, this bandage needs to be applied for 3 days. After 3 days, remove it. Come back to me and I will check if it is clean.
Saint Snow Moon nodded and thanked her.
Thank you for your help, Senior.
The Holy Maiden Xiuyue is the Holy Maiden of the Xuefei Palace. Logically speaking, in order to show the respect of the Xuefei Palace, there is no need to call Yuanji Senior. But Yuanji helped to heal her, and he was also a saint-level beast tamer, which was higher in rank than hers, so Saint Xiuyue thought it would be better to call him a senior.
Just call me Yuanji. You are the Holy Maiden of Xuefei Palace. You don't need to be like Bai Hua.
Yuanji waved her hand and refused. Yuanji didn't dare to agree. As a member of a saint-level force, how could she dare to let the saint of Xuefei Palace become her senior? Bai Hua was her junior, and her title was separate. Not to mention she doesn't dare, even the island master doesn't dare. Saint Xiuyue understood the meaning and would not embarrass her benefactor, so she nodded and responded. I understand, Sister Yuanji. The words of Saint Xiuyue brought a smile to Yuanji's face, and he quickly called her. In that case, Sister Xiuyue, do you want to come to our house? It will be convenient for you to receive treatment. By the way, I haven't seen Baiwa for a long time, and I miss her a little. The Snow Moon Saint and the 100 Flowers Saint looked at each other. The Holy Maiden of Flowers nodded at her. Saint Xiuyue looked at Saint Lanling, who had been silent behind her. Blue Spirit Saint. Who is this? Yuanji asked. The Blue Spirit Saint of the Snow Concubine Palace. Baiwa responded, but there was a hint of resentment in her tone. Yuanji saw it at a glance. Is there a conflict? Will Saint Lanling go too? Yuanji asked. Saint Lanling shook her head and responded. We have a friend in the inscribed library. The Saintess of Flowers slapped her forehead and said, Yes, Aunt Ji, we still have a friend in the inscription library. Oh, Baiwa will go home first. You're welcome to come any time, Yuanji said. Okay, Aunt Ji, goodbye Aunt Ji, goodbye Dad too. The Holy Maiden of Flowers waved goodbye to Yuanji. Yuanji nodded in response and returned to the beast-taming space. Somakri Baichao, who had been silent for half the night, finally spoke up. I'll be leaving first. I still need to discuss this matter with the elders. There have been no vacancies in the inscribed library for 200 years, and this year there are still 2 people waiting to enter the inscribed library, but now they are unable to enter. Okay, Daddy. After Somakri Baichao left, Xiuyue asked, Could it be someone who did it? No, that person will definitely not take the initiative to attack. Saint Lanling shook her head and responded. Lanling, we have already guessed who she is, there is no need to hide it. Can you tell us what the situation is? Asked the Holy Maiden Xiuyue. No, you must pretend that you don't know, especially you can't let Saint Xinglian know. Saint Lanling responded seriously. Moreover, if the situation continues to develop like this, someone will come to you in person in a few years, so there is no need to delve too much into it. Saint Lanling continued to explain. Okay. But why hasn't Xiu Nanhua come out yet? Didn't they say that skills can't be used in the inscribed library? Saint Xiuyue no longer hesitated, but looked at the inscribed library and said, Maybe he is reading a book inside. Guessed the Holy Maiden of Flowers. No way. Saint Lianai likes reading books, but Xiu Nanhua doesn't seem to have read much. Saint Xiuyue shook her head and responded. I'm sorry, Xiuyue. An apology interrupted the words of Saint Xiuyue. Saint Snow Moon came to stand next to Saint Blue Spirit and whispered softly, I don't blame you. Baiwa watched this scene, pulled Xiuyue back, and snorted coldly, but didn't say anything more. Chapter 197, Concubine by Lu and the Azure Sky and Yellow Spring. In the middle continent of eternal winter, there is a pavilion in the middle of a sea of red flowers in the Ice and Snow Empire. A beautiful girl wearing a white robe and having 2 crystal horns on her head walked barefoot into the center of the pavilion. She sat down and waited for a while. A man in black butler's clothes came into the pavilion. Why are you here, Bai Lu Fei? He asked. Something's up, I'm here to let you know. What's up? The lord you serve has disappeared. She was ordered by a certain lord to go to the Far East once every 10,000 years. She didn't know how many years had passed, nor could she remember how many times she had been there, but apart from a few more corpses, there was basically no change in the Far East. But this time, the adult in the Far East was no longer sleeping, but disappeared at some unknown time. After all, Biluo Huangquan was a force that served that master in the past, so she came to inform him. The man was shocked, but calmed down after a while. Aren't you worried? Asked the beautiful girl with crystal horns. The man shook his head and responded. I'm worried, but it's no use because we can't help. So you have been practicing what that adult said? Yes, that is the reason for the existence of Biluo Huangquan. Even if the Snow Princess Palace wants to destroy the peace of the Eternal Winter Realm, we will never tolerate it. The Kingdom of High Sky has been jumping around for so long, and we haven't directly exterminated them. Isn't that obvious enough? I know, I'm just reminding you. Don't remind me,
I don't like to hear it. Man. Now that the notice has arrived, I should go back. The beautiful girl with crystal horns did not care about the man's silence. Returning to the Snow Concubine Palace? Yes. Hasn't your mission been completed? You won't end up with anyone else? The girl with the crystal horn did not respond, but turned into a wisp of white smoke and disappeared without a trace. Man. Oh, I forgot to remind her that the Ice Emperor Palace seems to be inviting other Imperial forces in the Eternal Winter Realm to a meeting soon, apparently to discuss the Eternal Winter Realm competition. Forget it, never mind. Anyway, this is not a problem that they, the Blue Sky and the Yellow Spring, should consider, nor is it a problem that Concubine Bai Lu should consider. Inscribed in the library. Bai Shui jumped onto Qiu Nanyue's shoulder and rubbed his cheek. It's over? Dot. Then get out. Qiu Nanhua put the book in her hand back to its original place and left the inscribed library. Qiu Nanhua carried the little guy outside and came to the side of the three saints. Something is wrong. The atmosphere is wrong. Are you having a conflict? Qiu Nanhua asked after observing carefully for a while. Ahem. Is it that obvious? The Saint of Flowers asked after coughing twice. Although she was dissatisfied with Lan Ling, since Xue Yue had said it, she hid her emotions before Qiu Nanhua came out. She has lived for hundreds of millions of years, so hiding her emotions and adjusting her expressions are very easy for her. She is confident that others cannot see it. No, but I always have that feeling, Qiu Nanhua responded. Qiu Nanhua just felt that Saint Lan Ling and the two women were standing a little too far apart, and there was always an atmosphere as if they were trying to hide something. He asked casually, and the answer from the Holy Maiden of Flowers confirmed that they did have a conflict. Ha ha, it's just a small conflict. We can solve it ourselves. It will be fine in a few days. Saint Lan Ling laughed. Qiu Nanhua. The more he tried to cover it up, the bigger the problem would become. But he didn't need to worry about these things. He was the weakest and youngest member of the team. Their problems should indeed be solved by themselves. Seeing the atmosphere had reached a deadlock, the 100 Flowers Saintess quickly mentioned. Qiu Nanhua, my father invites everyone to my house. Do you want to go? What about the Hot Spring Hotel? Retreat. Qiu Nanhua glared at the 100 Flowers Saint and said in shock. No way, you're so fast. Decisive and swift. The Holy Lady of Flowers patted her chest and replied. Qiu Nanhua remembered that the NPC in the inscribed library seemed to say that Baihua was the daughter of the second elder. The second elder should have a very high status on the Somakri floating island. Qiu Nanhua looked at Xue Yue and Lan Ling and asked, Do you want to go? Lan Ling didn't reply, so Xue Yue responded. As you say. Okay, fine, he, the weakest beastmaster, has to make the decision on such matters. Then I'd rather obey than disobey. Sorry to bother you, Saint of Flowers. Qiu Nanhua said to the Saint of Flowers. Let's go. The Saint of Flowers took the lead with the Saint of Snow Moon. Qiu Nanhua saw the hand of Saint Xue that had been hidden behind her back. Why are you wearing gloves? They're a specialty of Somakri floating island. No one noticed, but the little guy in Qiu Nanyue's arms quietly breathed towards Saint Xue. The Snow Moon Saint was walking in the front when she suddenly felt the power of ice and snow in her hands dissipate. Only Yuanji's healing power creation was left. She glanced back at the little guy and found that he had quietly crawled into Qiu Nanyue's clothes without looking at her. Lady Binglin, what on earth are you thinking about? Snow Princess Palace, Tianhu Peak. In the Sky Fox Palace. After listening to Qiu Nanyue's advice, Saint Qinglian thought about it for a long time and decided to talk to concubine Tianhu again. But during this period, the power of the heavenly fox concubine was out of control, and she would definitely not let her get close. So I waited until now. After some daily chit-chat, the holy maiden Qinglian sat on the bed, and a charming woman with fox ears was resting her smooth and white legs. Shui Lianyi gently stroked her white hair. The woman's graceful and affectionate fox ears trembled slightly, and her tail stroked the bed sheets, exuding a cheerful atmosphere. However, her eyes seemed to be filled with thought, and her pair of fox ears inadvertently lost their former uprightness and drooped softly. What's wrong? Gentle words came out of Zeliani's mouth. No, nothing, nothing. The charming fox-haired woman answered intermittently. Oh. Swirling sighed. You are always like this, Roshi is like this, and so are you. You don't say anything, you don't tell me anything. I know you must be looking down on me because I'm only at the saint level, different from you, a group of emperor level people. You are different now. Each of you has become stronger, and has your own thoughts. You don't want to bother with me, a burden anymore. Every word Swirling said pierced into the heart of the heavenly fox princess like a needle. She quickly denied it. No. I don't think so, and Roshi doesn't think so either. Then why didn't you tell me Roshi is still hiding from me? I don't believe that after all this time, she doesn't know I'm looking for her. Lianming, can you tell me the truth? Zerliani's voice trembled slightly, and she seemed to be in great emotional turmoil. The heavenly fox princess Qingqiu Lianming suddenly sat up and looked at Zerliani's ice-blue pupils, feeling conflicted. Chapter 198, Heavenly Fox Concubine Qingqiu Lianming. After struggling for a long time, the heavenly fox princess Qingqiu Lianming wanted to speak several times, but stopped herself every time. After seeing all this, Swirling's beautiful ice-blue eyes gradually dimmed. She stood up and walked out dejectedly. I'm sorry, Lianming, I made things difficult for you. The heavenly fox princess Qingqiu Lianming looked at Zerliani's back and felt sad. She stretched out a hand, wanting to touch Swirling's back, wanting to stop Sister Liani from leaving. But she was unable to move for a long time. She only needed to stand in front of Sister Liani. She was obviously very fast, but why couldn't she run? Why? Qingqiu Lianming opened her mouth slightly, but couldn't utter a word. Until she saw a crystal teardrop left where Swirling had walked. This suddenly woke her up. If hiding these things made Sister Liani feel extremely painful and sad, she didn't want to do that. Qingqiu Lianming rushed to Zerliani's back and hugged her. Tears streamed down her face as she whispered, I'm sorry, Sister Liani, I'm sorry. I'll tell you everything. Sorry, Roshi, I can't keep my promise to you. The two of them sat on the bed to calm down, and Zerliani gently wiped the tears from the corners of Qingqiu Lianming's eyes. After a long while, Qingqiu Lianming asked softly, Sister Liani still remembers the power of reincarnation, right? I remember, that's why I went to find Roshi. Then do you still remember what happened during that great disaster? Swirling shook her head and replied, I only remember that the entire world was invaded by the power of reincarnation. I vaguely remember that most living beings escaped into reincarnation, but I'm not sure of the specific circumstances. Is it really like that? Qingqiu Lianming's face showed an unpleasant expression as she explained. Reincarnation will erase memories and intelligence until it becomes a simple soul again, returning to the world. Only a small number of saint-level beastmasters with powerful abilities can resist it. In my previous life, Sister Liani was a green lotus on a high mountain, I was a white fox in the mountains, and Roshi was a water unicorn who broke into our lives. Back then, Sister Liani was at the emperor level, while Roshi and I had only just reached the saint level. We were still very weak and it was impossible for us to survive the reincarnation cycle. The power of reincarnation only affected the spiritual units, and the unevolved ones were not affected, so the ecology did not change. But later, the extreme power of ice and snow suddenly appeared in the Far East, which changed the environment of the entire world, and the ecology gradually evolved. Survival of the fittest. The Water Qilin clan gradually evolved into the Ice Qilin clan, and the White Fox clan gradually evolved into the Snow Fox clan. Qinglian had no living space at all, but the Snow Lotus clan was reborn. Qingqiu Lianming paused and tears began to flow again. Swirling understood that what followed was the key point, the reason why Lianming and Roshi lied to her. Swirling silently wiped away the tears from Qingqiu Lianming's eyes and waited silently for what would happen next. Sister Liani divided most of her power to protect Roshi and me, and used it to protect Roshi and me. Qingqiu Lianming's voice was filled with tears. Power is bound to the soul, and dividing power is equivalent to dividing the soul. No wonder Roshi has this water power. It turns out she was from the Water Qilin clan in her previous life. So my soul is incomplete? Well, Sister Liani has been unable to advance to the Emperor level because of the lack of soul. Woo. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sister Liani. I'm incompetent. Woo. Shui Liani held Qingqiu Lianming in her arms, gently stroked her head, and whispered to her in comfort. It's okay, it's all over. I'm living well now, am I not? Shui Liani coaxed the imperial concubine like she was coaxing a child. After a while, Qingqiu Lianming finally calmed down. Sister Liani, promise me that you won't mess around like you did before, okay? Please protect yourself first in any situation. Okay. I promise you, even if I want to do this, I don't have the ability now. Shui Liani agreed softly. Qingqiu Lianming reached out and covered Zeliani's lips. Don't even think about it. Okay, I don't want to. Lianming, where is that girl Roashi? Why doesn't she want to see me? Shui Liani asked. Qingqiu Lianming avoided his gaze and seemed to be hesitant to speak. Lianming, I don't want to hear you lie to me anymore. Zeliani held Qingqiu Lianming's cheeks and made her look into her eyes. Sorry, Roashi. Lianming doesn't want to deceive Sister Liani anymore. Qingqiu Lianming thought with a sigh. After Roashi and I advanced to the Emperor rank, she came to me and asked me to stay in the Snow Concubine Palace to protect Sister Liani. She was trying to find a way to re-enter the cycle of reincarnation. Qingqiu Lianming said. Nonsense, can she enter the cycle of reincarnation whenever she wants? Let her come back quickly. How dare she go against the rules of heaven and earth? It doesn't matter if the lost souls are not found, as long as they are all alive. Shui Liani's face showed worry. Ruashi is currently unable to go in. She has been in once but didn't find Sister Liani's soul. Qingqiu Lianming replied. I've already gone in. Is Ruashi okay? Shui Liani stood up nervously and paced back and forth restlessly. Sister Liani, don't be nervous, Ruashi is fine, she just broke the rules of the world and was cursed by reincarnation. Every once in a while, her memory and power would be sealed, returning her to her childhood. Qingqiu Lianming explained. Shui Liani stood up abruptly after hearing this and asked worriedly. So Ruashi has returned to her childhood and sealed her memories. That's fine. She's there, so protect her quickly. Sister Liani, I don't know where she is either. Why didn't she even tell you? She first returned to her childhood right here with me, Sister Liani. You know Ruashi has a strong sense of self-esteem. When she returned to her childhood, she also behaved like a child. After her memory was restored, she felt ashamed and ignored me for hundreds of thousands of years. But safety measures have been taken, so Sister Liani doesn't need to worry too much. Qingqiu Lianming replied. Oh, this girl. Shui Liani sighed and sat back on the bed. Shui Liani sat down and thought for a while before saying, That girl will definitely find a sparsely populated place in the Beauty is Justice Mountains and return to her childhood alone. Wait. There are extremely few members of the Binglin clan, and even fewer newborns. She rarely goes to the Binglin clan, and doesn't know if there are any newborns recently. But recently she often saw a cub from the Binglin clan, the one who stuck to Qiu Nanhua every day. And Saint Lan Ling is still following Qiu Nanhua. No way. Chapter 199 The Various Imperial Forces in the Eternal Winter Realm. There shouldn't be such a coincidence. Sister Liani? Qingqiu Lianming asked in confusion when she saw Shui Liani remained silent. I recently saw a cub from the Binglin clan. I wonder if it was the girl Ruashi. Shui Liani responded. Sister Liani, where did you see her? Qingqiu Lianming asked curiously. Beside Qiu Nanhua. When Zeliani saw Qingqiu Lianming's confused expression, she knew that Qingqiu Lianming didn't know Qiu Nanhua. It means that he used to be a beastmaster because he possessed the power of reincarnation within his soul. Qingqiu Lianming still looked confused. Shui Liani remembered that Beauty is Justice Mountain had said before that only concubine Binglin had been notified, and concubine Binglin told him not to notify other imperial concubines for the time being. Lianming, did he really not come to inform you? Shui Liani asked. What notification? Qingqiu Lianming asked in confusion. It seems that Beauty is Justice Mountain really did as concubine Binglin said and did not inform the other imperial concubines. Qiu Nanhua, a beastmaster with the power of reincarnation, has only joined the Xuefei Palace a few years ago. Carrying the power of reincarnation? Yes, and he also possesses the power of reincarnation. The power of reincarnation.
Qingqiu Lianming stood up excitedly.
Sister Liani, those who enter the reincarnation cycle with the power of reincarnation are not easily rejected,
Qingqiu Lianming said excitedly.
Lianming, don't try to find my lost soul anymore. I don't want to increase the danger just to search for something that is basically impossible to find.
Zhe Liani responded seriously. Qingqiu Lianming's expression became visibly lost.
All right.
Shui Liani rubbed Qingqiu Lianming's head and gently advised.
If you get hurt because of this, that's what I least want to see, silly girl.
Seeing Qingqiu Lianming remaining silent, she knew that Qingqiu Lianming would not give up easily, so she had to keep a close eye on Lianming. And there's that girl Ruoshi.
Sister Liani, could it be that the beastmaster you are talking about is also a witness of the catastrophe like us?
Qingqiu Lianming used the technique of diverting the conversation.
He was able to leap from high level to high level king level in just 2 months without any bottleneck. He should be the same as us,
Shui Liani replied.
2 months? So fast. Are there any auxiliary skills that can help with training?
Yes, the cold tempering pool.
That's not right. How did you solve the cold poison?
Qingqiu Lianming frowned and asked in confusion.
I gave the seed to him,
Shui Liani replied with a blush on her face.
Sister Liani, you...
Qingqiu Lianming looked at Shui Liani's slightly red cheeks and was about to speak but stopped.
It's not what you think. I just think it's dangerous to leave him alone, so I gave Zizhu to him so that I can monitor him more easily. After I confirm that Brother Yu is okay, I will take it back.
Shui Liani quickly waved her hand and explained. Looking at Sister Liani's expression, Qingqiu Lianming felt that Sister Liani must not have told her everything, and there must be other reasons that she didn't tell her.
And he calls you, brother, so affectionately, which makes me a little jealous.
Her name is Jiu Nanwei, right? I guess I need to find a chance to meet her.
It's impossible to take Sister Liani away from her. By the way, Sister Liani, where is Jiu Nanwei now? Wait, let me see.
Qingqiu Lianming, didn't we agree to keep an eye on her? How come I don't even know where she is?
On the Somakri floating island. He invited me to go with him before, but I didn't expect he's already here,
Shui Liani replied.
What?
He even wants to invite Sister Liani on a date. What a wishful thinking, this old guy. Qingqiu Lianming thought viciously in her heart. What a pity, if Sister Liani was not the only one who could observe through the seedlings, she would have wanted to see what Jiu Nanwei looked like.
Sister Liani, are you two on good terms?
Ahem, not bad, right?
He's the beastmaster of your Snow Fox Peak. And he brought back your sister's child.
Kinkia?
Yes, it was that child who brought him back. If it weren't for that child, I wouldn't know Brother Yu.
Shui Liani nodded in response. She knew Qingqiu well. Although she was not very reasonable, she had good vision and was smart. She would not bring some unreliable people into the Snow Concubine Palace, especially the Snow Fox Peak. Is Qingqiu elegant? I guess I need to find a chance to find out.
Sister Liani, can you tell me what kind of person Jiu Nanwei is?
Qingqiu Lianming asked curiously.
Of course, but I haven't been with him for a long time, so my understanding of him may not be comprehensive. I believe in Sister Liani's judgment,
Qingqiu Lianming responded seriously.
This story begins with his first visit to Wanao Peak.
In the middle continent of the Eternal Winter Realm, the Ice Emperor Palace's secondary hall. In the huge golden palace, on a diamond-studded ice chair at the head, sat an emperor wearing a white crown and a white robe. Ice Emperor Thousand Frosts of Purgatory. There are rows of tables and chairs on the left and right sides of the diamond-studded ice chair. Sitting on it are emperors from various imperial forces in the Eternal Winter Realm. Sitting in the first picture on the left is another member of the Ice and Snow Empire, the Emperor of Falling Snow Valley. The proud Snow Emperor, Qihan Lingtian. The first picture on the right shows the imperial concubine of Biluo Huangquan, who is also a member of the Ice and Snow Empire. The Queen of the Underworld the other side of the Yellow Springs. The second table and chairs on both sides were occupied by the remaining 2 imperial forces in the central continent. Hantian Academy and the Underground Maze. Hantian Academy is the only imperial level force established by a beastmaster, and Hantian Academy is also the only force in the Eternal Winter Realm that openly possesses an imperial level beastmaster. The one who came from Hantian Academy was the Dean's contracted beastmaster. Emperor Jie, falling star change ruler. The underground maze is a force formed by the creatures below. It has been entrenched in the underground of the central continent for many years and rarely appears in the world. The representative of the underground maze is the imperial concubine of the Yanling clan. The flame spirit concubine, the fiery spirit princess. All 5 imperial powers in the eternal winter realm have arrived. The only ones left are the imperial forces of various continents. Northern Continent Snow Princess Palace, and the Kingdom of High Sky. The representative of the Snow Concubine Palace is Rabbit Concubine Qianmu Sishue. The representative of the Kingdom of High Sky is Sky Overlord Eagle Screaming in the 9 Heavens. Southern Continent, the City of Flowers. The representative of the Flower City is Emperor Chongying Fragrant Plum Blossom. The Southern Continent is the continent of plant spirits, with very few conflicts. It is the only unified continent among the 4 continents. The one who arrived this time is the Emperor of the Imperial Force, the Flower City. East Continent, Foggy City and Sea of Clouds. The representative of the Foggy City is the Emperor of Dust and Haze, the Sea of Fog and Sand. The representative of the Sea of Clouds is Kaiyunfei, Floating Colorful Clouds. Western Continent, the Church of Winter and the Black Triangle. The representative of the Church of Winter is Holy Emperor, Holy Book of Winter. The representative of the triangular black domain is the Mad Demon Emperor, the Mad Killer of the Red Earth. Zidalu is the most chaotic continent in the Eternal Winter Realm, mainly because it is connected to the Black Prison Realm. Although the Black Prison Realm is not a large realm, it is also a medium-sized realm with many Emperor-level units and is extremely chaotic. In order to balance the power of the Church of Winter, the Triangle Black Domain often undermines the Black Domain. This led to great chaos in the Western Continent. Chapter 200, The Eternal Winter Competition begins. Seeing all the forces gathered, the leading Emperor, Ice Emperor, and Purgatory Thousand Frost clapped their hands. After a while, servants brought fruits, food, wine and juice. The other emperors were all waiting for Purgatory Thousand Frost to speak, but only one emperor was different from the others. That is the Mad Demon Emperor, who is killing people crazily. The humanoid figure who was killing Chi Di was a ferocious-looking man with a scar on his face and fierce eyes. When he saw the wine being served, he immediately started drinking wildly. Kwangsha Chidi was not originally the emperor of the Eternal Winter Realm. He was poached from the Black Prison Realm by the Triangle Black Domain. Therefore, he did not have any ought towards the imperial power ranked first in the Eternal Winter Realm. However, the other emperors present did not react much to this. Even Purgatory Thousand Frost did not show any expression, except for the Holy Book of Winter, the Emperor of the Church of Winter. The human form of the Holy Book of Winter looks like an ancient teacher, staring at the ferocious man opposite him. The disgust was evident. Welcome everyone here. I'm sure you've already guessed why we invite you here this time. Purgatory Thousand Frost suddenly spoke. After a pause, seeing no reaction from everyone, Purgatory Thousand Frost continued. The sacred artifact, Eternal Winter Arena, has finished cooling down. I'm calling everyone to discuss the opening time. This kind of thing can be decided by Bingdi. I'm not used to the local climate, so I'll go down first. The human form of Qian Lingji is a little red-haired loli, and her body is surrounded by red flames. Because the underground maze is built at the center of the earth, it is not affected by the power of ice and snow, and the temperature is very high. Qian Lingji also bathes in magma all year round. Coming to land, she did feel a little uncomfortable. Although it did not affect her imperial-level combat effectiveness, she felt uncomfortable all over, so Qian Lingji wrapped herself with her own power. Before Purgatory Qiandong could reply, a serious middle-aged man directly scolded him. How can you leave early for such an important matter? You have no manners at all. What do you mean, Lao Deng? Literally. Qian Lingji stood up suddenly, pointed at Kwangsha Chidi who was drinking heavily at the side and scolded the middle-aged man. You care so much about this, why don't you take care of him? Does that mean he's being polite? Jia Emperor Zhui Xingyiqi glanced at Kwangsha Chidi and replied nonchalantly. He doesn't deserve it. When Kwangsha Chidi, who was drinking by himself, heard this, he suddenly threw the jar of wine in his hand to the ground. Old man, you're looking for death. The murderous and bloody aura immediately spread from Kwangsha. Upon seeing this, the Holy Book of Winter immediately emitted golden holy light. The collision between the holy light and the evil spirit made a crackling sound of burning.
Kwangsha, you can't be so rampant here. Stupid book, you want to fight? I'm here to accompany you.
Kwangsha stood up and confronted the Holy Book of Winter. Just when the situation was getting out of control, a cold voice calmed it down.
You dare to attack me so brazenly in front of me? Are you trying to make me your enemy?
A cold voice came from the mouth of an enchanting woman in purple clothes and red hair. The queen of the underworld, the other side of the underworld. Kwangsha looked at her, but his eyes were no longer filled with rage, but with fear. It was as if I heard a voice from long ago.
Sign and you live, don't sign and you die.
When he just entered the Eternal Winter Realm, the Netherworld concubine came to see him. The Nether Princess's attendant handed him an agreement, which was some agreement of the Eternal Winter Realm. What kind of agreement is he qualified to sign? He attacked Huang Quan Bayan with all his strength, but Huang Quan Bayan hit him hard and nearly killed him. Just when Huang Quan Bayan was about to kill him directly, the Triangle Black Domain saved him, and he signed his name on the agreement in embarrassment. Even after so much time has passed, he still doesn't dare to look directly at the other side of the underworld. Kwangsha immediately suppressed his aura, straightened his posture, and sat upright in his seat like a good boy. I didn't even dare to touch the drinks beside me. After the Holy Book of Winter saw that the crazy killer Qi had subsided, he also restrained his own aura. Even the impatient Qian Lingji sat down obediently, and did not mention leaving again.
Purgatory Thousand Frosts always has to say some polite words, which is meaningless. Let's just vote.
Seeing that everyone had quieted down, Huang Quan Bayan spoke directly to the Ice Emperor who was sitting in the main seat.
Ha ha, the Queen of the Underworld is still so ruthless.
Purgatory Qiandong laughed.
In that case, let's vote. I agree to open the holy object.
Purgatory Thousand Frosts continued.
I agree too.
The handsome Emperor of Luoxua Valley, Aoxua Emperor Qihan Lingtian, was the first to agree.
Agree.
The emperors also responded. The start of the competition has nothing to do with them, who are at the emperor level. The world competition only has saint level and below, and there is no emperor level competition. But the competition is a grand event that marks the beginning of the world's rules. In addition to the top 10 places being rewarded with powerful sacred objects, other contestants who pass the preliminaries can enter the Soul Sea space. The Soul Sea space can greatly improve comprehension, although it is only a temporary gain. But winning one more game in the final means one more point of time. Those who are eliminated in the first game can stay in the space for 3 days, and 2 more days will be added for each game they win. The soul power in the Soul Sea space is extremely dense. Although it still needs to be refined, people don't go in to absorb soul power. Either you comprehend the skills, or you rely on improving your understanding to see if you can break through the bottleneck. Simply put, after each competition, each force will have some obvious improvements. Unfortunately, members of other realms can also participate, but only if they are connected to the Eternal Winter Realm. Because the great competition only lasts for 1,000 years. The first 900 years are the preliminary rounds, and anyone in the Eternal Winter Realm can participate. But the final will be held in the venue transformed from a sacred object. Simply put, without a saint-level space type or saint-level speed type beast tamer, it would take hundreds of years for you to make it from the border of the Eternal Winter Realm to the central continent of the Eternal Winter Realm to participate in the finals. However, members from other nearby realms who considered themselves geniuses probably received the news early on, and had already arrived at the Eternal Winter Realm to wait. Qiu Nanhua was lucky, as the venue for the last Sea Soul Realm competition finals happened to be held in the Sea Concubine Palace. Otherwise I really can't participate.
Since everyone agrees, I have decided to activate the holy object immediately and the competition will begin.
Purgatory Qiandong stood up and said loudly. Purgatory Thousand Frost took out a round badge from somewhere, which had a miniature of the entire Eternal Winter Realm printed on it. This is the sacred object, Eternal Winter Arena. Purgatory Thousand Frost activated the badge. Whoosh! In an instant, the badge turned into a stream of light and flew over the mountains not far from the Ice Emperor Palace. The surrounding soul power continued to gather towards the badge. After the badge absorbed the soul power, it gradually generated the earth. This process will last for about 100 to 80 years before a competition venue suitable for saint-level battles is formed.